Chapter 1 Invest in the campus belle, get back hundreds of billions of spirit stones. Phong Province. Phong Martial Academy is a mid to high level martial arts academy in the Great Xia Kingdom, and is therefore referred to as a second class martial arts academy. Senior Shuer, this glass heart is for you, Lu Qi said to Zhou Shuer. He then presented a colorful glass bead to Zhou Shuer. Lu Qi, is this a confession? Zhou Shuer was taken aback when she saw this. Although she and Lu Qi were classmates, they didn't interact much. Lu Qi suddenly ran up to her and did this, which startled her. The main reason is this martial arts academy. No one dared to confess their feelings to her. No one dared to speak to her except her teachers. Because Zhou Shuer is not only a second-year student at Phong Martial Arts Academy. She is also the daughter of the principal of this martial arts academy. So even though he had a beauty like a fairy, no student dared to covet him. Everyone was afraid of being targeted by the principal. Because the principal is a notorious doting father to his daughter. Look! It looks like someone confessed their feelings to that icy school beauty. An ice queen of the school? Could she be the principal's daughter? Besides her, who else in our college can be called the school beauty? A warrior. Absolutely a warrior. He did what I dared not do. Everyone has a love for beauty, but unfortunately he loved the wrong person. Poor child. Someone actually dared to confess their feelings to her. Aren't they afraid of getting retaliated against by Zhou the Bald? Silence. How dare you address the principal by his given name in the academy? Bah! You're defaming the principal. You're asking for it. Principal Zhou is incredibly powerful, a near 7th grade expert. He has connections everywhere, kid. Rat tail juice. Many students in the academy, after witnessing this scene, expressed both admiration and regret for Lu Qi. They admired Lu Qi's bravery. It's a pity that he fell in love with the wrong person at the right age. Don't misunderstand. This isn't a confession of love, I'm just giving you something. Just accept it. Lu Qi shook his head and said calmly. He naturally knew that getting too close to Zhou Shuer was a bad idea. Zhou the Bald will make things difficult for me. But it was all out of necessity. Lu Qi is actually a time traveler. I transmigrated to a high martial arts world that was parallel to my previous life. And it activated the unlimited investment system. If the investment is successful, he can receive a rebate from the system. Zhou Shuer was the investment target given by the system this time. It was also the first investment target he made after he transmigrated. The investment returns offered by the system are also very attractive. A full 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. Alright. You're the first person to give me something, so of course I'll accept it. Zhou Shuer gave Lu Qi a sweet smile. She then took the glass heart from Lu Qi's hand. He took it in his hand and started playing with it. A glass heart is actually just a colorful glass bead. However, it will emit a faint, pleasant fragrance. It makes people feel happy. I don't know if it was the fragrance of the glass heart that had the effect, or some other reason. At this moment, Zhou Shuer's smile became even sweeter. The surrounding students were all stunned when they saw this scene. They have been enrolled since then. I've never seen Zhou Shuer smile so genuinely. That smile is so sweet and innocent. This made many people present feel their hearts flutter. Unfortunately, it seems that Zhou Shuer now belongs to Lu Qi. They immediately felt extremely regretful. If they knew that Zhou Shuer could be won over with just a heart of glass, even if it meant risking being retaliated against by Zhou the Bald, they were determined to give it a try. I'm glad you accepted it. I'll be going now. Lu Qi saw that Zhou Shuer had already accepted the glass heart. He nodded, then left without looking back. Zhou Shuer froze on the spot upon seeing this. My heart was filled with mixed feelings. Hey! I accepted your gift. I promised you. According to the plot, it shouldn't be holding hands, watching a movie, and then going to eat. Then, because it was too late, I couldn't get back to the college. Do we have no choice but to find a hotel with only one room left to stay in for the night? What does it mean to turn around and leave? Zhou Shuer felt a surge of anger as she watched Lu Qi's retreating figure. This was the first time in her life she had ever received a gift from a boy. I never expected it to end like this. But not long after, Zhou Shuer also left with the glass heart. After all, there are still so many students watching. If I don't leave now, am I supposed to stay and become a laughingstock for them? Investment successful. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, host, on receiving a return on your investment, 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones have been stored in the system space. Please check. Lucci found a secluded spot. The system's voice sounded. He then quickly opened the system's built-in storage space. The system's storage space can be stacked indefinitely, which is one of the conveniences the system brings. Lucci would no longer need to spend money to buy storage items. At this moment, the system's storage space indeed contains 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. He only used a glass heart that was practically worthless on the market. He got 10 billion low-grade spirit stones in return. This investment was totally worth it. Although they were only low-grade spirit stones, there were still tens of billions of them. Based on market prices, 1,000 low-grade items are equivalent to 1 medium-grade item. 1,000 medium-grade items are equivalent to 1 high-grade item. Lucci now has the equivalent of 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. This kind of asset is definitely considered very wealthy in this world. You should know that a first-year student at the Martial Academy only receives a monthly stipend of 5 low-grade spirit stones. Lucci's current cultivation level is at the mid-stage of the first rank. This amount of spirit stones is more than enough to supply Lucci's cultivation to the advanced stage of awakening. We've discovered Joe Schwer is a potential long-term investment. Should we activate the long-term investment template? Just then, the system popped up another notification. Lucci was taken aback upon seeing this. Long-term investment targets? Investment generally falls into 2 categories: short-term, high-risk investment and speculative investment. Speculative investment aims to generate huge profits with each investment, but this approach is unsustainable and cannot guarantee consistent returns. It's often referred to as making quick money. Another approach is long-term investment, which involves investing in the same investment target multiple times to obtain different benefits. The more times you invest, the greater the returns will be. And the investment will eventually yield unexpected rewards. After hearing the introduction of the system, Lucci had a general understanding of the 2 types of investments. The first way is to make a quick buck, while the second way is to play the long game and catch a big fish. Should we activate Joe Schwer's long-term investment template? The system asked the question again. Yes. Lucci naturally wouldn't only focus on immediate gains. He wants long-term returns. Therefore, I decisively chose to start the long-term investment template. Joe Schwer's investment template activated. The next moment, a blue light screen appeared in front of him. Investment target, Joe Schwer. Current cultivation level, peak second rank awakener. Highest return on investment, become an unparalleled empress. And be taken in as her personal maid. P.S. Please wait patiently for the next investment opportunity. Looking at the message on the screen, Lucci was taken aback. To become an unparalleled empress. In other words, Joe Schwer will become an unparalleled empress in the future. If I continue to invest, this future peerless empress will become my personal maid. Just thinking about it is exciting. Just then, a figure appeared behind Lucci. Chapter 2 is Principal Joe henpecked? Lucci, right. I heard you just confessed your feelings to my daughter? Just then, a very sinister and deep voice came from behind Lucci. Lucci was taken aback. Then I broke out in a cold sweat. Because he was very familiar with the owner of that voice. He was the principal of this martial arts academy. He is one of the strongest in this martial arts academy. Bald Joe. But thinking about it, it makes sense. She had just flirted with his daughter. How could a father not come knocking on his door? But this speed is a bit too fast, isn't it? I had just left the crime scene. So Joe the Bald caught him? Could this bald man's cultivation have truly reached the point where he has extraordinary abilities? Joe too. Principal, is there some misunderstanding here? Lucci turned around, smiled calmly, and said to Joe the Bald. All he can do now is try to appear as natural as possible. After all, her original intention was not to have sex with his daughter. As he turned around, a smooth Mediterranean Sea came into view. In the Mediterranean Sea, there is a slightly aged middle-aged face. There was a faint hint of murderous intent in his aged eyes. An imperceptible pressure enveloped Lucci. Seeing this, Lucci couldn't help but swallow hard. This bald guy is plotting to kill. No wonder he's a doting father. Bite. Investment opportunities detected. Investment target, Zhou Tuji. Investment item, 50 low-grade spirit stones. Investment details, caught hiding money from his wife, kicked out of the house, now penniless and too embarrassed to ask his daughter for more, he urgently needs spirit stones to solve his problem. Return on investment, 1 year of improvement. Just then, the system notification sounded in Lucci's mind once again. Lucci was taken aback. Even Joe the Bald was one of his investment targets. After seeing Joe the Bald's basic information, Lucci couldn't help but rise recently. No wonder the students all call him Baldy Joe. It turns out that the principal's real name is Zhou Tuji. The investment details are even more ridiculous. This man is so old, yet he's henpecked. He was caught hiding money from his wife and was kicked out of the house. If this gets out, it will truly disgrace the reputation of the martial arts academy's principal. How can you still laugh? Misunderstanding? Could it be that the token of love you gave to Schwer was also a misunderstanding? Principal Joe said coldly to Lucci. A token of love? You must have made a mistake. That was not a token of love. I just noticed that Senior Schwer's aura has been unstable lately, as if she has something on her mind. That's why I thought of giving her a glass heart to calm her mind and prevent her from being affected. After all, women need to be coaxed. Lucci immediately explained. What he was referring to were the investment details provided by the system when he invested in Joe Schwer. That's why he gave her the glass heart. At that time, Lucci had no idea what Joe Schwer was worried about. But after he saw Joe the Bald's investment details, Lucci suddenly knew everything. Joe Schwer is the principal's daughter, and her status in the academy is very high. Even goddesses who are out of reach for ordinary people. What could possibly cause her distress? Only family matters remain. Someone like her who is cared for so meticulously. Perhaps only family matters could cause her worry. After contacting Joe the Bald, they learned that Joe had been kicked out of his home and was penniless. It is clear that the relationship within their family must have been very tense at this time. This is the reason for Joe Schwer's sorrow. After hearing this, Joe the Bald paused for a moment. Women need to be coaxed. Lucci's last words seemed to be directed at Joe Schwer. It also sounds like it was said to Joe the Bald. What else do you know? At this moment, Joe the Bald's tone was no longer as hostile as before. Furthermore, the murderous intent emanating from his body completely vanished. He was now certain that Joe Schwer must have said something to Lucci. Otherwise, since no one dared to approach Joe Schwer on ordinary days, Lucci would not have been able to see that Joe Schwer was troubled. Joe the Bald hadn't expected that his daughter would confide in Lucci. There was even some jealousy. After all, Joe Schwer rarely said anything to him, her father. Hey principal, this is for you. After saying that, Lucci took out 50 low-grade spirit stones from his pocket and handed them to Joe the Bald. Joe the Bald looked at the spirit stone in his hand, then at Lucci. He remained silent. This kid knew everything after all. At this moment, Principal Joe really wanted to throw those 50 spirit stones back to Lucci. But he really needs a lot of money right now. Normally, he wouldn't have cared about 50 spirit stones. However, after he was kicked out of his home, all his money was confiscated. So looking at the spirit stone in his hand, he felt a little reluctant to part with it. Please accept these spirit stones, consider them a small token of my appreciation as Schwer's friend. Although I gave Schwer a heart of glass, to completely remove the turmoil in her heart, I still need to solve the problem at its root. Lucci saw through Principal Joe's thoughts and said in a nonchalant tone, feigning profundity. If Principal Joe refuses to accept his spirit stones? So this investment can be considered a failure. This investment return is equivalent to a year's worth of cultivation. It might allow me to break through from the mid-stage of rank 1 to rank 2 directly. To break through to the second realm in one's freshman year is truly monstrous. Only some of the top-ranked martial arts academies have such students. It would be a lie for Lucci to say he wasn't tempted. It seems I still don't understand Schwer very well. I'm so glad she has a friend like you. Please take good care of my Schwer in the future. I'm so sorry you had to see this. I'll accept these 50 spirit stones for now. I'll find a way to return them to you later. After hearing Lucci's words, Joe the Bald sighed deeply. He realized that he had indeed misunderstood Lucci. Moreover, upon hearing that Lucci was Schwer's friend, his breathing even became more rapid. Because he had always been in charge of Joe Schwer. This resulted in Zhou Shuer having very few opportunities for social interaction. Not to mention having any friends. And now, he realizes. It is also very important for Cheryl to have a friend who can guide her correctly. If it weren't for Lu Qi this time, Zhou Shuer doesn't open her heart. He and his wife will continue their Cold War. This is not what Shuer wanted to see. I should be thanking you. Seeing Zhou Tuzi holding the spirit stone in his hand, Lu Qi said with a smile. A year's worth of cultivation points are in hand. Looking at Lu Qi's pure and innocent smile, Zhou the Bald couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Where can you find such a good kid? If he could really become my son-in-law, that wouldn't be bad. Principal Zhou and Lu Qi exchanged a few more pleasantries. At this time, his influence on Lu Qi was surprisingly good. She even invited him to her home. Lu Qi decisively rejected him. The reason is simple. Because Zhou the Bald is currently not a formally employed member of the family. If someone were to rashly take me back as a guest, it is inevitable that they will be affected. Zhou the Bald also learned of this. They quickly left with the spirit stones given to them by Lu Qi. Investment successful. A year's worth of cultivation points will be awarded as a reward. Extract? Not long after Zhou the Bald left, the system's voice sounded again. Chapter 3 Black Market. Extract. Lu Qi did indeed extract it. There was no one around him at that moment. This is the perfect time to cultivate one's cultivation level. Extraction successful. The system's mechanical voice had just finished speaking. Lu Qi felt a warm current flowing through his meridians. It's like warming up for yourself. It was as if something terrifying was about to happen. Then a powerful energy flowed into Lu Qi's crown chakra. A full year's worth of cultivation was forcefully inserted. A powerful spiritual pressure caused Lu Qi's entire body to tremble. Mid-grade, first grade. Late stage, first rank. Peak of the first rank. Early stage of rank 2. This powerful force caused Lu Qi's cultivation level to skyrocket from the mid-stage of the first rank. His cultivation level began to grow wildly. He broke through to the second rank directly. And it shows no signs of stopping. Lu Qi's aura was still surging. There are faint signs that it will continue to break through. Mid-grade, second grade. In the end, Lu Qi's cultivation level stagnated at the mid-stage of the second rank. And he's only one step away from reaching the late stage of the second rank. If he relies on those spirit stones, Lu Qi will definitely be able to break through to the late stage of the second rank in no time. This is one level higher than Lu Qi had anticipated. I am just a freshman at the Martial Arts Academy. He then achieved a cultivation level at the mid-stage of the second rank. Even in martial arts academies in big cities, this would be considered top-notch. And in Fenglan Province, a province that is neither too big nor too small, Lu Qi is a genius at his age. Not bad. I remember Zhou Shuer was only at the peak of the second rank. It seems I'll be able to catch up with this future empress soon. Unfortunately, Zhou the Bald is not a sustainable investment. We can't gain any other benefits from him. Lu Qi said with some regret. Seeing that it was still early, he continued to wander around the academy. I'd like to find a few more potential investment targets. After all, from the current perspective, investments in the system are all highly profitable. You can reap huge benefits by paying a small price. This is a risk-free and highly profitable opportunity. The more the better. However, after Lu Qi browsed around, the system did not issue any notifications. This means that the people he encountered were not worth investing in. This left Lu Qi somewhat helpless. After wandering around for a while, Lu Qi finally decided to return to his dormitory to rest. The dormitory at the Martial Arts Academy is for 4 people. Lu Qi has other roommates. They are Wang Xiaopang, Li Gongming, and Wang Gang. However, Lu Qi had already checked these 3 roommates when he checked in for the start of the semester. There is no investment value in it. The 3 of them were only of average talent and skill. Just after Lu Qi pushed open the door to the room, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Qi, brother Lu. You actually confessed to the school beauty and came back alive. Didn't they say that Zhou the Bald would take action immediately after learning about this? Didn't he find you? You'd better run. Get out of Lanwu. If Zhou the Bald finds you, your life will be in danger. What's the point of running? With Joe the Bald's strength, finding Lu Chi would be a piece of cake. Several roommates swarmed around Lu Chi and started chattering at him. They had all heard about Lu Chi's deeds that day. Confessing your love to the principal's beloved daughter is a capital offense. What are you panicking about? It's not what you think. And I've already met Joe the Bald. Lu Chi shrugged, acting as if nothing had happened, and said to the three of them. He then strode into the dormitory from the group of three. He slumped onto the sofa. I don't want to participate in the discussion among the three of us. Have you seen Joe the Bald? He still managed to let you walk back to the dorm alive? That's impossible. With his personality, you would have died 800 times over. You're not going to become alive and son-in-law, are you? Right now, that's the only explanation that can save your life. Damn it, I'm so jealous. Being handsome really lets you do whatever you want, and nothing happens to you. I also want to be the son-in-law of the school beauty. With a wife like that, what does it matter if the child isn't my own? The three surrounded Lu Chi again, speculating. Some even thought that Lu Chi had been taken in as a son-in-law by Joe the Bald. Lu Chi's eye twitched upon hearing this, and then he said irritably, I don't have a crooked mouth, why would I want to be alive and son-in-law? That's true. A son-in-law who can't make a crooked mouth isn't a good dragon king. So how did you manage to survive? The three of them were still very curious and asked Lu Chi. They also wanted to learn a survival skill. Maybe it will come in handy when facing Joe the Bald in the future. We'll talk about that later. Right now, I have something more important to ask you. Seeing that the three were reluctant to part, Lu Chi changed the subject and said, do you know where, besides the library, one can obtain martial arts techniques? Wang Xiaopang asked with some doubt, martial arts? That's something only second-grade awakened individuals can cultivate. We can't get our hands on it. Being a first-grade awakener is only the beginning. Only those who reach the second rank of awakening can be considered to have truly entered the realm of enlightenment. Only those who reach the second rank in strength can cultivate martial arts techniques. Generally, freshmen are at the first-grade cultivation level. They are not qualified to practice martial arts. After reaching the second rank in cultivation, go to the mission hall of the Martial Academy to accept missions. Only after accumulating enough contribution points will one have the opportunity to enter the library and select martial arts techniques. Lu Chi is like most freshmen. There are no contribution points. Isn't there any other way to obtain martial arts? Lu Chi asked again. He is now a second-grade awakened one. You can definitely start practicing martial arts. However, due to a lack of contribution points, I am unable to enter the library to make selections. If I accumulate contribution points slowly by accepting tasks, I don't know when I'll be able to enter the library. That's why I wanted to find another way. I do have an idea. Just then, Li Gongming stroked his chin and said. Besides the library, there is also a black market for trading martial arts techniques, but the techniques traded there are extremely expensive and most people can't afford them. Black market. Upon hearing this, Lu Chi fell into deep thought. The black market is indeed a good place to go. Many items that are not available on the market can be bought on the black market. Even if you want it, the black market can get it for you. It's just a bit pricey. However, Lu Chi only wanted a martial arts technique that suited him, and there should be some available on the black market. Although the black market price is a bit higher, Lu Chi currently has tens of billions of spirit stones in his hands. It's just a martial arts manual, I can afford it. Having martial arts skills will give me more confidence when I'm out in the world. After all, this is a world of high martial arts. Everyone is an awakened being. Each person possesses formidable martial prowess. If you don't have some strength, it's really hard to get by in this world. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chi decided to go to the black market early the next morning. Chapter 4, Turned into an Older Man? The Black Market Guide. Early the next morning. Lu Chi did not attend the morning class. Instead, they followed the address given by Li Gongming. They went straight to the black market. After being admitted to the Martial Arts Academy, students will have more freedom in their schedules. There is no mandatory attendance requirement. As long as your skills meet the Martial Arts Academy's standards during the final exam, you'll be fine. In other words, as long as you reach the peak of the first grade level in the final exam of your freshman year, you will pass. After all, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. If you have the power, you can do whatever you want in this world. However, if one does not meet the standards of the Martial Arts Academy, Then it will be screened. So you don't need to come back in your second year. Lucci is now a mid-stage second-rank awakener. Passing the assessment was a piece of cake for them. So he wasn't flustered at all. Lucci quickly located the black market using the coordinates provided by Li Gongming. This is a tent made of stacked stone bricks. There were many people inside hawking their wares. Take a look. Freshly made blood replenishing pills. Only 10 low-grade spirit stones each. A tier 1 serrated rat fong, just delivered from the Battle of 10,000 Races. Selling cheap. A newly forged tier 1 mortal weapon, don't miss it. Private photos of the number 1 AV actress from the Little Bird country. Sold only to those who are destined to receive them. The market was filled with the constant calls of vendors. A wide variety of goods are on display. However, Lucci didn't like any of them. Because these are things that can be easily bought outside. However, the price is much higher in this market than outside. In the outside world, a single blood recovery pill can be obtained for just 5 low-grade spirit stones. However, it sold for the high price of 10 low-grade spirit stones here. But apart from the high prices, this market doesn't seem to have anything special about it. This disappointed Lucci somewhat. This black market was completely different from what I had imagined. Young man, you seem to have a lot of energy at your young age. Why don't you buy some boudoir photos? I have all the goods from the Little Bird country. It's just that the prices, you know what I mean. A middle-aged man wearing sunglasses and a large black trench coat noticed Lucci wandering around the market. It seems I haven't found a product I like yet. She stepped forward and whispered to Lucci. Lucci looked at the sunglasses-wearing uncle with a perverted expression. I didn't have any good feelings towards her. This guy looks like he's selling pirated DVDs. Lucci would never stoop to associating with such a person. Sorry, I'm not into that. You should go find someone else. Lucci refused outright. Then he turned to leave. Bite. Investment opportunities detected. Investment target, Homu. Investment item, 100 low-grade spirit stones. Investment details, black market guide. Due to the inability to recruit new members, this guide's performance is at the bottom among all guides and urgently needs 100 spirit stones to boost performance. Return on investment, 1 boosting pill. Just then, the system's voice rang out in Lucci's mind once again. Lucci was taken aback. I never expected that the man in sunglasses in front of me would be my investment target. Moreover, according to the investment details, the man's identity is far from simple. The leader of the black market. Lucci glanced again at the noisy market behind him. Suddenly, it seemed like I understood something. From the very beginning, he felt that this market was quite ordinary. Aside from the extremely high prices of the goods being bought and sold, there was almost nothing particularly special about it. Only now did Lucci understand. It turned out that the noisy market in front of him was not a real black market at all. This might just be a cover for the black market. However, to enter the real black market, you need a guide. Lucci immediately felt fortunate. If it weren't for the system, I might have missed this opportunity. However, he cannot turn back immediately, because Homu is the worst performer among the leaders. So when they see this unfamiliar face of their own, they will definitely seize the opportunity. He voluntarily recommended himself to enter the black market. So now all I need to do is play hard to get. Hey, don't go yet. If you don't like the ones from the Little Bird country, I have domestically made ones here. And they're absolutely top quality. Seeing that Lucci was about to leave, the man in sunglasses quickly said something. All of this was within Lucci's expectations. However, upon hearing about high-quality domestic products, Lucci couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. High-quality domestic products? I have to pay to see this? www.com. Isn't it easy to solve this in one step? Seeing that Lucci was still about to leave, the man in sunglasses strode forward and stopped him. Before Lucci could react, he immediately unfolded his large black trench coat. Then a golden light emanated from the black trench coat. Lucci felt as if a new world had been opened up for him. He stared at the trench coat, examining it closely. He swallowed hard as he watched. How about that? Now you know how powerful I am, right? Seeing that Lucci was already engrossed in it, the man in sunglasses said with great pride. No one could remain calm after seeing what lay beneath his trench coat. Seeing that Lucci had taken the bait, he simply pulled up his trench coat. That's enough. Uncle, you're really something. How about we talk in private for a bit? Lucci also became somewhat interested in this middle-aged man and said with a smile. Okay, I don't have a stall. Come over here and let's talk in detail. The middle-aged man smiled, revealing his large yellow teeth, and then led Lucci into a dark alley. The alley was very dark. There was only a faint light. Tell me what you want, I have everything. Seeing that no one was around, the uncle whispered to Lucci. His tone was tentative. If Lucci wasn't after the black market, then even a newcomer would be of no value to him. After all, this market is very conspicuous, and many people stumble into it every day. Not everyone is a target customer. Uncle, let's get straight to the point. I didn't come here to watch your movie. You're not here to sell porn, are you? Black market guide. Lucci realized that the man in sunglasses was testing him, so he shook his head and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Homu's sunglasses twitched, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Ha, young man, you're really straightforward. You actually figured it out. It seems someone must have introduced you here. That's right. I am Homu, the guide to the underground trade. I will lead you into the real black market. But before entering the black market, Homu paused here. They didn't continue. Instead, he revealed a sly smile and looked at Lucci. This is the guide's rule, you need to pay an entrance fee when entering the black market for the first time. However, once you have a guide, you won't need to pay to enter the black market anymore. Upon seeing this, Lucci took out 100 low-grade spirit stones from his system space without saying a word. He handed it to Homu. Homu paused when he saw the heavy bag of spirit stones. After a careful inventory, there were a full 100 low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Homu's breathing became rapid. He did not mention the price of the admission fee. However, most people would only give 20 or 30 low-grade spirit stones at most. Lucci actually gave him 100 low-grade spirit stones in one go. And they didn't seem to care at all. In Fenglan province, who can provide so many spirit stones? He's obviously rich. This made Homu take another look at Lucci. Lucci looks very young. Based on his speculation, they should be students from the Martial Arts Academy. It should be noted that students of the Martial Arts Academy, excluding mission rewards, 100 low-grade spirit stones might be their annual salary. This young man in front of me is definitely not simple. Thinking about this, Homu began to take Lucci more seriously. This young man might be the young master of a wealthy family, or a major client. My future performance might depend on him. Homu was overjoyed. With Lucci around, I won't be at the bottom of the black market anymore. He had already figured out how to fleece Lucci in the future. Lucci was delighted to see him put the spirit stones away. Bite. Investment successful. Chapter 5 Investing in the Master of Wanbage. Bite. Investment successful. One power boosting pill has been awarded and added to the system inventory. Just as Homu was thinking about how to get something out of Lucci, Lucci had already obtained benefits from him. The power boosting pill is not a rare elixir. However, it can still be sold for 5 mid-grade spirit stones on the market. That's equivalent to 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Although this investment didn't yield a huge profit, it was still worthwhile. The power boosting pill has the effect of temporarily increasing combat power. Moreover, it has no side effects. Homu what has been identified as a potential long-term investment. Should I open the Homu long-term investment template? After the investment returns were deposited into the system once again prompted that the investment could be made for the long term. Upon seeing this, Lucci immediately became interested. Yes. He decisively chose to adopt a long-term investment approach. After all, investment targets aren't something you can just come across easily. There is a long-term investment opportunity. You can keep taking advantage of one person. The next moment, a blue light screen appeared in front of Lucci. Investment target, Homu. Current cultivation level, peak 3rd grade awakener. Highest return on investment, become the future owner of Wanbage. With continued investment, Wanbage will become your personal treasury. P.S. Please wait for the next investment opportunity. Upon seeing this, Lucci's eyes lit up. Master of Wanbage. My own future savings. Wouldn't that mean I could get whatever I needed from Wanbage for free in the future? Good. That's great. Although he didn't know what Wanbage was, it sounded very high-end. However, there was another thing that surprised Lu Qi. Homu was merely a guide on the periphery. He actually possesses the strength of a peak third-rank expert. It should be noted that even the instructors at Fenglan Martial Academy have an average strength of only around the third rank. An outsider in the black market actually possesses the strength of a peak third-rank expert. So how powerful must this black market be overall? Could it be even more powerful than the Ministry of Justice in Fenglan Province? Ha, look how polite you are. If you need any supplies in the future, just contact me and I'll prepare them for you in advance. Also, if you encounter any trouble, you can contact me. As long as the money is right, the black market will solve it for you. After Homu put away the spirit stone bag, he laughed loudly at Lu Qi. He dared not neglect the young master in front of him now. He took out a business card and handed it to Lu Qi. Lu Qi took the business card and glanced at it. The business card contained Homu's personal information. Lu Qi silently noted down the contact information on the business card, just in case he needed supplies in the future. Having Homu make the arrangements in advance will save a lot of time. Homu was like Lu Qi's personal assistant in the black market. Lu Qi also receives a commission when he spends money on the black market. So, can I now enter the real black market? Lu Qi put away the business card and then said to Homu in a calm tone. Of course, please follow me. Homu smiled and led the way for Lu Qi. He led Lu Qi out of the fake black market. They went to a nearby phone booth. He then took out a black card. Inserted into the card slot at the bottom of the phone. Identity verification successful. Welcome, the worst performer. The next moment, a mechanical sound came from the phone booth. Then the phone booth seemed to lose weight and descended rapidly. Upon hearing the words bottom-ranked king, Homu stomped his foot angrily and said, "Shut up. After I finish this deal, let's see who dares to call me the worst performer." When Lu Qi saw this scene, he found it rather amusing. The future master of Wanbage was actually ridiculed as the bottom-ranked king. The phone booth descended for about 2 minutes before finally stopping. The moment the mechanical gate opened, a brand new world appeared before Lu Qi's eyes. This place is completely different from the previous black market in the greenhouse. This place is very bustling. Because it is located underground, it is filled with dazzling neon lights. Even skyscrapers are included. This place is practically a bustling metropolis. Lu Qi couldn't believe that such an underground place existed in Fenglan Province. Welcome to the real underground black market, located 10,000 meters underground. Here you can buy anything you need. Don't panic. The black market in almost every city is this size. You can think of the black market as a separate city. Also, I will give you a copy of the identity card you just entered the black market. That way, I will receive a message and be ready to assist you as soon as you enter the black market using the identity card. Homu smiled as he looked at Lu Qi's shocked expression. Everyone who comes to the underground black market for the first time shows the same expression as Lu Qi. Because they simply cannot imagine how thriving the real underground black market truly is. After hearing Homu's introduction, Lu Qi couldn't help but swallow hard. The black market is actually located 10,000 meters underground. It is incredible that a city of this scale could be built so deep underground. It must cost a lot. This made Lu Qi curious about what kind of person the black market owner would be. They actually spent a huge sum of money to build such a massive underground empire. Now you can tell me what goods you want, and I will immediately find suppliers and sellers. Homu smiled slightly at Lu Qi and said, "A young master like Lu Qi who spends lavishly. The things they want must be very valuable. This deal might just be the key to making him a fortune. I just want to buy a martial arts technique that I can practice, but I haven't decided what kind of technique it should be." Lu Qi stroked his chin and said, "The best martial arts technique is the one that suits you best. If a person is extremely thin and practices overly powerful martial arts techniques, they will not be able to unleash the full potential of those techniques in battle. Martial arts skills, well, I don't need to prepare anything for you in advance. Just go to the literature pavilion and choose one yourself. The one pavilion contains all the martial arts books available on the black market, and the variety of manuals is almost comparable to the Federation's archives. You're sure to find the martial arts technique you need there." After hearing Lu Qi's request, Homu nodded and said, He then pointed in the direction of Wenge. In the heart of the black market, there are two tall buildings. One of them is the Wind Pavilion in the black market. Alright, let's go and take a look at the Wind Pavilion then. Lucci nodded after hearing this. A library of documents the same size as the Federal Archives. He'd really like to see it for himself. Soon the two arrived at the foot of the tall building in the very center of the black market. During this time, Homu showed Lucci the bustling black market. This place is like a futuristic cyberpunk city. Each shop sold goods that Lucci had never heard of before. Welcome to Wenge. What would you like to order? As soon as they entered the Wind Pavilion, a sales assistant in a bodycon uniform came up to them and greeted them. The black uniform accentuated her figure perfectly. Chapter 6, Choosing a Martial Art, the Mighty Fist? The sales assistant gave Lucci a very charming smile. Her smile was very gentle. Because Lucci was very handsome, he immediately attracted the attention of the other sales assistants present. Moreover, those who can afford to shop on the black market are generally not short of money. And he was a very young man, inexperienced in the ways of the world, and easily deceived. Young, rich, and handsome men are the primary targets for these sales associates. Once you've climbed that ladder, it's a long-term meal ticket. However, when the sales assistant saw that it was Homu who brought it, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Then his eyes curved into crescent shapes, as if mocking. After all, Homu was the worst performer in the black market. And this has been going on for several years in a row. It's a miracle that they weren't fired from the black market. It's rare for me to bring guests today. The sales assistants around also smiled. Surprisingly, this bottom-performing company actually opened for business. However, her excellent professionalism made her suppress her smile. Make your smile look more gentle. However, Homu could tell that these people were laughing at him. I want a martial arts manual that suits me. Lucci ignored the undercurrents. Backstabbing and infighting were common in the industry. Having experienced 2 lifetimes, he was no longer surprised. All he wants now is to buy a martial arts technique that suits him as soon as possible. No problem. May I ask what your current cultivation level is? The sales assistant smiled slightly at Lucci and said, Martial arts skills are not necessarily better the stronger they are. The best martial arts technique is the one that suits you best. If one were to forcibly cultivate a martial art that can only be mastered at the 9th rank while still at the 1st rank, it would be impossible. The worst outcome is that one cannot withstand the power within, thus losing all cultivation and exploding to death. Of course, this situation only occurs when the gap between martial arts skills and one's own strength is too large. If it's only slightly beyond that, it's still possible to cultivate. I'm currently at the mid-stage of the 2nd rank, so I'd better find a 3rd rank martial skill. After thinking for a moment, Lucci spoke to the sales assistant. A mid-stage 2nd rank cultivator is more than capable of mastering 3rd rank martial arts techniques. Just as Lucci revealed that he was a mid-stage 2nd rank awakened individual. The sales assistant in front of him, as well as everyone around him, looked on with surprise. Because Lucci looks to be only a teenager. He looks very young. And how old are you? The sales assistant couldn't help but ask. After all, it's rare to encounter such a young mid-stage rank 2 expert, even in the black market. 18. Lucci was a little puzzled as to why the purchasing agent asked this question. You probably don't need to know these things to buy martial arts techniques. However, I still answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, the purchasing agent blushed slightly, then looked down and said, Ahem, I can tell you're quite old, but I was asking about your age. As for other matters, you can get to know me better in private. The female personal shoppers around them also cast envious glances. I'm talking about age, can't you tell? Lucci was even more confused after hearing this. I stated my age from the beginning. After all, he had just been admitted to the martial arts academy and was at most 18 years old. As for other places, they might be over 18. Are you really only 18 years old? To have cultivated to the 2nd rank at the age of 18, he is truly a promising young man. This is my business card. My name is Mushi. If you want to buy anything from Wenge in the future, you can contact me directly. After hearing Lucci's very serious answer, the sales assistant swallowed hard and said. She emphasized the words anything is fine in particular. An 18-year-old mid-stage 2nd rank awakened being is already quite remarkable in a 2nd-tier province like Fenglan province. After all, the only requirement for admission to Fenglan Martial Academy is that one's cultivation level reaches the 1st rank. With his mid-stage second rank strength, Lu Qi could easily be admitted to a higher-level martial arts academy in another province. Furthermore, Lu Qi was able to be brought into the black market. This indicates that they have sufficient funds and the ability to purchase on the black market. This guy is handsome, rich, young, and incredibly capable, and most importantly, he has huge biceps. It's absolutely a hot commodity. The sales assistant was determined to win over Lu Qi no matter what. Since Lu Qi has come to shop, tonight might be the best opportunity. Thank you. May we take a look at the martial arts techniques now? Lu Qi accepted Mu Xi's business card. I glanced at the business card briefly. The business card also included a photo of Mu Xi, who looked quite alluring. However, the real person still has more charm. Okay, no problem. I'll take you to the rank 3 martial arts repository right away. Mu Xi nodded, then made a gesture of invitation. They then led him into the Wen Pavilion. Homu, however, did not follow. Once he introduces the buyer to the seller, his role as a guide is complete. After that, all you have to do is wait for your commission. The two quickly arrived at the 3rd floor of Wenge. It's very quiet here. Towering bookshelves stand here. Looking around, you can't even see where the bookshelves end. Lu Qi had no idea how many martial arts books were collected here. But it's definitely no less than 10,000 copies. This place contains all the lower-grade martial arts techniques and some books collected from the black market. Each book has a clearly marked price, and you can freely choose from them here. I'll be waiting for you here. Just come find me here after you've found the martial arts technique you need. Mu Xi smiled slightly at Lu Qi and said in a friendly manner. Lu Qi nodded to her. Then they entered the quiet Wen Pavilion. He went straight to the 3rd-grade martial arts area and began to select martial arts techniques. However, there are still many martial arts books here. It will be difficult to make a decision in a short time. Lu Qi selected books from the vast sea of books. His gaze soon settled on a martial arts manual called Jinhao Fist. Powerful Fist. Such a simple and direct name sounds incredibly powerful. Lu Qi took the Powerful Fist from the bookshelf, and the system's voice sounded again the next moment. Bite. Martial arts technique Powerful Fist detected. This book contains a 3rd-rank, low-level martial art technique created by the Fist Master Jinhao. It boasts extremely high critical damage against female opponents. Furthermore, it has the legendary feat of when the Powerful Fist is unleashed, the entire arena cheers. Weakness: only deals damage to female opponents. Over 170 bugs have been detected throughout the book. Assessed as utter garbage. Absolutely no investment or cultivation value. Lu Qi was stunned after reading the system's introduction to the Jinhao Fist. It can deal extremely high critical damage to females. But it only harms females? This is so useless. Lu Qi decisively put the martial arts manual back on the bookshelf. However, I didn't expect that the system could even detect whether a martial arts technique is worth learning. This saved Lu Qi a lot of trouble. With the system, you can easily choose the most suitable martial arts technique from a bunch of them. Chapter 7: The Buried Divine Skill. The Chaotic Stone Hammer Technique, Rank 3, Initial Stage, 27 flaws detected, prone to accidental damage. This is classified as garbage, don't follow this example. Roaring Technique, Rank 3, Initial Stage, 46 flaws detected, prone to causing throat inflammation. This is rubbish, learning from it will strain your voice. The Evil Repelling Sword Technique, Mid-Rank 3, 13 flaws detected. To practice this technique, one must castrate oneself. P.S. After castration, the technique is immediately perfected, and its power skyrockets. Cultivation is not recommended, but if you don't want to be childless, you can give it a try. Lu Qi had spent most of the day wandering around the 3rd-grade martial arts area. System prompts kept popping up. However, most of the comments are saying that martial arts techniques are trash. These martial arts techniques are either too flawed or they are so ineffective that they would harm the enemy while also damaging oneself. The only mid-level rank 3 martial arts technique with relatively few flaws actually requires self-castration. Lu Qi wandered around for half a day, but there were almost no martial arts techniques he could learn. Does such a vast literary library not contain a single martial arts technique with few flaws that doesn't require the use of the uterus? Lu Qi walked to the corner of the bookshelf, sat down, and said helplessly. Just then, he felt something soft and yielding behind him. I reached out and touched it. Bite. Martial arts technique Shattering Star Fist Fragment. Detected. The Shattering Star Fist, due to its incomplete state, the martial arts quality has been reduced to the high-grade 3rd rank. A supreme martial art created by an ancient master, once mastered, it can shatter stars in the sky with a single punch from afar. Its power is incomparably immense, earning it the title of a divine skill, shaking the ages. 280 vulnerabilities detected. Assessment result, worth a try. If the martial arts techniques are completed in the future, it will advance to a divine skill. From bicycle to motorcycle. A look of surprise immediately appeared in Lucci's eyes. He then took a book out from behind his back. The books were covered in a thick layer of dust. Blow it away gently. The book cover was revealed, and it was indeed the book Shattering Star Fist. I never expected there would be a martial arts manual in this inconspicuous corner. Star Shattering Fist, a divine technique created by a powerful being in ancient times, capable of shattering stars with a single punch from a distance. No matter how you look at it, this martial arts manual boils down to 2 words. Awesome. Although it is only a fragment, it still has the quality of a high-grade 3rd rank. This shows just how exquisite the complete technique is. However, due to its incompleteness, it has quite a few flaws. However, in terms of power and practicality, this martial art is much more cost-effective than all the other martial arts techniques on this level. Lucci now only needs one martial arts technique to transition from 2nd to 3rd rank. As for the future, it would be best if we could collect all of this divine skill. If he cannot collect them all, he can also practice other martial arts techniques. There is no conflict. That's it. Without further hesitation, Lucci picked up the Shattering Star Fist and headed towards Mushi. Meanwhile, Mushi was still waiting in the same spot. Because Lucci took far too long to make his selection. You need to know. People like Mushi can't stay idle. Making her wait is simply a waste of her life. At that moment, she was using a communicator to tell her friend on the other end what had just happened. You know what? I met a total dream guy today. He's handsome, young, only 18, and incredibly rich. Most importantly, he's in good health, I mean cultivation level. He's already reached the mid-stage of the 2nd rank at such a young age. As for physical strength, I'll have to try it to find out. What young heartthrob. This is practically my little emperor. Mushi smiled as she spoke into the communicator. The words described Lucci's handsome appearance in great detail. And his powerful physique. She's even fantasizing about the sex position tutorial tonight. I was so excited that I almost forgot myself. Little did she know that Lucci had already arrived behind her. Upon hearing this, Lucci's eye twitched, feeling like prey being targeted. Then I saw Mushi's plump buttocks. It's as if she's conquered countless men. He unconsciously tightened his belt. Ahem, I've made my selection. Shall we go pay now? Lucci coughed lightly twice, trying to get Mushi's attention while also covering up his embarrassment. Mushi also noticed Lucci at this time. The laughter and boasting that had been going on abruptly stopped. Seeing this, Lucci thought Mushi would feel embarrassed because of this, and was about to say something. But at that moment, Mushi showed no sign of shyness whatsoever. Instead, she licked her lips at Lucci and said in a very ambiguous voice, "You heard everything just now, didn't you?" This display of force truly stunned Lucci. He originally thought that Mushi would be shy like a little girl after he had caught her. Then he put aside his thoughts and waited to put them into practice. Who knew she would be so bold? But thinking about it, it makes sense. She's a female warrior who has conquered countless men. How could she possibly show her shy side in front of an 18-year-old boy? After hesitating for a moment, Lucci said to Mushi, "No. I didn't hear anything. I just got back." He didn't want to get too entangled with Mushi. After all, he was only 18 years old, and still a fledgling. If I were to dedicate the most important experience of my life to a battle-hardened woman, that would be a huge loss. Hee, you don't need to be shy. In the black market, as long as you have money, you can buy anything. Mushi smiled faintly at the young and inexperienced Lucci, as if she had seen through everything. He then continued, "It seems you've chosen the martial art you need. Now, follow me." She saw that Lucci was holding a very old-looking book in his hand. She had never seen this book before. But I don't care. The library was very large, and it contained a great many books. She doesn't know all the books. It's perfectly normal to encounter books you don't recognize. Soon, Mushi brought Lucci back to the front desk. "This is where you settle your bill." Katie, let's calculate the money. Mushi greeted Katie, who was sitting at the front desk. Lucci then placed his shattering star fist in front of him, awaiting the outcome. Katie got up with practiced ease, but as she picked up the star-shattering fist, her eyes suddenly turned strange. Because many people come to Winch to shop. Once the martial arts books in the One Pavilion are sold, staff will immediately replace them with new ones. Therefore, most of the martial arts techniques look brand new. However, Lucci's shattering star fist manual looks very old. It seems to have been buried for a long time. When Katie searched for the book by its number, she found that it was indeed the first volume. Since the establishment of Winch, it has always been on the third floor. Perhaps because it is too inconspicuous, no one has ever bought it. Because this martial arts manual had no sales, the Winch Pavilion had stopped printing it. After all, if something can't make money, printing more of it will only occupy inventory. You have a good eye for things, you even managed to find such an old antique. This might be the only one left on the black market right now. Katie smiled and Lucci said. Chapter 8, Winch Platinum Member. Searching for the remaining fragments. It seems I'm quite lucky I've actually found a priceless, unique copy. How much does this book cost? Lucci smiled and asked Katie. Its original price wasn't cheap. It said that our Fonlon Black Market Winchfield department paid a great price to obtain this book. So the original price was 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, or 50 mid-grade spirit stones. However, since sales are not ideal and we are no longer selling to the public, I can give you a discount. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, or 10 mid-grade spirit stones will do. Katie gave Lucci a charming smile and said. The price of the shattering starfist was reduced from 50,000 to 10,000. However, Mushi, who was standing to the side, looked at Katie with a strange expression after hearing this. This martial arts manual is no longer selling well, which means it's practically worthless. I'd even give it away for free. However, as a black market seller, making a profit from customers is naturally the best option. Mushi realized that Katie was trying to swindle Lucci out of money. But she didn't stop it. Because she also wanted to see just how much wealth Lucci actually had. If you can't even come up with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, then you should seriously reconsider your future cooperation. 10,000? No problem. Lucci remained unmoved upon hearing the price. After all, it doesn't matter whether it's 10,000 low-grade spirit stones or 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. He's presentable in every way. After all, he had billions of low-grade spirit stones in his possession. In his eyes, this amount of money was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Moreover, the value of the shattering starfist far exceeds 10,000 spirit stones. Lucci then generously took out a storage bag containing 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was placed at the front desk. Katie and Mushi were surprised to see that Lucci had so readily and decisively taken out 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. He was also taken aback. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones is no small sum. For an 18-year-old student, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones were an astronomical figure in their eyes. After all, the Martial Arts Academy's monthly salary is only a few low-grade spirit stones. Lucci, however, took out the money without any hesitation. At this moment, Mushi was even more certain that Lucci's background was definitely not simple. In any case, students as generous as Lucci are rare in Fonlon province. Only the disciples of a few aristocratic families could be so generous. After packing up the shattering starfist, Katie then took out a form and said to Lucci, "This martial arts manual is now yours. Since this is your first time visiting Wongu, we will give you a free platinum membership card, which will give you a 15% discount on books at Wongu. May I ask your name?" As she spoke, she picked up a pen to record Lucci's personal information. Upon hearing this, Lucci raised an eyebrow. Get a free platinum membership card with your first purchase? However, the requirements for obtaining a membership card are clearly written on the wall at the front desk. I want to become a platinum member. Within a minimum of 365 days, you must spend 500,000 low-grade spirit stones or 500 mid-grade spirit stones at Wenj. Only then are they eligible to apply. This time, the free gift was clearly not because Lucci was a newcomer. People who can work in the black market are all very discerning. They could tell just from Lucci's generosity. Lucci's purchasing power is absolutely worthy of this platinum membership card. Moreover, the sales staff at Wenj also have the right to give away free gift cards every month, in order to boost consumption at Wenj. No problem, my name is Lucci. Lucci thought for a moment and then said to Katie, "Since it's a free membership card, why not take it? Moreover, the privileges for members are indeed very attractive." "Okay, Mr. Lucci." Katie quickly wrote it down in the form, then looked up and asked, "And what is your contact number?" "Do we need to ask for the contact number too?" Lucci asked, pausing for a moment. Privacy is of utmost importance in the black market. They generally don't ask guests for their personal information. Lucci was able to tell them his name because he trusted the black market. "Yes, since your membership level is platinum, we will notify you as soon as we have any events. Furthermore, if you require a specific type of martial arts technique that we don't have, we will search for it for you and contact you through our member communication system once we find it." Katie nodded in response. Upon hearing this, Lucci's eyes suddenly lit up. "I do indeed need to find martial arts techniques. Perhaps I can use the Wingu to find the rest of the Shattering Starfist scrolls. This will save you a lot of trouble." So he readily gave out his communicator number. 12x times x times x times x times 89. Katie quickly wrote it down and then entered the information into the computer. Meanwhile, Mushi, who was standing nearby, also carefully wrote down Lucci's contact information. Soon, a light blue platinum membership card was delivered to Lucci. "Mr. Lucci, this is your membership card. From now on, you can enjoy the benefits of a platinum member. From now on, the training room on the second floor will be open to you. If you wish, you can test the power of your martial arts techniques in the training room on the second floor," Katie said to Lucci with a professional smile. Then he pointed towards the second floor. Lucci glanced at it but ignored it, turning back to Katie and saying, "I have a request right now, I wonder if you can handle it?" Katie and Mushi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. They were right about who they were looking for. Lucci was indeed a major client. "I just bought a slow-selling martial arts manual worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. I didn't expect them to be sending money again so soon." "Of course, what are your needs?" Katie said to Lucci with a smile. This time, her smile was no longer stiff, but a genuine smile from the heart. "This Shattering Starfist manual is only incomplete. Can you find a way to complete the entire Shattering Starfist manual?" Lucci pointed to the Shattering Starfist in his hand and said to Katie, This is quite difficult, because according to records, Arwen Pavilion made considerable sacrifices to obtain this martial arts manual. If we want to collect all the martial arts techniques in this book, I'm afraid," Katie said hesitantly. "It looks like a very difficult situation." Lucci could tell from her eyes that Katie wasn't lying. "Price is not a problem, as long as we know the rest of the Shattering Starfist techniques." As someone in the know, Lucci understood the terror of the Shattering Starfist. They naturally knew that acquiring such powerful martial arts techniques would require paying a huge price. "I need to report your request to my superiors. After all, to tell you the truth, according to the records, we lost 1 4th grade awakened and 3 peak 3rd grade awakened in order to obtain this Shattering Starfist manual. But as you've seen from the sales figures of the Shattering Starfist, nobody is willing to practice even a fragment of the manual." Katie sighed and said to Lucci, "Wen suffered a great loss in order to obtain this fragment. They had originally hoped to make a comeback with this incomplete scroll. Unexpectedly, because it was an incomplete scroll, many people were very resistant to this martial arts manual. In the end, it was buried in a corner of the library and no one paid any attention to it." Chapter 9. I can crush a mountain with one punch. Just go ahead and ask. If it doesn't work, then forget about it," Lucci said to Katie in a calm tone. He knew that in the black market, everything revolved around profit. "Okay, please wait here for me for a moment." Seeing Lucci's insistence, Katie didn't say anything more. After nodding, he left. At this moment, only Lucci and Mushi were in front of the stage. Mushi looked at Lucci with a charming smile and said to him, "It will take at least an hour for Katie to get permission from her superiors. Mr. Lucci, you are now our platinum member. How about you come with me to the members-only private room to rest?" As Mushi spoke, she licked her lips. Her large, plump buttocks and ample breast swayed from side to side. Then he gradually approached Lucci, until Lucci could feel 2 soft touches. At this point, there was no distance between the two. If you enter a private room, the distance between the two people might become negative. Seeing this, Lucci couldn't help but swallow hard. Faced with such temptation, an ordinary student would have already pounced on their prey like a hungry tiger. They washed away the Mushi River. But Lu Qi is no ordinary person. Having lived 2 lives, he ultimately held back. Because he has more important things to do. Forget about the private room, didn't you just say I could go into the training room on the 2nd floor? I want to test the power of this martial arts technique there first. Lu Qi pushed Mushi away and said. While Katie was busy consulting with her superiors, Lu Qi didn't want to be idle either. He wanted to test the power of the shattering star fist first. Lu Qi then ignored Mushi and headed straight for the 2nd floor. His platinum membership is considered very prestigious within Wongu. So no one will stop them. Only Mushi stood there, stunned. She hadn't realized that she had already taken such an active and seductive approach. Lu Qi remained unmoved. They even wanted to test the power of a tattered scroll first. Am I really less alluring than a tattered scroll? She looked at herself and saw that she had at least a D cup. This is something many men dream of. But he was actually ignored by an 18-year-old kid. Snort! Thinking of this, Mushi stomped her foot angrily. Then they followed. The 2nd floor of Wenj Pavilion. This is a training room exclusively for members. There are many small cubicles here. Once inside the cubicle, you can begin the simulation training. During simulated training, you can act freely without worrying about damaging the surrounding environment. Lu Qi used his platinum membership card. They then entered one of the cubicles. The cubicle is very small, only about 5 square meters. The walls were all white. After Lu Qi entered the cubicle, a mechanical sound rang out. Identity verification successful. Welcome to Platinum Membership, Lu Qi. Please select the mode, Single-Player Training Simulation Opponent Attack and Defense Simulation. A blue screen appeared in front of Lu Qi's eyes. Single-player training simulations are used to train martial arts skills. In the opponent's attack and defense simulation, the cubicle will use high technology to create a projected opponent. To engage in battle with them. Lu Qi couldn't help but marvel at how advanced Wenj's technology was. It can even simulate battles between opponents using projection. However, Lu Qi doesn't need it right now. He only wanted to familiarize himself with the shattering starfist technique first. Therefore, I chose single-player training simulation. Single-player training simulation has been selected. Please continue to select the simulation environment, desert, plains, mountains, rocks. The system prompted for another selection. This time, many environmental options were provided. Lu Qi glanced at it briefly. They then chose the rocky forest. Because the star-shattering fist has the power to shatter stars. Although what I have is just a fragment, it shouldn't be a problem to smash some rocks. Therefore, the rocky forest is the best training environment. Map search complete. Training simulation begins. After the mechanical voice finished speaking, the small white cubicle began to change. It was as if space itself was distorted. Everything around us began to become chaotic. The next moment, the small cubicle instantly transformed into a rocky forest filled with scattered stones. Lu Qi was taken aback as he looked at the incredibly realistic surroundings. These rocks look just like the real thing. It feels like rough, uneven rocks when touched. Cold and hard. And if you keep walking forward, the originally small cubicle seems to have no end. Even the surrounding smells had turned into the musty odor of the stones. If I didn't know that all of this was a simulation, Lu Qi might genuinely believe he was deep within a chaotic forest of rocks. However, it is precisely because this place is so realistic. Therefore, it is also more suitable for martial arts training. After getting familiar with the environment, Lu Qi did not hesitate. He immediately sat down, flipped through the Shattering Starfist manual, and began practicing. He quickly memorized all the mental techniques of the Shattering Starfist. He got up and began to practice his exercises. He clenched his fists and unleashed a set of punches at the rocks. Boom! A loud bang was heard. Lu Qi's fist slammed hard into the rocks. The 3-meter-tall boulder actually developed a huge dent under the force of that punch. If others were to witness the power of this punch, they will definitely be shocked. Because this punch doesn't involve any supernatural power. They managed to dent such a hard boulder simply by brute force. If Lu Qi's mid-stage second-rank power were added, that boulder might have already been shattered. However, Lu Qi didn't do much of that, because that would negate the training effect. The effect he wanted was to shatter a boulder with a single punch without using any special abilities. Only in this way can you see how well you have mastered the shattering star fist. However, Lu Qi was still somewhat dissatisfied with the deep indentation. According to the records in the fragments, the first volume of the shattering star fist technique also possesses the power to shatter a mountain peak with a single punch. But now he can't even break a 3-meter high boulder. But Lu Qi was not discouraged. After all, this is only the beginning of practice. For a first punch to have such power is already quite impressive. They then resumed training. He activated his inner energy technique and struck the boulder with pure brute force. It keeps running and keeps hitting. The boulder was repeatedly struck. The depression is getting deeper and deeper. I don't know how much time has passed. After Lu Qi threw his 14th punch, the boulder finally broke apart. It broke into dust. 14 punches shattered a boulder more than 3 meters high. Mu Shi also witnessed this scene outside the training room. But she didn't find it particularly novel. Shattering a 3-meter boulder with 14 punches is not an outstanding achievement among mid-stage second-rank awakened beings. However, she did not know that Lu Qi had not used any special abilities at all. They shattered the boulder entirely by brute force. Lu Qi then launched an attack on a new boulder. This time, he only needed 12 punches to shatter the 3-meter high boulder. They then replaced it with a 4-meter high boulder. This time, it only took 9 punches to shatter it. Lu Qi could feel his power constantly increasing. After several rounds, he was able to shatter a 5-meter high boulder with a single punch without using any special abilities. Reaching this level of cultivation has already met Lu Qi's expectations. Lu Qi checked the time. An hour and a half has passed without us realizing it. By this time, Katie should have already finished reporting to her superiors. This training session should be coming to an end. However, before ending, Lu Qi wanted to test what kind of power he could unleash when using his superpower. Let's get right to it. He arrived at the largest boulder in the rocky forest. This boulder is about 20 meters high. His body activated the shattering star fist once more. This time, an extremely domineering aura enveloped him. With the aid of superpowers, this aura seemed capable of shattering mountains. Oh! One punch. The sky is falling and the earth is cracking. A terrifying power swept outwards. The boulder, which was over 20 meters high, shattered instantly. Not only that, even the surrounding boulders are the same. Under this terrifying aura, they all shattered one by one. Centered on Lu Qi, all the boulders within a radius of several thousand meters were shattered into dust. This isn't over yet. The next moment, the simulated virtual environment also broke down. Warn! Warn! A powerful enemy attack detected. Chapter 10, only 50 million in compensation? That terrified me. Alarm! A powerful enemy attack detected. Alert! Alert! Alarms blared from within the pavilion. Soon, Wenj was put into red alert mode. Many customers who were still shopping in the pavilion were taken aback. One pavilion under attack? Wouldn't anyone be foolish enough to target Wengu on the black market? The guests in the pavilion were not alarmed at all. In fact, they found it rather interesting. This is the underground black market. It is one of the largest underground forces in the Federation. And the Wenj is an important organization in the black market. How dare someone attack one pavilion? Isn't that just asking for death? Let's not even talk about the fact that Wengu itself has such great strength. This place is a black market. The area is full of people from the black market. If anyone dares to attack the core organization of the black market here, they will be surrounded and wiped out by all forces in the black market immediately. There was absolutely no hope of escape. Even powerful forces that have grievances against the black market wouldn't be foolish enough to target it. That would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. The 9th floor of the Wenj building. The senior offices of Wengu. Who is it? How dare they target my Wen pavilion on the black market? A woman in a black cheongsam frowned after feeling a slight tremor in the Wenj building. Wenj has been established in the black market for so long and has never been attacked. Chairman Yu, has something happened? Katie spoke cautiously to the woman in front of her. The person referred to as Chairman Yu is the agent of the Wenj black market in Fenglan province. It's the top floor of Fenglan Wenj. Therefore, she dared not be negligent. It's nothing, It's probably just some clueless troublemaker. However, attacking one pavilion is no small matter. I need to go and see for myself, and while I'm at it, I'll also check out that 18-year-old mid-stage second-ranked genius you mentioned. Chairman Yu glanced at Katie and said calmly. He then got up and was about to go downstairs. Upon hearing this, Katie bowed very respectfully and followed. Second floor training room. Lucci watched as the simulated environment around him began to crumble little by little. His surroundings then returned to their original white cubicle. However, the small cubicle is now dilapidated. The pure white wall became cracked and broken. Cracks are everywhere. The virtual screen shattered at that moment. Lucci paused after seeing this. Could it be that I used too much force and damaged the simulation room? This must cost a lot of money. Lucci became somewhat worried. The black market is notorious for its shady dealings. In the black market, breaking a glass might cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. Lucci smashed a precious simulation training room. Losing hundreds of millions or even millions wouldn't be excessive. However, for Lucci, who has a net worth of tens of billions, it was just a moment of nervousness. He can still afford to pay back that amount of money. However, when he thought about the power he had just unleashed, he started getting excited again, while activating his supernatural abilities. With just one punch, he shattered the entire rocky forest. They even smashed the simulation room. Its power completely exceeded Lucci's expectations. In actual combat, this punch might just cause a third-grade expert to bleed. Seeing such powerful martial arts techniques, Lucci would be willing to spend money to acquire them. Just as Lucci was pondering, the door to the simulation room was opened. A woman wearing a cheongsam and frameless glasses walked in, her high heels clicking. She has a slender and voluptuous figure. She possesses an extraordinary temperament. She is very elegant, giving off the air of a noblewoman. Even Lucci was taken aback when he saw the woman in front of him, because it is truly beautiful. Even Mushi, standing to the side, paled in comparison to her. You must be Lucci? Did you make this commotion? Chairman Yu spoke to Lucci in a gentle voice. She originally intended to deal with the attack before seeing Lucci. But who would have thought that the one who started the alarm was none other than Lucci? Chairman Yu had not expected that Lucci, a mid-stage second-rank awakened individual, would be so powerful. It actually triggered Wen's alarm system. She even checked the surveillance footage for that reason. It was discovered that the reason for the police report was indeed because of Lucci. Chairman Yu also refused to believe that Lucci was merely practicing a martial arts technique. It actually shook the entire Wenge building. But that's the truth. This made Chairman Yu even more curious about Lucci. I'm sorry, I accidentally lost control, but I will compensate for all the damages here. Lucci scratched his head and said somewhat awkwardly. Compensation? Do you know how expensive it is to build a simulation training room? Moreover, you damaged more than just one simulation room. Your attack affected the entire building. This is no small sum. Chairman Yu found it somewhat amusing upon hearing this. Based on the cost of the Wenge simulation room and the nature of the black market, if compensation is sought, it will be no small sum. The huge compensation is enough to bankrupt any wealthy family in Fonlan province. Lucci was just a student at a martial arts academy. How could they possibly afford such an exorbitant compensation? Then name a price that will make me give up. If I really can't afford it, I can prepare to skip out on the bill. Lucci glanced at the more than 9 billion low-grade spirit stones in the system's storage space and said. He wanted to see just how corrupt the black market really was. It's impossible for them to just open their mouths and say 10 billion, right? Since that's the case, interesting. You're quite the straightforward child, but you won't escape the black market. Upon hearing this, Chairman Yu was amused by Lucci. This is the black market. It's full of black market people. Once inside, you're constantly being watched. Trying to skip out on your bill on the black market is simply impossible. Others have thought this way before. The grass on his grave is now 3 meters high. Since that's the case, then let me tell you about it. The cost of building one simulation room is 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. There are a total of 100 simulation rooms on the second floor, all of which need to be inspected. I won't calculate the other losses with you, but you'll need to compensate me for the second floor alone with 50 million low-grade spirit stones. Chairwoman Yu remained gentle and smiled at Lucci as she spoke. In fact, the number she reported was already inflated. The equipment in the simulation room is actually the most common environmental simulation in the Federation. It can be done for a maximum of a few $100,000. However, she wanted to see if Lu Qi could remain as nonchalant as before when faced with exorbitant compensation. Behind Chairman Yu, Mushi and Katie heard about the compensation price of 50 million low-grade spirit stones. They were all taken aback. This price is something most people can never afford in their lifetime. Even the major families of Fenglan province would be crushed by this terrifyingly high price. In their eyes, even if Lu Qi had a powerful background, they were still unaware of his influence. This time, it's likely to be another major financial blow. However, Lu Qi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. 50 million. That scared me. I thought we were really going to go bankrupt. I'll pay in cash. Please check if the amount is correct, and I'll refund any overpayment or charge any underpayment. As Lu Qi spoke, he took out a storage bag containing spirit stones. Give it to Chairperson Yu so she can count it. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Even Chairman Yu's previously amused expression froze instantly. Chapter 11, a bid of 100 million spirit stones shocks everyone. Lu Qi is not joking. If you dare to try to fool Wengu with an empty bag, the consequences will be more than you can bear. Chairman Yu looked at the spiritual artifact in his hand and coldly said to Lu Qi. Even if Lu Qi's family background is powerful enough to pay 50 million spirit stones in compensation. However, he should also consult his family first. Chairman Yu didn't believe that Lu Qi, a student, could produce so many spirit stones. And it was all done with such nonchalance. It seems that the 50 million was just pocket money for him. You can find out if it's real or fake just by counting the numbers. I'm right here, I'm not going anywhere. If there's a problem, you can arrest me anytime. Lu Qi shrugged and said casually. 50 million is just a drop in the ocean compared to his billions in assets. The storage bag he gave out contained more spirit stones than it had. Katie, please check the contents, Chairman Yu said, handing the bag to Katie behind him. Katie respectfully accepted the bag and began to count it. Counting such a large amount of spirit stones takes a lot of time. Everyone watched as Katie counted the items. They were afraid of overlooking or neglecting anything. After an unknown amount of time, Katie put the bag away and said with a look of shock, Chairman Yu, there are a total of over 50.12 million. She hadn't expected that the bag of spirit stones Lu Qi had given her actually contained 50 million low-grade spirit stones. There were even 120,000 spirit stones left over. No one else present had expected this. After hearing Katie's report, Mu Shi. His eyes widened in shock at first. He then immediately became radiant. Lu Qi actually managed to come up with 50 million spirit stones. And they didn't feel any pain at all. It is clear that Lu Qi's backing is even more powerful than imagined. Otherwise, how could an 18-year-old boy be allowed to carry millions of spirit stones with him when he is away from home? In the eyes of other aristocratic families, these tens of millions of spirit stones. It is the foundation, the essence. Some powerful families, even if their entire family were combined, wouldn't be worth 50 million spirit stones. In Lu Qi's hands, it was nothing more than pocket money. Perhaps only the powerful families in the capital have such a profound heritage. In Mushi's eyes, being able to get close to Lu Qi would be like ascending to heaven in one step. Chairman Yu was even more astonished. It's astonishing that a mere teenager could so much spiritual energy at will. Even if she were to come up with 50 million spirit stones right now, she probably couldn't afford it. Because spirit stones are circulating funds, they can come in and go out. If we were to directly take out 50 million spirit stones, this could very well lead to a halt in the flow of spirit stones to Wenge. Therefore, even the one pavilion could not possibly come up with 50 million low-grade spirit stones directly. But Lu Qi did it. There were even 120,000 more. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to actually have some skill. As previously agreed, we will refund the excess of 120,000 yuan. And Katie, how can you only give a platinum membership card to a guest like him? Upgrade Mr. Lu Qi to a diamond membership immediately. Let him enjoy the highest level of membership benefits at Wengu. Chairwoman Yu's attitude changed very quickly, because Lu Qi was now practically her cash cow. Since they are merchants doing business on the black market, they naturally value money highly. Lu Qi could casually throw out 50 million to his customers. Naturally, we received them with the highest courtesy. Moreover, she had just earned tens of millions from Lu Qi, which was more than enough to buy a gold diamond card. Then Chairman Yu was about to return the extra spirit stones in the spirit stone bag to Lu Qi. Although the black market is corrupt, it still values integrity. At that moment, Lu Qi stopped Chairman Yu's movement with his hand. Wait a minute, let's not rush to get a refund. We have other business to discuss. Maybe this money will end up being yours anyway. Lu Qi smiled and said to Chairman Yu. The extra 120,000 spirit stones were not collected. I heard you want to ask us to help you find the other fragments of the shattering star fist? Upon seeing this, Chairman Yu also remembered the real purpose of his visit to Lu Qi. His expression immediately turned serious again. Yes, it's said that you can buy anything on the black market if you have money. This shouldn't be too difficult for you. Lu Qi nodded and smiled faintly at Chairman Yu. He was just practicing the upper part of the shattering star fist. Without using any special abilities, he can shatter a boulder with a single punch. With the aid of his superpowers, he can even shatter rocks within a radius of a kilometer with a single punch. This is just the beginning of its power. As training progresses and Lu Qi becomes more proficient in martial arts. In addition, his own cultivation level improved. Shattering mountains with a single punch wouldn't be a problem. If I could really collect all the star shattering fist techniques, I might actually be able to shatter the stars in the night sky from a distance. In the black market, you can indeed buy anything as long as you have money, but that doesn't mean the black market will accept any request. Do you know how much we paid for this incomplete shattering star fist manual? I'm afraid I can't agree to that. Upon hearing this, Chairman Yu coldly addressed Lu Qi. This book, Shattering Star Fist, is simply a failure of Wengu. Wenj paid a heavy price to get the book back. However, because it was an incomplete scroll, this martial arts manual had never been sold. We want to find someone to do the promotion. However, this martial arts manual only has the first volume, and it is only a third-grade martial arts manual. Those powerful awakened ones would never waste their time cultivating a flawed rank 3 martial skill. This is also why the Shattering Star Fist can't be sold at all. You are a businessman, and as such, everything is negotiable. Besides, you've already seen my capabilities, so why are you worried that I can't afford the price? Lu Qi narrowed his eyes and smiled as he spoke to Chairman Yu. He put an extra 120,000 spirit stones into the spirit stone bag. It was to prove that he was not short of money at all. If the amount given is exactly 50 million spirit stones, it will inevitably raise suspicions. Is this all of Lu Qi's possessions? Besides the 50 million, he couldn't come up with any more spirit stones. However, the extra 120,000 makes people feel that this money may only be the tip of the iceberg of Lu Qi's assets. This is human nature. You are indeed very rich, but can you afford to pay for a human life? Wenj has invested a great deal of resources in training them. If they were to die, do you know how much of a loss that would be for Wenj? Chairman Yu's attitude remained very firm. The previous loss suffered by Wenj was so severe that she learned her lesson. 100 million. I'm willing to pay 100 million low-grade spirit stones to find a fragment of a scroll. If the final loss exceeds 100 million, I'll make up for it. Have you thought this through? Seeing that Chairman Yu was not willing to budge, Lu Qi directly offered an exorbitant price. For a moment, the entire simulation room fell silent. The 3 women from Wengu looked at Lu Qi with utter disbelief. Because the unit 100 million is simply too terrifying. They wouldn't even dare to dream of it. P.S. This is the second update today. 4 updates a day. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. With the gifts in place, updating chapters in a big way is no problem. Chapter 12, Deal completed. Let's go check out the excitement at the Martial Pavilion. 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Faced with the exorbitant price offered by Lu Qi, Chairman Yu suddenly fell silent. Her guiding principle was that she didn't want any more accidents to happen to anyone in Wenj. However, the price offered by Lu Qi was simply too tempting. This prevented her from refuting it immediately. Even Fenglan Wenj's net revenue for half a year was only a meager 100 million spirit stones. Lu Qi actually offered money that Wengu couldn't earn in half a year. Chairman Yu originally thought that no matter what conditions Lu Qi offered, she would refuse very decisively. Because she is the chairperson of Fenglan Literature Pavilion, she is responsible for the entire Fenglan Literature Pavilion. But now she realizes she was wrong. Faced with the absolute amount of money, she still hesitated. because she knew that Lucci might really have that much money. Haven't you decided yet? Actually, you don't need to make things difficult for me. I can find the fragments not only through you. If I were to shout out in the One Pavilion right now, I'll offer 100 million to find a fragment of a scroll. How many One Pavilion experts would be scrambling to take the job? They won't even need 100 million spirit stones, they'll form a team on their own to find the missing scrolls for me. At that time, your One Pavilion will get nothing. Seeing the chairman Yu had been standing there in a daze for a long time without giving him an answer, Lucci smiled and said. And that's exactly what he said. Chairman Yu was also stunned. Lucci was absolutely right. If he wanted to, he only needed to shout it out in the black market. 100 million spirit stones can attract countless powerful people to work for him. At that time, Wengu won't get a single penny. Lucci chose Wengu as his choice. It's because Wengu was able to obtain the upper volume of the Shattering Starfist. That means they have information about the Shattering Starfist. With this information, it will be much easier for Wengu to find the other fragments of the Shattering Starfist. If we were to rebuild the team. They searched like headless flies. The efficiency is too slow. Good. You're a good businessman. I promise you. After a struggle with his conscience, Chairman Yu finally chose to compromise. After all, you can't afford to mess with money. And that's 100 million spirit stones. This 100 million spirit stones can completely make up for the losses caused by the death of the One Pavilion experts. In other words, money really can buy life. You are also a good leader. But I cannot pay you the spirit stones in advance until I see what I want. Consider this 120,000 as my deposit. I will pay 100 million for every fragment of the manuscript I find. Lucci remained very vigilant. If you give them money but they don't do anything and just keep passing the buck, I would be at a huge loss. After all, 100 million is no small sum. I only have a little over 9 billion left. No problem, we believe you have the ability. Our Wenj knows the location of the incomplete scroll. I will arrange for someone to handle this matter immediately. You won't have to wait too long. Chairman Yu nodded and said. When commissioning a task, a deposit is paid first, followed by the final payment. This is the most basic rule. So she had no objections. Of course, I'm not worried about being deceived by Lucci. Because she now completely believes that Lucci definitely has the ability to come up with 100 million. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. It's a pleasure doing business with you. The two smiled and shook hands with each other. This signifies that the cooperation has been reached. When hands are clasped together, Lucci could feel that Chairman Yu's hands were very smooth and soft. And it was scalding hot. Chairman Yu's hands were like a warm stove. Even after letting go, Lucci still felt a little unsatisfied. However, Chairman Yu soon left to prepare for the search for the remaining scrolls. Lucci is about to leave Wengu. He reaped a great harvest this time. Before leaving, Katie also handed the gold diamond membership card to Lucci. Mushi originally wanted to persuade Lucci to stay and play cards in the VIP reception room. However, Lucci directly rejected him. Although it's still early. But Lucci had other things to do. He wanted to figure out exactly what the pattern was that triggered his system to invest. I met many people in the black market today. However, only Homu was able to invest. He wanted to meet more people. Let's see if this can trigger another investment. Find the patterns in them. But Lucci had just come down from the second floor. Homu was already waiting for Lucci in the Wengu hall. I heard that Wenj just issued an alarm. Mr. Lucci, are you alright? Homu asked Lucci with some concern. Lucci is now his cash cow. That was his only achievement this month. Moreover, he had just heard that Lucci spent 10,000 spirit stones to buy a martial arts technique that was already unsold. This martial arts manual has become unsellable. All the sales revenue from this martial arts manual will be distributed to the receptionist as a percentage. Homu was Lucci's guide, so he would naturally receive a share of the profits. Homu earned over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones from this single order. This made him even more convinced that Lucci was his sugar daddy. That's why he became worried about Lucci's personal safety. It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. Lucci replied calmly. If you tell him that this whole farce started because of you, Homu might not believe it either. Lucci didn't want to explain, so he kept it all a secret. It's good that you're alright. If it hadn't been so lively at the Marshall Pavilion that I couldn't get away, I would have come to protect you immediately. But now that I see you are safe and sound, I am relieved. Here is your ID card. From now on, when you enter the black market, you can just use the method I used before to swipe the card at the phone booth. As Homu spoke, he handed a black card to Lucci. Lucci nodded and put the black card away, then seemed to remember something and asked Homu, "Is the Marshall Pavilion very lively?" Yes, Wuga is actually an underground boxing ring in the black market. People fight there every day, so it's very lively. However, the place was also filled with the stench of sweat. If it weren't for the fact that the ID card processing point was there, I really wouldn't want to go in. Homu felt like vomiting whenever he recalled the stench of sweat in the one pavilion. That's a paradise for macho men. Only endless sweat and fierce battles. But it's clear that Homu doesn't like it there. However, Lucci became instantly interested after hearing that there were many people there. In crowded places, there may be a greater chance of triggering investment. As the saying goes, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Perhaps we can meet new investment targets there. Upon thinking about this, Lucci suddenly became interested and said to Homu, "This Marshall Pavilion is quite interesting, but I don't know its rules. What should we do?" Lucci put on a very worried look. But Homu was incredibly intelligent. "I've been a guide for so long. Although there aren't many customers. But he still understood the ways of the world. Lucci clearly wants him to take him into the Marshall Pavilion. What kind of talk is that? I'll be your guide in the black market. I'll take you there, won't I?" Homu said to Lucci with a grin. However, there was still a hint of reluctance in his words. But what can be done about it? Homu was just a wage earner. Moreover, it's possible that Lucci entered the Marshall Pavilion and placed a bet. You can also get a commission. So no matter how unwilling you are, you have to endure it for the sake of money. Lucci simply chuckled and then walked out of the one pavilion. P.S. Chapter 3 today. For chapters a day, one more to come. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. The gift for urging an update has arrived, and more updates will follow. Chapter 13 Underground Fighting. Lucci participates. Both the One Pavilion and the Wu Pavilion are among the tallest buildings in the black market. Located in the very center of this underground world, it is considered a landmark building. Moreover, the two pavilions are not far apart. Less than 10 minutes walk later, Homu led Lucci to the front of the Marshall Pavilion. With Homu leading the way, Lucci entered the Marshall Pavilion without any problems. There were already many people in the main hall of the Marshall Pavilion. Just as Homu said, the Marshall Pavilion was filled with the stench of sweat that only tough men would like. They also call it masculinity. However, Lucci wandered around the hall for a long time but couldn't find a single investment opportunity. This made Lucci wonder. There are at least 1,000 people in the hall at this moment. With such a dense population, it's still impossible to find a single investment target. Is there a problem with the system? However, the system did not respond, so Lucci had no choice but to wander around the lobby aimlessly. Most of the people here are currently looking at a large screen above the Marshall Pavilion Hall. The video is showing footage of the ongoing competition. The two awakened individuals wrestled together, neither gaining the upper hand. Bet on whether the red or blue team will win. Place your bets now. Place your bets now. Betting closes in 3 minutes. At the front desk of Wu Go, a shirtless, muscular man was shouting loudly. "I bet 300 low-grade spirit stones. Red team wins. I bet 500, the blue team wins. 700. Blue team." Soon, many onlookers went to the front to place their bets. This is Wuga's business model. Making money by betting on odds of winning or losing. "Mr. Lucci, would you like to take a gamble too?" Seeing that Lucci was engrossed in watching, Homu wanted to encourage him to take a gamble as well. As long as Lucci places a bet, he can get a commission. Moreover, Lucci is such a generous person. They might bet thousands or even tens of thousands of spirit stones directly. I'll make a fortune then. If Lucci gets carried away with this, he might be able to meet this year's targets ahead of schedule. Forget it, what's the point of just betting? It's more fun to go in and play. Lucci wasn't stupid, he wouldn't be foolish enough to become Homu's vote seller. So he just made up an excuse. He's not here to spend money. Moreover, this place is not worth his spending. He already has 10 billion spirit stones. How could they possibly care about the meager profits won from these bets? But the moment Lu Qi uttered those words, Homu revealed a look of horror. Young Master Lu Qi, please don't talk nonsense. He quickly reached out to cover Lu Qi's mouth. But it was too late. At this moment, everyone in the martial pavilion focused their attention on Lu Qi. He stared intently at Lu Qi. Lu Qi's words just now seemed to have activated some kind of mechanism in the martial pavilion. The entire hall fell silent. Nearly 1,000 people surrounded Lu Qi. Lu Qi was also taken aback. He realized he might have said something wrong. You were the one who said you wanted to go up into the ring and have a fight, right? Wow, I haven't seen a scene like this in ages. Looks like there's going to be some fun today. Luckily, I still have spirit stones left to bet. This time I'm going to make a fortune. Damn it, how could I forget about that? Can I get my spiritual energy back after I place this bet? I'll return it after I finish this round. Bets placed during the trading halt cannot be withdrawn. The main hall of the martial pavilion instantly became lively because of Lu Qi's words. Lu Qi was completely bewildered. From their words, it seemed as if they were about to gamble with themselves. Homu, what's going on? Lu Qi asked Homu in a low voice. You've gotten yourself into big trouble. In the martial pavilion, if you say you're going on stage, you have to go on stage. Even if you say something wrong, you still have to go on stage and fight. Moreover, since you requested to go on stage, the martial pavilion will select a stronger opponent who is one level above you as your opponent. If you refuse to compete, you will be breaking the rules of the martial pavilion. Homu answered Lu Qi in a low voice. I felt a pang of regret. All he could think about was making money off Lu Qi. But he forgot to tell Lu Qi about the rules of the martial pavilion. Every guide should make this rule clear before leading a client into Wuga. Lu Qi is now in a very troublesome situation. He has to go out and fight. Otherwise, these powerful figures from the martial pavilion wouldn't let him go. Brothers, it's all a misunderstanding. My brother here is new and doesn't know any better. He didn't mean it that way. I wonder if you gentlemen could be lenient with him. Homu was desperate and decided to try anything, even though he knew that no one present would agree. But I still shamelessly asked. These are the rules of the martial pavilion. You think you can just change them like that? Exactly, the rules of the martial pavilion can be changed just like that. Who do you think you are? Even if someone is disabled, if they say they want to go on stage, they must go. This child has all his limbs, so why shouldn't he go on stage? And what can and cannot be said in Wugu, isn't that something your guide should have discussed with the clients beforehand? As soon as Homutsai opened his mouth, the powerful figures around him immediately unleashed terrifying auras, suppressing him. Don't give him a chance to refute. Homu also realized that there was no way to salvage the situation. At that moment, Homu felt like dying. The sugar daddy I finally found. What should I do if something bad happens to me in the ring? Being crippled is considered good. Once you step into the ring, you have to sign a waiver of liability. On the fighting stage, life and death are irrelevant. There are many sadistic fighters who enjoy the thrill of brutally killing their opponents in the ring. They often resort to ruthless methods to kill their opponents in extremely cruel ways. This made Homu even more uneasy. If Lu Qi dies on the arena, I'm going to be sitting on the bottom of the performance list again. Isn't it just a boxing match? I'll just go, won't I? Also, didn't you want to make money? Remember to bet on me winning later, bet a lot, and I guarantee you'll make a fortune. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi remained rather nonchalant. Even if you find an opponent who is a level stronger than you, he's only at the late stage of the second rank. And with the star-shattering fist that he had just learned, defeating a third-rank opponent would be a piece of cake. In his eyes, this competition was not difficult at all. Shoo! Quiet down. Do you know what you're saying? You dare to be so arrogant, you'll die. Upon hearing this, Hoku immediately covered Lu Qi's mouth with his hand. But everyone around had already heard it. Waves of deathly aura swept towards Lu Qi. Homu broke out in a cold sweat after sensing the overwhelming killing intent. Lu Qi's actions are tantamount to provoking the martial pavilion. If it were just now, Lu Qi would at most be half crippled. But he's doomed. The opponents sent by Wugu will definitely use the most ruthless methods. Tell this clueless newcomer the rules of the martial pavilion. No need for further words, just send him to the arena. We're all waiting to place our bets. This newcomer, please. The people around them could no longer sit still. They all urged Lu Qi to go to the arena. Lu Qi did not intend to refuse. They went straight to the second floor arena. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 4. The last chapter for today. The gift for urging me to update has arrived, so updates will be even faster. Chapter 14. Please call me Daddy. Upon witnessing this scene, Homu could only let out a deep sigh. All he hopes for now is that Lu Qi can come back alive. The fifth floor of Wuga Pavilion. The office of the owner of Wuga. It's been a long time since a newcomer has dared to be so arrogant in the lobby, hasn't it? What an interesting young man. A middle-aged man, smoking a cigar, spoke to his secretary, who was wearing black stockings, standing to the side. There was a large screen in front of him. They were monitoring every move within the martial pavilion. He had also seen everything that had just happened in the hall. Yeah, another arrogant brat who doesn't know his place. However, every time someone like this appears, our martial pavilion makes a fortune in betting. Those guests in the VIP room on the third floor should have already started placing their bets. The secretary standing to the side smiled and said to the man. Upon hearing this, the man beside him grinned, revealing his white teeth. Thanks to Lu Qi's appearance, the martial pavilion can once again make a fortune. The waiting area of the ring. Lu Qi was brought here. He was surrounded by menacing-looking people. Those people were all muscle and covered in tattoos. It looks quite frightening. Lu Qi, however, walked around here quite calmly. They weren't intimidated by these big men at all. He had seen this kind of scene before in movies in his previous life. They're gangsters, you know. There's nothing to be afraid of. Please expedite this one. He came from the lobby, let him go first. The betting game against him has already begun. The staff member pointed at Lu Qi and said, From the main hall? Upon hearing this, the registration staff at the arena's eyes lit up instantly. Hasn't it been a long time since any newcomers have come to the main hall? Yes, it was brought by that unreliable Homu. He didn't explain the rules of the martial pavilion to him before he came. He probably wanted to buy him and make a profit. The staff member looked at Lu Qi and said with a sly smile. Lu Qi could tell from their words. It felt like I had been sold out. But he didn't care. Moreover, this is a good opportunity to test the actual combat power of the shattering star fist. Ha ha ha. We're going to make a fortune this time. Hurry up and get him on the field, I'm going to place my bet. Several staff members became excited upon hearing this. Every time they encounter a hothead like this, they make a fortune. I'll arrange an opponent for him right now. The registration staff nodded, then asked Lu Qi. Give yourself a martial arts code name, and then truthfully state your strength. If you dare to lie, you will die a horrible death. The registration staff member spoke in a very fierce tone. Because the black market places great emphasis on customer privacy. Therefore, the customer's real information is generally not exposed. Therefore, it can only be named using code names. This has been a long-standing rule of the martial pavilion. However, reporting one's true strength is more important than using the code name of the martial pavilion. In the past, many people have learned that their opponent's level is higher than their own. However, they could lie about their cultivation level in order to save their lives. But such people usually end up in a terrible situation. No one can cheat in the martial pavilion. Code name? Let's call me Cosmic Super Invincible Supreme Wargreymon, Lu Qi said after thinking for a moment. Okay, the Supreme and Invincible Cosmic being the registration staff was about to record the information, but they were stunned when they heard Lu Qi's code name. The ultimate, invincible, Supreme Wargreymon? He felt like he had been tricked. She was about to get angry, but after seeing Lu Qi's very sincere eyes, she hesitated. The name might seem a bit childish to others, but on an 18-year-old like Lu Qi, it seems perfectly normal. However, what troubled the registration staff was that the form simply couldn't hold such a long name. What's wrong? Is this name not good enough? Lu Qi saw the registration staff staring blankly and asked in confusion. This was his online name in his previous life. It is of great significance. No. It's too long, get a more normal one, the registration staff said to Lu Qi in a deep voice. Lucci sighed, then said, "So it really won't work? Then just call me Chicken Cohen. Since I can't use my online name from my past life, how about my idol from my past life?" The registration staff quickly entered Chicken Cohen into the form. However, a red pop-up window appeared. Chicken Cohen, that codename has already been registered. Let's choose another one, the registration staff said with a hint of helplessness. In fact, there aren't many fighters in the Martial Pavilion. There are at most only a few thousand people. Codename conflicts are rare. Chicken Cohen has already been taken? Does this mean there are also little blackies in this world? Lucci was taken aback and said subconsciously. It was taken 2.5 years ago. I told you not to delay any longer. You're going to die anyway, so just pick any code name you want. The registration staff thought Lucci was stalling for time and said somewhat impatiently. Alright, then call me Daddy, the domineering dad. Lucci said with a hint of helplessness. He originally intended to use the sentiments from his past life to fight in this world. Since that won't work, let's just use a simpler code name. The registration staff members twitched, but they still entered Lucci's code name into the system. Because he was already very impatient. Although the nickname Dad is indeed somewhat insulting. But since Lucci is going to die anyway, what's wrong with letting him have one last moment of glory before he dies? Your code name has been successfully entered. Next is your cultivation level. You'd better tell us the truth. After processing the codename, the registration staff inquired about Lucci's cultivation level. According to the rules, Lucci's opponent must be one realm higher than him. However, judging from Lucci's young age, he could only be around the first rank at most. They can't lie about it much. Mid-stage of the second rank, Lucci replied calmly. Alright, mid-stage rank 2, right? You'd better tell the truth, or you're deliberately underestimating it. Upon hearing this, the staff member began filling out the form, but then suddenly felt something was amiss. Mid-stage rank 2? Kid, you're not kidding, are you? I told you not to lie, I meant don't underreport, not to overreport. You want to die a quick death, right? The staff looked at Lucci with surprise. This was the first time he had ever seen someone falsely claim to have increased their cultivation level. But upon closer reflection, Lucci was going to die anyway. Saying that might make his death easier. Thinking about it this way, it makes a lot more sense. I really am a mid-stage rank 2. You'll find out soon enough with a test, won't you? Lucci said with a hint of helplessness. Why am I always questioned when I tell the truth? Is it so hard to admit that someone is better than you? Then let's assume you're at the mid-stage of the second rank, and you'll be facing an opponent at the late stage of the second rank. You can now enter the waiting area and wait for entry instructions. The registration staff said coldly to Lucci. He didn't care whether Lucci was actually a mid-stage second-rank cultivator or not. He didn't care, he was betting that Lucci would die anyway. Even if Lucci's cultivation level is artificially high, it will only bring him benefits and no harm. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. First update today. 4 updates a day. Chapter 15, Shattering Star Fist vs Stone Fist. Red team's new player Baba. Blue team player Stone Fist. Bet on the odds. Place your bet and you're done. Inside the main hall of the Martial Pavilion. The betting on Lucci's match started quickly. The waiting crowd cheered. They benefit from every new challenge that comes their way. Moreover, many people have already lost a lot of money in the Martial Pavilion today. Everyone is waiting to use Lucci Hue's blood. Wow! The market's finally open. I'm going to make a fortune. But this kid actually chose Dad as his nickname, he's so shameless. What does it matter? He's going to die anyway, so let him be arrogant one last time before he dies. Exactly. Whatever code name he chooses doesn't matter. What matters is that we make money. I'm betting 500 spirit stones. I'm betting this kid will die. I'll bet 1,000 low-grade spirit stones that he'll die. I'll bet 1,300. Wait, didn't you guys notice? This kid's opponent this time is actually a late-stage second-rank Sher Quan. Yes, wasn't it said that he was only one realm higher? Could this kid also be a second-grade expert? I think he probably knew he was going to die, so he exaggerated his cultivation level in order to die more quickly. I originally only wanted to defeat this kid, but it seems I have to make sure he dies now. Looks like this kid's pretty smart, but it won't affect our betting game. In the hall, many people were surprised to see that Lu Qi's opponent was a second-rank expert. However, many people also saw business opportunities in this. The odds are higher for betting on a death rate. Therefore, many people are betting that Lu Qi will die. Only Homu looked at the big screen, somewhat hesitant. I'm betting 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Daddy will win. Finally, Homu gritted his teeth, raised his spirit stone bag, and shouted loudly. The 3,000 spirit stones were the commission Lu Qi received for purchasing martial arts techniques. This time, he had really screwed over Lu Qi. The rules of the martial pavilion were not explained to him before he entered. This is why Lu Qi is now facing the danger of death. He could easily bet on Lu Qi to lose and make a little money. But he didn't do much. Instead, he staked all the benefits that Lu Qi had brought him on Lu Qi. Because he has his own principles, since he was the one who tricked Lu Qi. Then he wouldn't have the face to earn a single penny from Lu Qi. Everyone else present was stunned when they saw this. Even knowing that Lu Qi would lose, or even die, some people still bet that Lu Qi would win. In their eyes, such a person is just a sucker. However, almost everyone present was betting on Lu Qi to lose. Therefore, if Lu Qi wins, the odds will reach an astonishing 1 to 27. In other words, once Lu Qi wins, Homu will receive 75,000 low-grade spirit stones. Faced with such a huge rate of return, it's not impossible that someone might bet on Lu Qi to win. However, for a normal person who knows the final result, they probably won't do anything foolish. In the waiting area, several staff members, seeing that the betting had been completed, began to collect the winnings. At this moment, the total amount in this bet has reached 4 million spirit stones. Nearly 1 million of those bets were placed by retail investors in the lobby on the first floor. The majority of the bets were placed by the powerful and wealthy people on the third floor. The entire martial arts arena was actually just a means to please the wealthy gentleman on the third floor. The betting game has been turned around. The match is about to begin. After the casino staff shouted loudly, the betting game has been completely closed. Unable to continue betting. Then the two players went on stage. Lu Qi represents the red side. They stepped onto the wide, circular arena. The arena is approximately 500 square meters. That's enough for the players to perform freely in the ring. And right in front of him was his opponent this time, Stone Fist. Although Stone Fist was wrapped in bandages all over his body, his muscles were still very clearly visible. After he stepped into the ring, he started jumping around non-stop. It's like warming up. Both parties have signed a waiver of liability. In the arena, life and death are irrelevant. If both contestants have no further questions, the competition will officially begin. The referee addressed the two contestants. Referee, I have no problem and the competition can begin at any time. Stone Fist nodded to the referee. The referee nodded slightly, then looked at Lu Qi. However, he ignored Lu Qi and prepared to step down. In his eyes, whether Lu Qi had a problem or not was completely unimportant. We're all going to die anyway. Wait. I have a problem. Lu Qi suddenly spoke, causing the referee's foot, which had already stepped halfway off the stage, to freeze in place. I almost fell. The referee's eyes turned cold as he said to Lu Qi, Dad, you'd better really have something going on. If you're just stalling for time, the consequences will be severe. Dad really has a question. Dad wants to ask, is this ring durable? If I damage the ring, they won't make me pay for it, will they? Lu Qi asked very seriously. He just destroyed a simulation room in Wenge and had to pay 50 million in compensation. What if they make me pay for the damage if the arena is destroyed? Although I have money, I'm not one to be taken advantage of. This competition was something that Wu Go forced him to participate in. I certainly wouldn't pay for the venue fee myself. You don't need to worry about that. Our competition venue is made of special materials. Even if a 5th rank expert were to use it, it wouldn't be damaged. If you can really damage the arena, all expenses will be covered by our martial pavilion. The referee said coldly to Lu Qi. He hadn't expected that Lu Qi would care about this issue. The arena at Wuga has never been damaged. Even a 5th rank expert couldn't shake the martial pavilion. Lu Qi's worries were completely unnecessary. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Dad is fine now, we can start the competition. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi nodded and said, As long as no compensation is required for damaging the ring, it's fine. If you dare to call yourself a tyrant in front of me again, I'll make you regret it. The competition officially begins. The referee's eyes twitched as he spoke. Lu Qi always called himself a tyrant, and yes, he felt that his personality had been insulted. He then stepped down from the ring. The gong beside the arena was struck. Thump! A crisp sound echoed through the arena. This signaled that the competition had officially begun. Stone Fist, not a bad name. You must practice fist techniques, right? The competition officially began, but Lu Qi did not make a move immediately. Instead, he chatted with Shi Quan. He had some influence with the name Stone Fist. I think I've seen the martial art Stone Fist among the books on the third floor of the Wench Pavilion. It is a martial arts technique at the early stage of the third rank. The system detected 160 vulnerabilities. It's the worst of the worst. That's right, the technique I practice is the same as my codename, called Stone Fist. It's a third-grade technique. Shi Quan looked at Lu Qi with a disdainful smile. He did not take immediate action to deal with Lu Qi. Because in his eyes, Lu Qi was already a dead man. He already possesses the strength of a late-stage second-rank expert and has third-rank martial arts skills, so he can fight even against a strong man at the early stage of third rank. Lu Qi became even more excited upon hearing this. Since it also uses fist techniques. Let's see whether the Stone Fist is harder or my star-shattering fist is harder. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. This is the second chapter today. 2 more chapters to go. 4 updates a day. Chapter 16 Daddy, I'm going to defeat you. Since you've learned martial arts, then I'll fight you with martial arts. Lu Qi assumed a boxing stance and addressed Shi Quan. However, he did not release any aura of supernatural power. Because he wanted to see what would happen if he simply used force. To what extent am I capable of doing it? Is it possible to defeat a second-rank expert? You think you can beat me with fists? I advise you to bring a weapon and fight me, so you don't lose too badly. After all, you've reached the mid-stage of the second rank at such a young age, you must be a respectable person. Shi Quan pointed to the weapon rack next to him and said to Lu Qi. Weapons are allowed in the arena. If you don't have any weapons with you, you can use the weapons provided by the martial pavilion. However, Lu Qi remained standing and said domineeringly, It's alright, we are both second rank, no need for weapons. We'll fight hand to hand, that's fair. He also practices boxing. If he were to take on a weapon, it would actually limit Lu Qi's ability to perform. Not bad. That's spirited. I, Stone Fist, admire the strong the most. You deserve my attention, but I won't hold back in this match either, because someone paid to have you killed, so I'm determined to win. Shi Quan immediately admired Lu Qi's fighting spirit. True victory is achieved by winning in the same way when both players are at the same level. This is the pride of a genius. Unfortunately, Stone Fist received orders before he even went on stage. Several powerful figures on the third floor had a lot of money tied up in him. Therefore, Lu Qi must die. You don't need to say anything more. I won't show any mercy. Stone Fist, come on. Lu Qi assumed a fighting stance and roared at Shi Quan. Stone Fist was now filled with excitement. He sensed that Lu Qi would definitely be able to give him a good fight. A battle for the strong. Daddy! Then I'll have to offend you. Shi Quan said, clasping his hands in a fist salute to Lu Qi. At this moment, he had completely regarded Lu Qi as his opponent. Therefore, he also handed over Lu Qi's codename. This is a recognition of the strong. But when he said Lu Qi's codename, he immediately felt something was wrong. It seemed like Lu Qi had taken advantage of her. However, he didn't interfere much. He raised his fist to gather strength, then took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Qi. A powerful aura emanated from him. He said he would show no mercy, and he meant it. He used his supernatural powers to enhance this punch. This makes the power emanating from the fist even more terrifying. Under the operation of Stone Fist, his fists gradually turned as hard and black as stone. Seeing this, Lu Qi neither dodged nor avoided. He also made a punching motion. Prepare to face it head-on. However, unlike Lu Qi did not use his special abilities. Instead, it was simply using brute force to counter the Stone Fist. Stone Fist quickly arrived in front of Lu Qi. Punch with both fists. Boom! A loud bang echoed from the arena. It was the sound of two fists colliding. The spectators were all eager to see Lu Qi defeated by Shi Quan with a single punch. But things didn't go as planned. In this exchange of blows, in the end, it wasn't Lu Qi who was sent flying backward, but Shi Quan. Stone Fist was sent flying several meters by a strange force. He barely managed to steady himself. How is this possible? How could it be Stone Fist that was repelled? Could this Stone Fist be deliberately holding back? Exactly. He was a whole realm higher than Lu Qi, yet he was defeated? Could it be an underground boxing match? I bet a lot of money. This is a shady deal. RMN, refund my money. Don't worry, my friend said that many powerful people are also saying that the kid will die. Let's wait and see. Many viewers showed expressions of disbelief after witnessing this scene. As he had anticipated, it should be Lu Qi who was knocked away. Stone Fist should press his advantage. The right thing to do is to put Lu Qi to death. But what is happening now is completely different from what they expected. Among the many spectators, perhaps only Homu felt overjoyed after witnessing this scene. Because he had bet all his savings on Lu Qi winning. Seeing Lu Qi defeat Shi Quan, he felt a glimmer of hope. If Lu Qi really defeats Shi Quan, so because of the high odds, he will receive 75,000 low-grade spirit stones. It wasn't just this group of viewers who were shocked. Even Shi Quan himself couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Lu Qi. Although he didn't use his full strength in that punch, but it still used 70% of its strength. But he was easily defeated by Lu Qi. Moreover, he could sense that Lu Qi did not exude any aura of supernatural power. Even with his superpowers enhanced, he was still defeated. He would never have believed it if he hadn't experienced it himself. What he found even more unbelievable was that his fist was extremely numb. Unconscious. It looked like it was about to shatter. His bones appear to be broken. His fists are known as the Stone Fist. It was a fist as hard as a rock. But now, it's like my stone has hit a metal plate. It seems somewhat powerless. TSK. The Stone Fist is still hard. Lu Qi shook his fist and said with some surprise. He originally thought that this punch would shatter Shi Quan's fist. It was like shattering a giant rock in a simulation room. The hardness of the Stone Fist exceeded my expectations. However, Shi Quan was a late-stage second-rank expert, and his physical attributes were superior to Zhu Shi's. That makes sense. Daddy, you're amazing. I admit I underestimated you before, but from now on, I won't hold back anymore. I hope you will take this competition seriously as well. Shi Quan shook his numb arms and said. The numbness in my arm has barely been relieved. He assumed a punching stance again. This time, the aura surrounding him was even more terrifying. If that punch only used 70% of his strength, this time, he's going to use all his strength. Of course, he also hoped that Lu Qi would put all his strength into fighting him. Then I'll have to offend you. Lu Qi sighed. He could tell that Stone Fist really wanted a fair and square fight. If I never use my superpowers, I'll be insulting him. This is an insult to a fighter. Out of reverence for this spirit, Lu Qi also put away his previous carefree attitude. They started to take other things seriously. An aura of supernatural power emanated from him. This powerful aura enveloped his entire body. At this moment, Lu Qi seemed like a completely different person. Her whole demeanor has changed. After seeing and feeling this aura, Shi Quan became even more excited. This is the kind of battle he wants. Come on, Daddy. Let's have a fair fight. Stone Fist excitedly attacked Lu Qi. And Lu Qi finally made his move. He took a step and rushed towards Shi Quan. The two sides rapidly approached each other. They collided very quickly. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. This is the third update today. 4 updates every day. Chapter 17 Crushing. Boom. Another loud bang. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the outcome of this match. Will Stone Fist be able to defeat Lu Qi after unleashing his full power? However, the results often don't go as planned. This time, it was Stone Fist that was sent flying backwards again. But Lu Qi stood still, unmoved. He unleashed the star-shattering fist while activating his supernatural abilities. This punch would be enough to repel even a third-grade expert. Lu Chi could feel it when he was exchanging blows with Shi Quan. It's like hitting cotton. Stone Fist was originally supposed to be a very hard fist. In front of Lu Chi, she was like a soft, fluffy marshmallow. Vulnerable. Lu Chi could feel that his punch had shattered Shi Quan's hand bones. Fortunately, I held back at the last moment. Otherwise, half of Shi Quan's body might have been shattered by the impact. He had no hatred towards Stone Fist. Moreover, Lu Chi could tell that Shi Quan had no ill intentions towards him. So he didn't kill him. If it directly shatters half of Stone Fist's body, his arm could not possibly recover. This is tantamount to ruining his future. After that, Stone Fist could no longer box. So Lu Chi didn't do much. Moreover, he only used less than 50% of his strength. It truly lives up to its reputation as an ancient divine skill. Even when facing opponents of a higher level, they held their own without being at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Daddy, how can you be so strong? Stone Fist looked at his arm in disbelief and said. He could feel that his arm was in excruciating pain. And he completely lost control of the arm. His hand is ruined. He has always been known for his Stone Fist technique. However, his Stone Fist was so vulnerable in front of Lu Chi. Shi Quan was lost in confusion. This was the first time he had been defeated by someone using fist techniques at the same level. The audience was completely silent at that moment. If the defeat of Stone Fist was a cover-up. Now they have seen with their own eyes that Stone Fist's hand has been crippled. All of this is real. Shi Quan was indeed no match for Lu Chi. Those who laughed at Lu Chi for being arrogant and ignorant of his own limitations. Everyone gasped in shock. It turns out that Lu Chi dared to be so arrogant in the hall. They have the capital. Even when fighting opponents of a higher level, they can still achieve a complete victory. The reason they remained silent was not only because of Lu Chi's strength. He was even more heartbroken about the spirit stones he was about to lose. Judging from the current situation, Stone Fist has already lost a punch. It's practically impossible to defeat Lu Chi now. At this moment, the person who was most delighted was naturally Homu. He originally thought that Lu Chi's participation in this battle was a certain death. Out of professional ethics, he bet all 3,000 spirit stones he had earned from Lu Chi. Now it seems that Lu Chi has essentially won. Then his bet of 3,000 spirit stones on Lu Chi will be settled at a ratio of 1 to 27. That's 75,000 spirit stones. He earned more spirit stones this time than he had in a whole year before. Lu Chi is practically his lucky charm. It's only been the first day we met, yet it has already brought him such a huge amount of profit. He was prepared to serve Lu Chi exclusively from now on. From now on, he will be Lu Chi's personal mentor. No. He's a simp. On the arena. Seeing that Shi Quan was no longer able to fight, Lu Chi said calmly, "You are very strong, but you are no match for me. Get off the stage and go get your hand treated." He participated in this battle simply to see how effective his shattering Star Fist was in actual combat. There was no intention to kill. Therefore, he persuaded Shi Quan to surrender voluntarily. If you get your arm treated now, there shouldn't be any major problems in the future. If the arm is not repaired for too long, there is a high possibility that they may develop a hidden illness. It will be much harder to throw a punch in the future. Lu Chi felt that someone like Shi Quan, who focused on boxing techniques, should know the advantages and disadvantages of it. Shi Quan, however, only glanced at Lu Chi. He then glanced at the platform above. The arena was on the second floor, and it was quite spacious. It connects to the VIP room on the third floor. The dignitaries in the VIP room can see everything in the ring directly through the glass dome. All that could be seen was the position where Shi Quan was sitting. A man in a suit is holding a glass of red wine. The man's eyes were extremely cold. He winked at Shi Quan. Seeing this, Shi Quan could only sigh deeply. Then his eyes became strange. "Thank you, Ba." Stone Fist, faced with Lu Chi's well-intentioned advice, only sighed deeply and continued. "But you don't know what I'm carrying on my back. I cannot surrender. I cannot lose. I told you, you have to die, because they've placed too big a bet. If something goes wrong, the losses will reach millions. So, I'm sorry." Then Stone Fist let out a loud roar. He then pulled a black pill from his waist. "Put it in your mouth. It's a bloodthirsty pill. Isn't this a federally banned drug? After consuming the bloodthirst pill, your strength will increase by a whole major realm. The late stage of rank 2 will be directly upgraded to the late stage of rank 3. Even if Daddy has no rivals in the same realm, once he crosses a major realm, he can't remain invincible forever. Looks like Daddy's in trouble this time. We've managed to save our spirit stones. Even though it's our money, I still feel this violates the fairness of the competition. Who cares about fairness? As long as I can make money, that's all that matters. Besides, the arena doesn't say you can't use drugs. Many viewers saw Sher Kwan take out the black pill. It instantly became noisy. There's been a lot of discussion about this. Some were delighted, thinking that this would allow them to keep their spirit stones. However, some upright people felt that this undermined the fairness of the competition. However, the powerful and wealthy people on the third floor saw this scene. He nodded with great satisfaction. This is exactly what they wanted to see. Gulp. The pill was swallowed by Stonefist. The next moment, Stonefist's body began to expand violently. The bandages that were originally wrapped around his body burst open. His well-defined muscles were on full display. And that hand that Lu Qi had already broken. Under the influence of the bloodthirsty pill, it gradually recovered. His body continued to expand, and soon he appeared before Lu Qi like a giant. However, Sher Kwan's eyes are now bloodshot. Saliva kept dripping from the corners of his mouth. It kept letting out low growls. It was like a monster that had lost its mind. This is the effect of the bloodthirsty pill. Once ingested, it can significantly enhance the user's strength in a short period of time. However, this comes at a price. The user will become delirious. It will only attack the opponent in front of it, until the opponent is dead. Moreover, the bloodthirsty pill has extremely severe side effects. After taking it, you will experience weakness within 6 months. It is a highly potent and potentially harmful banned drug. It was banned by the federal government more than a decade ago. However, the Federation has continuously improved the bloodthirsty pill. Finally, the power enhancement pill was developed. Although the amplification effect is not as good as the bloodthirst pill. But there are no other side effects. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. This is the last update for today. 4 updates a day. See you tomorrow. Chapter 18. I've also advanced to rank 3 and will fight you. Roar. At this moment, Stonefist was like a monster who had lost his mind. He roared wildly in the arena. Many viewers couldn't help but feel a chill for Lu Qi after seeing this scene. Of all those who are most worried, Homu must be the one. He had just been feeling fortunate that Lu Qi had escaped death. But now, seeing Stonefist, who resembled the Hulk, his heart sank to the bottom once again. After consuming the bloodthirsty pill, Sher Kwan's strength was forcibly boosted to the late stage of the 3rd rank. Lu Qi was only at the mid-stage of the 2nd rank. Even though he relied on his superior strength to be able to deal with opponents at the late stage of the 2nd rank. However, he is now facing an absolute crushing defeat from a higher realm. In the face of absolute power, all skill is futile. If Lu Qi had had a chance to fight Sher Kwan to a draw before, he would have been able to win. I survived by sheer luck. Now, facing Sher Kwan, a late-stage rank 3 expert, he is doomed. Why do you do this to yourself? Lu Qi sighed as he looked at the stone fist that resembled a monster. He then looked up at the high platform. Those powerful and wealthy people sitting high in luxurious VIP rooms. The powerful and wealthy people on the 3rd floor seemed to sense Lu Qi's chilling killing intent. They were all taken aback. Lu Qi's gaze made them all feel a sense of threat. Before the competition began, they obtained basic information about Lu Qi. At only 18 years old, he already possessed the cultivation level of the mid-stage of the 2nd rank. Such talent makes one a rare talent in Fenglan. As long as Lu Qi is given time to grow. In the future, he will surely stand at the pinnacle of Fenglan, and even step out of Fenglan and into a wider sky. If Lu Qi now harbors hostility towards them, this will be a huge threat in the future. Therefore, after seeing Lu Qi's gaze, the several powerful figures exchanged glances. Stonefist, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him to end the fight. Don't you want money to treat your wife's illness? A roar came from one of the VIP rooms. He gave the final command to Sher Kwan. They naturally couldn't allow a potential threat like Lu Qi to exist. Roar. After hearing about the treatment for his wife's illness, Sher Kwan, he instantly flew into a rage. It kept letting out roars. Then he completely lost his last shred of reason. They launched a fierce attack on Lu Qi. He raised his fist and slammed it hard at Lu Qi. Lu Qi also wanted to see what effect he could achieve if he pushed the shattering star fist to its limit. Is it possible to fight against a powerhouse at the late stage of the third rank? He activated the shattering star fist once again. A terrifying aura enveloped him. This time he didn't hold back. Instead, it unleashed the full power of a mid-stage second-rank cultivator. At that moment, his fist clenched as if he were gripping a mountain. Unfazed by the attack of the stone fist. Fist to fist. The audience watching the competition were all taken aback. None of them expected Lu Qi to be so brave. Surprisingly, the stone fist did not retreat despite its fierce attack. However, while this behavior may seem brave in their eyes, it is also suicidal. Given such a vast difference in strength, the outcome of this competition is almost a foregone conclusion. Lu Qi has absolutely no chance. Boom! Punch with both fists. The shattering star fist clashed with the hard stone fist. It made a loud noise. However, this time Sher Kwan was not knocked away by Lu Qi. Instead, they remained standing in the same spot, locked in a stalemate with Lu Qi. Lu Qi's expression also showed a long-lost solemnity. Given such a huge gap in strength, it was inevitable that Lu Qi would suffer a loss. But before Lu Qi could catch his breath, Stone Fist launched another fierce attack on him. Boom! 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 The two exchanged 3 more punches. This time, Stone Fist was in no way at a disadvantage. They fought back and forth with Lu Qi. Lu Qi, however, found it somewhat difficult to exert himself under the power enhanced by the Stone Fist. They began to suffer repeated defeats. Stone Fist seemed to never get tired. They continued their relentless attack on Lu Qi. Moreover, each attack was powerful. Every strike had the momentum to kill Lu Qi. Lu Qi was well aware that if things continued like this, he might really lose. Once again, they faced Stone Fist's attack. Lu Qi was panting heavily. They had no choice but to retreat repeatedly. The dignitaries in the VIP room on the 3rd floor witnessed this scene. They all showed expressions of joy. This is the situation they wanted to see. Meanwhile, the other spectators outside the venue all had their brows furrowed. At this moment, they were all worried for Lu Qi. Although they had staked all their spirit stones on Stone Fist. But after witnessing this battle, now they are even more eager for Lu Qi to survive this battle. Unlike those powerful and wealthy individuals who only value profit, they are not like them. Most of the people watching the game in the hall were ordinary people. Some of them were even thugs from the martial pavilion. They understood Lu Qi's current predicament better than those privileged individuals who were merely dabbling in it. With unwavering perseverance, facing an opponent who is a whole level above oneself. Yet they've managed to hold on for so long. Lu Qi has now completely won everyone's approval. At this moment, they hoped even more that Lu Qi could survive. I'd be willing to let them lose all the spirit stones I have. It's still a bit difficult to fight a 3rd rank opponent with the power of a 2nd rank opponent. Since that's the case, then I'll fight you with my 3rd grade power. On the arena, Lu Qi gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, panting heavily. The onlookers were all stunned upon hearing this. They originally thought Lu Qi had reached his limit. But Lu Qi's expression remains as calm as ever. It's as if they still have a backup plan. They were immediately filled with excitement. Everyone wanted to see what other tricks Lu Qi had up his sleeve. On the arena, Lu Qi slowly took out a pill. Power boosting pill. This kid actually has a strength boosting pill. He really did have a backup plan. No wonder he's been so fearless. This competition is getting more and more interesting. It seems that it's still uncertain who will be the final victor. When the spectators saw the pill in Lu Qi's hand, they cheered. Although they staked the spirit stone on Stone Fist. However, after seeing that Lu Qi still had a chance to win, they were even more excited than if they had won the spirit stone. This is the spirit of fighting. However, in the VIP room on the 3rd floor, the dignitaries saw the power boosting pill in Lu Qi's hand. His face, however, turned much gloomy. What's going on? How come this guy has a power boosting pill in his hand? A competition that should have ended long ago has dragged on until now with a twist. If Stone Fist loses, we will lose nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones. Sure Quan 1T lose. Although the power boosting pill can increase the user's combat power, the increase is too small compared to the bloodthirst pill. He can only improve to the early stage of the 3rd grade at most. Even if he has the strength of the early stage of the 3rd rank, he is definitely no match for someone in the late stage of the 3rd rank. We are still the winners in this bet. The powerful and wealthy were abuzz with discussion. There were just too many unexpected events in this competition. It was part of their plan. It should be that Sher Quan killed Lu Qi with one punch, and then made them count the money. However, in their view, even if Lu Qi could advance to the 3rd rank, it's still impossible to fight against a late-stage rank 3 Stone Fist. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. First update today. 3 more to come. 4 updates every day. Chapter 19 One Punch Kills. Glug. Lu Qi swallowed the power boosting pill. He felt the pill slowly spreading in his abdomen. A warm current flowed in. It resonated in every corner of his body. He could feel his body brimming with power. Moreover, there was no discomfort whatsoever when absorbing this power. Unlike the Berserk pill's Berserk boost, this force is more gentle. The side effects are also much smaller than those of the bloodthirsty pill. After the effects of the medication wear off, there will be a brief period of weakness. There are almost no other side effects. Moreover, this period of weakness only lasted for 1 day. Compared to the 6-month period of weakness after the bloodthirsty pill was released, this is a huge improvement. This is the effect of federal reforms. Of course, its shortcomings are also obvious. The strength boost brought by the power enhancement pill is not as dramatic as that of the blood explosion pill. However, that was enough for Lu Qi. Lu Qi could feel his power rising rapidly. His strength quickly reached the early stage of the 3rd rank. I am more than capable of fighting you at the early stage of the 3rd rank. Feeling this unprecedented power, Lu Qi excitedly spoke to Sher Quan. After taking the power boosting pill, he felt that he had inexhaustible strength in his body. He was feeling pent up and wanted to release all that energy as soon as possible. The next moment, he once again assumed a punching stance. The shattering star fist was activated once again. The aura of a 3rd rank official was fully unleashed. He could feel the blessing from the 3rd rank. His shattering star fist seemed to have become much stronger. It was as if some kind of shackles had been removed. They'd become even more outrageous. However, the shattering star fist was originally a 3rd grade martial art. He can only unleash his full power when he reaches the 3rd rank. At this moment, Lu Qi's strength had reached the 3rd rank. One can naturally feel the sublimation of the shattering star fist. Only at this point could Lu Qi be considered to have truly mastered the shattering star fist. Roar! Stone Fist sensed the threat emanating from Lu Qi. He let out a roar. Then he raised his enormous black stone fist and attacked Lu Qi. Lu Qi did not dodge. Instead, it charged towards Stone Fist. Both are very fast. They arrived in front of each other in an instant. Stone Fist's massive black fist slammed down fiercely towards Lu Qi. He used all his strength in that punch. A terrifying shockwave swept out. The speed of the punches was extremely fast, even creating sonic booms in the ring. Lu Qi faced the fist, which was as big as himself, without any fear. He raised his fist to meet the attack. His fist appeared extremely small in the face of the enormous Stone Fist. To others, this attack was like throwing an egg against a rock. This strike might be Lu Qi's last. Some viewers were too afraid to look directly at the big screen. They were terrified of seeing Lu Qi's miserable state. Boom! A loud bang was heard. Their fists collided. The immense force spread outwards. The aftershocks caused the referees around the ring to involuntarily take a half step back. He couldn't believe that this was the power unleashed by 2 rank 3 awakeners. What was even more unexpected was that the battle, which was thought to be over quickly, would turn out to be like this. But what he didn't expect was yet to come. A splash of blood appeared on the referee's face. Then a large pool of blood burst out from the ring. The arena was stained deep red. And the owner of this blood was none other than someone else. It's Stone Fist. Lu Qi remained standing in the same spot, fist raised. His opponent, however, was shattered by a force powerful enough to crush a mountain the moment their fists made contact. Stone Fist didn't even have a chance to scream. He was instantly killed by Lu Qi's immense strength. How is that possible? Stonefist is dead. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if Daddy has reached the third rank, he still shouldn't be a match for Stonefist. The onlookers gasped in shock upon witnessing this scene. His eyes were filled with disbelief. There were just too many twists and turns in this battle. Even Homu was surprised that Lucci actually won. I actually guessed right. He will receive 75,000 low-grade spirit stones. At that moment, he was filled with both ecstasy and awe. The same was true for everyone else present. Everything went against their expectations. When I saw that Lucci was standing at the very end, everyone felt a mix of emotions. Because they hoped Lucci could survive. But I also feel bad about the money I lost. But none of that matters. Most importantly, it concerns the past of Stonefist's death. Stonefist is quite well known in the martial pavilion. His record in the ring is also quite good. It's a pity he died like that. On the third floor, several well-dressed dignitaries, upon seeing this outcome, his face turned extremely gloomy. Useless trash. Couldn't even defeat a mid-stage second-rank kid. And he even lost his life. I've raised him for nothing all this time. Damn it. It doesn't matter if one piece of trash dies, but what am I going to do about the money I lost? I lost over 500,000. I lost over 700,000 yuan, and I said nothing. It's all this Daddy's fault. If he had just obediently died, none of this would have happened. That's right, it's all Daddy's fault. This kid has noticed us, we absolutely cannot let him live. Send Ghost Shadow to make the move. Make sure he does it well. If he walks out of the black market alive, what will become of our reputation? Yes. We'll kill him while his drug-induced fatigue is wearing off. On the third floor, a group of powerful and influential people revealed cold expressions. They nodded to each other. On the arena, Lucci lowered his fist and looked at the pool of blood in front of him. He let out a deep sigh. He originally did not intend to kill Stonefist. However, Stonefist has been completely transformed into a monster by the bloodlust pill. Even if I don't kill him, I'll wait until the effects of the bloodthirsty pill wear off. He will still be overexerted. He died from exhaustion. Rather than let him die in agony, it would be better to let him die a quick death. At this moment, there was a deathly silence around the arena. The staff of the martial arts pavilion around them could not believe what they were seeing. Hello? Stonefist is dead. Can we announce the final victor now? Lucci looked at the referee and said calmly. He has no rivals now. However, according to the rules of the martial pavilion, you cannot leave the ring until the referee announces the winner. Oh, no problem. I hereby announce. The ultimate winner of this competition is Daddy. The referee stepped onto the ring, raised Lucci's hand, and shouted. This indicates that Lucci has won the competition. But there was no cheering. Because most people were still in shock and hadn't come to their senses. However, Lucci had already slowly walked off the stage. P.S. Please urge me to update faster. Please give me free gifts. Chapter 20 at any cost. Winning over the tycoon. The fifth floor of Wuga Pavilion. In the office, the middle-aged man let out a deep breath. I never expected it to turn out like this. This kid is truly incredible. The middle-aged man smiled as he looked at the big screen and said. He followed the entire competition closely. Like everyone else watching, he thought Lucci would lose, or even die. But unexpectedly, Lucci not only survived. Moreover, he killed Sher Quan with swift and decisive action. All of this was beyond his expectations. The secretary standing to the side, however, looked troubled. His face was somewhat gloomy. She had also bet a lot of money on this game. But I never expected it would end up like this, with a demerit. You bet quite a bit this time, didn't you? Didn't I tell you? Just do your job well in the martial pavilion and don't get involved in things outside your scope of work. You'll suffer a loss. The man noticed the difficulty in his secretary's eyes and smiled faintly. Although Wu Gu made his fortune through gambling, he never encouraged his employees to participate in it. 9 out of 10 bets on this kind of thing result in a loss. It's one thing to persecute others. He didn't want his employees to get involved too. But almost no one listened to his advice. Many employees were secretly placing bets. However, he didn't pay any attention to it. After all, the money of these employees will also be recorded in Wuga's accounts. If you can make money, why not? Anyway, he had warned them, but there was nothing he could do if the employees didn't listen. I'm sorry, sir, The secretary stammered and couldn't say anything. She originally thought the outcome of this gamble was already decided. But who could have imagined that the battle would take so many twists and turns, and in the end Lucci would emerge victorious? This caused him huge losses. It's all right. Losing money will teach you a lesson. I'll make up for what you lost tonight. The man reached out and patted his secretary, saying with a smile. The secretary's face flushed instantly as she said, thank you so much, sir. The man seemed to see something on the big screen and said to his secretary, go and find out the specific information about this father-in-law for me. There's one more thing. Take some treasures with you when you go to find this father, and bring my dragon blood pills too. He's about to enter a period of weakness, and the dragon blood pills can help him recover quickly. You must do everything in your power to recruit him into the Martial Pavilion. As long as he's willing to join the Martial Pavilion, we'll grant his request at any cost. The secretary was taken aback upon hearing this. The owner of Wuga is actually trying to win over Lucci. And so ruthlessly. In all her years as a secretary, she had never seen the master so serious. Master, although he has reached the mid-stage of the second rank at such a young age, is there any need to specially win him over? In the Federation, it's not uncommon for an 18-year-old to be a second-rank cultivator. Fonglan is just a bit rarer. You don't need to go to such lengths, even with your treasured dragon blood pills. The secretary asked, somewhat puzzled. She was well aware of the value of the dragon blood pill. In this world, anything that can be associated with dragons is no ordinary creature. The dragon blood pill is made from the precious blood of the true dragon clan from the battlefield of myriad races. Its rarity goes without saying. It's a real shame to give it to an 18-year-old like that. If you saw this, you wouldn't say anything like that. The man chuckled, then pointed to the large screen and spoke to his secretary. The secretary approached and took a look. The screen showed the arena from just moments ago. However, the secretary was still somewhat puzzled, unsure of what exactly was wrong. The man then zoomed in on the details of the arena. All that could be seen was a black, hard arena. A crack that was barely noticeable had appeared. The secretary witnessed this scene. I was immediately shocked. This is an arena that even a 5th rank expert cannot break. Surprisingly, cracks appeared during this battle. Although the crack was small, it was enough to show how powerful Lucci's punch was. That's enough to intimidate even those at the 5th rank. With the initial stage of the 3rd rank, he intimidated the 5th rank. The secretary immediately looked surprised. At that moment, he no longer had any doubts. He was filled with awe. Just how powerful is Lucci? Now do you know why I wanted you to win him over? I wouldn't even look at an ordinary 2nd rank cultivator, but there's probably no one in the entire Federation who can intimidate a 5th rank cultivator with the strength of a 2nd rank cultivator. If we allow him to grow stronger, our Martial Pavilion will once again enter a glorious era. The man's eyes were filled with excitement as he spoke. The secretary, realizing the importance of the matter, slowly withdrew. She had originally thought that if she wanted to win over Lucci, she could also recoup the spirit stone she lost from it. But after seeing that scene, this idea was completely abandoned. Because no one dares to mess with someone who could potentially change the future of the Martial Pavilion. After Lucci finished his competition, he left the 2nd floor immediately. There weren't many people on the 2nd floor. Furthermore, we haven't seen any of his investment targets. There's no point in staying here any longer. When he returned to the lobby on the 1st floor, Homu was the first person to greet him. Homu was holding a bag of spirit stones. His eyes were filled with joy. No, Daddy, congratulations on your victory. This is the spirit stone I won by betting on you. It's a total of 75,000 stones. I'll only take the original 3,000 stones as my initial investment, and the rest is yours. You deserve it. Homu handed the bag of spirit stones in his hand to Lucci and said. Upon hearing this, Lucci was taken aback. I heard from the staff that Homu wanted to make some money. So he didn't tell himself the rules of the Martial Pavilion and deliberately betrayed himself. At that time, Lucci was still very angry. But now it seems that Homu actually bet on himself. If he really wanted to sell himself, he should have bet all his money on Stonefist. He certainly wouldn't keep all the money he won for himself. Therefore, Lucci felt much more at ease. I just sighed inwardly, thinking how unreliable Homu was. I don't want the 75,000. Since you trust me, this money is naturally yours. Lucci waved his hand dismissively and said. This money was originally won by Homu himself. Besides, I don't care about such small amounts of money. Really? Thank you so much. Upon hearing this, Homu accepted the spirit stones without any hesitation. His willingness to hand over these spirit stones to Lucci was out of professional ethics. It was his own fault that he had tricked Lucci. This money should have belonged to Lucci in the first place. But since Lucci didn't want it, he gladly accepted it. You can accept the money, but I have one condition: you must take a portion of it and give it to Sher Kwan's family. I heard his wife needs medical treatment. You're in full charge of this matter. Lucci added. He had no grudge against Sher Kwan, and they were even considered kindred spirits in terms of martial arts. Forced into a corner, Sher Kwan swallowed the bloodthirsty pill and was killed by his own attack. Sher Kwan's family then lost their last source of income. Those powerful figures on the third floor naturally wouldn't care about the life or death of Sher Kwan's family. That's why Lucci wanted to use the money to cure Sher Kwan's wife. At least give her hope of survival. I understand. Don't worry, I'll take care of it when I get back. Homu said to Lucci with a serious expression after hearing this. He hadn't expected Lucci to be so loyal and sentimental. Well said. This is the spirit of us fighters. I apologize for my previous rude remarks. You are a qualified martial artist. Right after Lucci said those words, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted in the hall. They were all very ordinary martial artists, busy making a living for their families. Therefore, after hearing Lucci's words, I was deeply moved. At this moment, although they lost money, they were willing to accept it. And he felt a greater sense of respect for Lucci. Bite. Hidden investment in Homu successfully completed. P.S. Please urge me to update more so I can get free gifts. Chapter 21 Continued Investment Returns. Assassination Crisis. Just as applause erupted in the hall, the system's voice then sounded. Lucci was taken aback. Was Homu's additional investment successful? Could it be that a hidden investment of 75,000 spirit stones was launched? Homu's additional hidden investment was successful. Investment items, a small amount of spirit stones, and Homu's reputation among the Martial Pavilion's followers. Investment return, 2 years of cultivation, plus a grade 5 treasure, Wind Speed Fist Tiger. Rewards have been issued. The Wind Speed Brass Knuckles have been added to the system repository. Should the 2 years of cultivation be used? The system's investment details quickly appeared before Lucci's eyes. He looked at the details provided by the system with some surprise. Spirit stones are just one type of investment. But ultimately, the latter is more important. This earned Homu a high reputation among the people of Wuga. This likely refers to his decision to have Homu take care of Sher Kwan's family. Homu readily agreed, which earned him prestige within the Martial Pavilion. However, what Lucci did not expect was, prestige can actually be used as an investment? Moreover, in terms of investment returns, the reputation you receive is equivalent to a rank 5 noble phantasm. The spirit stone only returns 2 years' worth of cultivation. In 2 years, Lucci would at most reach the early stage of the 3rd rank or the middle stage of the 3rd rank. Compared to a 5th grade treasure, it's nothing at all. I never expected the returns from investing in reputation to be so high. Should the 2 years of cultivation be used? Just as Lucci was in a daze, the system reminded him once again. Lucci snapped out of his daze and chose no. I just took the power boosting pill. It will soon enter a period of weakness. If one were to extract cultivation power at this time, the period of weakness after using the power boosting pill will offset one's own cultivation level. If people see that I haven't entered a period of weakness, then, on the contrary, it broke through. Some doubts are inevitable. Wugo might even suspect that he lied about his cultivation level in order to defeat Sher Kwan. That will be troublesome. Therefore, Lucci did not choose to extract his cultivation power immediately. Instead, it is stored in the system repository. Let's talk about it after he leaves the black market. He then glanced briefly at the 5th grade Wind Speed Knuckle Duster. Not only does the brass knuckle duster increase Lu Qi's power, but it also carries the blessing of the wind element. This allows Lu Qi to punch even faster. If combined with the shattering star fist, its power will be greatly enhanced. Lu Qi closed the system's storage space with great satisfaction. The third floor of Wuga Pavilion. Damn it! This kid's got a big mouth now. What are we going to do about our money? Yes. This time we suffered heavy losses because of this kid. We absolutely cannot let him get away with this. Don't worry, everyone, Ghost Shadow has already made his move. This kid won't leave the black market alive. Just you wait and see, everyone. Tomorrow, this brat's head will be hung in front of the Martial Pavilion's gate. We want to let those low-level thugs know who's in charge here. The powerful and influential people felt very resentful when they saw Lu Qi return to the hall and be loved by everyone. Their expressions were all very gloomy. It's like they want to eat people. They want to prove to everyone in the Martial Pavilion that those who make them lose money will not have a good end. After confirming that there were no suitable investment opportunities within the Martial Pavilion, Lu Qi left the pavilion. I glanced at the time and realized it was almost evening. However, the black market remained brightly lit. There is an artificial sun in the Martial Pavilion, which keeps the black market in daylight. This is also a method used by the black market to increase sales. Some people see that it is still bright outside and assume that there is still plenty of time. They will continue to spend money in the black market. However, Lu Qi had already spent a whole day wandering around the black market. It's time to leave. Homu went to handle the aftermath of Shi Quan's death. Therefore, they did not come to see Lu Qi off. He went alone to the phone booth he had visited before. The phone booth was located on the very edge of the black market. There aren't many shops here, and it's sparsely populated. The main businesses are accommodation and restaurants. Because most people choose to shop in the heart of the black market. This place is just a transit point for the black market. Some people who are tired of playing in the black market will take a short rest here. Lu Qi was naturally tired after spending the whole day wandering around the black market. He planned to find a restaurant first to replenish his food supplies before heading out of the black market. After all, he has now entered a period of weakness. The body is being overworked. I randomly picked a restaurant. We ordered several high-calorie, high-protein dishes. These foods will help Lu Qi recover quickly. I glanced at the prices. Everything was expensive on the black market. The same goes for the food. The 6 dishes and 1 soup alone cost Lu Qi more than 30 low-grade spirit stones. If this were outside, it would be the cost of a whole family's expenses for a month. However, Lu Qi was rich and didn't care. However, there's a reason why it's expensive. Soon, the aroma of food wafted out. The aroma was so enticing that even the starving Lu Qi couldn't help but swallow hard. Then a shop assistant brought over a plate of meat. Lu Qi quickly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. He was so hungry that he quickly finished the plate of meat. However, the staff soon brought out the remaining dishes one after another. Lu Qi quickly finished all 6 dishes. I ate until I was about 80% full. Only 1 soup was left. Chicken soup is here. The staff quickly served the last dish of chicken soup. It was placed in front of Lu Qi. Sir, all your dishes have been served. Please enjoy your meal. Seeing how tired you are, it'll be better if you eat well so you can continue your journey. The shop assistant smiled faintly and said to Lu Qi. However, Lu Qi sensed a sinister intent in the shop assistant's words. He looked up at the shop assistant. The shop assistant's smile suddenly froze. Then a dagger emerged from his sleeve, about to stab Lu Qi in the throat. After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Qi quickly realized what was happening. Instead of dodging, he activated the shattering star fist. Face the blade with your fist. Lu Qi's shattering star fist was powerful enough to shatter mountains and rocks. Even in a weakened state, it's more than capable of shattering a broken dagger. As expected, he easily shattered the dagger. However, Lu Qi did not stop. Instead, they pressed their advantage and attacked. They wanted to defeat the shop assistants along with them. But just as his fist struck the clerk, he felt as if his fists had hit cotton. It didn't feel real at all. Let's look at the shop assistant again. After some unknown reason, they had already escaped unscathed. Only a waiter's uniform remained in front of Lu Qi. Lu Qi was immediately surprised. They immediately became alert. He could sense that this shop assistant was extremely difficult to deal with. How did they manage to escape from his punches? Kid, I didn't expect you to be so troublesome even when you're in a slump. Why resist? Wouldn't it be better to eat your last meal and die a quick and painless death? The sinister voice rang out once more. However, Lucci couldn't find the source of the sound at all. P.S. This is the second update today. 4 updates a day. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 22 Ghostly Assassination. The Marshall Pavilion secretary makes his move. This opponent is truly bizarre. This forced Lucci to be on his guard. Because he had no idea who his opponent was. And where the opponent is. Fortunately, the food he had just eaten restored some of his strength. Although we are in a period of weakness, we can still continue to fight. Were you sent by those guys on the 3rd floor of the Marshall Pavilion? Lucci didn't know where the enemy was, so he could only speak out of thin air. In his memory. In the black market, the only people he offended were the powerful and influential people on the 3rd floor. Because he harmed the interests of those powerful and influential people. It caused those people to suffer heavy losses. You're quite clever. Those adults don't want to see you leave the black market alive. Your head must be hung in front of the Marshall Pavilion's gate tomorrow. The sound rang out again. This time, Lucci was able to pinpoint the range of the sound. Right behind me. Just as he turned around. Just then, he saw a dagger being thrust towards his head. The one holding the dagger was a dark figure whose face was obscured. Fortunately, he had made preparations in advance. The shattering star fist was activated immediately. He retaliated with his fist. The dagger was shattered once again. The dark figure was immediately taken aback. Just as Lucci was preparing to attack the shadowy figure, the dark figure disappeared once again. However, this time Lucci saw things clearly. The shadow did not disappear into thin air. Instead, it fled into the shadows beneath its feet. A dark attribute awakener. A rank 3 expert. Lucci exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this. The distinction between the 2nd and 3rd ranks is a watershed moment. Once an awakened one's strength reaches the 3rd rank, they will awaken their elemental power. It can be said that only those who reach the 3rd rank can be considered true awakeners. They can control the elements to fight. You can also elementalize your own body. However, Lucci had forcibly enhanced his strength by taking pills during his battle with Shirquan. Therefore, they did not awaken any superpowers. Good lad. You've escaped again. You've got some skills, but unfortunately, that's all. You're currently in a weakened state and can't use martial arts for long. You can only throw one more punch at most. After that, you'll be completely powerless, and then you'll be at my mercy. The shadowy figure let out a sinister laugh. Lucci's expression was rather unpleasant at this moment. The shadowy figure is right. Due to the period of weakness, his physical strength was depleted very quickly. Those 2 punches just now almost exhausted the strength he had managed to recover. He can only throw one more punch now. If this punch doesn't kill the shadowy figure, then I can only rely on the cultivation level given by the system to force a counterattack. However, they haven't left the black market yet. They are still within the black market's surveillance range. If it's a forced increase in strength, it is very likely that the Marshall Pavilion will discover it. Things will become very troublesome then. Therefore, Lucci must seize this opportunity. One punch is enough to kill you. Lucci picked up the chicken soup and drank it all in one gulp. Then, facing the dark figure on the ground, he once again assumed a punching stance. The ghostly figure hidden in the shadows burst into laughter upon seeing this. It's important to know that in the elemental state, unless the enemy's physical attacks are also enhanced by elements, you're vulnerable. Otherwise, they are immune to ordinary physical attacks. Lucci was only a 2nd-rank cultivator, and hadn't even awakened his elemental powers yet. His attacks are still at a purely physical level. Trying to force your shadow out by physically hitting it is simply impossible. And even if Lucci manages to force himself out of the shadows, he had already used up all the strength in his punch. Now it's time for the ghost to hunt. Therefore, in his eyes, Lucci's behavior was simply courting death. However, Ghost Shadow wanted to see what other tricks Lucci had up his sleeve. Lucci raised his fist high. Just as he was about to strike the ground, his body instantly retreated. get away from the restaurant at an extremely fast speed. Then he ran towards the phone booth without looking back. He knew, of course, that to deal with an elementalized opponent, he had to use elements. There is a weapon with elemental properties in my own system inventory. Speedy brass knuckles. After putting on the brass knuckles, he gained the power of the wind element. However, Lucci was also very clear about this. Simply striking the shadow will not kill it directly. At most, it will only bring him back to his original form from the shadows. Unless you hit the exact location of the shadow where the shadow is hidden. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cause any substantial harm. Therefore, Lucci quickly dismissed this idea. The only way to save him now is to leave the black market. Accept the power of the system outside the black market. That way, it won't be so easily discovered by the black market. He rushed toward the phone booth. The shadowy figure was stunned upon seeing this. He originally thought Lucci had some other tricks up his sleeve. It turns out that all those actions he just made were just a bluff. Lucci's real purpose was to escape unscathed. Damn it! I actually got tricked by you. But don't think you can steal it just like that. Don't forget, I'm a third-grade expert. Do you think you can outrun me? The dark figure roared angrily at Lucci. He then transformed into a black shadow on the ground and rapidly attacked Lucci. He remained completely calm in the face of Lucci's slump. Lucci is in a slump and can't run very fast. He, however, believed himself to be a third-rank expert. Catching up with Lucci would be a piece of cake. That is indeed the case. The ghostly figure rapidly approached Lucci. They quickly caught up with Lucci. Seeing this, Lucci gritted his teeth. The crisis of death is imminent. He is ready to accept the power of the system at any time. A dagger suddenly emerged from the shadows. Die. I told you that if you can't leave the black market alive, you absolutely cannot leave alive. The ghostly figure spoke in a sinister tone. They prepared to deliver the final blow to Lucci. Lucci was also ready to reveal his power. Ghost! How dare you! Just then, a furious roar echoed back. The sound stunned Ghost Shadow. He paused subconsciously for a moment. Lucci seized this opportunity and quickly widened the distance between them. The next moment, a slender figure appeared in front of the ghost. Lucci was also taken aback. Then a pair of slender, delicate hands reached into the shadows. They actually managed to grab the ghostly figure from the shadows. The ghost appeared utterly powerless in the face of the woman's attempts to capture it. He obediently submitted to the woman, daring not to resist in the slightest. Lucci was stunned again. The ghostly figure that had been chasing him just moments before had suddenly become so docile. He couldn't help but begin to wonder about the woman's identity. Miss Man, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be by Master Wu's side? The ghostly figure spoke to the woman in front of it with great fear. P.S. This is the third update today. One last update to go. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 23 The Holy Mother? No, I want to kill him with my own hands. If I had arrived any later, would you have persecuted our esteemed guest from the Martial Pavilion? Furthermore, they actually dared to kill someone outside the Martial Pavilion. Don't you know the rules of the black market? He spoke slowly and coldly to the ghostly figure. The ghostly figure was also sweating profusely. He didn't dare to reply for a moment. The black market also has its own rules. Within the black market, except for the Martial Pavilion, violence is prohibited in other places. This could potentially negatively impact the shopping experience of other VIP customers on the black market. Therefore, once this rule is violated, they will be subject to a kill order from the Martial Pavilion. Those who defy the law will be eliminated. Ghost Shadow dared to attack Lucci in the black market because there were almost no people on the outskirts of the black market. Doing something here won't attract attention. As long as the impact is not significant, the black market will not pursue the matter. But who would have thought that it would slowly appear at this time? A distinguished guest of the Martial Pavilion? Miss Man, are you sure you're not mistaken? He's just an insignificant child. Even if he just won the competition, he's not worthy of being called a distinguished guest of the Martial Pavilion, is he? On the contrary, those behind me are. The ghostly figure was halfway through his sentence when he saw a slowly growing cold gaze in his eyes. He shut up instantly. He knew he had probably said something wrong. He originally intended to use the powerful figures behind him to gradually exert pressure. But now it seems that it was slowly being instructed. And there might only be one person in the entire martial pavilion who can command Man-Man. If it really was that person who sent Man-Man, then the people behind him would have no deterrent effect at all. Ghost Shadow, I think you really don't want your dog's life anymore. Then I'll send you on your way right now. He spoke to the ghostly figure with a sinister tone. As she spoke, her aura emanated from her. Even Lu Qi, who was standing to the side, could feel the terrifying power emanating from Man-Man. This power is more than twice as strong as the ghostly figure. Lu Qi was stunned. The woman before me is actually a 5th rank expert. No wonder the ghostly figure didn't dare to act recklessly in front of her. A 5th rank expert wanted to kill a 3rd rank awakened individual. It's as easy as crushing an ant. Slowly, the hand began to tighten its grip. The ghost felt like it was about to suffocate. His hand kept waving. No! You can't kill me. This is the black market. If you kill me, you will also be breaking the rules of the black market. The ghostly figure said with great difficulty. In order to avoid death, he also invoked the rules of the black market. In the black market, unless there is a kill order from the martial pavilion, it is absolutely forbidden to take action outside of the martial pavilion. But the next moment, the ghost was completely dumbfounded. He slowly took out a piece of paper from his storage ring. The paper contained a kill order regarding the ghost. Do you think the master wouldn't have thought of this? Your conversation with those guys on the 3rd floor was actually being monitored by the master the whole time. Master knew long ago that you would harm Mr. Ba, so he urgently issued a kill order against you. Sent to intercept and kill you. Slowly, holding the kill order issued by the martial pavilion, he coldly addressed the ghostly figure. As the owner of Wuga, Master Wu has connections and influence throughout the martial pavilion. The conversations among the powerful and influential on the 3rd floor naturally did not escape his notice. Upon learning that someone was plotting to assassinate Lu Qi, he immediately issued a kill order against Ghost Shadow. This time, Ghost Shadow was completely speechless. He hadn't expected that the martial pavilion would value Lu Qi so much. They even included the powerful and influential people on the 3rd floor in their scheme. Ghost Shadow, do you have anything else to say? He spoke slowly and coldly to the ghostly figure. With the Wu Pavilion's kill order, anyone can legitimately kill Ghost Shadow in the black market. The martial pavilion is ruthless. They actually dared to scheme against even the powerful families on the 3rd floor. I work for the Wu family. If you kill the Wu family, they will come after you. The ghostly figure spat out a mouthful of blood and spoke slowly. The powerful families on the 3rd floor? You don't really think they'll be your backers, do you? Even among all the powerful families in Fenglan, the black market has the final say. Whichever family the black market wants to rise to power, that family can rise to power. The 3rd floor family you see now was nothing more than a dog of our black market before. It was the black market that funded them to gain a foothold in Fenglan. The black market can make them rise, but it can also make them fall. And you're not even worthy to be a dog in the black market. As he spoke slowly, he gradually increased the pressure on his hands. The ghost felt the air it could breathe getting thinner and thinner. He stopped speaking, staring at Man-Man, completely gripped by terror. He originally intended to use his powerful family background to gradually exert pressure on them. But to my surprise, I received even more explosive news. It turns out that the entire Fenglan family is controlled by the black market. Upon hearing this news, he was utterly devastated. He knew he was doomed this time. Etc. Just then, Lu Qi suddenly called out to Man-Man. He paused, then looked at Lu Qi behind him. The ghost figure thought its chance to survive had finally arrived. If Lu Qi speaks up for me, I might really have a chance to live. After all, I haven't done anything to him yet. If Lu Qi were a saintly figure in a novel, they will definitely forgive themselves. With a hint of doubt, she looked at Lu Qi and asked, Mr. Ba, he just tried to kill you. You're not trying to plead for him, are you? A hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. If Lu Qi really pleads for Ghost Shadow, that means Lu Qi is too soft-hearted. Placing it in the martial pavilion is not a good thing. What the martial pavilion needs are fighters with unwavering resolve. She's not a saint either. Who said I was going to plead for him? Lu Qi chuckled and shook his head as he spoke to Man-Man. Slowly, his brow furrowed, and he became even more puzzled. but Ghost had a bad feeling. Seeing their expressions, Lucci continued, "He just said he would kill me and hang my head in front of the Marshall Pavilion's gate. I want to kill him with my own hands in front of the Marshall Pavilion, and then hang his head in front of the pavilion's gate. Is this okay?" Lucci looked at Man and spoke without any emotion. He then revealed a sinister and evil smile as he looked at the immobilized ghostly figure. He seemed to be telling Ghost that he wasn't some saint. He was the devil who was going to take his life. And simply taking his life wasn't enough. Lucci is going to personally take Ghost Shadow's life in front of everyone in the Marshall Pavilion. The ghostly figure became even more terrified upon hearing this. "If I take it slow, I can die a quicker death." And Lucci actually wanted to humiliate him before he died. This is an insult to a fighter. Of course, no problem. After hearing the news, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Then she squeezed the ghostly figure harder with her hand. This caused the ghostly figure to bleed from its 7 orifices. However, not all of them died. I have already destroyed his cultivation. Now it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. You can do whatever you want with him. He then tossed the ghostly figure to Lucci. Lucci took the ghostly figure, smiled wickedly, and then slowly walked back to the Marshall Pavilion. P.S. 4th update today. Update complete. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 24, Declaring War on the Powerful. After Lucci left, the Marshall Pavilion became much quieter. Many lost all their money. It's time to leave. Many people are also preparing to leave because they've lost their fun. Just as everyone was about to leave the Marshall Pavilion, a familiar figure appeared once again in front of the Marshall Pavilion. "Daddy, why is he back again?" "Huh? It looks like he's holding a dark shape in his hand?" "That's Ghost Shadow. One of our Marshall Pavilion's 3rd-rank fighters. Judging from how he looks, he could have been beaten up like this by his father, right?" "Impossible. Dad just took the power-boosting pill, he should be in a period of weakness right now." "Look behind Daddy, who's that?" "You man. She's not Master Wu's." Everyone saw Lucci reappear at the Marshall Pavilion, carrying the Ghost Shadow in his hand. Everyone was very curious. However, upon seeing You Man, he was immediately taken aback. He glanced again at the ghostly figure in Lucci's hand. Everyone seemed to understand something. Soon after, the sound of a broadcast came from the Marshall Pavilion behind them. "A maximum kill warrant has been issued for those who violate the black market rules." Ghost Shadow made his move outside of the Marshall Pavilion, a serious violation of the black market's rules. "Everyone in the black market, please take action and kill him." The broadcast echoed throughout the black market. The Marshall Pavilion has issued a kill order against Ghost Shadow. However, the people in front of the Marshall Pavilion seemed to have expected this. His expression was somewhat indifferent. "I wasn't surprised at all. It's as if this kind of thing has happened before. In fact, it is not uncommon for the Wu Pavilion to act first and report later." What surprised everyone was, in general, the Marshall Pavilion would handle such matters secretly. He secretly beheaded the person he was hunting. Unlike Lucci, who actually brought the ghost back to the Marshall Pavilion. This means that Lucci is declaring war on the forces behind Ghost Shadow. Inside the 3rd floor of the Marshall Pavilion, the faces of the powerful and wealthy were even more somber. They didn't expect things to turn out this way. But after seeing You Man and Lucci return together, a chill suddenly ran through everyone's hearts. If all of this was instructed by that person from the Marshall Pavilion, so they're sending Ghost Shadow to assassinate Lucci, likely touched upon that person's interests. Their expressions were very solemn, as if they were plotting something. He stared coldly at Lucci in front of the Marshall Pavilion gate. They wanted to see what Lucci was planning to do. Lucci remained silent. Instead, it tossed the ghostly figure high into the air. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Lucci suddenly threw a punch. The ghost was terrified when it saw this. However, his cultivation had already been destroyed by You Man. Unable to escape using force. At that moment, he felt that everything around him was extremely quiet. You can barely hear a sound. This is perhaps what it feels like to be about to die. Then the punch was aimed at the ghost's body. The terrifying force blasted the ghost's body to pieces. Dark red blood was splattered everywhere. Lucci's punch was incredibly powerful. It pulverized the ghost's body along with its bones. The onlookers couldn't help but take a few steps back after seeing this. Even Man, who was standing behind Lu Qi, couldn't help but change her expression after seeing this scene. I never expected Lu Qi to be so decisive. The ghost's entire body was reduced to just its head, which fell to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but show a hint of fear. They hadn't expected Lu Qi to be so bold. Bringing the ghost back to the martial pavilion is fine. He actually killed the ghost in front of so many people. But that's not all. After the ghost died, Lu Qi picked up his blood-stained head. His head was hung high in front of the gate of the martial pavilion. After witnessing this scene, no one dared to speak. He just watched this scene with rapid breathing. Watching Lu Qi hang the ghost's head in front of the martial pavilion. Inside the third floor of the martial pavilion. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the powerful and influential figures grew increasingly solemn. Several people even crushed their wine glasses. Lu Qi's actions were blatantly a challenge to their authority. Damn it! This kid actually dared to provoke us. We were too hasty in this matter. We shouldn't have let Ghost Shadow make his move in the black market. We should have waited until he left the black market before we made our move. Regardless of the circumstances, this kid has already declared war on us, so we certainly can't just sit here and wait to die. I'm furious. I'll make this brat pay. But this kid has Man behind him. Shouldn't we think this through carefully? Maybe Master Wu is behind him. He's already shitting on our heads, what's the point of growing a new one? As long as we deal with him outside the black market, everything will be fine. Master Wu is a businessman after all, he won't hold a grudge against a dead man. That's right. Since we can't take action in the black market, we'll deal with him outside of it. Even if Master Wu values him highly, he won't turn against us for a dead man. Let's play it safe this time and send Blood Mother. She has the strength of a late-stage rank 3 cultivator, which is more than enough to deal with a rank 2 child. On the third floor of the martial pavilion, the group once again planned to assassinate Lu Qi. Now, Lu Qi has not only caused them heavy losses, but also made them lose face. Moreover, Lu Qi has already declared war on them. If we don't deal with Lu Qi as soon as possible. With Lu Qi's talent, he could very well become their biggest threat in the future. In front of the main gate of Wuga Pavilion. After hanging up the ghost's head, Lu Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. How long can this head stay here? Lu Qi asked Man. He has actually declared war on those powerful and influential people. If he had just stepped out of the black market, Ghost's head would have been taken off. Then it won't have the effect of being insulting. He wanted those powerful and influential people to see this head every time they entered the martial pavilion. Let them feel humiliated. It will stay there until it starts to smell bad, then someone will come and take care of it, so you don't need to worry about that. Man naturally understood what Lu Qi meant, and nodded as she spoke to him. Wugu doesn't care about wanted criminals who are already dead, as long as it doesn't affect other people coming to Wugu to spend money. Furthermore, hanging the heads of wanted criminals in front of the martial pavilion can also serve as a warning to others. Never break the rules of the black market. Otherwise, this is the outcome. Lu Qi nodded after hearing this. Then his body went limp, and he felt completely powerless. He had used up all his strength in that punch. He is now extremely weak and can only barely maintain normal mobility. He needs to find a place to rest now. Mr. Ba, thank you for getting rid of a menace for our black market. Our martial pavilion will give you a corresponding reward. Could we speak in private for a moment? Just then, Man changed her previous indifference and smiled at Lu Qi. He then made a gesture of invitation. There's another reward? Lu Qi was taken aback when he heard this, not expecting there would be a reward. However, the greatest credit goes to Man for killing the ghost. If Man hadn't abolished Ghost Shadow's cultivation. Given his current situation, how could he possibly have a chance to kill the ghost? Lu Qi only knocked on the head. However, thinking about receiving the reward, there should be a place where I can rest. So I just followed them. P.S. This is the first update today. I'll be updating 4 times a day. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 25 Master Wu's winning over. Man brought Lu Qi back to the martial pavilion. It's unclear whether it's because of Man's identity or because Lu Qi's actions just now frightened everyone. Everyone in the martial pavilion wisely made way for Lu Qi. Lu Qi arrived at the 5th floor of the Martial Pavilion without any problems. This is where the senior management of Wuga works. As soon as the door on the 5th floor opened, Lu Qi sensed that the smell of sweat from the muscular men downstairs was completely different. The air here is very fresh. The people working here aren't a bunch of burly men. Instead, they were staff members dressed in suits and professional uniforms. However, what surprised Lu Qi was, when the staff members saw themselves, they all nodded and smiled. It was as if they knew all along that they were coming. However, Lu Qi didn't pay much attention to it. Following Yuman, they entered the innermost office of the Martial Pavilion. Upon entering this office, you are greeted by a rich aroma of sandalwood. The room was also playing very elegant classical music. Then, through the thin smoke in the room, Lu Qi saw a middle-aged man sitting in a chair, fanning himself and holding a cigar. The man looked somewhat rugged. His dark skin was covered with a very thick beard. Furthermore, Lu Qi could sense from the man's demeanor that he was incredibly powerful. He is much stronger than Yuman, who is standing next to him. They must be at least a 6th rank expert. Lu Qi guessed that this was the owner of Wu Gu, the Master Wu mentioned by the ghost. Seeing that Master Wu was engrossed in classical music, Yuman knocked on the door and said, "Master Wu, the person has arrived." Master Wu was taken aback upon hearing this and opened his eyes. Upon seeing that Yuman had arrived with Lu Qi, he immediately turned off the classical music and said with a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha! Young friend Lu Qi, you finally arrived. Come, have a seat. Come, have a seat." As he spoke, Master Wu picked up the teacup on the table and poured it for Lu Qi. Lu Qi looked at the very cheerful uncle in front of him and instantly became wary. Because this uncle just revealed his name. He has his own code name in the Martial Pavilion, and the fact that Master Wu can say his name means that he must have secretly investigated him. "Hey, don't be nervous. I mean no harm. I'm just investigating you beforehand so that our future cooperation can proceed smoothly." Master Wu noticed the wariness in Lu Qi's eyes and said with a smile. Shortly after Lu Qi left, a document with detailed information about Lu Qi appeared on his desk. He is one of the underground emperors of the Fenglan black market. It's quite easy to find information about Lu Qi. Lu Qi thought for a moment, then simply sat down. Since we've already fallen into the tiger's den, it's too late to leave now. In front of him was Master Wu, who was at least at the 6th rank, and behind him was Yuman, who was at the 5th rank. If these two powerful figures wanted to keep him here, how could he possibly escape now? Moreover, he was genuinely tired during his period of fatigue and needed to sit down and rest. "Master Wu, what brings you here this time?" Lu Qi asked, still very wary. Now that Master Wu has obtained his information, you should know that you are just a student. The Martial Pavilion shouldn't go to such lengths for a single student. Don't rush, quickly drink some tea that I specially prepared for you. Try it and see how it tastes. I wouldn't serve this tea to just anyone. Master Wu did not directly answer Lu Qi's question. Instead, he pointed to the tea in front of Lu Qi and said with a grin, in order to prove to Lu Qi that the tea was not poisoned. Master Wu also took a sip. Lu Qi was a little puzzled, but the aroma of the tea was indeed strong, and after experiencing so much, he was indeed thirsty. He picked up the tea in front of him and took a small sip. This can be considered as him giving Master Wu face. However, after drinking the hot tea, Lu Qi's eyes widened in surprise. The tea is fragrant and its aftertaste seems to contain some special energy. This energy resonated through Lu Qi's meridians, nourishing his body. This tea is extraordinary. Lu Qi felt that after drinking a cup of tea, his physical weakness had been somewhat relieved. Good tea, Lu Qi said subconsciously after drinking the whole cup of tea. Because this cup of tea was so beneficial to his health. Just this small cup was enough to wash away most of his previous fatigue. Although I still feel a bit weak, my body does feel much more relaxed. I won't feel that listless feeling anymore. He even felt that his spiritual cultivation had improved. The fact that Master Wu brought out this cup of tea to serve me shows his sincerity. This improved Lu Qi's impression of Master Wu. Ha ha. Right. If you like, I'll have Man go get you some to take home and drink later, don't be shy. Upon hearing Lu Qi's praise, Master Wu burst into laughter with delight. He then winked at Yuman. Yuman instantly understood. She walked to the cabinet next to her, took out 2 more tea cakes, wrapped them up, and handed them to Lu Qi. It is indeed fine tea. Thank you very much, Master Wu. Lu Qi accepted the reward with pleasure. After all, he had come to receive the reward for killing the ghost shadow. Consider these 2 tea cakes as a reward from Wu Gu. However, tea can help people relax their bodies and improve their spiritual cultivation. It's definitely not a cheap product. One cake might cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. I've definitely profited this time. After accepting the tea cake, Lu Qi continued, Master Wu, you didn't come to see me just to have some tea, did you? Just say what's on your mind, but let me make this clear first. I'm just a martial arts academy student, there's nothing I can do to help you. Now that we've had our tea, let's get down to business. Young friend Lu Qi, since that's the case, I'll be frank. I don't need you to do anything for us. I just need you to join our martial pavilion and become one of us. Seeing that the time was almost ripe, Master Wu said with a smile. To become one of you? Don't I already have a code name in the martial pavilion? Doesn't that count as joining the martial pavilion? Lu Qi asked with some surprise. People who join the martial pavilion usually have their own code name. Lu Qi also has a code name, which means he is also a member of the martial pavilion, right? That's just a pastime for some guests. I want you to become an internal member of the martial pavilion. From now on, you will work for the martial pavilion. Of course, we will not treat you unfairly. Master Wu paused here, then looked at Yu Man Man beside him again. Yu Man Man nodded, then clapped her hands. The next moment, the office door opened. Several staff members carried many treasures into the office. Chapter 26:12 Supreme Treasures. Join the martial pavilion. About 12 staff members entered the room. They were all young women wearing black stockings. They were all quite good looking. She was comparable to the most beautiful courtesan in the black market's dance troupe. But what they were holding in their hands was the real highlight. There were 12 people, each holding a mahogany box. This represents 12 gifts. Lu Qi glanced at them and saw that the contents of each box were extremely valuable. Top-grade elixirs and powerful weapons and equipment. There are also some treasures that can only be seen in the battlefield of all races. One of them even contained a dragon blood pill. Lu Qi was well aware of how precious the dragon blood pill was. That was made using the blood of a true dragon from the battlefield of 10,000 races. After consuming it, not only can one quickly restore their chi and blood, but one may even have the opportunity to comprehend the true dragon treasure technique. Master the methods of the true dragon. Even on the black market, it's a priceless treasure. You can't buy it even if you have the money. Even with Lu Qi's billions of spirit stones, he might not be able to afford all 12 treasures together. The price of a single dragon blood pill could be worth tens of billions of low-grade spirit stones. Faced with such a luxurious gift, Lu Qi couldn't help but swallow hard. For Master Wu to bring out these treasures is practically a huge financial sacrifice. Master Wu, what do you mean by this? Lu Qi asked Master Wu with a slight narrowing of his eyes. I am just a student of Fenglan Martial Academy. What merit do I possess to deserve such hospitality from Master Wu? If you're willing to join our martial pavilion, this is just a small gift to you. If you don't agree. Master Wu paused here, then stroked his chin. Lu Qi's eyes instantly became alert. He found a powerful force like this, and if anyone dared to defy him, they would all be dealt with using extreme measures. If I refuse Master Wu's invitation, I might very well be persecuted by the Wu Pavilion. But the next moment, Master Wu's words stunned Lu Qi. If you don't agree, you can make a request to us, and whatever you want, our martial pavilion will satisfy you. As long as you're willing to join our martial pavilion, you can take these 12 people with you without any problem. After thinking for a moment, Master Wu spoke again. He thought Lu Qi was unwilling to join the martial pavilion, so he raised the stakes again. This time, he not only gave away treasures, but also women. If Lu Qi wanted, he could take any of these 12 beautiful women with him. After all, no man dislikes a woman. Lu Qi was taken aback upon hearing this. Unexpectedly, Master Wu did not threaten him. Instead, they increased their stakes. No. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to say that you don't need to go to such lengths for me. I'm just an ordinary student. Even if I join the martial pavilion, I can't help you much. Lu Qi waved his hand and said. He was truly flattered. I haven't made any significant contributions to the martial pavilion. After all, he understood the principle that one should not accept rewards without merit. You have extremely high potential, which is what I value. My martial pavilion needs talents like you. And who said you're just an ordinary student? Can an ordinary student shatter an arena that even a 5th rank expert couldn't break with a single punch? Master Wu said with a smile. With the strength of a 3rd rank expert, he intimidated a 5th rank expert. There has never been anyone like this in the history of the Federation. How could someone like that be ordinary? Upon hearing this, Lu Qi couldn't help but gasp. Unexpectedly, that detail in the arena was noticed by Master Wu. With your potential and the resources of our martial pavilion, I guarantee that you will become a powerhouse of at least the 9th rank in the future. Even surpassing the 9th rank. Reaching a transcendent realm above the 9th rank. We will provide you with all the cultivation resources you need in the future. Of course, we won't train you for nothing. Once you're strong enough, we'll tell you some of the secrets of this world, and then the organization will assign you missions. Now all you need to do is tell me if you'd like to join our martial pavilion and become one of us. Master Wu spoke to Lu Qi in a very serious tone. Lu Qi, however, fell into deep thought. You're not some reactionary organization rebelling against the Federation, are you? Lu Qi frowned and said with some concern. The conditions offered by Master Wu were indeed quite good. However, Lu Qi still couldn't figure out what their purpose was. Moreover, what Master Wu just said gave Lu Qi a very mysterious feeling. It's important to understand that besides the Federation, there are many other clandestine forces in this world. Many of these forces are enemies of the Federation. They have always wanted to overthrow the Federation. If you want to join this faction, Lu Qi would resolutely refuse. He just wanted to live a peaceful life, leveling up and leveling up. He didn't care at all who was in power in this world. Once you become strong, it doesn't matter who is in power in the world. I can also roam freely in this world with my powerful strength. However, if they get involved in this conflict, and their side loses, what will happen? He will definitely not have a good ending. Therefore, Lu Qi preferred to remain neutral rather than participate in the power struggle. Haha, you have quite the imagination. You can rest assured about that we are not a reactionary organization that opposes the Federation. We don't even have much interaction with the Federation. Our battlefield isn't in this world, but on the battlefield of all races. Our enemy is not human. On the contrary, we are fighting for humanity. Are you satisfied with this answer? Master Wu smiled and said to Lu Qi. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi fell into deep thought once again. Master Wu's words revealed a great deal of information. It even concerns that battlefield. Okay. I agree. I'm willing to join you. For no other reason than to fight against all races. As Lu Qi spoke, he glanced at the dragon blood pill beside him. This single dragon blood pill is worth as much as his entire fortune. After consuming it, one might even have the chance to comprehend the true dragon treasure technique. Faced with such tempting conditions, I have no reason to refuse. Moreover, the martial pavilion will provide all the cultivation resources needed for me to reach the 9th rank in the future. It's important to know that once your cultivation reaches the 4th rank, the cultivation resources you need will increase exponentially. Once you reach the 7th rank, you'll need high-grade spirit stones for cultivation. Even if you have billions of spirit stones, it's not much when converted into high-grade spirit stones. Therefore, attaching yourself to the martial pavilion is indeed a good choice. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. I believe you will shine on the battlefield in the future. I'll have your information added to the register soon, and from now on you'll be a member of my martial pavilion. Put this mask on. From now on, your code name in the organization will still be Daddy. If the organization has any arrangements, they will contact you through the mask. However, they probably won't contact you until you've matured. You can live your life without worry during this time. If you encounter any danger, you can also use the mask to ask for help from the members around you. Master Wu took out a white mask and said to Lu Qi. Lu Qi took the mask, which was made of a rare metal. It has a strong sense of technology. P.S. Chapter 3 today. For chapters a day. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 27 Accidentally consuming a dragon blood pill, a true dragon with 3 attributes? Watching Lu Qi put away his mask, Master Wu was finally relieved. This means that Lu Qi has completely become one of his members. Master Wu, now that I'm one of you, what about these treasures? Lu Qi said to Master Wu in a cheeky manner. After all, these treasures were just promised to him by Master Wu himself. He can't go back on his word, can he? Take all these treasures you want. If you join us, you will gain much more. These treasures are nothing compared to what we have. If you achieve something in the Martial Pavilion in the future, you will realize that these treasures are just a drop in the ocean. Master Wu waved his hand and said to Lu Qi. They seemed somewhat dismissive of these treasures. This piqued Lu Qi's curiosity. What kind of organization would disregard such a huge reward? In fact, this is just a drop in the ocean. However, Lu Qi was still materialistic after hearing what Master Wu said. He also readily accepted all 12 treasures into his possession. The 12 treasures were mostly precious elixirs. There was some equipment, but it was all protective gear. It was probably prepared out of fear of being persecuted by those powerful and influential people. Master Wu also knew that Lu Qi's declaration of war against the powerful and influential would inevitably provoke a counterattack from them. Assassination is inevitable. If Lu Qi is defeated, he can use these protective gear to save his life. Lu Qi put away all the treasures one by one. Then he walked to the last dragon blood pill. The box containing the dragon blood pill was different from the other boxes. It was a bright red wooden box. It looks absolutely gorgeous. And the dragon blood pill inside the box was even more vibrant red. This box looks rather lackluster. The dragon blood pill was placed in the very center of the box, emitting a faint fragrance. However, Lu Qi could sense a hint of hostility in that fragrance. The source of this malevolent aura is the original owner of this dragon blood. This is the malevolent aura of a true dragon. Lu Qi simply stared at the pill. It was as if you were staring into the eyes of a real dragon. This dragon blood pill is a gift I specially gave to you. It will help you recover quickly from your period of weakness. Furthermore, it can enhance your qi and blood, allowing the dragon blood energy to merge with your bloodline, giving you the opportunity to comprehend the true dragon's methods. However, you need to be careful when consuming it. After you get back, soak the dragon blood pill in water and just drink the water. Never swallow the dragon blood pill directly. Your body can't withstand the powerful true dragon blood. Your body will. Before Master Wu could finish speaking, Lu Qi had already picked up the dragon blood pill and put it in his mouth. Master Wu was dumbfounded and stood there stunned. Glug! All that could be heard was a crisp sound coming from Lu Qi's throat. The dragon blood pill disappeared from his mouth. What did you just say? What would happen if you swallowed my body directly? Lu Qi asked Master Wu with a puzzled look. In fact, he hadn't heard a word Master Wu said. Because the pill smelled so good, he couldn't resist and swallowed it. They didn't even consider the consequences. However, after seeing Master Wu's expression, he realized that he seemed to have done something wrong. It's nothing. If you swallow the dragon blood pill directly, with your current cultivation level, your body will be directly burst by the malevolent energy within it. You. Master Wu stared blankly at Lu Qi and said. He hadn't expected Lu Qi to be so brave. They actually dared to swallow the dragon blood pill raw. Even if one's strength reaches this level, some preparations are still needed before consuming the dragon blood pill. They were afraid of being affected by the malevolent energy of the true dragon within the dragon blood pill. Lu Qi was merely a second-rank awakened one. If you swallow it whole, there will only be one consequence. It means death. What? I'll pry him out right now. Lu Qi was also shocked when he heard this. I never expected that a casual bite would cause me so much trouble. All he wanted to do now was to pry the dragon blood pill out of his mouth as quickly as possible. But after seeing this, Master Wu simply shook his head and said, You can't pry it out. Once the dragon blood pill enters your body, it will be directly digested. What you need to do now is to refine the power of the true dragon as much as possible. High-quality pills dissolve instantly upon entering the stomach. Once inside the body, they will dissipate at the fastest speed. It wanders within the body. The same applies to dragon blood pills. Soon, Lu Qi's body also began to react. Lu Qi's skin began to turn bright red. Then the body temperature began to rise gradually. The high temperature caused steam to begin to rise from the body's surface. Lu Qi also felt as if his body was a furnace. It was incredibly painful. It felt as if a real dragon was roaming inside my body. And it was constantly breathing fire into its own body. I want to melt my body. Under such high temperatures, Lu Qi quickly fell into a coma. His body is radiating high temperatures. This is a symbol of the blood of a fire dragon. This is a dragon blood pill made from the blood of a fire dragon. Quick! Put him in ice water. As long as he can resist the will of the true dragon blood, he has a chance to survive. He might even be able to comprehend the true dragon treasure technique from it. Master Wu immediately ordered everyone to find ice water. He didn't want to see the talent he had just found die under the malevolent aura of the dragon's blood. But the ice water still hasn't arrived. Lu Qi's body underwent another change. Lu Qi's body, which had been bright red, changed once again. This time, his skin slowly turned blue. Then it became incredibly cold. My body started emitting cold air. This caused the ground around Lu Qi to freeze over. When Master Wu saw this scene, he frowned. One cold, one hot? A true dragon with dual attributes of ice and fire? I can't be that unlucky. Upon seeing this, Master Wu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The true dragon race also has different attributes. He originally thought that the pill Lu Qi had taken was the blood of a fire attribute true dragon. But now that I look at it, this dragon actually has both ice and fire attributes. It's already extremely difficult to refine a single attribute. Even a 9th grade awakened might not be able to refine a dual attribute pill. What should we do now, sir? Should we get more ice water? Man asked Master Wu after seeing this scene. Yes. I still want it, but this time I also need to prepare some hot water. Be prepared to respond to any emergencies. Save Lu Qi as long as he's still alive. Master Wu spoke to his subordinates in a very serious tone. His men immediately sprang into action. However, the next moment, Lu Qi's body changed once again. The chill emanating from his body slowly dissipated. Then a ring of green vegetation grew around his body. Master Wu was completely dumbfounded when he saw the scene. What attribute? A true dragon with 3 attributes. P.S. This is the last update today. I'll be updating 4 times a day. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 28 8 Elements. The true dragon ancestor? When you see the 3rd attribute. Even Master Wu was dumbfounded. He knew of the existence of dual attribute true dragons in the battlefield of myriad races. Moreover, true dragons with dual attributes are generally extremely powerful. It is not something that ordinary awakened beings can handle. However, after seeing the 3rd element appear on Lu Qi's body, Master Wu was completely dumbfounded. He had never seen a true dragon of the 3 elements on the battlefield. Dragons of this caliber should be at the highest level of the true dragon race. It's impossible for them to be hunted down by powerful humans. But the truth is right before our eyes. The fact that Lu Qi's body contained 3 elements is enough to explain the problem. 3 attribute true dragons really exist. If the true dragon race still has true dragons with 3 attributes, then they might become one of the greatest threats to the human race. But just as Master Wu was deeply shocked by this matter, Lu Qi's body underwent another change. A 4th element has appeared. Lu Qi's body turned as hard as metal. It is extremely hard. Furthermore, a layer of patterns resembling dragon scales began to appear on Lu Qi's body. At this moment, Master Wu was at a loss for words. For a tribute true dragon. I've never even heard of it, let alone seen it. Dragons of this caliber should belong to the elders of the true dragon clan. How could blood possibly be used by humans to make dragon blood pills? Master Wu was somewhat puzzled. Elders and powerful figures of a race are generally unlikely to make a move easily. They typically reside in their clan's secret realm to prevent invasion by external enemies. The chances of getting your true blood are slim. Sir, what should we do now? Should we continue preparing? Man, who was standing to the side, asked Master Wu in a puzzled manner. Now that 4 elements have appeared on Lu Qi's body, they don't know what to do. No need. The elements that appeared on Lu Qi can all cancel each other out. What's the point of us doing all this? Master Wu shook his head and said. If there is only 1 element, they could indeed use external forces to remedy the situation. But now 4 elements have appeared on Lu Qi's body. These elements can all be digested internally. Moreover, Lu Qi doesn't seem to be in much pain right now. Perhaps the 4 elements within his body live in perfect harmony. They don't even need to do anything outside. Lu Qi can refine them from the inside. Their preparation seems somewhat unnecessary. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped what they were doing. Quietly watch what will happen to Lu Qi. The next moment, Lu Qi's body changed again. A fifth element has appeared. This time, it's the earth element. His body became as white as sand. However, the people around remained very calm after witnessing this scene. Having gone through the previous changes, they have become much more indifferent to such matters. This should be the last element, right? I remember the true Dragon Clan only knew the 5 elements technique, but now all 5 elements have appeared. But what kind of terrifying being could simultaneously control 5 elements? Could it be the Dragon King of the true Dragon Clan? After seeing the 5 elements on Lu Qi's body, Man swallowed hard and said, all 5 elements possessed by the true Dragon Clan have appeared on Lu Qi's body. This made them wonder what kind of Dragon Clan powerhouse could simultaneously control 5 elements. Among the true dragon race, perhaps only the Dragon King can truly master the 5 elements techniques. But if it really is the Dragon King, how could he possibly have blood for us to refine into dragon blood pills? Master Wu said with a very solemn expression. Among the true Dragon Clan, only the Dragon King is capable of fully mastering the 5 elements techniques. But a powerhouse of the Dragon King's caliber. Don't even mention that he's unlikely to appear on the battlefield of all races. Even if it did occur, it wouldn't be able to get injured, it would only drip precious dragon blood. Then, as if he had thought of something, Master Wu said to Man, go and find out who refined this dragon blood pill and what kind of dragon's blood was used. We must investigate thoroughly. We cannot be careless on this trip. Man, yes, sir. Man quickly left the office and began to investigate the origin of the dragon blood pill. Not long after Man left, Lu Qi changed once again. His skin began to glow. It was also accompanied by some background noise. Master Wu immediately felt somewhat puzzled. He leaned closer to take a look. All that could be seen around Lu Qi's skin was a dense layer of tiny static electricity. Then, his skin was completely enveloped in lightning. How is that possible? The 6th attribute. Lightning. Master Wu was shocked when he saw this. Even if he has seen a lot of the world, he would be speechless upon seeing this scene. The fact that the true Dragon Clan cultivates the 5 elements technique is common knowledge throughout the entire battlefield of myriad races. The true Dragon Clan also crushed the battlefield with the power of the 5 elements. But I've never heard of the true Dragon Clan having elements other than the 5 elements. This lightning attribute does not belong to the category of the 5 elements. This is the 6th element to appear on Lu Qi. Not long after, the lightning attribute dissipated. A hurricane swept out from Lu Qi's body. The 7th element. Wind element. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qi's body became as bright as the sun. The 8th element. Light element. A total of 8 elements. Master Wu was speechless at this moment. 8 elements actually appeared in Lu Qi's body. A true dragon that embodies all 8 elements. Could it be that the owner of this dragon blood pill is the progenitor of the true dragon masters? According to ancient records of the true Dragon Clan, the true dragon ancestor comprehended the 4 directions and 8 symbols. That is, 8 attributes. However, because it is so ancient, even the true Dragon Clan only regards this as a legend. Because no dragon can comprehend so many elements at the same time. Moreover, didn't the true dragon ancestor perish along with the human immortals during the Immortal Fall era? How could there be blood that has survived to this day? And even been made into dragon blood pills? Master Wu's eyes were filled with shock. He muttered to himself incredulously. The legend of the true Dragon Clan does indeed have an ancestor who comprehended all 8 elements. But that level of terror exists. They went extinct hundreds of millions of years ago. Even his blood should have dried up long ago. At that moment, Lu Qi's body reacted once again. The dazzling white light on Lu Qi's body gradually faded. Lu Qi's body turned pale and lifeless. Then his flesh began to shrink rapidly. My skin has started to crack. The vitality is rapidly dissipating. Master Wu was shocked when he saw this. Is Lu Qi going to die? P.S. First update today. 4 updates a day. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 29: The Destroyer of the Dragon Clan. The Eternal Night Dragon. Lu Qi gradually turned pale. At this moment, his body, flesh and blood had withered. He looked very thin. Master Wu also began to panic. What on earth is going on? Shouldn't the 8 elements cancel each other out? Why is this happening? Is Lu Qi going to die? Upon seeing this scene, Master Wu roared in terror. He didn't want the person he had finally chosen to die like this. And if Lu Qi survives, perhaps he will be able to comprehend the true dragon treasure technique of the 8 elements. At that time, he will become a great weapon for the martial pavilion in the battlefield of all races. For this reason alone, Master Wu does not want Lu Qi to die. But no matter how much he shouted, there was nothing he could do. The other people around could only stare blankly at everything. They were completely helpless against the 8 elements. They didn't even know how to begin. They could only watch helplessly as Lu Qi's body withered away. Slowly, it loses its vitality. Lu Qi's body was shriveled and curled up in a ball. Completely lifeless. In Lu Qi's spiritual world. At this moment, he was facing an endless expanse of darkness. This is my mental world? Lu Qi spoke to the boundless darkness. This film gave him a feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar. He was certain that this was his mental world. He would come to this world whenever he meditated. However, he now feels that his mental world seems to have become somewhat strange. But I can't quite put my finger on what's wrong. Moreover, once he enters his own mental world, he can usually leave at will. But now he feels trapped in his own mental world. I can't leave. This feeling made him feel somewhat suffocated. Humans? Was it you who woke me up? Just then, a sinister growl echoed in his mind. Who is it? Who is in my mental world? Lu Qi was immediately frightened and looked around. Then a breath came from behind him. He quickly turned around. A pair of terrifying, enormous purple eyes were staring at him. Upon seeing this, Lu Qi was so frightened that he took a few steps back. Lu Qi could only see clearly after they had created some distance. Those purple eyes were actually belonging to a giant black dragon. However, that dragon was not a Western lizard. It was a black 5-clawed dragon. It resembles the 5-clawed golden dragon that Lu Qi is familiar with. However, the dragon's scales were completely black. 5-clawed black dragon. What are you, and why are you in my mental world? Lu Qi said to the black dragon with some fear. Because people in this world must learn about all races from a young age. Therefore, after Lu Qi received the memories of this world, he also learned about many races on the battlefield. In his memory, there were many kinds of dragons in the battlefield of all races. But there is no such species of dragon. You didn't even know me, yet you consumed my precious blood? I am the Lord of all races. Calamity upon the dragons. Eternal Night Dragon. The enormous dragon figure let out a low growl at Lu Qi. Lord of all races? Calamity of the dragon race? Eternal Night Dragon? How come I've never heard of this before? And since you are a dragon, why do you call yourself the calamity of the dragons? Do you hate dragons? Lu Qi stroked his chin, a puzzled expression on his face, and said. He remembered the knowledge about all races very clearly. However, there is no record of the Eternal Night Dragon. You really don't recognize me? I am the scourge of the dragon race. I am the Eternal Night Dragon who personally orchestrated the great destruction of the dragon race. Look again. Don't you really recognize me? Haven't you seen me in your textbooks? Upon seeing Lu Qi's reaction, Yang Yilong excitedly spoke to Lu Qi. After hearing this, Lu Qi took another serious look at the Eternal Night Dragon. But he still shook his head. I have absolutely no recollection of this dragon. Damn it! Those guys must have deliberately erased my deeds from history. Those guys are afraid their offspring will be terrified once they learn of my existence. That must be it. Those despicable bastards. After receiving Lu Qi's reply, Yang Yilong suddenly became irritable. It kept roaring. So you're really that powerful? Lu Qi asked, puzzled, after seeing the Eternal Night Dragon's reaction. After hearing what Yang Yilong said, it does seem quite remarkable. It nearly destroyed the dragon race. You must know that the dragon clan is one of the dominant races in the battlefield of all races. Even among all the races in the world today, no race could possibly destroy the dragon race. And this dragon in front of us is about to annihilate the dragon race, so it must be something special. I am an ancient dragon who controls 9 elements. What do you think? The Eternal Night Dragon said to Lu Qi with great pride. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's eyes showed a hint of doubt, and he said to the Eternal Night Dragon, 9 elements? Don't dragons only cultivate 5 elements? Even the true dragon ancestor only had 8 elements. You're not lying, are you? He still knew the basic information about the dragon race. Whether it's the true dragon race or other dragon races, they all practiced the 5 elements techniques. His greatest skill is using the 5 elements. Even the legendary primordial dragon lord only comprehended 8 elements. And that's just a legend. Even the dragons don't believe that any dragon can comprehend all 8 elements. Because 5 elements is already the limit. The black dragon in front of us actually claimed that it had comprehended 9 elements. This is utter nonsense. Why would I deceive you? If you don't believe me, I'll show you the power I possess. Yang Guilong saw that Lu Qi had some doubts about him. Then he blew on him. The next moment, clusters of flames appeared around Lu Qi, surrounding him. Fire element. Before Lu Qi could even be surprised, another blue light appeared. Water element also appears. Then wood, metal, earth, lightning, wind, and light. 8 elements appeared one by one around Lu Qi. Lu Qi was stunned when he saw these elements. He hadn't expected that the dragon in front of him actually possessed all 8 elements. That means that the true dragon ancestor may indeed have mastered 8 elements. Aren't there only 8 elements? Where's the 9th element? Lu Qi asked, puzzled. Since you know about the true dragon ancestor, do you know how he died? Upon hearing Lu Qi's question, the Eternal Night Dragon smiled disdainfully and then gave an irrelevant answer. Lu Qi was taken aback, then shook his head. Such events from the time of Immortal's demise have long been lost in the long river of history. How could he possibly know? Ha ha ha. It's because of my 9th element. The element that can destroy everything. Dark. The Eternal Night Dragon burst into wild laughter at Lu Qi, and then the 9th element finally appeared. The 9 elements surrounded Lu Qi, binding his body like shackles. Your body is mine now. P.S. This is the 2nd chapter today. 4 chapters a day. 2 more chapters to go. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 30 Possession? The system takes action. Suppression. Lu Qi was greatly alarmed upon seeing this. But by the time he realized it, it was too late. The shackles formed by the 8 elements bound him tightly. They were completely unable to move. The 9th dark element began to gradually absorb its own power. What do you want to do? Lu Qi said in great fear. His body kept struggling. However, every time he actually does something, it triggers a backlash from these elements. It caused him immense suffering. Can't you see? I'm going to live on in this world in your place. Although your body is still very weak, I will make you strong. I will use your body to become the king of the battlefield of all races again. You should be grateful for this. You will become the king of all races. The Eternal Night Dragon laughed evilly at Lu Qi. He then controlled the dark elements to accelerate the absorption of Lu Qi's power. The terrifying dark element is like an endless black hole. It continuously devours Lu Qi's power. Lu Qi felt himself in the face of this dark force. I feel utterly powerless. This is clearly my own mental world. I should be the one in charge here. But in the face of the dark elements, it seemed as if he had lost control of this world. This is the power of darkness. Extreme terror, absolute destruction. In the face of darkness, all beings are equal. At this moment, the Eternal Night Dragon was also laughing wildly. Once Lu Qi's soul is drained, his soul will inhabit this body. Lu Qi could feel his life force rapidly waning. Before long, I will be completely swallowed by darkness. He tried to struggle, but he was powerless. Am I going to die? But I've only just transmigrated to this world. Am I not the main character? Lu Qi said weakly. But his rapidly fading vitality caused his voice to gradually become weaker. He felt that his life might be coming to an end here. Warning! Warning! External intrusion detected. Host has entered a near-death state. System has activated self-destruct mode. Self-preservation strategy, suppression. Self-preservation begins. Just as Lu Qi's consciousness was fading, the system's voice sounded again. Lu Qi's vacant eyes regained their hope. The next moment, he felt the 8 elements that had bound him dissipate one by one. The dark elements also disappeared from his side. After his vitality is restored, he discovered that a huge golden ring was firmly trapping the black dragon in front of him. The golden ring bears very mysterious runes. Damn it! What is this thing? The eternal night dragon wanted to break free from the golden ring. But when his body touched the golden ring, a strong burning sensation swept over me. Burn his scales. The dragon was astonished by what it saw. He had actually been injured by the golden ring in front of him. The next moment, a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He then unleashed the terrifying 9 elements to attack the golden ring. However, none of the 9 elements could shake the terrifying golden ring. Even the dark element that the night dragon was most proud of appeared utterly powerless in the face of the golden ring. The dark, devouring power was completely unable to draw any strength from the golden ring. This golden ring seems to be the nemesis of the eternal night dragon. This is a power beyond the rules. A power that doesn't belong to this world. Who are you? Where did you get this power from? I am the Lord of all races. The dragon clan will be annihilated. I advise you to release me immediately. Otherwise, I will not let you go. Yang Dilong realized that all his methods were ineffective against the golden ring. He roared at Lu Qi in utter terror. He never expected such a change to happen to Lu Qi. Even Lu Qi was quite surprised. The once invincible eternal night dragon was actually easily suppressed by its own system. He recovered from his weakness, looking at the eternal night dragon trapped in front of him. If it weren't for the system, I might have already died at the hands of the eternal night dragon. However, this also piqued Lu Qi's curiosity. Where did this system come from? Why does it possess such immense power that it can easily suppress even the former ruler of all races? Why did I end up traveling to this world? Just as Lu Qi was wondering, the familiar system notification appeared before his eyes once again. Suppression successful. Please select whether to clear. Option 1, use the system to eliminate the eternal night dragon. The host's body will return to peace, all damage caused by the eternal night dragon will be washed away, and your body will be strengthened. Your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Option 2, tame the eternal night dragon using the system. You can learn dragon treasure techniques. Master the 9 elements. You can even summon the eternal night dragon to fight. Looking at the two options, Lu Qi decisively chose the second one. The first option seems unremarkable no matter how you look at it. Simply recovering his physical condition and making rapid progress in strength is far from enough for Lu Qi. He originally consumed the dragon blood pill in order to comprehend the dragon treasure technique. It's important to know that anything associated with dragons is an extremely powerful being. In the battlefield of all races, the dragon race is also a terrifying existence at the level of overlord. The benefits brought by the dragon treasure technique are definitely more useful than a rapid increase in strength. Once selected, it cannot be changed. Begin taming the night dragon. The system's voice sounded again. Then the golden rings around the eternal night dragon began to shrink. Upon seeing this, Yang Dilong was shocked and said to Lu Qi in a terrified voice, "What have you done, brat? I advise you to be kind. Don't ruin your life." He seemed terrified of the golden ring. As the golden ring contracted, the eternal night dragon dodged. They were afraid of coming into contact with the golden ring. But Lu Qi just shrugged. All of this was beyond his control. He wanted to see what methods the system had to tame the eternal night dragon. This was the ruler of all races in the ancient times. He was the strongest warrior on the battlefield of all races at that time. It even nearly led to the annihilation of the dragon clan, the current overlord of all races. If such a terrifying being could truly be tamed. Words used for one's own benefit. From now on, Lu Qi can roam freely even on the battlefield of 10,000 races. The golden ring continued to shrink until it completely trapped the eternal night dragon within it. The eternal night dragon roared in agony within the golden ring. However, the golden ring continued to shrink, showing no sign of stopping. The eternal night dragon struggled and screamed incessantly. Blood was even seeping from his scales. Lu Qi looked at this scene with great surprise. Is this how the system tames itself? That's so brutal. But the golden ring continued to shrink, until it shrank into a small ball. The ball is only the size of the palm of your hand. After witnessing this scene, Lu Qi was afraid that Jin Huan would kill the eternal night dragon directly. After all, the night dragon's enormous body is now confined to a small sphere. They might have already been crushed to death by the golden ring. But the golden ring continued to shrink. Finally, the golden ring completely disappeared from Lucci's mental world. P.S. This is the third update today. There won't be a fourth. One more update to come. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 31 Fusion of Elements. Resurrection. Lucci looked at the pitch-black mental world with some surprise. He was certain that there was no trace of the Eternal Night Dragon left in this space. Is the Eternal Night Dragon dead? Didn't the system say it would help me tame it? What's going on here? Lucci stared blankly at the empty, dark world. It's still unclear what exactly happened. The main problem is that the Eternal Night Dragon has now disappeared. Yet he remained trapped in this space, unable to leave the mental world. This is what frustrates him the most. If the Eternal Night Dragon is already dead, he should be able to leave this place. However, no matter how Lucci tried to control his mental world, he was unable to leave it. And at that very moment, Lucci noticed the location where the Eternal Night Dragon had disappeared. Something seems to be glowing. He stepped forward to take a look. At the location where the golden ring disappeared, there was a very strong elemental aura. 9 elemental auras surround this place. This was left behind by the Night Dragon during its battle with the golden ring. The rich elemental aura also represents the terrifying power that the Night Dragon used in its final battle with the golden ring. Even though he has disappeared, this force still lingers here. However, Lucci discovered that these elemental forces seem to have a sense of self. Upon seeing himself, he instinctively flinched. This also caught Lucci's attention. He instinctively reached out to grab these elements. However, these elements kept evading Lucci and could not be detected. Strange, could these elements possess self-awareness? Lucci looked at these elements and exclaimed in bewilderment. He was somewhat skeptical. He wanted to try again, but he just couldn't grasp these elements. At this point, Lucci was certain that there was something wrong with these elements. Could these elements be the elemental laws scattered when the Eternal Night Dragon disappeared? Lucci looked at these elements and made his guesses. If dragons want to comprehend an element, they must acquire the power of that element's laws. The power of laws is a conscious spiritual entity. Like little elemental sprites. Dragons can only comprehend an element by capturing these elemental sprites. What Lucci is facing now is very likely the elemental laws scattered by the Eternal Night Dragon. Lucci was overjoyed, thinking that if he could capture these law spirits, wouldn't that mean I could control the power of the elements? As for how to capture it, isn't that simple? This is my own mental world. After the Eternal Night Dragon disappeared, everything here was under his control. You are the master of this world. With just a single command, wouldn't these elements obediently submit to my control? Thinking of this, a strange smile appeared on Lucci's face. The 9 elements were also taken aback upon seeing this. I felt a bit scared afterwards. The next moment, Lucci stretched out his right hand and slowly said to the many elements, "Quickly, come into my hands." Many elements were taken aback. The situation is still unclear. A powerful suction force erupted from Lucci's palm. Many elements were taken aback. They wanted to escape. But Lucci's words seemed to possess a magical power, as if they were spoken with divine intervention. They were simply unable to move. His body was bound by some more powerful force. In this way, all 9 elements were absorbed into Lucci's palm. Lucci smiled with satisfaction upon seeing this. This is his world. Based on these elemental laws that have lost the protection of the Eternal Night Dragon. Trying to break free from your own control is simply a pipe dream. Lucci then closed his palms. He held the 9 elements in the palm of his hand. However, simply grasping the elements does not allow one to absorb their laws. Lucci gripped the element tightly, then said, "Merge." The 9 elements were controlled by Lucci's power to make his words come true. They began to integrate with Lucci. In this world, they cannot defy Lucci's will, even if they represent the power of the laws of the elements. However, even within Lucci's own space, they were extremely insignificant. Soon, Lucci felt a warmth coming from his palm. Then his hands turned fiery red, as if they had been scorched by flames. A flame also emerged from his palm. However, Lucci did not feel any pain. This means the fire element fusion was successful. Then the flames subsided. His palms gradually turned into the shape of ice. Water element fusion successful. Next are wood, metal, earth, lightning, wind, and light. Several elements were successively absorbed by his body. Lu Qi also mastered the power of 8 elements. Meanwhile, in reality, inside Wu Ji's office, after everyone saw that Lu Qi's body was withered and confirmed that he was no longer breathing, they realized that he was dead. They stared at each other, unsure of what to do. Master Wu, what should we do now? Lu Qi has only just joined us. Yu Man asked Master Wu with some difficulty. They paid such a huge price, only to have Lu Qi die shortly after joining. What else can we do? Let's prepare for the feast. Master Wu also said with some regret. It must be said that he had a very high opinion of Lu Qi. If Lu Qi had grown up normally, with his talent, he would definitely have become a very powerful warrior in the martial pavilion. What a pity! Yu Man and everyone present were stunned. They all sighed afterward. After all, Lu Qi had joined them before he died. As a member of the martial pavilion will naturally help with the aftermath. Master Wu even prepared the plastic bags for packaging. At this moment, Lu Qi's body actually regained its vitality. Lu Qi's previously withered body stretched out once again. His flesh and blood began to recover little by little. The color in my body has also returned to a lot. Look! Lu Qi seems to have come back to life. Yu Man called out to everyone as soon as she saw the changes in Lu Qi's body. Upon hearing this, Master Wu immediately came to Lu Qi's side. Check on Lu Qi's condition. It was clear that Lu Qi's upgrades were indeed gradually recovering. Could it be that he refined the dragon blood pill? But, how is this possible? The owner of this dragon blood pill is a terrifying being who possesses 8 elements. Master Wu looked at Lu Qi with great surprise and said, it must be admitted that Lu Qi's body is indeed recovering. As long as Lu Qi is alive, that's all that matters. To survive under such circumstances, Lu Qi's luck is truly astonishing. It seems we've found the right person this time, sir. Yu Man said to Master Wu with delight. It's not the final moment yet, so we can't jump to conclusions. Who knows what other changes might occur, but if Lu Qi can really be resurrected from the dead, perhaps he really can comprehend the true dragon treasure technique. Master Wu looked at Lu Qi very seriously and said, true dragon treasure technique that is something even you can't comprehend, can he really do it? Yu Man asked with a look of astonishment. She hadn't expected that Master Wu would have such high expectations for Lu Qi. If Lu Qi can comprehend the true dragon treasure technique, he will surely become a hegemon on the battlefield of all races. At that time. P.S. 4th update today. That's all for today. 4 updates a day. To be continued tomorrow. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 32, a terrifying background. Darkness submits. In the spiritual world, Lu Qi has already fused all 8 elements. He has now mastered the power of 8 elements. However, there was one dark element that he was unable to fully absorb for a long time. The dark element is extremely stubborn. No matter how much Lu Qi used his mental power to force him, he remained unmoved. They still refused to take the final step of merging with Lu Qi. Hey, I'm telling you, you don't need to keep insisting on this, do you? The eternal night dragon has vanished once more. Now you have only one choice, to acknowledge me as your new master. If you continue to be so stubborn, I will use my authority in the spiritual realm to destroy you. Lu Qi looked at the only remaining dark element law in his palm and spoke coldly. All other laws of power have already been subdued by him. If Lu Qi merges with the last dark element, then the elemental power within him will surpass that of the ancient true dragon lord. You are not dark enough. You are not worthy to be my master. Even if you annihilate me, you are not worthy. Only those who dwell in darkness are worthy to command me. Only in this way can I become stronger. Just then, the dark element in Lu Qi's palm suddenly spoke. Lu Qi was taken aback upon hearing this. Although the previous elements all had self-awareness. However, they haven't reached the level where they can speak yet. It is evident that the intelligence of the dark element may be much higher than that of the other elements. No wonder he's so unruly. The more advanced the intelligence of a life form, the more difficult it is to control. You're saying I'm nothing but darkness? Lu Qi said with a cold laugh. Yes, your soul is like a blank sheet of paper before me. You are not worthy to be my master. But there's something strange. Why can I only find out about your news from the last 2 days? Darkness shook his head, but then looked at Lu Qi with some confusion. Just as he absorbed Lu Qi's life force, he extracted Lu Qi's memories. However, he could only see Lu Qi's memories from the past 2 days. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi couldn't help but sneer. The reason is simple: Lu Qi is a time traveler. He only took over this body 2 days ago. Darkness only extracts memories from the soul. Lu Qi's soul only contained memories of the past 2 days. But what Darkness didn't know was that Lu Qi's original memories were even more terrifying. If you had seen all my memories, you wouldn't have said such a thing, Lu Qi said coldly to the dark element. The memory in his mind. It was a terrifying memory that made him tremble with fear. That's why Lu Qi locked him up. Only the useful information was extracted. Have you sealed your memories? But why? Is it necessary for an 18-year-old like you to do this? Darkness was taken aback after hearing Lu Qi's words. He had previously suspected that Lu Qi's memories were somewhat off. But now, looking at it, perhaps Lu Qi's sealed memories are the most terrifying. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Lu Qi chuckled evilly, then released the memories of the original owner of this body. The next moment, the entire mental world turned as red as blood. Endless terror emanated from Lu Qi's body. Lu Qi infused the original owner's memories into the dark consciousness. This caused the darkness to momentarily fall into a state of stagnation. The darkness began to tremble. No! 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 Stop! Don't continue! What kind of terrifying race do you come from, to be so? The darkness howled helplessly. They seemed utterly terrified. He had never imagined before that there could be anything in this world that could terrify him. Because I am darkness. He himself is the epitome of terror. How could they possibly be scared? But that is indeed the case. Even the dark elements couldn't help but feel fear when faced with Lu Qi's original memories. Do you still think I'm a blank slate? Lu Qi retrieved the original owner's memories. He sneered at the darkness. But the darkness could not be calmed for a long time. At this moment, the scenes that had just flashed through his mind were still replaying in his heart. That was something that was simply beyond human comprehension. Who are you? No. You're not even human. What exactly have you been through? Darkness spoke to Lu Qi with great fear. Lu Qi simply smiled coldly. Even he felt fear after seeing the original owner of the body's memories. Do you now think I'm qualified to be your master? Lu Qi asked again. No wonder you sealed these memories away, they were absolutely terrifying. You come from the most extreme evil, the most terrifying darkness, even I am humbled. You are fully qualified to be my master. Please accept my submission. The darkness is no longer as arrogant as it once was. Instead, he spoke to Lu Qi with great respect. They even took the initiative to request integration with Lu Qi. Upon seeing this, Lu Qi smiled faintly. Then he grasped the darkness tightly in his palm. The next moment, darkness merged with him. After merging with the darkness, a hint of violence appeared in Lu Qi's eyes. That look is terrifying. If we weren't currently in Lu Qi's mental world, no one saw it. Otherwise, they would definitely be frightened by Lu Qi's gaze at this moment. However, Lu Qi also realized that he seemed to have been infected by the darkness. Immediately snap out of that state. He could sense that the power of darkness was extremely strong. However, it is also very dangerous. If you are not careful, you may get caught in it. Therefore, you must be very careful when using this power. Fortunately, Lu Qi still possesses 9 elements. At this moment, he has surpassed the progenitor of the true dragon clan. He familiarized himself with the use of the 9 elements in his own mental world. At that very moment, the spiritual world experienced another disturbance. All that could be seen was the spot where the golden ring had just disappeared. A glimmer of light appeared once again. The light gradually became more dazzling. It caught Lu Qi's attention. Within the light, the original golden ring reappeared. As the golden ring gradually changed, the eternal night dragon also came into Lu Qi's view. Lu Qi was taken aback. He still thought the eternal night dragon was dead. Surprisingly, he has a strong will to live. He was compressed to that extent by the golden ring and he still didn't die. However, the deep purple eyes of the eternal night dragon now seem to have lost their previous ferocity. It's become somewhat clever? Lu Qi was taken aback. Owner. Then, the eternal night dragon emerged from the golden ring. He prostrated himself before Lu Qi and spoke to him with utmost respect. P.S. First chapter today. 4 chapters a day. 3 more chapters to go. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 33 Contract with the Eternal Night Dragon. Absorbing the Dragon's Treasure Technique. Lu Qi was stunned when he saw this. What exactly is going on? Before disappearing, the Eternal Night Dragon was still quite unruly. How long have you been gone? Lu Qi had just fused the 9 elements. It probably won't even take an hour. What exactly happened to the Eternal Night Dragon during that 1 hour? It's unbelievable how much things have changed. They became so docile. This was the ruler of all races in the ancient times. Now they're actually crawling on their knees in front of me, calling me master. If Lu Qi hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it was real. Even now, he finds the whole thing incredibly unreal. Let alone Lu Qi. Even the elements within Lu Qi's body were incredulous upon witnessing this scene. They had all previously followed the Eternal Night Dragon. Therefore, they were fully aware of the Eternal Night Dragon's strength. That is a terrifying existence capable of causing the annihilation of the true Dragon Clan. And now it has turned into such an obedient appearance. Taming successful. Please establish a master-servant contract, host. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. This pulled Lu Qi back to reality from his state of disbelief. Then the Eternal Night Dragon lowered its massive head. A purple light flew out from between his dragon-headed eyebrows. They came to stand in front of Lu Qi. Please accept my soul, master, and complete the soul bond with me. From now on, let me stay by my master's side and help him solve his problems. Yang Yilong spoke to Lu Qi with great respect. His tone had lost its previous harshness and gained a touch of friendliness. Lu Qi was taken aback when he saw this, staring at the purple soul light in front of him. Now all I need to do is catch this glimmer of light. He and the Eternal Night Dragon completed their soul bond. But Lu Qi still couldn't believe it. The Eternal Night Dragon, who was just moments ago arrogant and domineering, boasting that he would destroy the dragon race. Now they're actually asking for a contract themselves. However, after a moment's hesitation, Lu Qi still reached out and grabbed the soul of the Eternal Night Dragon. After all, this person was the ruler of the battlefield of all races in the ancient era. If I could establish a master-servant relationship with this person, from now on, I can roam freely in the battlefield of all races. The next moment, a deep purple light entered Lu Qi's body. Their souls became intertwined. This means that their master-servant relationship is established. From this day forward, Yang Yilong will be Lu Qi's servant. The next moment, a mark appeared on the forehead of the Eternal Night Dragon. This is the sign that you have already accepted God. Upon seeing this symbol, Lu Qi realized that it was all real. The Eternal Night Dragon in front of us has truly been tamed by the system. Contract successful. Rewards distributed. 9 elements have been mastered. Dragon's Treasure Technique released. The next moment, many memories flooded Lu Qi's mind. These are all precious techniques that the Eternal Night Dragon has cultivated. These are all extremely powerful magical techniques of the dragon race. Lu Qi had only vaguely heard of some of these precious techniques. These are all terrifying magical techniques used by the Dragon Clan to dominate the battlefield among all races. There are also many precious techniques that Lu Qi has never heard of before. There's even one created by the Eternal Night Dragon himself. However, these precious techniques must be extraordinary if they could be cultivated by the rulers of all races in the ancient times. Among them is a terrifying magical technique created by the Eternal Night Dragon using dark elements, capable of destroying the world. Each of these precious techniques, if brought out, would shake the battlefield of all races. After absorbing the Dragon Treasure Technique, Lu Qi prepared to accept the system's final reward. The ability to summon the Eternal Night Dragon. The summoning of the Eternal Night Dragon is now open. Note, since the Eternal Night Dragon has lost its physical body, you will need to rebuild its body yourself if you wish to summon it. After seeing the last reward issued by the system, Lu Qi's eye twitched involuntarily. He was also thinking about what it would be like to summon the Eternal Night Dragon. He rode the Eternal Night Dragon around the Windstorm province. How impressive! Moreover, he was not afraid that a human realm expert would take advantage of him after sensing the presence of the Eternal Night Dragon. Because the Eternal Night Dragon was the ruler of all races in the ancient times. Lu Qi was certain that almost no one in the human realm was a match for the Eternal Night Dragon. So if he could summon the Eternal Night Dragon, then you can do whatever you want in the human realm. Unfortunately, Lu Qi's fantasy was shattered after seeing the system's notification. But thinking about it, it makes sense. The Eternal Night Dragon was hidden within a dragon blood pill that it had consumed. He only had one drop of blood left. How could it be summoned by itself? It's already quite an achievement that I was able to subdue his soul. Thinking of this, Lu Qi felt somewhat disappointed, but he still accepted it. At worst, we can rebuild the body of the Eternal Night Dragon and then reveal our divine power to the world. The system disappeared after the rewards were distributed. In Lu Qi's spiritual world, there was only him and the Eternal Night Dragon. Lu Qi kept circling around the Eternal Night Dragon, scrutinizing it with a strange look. "Master, what are you doing?" Yang Yilong asked, somewhat puzzled. He sensed that Lu Qi's gaze was a little strange. "Nothing, I just wanted to know, how are you tamed? You have no injuries or signs of a fight on your body, so why have you become so docile?" Lu Qi asked Yang Yilong with some confusion. The Eternal Night Dragon had no wounds whatsoever. Lu Qi couldn't understand how the system had tamed this ancient ruler of all races. "Don't think about it too much. You just need to find out that I will wholeheartedly assist you from now on." The Eternal Night Dragon was like an elderly minister speaking kindly to Lu Qi. "Fine, if you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. It won't affect the overall situation anyway. However, I have another question. How can I forge a body for you?" Lu Qi continued to ask. "If I could forge a body for the Eternal Night Dragon, I would have more security in this world. After all, this world is extremely dangerous. The human race is weak, and a new human emperor has yet to emerge. There are undercurrents among all races, and they could invade human territory at any time. Moreover, there is disharmony within the human race itself. These factors mean that Lu Qi must find a backup plan for himself. At least they can protect themselves when the human race is in danger. Creating a body for me might be a bit difficult. I need to use the bones of a 9th grade true dragon as a foundation, the horns of a true dragon as a catalyst, and a large amount of true dragon bloodline to fuse with it. Only then can the physical body be rebuilt, and every part of it is crucial and indispensable. Based on your current strength, Master, you are not strong enough to deal with a 9th grade true dragon. So you can put this matter aside for now and think of a solution when you have the strength in the future." Eternal Night Dragon said calmly. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi immediately swallowed hard. The conditions for rebuilding the physical body are indeed too harsh. It actually requires a 9th grade true dragon's body treasure. But thinking about it, it makes sense. The person standing before him was the ruler of all races from the ancient times. Using a 9th grade true dragon's body treasure might be his biggest concession yet. P.S. This is the 2nd chapter today. 2 more chapters to go, 4 chapters a day. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 34: The Eternal Night Dragon's Background. 3rd update. These materials are indeed a bit difficult to obtain, but don't worry, I will definitely help you restore your physical body. Lu Qi thought for a moment and then said. He now has a system, he just needs to invest in a few more that offer rebates on cultivation levels. It shouldn't be too long before I can cultivate to the 9th rank. Moreover, he currently has 2 years' worth of cultivation points in his system's inventory that he hasn't used. If he absorbs the knowledge gained in the past 2 years, Lu Qi's cultivation level should be able to reach the early stage of the 3rd rank or even the middle stage of the 3rd rank. And yesterday he was just a freshman at the mid stage of the 1st rank. He achieved in just 1 day what a normal martial arts academy student couldn't accomplish in 3 or 4 years. Therefore, in his eyes, reaching the 9th rank was only a matter of time. Then thank you in advance, Master. I also look forward to the day when I can become your mount. Yang Yilong also smiled calmly. His smile revealed a strange trust in Lu Qi. Lu Qi nodded, then seemed to have thought of something and asked Yang Yilong. Since you were the ruler of all races in the ancient times, who killed you? And since you are a dragon, why did you destroy the dragon race? These are all things that Lu Qi wanted to ask from the very beginning. However, at that time, the Eternal Night Dragon was not under his control. I wasn't actually killed by someone. After all, with my strength, it would be difficult to die even if I wanted to. I dissolved myself while seeking a higher realm. As for what that field was exactly, and why I had to undergo physical disintegration, I can't quite remember those things. After all, I've been asleep for too long, and my power hasn't been restored yet. There are many things I've forgotten. Yang Dilong shook his head and said to Lu Qi. He told everything he could remember. There was nothing hidden. Lu Qi also realized that what Yang Dilong said was true. It has already formed a spiritual bond with itself. If Yang Dilong dared to disobey him, Lu Qi would know immediately. As for why I destroyed the dragon race. Actually, I am a dragon, and a true dragon at that. However, because of my humble origins and my black scales, I am considered an omen of misfortune by the true dragon clan. They mocked me. They spit on me. They drove me away. They said I was a dragon of impure blood. My family was implicated and died because of them. I risked my life to escape from Dragon Realm and vowed to make the entire Dragon Realm pay for their blood debts. I'm just ugly, born with black scales, which is out of place with their gorgeous appearance, so they call me a jinx. Why should I? As Yang Dilong spoke, he became more and more excited, and his aura was released once again without restraint. Lu Qi could sense that the aura emanating from him was genuine. The Lord of the True Dragons is very particular about bloodlines. Their entire clan must consist of pure-blooded true dragons. If the bloodline is not pure, they would be abandoned by the true dragon clan. This is also why there are so many dragons in the battlefield of all races. They were all originally true dragons. However, they had relations with other races, thus contaminating their bloodlines. This makes the blood of the true dragon no longer pure. They were expelled from the true dragon clan. Subsequently, so many dragons evolved in the battlefield of all races. It is quite clear that the Eternal Night Dragon is also a likely victim. Because he differed from the true dragon, he was regarded as a heretic. But if it weren't for this hatred, the Eternal Night Dragon would not have comprehended the most powerful and terrifying dark element. It can be said that the true dragon clan created the Eternal Night Dragon. It created a ruler of all races. I see. But don't worry, from now on you belong only to me. You don't need to belong to the Hiru clan. Lu Qi spoke to Yang Dilong with a hint of comfort. In truth, the Eternal Night Dragon was also a pitiful dragon. He could have lived a simple and ordinary life. But he was forced to become the ruler of all races. Thank you, Master. I will follow you to the death from now on. Yang Dilong said to Lu Qi, showing great understanding. After being systematically trained, Yang Dilong is now very obedient to Lu Qi. Lu Qi nodded and then said, It's getting late, I need to wake up too, otherwise I don't know what they might do outside. Lu Qi knew that while he was unconscious, the outside world must have been extremely anxious. If I don't wake up soon, the outside world might already be preparing a feast. The Eternal Night Dragon has now completely submitted. Lu Qi also regained control of his mental world. He can leave here at will now. Then I'll respectfully see you off, Master. Yang Dilong said, bowing his head very respectfully. Then he watched Lu Qi disappear into the entire space. Meanwhile, in reality, Master Wu and the other members of Wu Pavilion formed a circle, observing the changes in Lu Qi's body. After Lu Qi's body regained its vitality, there were no further changes. It was as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. No matter how much the crowd called out to him, Lu Qi remained unconscious. Now there is good news and bad news. The good news is that Lu Qi has really come back to life. The bad news is that if Lu Qi stays awake, it's no different from being dead. However, apart from shouting at Lu Qi, no one dared to do anything else out of line. After all, they didn't know the exact state of Lu Qi's health. If you were to touch Lu Qi's body rashly, it might have the opposite effect. So now they can only wait quietly. Let's see if we should prepare for a banquet. At that very moment, Lu Qi, who had been unresponsive, started to move. Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with a hint of ferocity. This is due to the influence of dark elements. However, he quickly suppressed this hostility. Then he saw a group of people surrounding him. There were about 14 people staring at him. Why are you all staring at me like that? Lu Qi felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by so many eyes. But as soon as Lu Qi opened his mouth to speak, several doctors, seeing that Lu Qi had woken up, began to conduct a comprehensive examination on him. Some female doctors, in particular, examined Lu Qi's private parts most thoroughly. Because they discovered that a certain part of Lu Qi's body was now resembling a small dragon. Very active. This made even the female doctor's heart race. I want to try a little bit. Could this also be an effect of consuming the dragon blood pill? Looks like I'll have to try swallowing the dragon blood pill raw. Master Wu naturally noticed the changes that had occurred in Lu Qi. He couldn't help but swallow. Lu Qi not only did not die after swallowing the dragon blood pill, but instead seemed to be reborn from the ashes. From a cow to a dragon. Upon hearing this, Man lowered her head and blushed. Master Wu, you'd better not do anything. Lu Qi's survival is purely by chance. He is lucky. If it were an ordinary person, and their body were completely exhausted, they really wouldn't be able to come back. The doctor standing nearby reminded Master Wu. Just as Lu Qi's body was withering away, they could clearly feel that Lu Qi's body had completely lost its vitality. They were even preparing for Lu Qi's funeral. Because in this situation, it usually means that one foot is already in the grave. P.S. Chapter 3 today. One more chapter to go. 4 chapters a day. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 35 Unleashing the Elements. True Dragon Treasure Technique. 4th update. If Lu Qi hadn't suddenly recovered, he might have already been burned to ashes by Wu Gu. Therefore, swallowing dragon blood pills raw is still extremely dangerous. Upon hearing this, Master Wu was startled. Although he also longed for a dragon like Lu Qi, he was even less willing to turn into dust. So he gave up the idea of swallowing the dragon blood pill raw. After all, not everyone is as lucky as Lu Qi. However, Lu Qi was able to survive such a dangerous situation. This means that Lu Qi is the person they are looking for. Lu Qi, how are you feeling right now? Is there anything wrong with your body? Master Wu asked Lu Qi anxiously. Lu Qi is now his precious treasure. It's natural to care. I don't feel uncomfortable at all, it's just that I feel like I have inexhaustible energy. After a moment of silence, Lu Qi shook his head and said. He now feels incredibly energetic. The fatigue from the previous slump has vanished. Especially that little dragon. They're very active now. Inexhaustible power? After thinking for a moment, Master Wu said to Man, go and get a supernatural ability testing stone. Man was taken aback at first, then quickly walked out of the office. A short while later, she returned to the office with a blue stone. Lu Qi, infuse your supernatural power into this stone and see how strong it is now. Master Wu handed the supernatural ability testing stone to Lu Qi and said. Based on Lu Qi's previous explanation, he concluded that Lu Qi had most likely broken through. Otherwise, the period of weakness could not be offset, and Lu Qi still had excess power with nowhere to unleash it. However, Master Wu was unsure of Lu Qi's current strength. So we need to test it. Let's see just how far Lu Qi has come. Lu Qi took the testing stone and nodded. He then infused his supernatural abilities into the test stone. The test stone began to glow after sensing the infusion of supernatural power. Soon, several words appeared on the stone. Early stage of rank 3. Everyone was stunned when they saw it. A brief silence fell over the office. It should be noted that Lu Qi was only at the mid-stage of the 2nd rank not long ago. Less than 3 hours had passed. He actually skipped 2 realms from the mid-stage of the 2nd rank and reached the early stage of the 3rd rank. This growth rate is truly unbelievable. Everyone around gasped in shock. Even the strongest in the human realm couldn't advance 2 minor realms in 3 hours. Now that you've reached the 3rd rank, does that mean you can comprehend supernatural abilities? Lu Qi, try to sense your surroundings and see if there's anything special that attracts you. Just as everyone was marveling, Man said softly. After breaking through to the 3rd rank, the awakened one can comprehend the attributes of their own superpower. This will facilitate targeted learning in the future. Like a ghost, it comprehends the attributes of shadow. It can also be considered a type of dark attribute. However, ghosts' abilities are not destructive, they can only be used for evasion and assassination. Lu Qi has too many dark attributes. Lu Qi has now reached the 3rd rank and should be able to comprehend his special ability attribute. However, Lu Qi shook his head at Man after hearing this. Didn't you sense any fluctuations in your attributes? How could this be? Normally, once you reach the 3rd rank, you should have a very noticeable sense of attribute power. Could it be that the dragon blood pill caused a side effect? Seeing Lu Qi shake his head, Man asked with some confusion. The others around also showed a hint of worry. if Lu Qi is unable to comprehend the attribute. This is extremely disadvantageous for his future battles. That means he will be unable to use attributes to deal with elemental opponents in the future. This will be a major weakness for Lu Qi. Especially after entering the battlefield of myriad races, many races have cultivated their elemental skills to the extreme. If Lu Qi is unable to comprehend elemental attributes, they are utterly incapable of fighting against all races. Just then, Master Wu burst into laughter. Ha, slow down, you still underestimate young friend Lu Qi. Young friend Lu Qi, show us your 8 attributes. Master Wu looked at Lu Qi with great excitement in his eyes. He had been observing Lu Qi ever since Lu Qi woke up. He could sense a very subtle elemental aura emanating from Lu Qi. This imposing aura must have been deliberately toned down by Lu Qi. Therefore, it is difficult for ordinary people to perceive. It only appeared briefly for a moment when Lu Qi woke up. However, this is enough to prove that Lu Qi has indeed mastered the power of supernatural abilities. Lu Qi was taken aback upon hearing this. He didn't expect that he would immediately suppress his imposing aura after waking up. Despite everything, Master Wu still managed to find out. However, what puzzled him even more was that he clearly possessed the aura of 9 elements. Why did Master Wu only mention 8 types? However, Lu Qi didn't pay much attention to it. Since he says there are 8, then there are 8. You should always leave yourself some options. He then smiled and said to Master Wu, as expected, I couldn't hide it from you. You saw right through me. That's right, I have indeed comprehended 8 elements. As Lu Qi spoke, he released all 8 elements from his body except for darkness. Because the destructive power of darkness was too great, Lu Qi hid it as a backup plan in case of a major threat in the future. Then 8 different colored lights appeared around his body. The 8 rays of light represent the 8 elements. The light swirled around Lu Qi, like 8 living spirits. Lu Qi appeared to have an extraordinary sense of holiness. Everyone was astonished when they saw this, and even their breathing became rapid. As expected. As expected. Master Wu exclaimed excitedly upon seeing this scene. His hands trembled after he saw the 8 elements surrounding Lu Qi. I could no longer hide my excitement. This isn't an attribute. It's the 8 elemental laws. You've mastered the true dragon treasure technique. You actually did it. Even Master Wu, who consumed so many dragon blood pills, failed to comprehend the true dragon treasure technique, yet you actually did it. And it has 8 elements. That's 3 more elements than the current true dragon lord. Could this dragon blood pill really be made from the blood of the true dragon ancestor? A dragon is about to emerge from our martial pavilion. A dragon is about to emerge from our martial pavilion. Once the true dragon treasure technique is unleashed, it will solidify your position as the overlord of the battlefield of all races. With 8 elements, Lu Qi might surpass the true dragon lord in the future. You will surely become a top powerhouse in the battlefield of all races in the future. In the office, everyone was very excited when they saw the 8 elements surrounding Lu Qi. Their eyes were shining. It's as if I'm looking at the hope of the future. P.S. Chapter 4, the last chapter for today. 4 chapters a day. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 36. To achieve great things, one must endure hardships. First update. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lu Qi couldn't help but sigh. He had anticipated all of this. That's why he wanted to hide the fact that he had subdued the 8 elements, to avoid shocking them too much. But they insisted on seeing it, and there was nothing that could be done about it. However, Lu Qi still had some doubts. After hesitating for a moment, he asked everyone, is there any difference between elements and attributes? He knew that after an awakened one reaches the 3rd rank, their special ability will develop different attributes. It allows those with superpowers to better study their attributes, thus becoming more powerful. However, according to the people, the attributes that humans comprehend and the elements that they comprehend seem to be somewhat different. Elements are attributes that are of a higher level. It's normal that you haven't been to the battlefield of 10,000 races before and don't know about it. Let me just put it this way. Seeing Lu Qi's blank expression, Master Wu continued. Mastering elements allows you to evolve many properties from them, but mastering properties does not mean mastering elements. Elements are the origin of all properties. For example, if I have mastered the earth-splitting attribute within the earth element, and you have mastered the earth element's origin, then you can also use my earth-splitting attribute. Master Wu explained it to Lu Qi very carefully. Lu Qi basically understood as well. Simply put, attributes are like grandchildren, while elements are like grandfathers. What a grandson can do, a grandfather can also do, but what a grandfather can do, a grandson may not be able to do. That does sound much more impressive. I see. Thank you for clearing up my doubts, Master Wu. Lu Qi nodded and said to Master Wu. He had mastered the fundamental laws of the 9 elements. It's like having a grandfather who has mastered 9 attributes. No wonder these people are so excited. You're welcome. There's one more thing you need to be careful about. Although you now possess the power of 8 elements, you'd better keep it to yourself and not expose it to outsiders. After all, this world is extremely dangerous. You need to have some backup plans for yourself and also avoid being coveted by treacherous people. After thinking for a moment, Master Wu spoke earnestly to Lu Qi. If these 8 elements were exposed, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Inevitably, some thieves will covet it. Thank you for the reminder, Master Wu. I will be careful. Lu Qi nodded and said. In fact, even without Master Wu's reminder, he wouldn't have revealed his backup plan. He's not stupid. If it weren't for Master Wu seeing through his scheme this time, he wouldn't have been able to unleash the 8 elements. It's getting late. Why don't you stay in the Martial Pavilion and rest, and go back tomorrow? We have several presidential suites on the 4th floor of the Martial Pavilion, which even those guys on the 3rd floor don't have the right to use. If you want some services, I can arrange them for you. After all, we're both men, I understand. Master Wu grinned wickedly at Lu Qi and said. Lu Qi is no ordinary person now. He's now the darling of the entire Martial Pavilion. They are the hope for the future of Wuge. We cannot be negligent in this regard. He also wanted to keep Lu Qi here so he could observe him more closely. Forget it, it's not too late now, I can still make it back to the academy. I have class tomorrow morning. Lu Qi politely declined. He had already obtained what he wanted in the Martial Pavilion, so there was no point in him staying any longer. He wanted to see if he could find suitable investment opportunities outside the company. Master Wu naturally understood his meaning and shook his head, saying, All right, in that case, I won't keep you any longer. Be careful on your way home, those guys on the 3rd floor won't let you off easily. Lu Qi is a freshman at the Martial Arts Academy, where the rules are quite lenient. It's okay to skip classes or stay out all night. As long as you can pass the martial arts assessment smoothly, that's fine. Lu Qi refused, citing his early morning class as the reason. Clearly, they didn't want to stay in the black market any longer. However, Master Wu did not insist, as Lu Qi was already a member of the Martial Pavilion. There will be many more opportunities to meet in the future. There's no need to rush. By the time they meet again, Lu Qi might have already mastered the true dragon treasure technique within his body. So instead of staying now, let's look forward to our next meeting. Seeing that Master Wu was reasonable, Lu Qi nodded, thanked him a few times, and then left. Watching Lu Qi's departing figure, Man asked Master Wu with some confusion. Master, since you know those guys on the 3rd floor will harm Lu Qi, why don't you just deal with them directly? Besides, they've been quite disobedient these past few years. Upon hearing this, the others present also echoed the sentiment. If the Martial Pavilion wanted to deal with those guys on the 3rd floor, they could be ruined and their families destroyed with just a word. But even though Master Wu knew those guys would threaten Lu Qi, he still let them go unpunished. This left many people somewhat bewildered. In the battlefield of all races, any powerful true dragon must undergo trials and tribulations before it can dominate a region. Although Lu Qi has now comprehended the true dragon technique, he is still too comfortable in the human realm. If no one pushes him to grow, he will not be able to become a true dragon. I want him to rise to prominence in the human realm first. Then we can face the threats that follow. Master Wu took a deep drag on his cigar and addressed the crowd. If the Martial Pavilion continues to protect Lu Qi will face no threats or pressure in the human realm. Even if he grows up in the future, when faced with an insurmountable crisis, he will only choose to run away. This is not what the Martial Pavilion wants to see. Master Wu is indeed far-sighted. Use those powerful figures on the 3rd floor to put pressure on Lu Qi. When Lu Qi grows up to the point where he has the power to overthrow those powerful figures, it will prove that he has truly grown up. Man also understood what Master Wu meant. I can't help but admire how much effort Master Wu put into cultivating Lu Qi. No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. If anyone leaks this information, and I find out, they will be dealt with according to the organization's rules. Master Wu spoke to everyone in a very serious tone. Lu Qi's matter is now considered a top secret of the Martial Pavilion. It's also a secret weapon of the Martial Pavilion. Therefore, it absolutely must not be exposed. Yes. Everyone present spoke to Master Wu with great respect. Some of the people present understood the seriousness of the matter and answered very seriously. There's one more thing. We need to investigate the origin of the dragon blood pill that Lu Qi took as soon as possible. It would be best to trace it back to its source and find out which dragon's blood it was made from. This dragon is probably not as simple as we thought. We must find out the truth. After thinking for a moment, Master Wu spoke to Yuman Man again. After giving a reply, Yuman Man respectfully withdrew. P.S. First update today. 3 more to come. 4 updates a day. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Zhou Shuer's appearance outside of Chapter 37, a misunderstanding? Second update. Lu Qi once again embarked on the journey to leave the black market. This time it went relatively smoothly. Having learned from the experience of the ghostly figure, no one stopped him along the way. However, the fact that no one stopped them doesn't mean no one followed. After reaching the 3rd rank of cultivation and mastering the 9 elements, Lu Qi's perception ability has also been greatly enhanced. He can now sense the presence of people around him by relying on the fluctuations of the surrounding elements. Behind him at this moment, there was a mid-stage rank 3 expert following him. Moreover, that powerful figure exuded a very strong killing intent. It's obvious they're after me. He had long suspected that those guys on the 3rd floor were still up to no good. I didn't expect that they would find another assassin to deal with me so soon. Unfortunately, Lu Qi has now emerged from its period of weakness. Moreover, his cultivation level has also improved. Dealing with a mid-stage rank 3 assassin is nothing to him. After reaching the 3rd rank, Lu Qi was able to unleash the full power of the upper phase of the Shattering Star Fist. Killing this assassin with one punch is no problem. However, he did not make a move. It's still on the black market. If I were to act rashly on the black market, that could be considered as violating the rules of the black market. Therefore, I can only speed up my pace and wait until I leave the black market before making my move. He soon arrived at the original phone booth. They easily left the black market using their identity cards. As the phone booth slowly rises, Lu Qi saw that the person following behind him was a red-haired woman. He memorized the other person's physical features. This will make it easier to do it later. The telephone booth moves at high speed. They quickly return to the ground. There are many phone booths at the entrance of the black market for customers' convenience. Therefore, Lu Qi was unsure which phone booth the assassin would emerge from. So he had no choice but to lie in ambush here first. It is now 8 p.m., and night has fallen. Moreover, the fake black markets on the ground have all shut down. The entire market was eerily quiet. This is the perfect time to ambush. He will act immediately if there is any unusual activity in the phone booth. Strike first, strike hard. Not long after, a strange noise was heard coming from one of the phone booths. Lu Qi immediately became alert. They gradually approached the phone booth. The phone booth slowly opened. Lu Qi was also poised to make his move. But Lu Qi was stunned when he saw the person who came out of the phone booth. Zhou Shuer? What are you doing here? Lu Qi asked the woman in front of him with great surprise. Zhou Shuer was also startled when she saw Lu Qi. He took 2 steps back, patted his chest to calm himself down, and said to Lu Qi, "Oh my god. So you were here. Why did you scare me like that?" Lu Qi was somewhat puzzled, then immediately became alert and asked Zhou Shuer, "You were looking for me? Is there something you need?" Because Zhou Shuer was his classmate, he subconsciously assumed that Zhou Shuer was safe. But since Zhou Shuer came out of the phone booth, then we cannot rule out the possibility that he was sent by those powerful and influential people on the 3rd floor to assassinate him. Therefore, Lu Qi was extremely wary of Zhou Shuer at this moment. "My dad said he wanted to thank you for your guidance yesterday, which helped restore harmony to the family. That's why I specifically asked you to come to our house for dinner tonight. But I went to the college to look for you, but I couldn't find you. I called you but there was no signal. I asked your roommate and found out that you came to the black market, so I came to the black market to look for you. Thank goodness you showed up now, otherwise I would have been worried to death. If I couldn't find you tonight, my dad might have even called in the law enforcement team to search for you." Zhou Shuer explained in an annoyed tone. She spent the whole day looking for Lu Qi. But Lu Qi seemed to have vanished into thin air. Because Lu Qi had been missing for so long, Principal Zhou was very anxious and almost notified the law enforcement team to look for him. Oh, I see. So what were you doing in the phone booth just now? Lu Qi asked again. Although Zhou Shuer's words made sense, there was no need to go to a phone booth to look for oneself, was there? Lu Qi was extremely vigilant. He wouldn't let his guard down around Zhou Shuer until he figured things out. Please. I've been looking for you all night. My communicator died a long time ago. You know my dad, I have to let him know I'm safe every 3 hours, otherwise he'll be worried to death. Zhou Shuer put her hands on her hips and looked at Lu Qi with an unhappy expression. Lu Qi thought about it and realized it made sense. This black market is located in a very remote area. There was nowhere to charge the communicator. In this situation, it's perfectly normal to look for a phone booth. His vigilance lessened somewhat, but he was still uneasy since the assassin had not yet appeared. The next moment, Lu Qi felt an intense killing intent emanating from the phone booth next to him. Lu Qi was taken aback. He was very familiar with this murderous intent. It was the murderous intent emanating from the woman following him in the black market. The murderous intent inside the nearby phone booth grew increasingly intense. This means the assassin is getting closer. The phone booth opened the next moment. A red-haired woman stepped out of the phone booth. When the woman stepped out of the phone booth, she exuded a strong murderous intent. He stepped out of the phone booth as if he were searching for something. Looking around, she quickly set her sights on Lu Qi. Lu Qi's right hand was now bulging with veins, ready to make a move. Ha! I remember there wasn't anyone in the phone booth next door. Could I have remembered it wrong? Just as the two were about to make their move, Zhou Shuer's words interrupted the impending battle. The woman was taken aback when she noticed Zhou Shuer. After pausing for a moment, he withdrew his imposing aura. She could sense that Zhou Shuer was faintly emanating the aura of a third-grade awakened being. If I were to act rashly, my chances of winning against two opponents would be greatly reduced. Making a move now would be extremely unwise. Therefore, she chose to take a long-term approach. Lu Qi also remembered that Zhou Shuer was still by his side. If he were to make a move now, and Zhou Shuer saw it, it would be difficult to explain. Moreover, they saw the assassin first withdraw his imposing aura. Lu Qi knew that the assassin had no intention of fighting again, so he stopped using the Shattering Star Fist. He knew very well that if he made a move now, Zhou Shuer would definitely help him. The assassin will surely be defeated. However, Lu Qi did not want to involve Zhou Shuer. This is a grudge between myself and the powerful and influential Fenglan. Zhou Shuer is the daughter of the principal of Fenglan Martial Arts Academy. If we involve him, it will endanger the entire martial academy. The powerful and influential will definitely put pressure on the martial arts academy at that time. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Qi also withdrew. He probably went in while you were on the phone. Let's go, or Dad will be getting impatient. Lu Qi patted Zhou Shuer on the shoulder and said. Seeing this, the assassin wisely turned and left. Waiting for the next opportunity to assassinate Lu Qi. Okay, wait. What do you mean our dad? That's my dad, what does he have to do with you? Zhou Shuer was taken aback, then blushed and said to Lu Qi in an annoyed tone. P.S. This is the second update today. 2 more updates to come, 4 updates a day. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 38 Meeting the Parents After Only 1 Day? Third update. Zhou Shuer took Lu Qi back to her home. The Zhou family is not far from Fenglan Martial Arts Academy. It is a small duplex villa. Although the villa was small, it was decorated very luxuriously. Zhou Tuji has been the principal of Fenglan Martial Arts Academy for so many years. They made quite a bit of money. This allowed him to take root in Fenglan. When Zhou Shuer brought Lu Qi back to the Zhou family villa, Zhou Tu and his wife paced anxiously back and forth in front of their house. He seemed very worried. He gripped the communicator tightly in his hand, as if ready to notify the law enforcement team at any moment. They breathed a deep sigh of relief when they saw Zhou Shuer and Lu Qi. Although Zhou Shuer is already a student at a martial arts academy, and even a third-rank awakened one. But in their eyes, Zhou Shuer still seems like a child who never grew up. This made them very worried. You're finally back. Zhou Tuji saw Zhou Shuer leading Lu Qi back and immediately went forward to check on them. He looked Joe Schwer up and down. He was relieved only after confirming that Joe Schwer was safe. "Dad, don't worry, I'm just going to see someone, I'm not going anywhere, how could anything happen?" Seeing that her father was still as attentive as ever, Joe Schwer said helplessly. "If you were looking for someone elsewhere, that would be fine, but this time you've gone to the black market. It's not as simple as most people imagine," Joe Tuji said very seriously. Joe Schwer said nonchalantly, "So what if it's a black market?" "It's just a market where prices are higher than market prices." Upon hearing this, Joe Tu sighed and continued, "Anyway, try to avoid the black market. It's a shady place. You'll get ripped off if you're not careful." Joe Schwer nodded somewhat impatiently, without saying anything further. Lu Qi witnessed this entire scene. It is obvious that Joe Tuji knew about the existence of the underground black market. After all, they've been rooted in Fenglan for so long, so it's not surprising that they know about the underground black market. However, he did not mention the underground black market to Joe Schwer. It was simply a matter of having Joe Schwer search in the fake black market. He was also worried that Joe Schwer would enter the black market, where the people gathered were no pushovers. If Lu Qi hadn't had the system's help, he wouldn't have gained some foundational knowledge in advance. Otherwise, I might already be dead in the black market today. It's good that you're alright, don't say so much. Lu Qi, right? Come in and eat. I really want to thank you for managing to persuade that stubborn old man, Joe. Joe Schwer's mother smiled kindly and then invited everyone inside for a meal. Lu Qi nodded in a very friendly manner. Then he followed the others into the house. At the dining table, Joe's mother went to fetch the soup. Joe Schwer, Joe Tuji, and Lu Qi sat properly. No one touched their chopsticks. The three of them stared at each other, wide-eyed. The scene was quite awkward at one point. After all, this was the first time Joe Schwer had brought friends home for dinner. It made him feel like he was introducing his boyfriend to his parents. But she hasn't officially started a relationship with Lu Qi yet. However, if it were the glass mental arithmetic tool that Lu Qi gave me yesterday as a confession. So it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they're a couple. Meeting the parents after only one day. That's incredibly fast. The key point is that this friend was invited by Joe Tu himself. Does this count as gaining the approval of my family? In Joe Schwer's mind, a dramatic love story unfolded. Joe Tu was also experiencing a mix of emotions. Lu Qi has been missing from the black market for so long today, he must have entered the underground black market. In his view, the people in the underground black market were not good people. In his eyes, the black market was a den of criminals. Many wanted criminals are unable to shop normally in the market. They would then choose to enter the black market. This also made Joe Tuji somewhat resistant to the black market. Therefore, he now views Lu Qi with prejudice. As for Lu Qi, he really wants to work, but he won't move unless the enemy moves. Even the elder Joe Tu hadn't touched his chopsticks yet. I can't move myself. After all, this is the Zhou family home. What are you waiting for? Eat. The food's all cold. When Zhou's mother returned with the soup, she saw that the three of them hadn't moved and asked in confusion. Isn't this what we've been waiting for? Joe Tuji smiled, then helped his wife put down the soup. Then, urged by Zhou's mother, the family began to eat. Lu Qi also began to enjoy his meal at the table. Although he had eaten in the black market, after experiencing so much, he was hungry again. He urgently needs to replenish his food supply. Lu Qi quickly ate most of the food on the table. The Zhou family members were somewhat surprised when they saw this scene. Lu Qi acted as if he hadn't eaten in 8 lifetimes. Ahem. Lu Qi, are you that hungry? Joe Tuji said coldly to Lu Qi. Lu Qi's eating manners were extremely unrefined. After sensing Joe Tu's imposing aura, Lu Qi paused. He realized that he had been letting himself go too much. So they stopped. After all, this is someone else's home, so basic etiquette is still necessary. Hey! What are you yelling about? If he likes my cooking, then let him eat it. Anyway, these dishes were originally made for Lu Qi. If you keep talking like that, get off the table. Seeing that Lu Qi seemed frightened, Zhou's mother immediately spoke sternly to Zhou Tuji. Then she looked at Lu Qi and said softly, Lu Qi, just eat as much as you want without worrying about that guy, Lao Zhou. If you're not full, I'll make you more. In her eyes, Lu Qi was more like a gourmet who could appreciate good food. She hadn't seen anyone eat her cooking so happily in a long time. Upon hearing this, Lucci nodded gratefully and said, "Thank you, Auntie. Your cooking is so delicious, so I was a little rude. I'm sorry. He. You're so good at talking. If you like it, I'll make it again." Joe's mother couldn't stop smiling after being praised by Lucci. He then glared at Joe Tuji and went into the kitchen. Joe too was taken aback when he saw this. He had a feeling that his wife was about to run off with someone else. Lucci smiled slightly and continued eating. He was well aware that as people get older, their passion for life diminishes considerably. It is usually these elderly people who need the most appreciation from others. Let them have hope for life again. This is why so many young men are able to date rich women. And praising culinary skills is the simplest way. Experienced women know that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. So they all have some skill in cooking. But men get tired of it eventually. At this moment, a new man appeared and praised their cooking. It will give them a new sense of conquest. Lucci seized upon this point and easily won over Zoe's mother's favor. P.S. Chapter 3 today. One more chapter to go. 4 chapters a day. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 39 The Future Empress's Continued Investment. 4th update. After winning over Joe's mother, Lucci continued to feast. Joe Tuji dared not say anything more. This shows that Joe's mother was in charge of the family. This made Lucci seem somewhat wary. He quickly replenished all the energy he had used up that day. Hiccup. Lucci patted his bulging belly and let out a burp. He. Are you full? How about Auntie makes you something else? Joe's mother said with a smile when she saw Lucci's satisfied look. Lucci patted his stomach and said, "I'm full, Auntie. No need to trouble yourself. Thank you for your hospitality." This time he ate his fill. Besides Joe's mother's excellent cooking skills, there is another very important reason. The Joe family's ingredients are of such high quality. The food they eat is actually the blood-eyed rabbit, a top-grade exotic beast from the battlefield. Although this strange beast is only at the first rank of cultivation, it is definitely a great tonic. After eating, I felt like my blood circulation had improved a lot. After reaching the 3rd rank, his volatile cultivation level was also calmed down. And it's not just the blood-eyed rabbit. The Joe family also has many high-quality exotic animal ingredients. It is said that Joe Tuji brought them back from the battlefield of 10,000 races. This time, Lucci can be considered to have enjoyed some good fortune. Go back and digest this power. Your cultivation might improve even more. At this moment, Joe Tuji muttered under his breath, "Easy for you to say, but we don't have any ingredients left to make it for you again." Watching as the food he had painstakingly brought back from the battlefield was eaten by outsiders. Anyone would feel sorry for you. Joe's mother glared at Joe Tuji, then smiled and said to Lucci, "We should be thanking you. If it weren't for your guidance of old Joe, our family wouldn't be as harmonious as it is now. Moreover, the glass heart you gave Schwer indirectly enabled her to break through to the 3rd rank. So you are our family's greatest benefactor." Upon hearing this, Lucci was immediately taken aback. Has Joe Schwer broken through to the 3rd rank? When I saw her yesterday, she was still at the peak of the 2nd rank. Although Lucci himself advanced from the mid-stage of the 1st rank to the early stage of the 3rd rank within a single day. However, he was still very surprised that Joe Schwer had also made a breakthrough. You should know that for second-year students at Fonglan Martial Academy, reaching the late stage of the 2nd rank in cultivation is considered passing the final exam. And this semester has only just begun. Joe Schwer reached the early stage of the 3rd rank. By the end of this semester, I might reach the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. Reaching the mid-stage of the 3rd rank in the 2nd year of university already makes one of the best among awakened beings. Is this the effect of investment? However, according to the information provided by the system, Joe Schwer is the future empress. Such a pace of cultivation is not unusual. If I continue to invest myself, will Joe Schwer make progress even faster? Among the awakened ones, the 3rd rank is a watershed. Only by reaching the 3rd rank can one master the power of attributes. Only after mastering elemental powers can one be considered a complete awakener. Joe Schwer has now reached the 3rd rank, and should be able to comprehend the power of attributes soon. Lucci looked at Joe Schwer. The next moment, the system's light screen reappeared in front of him. Long-term investment target, Joe Schwer. Current cultivation level, early stage of rank 3 unawakened attribute. Further investment will activate the program. Investment item, Enlightenment Pill. Investment details. Because Joe Schwer possesses 5 elemental attributes, comprehending these attributes is extremely difficult, requiring a comprehension pill as a foundation. Return on investment, grade 6 protective gear, purple iron heartplate. Lucci stared in surprise at the system screen in front of him. I was just thinking about this, I didn't expect the system to respond so quickly. Moreover, he happened to have a comprehension pill. It was one of the 12 treasures that Master Wu gave to him. The original intention was to enable Lucci to better comprehend attributes after reaching the 3rd rank. But who knew that Lucci would swallow the dragon blood pill directly, stepping into the 3rd rank and comprehending 9 elements? Naturally, the enlightenment pill lost its effect in Lucci's hands. However, Lucci showed no intention of returning the pills. A gift given away is like water spilled on the ground. There's no reason to take it back. Unexpectedly, this led to the successful investment. I never expected that my unintentional act would lead to such a positive outcome. It actually helped Senior Sister Schwer achieve the 3rd rank. Now that Senior Sister Schwer is already a 3rd grade expert, has she already comprehended the elemental attribute? Although Lucci already knew that Joe Schwer could not comprehend the attribute smoothly, he still pretended to be puzzled and asked. Joe Schwer shook her head and said, "Not yet. I've been sensing the elemental attributes, but I feel the same way about each one, and I can't find the most suitable one." Her eyes were filled with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Lucci smiled calmly. When people comprehend attributes, the most basic 5 elements attributes will appear around them. These 5 elements are the basic conditions for the formation of heaven and earth. Humans will choose the most compatible of these 5 elements for cultivation. As for the wind, thunder, light, and darkness that Lucci possesses, these are special attributes outside of the 5 elements. You need to capture it yourself to understand it. The reason why Joe Schwer feels the same way about every element is because she's very compatible with every element. She can handle all 5 basic elements. It's just that, due to inherent human thinking, people believe they can only comprehend one attribute. That's why I'm so distressed. Don't worry, you've only just reached the 3rd rank, so it's natural that you need some time to adapt. I have a comprehension pill here. If you take it, it may help you comprehend your attributes. Lucci said with a smile, then took out a comprehension pill. He handed it to Joe Schwer. Joe Schwer looked at the enlightenment pill in front of her, but hesitated to accept it. She naturally knew the effects of the enlightenment pill. Consuming it can enhance the awakened person's comprehension. It can be used to comprehend attributes, and even more so for breakthroughs. If you reach a bottleneck in your cultivation, consuming an enlightenment pill will greatly increase the probability of breaking through that bottleneck. This shows that the enlightenment pill not only helps with comprehending attributes, but also plays a significant role in improving strength. Enlightenment pills are extremely rare and hard to find on the market. Due to the special properties of the enlightenment pill, it is snapped up as soon as it appears. In the market, enlightenment pills are even sold through auctions. Moreover, the prices at each auction are astronomical. Ordinary families simply cannot afford it. Even Joe Tuji was taken aback when he saw Lucci take out a comprehension pill. You should know that even for him, the principal of the Martial Arts Academy, obtaining a single enlightenment pill is extremely difficult. When Joe Schwer broke through to the 3rd rank, but still failed to comprehend the attribute, Joe too had already asked someone to purchase the enlightenment pill. Unexpectedly, Lucci actually gave one away directly. How can that be? Enlightenment pills are too precious. You should save them for yourself after you reach the 3rd grade. Joe Schwer hesitated for a moment, but finally refused. She knew she owed Lucci too many favors. If I accept this enlightenment pill, I may never be able to repay this favor in this lifetime. P.S. Chapter 4 today. That's all for today's update. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 40 Showcasing Strength. An 18-year-old rank 3 genius. First update. It's alright. I don't need this enlightenment pill for now, so you can keep it. If you achieve something in the future, you can pay me back then. And I feel a little embarrassed because I ate so many precious ingredients today. Lucci smiled nonchalantly and said to Joe Schwer. He doesn't need this enlightenment pill right now. He has mastered 9 elements. Moreover, in terms of cultivation, if one continues to rely on the cultivation rewards from the system, all bottlenecks in cultivation will be easily resolved. Therefore, unless there are special circumstances, Lucci does not need the aid of the enlightenment pill at all. Besides, since this enlightenment pill was a gift from Master Wu, he was even less concerned about its value. On the contrary, after a successful investment, there is also a 6th grade protective gear as a rebate. I can say that I made a pure profit from this deal. Schwer, please accept this. It's a token of Lucci's goodwill. Furthermore, Dad has already sent someone to buy enlightenment pills. You can take this one first, and return it to Lucci after my one arrives. Given his cultivation level, there's no rush for him to take the enlightenment pill. Zhou Tuji advised Zhou Schwer. He also knew the value of the enlightenment pill. It became even clearer that the enlightenment pill was definitely not so easy to buy. However, when faced with his daughter's future, he still chose to be selfish for once. As long as Zhou Schwer can comprehend attributes through the enlightenment pill, the Zhou family will compensate Lucci for his losses in the future. Okay, fine, you have to make it up to Lucci, otherwise I won't be at ease. Zhou Schwer hesitated for a moment before accepting the enlightenment pill from Lucci. After Zhou Tuji's firm confirmation, he slowly walked upstairs. Time waits for no one. Once you have the enlightenment pill, you should immediately begin to comprehend attributes. Once you reach the 3rd rank, the later you comprehend it, the less effective it will be. After Zhou Schwer accepted the enlightenment pill, the system's voice sounded in Lucci's mind. Investment successful. Investment rebates have been distributed to the system warehouse. Lucci looked at the 6th grade protective gear in the system's inventory and smiled. Even without Zhou Tu's compensation, the system still delivered the rebate. Zhou Schwer entered the Zhou family's cultivation room. Zhou Tu was finally relieved, and then he said to Lucci, "Did you get this enlightenment pill from the black market?" He had already done his research when he sent people to search for the enlightenment pill. In Fenglan province, there is only one enlightenment pill in the black market. Moreover, it's in the hands of a big shot in the black market. Even if Principal Zhou wanted to see that important person, he wouldn't be worthy. Therefore, acquiring enlightenment pills is extremely difficult. And coincidentally, Lucci had been to that black market today. He also took out a comprehension pill. Clearly, this enlightenment pill must have come from that important figure. And Lucci's ability to contact that important figure must mean he is no ordinary person. That's right. It was obtained from the black market. Lucci nodded in reply. There's no need to hide this. Because in the entire Fenglan province, the only place to buy enlightenment pills is on the black market. I don't care who you are, thank you this time. I owe you a favor, and I will repay you as soon as I find the enlightenment pill. Schwer is right, our Zhou family owes you too much. Zhou Tu said with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. He knew very well that Lucci must have paid a high price to obtain this enlightenment pill from that big shot in the black market. And he gave away such a precious enlightenment pill so easily. This also caused Zhou Tuji to change his opinion of Lucci. He was extremely grateful at that moment. He absolutely had to repay this favor, but enlightenment pills weren't easy to buy. Now, the only way to obtain enlightenment pills is probably to purchase them from the capital at a high price. And you might not even be able to buy them. So when he could repay this favor, even Zhou Tu himself couldn't say for sure. Perhaps by the time Lucci's cultivation reaches the 3rd rank and he needs the enlightenment pill, I won't be able to repay it. Principal Zhou, you're too kind. I really don't need the enlightenment pill anymore. Consider this one a gift for Schwer. No need to pay it back. Lucci knew what Zhou Tu was thinking at that moment. Zhou Tuji could never repay such a heavy favor. Lucci never intended for the Zhou family to repay this favor. Only by making the Zhou family owe him a debt can he have a chance to increase his favor with Zhou Schwer, the future empress. Just then, Zhou's mother suddenly said with some worry, "But child, what if this enlightenment pill causes problems with your attribute comprehension? Not everyone can smoothly acquire the 3rd grade attribute. Even Zhou Schwer, a girl they regarded as a genius. You may also encounter problems in understanding attributes. Let alone Lucci? Auntie, don't worry, and I shouldn't have any problems with comprehension attributes." Lucci smiled faintly, then released a slight aura. Zhou Tuji quickly caught this aura. His pupils dilated instantly. He looked at Lucci with an incredulous expression. Early stage of rank 3. Fire attribute ability. You've actually become an awakened one at the early stage of the 3rd rank. But when you enrolled, weren't you only at the mid stage of the 1st rank? Could it be that you've been hiding your true strength? Zhou Tuji said to Lu Qi in great shock. A freshman whose cultivation level has reached the early stage of the third rank. And he has already mastered supernatural abilities. Even the most prodigies and geniuses in the capital city are no better than this, right? Ahem, I originally intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, Lu Qi said with a slight smile. It feels so good to show off in front of important people. But if you have such strength, why do you want to apply to our Fenglan Martial Academy? With your abilities, getting into a more prestigious university is absolutely no problem. Zhou Tuji said, somewhat puzzled. If Lu Qi had the strength of a third-rank cultivator and had comprehended the attributes of a superpower, even getting into the capital city wouldn't be a problem. Why come to Fenglan Martial Arts Academy? Speaking of this matter, I have a lot to say. Where should I begin? I have to start from the very beginning. This matter is definitely not as simple as you might imagine. However, it is simple in some ways, and difficult in others. So what exactly is going on? I really can't tell you in a short time. Since Lu Qi couldn't answer Zhou Tu's question, he simply launched into a string of nonsensical literary remarks. After saying a lot, Zhou Tu's statement was stunned. No one knew what Lu Qi was trying to say. Ahem, wait a minute. Can you explain it more clearly? I can't understand a single word you're saying. Zhou Tuji called out to Lu Qi. If Lu Qi were allowed to continue speaking. My own mind can't keep up. Lu Qi, quick-witted, then waved his hand and said, don't ask, the answer is that big cities are too dangerous, and ordinary people shouldn't get involved. Zhou Tuji understood what this meant. The waters in the capital are indeed very deep. Many prominent families have settled there. It is indeed quite difficult for outsiders to establish themselves there. With Lu Qi's strength, he is an absolute genius in Fenglan Martial Academy. But in the capital city, a place teeming with extraordinary talents. Although he could be considered a prodigy, there were simply too many prodigies there. Lu Qi's brilliance was not as conspicuous. Therefore, it's normal for Lu Qi to think that he'd rather be a dragon in a small place than a rat in a big city. P.S. First update today. 3 more to come. 4 updates a day. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 41 Comprehending 5 Attributes. Still not the human emperor? That's true. Big cities offer many opportunities, but they also have many pitfalls. Otherwise, our old Zhou wouldn't have become a principal in Fenglan province. Just then, Zhou's mother nodded and smiled at Lu Qi and said, with Zhou Tu's strength, he could easily establish himself in a big city. But they didn't do much. It's all because in big cities, without strong connections. In big cities, without sufficient connections, even with ability, one can only barely establish oneself. That's why the Zhou family came to Fenglan province. Although the place is small, their family can live a very comfortable life here. I still have to thank you. Although this enlightenment pill may not be useful to you now, if you encounter a bottleneck in the future, you will find it very difficult to move forward without this enlightenment pill. Therefore, I, Zhou, will remember this favor. Zhou Tuji said to Lu Qi very seriously. Lu Qi's actions were tantamount to trading his own future for Zhou Shuai's. The stakes involved are self-evident. Therefore, Zhou Tuji felt deeply grateful to Lu Qi. There's no need to say that. I'll be in the academy for a long time, and I might need your help in the future. Lu Qi waved his hand and said. What he wanted was the debt the Zhou family had always owed him. This would be equivalent to the Empress's family owing them something. This will only be more beneficial to you in the future. Seeing how sensible Lu Qi was, Zhou Tu and his mother nodded in agreement. They had even greater approval of Lu Qi. Boom! Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from the Zhou family's cultivation room. This drew the attention of the 3 people. All 3 of them looked in the direction of the training room. However, after the noise subsided, the training room returned to silence. Zhou Tu was somewhat uneasy. I'm preparing to go to the cultivation room to check. But the door to the training room opened by itself the next moment. A very strong elemental aura emanated from it. Zhou Shuai emerged from it looking refreshed. She feels completely refreshed now. Even Lu Qi thought Zhou Shuai seemed to have become even more beautiful. Shuai, you've successfully grasped it? Zhou Tuji asked Zhou Shuai in astonishment as he felt the rich elemental aura surrounding him. His question was completely unnecessary. If one had not comprehended the attributes, there would be no such rich elemental aura. But what shocked Zhou Tu was that Zhou Shuai grasped the concepts far too quickly. He had only been in the cultivation room for a short time. I actually figured it out. Yes, I have to thank Lu Qi for the enlightenment pill. After taking the enlightenment pill, I suddenly had a breakthrough and understood it in no time. Zhou Shuai nodded and said. Then he looked at Lu Qi with great gratitude. Such achievements owe much to the enlightenment elixir. So what attribute have you mastered? Show me quickly. Zhou Tuji said impatiently. The type of supernatural ability attribute you comprehend will be crucial for your future cultivation. Some attributes can actually reduce the Awakener's combat power, making the Awakener a support character. Although support is also crucial on the battlefield. But in this world where strength reigns supreme, nobody wants to be a support. They all want even greater power. Zhou Shuai smiled slightly and didn't say anything, but instead extended her right hand. A fireball appeared in her hand. Fire attribute. It's actually a powerful offensive fire attribute. Zhou Tuji exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the fireball. Zhou Shuai awakened a powerful offensive fire attribute, which means she will definitely become a powerful awakener in the future. It's not over yet. Zhou Shuai's smile widened as she saw her father's excitement. Zhou Tuji was taken aback. What does not over yet mean? The next moment, another water ball appeared in Zhou Shuai's hand. Water attribute? Dual attribute? When Zhou Tuji saw it, he was taken aback at first. Then came an overwhelming surge of excitement. Dual attribute awakeners do exist in the human realm. However, they are extremely rare. Once you master dual attributes, even in the capital city teeming with geniuses, you'll be sought after by all the prestigious families. Now that Zhou Shuai has comprehended the dual attributes of water and fire, it means that she is now on par with the most outstanding talents in the capital. She will become the pride of the Zhou family. However, Zhou Shuai remained completely calm. The next moment, a ball of wood appeared in his hand. The third attribute. What attribute? When Zhou Tu saw this, his eyes showed more than just excitement. Instead, it was shocking 3 attributes. My daughter has actually mastered 3 attributes. Perhaps no one in the entire human realm can comprehend these 3 attributes. At least he had never heard of it. But his own daughter did it. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Then another metal ball appeared in Zhou Shuai's hand. This represents a metallic superpower. Zhou Tu was dumbfounded. 4 attributes. He wasn't sure if there were any geniuses in the capital who could comprehend all 3 attributes. However, he was absolutely certain that no one in the human realm could comprehend all 4 attributes. Because awakened beings can only access 5 attributes in total. The chance of being able to develop an affinity for all 4 attributes at the same time is extremely small. But it's not over yet. Soon, the 5th clay ball appeared. Zhou Tu's breathing stopped for a few seconds. Master all 5 attributes. This has never happened before in the history of humankind. How is this possible? 5 attributes. Shuai, you actually comprehended 5 attributes. Mastery of all attributes. Zhou Tuji said with a shocked expression. Zhou's mother, who was standing to the side, also knew what this meant. This means that his daughter has surpassed everyone else in the country. She is truly a phoenix among men. Old Zhou, do you think our daughter might be the human emperor? Zhou's mother asked Zhou Shuai hesitantly. The human emperor is the ruler of the human race. He is the leader of the human race. But the throne of the current emperor has been vacant for far too long. After the previous human emperor was framed and killed by all races, no new emperor has emerged in the human race. The human race has been without an emperor for nearly a century. Now, all races are eyeing the human race with covetous intent. Humanity is also subject to many limitations in the battlefield of all races. All races have begun to openly exert pressure on the human race. If the human race does not produce another emperor, it is highly likely that all races will launch a large-scale invasion of the human realm. That will be a tragedy for humanity. Impossible. The human emperor could not possibly cultivate the Tao of attributes. The human emperor cultivates the supreme Tao of the imperial race. It is the strongest technique of the human race. He will stand at the forefront of humanity in the most humble manner, leading humanity to prosperity. Leaving aside the path of cultivation, just considering the human emperor's background, he couldn't possibly be from a powerful or noble family. A family like ours could never produce a human emperor. Zhou Tu immediately refuted his mother's point of view. Becoming the human emperor is no easy feat. According to the records in the imperial annals, if you want to become emperor, they will inevitably experience all the hardships of life. Having seen all of humanity, I have seen through the human heart. Only in this way can one comprehend the great Tao of the imperial emperor. He rose from the lowest and most humble status to become the emperor of the human race. Zhou Shui's family is harmonious and happy. They simply do not meet the requirements to become the human emperor. P.S. Second update today. 2 more chapters to go. 4 chapters a day. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 42 Brother Lu, will you come again tonight? Third update. Even if Shui isn't the human emperor, her future is limitless. Possessing 5 attributes. You are destined to become a top-tier powerhouse. Zhou's mother said with some disappointment. If his daughter could become the human emperor, it would be a great honor for the Zhou family. Unfortunately, the birth of each emperor is always unexpected. Lu Qi smiled calmly and said, Auntie, there's no need to be disappointed. Since Shui has comprehended 5 attributes that humans cannot comprehend, her future achievements will likely rival those of the human emperor. Looks like I made the right choice with this gift today. Lu Qi's words were very skillful. He first praised Shui's achievements, and then pointed out that it was because of the gift he gave her that Shui was able to achieve this. With just a few words, the Zhou family owed him a huge favor. A favor that can never be repaid in a lifetime. Moreover, Zhou Shui is destined to become the future empress. His achievements are no less than those of the human emperor. Lu Qi really knows how to talk. Shui's achievements are all thanks to you. You are the benefactor of our Zhou family. You are Shui's benefactor. If you ever need anything in the future, just come to us. As long as it's within Lao Zhou's capabilities, just ask. How about this, you just marry our Shui? Zhou's mother said to Lu Qi with great excitement. Zhou Shui was able to comprehend 5 attributes this time, all thanks to Lu Qi. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Lu Qi is Zhou Shui's second parent. Ahem. Mom, what are you saying? Zhou Shui said, blushing with embarrassment after hearing this. She then glanced at Lu Qi and pursed her lips. He lowered his head. They seemed to be waiting for Lu Qi's reply. Auntie, please stop joking. Senior Shui has already mastered 5 attributes and will definitely achieve great things in the future. If she follows me, it will only restrict her. He belongs to a wider sky. Lu Qi smiled and waved his hand. After hearing Lu Qi's answer, Zhou Shui, her eyes instantly turned somewhat disappointed, and she slightly raised her head to look at Lu Qi. Although her expression remained calm, a hint of disappointment could be sensed from her demeanor. She didn't seem to hear the answer she wanted. Auntie is not joking. You are not young anymore. Shui doesn't have many friends at the academy. You are the first classmate that Shui brought home. You two are just not familiar with each other yet. Once you get to know each other, you'll naturally come together. I've been there, Auntie. Zhou's mother glanced at Zhou Shui, then spoke to Lu Qi. As a mother, how could she not know what her daughter was thinking? These words were meant for Lu Qi, but even more so for Zhou Shui. She knew that Zhou Shui already had some feelings for Lu Qi. But they've only known each other for a day. There's still plenty of time ahead, and with more interaction, Zhou Shui still has a good chance. Zhou Shui also sensed the comfort in her mother's words. My mood has calmed down a bit. She knew she had been too hasty. Let's talk about some things later, but Lu Qi, you should definitely spend more time with Shui. I didn't consider Shui's feelings before, which is why she hasn't had many friends. Now I sincerely hope that you can become her friend. Even Principal Zhou, who was standing to the side, tried to persuade Lu Qi. He has now completely changed his opinion of Lu Qi. Lu Qi gave the extremely precious enlightenment pill to Zhou Shui without hesitation, which shows that Lu Qi was very generous to Zhou Shui. He clearly had the ability to get into a martial arts academy in a big city, but he chose the more stable Fenglan Martial Arts Academy instead, which shows Lu Qi's uncompetitive and unambitious personality. The fact that Lu Qi was able to obtain the enlightenment pill from a powerful figure in the black market shows that his family is extremely powerful, even capable of shaking the black market. These points combined show that Lu Qi is a perfect match for Shui. Even though Zhou Shui has now comprehended 5 attributes, Lu Qi is no less impressive, having already reached the 3rd rank at a young age. They are a match made in heaven. Right now, it's just that we don't know each other well yet. Thank you for your recognition, Principal and Auntie. Let's talk about it later. It's getting late. Now that senior sister Schwer has successfully grasped the essence, I should head back. Lucci smiled and spoke to the two of them very respectfully. Of course, I need to find a wife. But not now. His life in this world has just begun. We can't let Joe Schwer tie us down. The world is so big, he wants to see it. Furthermore, if he were to become entangled with Joe Schwer, it would be extremely disadvantageous for her. It might even affect her future achievements. Upon hearing that Lucci was leaving, Joe Schwer's eyes flickered slightly. They seemed somewhat reluctant to part ways. It's getting late, it's already past 11. Why don't you stay at our place? Joe's mother understood Joe Schwer's meaning and still wanted to persuade Lucci to stay. The martial arts academy is free, there is no curfew. So you can go back anytime. It's okay if we don't go back. No, Auntie. I've already made plans with my roommates to play games all night. If they find out I'm staying at Schwer's place, they'll gossip about her at the academy. After thinking about it, Lucci still refused. Playing games all night was naturally his excuse. However, Joe Tuji was quite concerned about Schwer's reputation within the academy. Seeing the look in Joe Tuji's eyes, Joe's mother could only sigh and say, "Alright, since you've already made plans with someone, we won't keep you any longer. It's late, be careful on your way. If you want to eat Auntie's cooking again in the future, just come to Auntie's house, and Auntie will cook for you anytime." The Zhou family of three saw Lucci to the door and watched his figure disappear before returning to the house. Then it was time for Zhou's mother to give Joe Schwer psychological counseling. After leaving the Zhou family, Lucci first found a secluded corner. First, equip the purple iron breastplate provided by the system. This is a 6th grade piece of equipment. It has extremely high defensive capabilities. Even when facing a full force attack from a peak 6th rank expert, it is perfectly capable of withstanding it. Even when facing a 7th rank expert, he can escape unscathed. If you encounter a directly fatal injury, the purple iron breastplate will self-destruct, negating the damage of a fatal blow. This is the greatest function of this breastplate. Without others knowing that you have a breastplate. If Lucci encounters an enemy he cannot defeat, he can simply use the properties of the breastplate to feign death. Thus, they escaped a terrible disaster. After changing his breastplate, Lucci did not put on the protective gear that Master Wu had given him. One breastplate is enough. He then walked straight toward the academy. Just then, the communicator in Lucci's pocket rang. It turned out to be a call from Wang Xiaopeng. Lucci answered the phone. Wang Xiaopeng said anxiously, "Hey, Brother Lu. It's good that you answered the phone. Are you busy right now?" Lucci was taken aback. Did this kid think he would stay overnight at Joe Schwer's place? P.S. Chapter 3 today. 4 chapters a day. 2 more chapters to go. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 43 The Wu family again? 4th update. Lucci said irritably, "What are you talking about? I'm already on my way back to the academy, I'll be there soon." What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Xiaopeng, panting heavily, said urgently, "Brother Lu, Li Gongming went out for a part-time job and hasn't come back yet. I'm worried that something might have happened to him." You happen to be out there, could you go and look for him at his part-time job? Wang Gang and I will be there right away. Upon hearing this, Lucci's expression hardened. Li Gongming's family was poor when he was young. So after being admitted to the martial arts academy, I started looking for part-time jobs everywhere. The first year of university has just begun. Li Gongming has taken on countless part-time jobs. It is said that he once took on 2 part-time jobs at the same time, posting and tearing down small advertisements. I easily earned 2 sums of money. However, it was discovered very quickly. He was severely beaten by the boss who posted the flyers and then fired. He wasn't given much trouble when it came to tearing down the small advertisements. Because Li Gongming did indeed reduce the number of small advertisements on the streets. That means the mission is accomplished. However, even if he took on many part-time jobs, I will also be back in the dormitory before 10 p.m. Because he is very disciplined in his daily routine. I have to go to the college for classes every day. Only if he meets the college score requirements can he receive more college subsidies. The Martial Arts Academy gives spirit stones to its students every month. Although it's not much, it's enough to live on. Of course, if you get to know the teacher well and receive an award for excellence in your daily life, you can also get more spirit stones. Therefore, Li Gongming was also the class monitor among the freshmen. Students typically receive 4 or 5 spirit stones from the Martial Arts Academy each month. Li Gongming was able to obtain more than a dozen. This is all the result of his hard work. In the dormitory, Li Gongming was also a kind-hearted person. He often helped Lu Qi and others. If he hadn't done so many part-time jobs, he wouldn't have known about the black market. Therefore, when Lu Qi heard that Li Gongming had not yet returned to the dormitory, his expression also hardened. "Don't rush, have you called him yet?" Lu Qi asked, frowning. "I called, but he didn't answer. Li Gongming should be in bed by now. Brother Lu, I hope nothing bad has happened to him?" Wang Xiaopang said with some concern. "I'm not far from where he works part-time. I'll go check it out first. You guys be careful too." After saying that, Lu Qi hung up the phone. Then, with a somewhat worried expression, he headed towards the place where Li Gongming was to be appointed to his post. The human realm is much safer than the battlefield of all races. However, it is by no means without danger. There are also many villains in the human realm. They specialize in robbing others at night. If you don't cooperate and hand over your valuables, you might be silenced. Li Gongming works so hard to earn money, so naturally he wouldn't easily hand over the money in his hands. Therefore, if you encounter criminals, it will be difficult to escape. Moreover, Li Gongming was only at the initial stage of the first rank. He's just a little stronger than the average person. If they encounter stronger thugs, they will surely die. This is why Lu Qi is so worried. At that moment, he rushed towards the construction site where Li Gongming was working part-time. As a first-grade awakened being, Li Gongming possesses strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. Therefore, I would choose to do some manual labor that pays daily wages. This is a quick way to make money, and it's also a good training opportunity for him. A construction site is a good option. It's already past 11 o'clock, but the lights are still on at the construction site. Construction sites operate on a 3-shift system. To meet the deadline, they worked almost non-stop. When Lu Qi stormed into the construction site, there were still many workers at work. "Hey! What are you doing? Didn't you see the sign at the entrance prohibiting unauthorized personnel from entering? Do you know where this place is?" Upon seeing Lu Qi barge into the construction site, the foreman wearing a white hat immediately frowned and yelled at Lu Qi. He was already reluctant to be assigned to the night shift, thinking that he didn't want anyone to cause him trouble. Let him slack off peacefully for one night. Lu Qi's appearance shattered his peace. "Hello, I'm here to see someone," Lu Qi said, suppressing his displeasure as he noticed the foreman's frown. The foreman was taken aback, then said even more impatiently, "Looking for someone? Who would be looking for someone on a construction site at night? I think you're here to cause trouble. Go, go, go. Get out of here. I really am here to find someone. My classmate Li Gongming is working part-time here, and I'm here to see him." Lu Qi continued, seeing the foreman trying to shoo him away. "Li Gongming?" Upon hearing this, the foreman's expression changed slightly. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "He left work an hour ago. He's not here." Although the foreman said that, Lu Qi could tell something from his wavering eyes. In addition, the other workers around him looked rather strange after hearing about Li Gongming. This further convinced Lu Qi that Li Gongming must have had an accident at the construction site. "I am a student of Fenglan Martial Academy. Li Gongming is my classmate. If he goes missing, our academy will do everything in our power to search for him." Lu Qi's expression hardened, and he stopped giving the supervisor a friendly look, speaking coldly. He's now certain there's something wrong here. They directly invoked the Martial Arts Academy to exert pressure. As students of the Martial Arts Academy, you enjoy the Academy's protection. If danger is encountered, the Martial Academy will take immediate action. If the Martial Arts Academy finds out about this construction site, things won't be so simple then. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to intimidate me with Fenglan Martial Academy? Upon hearing this, the overseer clutched his stomach and burst into laughter, then pointed at Lu Qi and roared. "Remember this is the Wu family's construction site. Not a place for you to complain to your teacher. In front of the Wu family, the Martial Academy is nothing but a fart." The foreman's tone was extremely arrogant. he loudly mocked Lu Qi. They were mocking Fenglan Martial Academy. Lu Qi's expression was extremely grim. Let's not even mention that the Martial Academy was established by the Human Realm Federation. They held a very high status in every province. The Wu family, mentioned by the overseer, was something Lu Qi deeply resented. If Lu Qi remembered correctly, the ghost who assassinated him in the black market also said that he came from the Wu family. The Wu family is a noble family in Fenglan. But how dare a mere aristocratic family mock the Martial Academy? Even in the capital, the Martial Academy is a sacred institution. The Federation has seen many changes in political parties, but every party has always held the Martial Academy in high esteem. Because if it weren't for the Martial Arts Academy, humanity would not be as peaceful as it is now. The Martial Arts Academy is dedicated to cultivating outstanding talents for humanity. But for the Wu family to be so arrogant in Fenglan province, they clearly consider themselves local emperors. Say it again if you dare. Lu Qi said coldly. What if I say it 100 times? In front of the Wu family, the Martial Academy is nothing. If it weren't for the Federation above us, the Wu family would have already demolished that piece of land belonging to the Martial Academy. Just wait, it'll probably be demolished soon too. To tell you the truth, your classmate Li Gongming is at this construction site, and he said the same thing as you before. So what? What if the Martial Arts Academy finds out? Do they dare to come? The foreman roared arrogantly. Little did they know, all of this was recorded by Lu Qi's communicator. At this moment, Lu Qi's sneer grew even colder. It's a tragedy that the Wu family has such a disgraceful subordinate who dares to challenge the authority of the Martial Arts Academy. However, what he needs to do now is to find Li Gongming as soon as possible. Lu Qi seized the opportunity and stepped forward to punch the foreman. The foreman's nose bled from the blow. The foreman winced in pain, covered his nose, and took a few steps back. You dare hit me. Why are all the people from your martial arts academy so violent? Looks like you don't want to live anymore. Guards! Arrest him too. Didn't you want to meet your classmate? I'll take you to see him right now. The foreman glared menacingly at Lu Qi. Then, several henchmen immediately stepped forward and restrained Lu Qi. The workers standing by witnessed this scene but dared not speak out in anger. P.S. Last chapter for today. 4 chapters a day. More tomorrow. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 40 for the disappointing young Master Wu, Fatal Evidence. First update. Lu Qi was not truly under control. He is a third-rank awakened one. Most of the workers present were ordinary people. Even those who reach the first rank of awakening are few and far between. Even the foreman was only a first-stage awakened being. It's simply impossible to control him. However, Lu Qi voluntarily allowed himself to be controlled, as this was the only way to find Li Gongming's whereabouts. Only then can we wipe these guys out in one fell swoop. Boss, should we bring him to the quarry too? One of the underlings asked the overseer, holding Lu Qi by his side. Clearly, this worker was the overseer's lackey. Asking more questions was just a way to impress the supervisor. Only by becoming familiar with the foreman could he feel more comfortable on the construction site. Nonsense. Don't we dispose of our garbage at the quarry? Do you even need to ask? The foreman will not be polite to a worker. Then, covering his bleeding nose, he sternly addressed the other workers. Don't think that just because your family has an awakened one, you're something special and can intimidate the Wu family. You all need to remember this. The Wu family is the sky of Fenglan. As long as the sky doesn't fall, the Wu family won't fall. If any of you ever try to threaten the Wu family in the name of Awakened Ones or the Martial Academy again, you will suffer the same fate as these 2 Martial Academy students. Take him to the quarry. Dispose of him along with his classmates. The supervisor's words silenced the construction site to death at night. Then, under the foreman's menacing glare, the workers continued their work. From the looks in the workers' eyes, Lu Qi could tell that this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. However, most of them are not awakened beings, but just ordinary people. Moreover, they have families to support. It's not easy for some families to send their children to martial arts academies. Therefore, the only thing to do when faced with this kind of thing is to pretend you didn't see it. I don't want to cause trouble. The foreman, seeing that the workers were relatively well behaved, gave a disdainful smile. Lu Qi was soon taken to the quarry at the construction site. Many of the stones used on the construction site came from here. In the quarry, Lu Qi saw Li Gongming. At this moment, Li Gongming was covered in injuries and was tied to a rusty iron chair. His eyes were somewhat unfocused. He had clearly just been severely beaten. Beside the chair, an emaciated old man lay slumped on the ground. His body was covered in bloody wounds. The situation was just as dire as that of Li Gongming. The only sign that the old man was still alive was the weak movement in his chest. However, it looks like it's on its last legs. Meanwhile, around Li Gongming and the old man, 5 young people were watching them with mocking eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Qi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He never expected these people to be so ruthless, even beating an old man like this. What's going on? Why did you bring another one? Didn't you see they were having a great time? Who is he? A young man saw the overseer leading Lu Qi over and asked in confusion. Li Gongming, who was about to fall into a coma, noticed Lu Qi and instantly became alert. He opened his mouth as if to say something. But he simply didn't have the strength to make a sound. However, Lu Qi could still make out the word run from his lip movements. This made Lu Qi's eyes grow even colder. Li Gongming treated him well at the academy and often helped him. In the original owner's memory, when he was broke, Li Gongming even lent him his meager savings. Therefore, he also had a good impression of Li Gongming. Seeing Li Gongming being treated this way, Lu Qi was furious. This is an instinctive reaction from this body. Because Li Gongming had been kind to him, even though Lu Qi was a time traveler, this kindness was genuine. Faced with the young man's question, the foreman immediately smiled and said, "In response to young Master Wu, this man said he was Li Gongming's classmate and came to see Li Gongming. I originally wanted to send him away, but I didn't expect him to cause trouble, punch me, and say that he would ask the martial arts academy to punish us. So I brought this here with me. Please, young Master Wu, you must uphold justice for me." The foreman, who was usually dignified and imposing on the construction site, became like a eunuch in front of these young people, greeting them with a smile. Another one from Fenglan Martial Academy? I didn't get in when I applied, and now they're targeting me everywhere? Does this Fenglan Martial Academy really think it can turn the world upside down? Does it really believe it can shake the Wu family's position? Bring him here. After the young man inquired about Fenglan Martial Academy, his expression hardened, and he spoke to the overseer. Lu Qi gleaned some information from the young man's words. This person should be the Wu family's manager at this construction site, and he had previously applied to Fenglan Martial Arts Academy but failed the exam. He was a spoiled brat. However, what surprised Lu Qi was that even a basic martial arts academy like Fenglan Martial Academy could fail to make the list. How bad must his grades be? Lu Qi then conducted a brief reconnaissance of the 5 people present. All 5 of them exuded the aura of awakened beings. However, none of them are very strong. The most powerful one was only at the late stage of the first rank. With Lu Qi's current strength, he could deal with it with just one finger. However, Lu Qi did not act immediately, as killing these few henchmen was not enough to deter the Wu family. This could even lead the Wu family to intensify their pressure on Li Gongming in the future. Li Gongming was just an ordinary student, he still needed to work to earn money. With the Wu family's influence in Fenglan, dealing with Li Gongming would be too easy. What Lu Qi needs to do is ensure that the Wu family can no longer cause any trouble in Fenglan. To completely destroy the Wu family, he needs more dirt on them. Only in this way will the Martial Arts Academy and even the law enforcement team impose sanctions on the Wu family. Lu Qi was pushed toward the boy by the overseer. He then left with a smile. He knew that what followed would be extremely bloody. If I stay here any longer, I'm afraid I'll have nightmares every time I sleep. After glancing at Lu Qi's cold and murderous gaze, the young man said coldly, "You're about to die, and you still dare to look at me like that? You're really not afraid of death." He then gestured with his eyes to the young man beside him. Another young man understood and walked to the side to turn on the stone crusher. The crusher started up, easily pulverizing the hard rock, and a huge roar echoed throughout the quarry. Upon hearing the sound of the stone crusher, Li Gongming and the old man, who were already covered in wounds, couldn't help but shudder. Then it began to tremble. They knew that starting the crusher meant they were about to take the final step. They will be thrown into the crusher and pulverized along with the rocks. Lu Qi, however, calmly said, "I advise you to release me and my classmate as soon as possible. If we don't show up at the Martial Academy tomorrow, you'll be the ones in trouble." Putting aside the Martial Arts Academy's regulations on protecting its students, let's talk about Lu Qi's current relationship with Zhou Tuji. If the Zhou family knew that Lu Qi was being threatened by the Wu family, they would definitely take any means necessary to attack the Wu family. The strongest ancestor of the Wu family was only at the 5th rank. It is said that Zhou Tu has already reached the 7th rank. If they were to truly fight, the Wu family would definitely be no match for Zhou Tuji. How dare you threaten me with Fenglan Martial Academy? The name Fenglan Martial Academy is the one I hate hearing the most right now. Do you really think Fenglan Martial Academy can protect you? Since you're about to die anyway, I might as well tell you. Our Wu family has already tampered with the buildings and the drinking water at Fenglan Martial Arts Academy. Furthermore, the Federation will soon be conducting a safety inspection of the Martial Academy. If the Fenglan Martial Academy is found to have multiple non-compliance issues, the academy can expect to be shut down. When even the Martial Arts Academy is gone, let's see who can protect you then. And to tell you the truth, the reason our Wu family is building this construction site around the Martial Academy is so that we can smoothly acquire that piece of land from the Martial Academy later. Our Wu family has gone to great lengths for that land. Young Master Wu revealed a smug expression and said to Lu Qi. Lu Qi should be grateful to this brainless, troublesome young master. Lu Qi recorded everything he just said. This evidence alone is enough to prompt the Martial Academy to take action and eliminate the Wu family. P.S. First update. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 45 Slaying Young Master Wu. A new investment target. The future human emperor? A long chapter of 5,000 words. P.S. This is a long chapter of 5,000 words, with a lot of setup, so I've put it all together. It gets really exciting later on, so please read it patiently. Looking at young Master Wu's arrogant face, Li Gongming showed a helpless expression. He really wanted to tell the Martial Arts Academy about these things. Expose the crimes of the Wu family to the public. But the crusher had already started, and they were about to die. This secret may only remain underground, never to see the light of day again. Brother Lu, you shouldn't have come looking for me. It's fine if I die, but your talent is greater than mine, and you originally had the opportunity to become even stronger. It's my fault. Li Gongming spoke to Lu Qi with all his might. Lu Qi sighed upon hearing this. Li Gongming was a kind-hearted man, yet he was still saying such things at a time like this. Meanwhile, the old man standing to the side also had tears in his eyes as he looked with difficulty at Li Gongming and Lu Qi. Looking at the stone crusher that had already started, the old man was completely speechless. Oh my! Getting all sentimental even when you're about to die? Very well, let you say as much as you want, consider it your last words before you die. Young Master Wu said with a mocking look in his eyes. However, Lu Qi ignored young Master Wu's mockery and asked Li Gongming with some doubt, how are you arrested? And what's the deal with the old man next to you? He now has ample evidence to subdue young Master Wu and his group, but Lu Qi is even more curious as to why such a kind-hearted person as Li Gongming would encounter such a situation. The old man's son was killed by that scumbag Wu Su. The old man wanted to get an explanation, but instead of handling the matter properly, they beat him up and tried to kill him too. I had just finished get off work and couldn't stand it, so I wanted to get justice for the old man. I didn't expect to be ambushed by these 5 people. I didn't have much strength to begin with and was seriously injured. Brother Lu, they're the local thugs. I don't know how many people they've killed here, how many people have died unjustly on this construction site. The old man's son was brutally murdered because they didn't want to pay his wages. We are no match for them, it's all my fault. Li Gongming's face contorted with rage as he roared with heart-wrenching fury. When he saw Lu Qi arrive, his heart was filled with despair. The opposing team consists of 5 first-grade awakened beings. Among them was even a powerful expert at the late stage of the 1st rank. Lu Qi is only at the mid-stage of the 1st rank, even though Li Gongming can still fight. Neither of them could stand a chance against the Wu family. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's expression became slightly solemn. He already had a general understanding of the information. Li Gongming, a kind-hearted man who loved doing good deeds, ended up getting himself into trouble. However, none of this was Li Gongming's fault. The old man looked quite old. They're just waiting for their children to take care of them in their old age and see them off when they die. But upon learning that his son had died at the construction site, he naturally wanted to get an explanation. Li Gongming originally thought he could use the Martial Arts Academy to put pressure on the Wu family. Unexpectedly, Wu Su, who was in charge here, also known as Young Master Wu, harbored great resentment towards Fenglan Martial Academy because he failed the entrance exam for the academy and had a spoiled attitude. So they dealt with Li Gongming as well. If Li Gongming hadn't intervened, the old man would have ended up like his son. It was secretly disposed of by the Wu family. However, Li Gongming's outburst became the stepping stone for Lu Qi to bring down the Wu family. Have they confessed almost everything? Li Gongming, you are a first-grade awakened one. On the construction site, you can do the work of 3 people. I originally kept you around to exploit your labor, but unfortunately you are useless. You insisted on seeking death. Then I'll have to see you off. I hope you'll be reborn into a better family in your next life. Wu Su coldly addressed Li Gongming, then looked at the other 4 young people beside him. The young man nodded, then walked towards Lu Qi and Li Gongming. They were preparing to throw the 3 people off the stone crusher. Lu Qi was also ready to make his move, his veins bulging on his hands. Just then, the old man, who was on the verge of death, suddenly crawled to Li Gongming and Lu Qi's side, opened his arms, and said, "Young Master Wu, the fault lies with me. If you want to kill someone, kill me. Don't implicate the 2 children. They are still young. Please, spare them." The old man's entire body was covered in open wounds of all sizes. Some wounds have even turned black due to lack of blood supply. Yet he still managed to stand in front of the 2 with great difficulty. Upon seeing this, Li Gongming's eyes were filled with emotion. His lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a word. Lu Qi let out a deep sigh. He knew that Li Gongming had helped the right person this time. To be able to do this in the face of death is already an act of utmost benevolence and righteousness. You old codger, what right do you have to bargain with me? You're just as useless as your son. You just wait and see. On this construction site, whoever I want to die, that person will die. Your son, before he died, was still saying he hadn't properly taken care of you and that he was sorry. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. I'll send you down to see him right now. Wu Su burst out laughing when he saw this. In his eyes, it was all a joke. He then gave a wink to several of his men. The 4 nodded and then walked towards the old man. Since the old man insists on standing in front, let him die first. Wu Su turned around, waiting to hear the screams of the 3 men. After all, he didn't want to see any bloody scenes. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night. Ah! 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 Soon, screams came from behind. But it's not the 3rd tone, it's the 4th tone. Moreover, he was quite familiar with those 4 voices. It was his 4 playmates. Wu Su turned his head and looked. Lu Qi clapped his hands with ease and then began to help Li Gongming and the old man untie themselves. Inside the crusher, his 4 friends were now completely still. Only red blood foam mixed with stones. Li Gongming and the old man also looked at Lu Qi in shock. They were all prepared to die, but then Lu Qi suddenly broke free of his ropes. These ropes were specially prepared for them, the awakened ones. The ropes are specially made. Even a 2nd-grade awakened one could not break free. But the rope was useless in Lu Qi's hands. And in an instant, he killed all 4 of them. It should be noted that these 4 individuals are all 1st-grade awakened ones. Among them are 2 experts at the mid-stage of the 1st rank. According to Li Gongming's understanding of Lu Qi, Lu Qi is currently only at the mid-stage of the 1st rank. The power that Lu Qi just unleashed completely surpassed that of a 1st-grade expert. You killed them? How dare you? Do you know who you just killed? You're dead. I'm going to kill you. Wu Su pointed at Lu Qi with a shocked expression. He roared in terror as he charged toward Lu Qi. He was the only one among the 5 to reach the late stage of the 1st rank of awakening. Although he is only a 1st-grade awakened being at his age. Compared to his peers, he is indeed a bit of a failure. However, with the strength of a late-stage 1st-grade cultivator, dealing with a freshman from a martial arts academy should not be a problem. After all, how strong can the freshman of the martial arts academy be? Mid-stage 1st rank is the absolute limit. Brother Lu, be careful. This Wu Su is a late-stage 1st rank expert, you're no match for him. Seeing that Wu Su was about to attack Lu Qi, Li Gongming immediately warned him. However, Lu Qi remained calm and untied Li Gongming and the old man from their bonds. At this moment, Wu Su had already arrived in front of Lu Qi. He raised his fist, ready to strike Lu Qi in the face. Lu Qi sneered. The shattering star fist is activated, fist against fist. Snap. The moment the fists touched, a crisp sound was heard. Wusu's arm shattered instantly. Under Lu Qi's immense force, the entire arm exploded. Blood splattered. This was without Lu Qi using his special abilities. It was done by brute force alone. Moreover, Lu Qi only used 10% of his strength. If he were to unleash his full power, Wusu would either survive or have half his body destroyed. If you add the blessing of superpowers, Wusu is doomed. However, Lu Qi did not do much, but spared Wusu's life. He wants to use Wusu to lure out an even bigger fish. My hand. You actually broke my hand. You're finished. The Wu family will never let you get away with this. I'll kill you. Wusu clutched his bleeding right arm and roared in pain. Meanwhile, Li Gongming and the old man standing to the side were filled with nothing but shock. They had assumed that Lu Qi would suffer a loss at Wusu's hands. Unexpectedly, Lu Qi dealt with Wusu so easily. No wonder Lu Qi has been so fearless since just now. It turns out he had a trick up his sleeve. Lu Qi ignored Wusu's screams and instead crippled the rest of Wusu's hands and feet. Wusu kept shouting about fighting and killing, which made Lu Qishan too noisy. They also damaged his throat. This left Wusu speechless. He was made to lie on the ground in agony, feeling the pain all over his body. But all he could do was wail in pain, unable to utter the harsh words he had spoken before. Li Gongming and the old man stared at Lu Qi in disbelief. He even felt a little afraid of Lu Qi now. After all, this kind of thing is too bloody for a freshman at a martial arts academy. It's finally a bit quieter. Lu Qi clapped his hands, then said coldly, "Aren't you going to show yourself? Do you want to watch your young master die by my hand?" Li Gongming was taken aback, wondering who Lu Qi was talking to. But the next moment, a streak of blood shot down from the ceiling of the rubble pit toward Lu Qi. Lu Qi reacted quickly. The moment I felt the blood appear, he grabbed Wusu, who was standing next to him, and lifted him up. They stood in front of me. Upon seeing this, the streak of blood-red light instantly changed its attack direction. It landed in front of Lu Qi. "Kid, you're pretty clever. But do you think you can get away with this by using a junior member of the Wu family as a shield? Your death is inevitable." Amidst the crimson light, a woman's figure appeared before Lu Qi. This woman was the assassin Lu Qi had seen before leaving the black market. Lu Qi delayed taking action for so long not only because he wanted to understand the ins and outs of the matter. They were waiting for this assassin to appear. This assassin was very composed. After seeing that Lu Qi was heading to the Zhou family, the tracking was immediately terminated. He feared that Zhou Tuji would discover the murderous intent within him. Lu Qi also discovered that the assassin had stopped tracking him, in order to lure the assassin over. That's why it was deliberately dragged out for so long. This Wusu is just bait to lure you out. It doesn't matter if he lives or dies. But he's still one of your employer's people. If you really don't take care of him, won't the Wu family blame you? Lu Qi smiled disdainfully, then tossed Wusu aside like trash. Wusu's body was thus thrown onto the chute of the stone crusher. Slide little by little toward the already started stone crusher. Although Wusu couldn't speak, his eyes were filled with fear. Although his hands and feet were crippled, he still twisted his body with all his might. It even let out a helpless roar at the Blood Mother. He didn't want to die. Blood Mother remained remarkably calm upon witnessing this scene. He seemed completely unconcerned about Wusu's life or death, and instead said with a smile, "He's just a junior member of the Wu family. His life or death is irrelevant to the Wu family. Besides, the more good-for-nothings like him who just loaf around in the Wu family, the better for me to die. The price you're asking for is too high. The Wu family is offering this price so I can kill you, not save this piece of trash. However, you should also think carefully. If you kill him, the Wu family will have a legitimate reason to punish the Martial Academy. They might even send Federation officials to conduct a security inspection of the Martial Academy ahead of time. Then the Wu family will be able to acquire the land of Fenglan Martial Academy more easily." Blood Mother ignored Wusu, instead appearing rather nonchalant. There are many spoiled brats like Wusu in the Wu family. It's impossible for her to save every single one of them. It's normal for one or two useless people to die. The key point is that the deaths of one or two useless individuals can be used to secure the interests of the entire Wu family. This is the most important thing. Wu Su died at Lu Qi's hands. The Wu family could then legitimately request the Federation to conduct an inspection of the Fenglan Martial Academy ahead of schedule. If the inspection fails, Fenglan Martial Arts Academy will cease operations immediately. If the Federation re-establishes the Martial Academy, the Wu family can take the opportunity to intervene. The profits within martial arts academies are enormous. It can be said that every step of the Martial Arts Academy's operation requires money. The Federation has also spared no effort in providing financial assistance to the Martial Academy. If the Wu family could gain a foothold in the Martial Arts Academy, the stakes involved are self-evident. That's a good idea, but didn't you ever consider that I might expose everything the Wu family has done? At that time, it will be your Wu family that will be utterly disgraced. Lu Qi calmly addressed Blood Mother. Today he learned a lot of dirty secrets about the Wu family. If all of this were made public, the Wu family would inevitably become the target of public criticism. Blood Mother remained nonchalant, saying, "If I kill you all now, who will know?" Then the crimson aura emanating from her grew stronger and stronger. He unleashed the full power of his mid-stage rank 3 aura. The murderous intent grew increasingly terrifying. It was as if they were ready to strike at any moment. After feeling this imposing aura, Li Gongming and the old man immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The pressure from the third rank official made his legs feel weak. They swallowed hard, wondering what kind of terrifying being they had provoked. Blood Mother made them feel the fear of death once again. Unexpectedly, after so many twists and turns, I still couldn't escape my fate of death. Lu Qi, however, continued speaking to Blood Mother, "Do you really think you can kill me?" Instead of unleashing his third-grade power, he began to circulate the Shattering Star Fist. He wanted to see if, with his current strength and without any special abilities, he could defeat a mid-stage rank 3 expert using only the Shattering Star Fist. It seems you must have eaten a lot of good food at the Zhou family, which allowed you to get through the period of weakness ahead of time. However, your weakness in cultivation is still there, and you will never be my match. Having said that, Blood Mother didn't delay any longer and immediately attacked Lu Qi. She lunged at Lu Qi. Lu Qi remained calm. He assumed a punching stance and instantly unleashed a punch at Blood Mother. He used the strength of a third-grade expert in that punch, but without any supernatural power. It appears quite ordinary. But it's enough to hurt Blood Mother. Blood Mother was originally smiling smugly. But when she made contact with Lu Qi's fist, her body exploded instantly. His bones broke too. Blood was splattered everywhere. Blood Mother's eyes instantly went from smug to shocked. Li Gongming, standing behind Lu Qi, was once again shocked upon witnessing the scene. He could understand why Lu Qi was able to deal with a first-rank expert. After all, Lu Qi's talent is undeniable. Having just entered the Martial Academy, Lu Qi is already a mid-stage awakener of the first rank. But to blow up Blood Mother with a single punch is truly unbelievable. However, Blood Mother reacted immediately. Before Lu Qi destroyed too many of his bones, he immediately elementalized his body. Her body turned into blood, which neutralized the power of Lu Qi's attack. However, the bone injury Lu Qi had previously sustained still caused her substantial harm. This caused the blood maiden to bleed continuously. How can you have such power?" Blood Mother looked at Lu Qi in disbelief. She clearly didn't sense that Lu Qi was using any special abilities. This punch was just a very ordinary punch delivered with brute force. It actually caused me such great harm. I told you, you can't kill me. Lu Qi just smiled and then shook the blood off his hands. He was very satisfied with his punch. If Blood Mother hadn't transformed herself into an elemental being, this punch might have already killed Blood Mother. A single punch using brute force can kill a third-grade awakened individual. Most people wouldn't even dare to think about it. What good is your power if you are strong? You are not a third-grade awakener, so you cannot harm me in my elemental form. You're quite impressive that I forced you to use elemental transformation, but this farce should end now. Blood Mother coldly addressed Lu Qi. This is the first time in all these years that she has suffered a loss because of a child. Now his murderous intent towards Lu Qi is even stronger. It wasn't because of the mission he genuinely intended to kill. It's time to end this. You can die now. After testing his strength, Lu Qi decided not to pretend any longer. The next moment, flames rose around him. Lu Qi also unleashed his true power. Blood Mother was immediately shocked. Because at this moment, she felt the pressure of a late-stage rank 3 expert. Lucci's powerful aura completely overwhelmed him. Blood Mother has only one thought in her mind right now. Just run away. But it was too late. Lucci then lightly snapped his fingers. The flames flew towards Blood Maiden. Ignite her blood. Blood Maiden was instantly trapped by Lucci's fire element. There's no way to escape. You're actually a third rank. She hadn't even finished speaking when she stopped breathing. Li Gongming and the old man watched all of this with disbelief. Lucci actually killed a terrifying third rank expert. Moreover, Lucci was actually a third rank expert. What are you all standing there for? It's all right. Let's go home. Lucci came to the two of them, waved, and said. The two then came to their senses. Thank you, child, but I can't leave. You killed members of the Wu family. If the Wu family finds out, they will definitely not let you off. This all started because of me, and I will take all the blame. If the Wu family holds me accountable, I'll take the blame. I can't let an old codger like me ruin your lives. You should leave now. With tears in his eyes, the old man spoke to Lucci and Li Gongming. He knew very well that the Wu family was not so easily let go. Lucci's killing of the Wu family members gave them an opportunity to make trouble. That's why he was willing to risk his life to cover for Lucci and Li Gongming. Uncle. Upon seeing this, Li Gongming also choked up. At that moment, the system in Lucci's mind reacted once again. Investment opportunities detected. Investment target, the future human emperor. P.S. A long chapter of 5,000 words. The human emperor has appeared. The next chapter is going to be awesome. Please urge me to update more content and give me free gifts. Chapter 46 Investing in the Future Human Emperor. 100-fold return on battle power. The future human emperor? Lucci was taken aback upon seeing this. There are only Li Gongming and the old man here now. In other words, the future human emperor will be born from these two people. It should be noted that the position of emperor has been vacant for far too long. The lack of an emperor led to the gradual decline of the human race in the battlefield of all races. Now, the myriad races are gradually oppressing the human race. They were just waiting for the human race to be completely defeated in the battlefield of all races. At that time, all races will launch a massive invasion of the human realm. Therefore, the human race urgently needs a new human emperor to emerge and lead the human race. Lucci looked at Li Gongming and the old man. The old man showed no trace of an awakened being. He's just an ordinary person. He could never become the human emperor. Then there's only one possibility. Li Gongming is the future emperor. However, Lucci clearly looked at all three of his roommates in the dormitory. There was no information about investment on their part. Does investment information need to be released at a specific time? Lucci was somewhat puzzled. However, the system reserves the right to interpret all interpretations. He's now just waiting for the system to give him more information. New sustainable investment opportunities detected. Investment target, Huangfu Tian. Current cultivation level, elderly, weak, sick, or disabled with no cultivation. Highest return on investment, become the emperor of humanity. Elevate the host's status above that of the emperor. Gain prestige throughout the entire human race. Become the teacher of humanity. Investment item, 1 marrow cleansing pill. Investment details, due to innate limitations, cultivation is impossible. After consuming the marrow cleansing pill, the imperial path can be unlocked. Investment return, bound to the human emperor. 100x return on combat power. The system quickly provided all the information. However, Lucci was taken aback after seeing this information. Huang Fusion? Not Li Gongming? If it weren't for the fact that Li Gongming was an old, weak, sick, or disabled person with no cultivation level, Lucci would have thought that Li Gongming was using a false name. However, the system clearly states that the investment targets are the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled who lack any cultivation. Then there's only one possibility. The old man in front of me is Huangfu Tian. He is the future emperor of humanity. Who could have imagined that the future emperor would be an old man in his 60s or 70s? If an ordinary person cannot become an awakened being before the age of 18, then there's almost no chance of ever being able to stop cultivating again in this lifetime. However, this old man was clearly over that age. However, all it takes is a single marrow cleansing pill to embark on the path of cultivation, and even to cultivate the imperial great Tao. Grandpa, aren't you worried? With the martial arts academy here, nothing will happen, and besides, the Wu family you fear will surely collapse within a day. The martial arts academy will deal with them. Lu Qi said to the old man with great confidence. You heard what the Wu family just said. The Wu family is very likely to use this incident to target the martial academy. Even if we know that the Wu family tampered with things at the martial arts academy, we don't have solid evidence, and the Wu family won't confess. The old man still spoke with some concern. He was well aware of the immense power the Wu family wielded in Fenglan. In Fenglan, he could be said to be all-powerful. To ordinary people, trying to deal with the Wu family is practically like throwing an egg against a rock. What if I have solid evidence? Lu Qi smiled slightly, then took out his communicator and said. Actually, I had already recorded everything when I entered this construction site, including what Wu Su just said. I now have irrefutable evidence that the Wu family tampered with the Martial Arts Academy. The Martial Academy was specially approved by the Human Realm Federation. It is a key project of the Federation and even has special rights in various provinces. If the Federation finds out what the Wu family has done, it will be of no use no matter how much power he has in Fenglan province. Moreover, I've already sent this video to my 2 other roommates, as well as Principal Zhou. I'm afraid the Martial Academy has already begun taking action against the Wu family. So, sir, you can rest assured and come back to the Martial Arts Academy with us to see this grand show. The Martial Academy will resolve your son's grievances. Lu Qi smiled slightly, took out the communicator, and it played back everything that had just happened. Of course, Lu Qi wasn't that stupid as to release the video of the murder as well. He edited it slightly and only released information about the Wu family's crimes. After witnessing all this, Li Gongming and Huang Futian felt inexplicably relieved. I was even a little excited. With this evidence, the Martial Academy can even act first and report later. Take direct action against the Wu family, who are harming the interests of the Martial Academy. Perhaps Lu Qi is right. The Wu family's downfall is today. His own son. That's revenge. Huang Futian's body trembled involuntarily at the thought. He reached out to grab Lu Qi's hand. A hoarse voice excitedly repeated, "Child. Thank you. Thank you." Huang Futian was too weak. Even speaking to them is extremely difficult. All I can do is keep repeating those same few sentences. Lu Qi noticed Huang Futian's weakness and quickly said, "Sir, your injuries are too severe, so don't say so much. I have a marrow cleansing pill here. Taking it can alleviate your injuries. I will take you back to the Martial Arts Academy for treatment immediately with Li Gongming." He then immediately took out a marrow cleansing pill. This marrow cleansing pill was also obtained from the black market Martial Pavilion. It was given to him by Master Wu. Lu Qi was given 3 large boxes in total, containing 36 marrow cleansing pills. The marrow cleansing pill was originally intended as a medicinal guide to be taken in conjunction with the dragon blood pill. After soaking the dragon blood pill in water, take it together with the marrow cleansing pill. The marrow cleansing pill will fuse the dragon blood from the dragon blood pill with Lu Qi's blood. Increase your chances of mastering the true dragon treasure technique. However, Lu Qi has now mastered the true dragon treasure technique. Therefore, this marrow cleansing pill is useless. Besides serving as a medicinal guide and stimulating potential, the marrow cleansing pill can also be used to cleanse the marrow. It can also be used as a recovery medicine. Removing impurities from the body can alleviate injuries. Now that Huang Futianquan is alive, it is just the right time for him to take it. This marrow cleansing pill is too valuable. I can't accept it. You keep it. Besides, I'm an old man. Even if I needed treatment, I wouldn't need the marrow cleansing pill. I have recovery medicine at home, don't worry. Huang Futian immediately declined. Although the marrow cleansing pill is not a rare elixir, it can be purchased in the market. However, the price is not cheap. Due to the properties of the marrow cleansing pill, a single marrow cleansing pill can fetch a high price of 3,000 low-grade spirit stones on the market. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones are already quite valuable for an average family. For Huang Futian, it was an astronomical figure. He doesn't even have 3,000 in his entire fortune, so how could he accept it? After saying that, he was about to get up. However, his severely injured body was no longer able to support him to stand up. If he were to force himself to get up, he might die from his injuries before he even gets home. Sir, please accept it. I have plenty of these marrow cleansing pills. Just treat it like a recovery medicine. If it's not enough, I'll give you more. Seeing that Huangfu Tian refused to accept it, Lu Qi quickly said. He then took out a whole box of 12 marrow cleansing pills. Huangfu Tian was dumbfounded when he saw so many marrow cleansing pills. He couldn't even afford a single marrow cleansing pill. Not to mention a whole box. At this moment, he hesitated as he looked at the marrow cleansing pill in Lu Qi's hand. I don't know whether I should take it or not. However, he could feel that his body had reached its limit. If it's not restored soon, I might die on the way. Although I'm an old man, I'd rather die. But he was unwilling to give up. Her own son died at the hands of the Wu family. He was truly unwilling to live to see the day the Wu family fell. Therefore, under this trend of thought, Huangfu Tian finally accepted the marrow cleansing pill from Lu Qi. I ate it. Congratulations, host, on your successful investment. Investment rebates, Imperial Path. 100x power return. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 47. It's not too late to fight for the human race. I saw the system notification that the investment had been successful. Lu Qi smiled slightly. This reward directly links my combat power to that of the human emperor. And it's a 100-fold return. In other words, if Huangfu Tian's combat power is 1, then Lu Qi's combat power is 100. If Huangfu Tian becomes the human emperor, he can fight against all the races in the heavens. Lu Qi then gained the combat power of 100 human emperors. However, Huangfu Tian is still somewhat weak. They couldn't return much of their fighting strength to Lu Qi. But since he is the human emperor, then becoming stronger is only a matter of time. Just after Huangfu Tian took the marrow cleansing pill, a faint white light emanated from his body. The wounds on his body have also improved. Some wounds that were still bleeding gradually stopped bleeding. Under the influence of the marrow cleansing pill, Huangfu Tian looked much better. They also look younger. Moreover, Lu Qi could faintly sense the aura of an awakened being emanating from Huangfu Tian. From now on, you can embark on the path of spiritual practice. According to the records in the Imperial Register, only by experiencing all the hardships of life can one truly understand. Having seen through the human condition, I have come to understand the true nature of people. Unattached to worldly concerns, with humanity residing in one's heart. Only someone like this has the potential to become the human emperor. Huangfu Tian is old and has experienced a lot. Many people have seen it and are interested in it. Moreover, his only relative in the world had died. My heart remains free of attachments. It can be said that he has already met the requirements to become the human emperor. He has now broken free from the shackles that hindered his cultivation. As long as Huangfu Tian can step into the great Tao of Huangji, he might just become emperor in one fell swoop. However, this process is very lengthy. This step involves a simultaneous transformation in both cultivation and state of mind. Don't rush it. This is the power of the marrow cleansing pill? I am so old, yet I have become an awakened one. Child, thank you. Thank you. It's a pity I'm so old, only just becoming an awakened one. It's too late. Huangfu Tian looked at his body in great surprise, and then repeatedly thanked Lu Qi. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, he felt as if his body had become stronger. The previous injuries have healed a lot. He even felt younger. And all of this achievement is thanks to Lu Qi. If it's possible to do something for the human realm and eradicate a scourge like the Wu family, it's never too late. Upholding the greater good of humanity, we will protect the entire human race. Even on the perilous battlefield of the myriad races, there are elderly people who stay up all night concerned for the safety of the human realm. Why did you wait so long? Lu Qi grasped Huangfu Tian's hand solemnly and spoke with great passion. Now all he wants is for Huangfu Tian to comprehend the great Tao of Huangji as soon as possible. To become the emperor of the human race. This way, I can gain absolute and powerful strength. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Tian could not hide the excitement in his eyes. Tears slowly dripped from the corners of her eyes. His parched throat produced rapid breathing. Yes. In the perilous battlefield of myriad races, many of the powerful figures who guarded the human cities were elderly and frail. At their age, they should have been recalled to the human realm. Enjoy your later years in peace. However, the current situation for the human race is not optimistic. Many cities were occupied by various races, and the human race was countless. Many cities also faced the threat of being invaded by various races. With the human race weakened, those powerful individuals who could have returned to the human realm to retire were forced to stay and guard the city. Therefore, we need more strong individuals to emerge from the human realm to provide support. Those who awaken have an obligation to cultivate diligently and become stronger. Head to the battlefield of all races and fight for the honor of humankind. You're right. I have few attachments left in this world, so I will take humanity as my attachment. I will strive to live, even if my strength is insignificant. I will fight for the sake of humanity. Huang Fu Tian seemed to have suddenly realized something. My heart was filled with turbulent waves. Hope rekindled in their eyes. Sir, it's good that you can see this clearly. Now come back to the Martial Academy with us. The medical staff there will treat you. Lu Qi was overjoyed to see that Huang Fu Tian seemed to have had a sudden realization. Following this trend, Huang Fu Tian might soon comprehend the great Tao of Huangji. If one could truly become the human emperor in one step, I'll make a huge profit. Then thank you very much. I am Huang Fu Tian. I thank you both in advance. Huang Fu Tian spoke excitedly to Lu Qi and Li Gongming. Especially Lu Qi. With just a few words, I suddenly understood. We have found the path to the future, and we have found a new direction. Huang Fu Tian's gratitude towards Lu Qi was beyond words. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's hurry back to the Martial Academy. This is Wu family territory after all, and it's not safe here. Li Gongming said with some concern. The longer they stay on Wu's territory, the less safe they become. Once the rest of the Wu family discovers that Wu Su was killed by Lu Qi, the Wu family will definitely send people to fence off this construction site. It will be difficult to leave then. That's right, let us go quickly. Huang Fu Tian no longer hesitated and followed the two out of the rubble pit. But as soon as they stepped out of the quarry, they saw the foreman leading a group of workers to surround the quarry. The foreman held a hammer, while the other workers carried various tools commonly found on construction sites as weapons. They blocked Lu Qi's path and surrounded them. However, judging from the workers' eyes, they were likely forced into it. Where do you want to go? You killed young Master Wu. You will absolutely not be allowed to leave this construction site today. Otherwise, if the Wu family blames us, we won't be able to explain ourselves. The foreman spoke coldly to Lu Qi. Clearly, he had seen everything that had just happened. He was a henchman of the Wu family. He knew the Wu family's temperament very well. If the Wu family finds out that Wu Su is dead, while he, the overseer, is alive, then he will be in trouble. The Wu family will definitely take their anger out on me. So now, the only way he can save his life is to hand over the mastermind behind all this to the Wu family. Lu Qi didn't waste any words. A terrifying aura erupted from his entire body. We're preparing to take action and eliminate these people. Since they stood with the overseer, they became his accomplices. Then they don't deserve any sympathy. Lu Qi, don't hurt him. They are just ordinary people. They've just been exploited by the Wu family. They just don't dare to resist. These people aren't bad, they're just trying to support their families. They have it tough too. Li Gongming sensed Lu Qi's imposing aura and knew that Lu Qi was about to make a move, so he immediately called out to him. He also worked on this construction site. Naturally, I know the basic situation of the construction site. Most of the workers here are ordinary people. If it weren't for the need to support his family, he wouldn't have allowed the Wu family to exploit him. Lu Qi was taken aback upon hearing this. Li Gongming, that overly kind-hearted man, was actually thinking of others even at this moment. With such indecisiveness and womanly compassion, no wonder he wasn't the emperor. Ha ha ha. Yes. These people are all poor people whose lives are being squeezed by the wind. If you seriously injure them, the enormous medical expenses alone could bankrupt their families. So I advise you to keep thinking about it. Just surrender obediently. Seeing this, the foreman spoke arrogantly to Lu Qi. Then he winked at the workers behind him. Seeing this, the workers, though unwilling, gradually approached Lu Qi. Let's see who dares to touch my student. Just then, a furious roar rang out. A voice floated in the sky, looking down on the people on the construction site like a god. The terrifying aura caused the workers and supervisors present to instantly collapse to the ground. It's teacher Wang Hu. After Li Gongming clearly saw the figure in the sky, he shouted excitedly. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 48. I'll see who dares to touch the student. Brother Lu. Are you alright? I've brought my classmates to rescue you. Just as everyone was surprised by Wang Hu's appearance. Outside the construction site, Wang Xiaopang appeared with Li Gang and a group of trainees. These students are all first-year students at the Martial Arts Academy. After learning that squad leader Li Gongming was trapped, they gathered together immediately, heading towards the construction site. Li Gongming had always treated them well. Basically, I'll help whenever I can. Therefore, he has a good reputation among the students. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been elected as class monitor. Upon learning that their class monitor had been arrested, they naturally took the lead. The group of trainees, full of menacing energy, surrounded the construction site. Each of these students is a first-grade awakened being. The aura they exuded gathered together. This moved everyone present. There are nearly 1,000 workers, but only a few hundred trainees. However, most of the workers are ordinary people. If a fight breaks out, these workers are no match for these martial arts academy students. Moreover, there is also a powerful king tiger in the sky. Wang Hu only slightly released his aura. This caused everyone present to collapse to the ground. The disparity in strength between the two sides is too great. Seeing Wang Hu and Wang Xiaopang appear, Lu Qi felt much more at ease. Wang Hu was the head of the first year at Fenglan Martial Arts Academy. He was also the teacher of Lu Qi and Li Gongming, a fifth-grade expert. You can walk on air. It is said that he is related to Wang Xiaopang by blood. At the Martial Arts Academy, Wang Hu also took good care of Wang Xiaopang. Lu Qi was working with Wang Xiaopang from the inside. As soon as the video was sent out, Wang Xiaopang immediately forwarded it to Wang Hu. Summon Wang Hu to come to the rescue. What do you think you're doing? This is Wu family territory. If you dare to cause trouble here, the Wu family won't let you get away with it. The foreman was so frightened by Wang Hu's imposing manner that he collapsed to the ground. But he still spoke to Wang Hu in a very arrogant tone. Even at this point, he still believed that the Wu family behind them could protect them. An investigation has revealed that the Wu family has been illegally imprisoning students of the Martial Arts Academy. I am now taking over this place under the name of the Martial Arts Academy to conduct a thorough investigation. During this period, you are not allowed to go out or send any information out. Those who disobey will be killed. Wang Hu spoke fiercely to the crowd. Then another terrifying aura was released. The overseer was so shocked that he fainted. The aura of a fifth-rank official was so terrifying that no supervisor could possibly stop him. The students from the Martial Arts Academy then surrounded the workers present. They also confiscated all the equipment they had. They were prevented from contacting the outside world. They saw that the overseers had all collapsed. The others present did not dare to resist. They were very cooperative. They were forced into this situation by the overseers. Therefore, it is very easy to control. After finishing dealing with the workers' affairs, Wang Hu came to Lu Qi. They began to examine the injuries of the three individuals. Your injuries are quite serious, but not fatal. Let Wang Xiaopang take you back to the Martial Arts Academy for treatment. You should be fine after a few days of rest. After a brief examination, Wang Hu addressed Li Gongming and Huang Futian. Lu Qi was, of course, unharmed. However, Li Gongming and Huang Futian were more seriously injured. Multiple injuries to the bones and meridians throughout the body. However, after taking the marrow cleansing pill given to him by Lu Qi, he recovered quite a bit. At least they won't die. Uncle Tiger, the things the Wu family did to the Martial Academy could easily be punished as treason. Why did they only take over this place? Wang Xiaopang led his men to Wang Hu's side and asked him a question with suspicion. The Wu family harmed his brothers, so naturally he had to seek justice for them. Moreover, based on the information Lu Qi sent back, that's more than enough to convict the Wu family. They should target the Wu family directly, instead of just taking over the small businesses under their name. No rush. What Lu Qi sent back is indeed enough to kill the Wu family. But we need to be meticulous in our work. We need to confirm that these problems exist in the Martial Academy before we can convict the Wu family and annihilate them in a justifiable way. If we rush to the Wu family before we've investigated the matter thoroughly, and if the Wu family members within the martial academy take countermeasures, it will only alert them. That's why I asked you to keep this place a secret. Right now, only we and Principal Joe know about this, which is the perfect time to gather evidence. With Principal Joe's abilities, he could even directly eliminate the Wu family's moles planted in the martial academy. Only then will the martial academy be truly safe. Don't worry, once the evidence is collected, the Wu family will be wiped out within a day. Wang Hu patted Wang Xiaopeng's head and said in an educational tone. Wang Xiaopeng only wanted to avenge his friend. But the martial arts academy had even more in mind. If we rashly convict the Wu family based solely on Lu Qi's screen recording, the Wu family may very well take advantage of the situation where the martial academy mobilizes its entire force to make amends for its mistakes. If the martial academy cannot produce conclusive evidence, it will only alert the enemy. Now, Principal Zhou has begun collecting evidence within the martial arts academy. The evidence will be collected soon, and then it will be the end of the Wu family. I see. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Hu. I'll take them back for treatment now and wait for your good news. Wang Xiaopeng nodded and calmed down before speaking to Wang Hu. He was a bit too impatient before. However, after calming down and thinking about it carefully, we must prioritize the overall interests of the martial arts academy. Wang Hu nodded, then waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Wang Xiaopeng nodded, and then led Lu Qi, Li Gongming, and Huang Futian out of the construction site. At this point, no one dared to block their way. Watching Wang Xiaopeng lead everyone away, Wang Hu sighed deeply. My nephew is still too young, he has a lot to learn. On the contrary, it was Lu Qi who was so cunning, having planned to scheme against the Wu family from the moment he entered the construction site. Even Wang Hu couldn't help but admire this. Wang Hu then walked into the quarry. I want to check out the situation on site. There were still some residual blood foam inside the stone crusher. According to Lu Qi, it was because the five of them had a conflict. It was only through their mutual struggle that he and Li Gongming had the opportunity to retaliate. Li Gongming also gave a consistent account. However, Wang Hu didn't believe Lu Qi's nonsense. Lu Qi was already very shrewd at the academy, and this time he even schemed against the Wu family. So he still planned to investigate the scene. The main concern was that Lu Qi might not have handled the situation properly. It would be bad if the Wu family discovered our secret. As Lu Qi's advisor, he naturally had to clean up his mess. Looking at the scene, he could almost recreate the situation at that time. Wang Hu used his 5th grade divine sense to scan the quarry. They were afraid that Lu Qi might have missed some details. At that moment, he seemed to sense something. His gaze suddenly sharpened. Lu Qi did a great job faking the scene, but even the best laid plans can have a flaw. This kid actually left his supernatural aura at the scene. If the Wu family finds out, Lu Qi will be in big trouble. But that kid is hiding his abilities quite well, he's already a 3rd grade awakener. Wang Hu looked in one direction and said with some surprise. Lu Qi staged the scene very well, but he failed to conceal his supernatural abilities. For awakened beings below the 3rd rank, they cannot sense any attributes. Therefore, it cannot be tracked. However, for experts of the 3rd rank or above, they can find out what happened here just by relying on a trace of attribute aura. Therefore, it is essential to conceal your presence after a battle. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Looks like I'll have to give that kid Lu Qi some extra tutoring when we get back, a lesson on what comes after the 3rd rank. Wang Hu smiled faintly, then waved his hand dismissively. Erase Lu Qi's aura. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 49 Lu Qi. The spark that ignites this war. The construction site is not far from the martial arts academy. Lu Qi and Wang Xiaopeng quickly arrived at the gate of the martial arts academy with the wounded. But at this moment, Lu Qi stopped. Seeing that Lu Qi had stopped moving forward, Wang Xiaopeng asked with some confusion, Brother Lu, we're almost at the martial academy. If you're tired, you can go back to the martial academy to rest. He thought Lu Qi had stopped because he was tired. But Lu Qi shook his head and said to Fatty, do you really think that the martial academy will take action against the Wu family once it has collected enough evidence? Wang Xiaopeng and Li Gongming were taken aback upon hearing this. Somewhat confused, he said to Lu Qi, isn't that right? Uncle Hu said that as long as the martial academy has enough evidence, they will definitely not let the Wu family go. No. Principal Zhou is all-powerful in the martial academy, but the Wu family still dares to make trouble right under his nose. There must be someone from the martial academy's higher-ups involved. Moreover, that high-ranking member of the martial arts academy holds a very high position. I'm afraid that even if Principal Zhou gathers enough evidence this time, that high-ranking member of the martial academy will still do everything in his power to prevent the academy from taking action against the Wu family. Lu Qi said very seriously. Throughout the journey, Lu Qi kept thinking. Since Principal Zhou wields absolute power in the martial arts academy, why wouldn't he know about the Wu family's underhanded tactics? There is only one answer. The Wu family must have a protective umbrella within the martial arts academy. Perhaps Principal Zhou can uncover the Wu family's hidden connections within the martial arts academy, but as long as that protective umbrella remains in place, we will definitely protect the Wu family. Because the Wu family is his cash cow. As long as the Wu family survives, Li Gongming and Huang Futian will be in danger at any time. Moreover, as long as there are members of the Wu family inside the martial academy, even I am not safe inside the martial academy. Therefore, Lu Qi must make the Wu family disappear from this world completely. The protective umbrella within the People's Martial Arts Academy has completely collapsed. What do you want to do? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaopang and the others' expressions changed slightly. Seeing Lu Qi's expression, the group immediately became uneasy. Lu Qi always manages to do things that they never expect. I'm going to the Wu family right now. I want to be the trigger for the Martial Academy's intervention. I want to force the Martial Academy to destroy the Wu family. Lu Qi spoke to everyone with great seriousness and earnestness. He then stepped back, revealing the head of the Blood Mother in his hand, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Wu Su's body has been gone from this world forever. In order to prevent the Wu family from finding any evidence against him, Lu Qi could not leave the Wu family members' bodies behind. Moreover, the Wu family is probably unaware of the accident at the construction site. So Lu Qi took out Blood Mother's head. Blood Mother's Wu family sent assassins to kill her. If I were to bring Blood Mother's head to the Wu family, that's tantamount to challenging the Wu family's authority. The Wu family will definitely take action to suppress me on the spot. Lu Qi, do you know what you're saying? Going to the Wu family now is tantamount to suicide. The Wu family will not let you go. Upon hearing this, Li Gongming and Huang Futian immediately stepped forward to grab Lu Qi and prevent him from leaving. But how could two wounded men possibly capture Lu Qi? Lu Qi dodged their capture in a flash. He then flashed and appeared 100 meters away from the academy. You can't stop me. Go and inform Principal Zhou of this matter immediately. Tell him that if the Martial Academy does not take action, I will personally destroy the Wu family. After speaking to everyone, Lu Qi disappeared from their sight in an instant. After reaching the third rank, all aspects of physical fitness were greatly improved. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qi could teleport 100 meters away. There was no chance for anyone to stop them. What do we do now? Li Gongming asked Wang Xiaopang with great concern. What else can we do? You take the uncle to the school clinic first, and I'll go and inform Principal Zhou. If Principal Zhou is unwilling to help Lu Qi, then I'll have no choice but to have my family handle this matter. Wang Xiaopang sighed deeply and said. He never expected Lu Qi to cause him this trouble. But who is Lu Qi, his own brother? I can't just abandon them. Inside the conference room of Fenglan Martial Arts Academy. It was late at night, but several high-ranking figures from the Martial Arts Academy were gathered in the conference room. Zhou Tuji sat in the main seat. Zhou Shuer was also present at the moment, sitting right behind Zhou Tuji. Zhou Shuer was worried because she learned that Lu Qi was the one who had the accident. So I followed them. At this moment, Zhou Tuji looked at everyone present with a very serious expression. Looking at the video Lu Qi sent back on the desktop. At this moment, Zhou Tu was filled with nothing but rage. He never expected that Lu Qi would give him such a big gift right after he finished having dinner with Lu Qi. What surprised him even more was that the Wu family would actually do something under his very nose. The Wu family has been tampering with things within the Martial Arts Academy, which is no small matter. If what the Wu family said is true, and the federal prosecutors have sealed off the Martial Arts Academy, at that time, Zhou Tuji will have no way to complain. Therefore, Lu Qi exposing this matter now can be considered a timely help. It's not too late to remedy the situation. Overnight, he captured a total of 13 spies planted by the Wu family in the Martial Arts Academy. However, Zhou Tuji knew that the Wu family's covert operations within the Martial Arts Academy were definitely not limited to these. Moreover, among these high-ranking officials in front of him were members of the Wu family. Everyone, let's hear your opinions on this matter, Zhou Tuji said coldly. The Wu family is utterly lawless. They actually dared to tamper with things within the martial arts academy. Yes, they're probably the number one people in the Federation who dared to attack the martial academy. Even the powerful and wealthy in the capital revere the martial academy as if it were a sacred place. Could it be that the Wu family thinks they are the local tyrants of Fenglan? I propose that we take immediate action and take down the Wu family. Otherwise, what will become of the martial academy's prestige? What will become of the Federation's prestige? This video alone is enough to wipe out the Wu family hundreds of times over. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room was one of intense anger, with almost everyone wanting to launch a campaign against the Wu family. However, among the high-ranking officials present, several people appeared quite indifferent, even dismissing the evidence with disdain. I think we should take this matter into consideration. Just as everyone was discussing how to attack the Wu family, an elderly man stood up and said slowly, "Old Lu, the Wu family is already shitting on our heads, and you're still so calm?" A high-ranking official said to the old man with a sharp look in his eyes. The old man was Lu Yuan, one of the founding members and high-ranking members of the Martial Academy. His power within the Martial Arts Academy was second only to Zhou Tuji. When Zhou Tuji saw Lu Yuan stand up, his eyes turned strange. Although the Wu family has made mistakes, don't forget that they are one of the three great families of Fenglan. They have been rooted in Fenglan for many years, and it will be quite difficult for us to shake their position. Moreover, relying solely on Lu Qi's video doesn't prove anything at all. I think it's unwise to make an enemy of the Wu family based on just one video. But this Lu Qi, who went to the Wu family's construction site in the middle of the night, I think it's even more necessary to investigate him thoroughly. Lu Yuan stroked the long tiger's fur and chuckled. As soon as he spoke, everyone present fell silent. Because Lu Yuan was the most senior person present. His power and strength were second only to Zhou Tu. So no one dared to contradict him. Old Lu is right. Relying solely on Lu Qi's side of the story is not enough. That's why I conducted a thorough inspection of the Martial Academy before summoning you all. If we add this evidence, can our Martial Academy definitively acquit the Wu family? As he spoke, Zhou Tuji took out another piece of evidence. He had known for a long time that there would be members of the Wu family among the high-ranking members of the Martial Academy. So he made preparations in advance in order to catch this person. We're just waiting for this big fish to take the bait. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 50 Dealing with the Corrupt Officials of the Martial Arts Academy. These are. How did you get these? Lu Yuan was stunned when he saw the evidence that Zhou Tuji had produced again. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Because this evidence includes not only what the Wu family did at the Martial Arts Academy. It also includes a list of high-ranking members of the Wu family who bribed the Martial Arts Academy, and how much money was bribed. And Lu Yuan's name was on the list. Lu Yuan swallowed hard as he looked at the list. It seems that Zhou Tuji came prepared. He had already collected all the evidence long ago. We've been waiting for this meeting to wipe out the Wu family's protectors at the Martial Arts Academy. The other senior executives present also saw these materials. Some of them were shocked, never expecting that there would be such scoundrels in the Martial Arts Academy. Some people remained calm, as if it were expected. Some people were startled and slumped into their seats, because their names were on the list. Lu Yuan, during your 20 years in office, you accepted bribes from the Wu family and other aristocratic families a total of 1,623 times. The total amount is as high as 13 million low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Peng accepted bribes from the Wu family and other aristocratic families a total of 321 times during his tenure, amounting to 1.3 million low-grade spirit stones. He Su accepted bribes during his tenure. Do you know your crime? Zhou Tuji threw all this evidence at the faces of the high-ranking officials who had accepted bribes. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. It stunned the entire audience. The high-ranking officials present who had accepted bribes were all terrified. My hands and feet feel weak and I can't move. How dare you intimidate the higher-ups of the Martial Academy in the conference room? Zhou Tuji, you are insolent. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan shouted loudly. They wanted to stop Zhou Tu's oppressive aura. He was also a 6th grade expert. Only Lu Yuan's strength could rival Zhou Tu's. However, he discovered that the pressure he exuded seemed to have no effect in front of Zhou Tuji. The oppressive aura he released was directly neutralized by Zhou Tu. Then Zhou Tuji unleashed his full power and pressure on Lu Yuan. The moment Lu Yuan felt this power, he knelt down. He couldn't even breathe in front of Zhou Tuji. How is this possible? When did you break through to the 7th rank? Lu Yuan said with difficulty after sensing Zhou Tu's power. The other senior executives present were even more stunned upon hearing this. Zhou Tuji has actually broken through to the 7th rank. It should be noted that among the awakened, those at ranks 1 to 3 are considered low-level awakened. Levels 4 through 6 are considered intermediate. And 7 to 9 high-ranking individuals. Zhou Tu's breakthrough to the 7th rank signifies his entry into the high-level realm. Become a true human powerhouse. Zhou Tuji simply smiled faintly and said, I broke through just now, after finishing my meal. He wasn't lying. Right after Lu Qi left, Zhou Shuer whispered something to him. Those words struck a nerve with Zhou Tuji. This loosened the mental block in Zhou Tu's heart. Thus, he entered the 7th rank in one fell swoop. Ultimately, we have to thank Lu Qi for all of this. Good. Very good. I never thought that someone as wise as me would make such a mistake in this matter. I accept that Zhou Tu lost to you. But you must remember, what has always been supporting the Wu family is the black market, which the entire federation cannot shake. Have you thought about the consequences if we were to take action against the Wu family now? Seeing that he was powerless to change the situation, Lu Yuan revealed the details of the Wu family. They wanted to use the black market to put pressure on Zhou Tu. Upon hearing about the black market, everyone present couldn't help but change their expressions. Even Zhou Tuji's expression hardened. The black market's power is arguably on par with the Federation's. Especially in a small place like Fenglan, the black market status even surpasses that of the Federation. There has never been any conflict between the two organizations simply because of their different natures. The black market is primarily a business. Things that the federal government can't get, you can get on the black market. Over time, the black market and the federal government complemented each other. The fact that Wu Jianeng was able to gain a foothold in Fenglan was due to the black market's influence behind the scenes. Therefore, if the Martial Academy wants to take action against the Wu family, it will be going against the Fenglan black market. Everyone present knew what this meant. You don't need to worry about these things. Guards. Put supernatural restraint shackles on Lu Yuan and the others. Take him to the Martial Academy's water dungeon and await federal processing. Zhou Tu said coldly. But it took a long time before anyone dared to step forward. Because Lu Yuan's status in the Martial Arts Academy is frighteningly high. If Zhou Tuji hadn't already suppressed Lu Yuan, they might not even dare to make a move against Lu Yuan. Soon Lu Yuan and those parasites from the Martial Arts Academy were all taken away. After these people left, Zhou Tuji completely took control of the conversation in the conference room. Everyone, do you have any further opinions on the encirclement and suppression of the Wu family? Zhou Tuji sat down again and addressed the crowd. Silence fell over the meeting room. They didn't know what to say. Principal, although old Lu is gone, the Wu family still has the backing of the black market, so I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to take action. Yes, Principal, why don't we hand this matter over to the Federation? The Wu family has done so many bad things and must be punished, but we shouldn't get involved in this mess. The Federation will handle it. After thinking for a while, the senior executives still spoke to Zhou Tuji. After all, the black market is a force that rivals the Federation. They were just a martial arts academy in a small town. It is extremely unwise to go against the black market. Handing over this evidence to the federal government would be a good option, and it would also save us a lot of trouble. It can indeed be handed over to the federal government to handle. I just don't know how long it will take to resolve this matter if we go through federal procedures. By then, the Wu family might have already escaped. After hearing this, Zhou Tuji hesitated for a moment before speaking. Based on the evidence currently in hand, the Federation will certainly not let the Wu family off the hook. However, the Federation's forces stationed in Fenglan are too small. If they wait for people from the capital to come and handle it, I don't know when I'll be able to get through this. The Wu family will soon find out what happened at the Martial Arts Academy. If they were even slightly smart, they would have chosen to extricate themselves from Fenglan as soon as possible. Even if the Federation comes, they'll only be able to catch a few small fry. This is simply not enough to punish the Wu family's crimes. Silence fell over the meeting room. For a moment, no one knew what to do. Headmaster. Something terrible has happened. Lu Qi is in trouble. Just then, a kind and honest voice came from outside the conference room. The sound was very urgent. Zhou Tuji was troubled by how he was handling the Wu family's affairs, but when he heard about Lu Qi's accident, his eyes narrowed instantly. Zhou Shuer, who was standing next to him, even stood up. Quickly opened the meeting room door. Wang Xiaopang was panting heavily, half squatting in front of the conference room door. What happened to Lu Qi? Zhou Shuer asked anxiously. At this moment, Zhou Tuji had already arrived in front of Wang Xiaopang. Senior Shuer, Lu Qi has gone to the Wu family alone to seek justice. He asked me to deliver a message. If the Martial Academy doesn't intervene, he will personally annihilate the Wu family. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 51 rebukes the Martial Academy's high-ranking officials. What? Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuer and Zhou Tuji's pupils dilated instantly. I couldn't believe my ears. Upon hearing this, the other senior executives in the conference room also stood up. Lu Qi actually went to find the Wu family all by himself. To face the massive size of the Wu family all by himself. This is practically suicide. What on earth is this kid thinking? You're already back at the Martial Academy, wouldn't it be better to just stay there? They insist on causing trouble at the Wu family's house. Zhou Tu's expression was extremely solemn at this moment. According to his plan, Lu Qi should be resting at the Martial Academy at this moment. Although Lu Qi had offended the Wu family. However, as long as Lu Qi remains in the Martial Academy, Zhou Tuji can ensure his safety. But now Lu Qi went to the Wu family alone. This is tantamount to provoking the Wu family. The Wu family is one of the three great families of Fenglan. Faced with a child's provocation, one would naturally not swallow one's anger. Headmaster, what should we do now? Wang Xiaopang said anxiously. Zhou Shuer looked at Zhou Tuji with great concern. She didn't speak, but Zhou Tuji already knew what she was thinking. If we don't bring Lu Qi back, I'm afraid my daughter won't let me off the hook. Martial Academy War Department, listen to my command. Immediately mobilize all available forces within the Martial Academy. Raise the Wu family to the ground. Zhou Tu's eyes were extremely cold. After spending the last 2 days with him, he realized that Lu Qi was a very steady person. I won't do things I'm not sure about. Lu Qi's decision to go to the Wu family alone this time is to force the Martial Academy to declare war on the Wu family. Using your own life as a gamble. Lu Qi's methods are truly impressive. And he's incredibly bold. Principal Zhou, if we go to war with the Wu family, it would be tantamount to provoking the black market. Are you sure you want to launch a full-scale war? I think we need to think this through more carefully. Lu Qi is just a first-year student, he's not worth us mobilizing so much resources to rescue him. If he's going to die, he shouldn't drag the Martial Academy down with him. Several senior executives in the conference room frowned and spoke. They were all wary of the power of the black market. Shut up! Just then, Zhou Shuer roared, silencing the conference room once again. As expected, the longer people live, the more afraid they become of death. A bunch of cowardly old fools who cling to life. Lu Qi is just a freshman, yet he dared to stand up for the Martial Academy and face the Wu family alone. You are the high-ranking members of the Martial Academy and the core of its combat power. Yet you want to stay cooped up in the Martial Academy, even disregarding the lives of the Academy's students. Have you forgotten the Martial Academy's motto? The Martial Academy will do everything in its power to protect every student of the Martial Academy. In the battlefield of all races, how many people are risking their lives to face the great enemy of all races for the sake of the human race? But all I see in you is cowardice. If you are truly afraid of death, then hand over the real power as soon as possible. Go and rest in peace. Zhou Shuer pointed at the Martial Arts Academy's high-ranking officials present and angrily rebuked them. These people were stationed behind the human race's lines, serving as leaders of the Martial Academy. We should also establish a positive image for Martial Arts Academy students who are not afraid of death and dare to face enemies. However, they were so afraid of the black market that they even abandoned their own students. This has betrayed the ideals of the human race. After being beaten and scolded by Zhou Shuer, the executives present fell silent. Instead of being angry, they felt ashamed. Because Zhou Shuer is right. The human race's philosophy is to protect. Protect the human realm, protect our people. But now they choose to hide. They abandoned their students. This is not the spirit of humanity. I've said my piece, think about it yourselves. I'm leaving. Zhou Shuer said, turning to walk out of the conference room. Shuer, where are you going? Zhou Tu asked with some concern. The first-year students have only been enrolled for a short time, yet they were able to gather a large following and surround the Wu family's construction site. I can do the same to mobilize the second and third-year students. The reputation of our martial arts academy cannot be dishonored. If the academy's higher-ups are unwilling to take action, then let us students do it. Zhou Shuer said very seriously. Although no one in the academy dared to approach her. However, as the principal's daughter, she still enjoys a high reputation among the students. Moreover, many people admire her. If she were to step in, mobilizing most of the second and third-year students would not be a problem. Then, Zhou Shuer left the conference room without looking back. Zhou Tuji merely glanced at the high-ranking officials present before leaving. The executives present felt even more ashamed upon seeing this. Even the students of the Martial Arts Academy know to unite against external forces, yet they are so cowardly. Are they really getting old? Are they even worse than the trainees? Old buddies, it seems like we're really being looked down upon. After a short silence, a high-ranking member of the Martial Arts Academy suddenly spoke in a deep voice. That's true. At his age, being afraid of the black market is truly shameful. Then let's show off our skills. It's been too long since we've had any activities. People have probably forgotten about us. I'm an old man, I don't know how many more I can fight. Fenglan Wu family. Inside the Wu family's conference room, the expressions of the Wu family's senior executives were all somewhat solemn. Report. The Wu family's outer palace has fallen. A member of the Wu family ran in and said in a very heavy tone. What? 300 personal guards from the outer guard of my Wu family couldn't stop him alone? Just who is this guy? When did we provoke such a monster? Upon hearing this, a high-ranking member of the Wu family stood up angrily and said. The entire outer pavilion of the Wu family has more than 300 first-rank awakened individuals. He was actually defeated by a teenager. The main problem is that they didn't know the boy at all, nor did they know why he broke into the Wu family's house at night. They've turned the Wu family upside down. We are investigating the boy's identity, but he is holding the Blood Mother's head. If Blood Mother died at his hands, this young man is at least at the mid-stage of the third rank. The Wu family subordinate stammered. Blood Mother was one of the retainers of the Wu family. He possesses the strength of a mid-stage third-rank cultivator. Even Blood Mother died at the hands of the boy. Therefore, it is understandable that the Wu family's top-ranking personal guards were defeated. Blood Mother. Could that boy be the one from the Black Market Martial Pavilion who caused our Wu family so much loss? Isn't he only at the mid-stage of the second rank? Moreover, judging from the timeline, he should still be in a weakened state. Blood Mother should be able to kill him easily. I asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, other high-ranking officials also showed a hint of doubt in their eyes. No matter what, let's go out and see what's going on. They're already at our doorstep. If we don't take him down soon, what will become of the Wu family's reputation? Since even Blood Mother can't deal with him, then let's ask the Wolf King to make a move. Didn't he just break through to the late stage of the third rank? It's perfect to use this guy as practice. It'll be a good opportunity to see if all the effort we've put into the Wolf King was worth it. The people in the conference room nodded to each other. Behind them, a pair of eyes, like those of a hungry wolf, slowly opened. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 52. No matter how many people the Wu family sent, I killed them all with a single punch. Wu family outer pavilion. Hey, is this all the strength you guys have? I thought the fifth rank of one of the three great families of Fenglan was really that powerful. Lu Qi held Blood Mother's head in one hand. He walked slowly toward the Wu family's cabinet. Behind him stood a mountain of Wu family disciples. More than 300 people were defeated by him. Lu Qi defeated these opponents with just one hand. Even a glance. Once you reach the late stage of the third rank, the first rank becomes as weak as an ant. The mere presence of a third-rank cultivator is enough to crush him. The few remaining outer disciples blocked Lu Qi's way. These are all powerful individuals at the late stage of the first rank. They are the last line of defense for the cabinet. The cabinet is a key area for the Wu family, and only the Wu family's top leaders and core members are allowed to enter. Outsiders are only allowed to enter if they are retainers of the Wu family or very important guests. Otherwise, they would not be able to enter the Wu family's cabinet. But how could these top-ranked disciples possibly be a match for Lu Qi? After easily dealing with the group, Lu Qi was about to enter the Wu family's inner chamber. "Kid, you're very capable, but that's all you can do." Just then, a black figure appeared in front of Lu Qi. Then a sharp claw strike came toward Lu Qi. Lu Qi's eyes narrowed, but he quickly realized what was happening. He dodged the claw attack by sidestepping. The claws struck the ground, leaving a clean scratch mark. He could sense that the people who came this time were very strong. Their cultivation level should be comparable to one's own. They were all powerful individuals at the late stage of the third rank. I never expected the Wu family to have so many experts. First it was the Blood Maiden of the third rank, and now it's the Wolf King of the late third rank. With so many powerful figures as retainers. No wonder they were able to become one of the three great families of Fonlan. You were also hired by the Wu family, weren't you? I advise you to give up on this mission, or you'll end up like the woman in my hands. I didn't even know her name, and she died by my hand. Lu Qi coldly raised the Blood Mother's head in his hand and said coldly. How arrogant. Let's see which fist is stronger, yours or mine. If you can survive this punch from me, you will be worthy to know my name. The Wolf King said coldly. He then threw another punch at Lu Qi. He used the power of his elemental attribute in this punch. The fist gradually turned into metal and attacked Lu Qi. So he's a metal type ability user. Lu Qi smiled upon seeing this. A fist fight? What a coincidence. My specialty is boxing. He immediately assumed a punching stance as well. Shattering Star Fist in action. This time, he did not test the brute force of the Shattering Star Fist. Instead, he directly added the power of the fire element to the Shattering Star Fist. The Wolf King's strength was roughly equal to his own, so there was no need to test it. If you want to experiment, you should find an opponent who is stronger than yourself. Only in this way can we see exactly how far the Shattering Star Fist has been cultivated. Flames erupted from Lu Qi's fist. He faced off against the Wolf King. Boom! After the loud noise, the Wolf King was nowhere to be seen in front of the cabinet. I don't want to waste brain cells remembering your name, because you have no chance of surviving my punches. Lu Qi flicked the blood off his fist and said dismissively. When using elements, the star-shattering fist is powerful enough to shatter mountains. A mere Wolf King is nothing to fear. After dealing with the Wolf King, Lu Qi strode towards the Wu family. Inside the Wu family's cabinet meeting room. Report. Wolf King. A Wu family disciple rushed into the meeting room, but stammered and couldn't say a word. Speak your mind. Do you think even the Wolf King could be defeated by that guy? A high-ranking member of the Wu family roared. They still had a lot of confidence in the Wolf King. The Wolf King is a powerful expert at the late stage of the third rank. Even a fourth-rank expert from the Wu family would find it extremely difficult to deal with. Because the Wolf King is a strong being with the metal element. His iron fist was virtually invincible among the Wu family's retainers. Even when encountering an opponent stronger than oneself. The Wolf King can also harden its body to resist strong attacks from enemies. They still had a lot of confidence in the Wolf King. Lord Wolf King didn't lose, he's dead. The disciple hesitated before speaking. Upon hearing the first part of the sentence, the Wu family felt much more at ease. If the Wolf King didn't lose, then Lu Qi is the one who will lose. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, everyone present was unsettled. The Wolf King didn't lose, he died directly at Lu Qi's hands. This statement had a huge impact on them. Even within the Wu family, there are no more than 5 people capable of killing the Wolf King. Lu Qi was able to kill the Wolf King. Wouldn't that be on par with the Wu family's supreme strength? What exactly is this guy's background? Have you found out? A high-ranking member of the Wu family sensed a crisis and asked urgently. They wanted to know what kind of monster they had provoked. It's been confirmed. This person is the contestant codenamed Daddy from the Black Market Martial Arts Pavilion. We've sent assassins to kill him multiple times. This time they're probably here for revenge. At the same time, based on some clues, we also found out that he is a first-year student at Fonlan Martial Academy. We contacted the Wu family's forces near Fonlan Martial Academy, but there was no response. It's possible that the area around the academy has already. Moreover, I urgently tried to contact Mr. Lu, but I couldn't get through either. The Wu family disciple reported in detail. The more they talked, the more their brows furrowed. Martial Pavilion experts. They came seeking revenge. New students of the Martial Arts Academy. The Wu family's influence has disappeared. We can't get in touch with Mr. Liu. This series of messages connects together. This made everyone in the Wu family feel uneasy. And most importantly, what put them in such a predicament was that it was just a freshman from the Martial Arts Academy. They were actually wiped out by a freshman from the Martial Arts Academy. Quickly! Send someone to monitor the Martial Academy's movements immediately. See if they're planning anything big. Furthermore, immediately erase our presence within the Martial Academy. Do not leave a trace of the Wu family. Hurry, hurry, hurry! The Wu family's top brass shouted an order in a panic. This is all so unusual. Almost everything they did was aimed at the Wu family. I'm afraid it's too late. All our disciples in the outer pavilion have already been defeated by Lu Qi. And Lu Qi has already arrived at the cabinet. Anyone who leaves the cabinet will be attacked indiscriminately by Lu Qi. We can't get orders out now. And we don't know what's happening outside. A hush fell over the conference room. None of them expected things to turn out this way. They just wanted to get rid of someone who was getting in their way of making money. Who would have thought that this would cause such trouble? This is outrageous. Let me teach him a lesson. He's just a freshman. Even the strongest freshman in the capital is only at the 3rd rank. I want to see if he can defeat me, a 4th rank. They assumed that the Wu family's senior executives stood up and rushed out of the conference room. Tonight, the Wu family has lost all face. He wanted to restore face for the Wu family. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 53. The head of the Wu family makes a move. The 123rd, is this all the strength the Wu family cabinet has? I really wonder how you became one of the 3 great families of Fenglan. Summoning the experts from the Martial Academy seems a bit redundant. Another group of Wu family's inner circle disciples were dealt with. Lu Qi clapped his hands dismissively and said, "Now it seems that the Wu family isn't as powerful as it appears. I feel like..." He was able to single-handedly wipe out the Wu family. Boy, you've gone too far. How dare they harm so many members of the Wu family? You will not leave the Wu family's gates today. Just then, a furious roar rang out. A figure transformed into a streak of light in the darkness, rushing rapidly toward Lu Qi. The figure held a long sword pointed directly at Lu Qi's vital point. The terrifying aura erupted, startling the surrounding Wu family inner disciples, who involuntarily took a half-step back. It was Elder Wuxi who made the move. Elder Wuxi is a 4th-grade expert. This brat is doomed today. When the disciples around saw the Wu family elder take action, a glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes. Lu Qi single-handedly annihilated 100 cabinet disciples. This cast a shadow over the minds of these disciples. Only Wu Shi was able to kill Lu Qi. Only then can the morale of the Wu family be reignited. Lu Qi smiled upon seeing this. He had been fighting against the younger generation of the Wu family and was already quite tired. These younger guys are no match for him at all. There's no point in fighting them. Flames suddenly erupted around Lu Qi. He clenched his fist once more, facing Wu Shi's longsword. In the blink of an eye, fist and sword clashed. But this time the result surprised Lu Qi. Although Wu Shiren was repelled by Lu Qi's immense strength. However, his injuries were not obvious. Only the bones in his right hand were shattered. What surprised Lu Qi the most was that Wu Shi's sword was also completely intact. With the force I used, this sword should have already shattered. However, Lu Qi soon noticed something amiss. There were ripples around Wu Shi. His sword seemed to ripple with water as well. A water attribute awakener? Lu Qi frowned and said to Wu Shi. I just wrapped my fist with fire element. If Wu Shi is a water attribute awakener, it can indeed neutralize most of its fire elemental power. In other words, Wu Shi only suffered the brute force of the shattering star fist. They were not affected by the fire element's buff. You actually figured it out. Not bad. I am indeed a water attribute awakener. Your fire attribute nightmare. However, you are indeed very powerful. Even when I was in my elemental form, you were still able to hurt me. Seeing that Lu Qi had seen through him, Wu Shi stopped pretending and said confidently. He directly released his water attribute. His body became like ripples on water. Water is the nemesis of fire. This is why he is so fearless. Moreover, Wuxi's water attribute can actually be added to his own sword. The sword did not break because of this. After understanding Wuxi's abilities, the Wu family members were all excited. Use water to put out the fire. A game-winning shot. However, Lu Qi revealed a playful smile and said, "Old dang. You've got some skills. But if you want to kill me, you're still a little short." With that, the flame in his hand reignited. Lu Qi possesses 9 elements. However, he still used fire element to deal with Wu Shi. Because he wanted Wu Shi to know. What I grasped was the element, not the attribute. Elements and attributes are fundamentally different. Water can extinguish fire, and fire can extinguish water. You're courting death, then you might as well die. Seeing that Lu Qi was still arrogant, Wu Shi said coldly. He then drew his sword once more, and for a moment, it seemed as if a raging storm had appeared behind Wu Shi. With a swing of his long sword, it was as if a 100-meter-high wave was sweeping towards Lu Qi. Lu Qi remained calm and composed, and the intense fire element once again surrounded his fist. At this moment, Lu Qi's fist was like the blazing sun in the sky. It emitted a scorching heat wave. At that moment, Wu Shi seemed to see a fire dragon wrapped in flames behind Lu Qi. True dragon treasure technique? Wu Shi was taken aback when he saw the fire dragon. He had witnessed the power of the true dragon treasure technique in the capital. Therefore, I have a deep impression of the true dragon treasure technique. At this moment, the aura emanating from Lu Qi was the oppressive power of the true dragon treasure technique. But how could a true dragon technique possibly appear in a small place like Fenglan? It is important to know that mastering the true dragon treasure technique is extremely difficult. It's not something you can comprehend simply by consuming a dragon blood pill. To learn the true dragon treasure technique, one needs to continuously consume dragon blood pills of that element. If Lu Qi truly comprehends the true dragon technique of fire element, then he would need to continuously consume dragon blood pills containing the fire element. Leaving aside the exorbitant price of dragon blood pills, even for the aristocratic families of the capital, it represents a considerable sum. The pain of taking dragon blood pill is something that most people cannot endure. However, once you comprehend the true dragon treasure technique, what you comprehend is not just a matter of attributes. Rather, it is an element of the dragon race. But at this moment, fire elemental power did indeed appear on Lu Qi's body. Wu Shi was startled. If Lu Qi truly possesses elemental power, so even if he possesses water attributes, he might not necessarily be a match for Lu Qi. But it's too late to escape now. He had already swung his long sword. Lu Qi also attacked him. The two sides were only 3 body lengths apart. It's too late to stop now. A giant fire dragon head appeared on Lu Qi's fist. It clashed with the azure longsword. The longsword, imbued with water attributes, was visibly vaporized by the scorching heat. Before long, the sword broke. Lu Qi's fist showed no sign of stopping. He charged straight at Wu Shi. Since Wu Shi has already realized that I have mastered the true dragon treasure technique, I cannot let him live. Wu Shi saw his water attribute sword crumble before Lu Qi's eyes. I know that Lu Qi is definitely not just a simple fire attribute. Respond quickly. He tried to escape, but it was too late. Lu Qi's punch was aimed straight at his heart. The goal is to take his life. Wu Shi also felt the threat of death at this moment. He felt as if his body had become elemental. But the scorching heat in Lu Qi's hands was melting his body. His vitality was also gradually fading away. No! Wu Shi shouted in terror. He was an elder of the Wu family and didn't want to die at the hands of a junior like Lu Qi. Stop! Just then, a powerful aura surged into the sky from the Wu family's conference room. Then a figure came straight at Lu Qi. You junior from the martial academy, aren't you being a bit too presumptuous? This is my Wu family's territory, not a place for you to run wild. A terrifying aura pressed down on Lu Qi. Lu Qi was startled. He sensed a threat from this aura. They hurriedly retreated. The opponent before me is at least a 5th rank expert. It's Wu Hai, the head of the Wu family, who has made his move. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 50 for the visitors, all students of the Martial Academy. Black Market Martial Arts Pavilion. Master Wu, news has come from the Wu family. Lu Qi broke into the Wu family alone and seriously injured several core members of the Wu family. They offered 500,000 spirit stones to borrow the ghost hand from us. Yuman Man looked at the briefing sent by the Wu family and said, although the Wu family was unable to contact any forces near the Martial Academy. However, his communication capabilities were not cut off. Upon learning of the incident at the Martial Academy, they immediately contacted the Black Market Martial Pavilion. They wanted to borrow the strength of the Martial Pavilion. Ha ha ha. Good heavens. Lu Qi just left us and he's already made a move against the Wu family. They actually stormed into the Wu family's inner chambers and almost killed one of the Wu family's elders. It seems we all underestimated Lu Qi. But do we really need to use the ghost hand to deal with Lu Qi? Aren't the Wu family's own 5th grade experts enough? Master Wu frowned and said. He knew that Lu Qi's cultivation had reached the 3rd rank. But doesn't the Wu family have experts of the 4th or even 5th rank? Why do we need to borrow the ghost hand of a 6th rank official? Based on our investigation, it is highly likely that the Wu family's plans at the Martial Academy have been discovered. Using the ghost hand is probably intended to target the Martial Academy, not Lu Qi. Moreover, the Wu family not only sent us requests for help, but the Wang and Zhang families also received their requests for assistance. Man reported earnestly. The Wang and Zhang families are the other 2 major aristocratic families in Fenglan. Fenglan's strength is slightly weaker than Wu's, but it is still very powerful. The layout of the Martial Academy has been discovered? Wasn't that a plan that the Wu family had painstakingly planned for many years? How could it have been exposed? Upon hearing this, Master Wu also became interested. According to our informant within the Martial Academy, this exposure was also due to Lu Qi. Man then recounted how Lu Qi exposed the Wu family's evil deeds. Master Wu's smile grew wider as he listened. Excellent. I knew I hadn't misjudged him. Lu Qi is indeed very shrewd. They actually schemed against the Wu family. Upon hearing of Lu Qi's actions, Master Wu laughed loudly. Man was also somewhat surprised when she saw this scene. She had been with Master Wu for so long, and this was the first time she had ever seen him laugh out loud. Master Wu seemed to be very satisfied with Lu Qi. Master, what should we do now? Man asked hesitantly. Master Wu suppressed a laugh and said, take the Wu family's money. Send ghost hand. Upon hearing this, Man was taken aback. Send ghost hand? Wouldn't that make us enemies with Lu Qi? What if Lu Qi holds a grudge against us? I never said I was going to help the Wu family. I sent ghost hand with my token. Now that Lu Qi has been exposed to the world, we should make him the spokesperson for our martial pavilion. Pass on my order. From now on, Lu Qi is my successor. The young master of the Fenglan Martial Pavilion. Master Wu said very solemnly. Upon hearing this, Man's pupils dilated instantly, utterly shocked. Master, you. Go and do it. Wu's cabinet. Lu Qi looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The man before you is Wu Hai, the head of the Wu family. A master of the 5th rank. Lu Qi could feel a very obvious difference in strength in front of him. After all, once one's cultivation reaches the 4th rank, one enters the ranks of mid-level awakened beings. There is a world of difference between intermediate-level awakeners and beginner-level awakeners. The two have vastly different fighting styles. It's clear from Wu Shi's battles that he has become very proficient in using attributes. It can even imbue weapons with attribute power. This is something that even a 3rd-grade awakened individual cannot do. Although Lu Qi was able to deal with Wu Shi, who was at the 4th rank, he was no match for Wu Hai, who was a whole realm higher. He had absolutely no confidence. Boy, you injured my Wu family disciple and killed my Wu family retainer. Today, the Wu family cannot let you live. Wu Hai said coldly to Lu Qi. Then he released his water attribute aura. It pressed down on Lu Qi. Although Lu Qi comprehended the elements, he was still overwhelmed by absolute power. He still couldn't quite handle it. His face instantly turned ugly. Water is the inherited attribute of the Wu family. Almost every member of the Wu family comprehended water attribute abilities. Joke. The Wu family sent 2 assassins to kill me. Should I just swallow my anger and do nothing? Lu Qi rebuked angrily. First came the ghostly figure, then the blood maiden. Lu Qi was assassinated twice in one day. If he continues to swallow his anger, the Wu family's actions against him will go on indefinitely. That's because you caused us heavy losses at the Martial Pavilion first. Do you know that your fight cost our Wu family more than 1.3 million spirit stones? The 2 assassins you killed have cost our Wu family over 2 million spirit stones today alone. You must take responsibility for the more than 2 million spirit stones lost by the Wu family. If you had obediently followed our plan and died in the arena, none of this would have happened. Why are you alive? You must die. Wu Hai said with a very gloomy expression. He was also present at the betting session in the martial pavilion at the time. As the most powerful family in Fenglan, the Wu family placed the biggest bet. The result was that they suffered the most crushing defeat. The Wang family only pledged 100,000 spirit stones to Lu Qi. But they made a fortune. This made Wu Hai feel very unbalanced. However, the Wang family won the bet by luck, so he couldn't easily take action. Therefore, they blamed everything on Lu Qi. That's why they sent someone to assassinate Lu Qi. What kind of bullshit logic is that? I fought Stone Fist fairly and won, yet I become the sinner? Am I not even able to control my own destiny, and am I just supposed to obediently die at the hands of Stone Fist according to your plan? On what grounds? Lu Qi pointed at Wu Hai and roared. Upon hearing this, the Wu family members around them also fell silent. Anyone with a modicum of critical thinking skills knows this. Everything today is the fault of the Wu family. But since they were all members of the Wu family, they couldn't say much. Once Lu Qi is dead, all of this will be over. Because this is Fenglan, this is the Wu family. I'm the one who calls the shots here. You must die here today. Knowing he was in the wrong, Wu Hai said no more and took action. His body transformed into water, becoming a colossal wave that swept towards Lu Qi. We must swallow up Lu Qi. Lu Qi wanted to escape, but the terrifying water attribute almost completely blocked his escape route. I never expected that the dignified head of the Wu family would actually lay a hand on a child. Just then, a low growl came. Then, nearly 200 flying swords shot straight towards Wu Hai from the sky. Puff! More than 200 flying swords disappeared into the waves. Boom! The combined force of numerous flying swords exploded, directly shattering Wu Hai's waves. The flying sword then returned along the same route. Who is it? Wu Hai was shocked. A single flying sword is not very powerful, but when so many flying swords are gathered together, they can rival a 5th rank expert. All 2nd and 3rd year students of the Martial Arts Academy. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 55 Standoff. Various forces emerge. All swords return to their source. Hundreds of Martial Arts Academy students strode into the Wu family's outer chamber. Each of them held a sword in his hand. The sword is aimed at the Wu family. They were all 2nd or 3rd year students at the Martial Arts Academy. The focus is on 2nd year students, because they will begin accepting missions from the Martial Arts Academy after the 3rd year. Therefore, many 3rd year students are on missions and unable to come. However, almost all the 3rd year students who stayed at the Martial Arts Academy were present, and all 170 plus 2nd year students were present. Most of those admitted to Fenglan Martial Academy are from commoner backgrounds. Upon learning that his junior was being bullied by powerful figures, he naturally went to great lengths to help. As for the 4th graders, most of them have already entered federal units to work, or are carrying out missions in the battlefield of all races. He's no longer at the Martial Arts Academy. So none of them were actually there, but it's enough that we were able to get so many people together. The cultivation levels of the more than 200 people ranged from the early stage of the 2nd rank to the late stage of the 3rd rank. Their combined auras were enough to shake the Wu family. Wu Hai's eyes darkened upon seeing this scene. To Wu Hai, they were nothing more than a bunch of ants. However, the combined power of more than 200 students raising their swords together should not be underestimated. He was also very wary of the sword formation of Fenglan Martial Academy. If they were to unleash a sword formation, the combined sword formation of all the students could slay a 4th rank enemy. It even threatens the 5th rank. Although he was a 5th rank official, he was not good at dealing with the sword formation. 2nd year and 3rd year students from the Martial Arts Academy have come to pick up junior student Lu Qi. Please understand, Patriarch Wu. Zhou Shuer walked at the front of the group and said coldly to Wu Hai. Although she was quite surprised that Lu Qi alone was able to wipe out the outer branch of the Wu family, she still felt a chill in her heart after seeing Lu Qi being suppressed by Wu Hai. This time, they came not on behalf of the Martial Academy to punish the Wu family. Because they knew that with their own strength alone, they could never be a match for the Wu family. Therefore, Zhou Shuer only wanted to rescue Lu Qi first. Other matters will be decided by the Martial Academy. Upon learning that these students were not sent by the martial arts academy, Wu Hai said viciously. Today, my Wu family was first humiliated by Lu Qi's challenge, and now the martial arts academy students are demanding our members back. Do you think the Wu family is a marketplace where you can do whatever you want with us? The dignity of the Wu family cannot be insulted. Anyone who comes to the Wu family today will die. The Wu family has lost all faith in Fenglan tonight. The world was turned upside down by a group of younger people. If he were to compromise like this and hand over Lu Qi, what would become of the Wu family's reputation? How can we establish prestige amidst the storms of life? After saying that, Wu Hai released his terrifying aura. They wanted to suppress all the students present. All students, listen to my command. Form the sword formation. Slay a 5th rank official. A cold glint appeared in Zhou Shuer's eyes as she addressed the group of students. The trainees were also united in their hatred of the enemy. They quickly set up the wind and mist sword formation. Faced with Wu Hai's overwhelming pressure, he remained completely calm. Within the sword formation, it seemed as if a giant sword stood tall. Swords pointed at Wu Hai. Wu Hai's eyes narrowed as he sensed the threat posed by the sword formation. This sword formation is composed of students of the 2nd to 3rd rank. However, the combined power is enough to intimidate a 5th rank official. The giant sword slashed down towards Wu Hai's waves. They were locked in a stalemate with Wu Hai. Wu Hai was unable to break the formation, and the students were also unable to defeat Wu Hai. Brother! I'm here to help you break the formation. Just then, another figure flew out from the Wu family. A wave of water suddenly rushed towards the group of students. The person who made the move was also a 5th rank expert. The team is currently focused on dealing with Wu Hai, which presents a good opportunity to disrupt their formation. If this attack hits, not only will the students' formation be disrupted, but they may also die. But even when faced with the threat of death, not one of the students broke away from the sword formation and ran away. Because they knew that if even one of them broke away, everyone present would be swallowed up by Wu Hai's tsunami. Old Wu, at your age, do you still want to launch a sneak attack on a group of trainees? Just as the water was about to hit the students, Wang Hu appeared once again. He stood in front of all the students. With a simple wave of his hand, a giant tree rose from the ground. Block the water waves. The students at the martial arts academy felt much more at ease after seeing Wang Hu appear. Zhou Shuer also noticed Wang Xiaopeng's figure in the outer chamber of the Wu family. Wang Xiaopeng and Wang Hu have a close relationship. It must have been Wang Xiaopeng who went to ask Wang Hu for help. Otherwise, the Wang family wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. After all, the Wang family has always maintained neutrality in Fenglan, always avoiding offending others and keeping to themselves. Wang Hu. You actually helped them? Does your Wang family intend to be enemies with my Wu family? Upon seeing Wang Hu, Wu Laoer's face instantly darkened. The Wang family is also one of the 3 great families of Fenglan. And just now, the Wu family also sent a distress message to the Wang family. Unexpectedly, Wang Hu not only didn't help them, but instead stepped in to help the students. The Wu family excels in water, while the Wang family excels in wood. The Wang family's wood element has always been the Wu family's nemesis. If the Wu family becomes hostile to the players, it will be at a great disadvantage. I am the director of the martial arts academy, and these are all my students. Isn't it normal for the director to protect his students? I was just doing my job to the best of my ability. As for the Wang family, just pretend that no one in the Wang family knows about this today. Wang Hu smiled faintly and said. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his nephew in the outer chamber who was causing him so much trouble. Wang Hu, who are you trying to fool? Wang Long isn't here, so you're representing the Wang family. Your attack on my Wu family now, doesn't that represent the Wang family's intentions? Wu Laoer said coldly. Although Wang Hu is not the head of the Wang family, he has always been in power. Wang Hu now makes all the decisions, big and small, in the Wang family. His status is no different from that of the head of the family. Hey! Don't label me. I'm representing the director of the martial arts academy to protect my students. Besides, there are no other members of the Wang family here. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Hu said with a flippant smile. I don't care whether you represent the martial academy or the Wang family, none of these people will leave my Wu family alive today. You don't think you're qualified to negotiate with the Wu family on your own, do you? Wu Hai said coldly while confronting the sword formation. Wang Hu shrugged, then let's give it a try and see if your Wu family's water attribute is stronger, or my Wang Hu's wood attribute is stronger. Then he opened his hands, and a powerful life force was released from his body. A terrifying force enveloped the entire Wu family cabinet. On the ground of the next Wu family cabinet, saplings sprouted from the soil. They grew up wildly within the Wu family. Upon witnessing this scene, the Wu family members' eyes turned piercing. If these saplings grow up, it is sufficient to withstand floods and tsunamis. The Wu family's water attribute is rendered useless among these giant trees. Seeing this, Wu Hai roared at the sky, "Brother Zhang, if you don't join forces now, you'll be making enemies of the Wu family. Have you thought this through?" "Ha ha ha. Brother Wu, I've kept you waiting." From the horizon, an aged voice responded to Wu Hai. The next moment, a bolt of heavenly fire descended from the sky. The wood attribute flames released by Wang Hu were burned. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 56 The Martial Academy takes action. Intimidating the crowd. In the Wu family compound, the newly grown vegetation was instantly burned to ashes by the raging fire. Amidst the raging flames, Wang Hu coldly gazed at the figure in the sky. "Zhang Haowen, what do you mean by this?" The visitor was none other than Zhang Haowen, the head of the Zhang family. The three great families of Fenglan. The Wu family water attribute, the Wang family wood attribute, and the Zhang family fire attribute. The three elements have mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining relationships. This led to the tripartite balance of power among the three major families of Fenglan. Generally speaking, if the Wu family and the Wang family were to fight, given the characteristics and attributes of the Wang family, the Wu family would be no match for the Wang family at all. The Wang family will ultimately prevail. The Zhang family only needed to watch them fight like the snipe and the clam. The Zhang family's fire attribute counters the Wang family's wood attribute. Once the Wu and Wang families are both severely weakened, the Zhang family can reap the benefits and become the only major family in Fenglan. Therefore, the Zhang family should be on Wang Hu's side at this moment. Because once the Wang family falls, the Wu family's water attribute will be able to counter the Zhang family. In the end, the Zhang family's fate won't be much better than the Wang family's. But now the Zhang family is standing on the side of the Wu family. "Wang Hu, don't look at me like that. Although we should be standing together, the Wu family promised us that once this crisis is resolved and things at the Martial Academy are settled, they will give us 30%. We're all businessmen, you must know how much profit is involved, right?" Zhang Haowen said to Wang Hu with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu's face grew even more gloomy. The Wu family had also sent him messages before. The promise was that as long as the Wang family intervened, the Wu family would provide 50% of the profits from the Martial Academy's affairs to the Wang family. But Wang Hu refused. Unexpectedly, the Wu family only used 30% of the profits to easily get the Zhang family to make a move. This is also because the Zhang family was restrained by the Wu family. That's why the Zhang family has always been suppressed by the Wu family, which is why they thought 30% was a high percentage. Do you know that the Martial Academy is a key project of the Federation, and ordinary people can't touch it? Is it worth risking offending the Federation for such a petty gain? Wang Hu said with a gloomy expression. Don't be a sour grapes. As the director of the Martial Academy, you know how much profit is involved. Once we can take over the Martial Academy, we'll have immeasurable wealth. The Wu family has already made arrangements with me, they'll share the land with my Zhang family. Any smart person would know how to choose. Zhang Haowen burst into laughter and said. Wu Hai, standing to the side, also smiled. It was obvious that Zhang Haowen had been completely deceived by the Wu family's sweet talk. As soon as the Wang family falls, the Wu family will definitely swallow up the Zhang family immediately. Wouldn't it be great if the Wu family became the sole dominant force in Fenglan? The Zhang family, who covet benefits beyond their own power, will ultimately come to a bad end. Wu Hai said to Zhang Haowen, Brother Zhang, there's no need to waste words on such a short-sighted person. Let's make our move. From today onwards, Fenglan will only have two great families. Zhang Haowen nodded, then shouted loudly, Zhang family, listen to my command. Set it on fire. The Zhang family members who had been lying in ambush nearby all appeared. They unleashed the fire elemental power within them. They attacked the Wu family. Zhang Haowen raised his hands high. Collect the fire attribute released by the Zhang family. A small fireball appeared in his hands. This small ball then gradually grew into a massive fireball capable of covering the entire Wu family compound. Upon seeing this, Wang Hu's expression became extremely serious. With the fire element countering it, Wang Hu was simply unable to withstand this enormous fireball. Furthermore, this move gathers the power of the entire Zhang family, and the fireball's destructive power is probably no match even for a 6th rank expert. If that fireball were to fall, he and all the students behind him would die. Thinking of this, Wang Hu's face grew even uglier. I did indeed come alone. He didn't call the other members of the Wang family because he didn't expect the Zhang family to stand with the Wu family. Even he was powerless against such a terrifying fireball. Zhang family, who gave you the audacity to attack the martial academy? Just then, a low growl was heard. Then, 4 flying swords rushed straight towards Zhang Haowen. Zhang Haowen was currently gathering his strength and was completely unable to resist the flying sword. The 2 flying swords transformed into streaks of light, directly severing Zhang Haowen's hands as he was gathering his strength. The other 2 flying swords injured the Zhang family's powerful members who were lying in ambush nearby. After Zhang Haowen's hands were severed, the fireballs he was gathering power in his hands also dissipated at any moment. At that moment, Lu Qi's eyes lit up as he looked at the scattered fire attribute power. Elders of the Martial Arts Academy. Zhang Haowen, his hands bleeding, coldly looked at the 4 people in front of him and spoke. These 4 people are the 4 elders of the Martial Academy's Elder Council. Originally there were 5 Grand Secretaries, but after Lu Yuan was arrested, only 4 of them remained. However, all 4 of them possessed the strength of a 5th-grade cultivator. The terrifying pressure from the 4 5th-rank experts swept towards the Wu family, causing all the 5th-rank experts present to break out in a cold sweat. Upon seeing the 4 of them, Zhang Haowen was speechless, as if he had suffered a silent injustice. Because these 4 people were simply too strong, beyond his ability to challenge. One of the elders from the Martial Academy coldly rebuked the Wu family. How dare you injure my Martial Academy's teachers and students, Wu family and Zhang family, you have some nerve. Another elder, seeing the students' sword formation, gave them a thumbs up and said, Students, you've done a great job. We've come to take you home. The other 2 elders looked at the students with eyes full of satisfaction. This time they witnessed the unity of the Martial Arts Academy. With such cohesion and unity against external threats, how can humanity not rise to power? Seeing this, Wu Hai pointed at Lu Qi and roared, Your Martial Arts Academy students have injured countless disciples of my Wu family, both inside and outside. Are we just supposed to swallow this injustice in silence? He still wanted to confront the Martial Academy. After all, the Wu family had lost face today, and it was impossible to let it go so easily. A silent humiliation? As far as I know, you were the ones who sent assassins to repeatedly try to kill our students. Our students have guts and backbone, so naturally they cannot suffer such humiliation and have come to demand an explanation. Are they in the wrong? On the contrary, your Wu family, one of the 3 great families of Fenglan, has no one who can stop the new students of my martial academy. Shouldn't you reflect on your own incompetence? Elder Wu said coldly. A hint of mockery even appeared in his eyes. You. Fine. Our Wu family is unwilling to be enemies with the martial academy. Today, we only want Lu Qi's life. He is the one who made our Wu family lose face. As long as we hand him over, our Wu family is willing to let this matter rest. Wu Hai's face was very gloomy. He knew that the students of the Martial Academy could not be touched today. Once they were touched, the 4 elders would definitely take action. However, Lu Qi caused the Wu family to lose face, and Lu Qi was the one who started all of this. Lu Qi must die in the Wu family. Otherwise, the Wu family will not be able to command respect in Fenglan in the future. Can't you understand human language? I said I was taking the Martial Arts Academy students back. Lu Qi is a student of my Martial Arts Academy, so naturally he's under our protection. He must leave safely today. The Grand Secretary said with great conviction. Then the 4 elders unleashed their full power. Put pressure on the Wu family. Seeing the unity of the trainees, they also knew that they could not be weak. Even though the Wu family is backed by the black market, they still have to protect their students. The combined aura of the 4 elders radiated throughout the Wu family, causing everyone in the family to tremble involuntarily upon seeing them. After sensing the killing intent of the 4 powerful figures, Wu Hai and Wu Lao retreated and looked towards the inner hall of the Wu family. Now they can only pray that the reclusive patriarch in the inner hall will intervene. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 57. The Wu family patriarch emerges from seclusion. The Wu family still has a backup plan. It's been so long since my Wu family has been this lively. All the important figures in Fenglan have arrived. Just then, an old voice came from inside the Wu family's inner hall. Then a terrifying aura erupted. A black figure soared into the sky. The figure hovered in the sky. The terrifying pressure moved even the 4 elders of the Martial Academy. This aura completely suppressed them. This is the oppressive aura emanating from a 6th rank expert. The 4 elders looked extremely serious. Old Wu, you've actually broken through to the 6th rank. Originally, among the Fenglan experts, apart from Zhou Tuji, the 5th rank was the strongest. Now that the Wu family patriarch has broken through to the 6th rank, he is the only 6th rank expert among the 3 great families of Fenglan. This established the Wu family's position in Fenglan. Old Wu coldly swept his gaze over the crowd. It was just a lucky breakthrough. But you all gathered at the Wu family while I was in seclusion. Did you think I was dead? Anyone who causes trouble at the Wu family today will die. Upon hearing this, the 4 elders' expressions hardened. Old Wu, it's a joyous occasion that you've broken through. You'd better settle this peacefully and let us take the student away. It wouldn't be worth it if he were to perish right after breaking through. What a joke. At this moment, Zhou Tu and I are both at the 6th rank. He can't do anything to me. And don't forget, our Wu family has the support of the black market. In Fenglan, whoever I want to die will die. I will allow you to leave, but all the students who caused trouble today must die. Otherwise, where will the Wu family's prestige be? Old Wu roared madly. Seeing that the Wu family had brought out the black market, the 4 elders all looked troubled. However, none of the 4 showed any intention of backing down. Instead, he unleashed all his inner power. If they back down today, the Wu family will only become more aggressive. Oh? Then you'll let me watch you closely? A powerful aura swept straight towards old Ghost Wu from the sky. The terrifying pressure instantly shattered the aura that Wu Laogue had built up. The once arrogant Wu Laogue now looked extremely ugly. Old Wu said with a very gloomy face, Zhou Tuji. You've reached the 7th rank? Excuse me, I also just broke through recently. How about you let me watch it closely? Zhou Tuji said teasingly. At that moment, Wu Laogue felt a burning pain on his face. He originally wanted to use his 6th grade cultivation to suppress the others present. Unexpectedly, they were instead suppressed by Zhou Tuji's imposing aura. His previous harsh words were like slaps to his own face. Old Wu said viciously, so what if you're a 7th rank official? Today's outcome won't change. Everyone who comes here to cause trouble will die. Even you can't protect them, especially that Lu Qi. Old Wu, it seems you haven't grasped the situation yet, Zhou Tuji said with a disdainful smile. Your Wu family has been secretly sabotaging the Federal Martial Academy, and the evidence is now irrefutable. I have just received orders from the highest levels of the Federation to arrest all members of the Wu family and await processing by the Federal Sky Patrol Division. If the Wu family refuses to cooperate, they will be executed without mercy. As he spoke, Zhou Tuji took out a scroll. The scroll was opened, and a golden light appeared. This is precisely the decree of the federal government. It represents the highest power in the federal government. Once the decree is issued, everyone in the human realm must strictly comply with it. The reason Zhou Tu arrived so late was because he had just gone to the Federation to request this decree. He was well aware that even if he had solid evidence, if he acted rashly, the Wu family would definitely take action. But things are different when there is a federal decree. The imperial edict was tantamount to sentencing the Wu family to death. If the Wu family dares to resist, it will be considered defying the imperial decree, and then we can justifiably start killing them. Seeing the imperial edict that Zhou Tuji had taken out, everyone present was filled with shock. Especially the Wu family, who had worked hard for many years, never expected that it would all come to nothing in the end. Old Wu looked at the federal decree with a blank expression. He had been in seclusion for many years and had left all the outside affairs to Wu Hai. Unexpectedly, the Wu family's property was raided by the Federation shortly after they emerged from seclusion. Wu Hai, what exactly is going on? I handed the Wu family over to you, and this is how you're going to make the Wu family flourish? Old Ghost Wu appeared in front of Wu Hai and questioned him. He kept a low profile while running the Wu family, which allowed the Wu family to quietly amass great wealth and become the leading family in Fenglan today. Therefore, he has always advocated doing things in a low-key manner. I never expected to receive such a huge gift right after I came out of quarantine. Ancestor, I just wanted the Wu family to be better. Wu Hai grabbed Wu Laogue's hand and stammered, unable to speak. Hearing this, he had no way of explaining it, but he still wanted old Ghost Wu to save his life. He knew that once he was handed over to the Sky Patrol Division, his only fate would be death. Old Wu shoved his hand away and said, "You've really brought shame to the Wu family. I won't help you today, you've brought this trouble upon yourself." Old Wu pushed Wu Hai away. At this moment, he only felt ashamed of having chosen Wu Hai as the head of the family. All my hard work and years of forbearance in Fenglan have been destroyed in an instant. The 4 elders of the martial academy also looked at Zhou Tuji, waiting for him to give orders. Zhou Tuji shrugged, "Since old Ghost Wu has said so, let's make our move." The 4 elders nodded, and then 4 flying swords were unleashed simultaneously. They were about to capture Wu Hai and all the members of the Wu family present. Seeing 4 powerful flying swords hurtling towards him, Wu Hai roared madly. "No! You can't arrest me. I have the black market behind me. I already notified the black market for help beforehand. And I received their response. Elder Ghost Hand of the Martial Pavilion will be here soon. You can't arrest me." Upon hearing about the Martial Pavilion, everyone present exchanged strange glances. Even Zhou Tuji, a 7th rank expert, showed a hint of fear in his eyes after hearing about the Martial Pavilion. Only Lu Qi felt a sense of anticipation after learning that the Martial Pavilion was their backup plan. He wanted to see how the Martial Pavilion would handle this matter. The 4 elders hesitated for a moment, then looked at Zhou Tuji and said, "Principal Zhou, this." If the Martial Pavilion didn't know about this, they could have just arrested him. But now, people from Wuga are already on their way here. If they insist on arresting people, they will be offending the Martial Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tu also began to feel troubled. Although he has now reached the 7th rank, making him the strongest in Fenglan on the surface. However, the one in the black market Martial Pavilion is even stronger than him. Because there's a rule in the black market. The master of the Martial Pavilion in each province must have a cultivation level of at least the 8th rank. Even the 9th rank. Only in this way can one govern a region. Only by becoming the strongest in a province can the Martial Pavilion have enough say in the local area. If one offends the Martial Pavilion and invites its master to descend, even Zhou Tuji would be in a very difficult position. Seeing the hesitation of the martial arts academy students, old Wu's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, Wu Hai had a backup plan. As long as Wu Gu can delay the Federation's investigation, the Wu family would then have the opportunity to slip away and transfer their assets. Just as everyone was at a stalemate, the already dark sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds. The dark clouds formed the shape of a hand, and in the center of the hand, a figure dressed in black robes was looking down at everyone. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive. "I am Ghost Hand, an envoy from the Martial Pavilion, here to bring Master Wu's token. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts." Chapter 58, A Decree from Master Wu. Obeying young Master Lu Qi. Looking at the figures in the sky, the atmosphere among the Martial Pavilion members was extremely tense. Although the newcomer was only a 6th rank expert, Zhou Tuji could handle him. However, he came with Master Wu's token. Seeing the token is like seeing Master Wu. If a fight really breaks out, it will mean war with the Martial Pavilion. Zhou Tuji couldn't possibly be unaware of the stakes involved. At this moment, Zhou Tuji's eyes were very gloomy. The Martial Pavilion only sent a 6th rank expert to see him off, which was obviously a way to give him a warning. Using a 6th rank official to intimidate a 7th rank official. Isn't this just establishing the prestige of the Martial Pavilion? But Zhou Tu really had no way to deal with Wu Gu. On the contrary, the Wu family all smiled when they saw the Ghost Hand appear. Because they knew that their savior had arrived. If there is anyone in the world who can save the Wu family, it must be the Wu Pavilion. Upon learning that Ghost Hand still carried Master Wu's keepsake, he was overjoyed. Seeing the token was like seeing Master Wu. As long as the token exists, even if the Martial Academy has a federal decree, it will not dare to easily touch the Wu family. Wu Hai immediately knelt down and bowed to Ghost Hand, saying, "The Wu family greets the Martial Pavilion envoy, Lord Ghost Hand." The other members of the Wu family weren't fools either. Knowing their savior had arrived, they immediately knelt down as well. Even Wu Lao Gui, who was also a 6th rank official, obediently knelt down after hearing about Master Wu's token. He knew all too well what the token of Lord Wu meant. The 3 great families of Fenglan owe their current status to the support of Master Wu. Zhou Tuji, however, said with a very gloomy expression, "Ghost Hand, does the Martial Pavilion intend to interfere in the Federation's affairs? Could it be that the Martial Pavilion intends to become an enemy of the Federation?" He finally managed to get the federal decree through expedited processing. This time, the Martial Academy practically mobilized its entire force. If this is how the Wu family can escape this calamity, then Zhou Tuji will definitely not be satisfied. Ghost Hand frowned and said, Principal Zhou, what makes you say that? You do your thing, I'm just here to convey Master Wu's verbal order. There's no need to escalate this to the level of two organizations, is there? Moreover, our black market and the Federation have always had a cooperative and mutually beneficial relationship. Our enemies are not here, as you know. To issue an imperial edict? Zhou Tu was taken aback upon hearing this. The Wu family was also taken aback. Judging from Ghost Hand's words, it seems he didn't come to save them. However, they still pinned their hopes on the oral decree. Yes, all staff of the Martial Pavilion, listen to my command. Relay Master Wu's oral decree. Ghost Hand took out the black jade pendant given to him by Master Wu and said. Upon seeing the black jade pendant, the powerful figures present were all stunned. The black jade pendant was a personal item of Master Wu. It is a symbol representing the highest power of the Fenglan Martial Pavilion. Only the master of the Martial Pavilion is qualified to wear it. The fact that the black jade pendant has appeared here shows how important Master Wu's matter is. It might just turn the entire Fenglan upside down. No one present dared to be negligent. Several powerful figures from the Martial Pavilion flew out from among the Wu and Zhang families. These powerful individuals ranged in strength from the 3rd to the 5th rank. They were all rented from the Martial Pavilion by the two major families. They were retainers of various prominent families. Of course, the Wang family also had some. However, Wang Hu came alone today. Therefore, none of the Wang family's retainers were present. Before long, more than 30 powerful figures knelt before Ghost Hand. Upon seeing this, the students from the Martial Arts Academy couldn't help but swallow hard. The two great families alone borrowed more than 30 retainers from the Martial Pavilion. And each and every one of them is a strong person. This doesn't even include the Wang family. Furthermore, there was a 6th rank expert in the sky, who was merely a messenger. This shows just how powerful and formidable the Martial Pavilion is. This also made the Martial Academy feel threatened. If these 30-odd Ghost Hands were to attack the Martial Academy, it will be a tough battle. The expressions of the Martial Arts Academy's experts hardened, and they prepared for battle. After the more than 30 powerful figures had gathered, they respectfully said, We, the staff of the Martial Pavilion, greet Lord Ghost Hand. Please give your orders, Lord Ghost Hand. Ghost Hand nodded and said, Starting today, withdraw from the Wu and Zhang families. As soon as he finished speaking, not only the more than 30 powerful individuals, but also everyone else present was stunned. The Ghost Hand did not come to help the Wu family instead, it came to withdraw the powerful warriors of the Martial Pavilion stationed at the Wu family. What does this mean? Lord Ghost Hand, what does this mean? We have a cooperative relationship with the Martial Pavilion, so why is the Martial Pavilion withdrawing these powerful experts? Besides, when you came, didn't the Wu Pavilion also accept money from our Wu family? If you're not going to help us, fine, but why are you turning your back on us after you've served your purpose? Is there a mistake? Wu Hai immediately stood up and asked. Even Zhang Haowen, who was standing to the side, was very puzzled. Wu Ji's act of betraying his benefactor stunned everyone. Even the students from the Martial Arts Academy were astonished. Especially Zhou Tuji, they were all ready to take action. I never expected it to end like this. There's no mistake. From now on, the Wu and Zhang families will no longer be partners of my Martial Pavilion. And you 30-odd people will henceforth serve as the Martial Pavilion's personal guards, obeying the orders of young Master Lu Qi. Ghost Hand carefully conveyed Master Wu's oral instructions. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned once again. Especially the last sentence. To obey Lu Qi, young master? Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washed over the Wu family. They knew that Lu Qi had returned to the Martial Pavilion and been invited by Yaman Man to receive the pavilion's rewards. However, it took a long time before he came out of the Martial Pavilion again. During this period, the Wu family had no idea what Lu Qi did or who he met. However, they didn't pay attention to it at the time. At that time, the Wu family only wanted to get rid of Lu Qi as soon as possible and save face for the Wu family. Now it seems that this oversight may have cost the Wu family their lives. A martial arts expert asked in confusion, Lord Ghost Hand, what does young Master Lu Qi mean? Ghost Hand raised an eyebrow and said, Didn't you receive the news? Wasn't the news of the changes in the Martial Pavilion already transmitted to your built-in communicators? If Wuge has any important notifications, they will be sent to the built-in communicator immediately. That is, the mask distributed by the Martial Pavilion. However, due to Lu Qi's disturbance at the Wu family, these people have not yet had the opportunity to see the news from the Martial Pavilion. Upon hearing Ghost's words, everyone immediately put on their masks. Start checking the news from the Martial Pavilion. While everyone was checking the messages, Ghost Shadow spoke again. However, I may repeat myself, just to let some blind people hear this, from now on, Lu Qi will be the successor of Master Wu. Young Master Lu Qi's status is equivalent to that of Master Wu. All members of the Martial Pavilion treat Lu Qi as if they were Master Wu. Anyone who disobeys will be hunted down by the Martial Arts Pavilion. Ghost Hand made this public so that the whole world would know that Lu Qi was a member of the Martial Pavilion. Only by letting everyone know Lu Qi's status in the black market. Only then can the idea of others trying to win over Lu Qi be dispelled. After all, among the people present, there was more than just the Martial Pavilion. P.S. Please urge me to update more often and give me free gifts. Chapter 59, A Reversal of Fortune. The slaughter begins. More than 30 powerful members of the Martial Pavilion read the message hidden in the mask. They all wore expressions of shock. They then approached Lu Qi, knelt down, and said in unison, "Greetings, young Master Lu Qi. We have been very rude before, please forgive us." Everyone present was stunned upon seeing this scene. But it was the reactions of the crowd that made them certain that what Ghost Hand had just said was true. If Ghost Hand were spreading rumors, more than 30 powerful individuals wouldn't have acted this way. Lu Qi is now truly the heir to the Martial Pavilion. Not only the 3 major families present, but even the people from the Martial Academy were taken aback by what they saw. Even Lu Qi was taken aback. I inexplicably became the heir to the Martial Pavilion? But on second thought, becoming the heir to the Martial Pavilion doesn't seem so bad. With the resources and power of the Martial Pavilion, wouldn't I be able to run rampant in Fonlan in the future? Among the more than 30 powerful individuals, there were those ranging from 3rd rank experts to 5th rank experts. They are all under the jurisdiction of Lu Qi. What does this mean? The combined strength of these 30-odd people is comparable to that of any of the Fonlan families. Seeing this, Lu Qi adopted the air of a superior and said, "Get up, all of you. It was right that you had been lying low in the aristocratic families without making a move. If any of you had made a move just now, I would have killed you all." It was like killing Ghost Shadow, Blood Mother, and Wolf King. Upon hearing this, the more than 30 powerful individuals all broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, they were willing to spend money to make a move, which prevented them from stepping into Lu Qi's minefield. Alright, I finished relaying Master Wu's instructions. Young Master Lu Qi, wear this jade token. From now on, you are the crown prince of the Martial Pavilion. Ghost Hand approached Lu Qi and handed him the black jade pendant, saying, "This jade pendant represents the highest power of the Martial Pavilion. Lu Qi taking over the jade pendant is tantamount to taking control of the Martial Pavilion." Most people might hesitate. After all, it involves a great deal of information. With immense power comes immense pressure. Lu Qi accepted the jade pendant handed to him by Ghost Hand without hesitation. What he wants is enormous power and resources. Only in this way can he grow up quickly. As for other pressures, with strength, what difficulties can't be overcome? Lu Qi held the black jade pendant high and then put it around his neck. "I am Ghost Hand, and I am willing to go through fire and water for young Master Lu Qi." Seeing Lu Qi's straightforwardness, Ghost Hand's eyes revealed a hint of joy. If the young master of the Martial Pavilion is an indecisive person, he would never agree to such a person becoming the future master of the Martial Pavilion. They might even risk being punished by the Martial Pavilion and having the black jade pendant taken back. To lead the Martial Pavilion, the first requirement is ruthlessness. Be decisive in your actions. A person who is indecisive and overly sentimental is not fit to wield power. He saw ambition in Lu Qi's eyes. These are the qualities that the leader of the Martial Pavilion should possess. That's why he was willing to acknowledge Lu Qi as his master. "We are willing to go through fire and water for young Master Lu Qi." Upon seeing Ghost Hand volunteer first, the other 30-odd powerful figures also pledged their allegiance. Everyone present was stunned by what they saw. What was originally a war of conquest has now turned into Lu Qi's coronation ceremony. However, none of the other factions present dared to speak. Because they dared not provoke the Martial Pavilion. They all knew that after tonight, the winds and clouds would change. "Get up. Now that you have become my personal guards, I will certainly not treat you unfairly. But the most important thing right now is to resolve the immediate problem. Someone just said they want to kill your young master. What do you think you should do about this? Lu Qi waved his hand and asked the many powerful figures. The group of over 30 people were all intelligent. How could they not understand Lu Qi's meaning? Ghostly Shadow looked at the Wu family members and said coldly, the Wu family are traitors. They have committed all sorts of evil deeds in Fenglan. Today, the martial pavilion will rid the people of this scourge and eradicate this cancerous tumor. Furthermore, I possess multiple pieces of evidence that the Zhang family is involved in selling contraband, human trafficking, and malicious murder. Today, I will eliminate the Zhang family as well. As he spoke, he released dirt on the Zhang family. Let everyone present see it clearly. In particular, it is necessary to let the people of the Martial Academy see this, so that the Martial Pavilion's killings will be justified. The release of these damaging facts about the Wu and Zhang families shocked Zhou Tuji and others at the Martial Academy. He never imagined that the two powerful families had done so many bad things. These things are enough to warrant their execution 800 times over. They were also shocked that the Martial Pavilion possessed so much information. The Martial Pavilion is not only a combat department, but also an intelligence department. The Martial Pavilion is always the first to know the inside story of many things. After Lu Qi gave the order, more than 30 powerful members of the Martial Pavilion took action. They launched an attack on the top leaders of both companies. It wasn't just these 30-odd martial arts experts. Many more powerful figures from the Martial Pavilion are on their way here. When Lu Qi gave the order, he activated the internal communication device of the Martial Pavilion. In other words, his order was not only directed at the 30-odd powerful individuals present. Instead, it's facing the entire Fenglan Martial Pavilion. Everyone who received Lu Qi's order was rushing to the Wu family. After joining this great war. Seeing this, the Zhang and Wu families began to resist. However, based on their strength alone, these two families are no match for the Martial Pavilion. The situation is almost entirely one-sided. Upon seeing this, the powerful figures from the Martial Arts Academy intended to offer their assistance. However, Zhou Tuji stopped him. The reason is simple: the madmen of the Martial Pavilion fight like madmen who don't care about their lives. If the Martial Academy gets involved, it will inevitably be hurt by the madmen of the Martial Pavilion. Zhou Tuji ordered the 4 elders of the Martial Academy to lead the students to evacuate first. He stayed behind to clean up the mess. The Wu family was now in complete chaos. The addition of powerful figures from the Martial Pavilion caused the Wu and Zhang families to suffer repeated defeats. The Zhang family didn't bring many people. Many of their disciples had already been swallowed up by the Martial Pavilion's experts. Not a single one survived. With both arms severed, Zhang Haowen was powerless against the powerful figures of the Martial Pavilion. It was perfectly clear that he was killed by a powerful martial arts expert. The Wu family, however, remained steadfast. The Martial Pavilion continued to charge at the Wu family's powerful members. However, the Wu family had a 6th-rank Wu Laogue and 2 5th-rank experts who held their ground. This made it somewhat difficult for Wu Ge to encircle and suppress the Wu family. No matter how you look at it, the strength of a 6th-rank cultivator should not be underestimated. Ghost Hand confronted Old Ghost Wu for a long time, but was unable to kill him. It can only result in serious injury. Old Ghost Wu held back the Ghost Hand, which also bought a chance for the Wu family disciples. All Wu family disciples. Use whatever method you have to escape. As long as you survive, there is still hope for the Wu family. You must remember Lu Qi's face. He is your greatest enemy in this life. Old Wu spoke to the Wu family disciple on the ground. He lived a clean and honest life, keeping a low profile, which led to the Wu family's current success. But the Wu family was wiped out as soon as he left the mountain. Even if the Wu family was at fault, he was still unwilling to accept it. He wants to preserve the Wu family line. He wants the Wu family to rise again. He wants to tear Lu Qi to pieces. He opened a path for the Wu family disciples, intending to help them escape. Although the experts of the Martial Pavilion are powerful, their numbers are still too few, and they simply cannot take care of so many Wu family disciples. But they knew the principle of eradicating the root of the problem. If even one of them is released, they will all become a threat to the Martial Pavilion in the future. Therefore, they could only try their best to kill as many members of the Wu family as possible. However, it's inevitable that some will still escape. But at this moment, Lu Qi gave a wicked smile. Trying to leave? No way. He snapped his fingers. The Wu family's residence was surrounded by scorching flames. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 60, Unexpected Changes, a 3rd rank warrior battles a 5th rank warrior, a complete victory? Under the scorching flames, the Wu family disciples were unable to break free from the encirclement of fire. Old Wu was shocked to see this and stared at Lu Qi with wide eyes. Lu Qi shouldn't have flames of this level. This flame is far beyond the range of a late-stage 3rd rank flame. This is clearly a 5th grade flame. Even if Lu Qi has mastered the fire element, he shouldn't have this level of power. But why does Lu Qi, a 3rd rank cultivator, possess such a powerful flame? Old Wu looked at Lu Qi with a puzzled expression. Not only him, but the other martial arts experts present were also puzzled by this. I never expected my young master to have such a hidden trick up his sleeve. Lu Qi simply smiled calmly. These flames are the scattered fireballs that Zhang Haowen had gathered earlier. Therefore, it possesses the power of a 5th rank official. Lu Qi comprehended the fire element and has the ability to control all flames. These scattered flames, once out of Zhang Haowen's control, became ownerless. Lu Qi could easily control it. While many powerful figures were locked in a standoff, Lu Qi was not idle either. He collected these flames, each with the power of a 5th grade flame, and placed them around the Wu family's residence. This created a fire attribute encirclement around the Wu family. This was to prevent any member of the Wu family from sneaking away. How could he possibly gather such a massive amount of fire attribute power by himself? However, this layer of firewall does indeed play a very important role. The firewall can prevent Wu family disciples from escaping from the Wu family. However, there are also drawbacks. Some of the martial arts academy students who hadn't had time to evacuate were also trapped in the Wu family's residence. Fortunately, the martial academy has 4 elders and 1 Hu. All 5 of them can fly. It can transport the trainees out. However, the Wu family disciples were not so lucky. The 5th rank experts of the Wu family who can fly are currently engaged in battle. There was absolutely no chance to help the weaker disciple escape. They could only watch helplessly as the Wu family disciples were slaughtered by the martial pavilion's experts. Watching their disciples die one by one, Wu Hai and Wu Laoer were filled with regret. If only I had known things would turn out this way. I would never provoke the troublemaker Lu Qi. However, Lu Qi was on the ground, looking relaxed and watching the show. Wu Hai was furious. If it weren't for Lu Qi, the Wu family wouldn't have suffered such a calamity. In his eyes, all of this was because of Lu Qi. Lu Qi. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Wu Hai roared at Lu Qi across from him, his eyes bloodshot. After saying that, Wu Hai transformed into a giant wave and attacked Lu Qi. The martial arts experts, blinded by rage, realized that no one was protecting Lu Qi. They immediately tried to switch back, but it was too late. Wu Hai used all his strength in this attack. The goal is to kill Lu Qi. Therefore, he is extremely fast. Even a 6th rank ghost hand couldn't defend in time. The many powerful figures of the martial pavilion were greatly alarmed upon seeing this. Young Master Lu Qi has only just ascended to the throne. If he dies, how will they explain it to the martial pavilion? Master Wu will definitely take their lives. At this moment, all they could do was pray that Lu Qi could avoid this attack. Even Zhou Tu, who was assisting the trainees in their evacuation, was filled with apprehension upon seeing this. They acted swiftly, but it was too late. Wu Hai is too fast. In just a moment, they were already in front of Lu Qi. Seeing this, Zhou Shuer, who had not yet evacuated from the crowd, clenched her fists. I was extremely nervous. However, Lu Qi remained completely calm upon seeing this. Instead of dodging, he adopted an attack stance, and a pair of brass knuckles appeared on his fists at some point. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. Is Lu Qi going to confront Wu Hai head-on? Upon seeing this, Wu Hai was overjoyed. Isn't Lu Qi just trying to get himself killed by doing this? A 3rd rank official fighting a 5th rank official? That's an absolute joke. To a 5th rank expert, a 3rd rank expert is nothing more than an ant. They could crush him with a flick of their wrist. He was overjoyed when he saw that Lu Qi was going to confront him head-on. Even though I will die at the hands of the martial pavilion's experts. But at least Lu Qi was dragged down with him. The successor that Wu Ge had just appointed was killed. This can be considered a slap in the face to the martial pavilion. Thinking about this, Wu Hai became even more excited. They wanted to get rid of Lu Qi as soon as possible. He transformed into a giant wave, attempting to engulf Lu Qi. Lu Qi, seeing this, simply smiled dismissively. He put on the wind speed knuckle duster and began practicing the shattering star fist. It felt as if a gust of wind was enveloping the tip of my fist. This gust of wind power was applied to the fist. This made Lu Qi feel even more relaxed when he practiced the shattering star fist. It seems like there are many more procedures now. He was confident that this punch would repel Wu Hai. After all, when he was in the mid-stage of the second rank, he shattered the arena that even a fifth rank could not shake with a single punch. He is now at the late stage of the third rank, and is further enhanced by the fifth rank wind speed finger tiger and the powerful shattering star fist enchantment. Moreover, Lu Qi did not use the familiar fire element this time, but secretly added the wood element to his fist. A few tendrils wrapped around his fist, and apart from a few experts of the fifth rank or above, almost no one noticed anything amiss. Wood overcomes water. This attack will surely catch Wu Hai off guard. The power of his punch was enough to move even a sixth rank expert. In order to ensure his own safety, Lu Qi naturally had a backup plan. His breastplate is a 6th grade protective gear. Even if it receives the strongest attack from a 5th rank official, it can still neutralize it. And it can absorb fatal damage. It's like a one-time resurrection item. This is Lu Qi's trump card. With these two trump cards, he was fearless even when facing a 6th rank expert. Faced with Wu Hai's attack, he decided to test the power of his brass knuckles. Wu Hai quickly closed the distance between himself and Lu Qi to a height of 1. Now he can touch Lu Qi with just a reach. Lu Qi had already unleashed the star-shattering fist he had been preparing for. In the blink of an eye, the two attacked each other. Boom! A loud bang was heard. Lu Qi staggered back several meters before finally regaining his balance. At this moment, his clothes were torn and a handprint was visible on his chest. Beneath the tattered clothing was a purple suit of armor. The armor gleamed with a purple light and appeared to be intact. In this exchange, Lu Qi did not suffer much damage, as most of it was neutralized by his protective armor. He only suffered the aftershocks of Wu Hai's force. However, Lu Qi still sighed. The strength of a 5th rank expert was indeed impressive. If I didn't have this breastplate, that attack might have already cost him his life. But Wu Hai didn't fare so well. Wu Hai was seen flying dozens of meters away. It slammed hard against the wall. It can't be buttoned off. Blood was gushing from his mouth, and he was unable to move his body. He nearly lost consciousness. At this moment, half of his body was already a bloody mess. How is this possible? Anyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but gasp in shock. Lu Qi, a mere rank 3, was actually able to make a rank 5 expert bleed. This is unprecedented even in federal history. Because in their minds, fighting across realms is simply nonsense. Not to mention that it spans 2 major realms. But Lu Qi did indeed do it. At this moment, everyone in the martial pavilion finally understood why Master Wu had chosen Lu Qi as his successor. It would be a huge loss if such a talent were snatched up by other forces. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 61 The Wang family's top secret that stunned Lu Qi. Everyone present was horrified by what they saw. Although they knew that Lu Qi survived because he had a very powerful suit of armor. But what surprised them even more was Lu Qi actually defeated Wu Hai, who was at the 5th rank, with the strength of a 3rd rank cultivator. Even though the bonuses from armor and weapons are significant. However, on a real battlefield, every weapon, piece of armor, and every trump card reflects one's own strength. The brutal battlefield will teach you that strength is not just about having powerful cultivation. Powerful equipment and clever strategies are also part of strength. The Wu family is finished. After witnessing this scene, Wu Laogui was utterly devastated. Seeing that Lu Qi possessed 6th grade protective gear and a 5th grade weapon, his heart sank completely. He exhaled a deep breath and gave his final order to the Wu family. All members of the Wu family, listen to my command. Slaughter yourselves on the spot. Even if we are defeated, the spirit of the Wu family must not be extinguished. He knew that the Wu family was doomed this time. He now only hopes that the Wu family's disciple can commit suicide and die a quick death. Don't get caught by those monsters from the martial pavilion and suffer physical pain. At this point, he had completely given up resisting. He had no idea what kind of monster Wu Hai had provoked. He is not only the successor valued by the martial pavilion. Furthermore, he possesses the strength to fight a 5th rank opponent while being a 3rd rank opponent. Even if you can't win this monster over, you absolutely must not make him your enemy. However, the Wu family made a crucial mistake. Overnight, the entire clan was wiped out. It's all about timing and fate. Perhaps this is the fate of the Wu family. Upon hearing this, despair appeared in the eyes of the Wu family members. Because this order came from the mouth of the Wu family patriarch. This means that the Wu family has reached its end. Even someone as powerful as the Wu family patriarch was powerless to reverse the situation. Most of the Wu family disciples present wisely committed suicide to end their lives. As for those cowardly and timid playboys who were unwilling to commit suicide, they will be toyed with to death by the monstrous powerhouses of the martial pavilion. Upon witnessing this scene, the students of the martial academy couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Zhou Tuji, in particular, was astonished. It turns out Lu Qi had a backup plan. No wonder Lu Qi dared to come to the Wu family alone. It turns out he had made thorough preparations long ago. If the martial academy hadn't intervened, then Lu Qi could also escape unscathed by relying on his 6th grade armor. He originally thought that Lu Qi had come alone to gamble with his life. The martial arts academy will definitely make a move. Unexpectedly, it was the martial arts academy that was outmaneuvered. He schemed against both the martial academy and the Wu family in one fell swoop. Even Zhou Tuji felt a chill run down his spine at such a tactic. You must never make enemies with this kind of person. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Even Wang Hu, who was standing to the side, felt a chill run down his spine as he spoke. Now, his impression of Lu Qi is no longer just that of a genius student. He is cunning, ruthless, and always seeks revenge. These 3 words together are chilling. Fortunately, the Wang family did not help the Wu family this time. Otherwise, the Wang family's fate would probably not be good either. Fortunately, Wang Xiaopan's relationship with Lu Qi prevented the Wang family from becoming enemies with Lu Qi. If it weren't for his nephew stepping in, the Wang family might have sided with the Wu family for the sake of huge profits. He is now very grateful that his brother has given birth to a good son. Young master, the Wu family and the Zhang family present have both been dealt with. What should we do next? After Ghost Hand had dealt with all the Wu family members, he came before Lu Qi and spoke respectfully. Lu Qi nodded and said, "Send men to raid the Zhang family's property as well. Of the treasures looted from the Zhang and Wu families, 60% should be distributed among the brothers, and 40% should be given to the martial academy. After all, the martial academy contributed a lot this time, and as businessmen, we need to be clear about the distribution." Ghost Hand nodded after hearing this. Lu Qi handled this matter perfectly, and the martial academy also stepped in to help a great deal this time. Naturally, some feedback should be given. However, Lu Qi still gave the lion's share to his own brothers, which shows that he preferred the Wu Gu brothers. This will win the hearts of the people more deeply. This made the brothers of the martial pavilion feel that they were valued by the young master. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qi added, "Furthermore, conduct a full-scale search throughout the human realm to apprehend the remaining members of the Wu and Zhang families. Leave no survivors. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they will grow back in the spring breeze. It's impossible for all members of the Wu and Zhang families to be in their own clans. Once these people's families are destroyed, they will definitely seek revenge on Lu Qi in the future. What Lu Qi needs to do is prevent this from happening. He was afraid that one day he would be stabbed in the street for no reason." Received. I'll make the arrangements immediately. With the martial pavilion's influence in the human realm, finding people from these 2 families should be quite easy, Ghost Hand nodded and said. Then he would leave to handle the follow-up matters. Wait. Just as Ghost Hand was about to leave, Lu Qi called out to him again. Ghost Hand asked with some surprise, "Young master, is there anything else?" Lu Qi raised an eyebrow and said in a sly tone, "Since you know about the Zhang and Wu family's dirty secrets, do you know about the Wang family?" He didn't believe that anyone who could become a prominent family could be completely innocent. Although Wang Xiaopang was his friend, he still wanted to gossip about it. Ghost Hand saw through Lu Qi's gossipy nature and said with a smile, "Ha, who among those who can develop power is innocent? I do have dirt on the Wang family, but young master, it's best if we don't touch them. Wang Long, the head of the Wang family, is also an internal staff member of our martial pavilion. He's currently fighting on the battlefield of 10,000 races." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's eyes lit up instantly. Sure enough, there's some gossip going on. He never expected that the head of the Wang family was actually an internal staff member of the martial pavilion. You should know that becoming an internal staff member of the Martial Pavilion is very difficult. Those powerful figures who just made their move were merely unofficial henchmen of the Martial Pavilion. Because true members of the Martial Pavilion cannot be loaned out. Those who are recruited by the Martial Pavilion are all people with extremely high talent or special abilities. Those powerful individuals are nominally considered members of the Martial Pavilion and are subject to its jurisdiction. But they were just thugs. They had no contact with the higher-ups of the Martial Pavilion at all. Of those present now, perhaps only Lu Qi and Ghost Hand can be considered as internal staff of the Martial Pavilion. Even the high-ranking members of the Wu and Zhang families are not qualified to be internal staff members of the Martial Pavilion. It is clear that Wu Gu has always been primarily supporting the Wang family. However, the Wang family keeps a low profile. This is what enabled the Wu family to become arrogant and domineering, acting as kings and tyrants. However, this is also what the Wang family wants to see. The Wang family will be safer if they have a shield in front of them. Lu Qi smiled and said to Ghost Hand, "Then tell me what dirty secrets the Wang family has?" Ghost Hand chuckled and said, "Do you know why Wang Hu is so good to Wang Xiaopeng? Could it be because Wang Xiaopeng is actually Wang Hu's son? No. Actually, it's because Wang Hu can't have children himself. In order to continue the Wang family bloodline, he stayed in the human realm to take care of Wang Xiaopeng. Otherwise, he might have already followed Wang Long to the battlefield of 10,000 races. This is also a top secret of the Wang family, only the Martial Pavilion knows it." Lu Qi was taken aback upon hearing this. Then he looked at Wang Hu, who was evacuating the crowd not far away. "So it turns out my teacher, Wang Hu, is infertile? P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts." Chapter 62. The news spread, shocking all sides. This is a very big deal. Back in the Martial Arts Academy, Wang Hu took good care of Wang Xiaopeng. Moreover, rumors circulated within the Martial Arts Academy that Wang Hu and Wang Xiaopeng had a special relationship. Lu Qi had always believed that Wang Xiaopeng was Wang Hu's son. Little did I know there was more to the story. Wang Hu also noticed Lu Qi's strange gaze and looked at him with some curiosity. Upon sensing Wang Hu's gaze, Lu Qi immediately averted his eyes. "Wang Hu treated me well at the academy. It's better to keep this to yourself." "Young master, if there's nothing else, I'll be going to attend to my business," Ghost Hand said with a smile to Lu Qi. He knew that this one melon was enough for Lu Qi to enjoy. Lu Qi nodded, then waved his hand and said, "Go." Now that the Wu family's affairs are nearing their end, Lu Qi is preparing to return and carefully study how to trigger his system. Wuga. Master Wu, Ghost Hand has sent word that the Wu and Zhang families have been wiped out. Yuman Man looked at the message sent back by Ghost Hand and reported it to Master Wu. Ghost Hand gave a very detailed report on the recent purge of the Wu family. This also includes the story of Lu Qi defeating Wu Hai, a 5th rank cultivator, with his 3rd rank strength. And this is important information. Upon hearing this, Master Wu's lips curled up, his smile impossible to conceal. Ha ha ha. A 3rd rank warrior fighting a 5th rank warrior, and he even destroyed half of Wu Hai's body. Good. I knew I hadn't misjudged him. Master Wu laughed heartily as he spoke. Master, although Lu Qi has indeed demonstrated great strength, the Martial Pavilion chief selection is just around the corner, and Lu Qi is only a 3rd rank official. Do we really want to let Lu Qi compete with those geniuses and monsters for this year's chief position? How about we take it slow? Lu Qi needs to grow too, and besides, he hasn't even entered the battlefield of 10,000 races yet. I'm afraid that. Yuman Man looked at the laughing Master Wu and said with some concern. Every province has its own black market martial arts pavilion. Each martial arts pavilion has a supreme expert in charge. However, these powerful individuals all obeyed the orders of a martial pavilion commander. The chief commander of the martial pavilion is the supreme commander of the martial pavilion. It can command all forces of the martial pavilion. Even the most powerful figures stationed in the martial pavilion must obey his orders. The position of Martial Pavilion Chief is changed every 10 years, and only members of the Martial Pavilion under the age of 30 have the opportunity to compete for the position. As long as you can stand out from the many competitors, then one can become the supreme leader of the Martial Pavilion. However, the position of General Manager of the Martial Pavilion is occupied by the 2 giants, the capital city and the Shanghai city, every year. Because these 2 provinces are full of powerful figures. Every time someone participates in the Wuga chieftain election, they are a master of the 8th or 9th rank. Other provinces simply cannot find any 8th or 9th rank experts under the age of 30 to contend with him. You should know that even Joe Tuji, who is now over 40 years old, has only just reached the 7th rank. Reaching the 8th or 9th rank before the age of 30 is extremely difficult. Moreover, the talented experts from each province were already recruited by the martial arts academies of the various provinces during the martial arts examinations. This makes local strongmen even rarer. This meant that other provinces were merely going through the motions, with almost no chance of competing. Lu Qi is a student at Fenglan Martial Academy and will remain there in the future. This is an excellent candidate to run for the position of Chief of the Martial Pavilion. Take it easy? The Martial Pavilion Chief is selected every 10 years. How many decades does a person have in a lifetime? Although Lu Qi is only 18 now, he only has 2 chances. Even if he can't defeat the strongmen in those big cities this time, we will show him how fierce the competition is within the Martial Pavilion. This will encourage him to improve, and this is also a good opportunity for him to make connections with other martial arts pavilions. Besides, the election isn't starting for another 6 months or so. Maybe a miracle will happen to this kid? Master Wu waved his hand and said. Despite Yu Man's repeated attempts to dissuade him, he still wanted Lu Qi to participate in this election for the position of Chief of the Martial Pavilion. This was an opportunity for him to broaden his horizons. But sir, Lu Qi is still too young. Yu Man wanted to continue persuading him. Lu Qi's strength has indeed improved very quickly. Overnight, he was promoted from the mid-stage of the 2nd rank to the late stage of the 3rd rank. However, all of these are due to the effects of medication. Once the drug settles down, Lu Qi's cultivation speed will gradually slow down. In the past 6 months, Lu Qi has only managed to cultivate to the 4th rank at most. It's still far from being able to compete with those geniuses and monsters who have cultivated for over 20 years. Master Wu waved his hand and said, "My mind is made up about this matter. Go and make the arrangements. I remember the Martial Academy Grand Competition is also in half a year, but first-year students shouldn't need to participate in the Martial Academy Grand Competition. Furthermore, since the Wu and Zhang families have been destroyed, let the Wang family take complete control and manage Fenglan. However, we should still secretly support the rise of a few smaller families. Although the Zhang family are our own people in the Martial Pavilion, we still need to keep them in check and prevent them from following the same path as the Wu family." Upon hearing this, Yu Man could only nod and leave. Office of the Principal of the Martial Arts Academy. Facing the giant screen, Zhou Tuji reported to the Federation what had happened in Fenglan. And on the large screen are federal law enforcement agencies. It was also the federal decree they conveyed to Zhou Tuji. In a single day, the Zhang and Wu families were wiped out. Fenglan Martial Pavilion announced Lu Qi as its successor. Each one was a momentous event capable of shaking the heavens and earth. The federal government and the black market complement each other, so it's not a big deal for Zhou Tu to reveal information about the black market to the federal government. Even if he doesn't say it, the Federation will soon find out about the Fenglan Martial Pavilion's decision to appoint a successor. Such a major event usually spreads quickly within the organization. You mean the Martial Pavilion chose an 18-year-old brat as its successor? And this child, with only a 3rd-grade strength, defeated a 5th-grade expert? The imposing figure on the screen looked at Zhou Tuji with some surprise and asked for confirmation. He seemed completely unconcerned about the downfall of the Wu and Zhang families. On the contrary, they are more concerned about the successor of Wu Gu. Zhou Tuji nodded, his eyes resolute, and said, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." After hearing Zhou Tuji's words, the people on the screen fell into a brief moment of contemplation. The difference between the 3rd and 5th ranks is not simply 2 realms. Instead, they are 2 different stages. The 3rd rank is only a beginner awakener. A 5th rank cultivator is already considered a mid-level awakener. They have a more sophisticated grasp of attributes and a more diverse range of attack methods. Their strength is far beyond what a 3rd rank expert can match. Defeating a 5th rank character with only a 3rd rank character is quite astonishing, even with the aid of equipment. It seems this year's election for the Chief of the Martial Pavilion is going to be interesting. Not necessarily. Lu Qi is only 18 years old. He might not participate this year, but if he does, he'll definitely be a dark horse. Even if he doesn't get elected this time, he'll probably have a place 10 years from now. To defeat a 5th rank cultivator with only a 3rd rank cultivation level. Why didn't we discover this kind of talent sooner? If we had discovered it sooner, the Martial Pavilion wouldn't have taken it. It's not too late for us to find out now. Lu Qi is still in the Martial Academy, so we still have a chance to win him over. Are you crazy? Trying to steal students from the martial academy? Don't you know they're a bunch of lunatics? Who said we're going to compete with the martial academy for talent? As long as we befriend Lu Qi, given his character he'll repay kindness and settle scores. It will only benefit us in the future. On the screen, several high-ranking officials nodded to each other after hearing the news. They started discussing how to gain Lu Qi's favor. Lu Qi is the kind of person you can only befriend. You should never make enemies with him. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 63 System Triggering Rules. Inside the dormitory of the Martial Arts Academy. The students of the Martial Arts Academy have all returned. Because of the battle that took place at night, the Martial Arts Academy was given a day off. No students need to attend classes. Just relax and rest in your dorm. Lu Qi also returned to his dormitory. Brother Lu, I never expected you to be the young master of the martial pavilion. Li Gongming said to Lu Qi with great excitement in his eyes. He was very worried when Lu Qi came to rescue him alone. She was afraid that she would implicate Lu Qi. I never imagined my brother's identity was so amazing. He's actually the young master of Fenglan's largest underground force. No wonder he has such courage. Wang Gang also said excitedly, yes, our dormitory is really full of hidden talents. There's a young master from the Wang family and a young master from the martial pavilion. We both have the surname Wang, so why am I just a commoner? Li Gongming, you don't happen to have some kind of background, do you? Don't joke around. If I had status, would I be bullied by the Wu family? But Wang Xiaopang surprised me. I thought teacher Wang Hu was you. Li Gongming paused at this point. He originally wanted to say that Wang Hu was Wang Xiaopang's father. But after thinking about it, I kept quiet. After all, there are some hidden secrets within great families. Although Wang Xiaopang calls Wang Hu uncle. But if Wang Hu really is Wang Xiaopang's father, that would mess up this layer of relationships. My uncle is my father. This kind of thing happens frequently in real life. Upon seeing this, Lu Qi's lips curled up slightly, and he chuckled to himself. Li Gongming was unaware that Wang Hu was infertile. That's why there's this concern. Wang Xiaopang didn't think anything was wrong and said calmly, what's wrong with saying this? He's my uncle, isn't it normal for him to treat me like his own son? But Li Gongming and Wang Gang gave him strange looks. Lu Qi witnessed all of this. After thinking for a moment, he asked Li Gongming, you returned to the martial academy with Uncle Huangfu. How is he now? Is his injury any better? Yes, much better. I didn't expect him to be more robust than me at his age. The school doctor said his injuries were much less severe than mine. We both took the marrow cleansing pill, so why am I not recovering as well as him? Li Gongming replied earnestly. The topic was immediately veered off course. Lu Qi nodded after hearing this. Huangfu Tian's recovery ability is stronger than Li Gongming's, which should be due to the influence of Huang Jidao. It seems that Huangfu Tian has embarked on the path of cultivation. With Huangfu Tian's life experience, he should become emperor in no time. Then Lu Qi asked, where is he now? He's injured and can't wander around. Besides, he has no children and no home. If he goes out, I'm afraid. You don't need to worry about that. I talked to Uncle Hu and found Uncle Huangfu a sinecure in the Martial Academy's library, Wang Xiaopang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi felt much more at ease. It's still very chaotic outside. If Huangfu Tian were to wander around outside, he might run into some trouble. Staying at the Martial Arts Academy is the safest option. He can focus on healing at the Martial Academy. Given the characteristics of his Huang Jidao, his cultivation will likely advance even further after he recovers. It's not too late to travel the world then. Now that everything has been arranged, Lu Qi is more interested in knowing what the system's trigger conditions are. From the current perspective, all investors are completely caught off guard by Lu Qi's actions. He encountered it by chance. However, if one can control the patterns by which the system selects investors, only then can one obtain more benefits from the system. However, after these investments, Lu Qi discovered a common point. It means that when an investor appears, he happens to have items that he needs to invest in. When he met Zhou Shuer, he happened to have a glass heart in his hand. When Lu Qi made his second attempt, he happened to have some enlightenment pills given to him by Master Wu. That's why the investment was completed. The same applies to investing in Huangfu Tian. It seems that the system will only trigger an investment when you have the investment items required by the investment target. Thinking of this, Lucci looked at the three people in the dormitory. The three were still chatting when they noticed Lucci's gaze and asked curiously, "Brother Lu, what's with that look? Is there something on our faces?" Wang Xiaopang asked in confusion. After thinking for a moment, Lucci smiled and said, "Little fatty, you've been busy all night. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll go out and buy it for you." After hearing this, Wang Xiaopang touched his stomach and realized he was indeed a little hungry. But after hesitating for a moment, he said, "I am indeed a little hungry, but I'll go buy it." "You can rest, Brother Lu." His tone was very respectful. After all, Lu Qi is now the young master of the martial pavilion. My status is different now. The Wang family was nothing more than a pawn in the hands of the martial pavilion. How could she dare to let Lu Qi personally buy things for her? If Wang Hu finds out, he'll definitely get another beating. Upon seeing this, Lu Qi's expression changed, and he said, "What do you mean by this? Does it mean that now that my status is different, you don't consider me a brother anymore? You're not a member of the martial pavilion, so why are you being so polite with me? Just tell me what you want to eat. Just like before. It's on me, eat as much as you want." Seeing this, Wang Xiaopang scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Since that's the case, then I won't be polite. I'll have 3 medium rare steaks, 1 plate of spaghetti, 5 pounds of crayfish, and a bottle of cola." "Thanks, Brother Lu." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's eye twitched. This amount of food is enough for an average person to eat for several days. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was Wang Xiaopang living in a wealthy household. But considering it's Wang Xiaopang's food, it makes sense. Wang Xiaopang came from a wealthy family and always had a good diet. Lu Qi nodded and then said to the other two, "What about you? What do you want to eat? Tell me what you want to eat most right now. It's on me today, so don't worry." Wang Gang, "Then I won't stand on ceremony, I'll have a large portion of braised chicken. The biggest portion. And a bottle of Coke." He had intended to say he wanted to eat Crazy Thursday, but when he saw it was Sunday, he changed his mind. "I can only wait until next Crazy Thursday to see if anyone will treat me to a meal." Li Gongming smiled shyly and said, "May I have a bowl of spicy hot pot? 1 braised chicken, 1 spicy hot pot. Are you sure this is what you really want to eat? Think it over, I'll pay today, no exceptions." Lu Qi looked at their menu and confirmed again. He is now the young master of the martial pavilion. They should be clear about their own capabilities. Buying a restaurant would be a piece of cake. The two of them only ordered braised chicken in spicy hot pot. "I really want to eat braised chicken. I was too poor to order a large portion before, but today I'm going to eat my fill." Wang Gang nodded and said. Li Gongming also confirmed his idea. Lu Qi had no choice but to write it down. Most of the students admitted to this martial arts academy are children from ordinary families. They dare not desire too much, they are already content with what they have. Lu Qi told them to wait in the dormitory. He rushed out of the dormitory, eager to buy the food and see if he could trigger the system's notification. "P.S. Please urge me to update more often, and please give me free gifts." Chapter 64, Comprehending the System Rules, Taking Advantage of the System. Soon, Lu Qi returned to his dormitory with a large amount of food. In the hallway, many students were shocked to see the two arms carrying large and small bags. If a roommate is willing to pack so much food for them, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them dad. However, when they saw that it was Lu Qi who was carrying so much food, instantly, everyone booed again. Lu Qi is the current young master of the martial pavilion. They dared not let Lu Qi run errands to buy food. Back in the dormitory, the three of them were already drowsy. They were exhausted after not sleeping all night. Lu Qi had just reached the door when Wang Xiaopang suddenly woke up. His sensitive nose told him that the food was here. He immediately opened the door to welcome Lu Qi. Bite. Investment opportunities detected. Investment target, Wang Xiaopang. Investment items, 3 medium rare steaks, 5 pounds of crayfish, and 1 serving of spaghetti. Investment details, I'm starving. Investment rebates, 10 days of accumulation. Lu Qi's eyes lit up. Really? The system appeared as expected. Lu Qi now roughly understands the function of the system. The system is not random. It is only triggered when someone else needs it and you happen to have that item. So the reason there were so many people in the Marshall Pavilion before wasn't because they couldn't trigger investment. It's not because they want something from him, but because he doesn't possess it. If there are enough supplies, it can meet everyone's needs. Then Lu Qi can invest in everyone. Get rebates from every single person. Upon learning this momentous news, Lu Qi's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Once you understand the underlying logic of the system, you'll be able to utilize it more effectively. The other two woke up after smelling the fragrance. They quickly arrived in front of Lu Qi. Bite. New investment opportunity discovered. Investment target, Li Gongming. Investment item, Super Deluxe Malatang. Investment bonus, 1 recovery pill. Investment target, Wine Gang. Investment item, extra large braised chicken. Investment rebate, 10 low-grade spirit stones. Both of them are also potential investment targets. Lu Qi handed them the food he was holding. They quickly received a rebate from the system. However, none of the three are long-term investment targets. Moreover, the returns on investments are high. Investing in Wang Xiaopang only resulted in gaining 10 days of cultivation. You should know that Lu Qi had previously gained a year's worth of cultivation from Zhou Tuzhi. Lu Qi guessed that it might be because of the difference in their cultivation levels. At that time, Zhou Tuzhi was at the peak of the 6th rank. Wang Xiaopang, however, was only at the mid-stage of the 1st rank, despite his smile. The difference between the two is too great. It's understandable that the difference in cultivation level returned is significant. Lu Qi then conducted several more experiments. He discovered that his 3 roommates had accepted the investment. There have been no further investments since. In other words, if it's not a long-term investment, an investment can only be triggered once per person. Once triggered, investment information will no longer appear. Although there are hidden investments, just like in the Marshall Pavilion, where Homu triggered a hidden investment. However, none of the 3 individuals have exhibited this condition so far. Therefore, the trigger for the hidden investment cannot yet be detected by Lu Qi. Moreover, the cultivation level of the investment target is related to the return on investment. The stronger the investment target's cultivation level, the better the return on investment. However, long-term investment targets are an exception. Because the long-term investment targets are all important figures in the human world in the future. Therefore, the return on investment is very high from the very beginning. Lu Qi also figured out the most efficient way to exploit loopholes from the system rules. Ordinary people in life, or students with low cultivation levels. There is no need to invest. Because the returns on their investments are too low. Some of them don't even cover the delivery fee. Investing in them is a waste of time. Moreover, apart from long-term investment targets, everyone else only has one investment opportunity. Therefore, it's best to save this opportunity for when that person's cultivation level has increased. The primary investments are in awakened individuals with strong cultivation levels, as well as long-term investment targets. This is how profits can be maximized. Of course, powerful awakened ones will not be so easy to obtain the necessary investment items. Fortunately, Lu Qi has the black market behind him. Is there anything you can't get on the black market? With the backing of the black market, meeting the investment demands of those powerful individuals is not a problem for Lu Qi. However, there are still too few strong individuals in Fenglan. The strongest person below Master Wu should be Zhou Tuzhi. However, Zhou Tuzhi had already used up his investment opportunities. Otherwise, Zhou Tu's current strength would have reached the 7th rank. Perhaps the cultivation level returned will be even higher. You must understand that there is a world of difference between the 7th rank and the 6th rank. Those who reach the 7th rank are called high-level awakeners. This is because after reaching the 7th rank, the combat power of an awakened individual will be greatly enhanced. In other words, the beginner level is for getting started, while the intermediate level involves mastering the techniques and integrating elemental attack methods. High-level units are the main source of combat damage. At this moment, Lu Qi only felt regret. If we wait until Zhou Tuzhi reaches the 7th rank before investing, your rebate will definitely multiply several times over. But it's all a matter of timing and fate. What's past is past. Moreover, if it weren't for the year of cultivation that Zhou Tu returned to him, he wouldn't have been so powerful in front of the Wu family. If you have the chance, you should go out and see the world. Seeking investment opportunities from individuals who are at the pinnacle of their abilities. It might just be the key to my meteoric rise. Moreover, through their own investments, they can also build friendships with those people. It's a win-win situation. However, we should start with the strong people around us. We will gradually grow bigger and stronger. Little fatty, I really have to thank teacher Wang Hu this time. Do you know what your teacher has always wanted? I will personally visit you another day with a gift to express my gratitude. Lu Qi said to Wang Xiaopang with a smile. Wang Hyuk is also a 5th rank expert. His rebates should be pretty good too. While eating, Wang Xiaopang said, "What Uncle Tiger wants most?" I don't know, but Uncle Tiger's cultivation is currently stuck at the peak of the 5th rank, so what he wants most right now is probably to break through to the 6th rank. However, you don't need to go to such lengths. Whatever Uncle Hu does is for the sake of the Martial Academy. The Wu family has taken action against the Martial Academy, and as the director of the Martial Academy, Uncle Hu naturally cannot stand idly by. Upon hearing the first half of Wang Xiaopang's sentence, Lu Qi's eyes lit up, but he didn't hear the second half at all. To cultivate from the peak of the 5th rank to the 6th rank, what is most needed is naturally attribute pills. The intermediate level 3 ranks are all about cultivating elements. The improvement of cultivation level is also related to the elements. Only by continuously improving one's elemental cultivation can one become stronger. Therefore, Lu Qi immediately realized that what Wang Hu needed most right now was a wood element pill. With Lu Qi's resources in the martial pavilion, obtaining a large number of wood element pills would be too easy. Okay, I got it. Lu Qi said with a smile, patting Wang Xiaopang on the shoulder. After the three had eaten and drunk their fill, Lu Qi quickly left the martial arts academy. Head to Wuga to collect the necessary supplies. P.S. Please urge me to update more often, and please give me free gifts. Chapter 65 The Strange Master Wu. Lu Qi arrived at the black market quickly. As soon as he entered the black market, Homu was already waiting for him at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Qi, Homu gave a professional smile and said, "Young Master Lu Qi, it's a pleasure to see you again. How did you know I would come?" Lu Qi was taken aback. He had come on short notice without informing Homu, so how could this guy seem to have known he was coming all alone? You are now the young master of the martial pavilion, and your identity card has been given a special status. So when you used your identity card to enter the black market, I received the information immediately, Homu explained. In fact, Homu was just receiving another new client. However, upon learning that Lu Qi had entered the black market, he immediately abandoned the customer and went to greet Lu Qi. After all, Lu Qi is the biggest client, and every time he spends money, it's in astronomical amounts. And he is currently the young master of the martial pavilion. As his guide, I naturally cannot be negligent. If Lu Qi is snatched away by other guides, I will suffer a great loss. Lu Qi nodded upon hearing this. Perhaps this was the special treatment afforded to the young master of the martial pavilion. Homu was indeed a great help to me in this procurement. I want wood attribute pills, around grade 5 to 6, the more the better. Lu Qi said directly to Homu. Upon hearing this, Homu's eyes lit up. Sure enough, a big order had arrived. Lu Qi actually asked for 5th or 6th grade pills right away. It should be noted that a single 5th grade pill costs around 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, while a 6th grade pill is even more expensive. One of them is worth between 30,000 and 50,000 yuan. Moreover, the more the better. Although grade 5 or 6 pills are rare on the black market, one can still find a dozen or 20 if one is looking for them. Earning hundreds of thousands of spirit stones wouldn't be a problem for me. Homu immediately became excited upon thinking about this. She made the right choice to abandon her previous client and seek out Lu Qi. If Lu Qi were snatched away by another guide, I would be at a huge loss. Lu Qi truly lived up to his reputation as his cash cow. Every time they come, they bring a large order. I made a profit yesterday, although most of it was used to treat Sher Kwan's wife's illness. However, Homu still made some money. And today, the profit is hundreds of thousands. No problem. I'll arrange it right away. You can find a place to rest. I'll come find you after I've finished. Homu immediately agreed. Lu Qi nodded and said, "All right, then I'll wait for your good news at the martial pavilion." He had absolutely no interest in the rest of the black market. I'd like to see what the 3rd floor of the martial pavilion will look like after the Wu and Zhang families are gone. Moreover, he was appointed as the successor of the martial pavilion yesterday. He should return to the martial pavilion to see Master Wu. Homu left quickly to collect supplies. Lu Qi also arrived at the martial pavilion. The ghostly head still hangs high in front of the martial pavilion. No one dared to move. But now it's unlikely anyone will bother with it. Because the Wu family has already been wiped out. The forces behind the ghost have vanished from this world. Now no one will come to collect his body. The martial pavilion is as lively as ever today. The downfall of the Wu and Zhang families did not affect Wuga's business. Because these people were never on good terms with the privileged class. Even more people from Wu Pavilion came today because Wu Pavilion took action to wipe out the Zhang and Wu families. Most of them were just there to watch the spectacle. Unexpectedly, the two powerful families that were once arrogant and domineering in the martial pavilion were actually eliminated by the martial pavilion itself. When Lu Qi entered the martial pavilion, the entire place suddenly fell silent. News of last night's events spread quickly. Now everyone in the martial pavilion knows that Lu Qi is the young master of the martial pavilion. Therefore, they lost their previous savagery in front of Lu Qi. They were afraid of provoking Lu Qi. However, Lu Qi didn't care. He looked at the large screen in the martial pavilion. The fight was still going on the big screen. Some people kept placing bets. Lu Qi noticed from the screen that there were still people active on the third floor. The only difference is that instead of the Zhang and Wu families, other powerful and influential families have taken their place. These powerful and influential families should be the new training targets for the martial pavilion. The martial pavilion operates in the shadows, but it needs a representative in the open. This is the only way to ensure a continuous stream of customers for Wuga. These established families are the best choice. However, if a noble family harbors rebellious intentions or does something outrageous, the martial pavilion will still strike without mercy. Having learned their lesson last night, these powerful families have become much more discreet and restrained. They were no longer as arrogant and domineering as the Wu and Zhang families had been before. Place your bets in a proper and orderly manner. When Lu Qi looked away from the screen, Yu Man was already behind him. In fact, Wu Ge had already noticed Lu Qi when he entered the black market. However, Yu Man was dealing with other matters at the time, so she did not go to receive them. Yu Man bowed slightly and said to Lu Qi, "Young Master Lu Qi, you've arrived. The master is already waiting for you. Please come with me." Lu Qi nodded, and then followed Yu Man out of the martial pavilion hall. The two quickly arrived at the 5th floor of the martial pavilion. In Master Wu's office. I walked into the office. Master Wu continued to burn incense and listen to classical music. However, this time, upon seeing Lu Qi, he immediately turned off the music. Lu Qi walked in, bowed to Master Wu, and said, "Greetings, Master Wu." Now that he's a member of the martial pavilion, he naturally has to abide by its rules. The other members had to bow to Master Wu, so naturally I had to as well. Look at you, you're my chosen successor. You're different from everyone else. You don't need to bow to me. Because from the moment you received the black jade, you became me. Seeing this, Master Wu said in an annoyed tone. Lu Qi's acceptance of the black jade was tantamount to accepting the martial pavilion. Now, everyone in the martial pavilion treats Lu Qi as if they were seeing Master Wu. Lu Qi's status was comparable to that of Master Wu. He naturally didn't need to bow to Master Wu. I am deeply grateful to Master Wu for sending the experts from the martial pavilion to help me last night. I must bow to you both out of courtesy and courtesy. Lu Qi said earnestly. He felt that Master Wu was acting strangely today. That's a bit too enthusiastic. Master Wu smiled maliciously and said, "No need for so much formality, come and sit down." Lu Qi's eyes narrowed. He had a feeling that Master Wu was hiding something from him. However, he still sat down. The moment Lu Qi approached, Master Wu was taken aback. He could sense that Lu Qi was much stronger than when he left yesterday. Although he already knew that Lu Qi's strength had increased to the late stage of the 3rd rank. However, this momentum is no weaker than that of a 4th rank official. He might break through to the 4th rank at any time. Yesterday, Lu Qi was just a mid-stage 2nd rank awakener. In just one day, Lu Qi directly advanced from the 2nd rank to the 4th rank. This is unbelievable. Throughout the entire history of the human realm, no one has ever been able to improve their cultivation so quickly. Lu Qi, how did you rest? You didn't sleep a wink last night, and you're coming to the martial pavilion so early this morning. Aren't you too tired? How about I book you a presidential suite on the 4th floor so you can rest? After sensing Lu Qi's strength, Master Wu said in a sly manner. Lu Qi felt a chill run down his spine and said, "Master Wu, is something the matter?" See? I told you you're smart. There are indeed some things that need your help with. Master Wu paused here. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 66 The Martial Pavilion Chief Election, an opportunity to meet the strongest. Lu Qi's eyes immediately became wary. This Master Wu is indeed like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken he has no good intentions. So he needed something from me. No wonder he was so polite before. Please just say what you need to say. Since I am a member of the Martial Pavilion, I will naturally accept any missions assigned to me, but only within my capabilities. Master Wu, you wouldn't want to see your heir die young, would you? Lu Qi said earnestly. Wu Gu did me a huge favor this time. It's only right that he works for the Martial Pavilion, but judging from Master Wu's expression, this matter is probably not that simple. Otherwise, he should have just told me directly. It's not really a mission, but there are some private matters of the Martial Pavilion that need your attention. Master Wu said after thinking for a moment. Sending Lu Qi to participate in the election for the position of chief of the Martial Pavilion was not really a mission. That's why he wanted to ask Lu Qi for his opinion. If Lu Qi disagrees, Master Wu cannot force him to comply. Private matters? Lu Qi asked, puzzled. Yes, then I'll be frank. Since you are already the heir of the Martial Pavilion, you are qualified to participate in the election for the Human Realm Martial Pavilion Chief. And even if it's 6 months from now, I hope you can come with me to participate in this election. Master Wu smiled kindly and said. Lu Qi was completely baffled upon hearing this. He had no idea what the election for the chief of the Martial Pavilion was. Fortunately, Man was there to explain. Lu Qi soon learned that Master Wu wanted him to help Fenglan Martial Pavilion win the position of chief commander. Are you sure you're not joking? I'm only a 3rd-rank cultivator, and even in another 6 months I'll only be a 4th-rank cultivator. You want me to participate in the competition for those 8th and 9th rank monsters? Aren't you making me embarrass Fenglan? Lu Qi immediately refused. Moreover, the way she refused was exactly the same as what Man had said to Master Wu before. He is quite self-aware. To make an 18-year-old boy compete with a nearly 30-year-old powerhouse, he has almost no chance of winning. Master Wu seemed to have anticipated Lu Qi's response, and continued with a smile. I'm not asking you to take the position of commander-in-chief. This is just to let you see the world and how terrifying the powerful are. I'm giving you a big boost to motivate you to work harder. Not only will the experts from the Martial Pavilion come, but also the high-ranking experts from the Federation will be there to watch. Everyone gathered there will be the strongest in the human realm. This is a great opportunity for you to make friends with these important figures. Lu Qi was taken aback upon hearing this. Can you make connections with important people? Isn't it just what I need to do to invest in big shots? Isn't this an opportunity? Moreover, according to Man, most of the participants in the Martial Pavilion Chief selection were top-tier experts of the 8th or 9th rank. Even the strongest beings above the 9th rank in the battlefield of 10,000 races may appear. If I could successfully invest in a supreme expert above the 9th rank, that system's rebates might just be the key to my meteoric rise. This election is indeed a great opportunity for me. However, there is a prerequisite for participating in this election. You need to have enough investment tools. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qi said to Master Wu, I can participate in this election, but I have a condition. As long as you meet my requirements, I will participate. Seeing that Lu Qi had given in, Master Wu smiled and said, just tell me what you want, and I'll do whatever it takes to meet it. He is the master of the Martial Pavilion. Unless Lu Qi's request is extremely unreasonable, is there anything that the Martial Pavilion cannot obtain? He is very confident about this. I need all kinds of supplies, one of each, whether they are from the human realm or any of the myriad races, whether they are high grade or low grade, I want one of everything the Martial Pavilion can collect. Lu Qi also said with a smile. In the Martial Pavilion, all battles are fought with a death pact. Once you step onto the Martial Pavilion arena, it's a fight to the death. If Lu Qi goes, and if the opponent doesn't show mercy, he might very well die on the stage. Therefore, it is not unreasonable to make demands on Master Wu. Moreover, he collected these resources not for any other reason than to invest them when he met important figures. He didn't know what the important people wanted. It's impossible for them to ask proactively. Imagine a 9th rank expert being asked by a 4th rank youth, what is your dream? Would he think that? Is this kid here to cause trouble? This will only leave a bad impression on the strong. Therefore, Lucci wouldn't be foolish enough to wait until he arrived at the scene to make preparations. As long as enough supplies are collected in advance, quantitative change will lead to qualitative change. This will inevitably trigger some strong investors. You don't have a collecting obsession, do you? Master Wu was taken aback upon hearing this, as he hadn't expected such a request. Collect all kinds of resources in the world. In other words, Lucci wants everything, including pills, cultivation techniques, equipment, and all materials. And it's one of each item. It seems that Wu Go has never done anything like this before. What? You can't do it? Lucci raised an eyebrow and said. Master Wu suddenly felt a headache coming on. Wasn't Lucci clearly making things difficult for him? However, he couldn't refuse, because Wu Go was known for being able to get anything he wanted. Moreover, if you really put in the effort to collect them, the Martial Pavilion can still collect them. It just requires more time and money. But he had just boasted that he would satisfy Lucci as long as he could do it. He is indeed capable of doing this, so there is no reason for him to refuse. Seeing Master Wu's troubled expression, Man found it somewhat amusing. She had been with Master Wu for so long, and this was the first time she had ever seen him in such a predicament. The young man before them had easily stumped Master Wu with just one sentence. Okay. I promise you. But time is limited, so I can only search for you for 6 months. After 6 months, I will give you all the resources I have collected, and you must come with me to participate then. Master Wu said through gritted teeth. There are only about half a year left before the general election. It would be impossible for him to collect all kinds of resources in the world in 6 months. This is already the biggest concession he can make. Okay. I promise you. As long as you can collect these supplies for me, I can guarantee that I won't lose too badly in the election. Maybe I'll even get a good result. Lucci readily agreed. As long as there are enough resources available for investment. If you invest in those big shots before the election, you might be able to advance your own cultivation level. Even if one cannot reach the 9th rank. However, fighting against the strong from other provinces shouldn't be a problem. Fenglan's ranking in the Martial Pavilion has never been high over the years. If we can defeat the strongmen from other provinces and improve Fenglan's ranking, it will be a great honor for Master Wu. Upon hearing this, Master Wu's eyes lit up. His original intention was to let Lucci broaden his horizons. But if Lucci can really improve Fenglan's ranking, it couldn't be better. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 67 Procuring Supplies, An Unexpected Encounter with a Senior Student. You said it yourself, so you'd better train hard for the next 6 months. Master Wu said with a smile. Although he had no hope for Lucci. Because every candidate for the chief commander election is the most terrifying monster in each province. Even some weaker provinces cannot cultivate to the 8th or 9th rank before the age of 30. However, reaching the 7th rank in cultivation is still not a problem. Half a year later, Lucci would at most be a late-stage 4th rank cultivator, and would be no match for them at all. The two chatted for a few more minutes until Lucci received Homu's message and left Wugu. It must be said that Homu's efficiency is quite high. In less than an hour, he had already taken care of the matter. After Lucci walked out of the Martial Pavilion, Homu was already waiting at the entrance. Mr. Lucci, these are the wood attribute pills you need, a total of 19, including 12 grade 5 pills and 7 grade 6 pills. Please take a look. Homu took out 2 exquisite boxes, one containing a 5th grade pill and the other a 6th grade pill. Inside the box, the pills emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. After a brief inspection, Lucci nodded. There's nothing wrong with these pills. Good. How much are these pills in total? I'll pay in cash. Lucci said with satisfaction. The total is 435 million low-grade spirit stones. We'll round down the difference by 5,000, so you can pay 430,000, Homu said respectfully. Although I knew that Lucci used 50 million in cash flow to pay Wenku, I was still surprised to learn that Lucci wanted to pay in cash. Homu was still somewhat shocked. Who would carry so many spirit stones with them when they go out for no reason? But Lucci is just such an oddball. No problem, you can count them. If the number is correct, I'll take the pills. Soon, Lucci took out 430,000 spirit stones and said to Homu. He handed it to Homu. He took the bag of spirit stones, his face filled with disbelief. Lucci seemed completely unconcerned about such a large sum of spirit stones. But then I thought, Lu Qi is the young master of the martial pavilion, getting spirit stones would be easy for him. It can be said that Lu Qi could have used his status as the young master of the martial pavilion to make the martial pavilion pay for him. But he didn't do much. Because Lu Qi had private use for these elixirs. Moreover, he had only just become the heir to the martial pavilion, and if he were to be so extravagant and wasteful, his subordinates would have objections to him. Homu did a quick inventory. He didn't look too closely because he knew Lu Qi's strength. The spirit stones Lu Qi gives will only be more, not less. Given his status as the young master of the Chiwu Pavilion, it's unlikely he would skimp on spirit stones for him. He finished counting very quickly. The total is 437,000 spirit stones. It cost 2,000 more than the original price. Young Master Lu Qi, there are 7,000 spirit stones left over. Homu prepared to return the excess spiritual energy. But Lu Qi waved his hand and said, "Consider these spirit stones your tip, you don't need to return them to me. I've heard about what happened to Shi Quan's wife. You used most of your gambling winnings to treat her illness, you did a great job, these are what you deserve." Upon hearing this, Homu said with a touch of emotion in his eyes, "Then thank you very much, Mr. Lu Qi." In fact, Shi Quan had incurred a large debt to pay for his wife's medical treatment. When Homu went to visit Shi Quan's wife, the creditors were also present, demanding repayment of their debts. Homu helped them pay off their debts. Not only did he spend all the money he earned, but he also lost a lot of his own money. After all, this was something Lu Qi had entrusted to him, so Homu naturally took it seriously. We must complete it even if it means losing money. Homu was initially feeling sorry for Lu Qi, but to his surprise, just one day later, Lu Qi came to boost his performance again. Of the 430,000 spirit stones, the guide can take 20%. With the additional 7,000 spirit stones given by Lu Qi, he can receive more than 90,000 spirit stones this time. The money I spent yesterday, I've earned back today. And they earn even more. Homu's breathing became rapid with excitement. The two quickly completed the transaction. Homu also received a high commission. He had a smile on his face. This time it's not a professional fake smile. It was a genuine smile from the bottom of his heart. Which worker wouldn't be happy if they earned 90,000 yuan a day? Homu! Where did you go? I've been looking for you for ages. Aren't you my guide? Just then, a female voice came from behind Homu. A girl wearing shorts and with a ponytail walked straight toward Homu. Homu was taken aback when he saw this. This is the client he abandoned for Lu Qi. However, Lu Qi was somewhat surprised when he saw the girl. He felt that the girl looked somewhat familiar. But I just can't remember where I've seen it before. Miss Ma Qianro, something urgent just happened, so? Homu said, using the most implausible excuse. When men reject women, they usually say they are busy. Ma Qianro quickly sensed the deception. And then he saw Lu Qi standing to the side. She said calmly, "You abandoned me because of him, didn't you?" However, there was no hint of anger in her tone. Just then, Lu Qi suddenly spoke up, "Senior Ma, so you're here too." When Homu mentioned Ma Qianro's name, Lu Qi already remembered who the girl in front of him was. This is an elite student from the third year of Fenglan Martial Arts Academy. Ma Qianro possesses peak strength of the third rank and ranks among the top in her third year. Moreover, Ma Qianro was also present when the attack on the Wu family took place last night. During last year's Martial Arts Academy competition, she was still a key member of the second-year students. He achieved good results in the second-year arena of the martial arts competition. I knew he looked familiar. It's Junior Lu Qi. Ma Qianro recognized Lu Qi as well. She was only a little confused when she saw it from a distance, but now that she could see it clearly, she became excited instantly. Lu Qi is quite famous in the martial academy and even in the entire Fenglan. He is the young master of the martial pavilion in this era, and can be said to be the pinnacle of power in Fenglan. What a coincidence, Senior Ma, to meet you here. Is Homu your guide as well? Lu Qi said. Ma Qianro nodded in response, "Yes, my equipment was damaged yesterday. I'm here to buy some new equipment. The Martial Arts Academy's grand competition is about to begin, and I need to make some preparations in advance." She had a pretty good impression of Lu Qi. He ventured alone into the Wu family's construction site for his brother. He then caused a scene at the Wu family's house by himself. This kind of courage is something most people don't have. Now the entire Martial Arts Academy greatly admires Lu Qi. To be honest, you damaged your equipment because of me, so I should make it up to you. A hint of apology appeared in Lu Qi's eyes. Then, after a moment's thought, he said to Homu, "Today, all of Senior Ma's equipment will be on my tab, and I will also reimburse all the other students in the Martial Arts Academy who need to purchase equipment in the future." Homu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This is another big order. Although Martial Arts Academy students only need to purchase equipment of grade 2 to 3. The price is actually not high. However, if the entire Martial Arts Academy came to him to buy, this number is enormous. The commissions are also huge. This would allow him to make a fortune. Homu was naturally delighted. Upon hearing this, Ma Qianro initially intended to decline, but after some thought, she ultimately decided not to refuse. Because she was just a child from an ordinary family. There are no abundant spirit stones. Once you reach the 3rd rank, the energy expenditure for cultivation becomes enormous, so every little bit saved counts. So I agreed. Furthermore, Lu Qi agreed that any student from the Martial Arts Academy could come and buy it. This made her admire Lu Qi even more. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 68. The Federation's overtures were quite generous. Lu Qi bid farewell to Ma Qianro and left the black market with what attribute pills. This time, no one was following him. Because no one dared to follow this crown prince of the martial pavilion. Moreover, given Lu Qi's current strength. Unless it's a 6th grade expert making a move. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to hurt him at all. After returning to the Martial Arts Academy, there were no classes today. Therefore, many students in the Martial Arts Academy have a lot of free time. Most of the trainees are still resting in their dormitories because of what happened last night. Lu Qi went straight to Wang Hu's office. Although he doesn't have to attend classes, Wang Hu still needs to go to work. He needed to write a report on what happened at the construction site last night and submit it to Zhou Tuji. These are the unfortunate working people. Fortunately, Wang Hu was a 5th rank expert. He can go for a long time without sleeping and nothing will happen to him. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door of Wang Hu's office. Enter. Lu Qi gently pushed the door open and walked in. At that moment, Wang Hu was frowning as he looked at his computer desktop. Byte. Investment opportunities detected. Investment target, Wang Hu. Investment item, 3 grade 6 wood attribute pills. Investment returns, 6 months of review. The moment Lu Qi saw Wang Hu, the system message appeared in Lu Qi's mind once again. A smile appeared on Lu Qi's lips. Just as expected. Lu Qi's guess was indeed correct. Wang Hu is stuck at the bottleneck of the 5th rank. We need a 6th grade wood attribute elixir. However, Lu Qi was somewhat curious as to why 6th grade wood attribute pills were actually not expensive for the Wang family. If Wang Hu is really eager to break through, he can simply send someone into the black market to buy it. However, Lu Qi didn't think much of it. As long as I can get the rebate, that's fine. Wang Hu, who was originally overwhelmed with the report, immediately stood up and changed his expression to a smile when he saw Lu Qi. Young Master Lu Qi, is there something you need from me? Lu Qi is the young master of the Martial Pavilion, and his older brother is an internal staff member of the Martial Pavilion. Therefore, Wang Hu also referred to Lu Qi as the young master. Teacher Wang Hu, what are you doing? You are my teacher, there's no need for this. If others see this, they'll gossip. Lu Qi immediately said to Wang Hu upon seeing this. Although the identity of the young master of the Martial Pavilion brought him many conveniences, but it made him feel very alienated. The original friendship has soured. He felt that there was a distance between him and his former teachers, students, and friends. Okay, why aren't you resting in your dorm? What are you doing here? Wang Hu asked after thinking for a moment, then sat down. I brought this gift specifically to thank you for what happened last night, Lu Qi said, taking out 3 wood attribute pills. Wang Hu sensed the power of the wood element and his expression changed slightly. You're too kind. Protecting the students is my duty. There's no need for this. Besides, I'll be sending someone to purchase wood attribute pills soon. You should take these back. Because there were too many things to do these past 2 days, Wang Hu didn't have time to focus on his breakthrough. Although he knew that these pills were nothing to Lu Qi at the moment. However, as a teacher, it is never right for him to accept gifts from his students. If word gets out, people will gossip. Lu Qi saw the concern in Wang Hu's eyes and said with a smile, you don't need to worry about that. I've already made arrangements for the students. All the students who participated in the raid last night can get their equipment reimbursed on the black market. They won't say anything. He knew Wang Hu was afraid of being gossiped about. But if the whole school benefits, any rumors will be easily dispelled. When he learned that the Wang family was also searching for wood attribute pills, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He now possesses all the wood attribute pills in the entire black market. The people sent by the Wang family are likely to return empty-handed. Therefore, Wang Hu will definitely accept his pills. Well, alright then, I'll accept it for now. After thinking for a moment, Wang Hu took the pill from Lu Qi's hand. He knew he had to be very careful when accepting gifts from his superiors. Because this is equivalent to owing the leader a favor. The leader may ask him for a favor at any time. At this moment, Lu Qi was his leader. Wang Hucai was so cautious. Because at this dangerous time, a favor could cost a life. Her own brother is still fighting on the battlefield of all races because of a favor. Bite. Investment successful. 6 months' worth of cultivation points have been stored in the system space. After receiving the system's response, Lu Qi's smile deepened. With 6 months of cultivation, he should be able to reach the 4th rank. In Wang Hu's eyes, Lu Qi's smile became increasingly enigmatic. I felt that Lu Qi must have ill intentions. Teacher Wang Hu, since you've accepted the gift, I'll be taking my leave now. Congratulations in advance on breaking through to the 6th rank. Lu Qi bowed respectfully and then prepared to leave the office. He is now eager to extract his cultivation level from the system. Raise your strength to the 4th rank. Wait, I need to talk to you about something. Just then, Wang Hu called out to Lu Qi. Lu Qi was taken aback, stopped and turned to look at Wang Hu, asking, "Teacher, is there anything else?" "It's nothing major, just that the academy has some arrangements for you." Wang Hu paused, then continued, "As you know, in 6 months, there will be the All-Human Realm Martial Arts Competition, and Principal Zhou's idea is for you to participate with the senior students." "You want me to participate in the Martial Arts Academy Grand Competition?" Lu Qi was taken aback, then hesitated, "But I've only just enrolled." "Aren't the grand competitions for upperclassmen?" Participating in the Martial Arts Academy's competition is nothing special. Moreover, given his abilities, it's quite normal for him to be sent to participate in the competition. However, Lu Qi had already promised Master Wu that he would participate in the election for the position of Chief Commander. If the martial arts competition is added on top of that, wouldn't that exhaust me to death? I also confirmed this with Principal Zhou. He said it was the higher-ups' decision because your current combat strength has surpassed that of ordinary senior students. If you are not allowed to participate in the competition now, how will the other martial arts academies compete when your cultivation becomes even stronger in the future? But don't worry, the Federation has developed a special award for you, the Participation Award. As long as you participate, no matter what ranking you get, you will receive a reward from the Federation, and the reward is very generous. Of course, the higher your ranking, the better the reward. This is the first time in many years that the Federation has set such a precedent for a student. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Wang Hu spoke earnestly to Lu Qi. Lu Qi is now capable of fighting against a 5th rank expert. In a typical martial arts academy, even after graduation, students might not reach the 5th rank. Given Lu Qi's rate of progress, it won't be long before his combat strength surpasses that of a 5th rank official. If we wait until Lu Qi is older, how will the other academies continue to compete? Perhaps only a few top martial arts academies can rival Lu Qi. Therefore, the federal government requested that Lu Qi be sent to participate in this competition. Furthermore, the Federation pioneered the concept of a participation award for Lu Qi. It should be noted that Wang did not receive this award in previous year's martial arts academy competitions. Only the top 3 are eligible for federal rewards. This is also a tactic used by the Federation to win over Lu Qi. Although there was no overt attempt to win him over, Lu Qi was given ample face. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. I'll be back to updating frequently soon. Please show your support. Chapter 69 The True Dragon Treasure Technique Exposed? Lu Qi fell into deep thought. Isn't the federal government's action tantamount to moral blackmail? The federal government has already changed the rules for Lu Qi. If Lu Qi still doesn't agree, then he'll be being incredibly unreasonable. But thinking about it carefully, it's surprising that the Federation could change the rules that had never changed before. This is enough to demonstrate how much the Federation values Lu Qi. This was exactly what Lu Qi wanted to hear. Moreover, you can get a participation prize just by participating. Isn't this just giving it away for free? Why wouldn't I go? However, I should still focus on the Wuga election. The Wuga election will gather many important figures, both from the Federation and the black market. There may even be powerful individuals above the 9th rank. The Martial Arts Academy competition is, at most, just a gathering of the principals. Moreover, he couldn't get in touch with those powerful principals through the Martial Arts Academy competition. So just consider participating in the competition as getting a free participation prize. Don't take it too seriously. After pondering for a moment, Lu Qi said to Wang Hu, since the Federation is willing to make changes for me, I have no reason to refuse. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu's eyes lit up. The Federation's methods were indeed brilliant. They quickly got Lu Qi under their control. In that case, I'll go report to Principal Zhou in a bit. Wang Hu paused here, then continued. Before participating in the Martial Academy Grand Competition, all participating students need to enter the battlefield of 10,000 races for trials. You have no objection to this, right? Don't worry, you're a pre-selected participant. You just need to go through the motions in the battlefield of 10,000 races. To ensure that students can perform at their best, they will undergo a trial in the battlefield of 10,000 races before the Martial Academy Grand Competition. This can ignite the trainees' passion for combat. Almost no martial arts academy would do this. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi shook his head and said, I have no objection. Just follow the procedures. Generally, students with a strength of rank 3 can enter the battlefield of 10,000 races for trials. Some of the bolder students accept admissions in the battlefield of 10,000 races when they reach the 2nd rank. Lu Qi's current cultivation level is at the peak of the 3rd rank. After absorbing the half-year cultivation given by the system, he can reach the 4th rank. They should enter the battlefield of all races. Facing the real battlefield early on can greatly benefit one's future mental development. Wang Hu nodded, and then saw Lu Qi off. In Zhou Tuji's office. Wang Hu pushed open the door and entered. At this moment, Zhou Tuji is reviewing documents. Zhou Shuer was by his side. Whenever he had time, Zhou Tu would call Zhou Shuer to accompany him. This was also to allow Zhou Shuer to familiarize herself with the work of the Martial Arts Academy's principal in advance. He plans to hand over the management of Fenglan Martial Arts Academy to Zhou Shuer after he retires. Principal, the report is finished. I've also informed Lu Qi he's agreed to participate in the Martial Arts Academy competition and will proceed according to the procedures. Wang Hu handed over a report and said. When Lu Qi was mentioned, Zhou Shuer's eyes lit up, then she lowered her head and remained silent. Alright, I was originally thinking of going to see him myself, but now that you've taken care of it, I'm relieved, Zhou Tuji nodded and said. His originally serious expression relaxed considerably. However, I still have a question. There are actually quite a few students like Lu Qi who have reached the 3rd rank in their first year across the entire Federation. Even if he has the ability to fight against opponents of higher ranks, that is only due to the effect of equipment assistance. Why would the Federation go to such lengths to win him over? Even at the cost of changing the unchanging rules? Wang Hu asked, somewhat puzzled. Although he was also quite surprised by Lu Qi's strength. However, powerful individuals like Lu Qi are not uncommon in the human realm. In this vast human realm, with a population of nearly 10 billion, there are plenty of 18-year-old rank 3 experts. In his view, the Federation did not need to go to such lengths for Lu Qi. Wang Hu, it's true that an 18-year-old 3rd-rank cultivator doesn't warrant such a large-scale mobilization from the Federation, but what if it were an 18-year-old expert who had mastered the true dragon treasure technique? Zhou Tuji clasped his hands together and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, a look of shock flashed in Wang Hu's eyes. Complete the true dragon treasure technique at 18? How is that possible? He then recalled that Wu Shi had indeed mentioned the term true dragon treasure technique during the battle last night. But Wang Hu didn't take it seriously. They thought Wu Shi had misread it. To master the true dragon treasure technique, one must continuously consume dragon blood pills of the same attribute to nurture the dragon blood within the body before having a chance to succeed. The malevolent energy of dragon blood within the dragon blood pill is something that a 3rd-grade awakened individual absolutely cannot withstand. For a human realm expert to cultivate the true dragon treasure technique, they need to reach the 7th rank before they can gradually consume dragon blood pills. Only those with a cultivation level of 7 rank can withstand the malevolent energy of dragon blood. Moreover, some powerful individuals start consuming dragon blood pills from the 7th rank, yet they still cannot comprehend the true dragon treasure technique even up to the 9th rank. This demonstrates the difficulty involved. If someone below the 7th rank forcibly consumes it, they will either explode and die, or lose all their cultivation. It's like sending someone to their death. In large families, if they want their descendants to master the true dragon treasure technique, they would. They would use dragon blood pills to make a tea, and take it in conjunction with marrow cleansing pills. This can increase the human body's affinity for dragon's blood. This prepares the patient for taking dragon blood pills later. Even so, the water soaked in the dragon blood pill was still filled with enormous energy. One wrong move and all your efforts will be in vain. Therefore, it's normal for Wang Hu not to believe that Lu Qi had mastered the true dragon treasure technique at the age of 18. After all, there are very few people in the entire human realm who have comprehended the true dragon treasure technique. What if I told you that all of this is true? Zhou Tuji said with a smile, Lu Qi has indeed mastered the true dragon treasure technique. Moreover, Zhou Tuji suddenly stopped halfway through his speech. He didn't continue speaking. He originally wanted to say that Lu Qi actually possessed more than one element. Instead, they are fire and wood. Because of Lu Qi's final battle with Wu Hai last night, Zhou Tuji truly felt that Lu Qi not only possessed the power of fire element, but also the power of wood element on his fist. This is one of the reasons why Lu Qi was able to cause such great harm to Wu Hai. Although Lu Qi deliberately concealed his wood attribute aura. However, it still couldn't escape the perception of the powerful figures present. Dual element true dragon treasure technique. Even among the great masters who comprehend the true dragon treasure technique in the human realm, how many possess dual elements? The dual element true dragon treasure technique means that one must continuously consume the dual element dragon blood pill. Dual element dragon blood pills are more than 100 times rarer than single element ones. After reaching the human realm, only a handful of powerful individuals have mastered the true dragon treasure technique of both elements. That's why the Federation spared no expense in trying to win over Lu Qi. I understand, but now that Lu Qi has mastered the true dragon treasure technique, wouldn't it be inappropriate for him to enter the battlefield of 10,000 races this time? After all, what if the dragon clan finds out? Wang Hu said with some concern. The dragon race has always been wary of the human race because the human race has the ability to imitate the skills of other races. As long as the human race is given enough resources and time, humans can dissect the secret techniques of all races. Apart from their own clan's secret techniques, all races cannot learn the abilities of other races. This is also why all races target the human race. Because the human race's learning ability is terrifying. However, if the dragon race were to learn that the human race had a genius who comprehended the true dragon treasure technique at the age of 18, we will definitely target them with a specific strategy. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 70 The Emperor Replacement Plan. You don't need to worry about that. The Federation will send a top expert to accompany Lu Qi during this wind and storm trial to protect his safety. The Federation also wants to see how well Lu Qi performs in actual combat on the battlefield. Furthermore, the Martial Pavilion should also provide protection. Don't forget, the battlefield of 10,000 races is the Martial Pavilion's home ground. Zhou Tu said calmly. He was not worried about Lu Qi's safety. Lu Qi is now a rising star in both the black market and the Federation. Someone will naturally protect him. All right, Wang Hu said calmly. He then withdrew. These are all decisions made by high-level officials. It's not something a nobody like him can control. After Wang Hu left, Zhou Shuai said to Zhou Tuji with a serious expression, Father, do we really want to let Lu Qi enter the battlefield of 10,000 races? He possesses the true dragon treasure technique of 2 elements. If he is discovered. Because they were family, Zhou Tuji did not hide the fact that Lu Qi had 2 elements from Zhou Shuai. This made Zhou Shuai even more worried. If the Dragon Clan were to find out that Lu Qi had mastered 2 elemental true dragon treasure techniques at such a young age, they would certainly not let him off the hook. I don't want him to enter the battlefield of all races ahead of time, but that's what the Federation's higher-ups want, and there is nothing I can do about it. The higher-ups want to see how Lu Qi performs on the battlefield. If Lu Qi can satisfy them, he might be included in the list of potential successors to the human emperor. As Zhou Tuji spoke, his expression grew increasingly serious. The successor to the human emperor. Upon hearing this term, Zhou Shuai was instantly speechless. His pupils contracted, and his expression was beyond shock. This is a secret plan by the federal government. Because no human emperor has been born in the human realm for too long. Meanwhile, all the races are closing in step by step. Therefore, the human race must find a powerful figure who can replace the human emperor and intimidate all other races. That's why the plan to replace the human emperor came about. Once someone becomes the successor to the human emperor, they will receive preferential treatment in terms of human resources. Even the strongest human beings protected him. Correspondingly, the responsibility will also be greater. These people will serve as death servants during humanity's most dangerous moments. To sacrifice for humanity. It can be said that the successor to the human emperor has the majority of the resources allocated to the human realm. But his final outcome will certainly be death. From the moment they were chosen to replace the emperor, they were destined to never live a peaceful life like ordinary people. Father, what do you mean? After a long silence, Zhou Shuer mumbled weakly. She knew that once Lu Qi was chosen by the Federation, his future was destined to end on the battlefield. Shuer, you don't need to worry so much. He may not be favored by the Federation, and even if he is, Lu Qi has the Martial Pavilion as his backer. As long as Wu Gu shakes his head, even if the Federation takes a liking to Lu Qi, it cannot force Lu Qi to be included in the list of replacements. Zhou Tuji noticed the worry in Zhou Shuer's eyes and patted her on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuer simply nodded silently. She knew that the Federation could not possibly look down on a genius who had mastered 2 elemental dragon techniques at the age of 18. The Federation's visit this time was really just a formality. Let's also test the black market's reaction. If the black market doesn't respond, the federal government might openly try to poach people from it. After a moment of silence, Zhou Shuer said, Father, I also want to participate in this martial arts academy competition. Her eyes were very firm as she spoke. However, Zhou Tu fell silent after hearing this. Registration for this martial arts academy competition actually started quite some time ago. Apart from a few senior students with higher cultivation levels who were forced to participate, the remaining trainees all signed up voluntarily. Zhou Tuji deliberately didn't let his daughter register because of the 5 attributes that Zhou Shuer had comprehended. He feared that if the Federation discovered his daughter's secret, she would also be selected for the plan to replace the human emperor. It should be noted that the current Dragon King of the True Dragon Clan has also comprehended the 5 elements. Zhou Shuer was able to comprehend 5 attributes, making her a figure comparable to the Dragon King. Once the Federation finds out, Zhou Shuer will definitely be included in the list of replacements. However, Zhou Tuji did not want his daughter to go to her death on the battlefield. He only wanted his daughter to live a peaceful life, and to take over Fenglan Martial Arts Academy after he retired. Therefore, when the Martial Arts Academy competition registration began, Zhou Tuji did not allow Zhou Shuer to register. They were afraid that her strength would be exposed to the Federation. However, Zhou Shuer's initiative to sign up has put Zhou Tuji in a very difficult position. If I don't report Zhou Shuer's name, Shuer will definitely blame her father. However, if Zhou Shuer reports it herself, she risks being exposed. Zhou Shuer was just a girl, and he didn't want his daughter to bear too much responsibility. Shuer, you should think about this again. You're only in 2nd grade now. It's not too late to participate when you're in 3rd grade. As long as you cultivate diligently and build a solid foundation this year, I guarantee I'll help you register after a year. After thinking it over, Zhou Tuji finally resorted to delaying tactics. I promised Zhou Shuer that he could participate a year later. No one can say for sure what will happen a year from now. Zhou Shuer might have a different mindset then. Moreover, if Lu Qi is indeed chosen by the Federation, so after this competition, they may never see each other again. A year is enough time for Zhou Shuer to forget Lu Qi. Father, your delaying tactic is a bit too old-fashioned. We're both at the peak of the 3rd rank, if Lu Qi can go, why can't I? I've made up my mind, I'm definitely going to participate in this year's Martial Arts Academy competition. You should know my personality. Zhou Shuer sneered. Her tone was very firm. Zhou Tuji also looked bitter at this moment. He knew that Zhou Shuer had already made her point to this extent. If he continues to obstruct her, the relationship between father and daughter may break down. Zhou Tuji had not expected that Zhou Shuer would be so determined because of Lu Qi. In the end, he could only sigh and agree. After leaving Wang Hu's office, Lu Qi did not return to his dormitory. Instead, they went to the Martial Arts Academy's training room. Most of the students train here. However, due to the major battle last night, the Martial Arts Academy gave its students a day off. Therefore, the training room is very quiet now. Most of the trainees are still resting. This is also a rare opportunity for the trainees to rest. Lu Qi was preparing to extract all the cultivation points given to him by the system right here. Break through to the 4th rank. He found a quiet meditation room and sat down cross-legged. He was preparing to extract 6 months' worth of cultivation from the system. Just then, a message came through his communicator. It was Wang Hu who pulled him into the registration group for the Martial Arts Academy competition. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 71 Extracting Cultivation Power. Opening the domain. Besides Wang Hu and Zhou Tuji, there are 9 people in the group, including Lu Qi. Among the 9 people, Lu Qi saw a familiar ID, Ma Qianrou. As expected, she, one of the best students in the 3rd year, also participated in this martial arts academy competition. The other students in the group were all well-known senior students in the academy. Their cultivation levels are all above the 3rd rank. Not long after Lu Qi joined the group, Zhou Tuji added Zhou Shuer to the group. The number of participants in the group has reached 10. However, the group remained quiet. No one spoke. Lu Qi assumed they were all resting. They didn't pay much attention to it. Wang Hu, at all members, this is all the students who have signed up for the competition. You have a week to rest in the academy. After a week, you will enter the battlefield of 10,000 races for trials. This trial will last for 1 month. Please make full preparations. Lu Qi stared silently at the messages in the group chat. I didn't expect so few students to participate in the Martial Arts Academy's competition. Fenglan Martial Academy actually has no shortage of experts at the 3rd or 4th rank. Last night alone, during the attack on the Wu family, there were dozens of 3rd and 4th grade experts who made a move. However, none of them were willing to participate in the Martial Arts Academy's competition. Before participating in the grand competition, one must undergo trials in the battlefield of myriad races. The battlefield of myriad races is extremely dangerous. In previous years, some trainees have entered it for trials, but none of them have ever returned. Out of fear of the battlefield of all races, many trainees were unwilling to participate in the grand competition. After all, they are just ordinary people who have worked hard to cultivate to this level. They can live a peaceful and stable life. I wouldn't be foolish enough to go and die. Moreover, even if they participated in the competition, they could not compete with the elites from those big cities. If you don't get a ranking, you won't receive a reward. Not only will you make a wasted trip, but you might also come back covered in injuries. Most people are unwilling to do something that is thankless and exhausting. They just want to give up. Of course, there are a few exceptional individuals who will be required to participate. If other students do not wish to participate, the Martial Academy will not force them. After all, everyone has a family behind them, and the Martial Arts Academy expressed its understanding. Ma Qianrou, received. After the message was sent, Ma Qianrou was the first to jump out and reply. Seeing this, Lu Qi also recovered. Subsequently, many students also responded. But they ignored it. The communicator was turned off. The main task now is to absorb the cultivation points accumulated in the system. Previously, I was afraid that my progress would be too fast and attract attention. Therefore, there is still a lot of cultivation level that Lu Qi has not extracted from the system. But now he doesn't have to be afraid anymore. At worst, we can just blame it all on Dragon Blood Pill. No one would question that Dragon Blood Pills can rapidly improve one's cultivation level. And so what if we have doubts? Too many bizarre things have happened to Lu Qi. He fought against a 5th rank opponent at the age of 3, and at 18, he mastered the True Dragon Treasure technique, which also involved 2 elements. After these 2 things happened. Now, nothing that happens to Lu Qi seems so outrageous anymore. Is there anything more outrageous than mastering 2 elemental True Dragon Treasure techniques at the age of 18? Lu Qi boldly opened the system space to check the accumulated data. My cultivation has accumulated over a total of 2.5 years and 10 days. If he were to absorb all the cultivation he had accumulated over the past 2 years, Lu Qi's strength is at least enough to break through to the mid to late stage of the 4th rank. It's not impossible for them to even break through to the 5th rank. Lu Qi mentally called out, "System, extract my cultivation points." The next moment, a tremendous power flowed into Lu Qi's body. Peak of rank 3. Early stage of rank 4. Mid stage rank 4. Late stage 4th rank. Lu Qi's cultivation level grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. He quickly reached the late stage of the 4th rank. Reaching the 4th rank means that Lu Qi will now be a mid-level awakener. But the immense power showed no sign of stopping. Lucci looked at the system's prompt. It has only taken 2 years of cultivation so far. He was confident that he could use the last 6 months of his cultivation to break through to the 5th rank. Lucci then adjusted his body. Get yourself into your best state. Get ready to make a final push for the 5th rank. I felt a powerful force surging in from all directions. Lucci also began his attempt to break through to the 5th rank. Peak of rank 4. Early stage of rank 5. Lucci used up the last bit of cultivation power in the system. I have finally succeeded in breaking through to the 5th rank. His body was already soaked with sweat. However, he possessed an indescribable sense of clarity. Everything around me seemed to be within my sight. Lucci felt that he had become more sensitive to the elements around him. This is the effect after entering the intermediate level. Intermediate level awakened ones have an even higher sensitivity to attributes. This also allows them to freely control their attributes in combat. However, Lucci felt that his state was even more profound than controlling the elements. He seemed to have control over everything around him. Lucci raised his hand, and the futon in front of him instantly crumbled and was broken down into molecules. As soon as he placed his hand down, the futon that had dissipated gathered together once more. It appeared before me perfectly intact. Lucci enjoyed the feeling of being in control of everything. This feeling of being above all things still amazed him. Is this what a domain is? Lucci asked in surprise. Domains are special abilities possessed only by the strongest. It is said that only those whose cultivation surpasses the 9th rank and reaches the legendary realm will have the opportunity to comprehend domain abilities. When one's strength reaches a terrifying level, the aura released will transform a certain area around them into their own domain. And the one who releases the domain is the master of that domain. The ability that Lucci is displaying at this moment is extremely similar to a domain ability. Although the range is only 2 meters, within those 2 meters, I am invincible. Within a 2-meter radius of yourself, you are a god. Unless an even more powerful domain-level expert intervenes. Otherwise, no one can break it. Although Lucci didn't know why he had comprehended a domain at the 5th rank. But having a way to save your life is always a good thing. Moreover, as strength grows, so does the territory. Opening up the field ahead of schedule is also a good thing. Although I have a domain, it's best not to reveal it unless absolutely necessary. After all, I'm only a 5th rank cultivator. If I'm targeted by those powerful figures from all the races, it will be troublesome. Lucci thought to himself, and then he concealed his domain. He was very clear about the laws of this world. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Every human powerhouse who possesses a domain is a huge threat to other races. If all races were to find out that he had awakened his domain at the 5th rank, they will definitely spare no effort to target themselves. Therefore, while possessing great power, one must also have the ability to protect that power. After becoming familiar with his own power, Lucci prepared to get up and leave. Master, wait. Just then, the voice of the Eternal Night Dragon echoed in Lucci's mind. Lucci was startled and stopped what he was doing, asking, Eternal Night Dragon, what happened? Since the Eternal Night Dragon submitted, it has been lying dormant in its own spiritual world. Rarely active. I know that Master is about to enter the battlefield of all races, so I can pass on to Master a dragon slaying technique. It can enable the Master to have the means to kill dragons when encountering them on the battlefield. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Why aren't many people watching this? Chapter 72 Terrifying Dragon Slaying Techniques. Dragon Slaying Technique? Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared in Lucci's eyes. A dragon actually wants to teach me how to slay dragons? The Eternal Night Dragon said with great disgust, yes, since you are going to enter the battlefield of all races, you will inevitably come into contact with the dragon race. If a conflict arises, you can use the dragon slaying technique that I taught you to fight against them. Upon hearing this, Lucci's eye twitched. How much hatred must one have for the dragon race to target them so relentlessly? In any case, the Eternal Night Dragon is also a dragon, and a true dragon of the true dragon race. However, this is also good. Having a method to target the dragon race will give me more confidence in the battlefield of all races. The dragon race is the dominant race in the battlefield of all races. Weaker races usually avoid dragons. Although humans have the strength to fight against dragons, they will not provoke them unless there is a major conflict. After all, the human race is currently weak, and the human emperor has yet to emerge, causing the human race to lose its confidence in the battlefield of all races. Alright. I want to see just how terrifying a technique capable of slaughtering powerful dragons is. Lu Qi nodded and said. He then remained seated cross-legged on the futon and entered the realm of the mind. Only in the spiritual world can one see the eternal night dragon. Only here could the eternal night dragon pass on its dragon-slaying techniques to Lu Qi. At this moment, in Lu Qi's mental world, the eternal night dragon hovered, waiting for Lu Qi to appear. Owner. Upon seeing Lu Qi appear in the spiritual world, Yang Yilong immediately lowered his head and spoke respectfully. Lu Qi nodded and said, "Enough with the nonsense. I only have a week to cultivate, so please teach me as soon as possible." He knew that the techniques capable of slaughtering dragons must not be easy to learn. A week might only be enough for him to learn the basics. Therefore, time is extremely tight. A week is indeed not much time, but it's enough for you to deal with some junior dragons. Eternal Night Dragon said, raising his head slightly. Then a black glare emanated from his dragon horns. The light shone on Lu Qi. The transmission of power begins. Lu Qi's memory suddenly contained many new things. Aside from the methods of dragon slaying, there are also many memories from the Eternal Night Dragon. In my memory, there is the process of how the Eternal Night Dragon used its dragon-slaying techniques to slaughter the dragon race. As Lu Qi looked at these memories, it was as if he were actually there. Before him stood a 9th-rank true dragon powerhouse. With just a single breath, he annihilated the 9th-rank true dragon before him. It looks effortless. It's like crushing an ant. Lu Qi was astonished when he saw the scene. He hadn't expected the Eternal Night Dragon to be so terrifying. Is this the power of the ruler of all races in the ancient times? If I could grasp the essence of it, wouldn't the dragons be nothing more than ants that I could easily crush in front of them? Furthermore, having mastered 9 elements, he could easily crush even the current true dragon lord. Just as Lu Qi was getting excited, his consciousness suddenly returned to the spiritual world. The Eternal Night Dragon said with a hint of smugness, "Master, you've seen it all, haven't you?" He injected his memories into Lu Qi's mind, actually just to show off how powerful he used to be. I was once known as a calamity for the dragon race. This technique is truly amazing. It can easily annihilate even a 9th-rank enemy. Excellent. Lu Qi said with great satisfaction. He was now eager to learn the dragon-slaying technique. What is the 9th rank? To tell you the truth, the 9th rank is just the beginning for the battlefield of 10,000 races. Once you truly understand the battlefield of 10,000 races, you'll realize that in that place, extraordinary beings are everywhere, and 9th rank beings are as worthless as dogs. Seeing Lu Qi's praise, Yang Yilong smiled and said, "Are extraordinary beings everywhere, while those of the 9th rank are no better than dogs?" Lu Qi was taken aback upon hearing this. Of all the knowledge I have access to, those at the 9th rank are already the most powerful beings. He knew there were realms above the 9th rank, but it was said that he had always been stationed in the battlefield of myriad races, protecting the human realm. Therefore, they rarely appear in human realms. But now, after hearing what Yang Yilong said, it seems that there are quite a few beings above the 9th rank in the battlefield of 10,000 races. Seeing Lu Qi deep in thought, Yang Yilong laughed and said, "It seems I've said too much. You don't need these things now. You'll see them naturally when your strength reaches this level. Your main task now is to master this dragon-slaying technique to the basics. I guarantee that even if it's only at the basic level, you'll still have no problem slaughtering high-ranking dragons in the battlefield of all races. However, my dragon-slaying technique is not so easy to comprehend. Back then, even the most outstanding talents among the myriad races spent a whole year just to grasp the basics. You have a good amount of time. Even if you only grasp the surface, it will be more than enough to suppress and kill the younger generation of the dragon race." Lu Qi nodded after hearing this. He then began to cultivate the dragon-slaying technique in the spiritual world. Dragon-slaying skills are transmitted through mental states, so they can be cultivated in the mental world as well. He kept reciting the method that the Eternal Night Dragon had taught him. Meanwhile, images of the Eternal Night Dragon slaughtering the dragon race kept playing in his mind. He then fell into deep meditation. A domineering aura emanated from his body. This filled the entire training room with a terrifying and malevolent aura. Inside the principal's office at Fenglan Martial Arts Academy. "Principal Zhou, it's been a long time. The Federation has sent me to lead the team for this student trial." A man with a long braid smiled faintly at Zhou Tuji and said, He then extended his hand in greeting. Seeing this, Jotuji, who was sitting in the main seat, also stood up and reached out to shake hands with him, saying, "Teacher Bai, it has indeed been several years since we last met. You are still as young as before." He was extremely respectful to the person in front of him, and dared not show the slightest bit of the principal's prestige. Because this person was his former teacher, and also one of the 9th rank experts in the Federation. Bai Kaiyuan. Ha, are you kidding me again? I'm already an old man, how could I get any older? Bai Kaiyuan said irritably. Jotuji chimed in, I'm not joking. After reaching the 9th rank, my lifespan increased. You look even younger than me now. He's absolutely right. Bai Kaiyuan does indeed look younger than Jotuji now. The more powerful a cultivator is, the longer their lifespan. Each time they improve their cultivation level, they revert to youth. Therefore, many powerful awakened ones look very young, but they may actually be over 100 years old. Bai Kaiyuan smiled and shook his head, then said, enough with the flattery. You should know why the Federation sent me here this time. Take me to meet the Crown Prince of Fonlan. The Federation specially arranged for Bai Kaiyuan to arrive in Fonlan ahead of schedule. This was to allow him to make contact with and test Lu Qi. Lu Qi, please wait a moment, let me see where he is. After Zhou finished speaking, he was about to use his spiritual sense to examine the students. The reason he could control the entire academy was because the entire academy was under the influence of his spiritual consciousness. Nothing within the academy escapes his spiritual detection. Just as Jotuji was about to release his spiritual sense, a very domineering aura came from the direction of the cultivation room. After sensing this aura, Bai Kaiyuan's eyes lit up and he said, Principal Zhou, no need to look anymore, I know where Lu Qi is. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 73 The Glorious History of the Human Race. Jotuji was also taken aback upon hearing this, and looked in the direction of the Martial Arts Academy's training room. He could sense that a very domineering aura was being born in that direction. Moreover, he was certain that this aura was absolutely no less than that of the Martial Arts Academy's instructors. Among those at the Martial Academy, perhaps only Lu Qi could achieve this. What's this kid up to now? Jotuji asked, quite surprised. Lu Qi's constant commotion was giving him a headache. They were afraid that he would cause some trouble again. Sensing this imposing aura, Bai Kaiyuan couldn't wait to meet Lu Qi. He excitedly said to Jotuji, this kid has really opened my eyes. Let's go take a look, his aura is quite shocking even to me. Jotuji nodded, then led Bai Kaiyuan toward the cultivation room. Inside the cultivation room, Lu Qi exuded a terrifying and domineering aura. This momentum seemed to coalesce into a dragon. In Lu Qi's spiritual world, a giant dragon appeared before him. Lu Qi continued to use his dragon slaying technique, but he was still unable to kill the giant dragon. Eternal Night Dragon, is this really just a 6th grade true dragon? Why does it seem so difficult to deal with? Lu Qi gasped for breath and spoke to the Eternal Night Dragon behind him. Even though he was in his own mental world, he still felt extremely tired. The giant dragon before him was a virtual training subject created by the Eternal Night Dragon for Lu Qi, based on the prototype of the dragon race. Furthermore, his cultivation level was fixed at the 6th rank. His only requirement for Lu Qi was that he defeat the giant dragon before him. Even if Lu Qi had only grasped the basics of the dragon slaying technique, Lu Qi was originally very confident. After all, he was a 5th rank expert, and with the equipment he possessed and the dragon slaying technique, he was quite formidable. It's more than enough to deal with a 6th rank official. But he was wrong, the 6th rank dragon in front of him was extremely difficult to deal with. His attacks were completely unable to penetrate the hard scales of the 6th grade dragon. Fortunately, this giant dragon was just a simulation of the Eternal Night Dragon and would not attack Lu Qi. Otherwise, Lu Qi might already be dead at the hands of this giant dragon. This is indeed the strength of a 6th rank dragon. In fact, there are differences in strength between the ranks of each race. For example, the 6th rank fire guinea pig is not comparable to the 6th rank dragon. Even if a 6th rank expert from the dragon clan faces an 8th or 9th rank expert from the fire guinea pig clan, they can easily defeat them. This is the difference between races. Otherwise, why do you think there are dominant races in the battlefield of all races? It's because some races are born stronger than other races, they are born overlords. Some races are divided into different classes by the heavens from the moment they are born. Some lower class races can only eke out a living in the battlefield of all races. Eternal Night Dragon said with a smile. Although he hated the dragon race, he had to admit that the dragon race was still very powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to rise to become the overlord of the battlefield of all races after being nearly wiped out by the Eternal Night Dragon. Even during times of calamity for the dragons, those inferior races never challenged the dragon's position. This is how the Eternal Night Dragon perceives the different classes among races. Some races are simply not destined to become dominant. I see. It seems I truly underestimated the dragon race. Lu Qi sighed inwardly upon hearing this, then looked curiously at the Eternal Night Dragon and asked, "Then where does our human race rank among all races?" In the textbooks Lu Qi studied, the Dragon Clan, the Winged Clan, and the Demon Clan were the three major races that dominated the battlefield of all races. However, the human race is not among the rankings of all races. The Eternal Night Dragon gave a strange look and said, "Humans are a special case, so they are not included in the ranking." Special? Yes, in the battlefield of myriad races, all races have their own unique characteristics. For example, the dragon race has hard scales and can control the 5 elements, making them incredibly powerful and domineering. The feathered race has wings on its back and is inherently divine, while the demon race has horns on its head and is terrifying and bloodthirsty. Almost every race has its own unique characteristics. But humans don't have that. Humans don't have unique racial attributes, but their only characteristic is that they can learn the abilities and characteristics of every race. This also means that when the human race rises, the strong are like dragons, but when they fall, they are like weeds. Human beings possess exceptional learning abilities. They have cultivated the characteristics of other races to their fullest potential, even surpassing those races. The battlefield of all races was once even dominated by the human race, precisely because the human race brought the characteristics of the overlord of all races to the extreme. The human race evolved into all races. At that time, all races were merely the human emperor's experimental guinea pigs. They were used by the human emperor to study the methods of the myriad races. This is why, after the death of the human emperor, all races have been targeting the human race, not allowing the human race to rise, and even more so, not including the human race in the ranking of all races, in order to show their exclusion of the human race. Eternal Night Dragon explained. Lu Qi was shocked upon hearing this. So that's how it is. The human race actually has such a history. You'd better deal with the 6th ranked dragon in front of you as soon as possible, you don't have much time left. The Eternal Night Dragon reminded him meaningfully. Lu Qi nodded. He then resumed using his dragon slaying technique, launching an attack on the 6th ranked dragon before him. Inside the cultivation room, Zhou Tu and Bai Kaiyuan have arrived. Looking at Lu Qi's domineering aura, Zhou Tuji felt his scalp tingle. Didn't this kid just break through? Why does he feel that Lu Qi's strength has increased again? Bai Kaiyuan, however, looked extremely excited. It was as if they had found what they had been searching for. At this moment, he looked at Lu Qi as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. Lu Qi seems to have just entered a state of cultivation. Should I wake him up now? Zhou Tuji asked tentatively, looking at Bai Kaiyuan's expectant eyes. Bai Kaiyuan immediately stopped him, saying, "No. Lu Qi is currently in deep cultivation, you must not disturb him. But we don't know how long he'll continue like this. Are we just going to have you wait here for him to finish his cultivation? Why not? This is the time for the contestants to rest. My visit beforehand was already abrupt. Do you want me to leave a bad impression on Lu Qi?" Bai Kaiyuan firmly refused. Seeing Bai Kaiyuan's firm resolve, Zhou Tuji didn't say anything more. Bai Kaiyuan then continued to admire Lu Qi. He looked at the domineering aura surrounding Lu Qi, his eyes filled with excitement. Zhou Tuji also knew what this meant. Bai Kaiyuan was actually sent by the Federation in advance to test whether Lu Qi was qualified to become the successor to the human emperor. Clearly, Bai Kaiyuan was very satisfied with Lu Qi. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 74 Professor Bai, you're too kind. In the spiritual world, the 6th ranked dragon was now covered in wounds. Lu Qi, however, grew stronger with each battle. He unleashed his dragon slaying skills continuously, attacking the 6th ranked dragon. Boom! With a deafening roar, the massive 6th grade dragon was cleaved in two by Lu Qi's terrifying power and collapsed to the ground. There were already about 4 or 5 dragon corpses on the ground. In fact, Lu Qi had long been able to defeat the dragon using his dragon slaying skills. However, he was never satisfied. Because he has never been able to kill a dragon with a single breath like the night dragon. That's why he has been training in the spiritual world. He was only barely satisfied when he was able to defeat the dragon within 3 moves. Lu Qi was well aware that on a real battlefield, the dragon race would not give him so many opportunities to unleash his dragon slaying skills. Therefore, he can only continuously reduce his margin for error. 3 times was already the limit Lu Qi had estimated, but if he really encountered a powerful dragon on the battlefield, he might not even have 3 chances to make a move. Master, I didn't expect you to have grasped the basics of the dragon slaying technique so quickly. Eternal Night Dragon said to Lu Qi with great satisfaction. Lu Qi was arguably the most talented human he had ever seen, having mastered the basics of his dragon slaying technique in such a short time. Even among the myriad races, the most powerful races need at least half a year to cultivate even a rudimentary form of it. To Lu Qi, those words sounded like a sarcastic remark. I've practiced so many times, but I've only mastered the basics. However, Lu Qi's time was limited, and this was the extent of his cultivation. Lu Qi didn't know how long he had been in the mental world. He could only roughly estimate the time about 5 or 6 days had passed. Even now, he hasn't mastered the dragon slaying technique yet. We must return to reality. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the Martial Arts Academy's trials. Lu Qi adjusted his breathing and suppressed the power of the dragon slaying technique. Then he bid farewell to the Eternal Night Dragon. Back to reality. When Lu Qi opened his eyes again, there were 2 pairs of eyes looking at him. And the distance is very close. They observed it almost face to face. Lu Qi was startled by the 2 of them. They quickly retreated dozens of meters. Only then did I realize that one of them was Zhou Tuji. The other man was someone she didn't recognize. However, Lu Qi could sense an extremely powerful aura emanating from that unfamiliar man. It was even more powerful than Zhou Tuji. Lu Qi, you're finally awake. Zhou Tuji seemed relieved when he saw Lu Qi wake up. Bai Kaiyuan, standing to the side, wore an even wider smile. Principal Zhou, is there something you need? And, who is this gentleman? Lu Qi calmed himself down and asked with a puzzled look. You've been in deep meditation for 10 days now, and we're all waiting for you to wake up so we can begin the trials. This is the powerful leader sent by the Federation to lead the team this time. He is also my former teacher, Bai Kaiyuan. You can just call him Professor Bai. Zhou Tu explained. Bai Kaiyuan then stepped forward, extended his hand to Lu Qi, and said, Hello, Lu Qi, I've heard so much about you. Lu Qi was taken aback, then subconsciously reached out to shake hands with Bai Kaiyuan. Hello Professor Bai, wait. I clearly said 10 days? Doesn't that mean the trial has already begun? He hadn't expected that he had cultivated for so long. In his spiritual world, he was completely unaware of the passage of time in the outside world. Therefore, he could only rely on his own estimation. He was in a great hurry, trying to master the basics of the dragon slaying technique in the shortest possible time. Unexpectedly, it still took 3 days longer than expected. Don't worry, it's just a trial. The time can be changed. Professor Bai specially postponed the trial for you. The trial will start whenever you wake up. Bai Kaiyuan said calmly. Meanwhile, Zhou Tuji was muttering something to himself. It should be noted that in previous years, being late for the trial would result in being disqualified from participating. However, Lu Qi is too special. After Bai Kaiyuan made contact with Lu Qi, he immediately reported it to the Federation. Zhou Tuji did not know what was reported. However, he knew that the Federation now valued Lu Qi highly. Bai Kaiyuan was also given an order by the Federation that this trial would focus on Lu Qi. So until Lu Qi woke up, Bai Kaiyuan could only wait quietly. Now that I'm awake, let's begin the trial. Let's not waste any more of everyone's time. Lu Qi nodded and said after hearing this. He knew that the time of each student was extremely valuable. He has already delayed for 3 days. If he continues to delay, the other contestants might start to have a problem with him. It's alright, they'd love to rest a little longer. As for you, you've just woken up from deep meditation. Do you need to let your insights settle before setting off again? If so, waiting a few more days won't hurt. Bai Kaiyuan spoke to Lu Qi in a very kind manner. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tuji couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. He didn't receive this kind of treatment when Bai Kaiyuan led him through trials before. Back then, anyone who was even a minute late for the pre-trial assembly would be disqualified by Bai Kaiyuan. And he was actually able to buy Lu Qi a few more days. This made Zhou Tu feel somewhat unbalanced. But there's nowhere to reason with them. Lu Qi waved his hand, politely declining. No need, I haven't comprehended anything profound, I can start the trial now. He'd already been delayed for 3 days, how could he possibly continue to delay? Seeing Lu Qi's determination, Bai Kaiyuan smiled and said, alright then, I'll go prepare the supplies you need to enter the battlefield. Meet at the school gate in an hour. Okay, wait, you're going to prepare this for me? Shouldn't I do this myself? Lu Qi said, stunned once again. Meanwhile, Zhou Tu's eyes were filled with even more intense jealousy. Have the team leader prepare supplies for the trainees. Even the most outstanding talents from the major families in the capital don't receive this kind of treatment. You've just woken up, so you should rest more. I'll prepare anything you need, Bai Kaiyuan said, patting his chest and abdomen. Lu Qi shook his head helplessly. This is probably how good students are treated. 1 hour later. At the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy. All participants have been notified to gather here. Lu Qi also arrived here. Junior brother Lu Qi, you're finally awake? Upon seeing Lu Qi, Ma Qianrou strode forward and said in a carefree manner. The other trainees also noticed Lu Qi's arrival and all turned their attention to him. Lu Qi is now a big shot in the academy, and everyone wants to see him properly. Only Zhou Shuer lowered her head after seeing Lu Qi. I'm so sorry everyone, my personal reasons have caused this delay to last so long. I really apologize. Lu Qi scratched his head and said to everyone. Ha ha ha. Look at what you're saying, we should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had so much rest time. And these equipment, you've spent a lot of money on them too. Seeing Lu Qi's politeness, the students smiled and said. They all had a good impression of Lu Qi. Especially when they learned that Lu Qi would reimburse them for their equipment, they felt a sense of gratitude towards him. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 75 Departure. Entering the battlefield of 10,000 races. After all, these students had helped him when he was attacking the Wu family. Therefore, Lu Qi naturally had to be polite to these students. It's not easy to owe favors. Seeing that the students all had smiling faces and didn't seem to be blaming him, Lu Qi felt a little relieved. Soon, Bai Kaiyuan and Zhou Tuji also arrived at the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy. Bai Kaiyuan walked to the front of the crowd. But Zhou Tuji walked into the crowd. He came to Lu Qi's side and handed him a storage ring. These are the supplies that Lu Qi needs. Then he walked behind Bai Kaiyuan. Very good, everyone is here. Let me say a few words. Bai Kaiyuan nodded after counting the number of people and then said. This trial will be led by Principal Zhou and me, but don't think that just because we're leading the team, you're absolutely safe. In the battlefield of all races, no one knows whether death or tomorrow will come first, so you must be extremely careful on the battlefield. This trial will take us to the Lost City, which is connected to the Windstorm province, where we will receive missions from the guards. That's all for now. Next, we'll head to the central teleportation area of Fenglan province and enter the battlefield of 10,000 races. Having said that, Bai Kaiyuan waved his hand. A blue array suddenly appeared beneath everyone's feet. Then, after a flash of light, everyone appeared at the central teleportation array of Fenglan. The students were all surprised when they saw this. They actually went directly from the academy to the Wind and Mist Center. What kind of teleportation method is this? Could it be a teleportation array? That doesn't seem likely. Aren't teleportation arrays fixed in one area? How could our martial academy have one? It should be some kind of spatial ability, which, when used in conjunction with a range array, can achieve the same effect as a teleportation array. The students found this ability incredible. Opinions vary regarding Bai Kaiyuan's abilities. However, after hearing Ma Qianrou's last guess, Bai Kaiyuan revealed an appreciative look. His ability is indeed spatial, which is why he was able to teleport everyone together. It relies on a range formation. His spatial abilities, combined with his area of effect formations, are essentially a small teleportation array. I never expected that some students from Fenglan would be able to see through my abilities. This made Bai Kaiyuan very pleased. Lu Qi naturally recognized Bai Kaiyuan's abilities. Spatial capabilities. This is not a species-related ability, but a law-based ability comprehended after reaching the 9th rank of cultivation. After reaching the 9th rank, what one comprehends will transform from the previous attributes into the laws and great principles. This is the only way to reach the 9th rank. Only by mastering a path that belongs to oneself can one have the opportunity to reach a realm above the 9th rank. It is this step that has caused many powerful cultivators in the human realm to stop here. But Baikaiwan in front of us can actually use spatial abilities. In other words, his strength is at least at the 9th rank or above. Lucci had previously felt that Baikaiwan's strength was above Zhou Tu's. I never imagined the difference would be so huge. A trial actually managed to attract a 9th rank protector. Perhaps this is how the Federation presents itself. At this moment, many soldiers and guards were already stationed and waiting in front of the teleportation array in the center of Fenglan. Greetings, Your Majesty Baikaiwan. Upon seeing Baikaiwan appear, the guards bowed respectfully. Behind these guards lies the teleportation array connecting the battlefield between Fenglan and the myriad races. The teleportation array was a huge circular iron ring, which looked magnificent. However, under normal circumstances, the portal is in a closed state. Because they feared that powerful beings from all races might invade the human realm during the battlefield of myriad races. Therefore, unless there are special circumstances, or important personnel are urgently recalled in the midst of a battlefield, the portal is generally not opened. Baikaiwan waved his hand and said, "No need for formalities, is the teleportation array working properly?" "Everything is normal, ready to start at any time," a guard leader said to Baikaiwan. "All right. Let's begin now. Activate the teleportation array. Enter the battlefield of all races." Baikaiwan gave the order. The guards immediately became serious and opened the portal. The previously silent ring began to rotate. Then, a huge amount of energy gathered at the center of the ring. Before long, a portal radiating dazzling light appeared in front of everyone. Lucci stared at the teleportation portal before him, utterly shocked. The students standing nearby, although they had all experienced the trials of the battlefield of 10,000 races, were still surprised when they saw the portal open. I still can't help but feel a little excited. Students, you still have the opportunity to withdraw, but once you step through this portal, the trial will officially begin. If you've thought it through, you can step into the portal. Baikaiwan said calmly. They are still in the human realm, and they still have the opportunity to choose. Once you step into the battlefield of all races, it means the trial has begun. They are about to face a real battlefield. A battlefield filled with bloodshed and carnage. But none of the people present back down. They are all outstanding young talents of Fenglan Martial Arts Academy. If they all back down, then who among the younger generation in Fenglan province will be able to take up the mantle? Ma Qianro was the first to step into the portal. Subsequently, several students also entered the teleportation portal one after another. Lucci naturally entered the room with great composure. He was arguably the strongest among the trainees present. If he backs down, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? After seeing all the students enter the teleportation array, Baikaiwan and Zhou Tuji exchanged a glance. They then entered the teleportation array. Everyone felt as if they had stepped into a dazzling light. Then they arrived at a huge steel city. This is the human city that Fenglan province connects to, Lost City. The edge of Lost City is surrounded by towering walls that reach into the clouds. The entire city is surrounded by a circular enclosure. Judging by visual inspection, Lost City should be larger than Windstorm province. They were currently in the very center of Lost City, a place with few other people besides the guards. The teleportation array behind them, like the teleportation array in Fenglan province, was circular. The next moment, Baikaiwan and Zhou Tuji also walked out of the teleportation array. Originally, there was only one instructor leading the trial. However, because Zhou Tu was really worried about Zhou Shuer, he asked Baikaiwan to go with him. Baikaiwan agreed, out of consideration for their past relationship as master and disciple. Your Majesty Baikaiwan. The Lord of Kunwa City is already waiting for you. Just after Baikaiwan stepped out of the teleportation array, a guard suddenly appeared in front of him and said something. Baikaiwan nodded, then instructed Zhou Tuji, "We're late this time, the mission might have changed. You guys go into the city and wait for me. I'll come find you with the mission later. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts." Chapter 76 Lord of the Lost City. The situation on the battlefield changes every day. Because Lucci delayed for 3 days, causing them to arrive 3 days late, it was quite normal for the original mission to be altered. After giving Zhou Tu a brief explanation, Baikaiwan followed the guards to the city lord's mansion. Zhou Tuji led his team into the city to inform the students who had not yet come to the battlefield of 10,000 races about the situation. Exit the central teleportation array of Lost City. Enter the main city. There are many buildings in the city. It's roughly similar to a city in the human realm, but the buildings here have a higher level of defense. Each building was reinforced with rare metals to enhance its defensive capabilities. The people walking in the city were all wearing full gear. Unlike in the human realm, where people hide their equipment to prevent unnecessary trouble. In the battlefield of all races, war could break out at any moment, so they all wore their equipment directly on their bodies. However, at present, Lost City is still considered safe. Most people strolled leisurely, quite at ease. This is the human city in the battlefield of 10,000 races. It is safe here for the time being, and it will be our base for the next month. Joe too introduced the group to everyone. He then led the group of students to familiarize themselves with the environment of Lost City. The living environment in Lost City is similar to that in the human world. Because this place is relatively safe and not frequently attacked by the battlefields of the myriad races, people live quite comfortably. During his visit to Lost City, Lu Qi also discovered that there was a black market within the city. Moreover, here, the literary pavilion and the martial pavilion are not concealed, but are built directly in the main urban area of Lost City. And it's not small in scale. This surprised Lu Qi. It's important to understand that in the human realm, the black market can only be hidden underground. Few people know this. Unexpectedly, after arriving at the battlefield of all races, the black market became the mainstream market here. That's understandable, though, since Master Wu had mentioned it to Lu Qi before. The battlefield of the martial pavilion is not in the human realm. So that's what it meant. The black market's strength in the battle of myriad races is very likely greater than that of the human realm federation. After a brief tour, Zhou Tuji led everyone to the dormitory of the Lost City Guard. When there are no missions, this is the students' rest area. The trainees will eat and sleep here with the guards. Experience the life of soldiers on the battlefield of all races. Because they might be assigned to the battlefield of all races after they graduate. Become a member of the guard. Lost City, City Lord's Mansion. Captain Bai, it's been a long time. Kunwo, the Lord of Lost City, greeted Bai Kaiyuan warmly upon seeing him. No need to be so polite, Commander Kunwo, Bai Kaiyuan said with a smile. The two of them looked like old acquaintances. Ha, seeing you reminds me of when you were a soldier under my command. It's been decades, but you haven't aged a bit. Another breakthrough? After looking Bai Kaiyuan up and down, Kunwo smiled and said. Bai Kaiyuan seemed to recall something as well, and smiled calmly. Not long ago, thanks to the dragon blood pill, I broke through to the 9th rank, but unfortunately, I still haven't comprehended the elemental laws within. I can't master the true dragon treasure technique. It's alright. In the entire human realm, how many people can comprehend the true dragon treasure technique? Even I, who have already entered the extraordinary realm, haven't comprehended it yet. Your strength is already great enough, there's no need to worry about these trivial matters anymore. Besides, you've already comprehended the power of space at such a young age, you're bound to reach the extraordinary realm in the future, and you might even go further than me. Kunwo patted Bai Kaiyuan on the shoulder and said. Bai Kaiyuan shook his head and said with a wry smile, You're wrong about that. Before this, I did think I was very outstanding, but it wasn't until I returned to Fenglan that I realized I was still far from good enough. What do you mean? You are a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years in Fenglan, even the pride of the capital pales in comparison to you. Is there anyone who can undermine your confidence? There are always people more capable than you, and there is always something beyond your understanding. Among the young men I brought this time, there is one who can give you quite a shock. Bai Kaiyuan said with a smile. You startled me? Who? I'd like to see just who this person is that you address so formally. Bai Kaiyuan did not continue speaking, but instead raised his hand. Then his storage ring emitted a light. Kunwo, Lord of Lost City, hereby receives the decree of the Federation. The next moment, a golden decree was issued from Bai Kaiyuan's storage ring. Upon seeing this, Kunwo was greatly alarmed and immediately knelt down, his eyes filled with astonishment. He hadn't expected Bai Kaiyuan to bring a federal decree. Seeing the imperial edict is like seeing the highest levels of the federal government. No wonder Bai Kaiyuan was chosen to lead an otherwise ordinary student trial. It turns out his main purpose was to convey the imperial edict. However, Kunwo was still very curious about the contents of the decree. It should be noted that Lost City has been free from war for nearly a century. Everything was calm here, making the federal decree seem somewhat sudden. Among the participants in this trial is Lu Qi, a top-level protected individual of the Federation and a provisional candidate for the Human Emperor Replacement Project. The Federation's instructions to you are to try your best to find out Lu Qi's true strength and to determine whether he is qualified to become a member of the Human Emperor Replacement Project. Furthermore, once Lu Qi's replacement is confirmed, we will spare no effort to protect him and ensure his safe return to the human realm. Federal decrees were issued, and orders were put in place one after another. Upon seeing these orders, Kanwa's eyes showed a hint of surprise. The successor to the human emperor? No wonder Bai Kaiyuan just said that there were some people among the trainees who could surprise him. It turns out that there was a candidate to replace the emperor among them. It's important to understand that becoming the successor to the human emperor is no easy feat. Even a supreme expert like Bai Kaiyuan, with his immense strength and talent, was not qualified to become the successor to the human emperor. This shows just how stringent the requirements are to become a replacement. Despite these stringent conditions, there was one tentative candidate among this group of trainees. You want me to test Lu Qi's true strength? Hasn't the Federation assessed his strength? Kanwa asked with some doubt. Generally, those deemed suitable by the Federation to succeed the Emperor are first assessed for their abilities, and only those whose abilities meet the criteria are selected. It is quite rare for someone like Lu Qi to be selected as a provisional staff member without any evaluation. It's normal that you're in the battlefield of 10,000 races and don't know the situation in the human realm. This little guy wiped out 2 major families in Fenglan province overnight. And with the strength of a 3rd-rank expert, he defeated a 5th-rank expert. He also possessed a true dragon treasure technique using 2 elements. In fact, if he could do all of this, he would be perfectly qualified to be chosen by the Federation to replace the Emperor. But after observing him these past few days, I've discovered that these are not all the methods he has. He has an even more powerful trump card up his sleeve. That's why the Federation is taking this so seriously, and that's why I postponed the trial. Bai Kaiyuan said with great excitement in his eyes. During the few days that Lu Qi was practicing the dragon slaying technique, he could clearly feel that there was an even stronger power within Lu Qi's body. This power even surpasses the true dragon treasure technique. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me free gifts. Chapter 77 Mission: Annihilate the strongmen outside the city. True dragon treasure technique? You're saying he mastered the true dragon treasure technique at the age of 18? How is that possible? Kanwa said to Bai Kaiyuan in shock. He was a transcendent expert, so he naturally understood the significance of comprehending the true dragon treasure technique at the age of 18. Why would the Federation need to lie to you? Even the Federation was shocked when it found out about this, but that's the truth. Bai Kaiyuan said very seriously. Kanwa was stunned after receiving Bai Kaiyuan's affirmative answer. If such a person truly exists, that would be terrible. It's perfectly normal for the Federation to choose him as the successor to the Emperor. Could it be that even the Federation can't see through his methods? Kanwa said in disbelief. The federal government has an independent evaluation organization. Any technique that exists over time will be identified and evaluated by the Federal Assessment Organization. Even the true dragon treasure technique can be evaluated. However, they couldn't see Lu Qi's backup plan, which was what surprised Kanwa the most. The Federation doesn't know everything either. There are many things in this world that the Federation cannot detect. Lu Qi's methods are very special, and the Federation cannot discern them for the time being. However, what is certain is that he has a very powerful backup plan. Bai Kaiyuan said calmly. But if we force Lu Qi to reveal his backup plan, wouldn't that expose his information to other forces? Wouldn't that be too dangerous for Lu Qi? Bai Kaiyuan said coldly, this is another task the Federation has given you: eliminate anyone who has seen Lu Qi's backup plan. Including those trainees. What? Are we going to kill innocent people for this? Kanwa said in surprise. He hadn't expected that the federal government's backup plan for protecting Lu Qi would be to eliminate all those in the know. This method was so cruel that Kanwa couldn't accept it for a while. As you know, what the Federation has always wanted is not a replacement for the human emperor, but someone whose strength is comparable to the human emperor, and who is also under the control of the Federation. This is the true plan to replace the human emperor. Bai Kaiyuan said very seriously. Joining the Human Emperor Replacement Program is tantamount to becoming a puppet of the Federation. The Federation will allocate all resources to nurture him. Conversely, planners are also subject to federal control. There will be no more freedom from now on. As a puppet of the Federation, one cannot have secrets. Situations like Lu Qi's, where there are unknown backup plans, are not allowed to occur. If it weren't for Lu Qi's background in the black market, the Federation might have already intervened. In order to expose all of Lu Qi's backup plans to the Federation, they could only use the trial to force Lu Qi to reveal his trump card. This is the Federation's true plan, and the real reason why Bai Kaiyuan came to Fenglan. Commander Kunwu, you don't intend to defy the imperial decree, do you? Bai Kaiyuan's eyes narrowed when he saw Kunwu remain silent, and then he said, I know you care about humanity and are reluctant to see innocent humans get involved, but we are doing this for humanity as well. Think about it, the human race has been oppressed for 100 years in the battlefield of all races. The human race's past glory was given by the human emperor, but now that the human emperor is no longer present, the human race's future glory can only be earned by itself. Judging from Lu Qi's current growth rate, he has a good chance of being able to rival the previous human emperor. So I hope you can understand the Federation's decision, it's all for the sake of humanity. Besides, if you can distract the other students when Lu Qi uses his backup plan, you won't have to attack them, right? How you distract them is up to you. Of course, I will also provide some assistance. Upon hearing this, a hint of sadness appeared in Kunwu's eyes. He knew what the Federation meant. In recent years, the Federation has suffered repeated defeats in the battlefield of all races. The situation is now extremely serious. Several cities have been subjected to repeated attacks from various races over the years. Almost all of them are about to fall. The human realm desperately needs a powerful figure who can stand firm on the battlefield of all races to take charge. Otherwise, once the cities of the human realm fall, all races will launch a massive invasion of the human realm. At that time, humanity will be in grave danger. I understand, and I will do as you say, but I still hope you can save the lives of those students. They are innocent. Kunwu sighed and said. Bai Kaiyuan nodded and said, I'll try my best, but it still depends on how you want to assign the tasks. I've recently discovered that the Tiger Eagle clan is very active near Lost City. Originally, I assigned the Martial Academy students to conduct reconnaissance, but now I've changed it to annihilation. Most of the Tiger Eagle clan's experts are at the 4th or 5th rank, which should force Lu Qi to use his backup plan. However, those students from the Martial Academy still need your protection. Don't worry, I'll take care of Lu Qi's safety. If necessary, you'll need to lead the students away first. Kunwu thought for a moment and then spoke. The usual task for trainees is to let them experience the cruelty of the battlefield of all races, so as to inspire them to work hard in their cultivation after returning to the realm. Therefore, trial missions are generally not too difficult, and they usually focus on reconnaissance. However, due to federal requirements, he temporarily changed the reconnaissance mission to an annihilation mission. This kind of task should originally have been the job of the city's guards. That's a good choice. Don't worry, I'll protect the trainees. Bai Kaiyuan nodded and said. Although Lu Qi can deal with a 5th rank expert, he might not be able to defeat an attack from multiple 5th rank experts. Kunwu quickly assigned the task to Bai Kaiyuan. In the guard team's training ground, many students waited for Bai Kaiyuan to return and issue the mission. He watched the guards train. His eyes were filled with admiration. These are all heroes who protect the human realm. Although they may be insignificant on the battlefield. However, there were still countless insignificant figures blocking the entrance to the human realm. That's why people can live such a peaceful life today. Even the most ordinary hero is still a hero. Just then, Bai Kaiyuan suddenly appeared behind them. Fellow trainees. The mission has been issued, and this mission is extremely challenging. Bai Kaiyuan's deep voice drew the attention of all the students. They all turned to look at Bai Kaiyuan. When they saw Bai Kaiyuan's gloomy face, they immediately had a bad feeling. Even Zhou Tuji, who was standing to the side, felt uneasy after seeing Bai Kaiyuan's expression. He knew that the Federation would definitely increase the difficulty of the mission in order to test Lu Qi. This is also why he came to the trial this time. He was afraid that the mission was too difficult and that his daughter might be in danger. That's why we came here specifically to protect it. Professor Bai, please stop being so mysterious and just tell me. Some students asked eagerly. The task given to us by the Lord of Lost City is to annihilate the Tiger Eagle clan powerhouses wandering around the outskirts of Lost City. Bai Kaiyuan said slowly. The students present were shocked upon hearing this and fell silent. Even Zhou Tu's gaze turned colder. Not only the trainees, but even the guards who were training nearby were taken aback when they heard about the trainees' mission. because they knew just how difficult this mission was. Chapter 78 Grouping. Annihilate the Tiger Eagle clan's powerful members? It should be noted that those wandering around Lost City are all powerful Tiger Eagle clan experts of the 4th or 5th rank. Even the guards of Lost City might not be a match for those Tiger Eagles. And the mission of these 3rd rank students was actually to annihilate the strongmen of the Tiger Eagle clan? A hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of the guards present. They thought Bai Kaiyuan had made a mistake. These were originally their tasks. However, seeing the unwavering determination in Bai Kaiyuan's eyes, neither of them continued speaking. He knew that in the battlefield of all races, the hierarchy was extremely serious. Bai Kaiyuan is a special envoy of the Federation and was previously an officer of Lost City. Therefore, he holds a very high position in Lost City. Not a single guard dared to question Bai Kaiyuan's words. They could only marvel at the sheer difficulty of the students' mission. This time it was practically impossible to complete. Teacher Bai, are you sure this is a trial mission given to the students by the Lost City Lord? May I ask how strong the Tiger Eagle clan experts were this time? Although the Tiger Eagle clan is not the overlord of the battlefield of all races, it still possesses considerable racial strength. I'm afraid these students are no match for them. Upon hearing about the mission, Zhou Tuji's face turned extremely grim. He knew all along that this mission wouldn't be so simple. But I never expected it to be this difficult. It should be noted that the Tiger Eagle clan is also one of the powerful races in the Battle of 10,000 Races. Although they are not as dominant as some of the major races, they still have a place in the battlefield of all races. Sending trainees on annihilation missions without knowing the strength of the Tiger Eagles is extremely dangerous. I don't know the strength of the Tiger Eagle clan, but this mission was issued by the Lord of Lost City, so it shouldn't be wrong. We were late this time, so it's understandable to increase the difficulty of the mission a bit. Bai Kaiyuan did not tell everyone about Hu Ying's strength. Because if the students knew that they were about to face powerful alien beings of the 4th, 5th, or even 6th rank, these trainees may not necessarily be happy to accept the mission. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tuji fell silent. He knew that all of this was arranged by the federal government. The Tiger Eagle they're facing this time is definitely not simple. Lu Qi also sensed something was wrong from Zhou Tu's eyes. However, he didn't say much. It's just annihilating alien races, right? We can do that. Exactly. Our purpose is to enter the battlefield of all races and kill the enemy. It would be pointless to send us on a reconnaissance mission. Professor Bai, let us handle this task. Just then, a group of unsuspecting students spoke to Bai Kaiyuan in a very firm tone. They had just watched the guard team train for a long time, and now the trainees were filled with enthusiasm. Therefore, they would gladly accept even the most dangerous missions. Seeing the students' enthusiasm, Bai Kaiyuan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. It is a blessing for the human realm to have such promising young talents like you. You will surely become pillars of the human realm in the future." The students were overjoyed to hear Bai Kaiyuan's praise. Only Zhou Tu felt somewhat uneasy. Bai Kaiyuan then said, "Let's not delay any longer, let's set off to carry out the mission now. Next, the 10 of you will split into 2 groups and begin reconnaissance of the outskirts of Lost City. Once any alien races are discovered, regardless of whether they are Tiger Eagle clan or not, they must be annihilated. However, you must remember that your lives are the most important thing. So, if you find that your opponent is someone you cannot defeat, you must retreat immediately and not linger in battle. Remember, your survival is the only hope for the future of humanity." Bai Kaiyuan spoke indignantly to the group of students. Although he knew that if these students really encountered a powerful Tiger Eagle clan expert, they would most likely perish. But he still spoke with great conviction. In fact, these powerful members of the Tiger Eagle clan were just there for Lu Qi to practice on. The purpose of grouping these trainees is to disperse them. This was the only way Bai Kaiyuan could think of to protect the students. Meanwhile, Zhou Tuji secretly made up his mind to protect his daughter. This task is definitely not as simple as it looks. Receive. The students spoke with great enthusiasm. This was their first time carrying out a mission to annihilate alien races in the battlefield of all races. They had long wanted to go into battle and kill the enemy, and this time they finally found their chance. Very good. Now begin the group assignments. Su Biao and Xiao Pang are in the same group. XX is in a group with XXX. Zhou Shuer is in a group with Su Wei. Lu Qi and Ma Qianrou are in the same group. Grouping complete. No objections, right? After Bai Kaiyuan finished counting, he asked. Most of the trainees nodded, indicating their satisfaction. Lu Qi had no objections. Only Zhou Shuer looked troubled and said, "Report. I want to be in a group with Lu Qi." Upon hearing this, Bai Kaiyuan frowned and then looked at Zhou Tuji. He did this so that Zhou Tuji could protect Zhou Shuer. That's why Zhou Shuer and Lu Qi were separated. If Zhou Shuer were to see Lu Qi's methods, according to the Federation's secrecy plan, Zhou Shuer must die. However, since Zhou Tu was his student, that's why Bai Kaiyuan made a special exception for Zhou Tuji. Give Zhou Tuji a chance to protect Zhou Shuer. Shuer, stop fooling around. Professor Bai's arrangements are all reasonable. You and Lu Qi are both junior students, and neither of you has sufficient practical experience. Without the protection of senior students, you would be sending yourselves to your deaths on the battlefield of 10,000 races. Professor Bai made this arrangement for your safety. You must follow his instructions. Zhou Tuji spoke to Zhou Shuer very sternly. He rarely scolds his precious daughter. But this time he had to. Zhou Shuer was also taken aback when she saw this. He then fell silent. It wasn't because Zhou Tu's tone was harsh. Rather, it's because Zhou Tu's words also make sense. Both he and Lu Qi were visiting the battlefield of 10,000 races for the first time. They don't know much about the battlefield of all races yet. If the two newbies act rashly, they are very likely to stumble into a trap in the battlefield of all races. Therefore, it is very important to have an experienced person by your side. Seeing that Zhou Shuer stopped speaking, Bai Kaiyuan nodded and said, "Since there are no problems, let's distribute the location radars now. If we encounter any danger outside the city, we can use the location radars to call for help from nearby powerful individuals. If we encounter an insurmountable alien powerhouse, we can also request support from nearby guard units via radar. Principal Zhou and I will also be monitoring your situation closely via radar." After saying that, Bai Kaiyuan distributed the radars in his hand to everyone. The radar is small, only about the size of the palm of your hand. There is a red button at the top, which is the SOS button. Chapter 79 Target Discovered. After receiving the radar, the trainees left the city one after another. There is no night in the battlefield of all races. The three blazing suns hung high in the sky. Therefore, people here have almost no concept of time. I don't know when I should go to sleep and rest. However, the powerful individuals who can enter the battlefield of myriad races almost never need to sleep. If they are tired, they only need to meditate quietly to quickly restore their physical strength. In the battlefield of all races, some people have never even had a break. From the moment I entered this battlefield, I have been fighting. Although the trainees entered the battlefield at dusk, the battlefield was still as bright as day, which made them very energetic. The central radar in Bai Kaiyuan's hand showed that the 5 squads quickly spread out. Begin searching for the alien races surrounding Lost City. Zhou Tuji, standing to the side, said with a somewhat grim expression, "Teacher Bai, this mission might not be so simple, right? These students. Everything is in order from the Federation. Just take good care of Shuer and don't worry about anything else." Bai Kaiyuan said calmly. He then took a step and flew towards Lu Qi's direction as seen on the radar. Only Zhou Tuji, his face filled with malice, remained. As a member of the Federation, he was well aware of the Federation's methods. But after a long silence, he still flew towards Zhou Shuer's direction. "Junior brother Lu Qi, what a coincidence! I never expected to be assigned to the same group as you this time." Ma Qianro spoke to Lu Qi with great enthusiasm. She had a good impression of Lu Qi. He is righteous, generous, values relationships, is powerful, and has a strong background. These advantages combined make it absolutely perfect. It's almost impossible to find a single flaw. Especially since Lu Qi is handsome. After several encounters, Ma Qianro became somewhat enamored with him. It's quite a coincidence that this trial was arranged by senior sister Ma. Lu Qi said very politely. This was also his first time entering the battlefield of all races. There are many things I don't understand. Having an experienced student who knows the situation well to guide you is certainly a good thing. No need to be so polite, we're all classmates. What do you think of this mission, Lu Qi? Judging from what Professor Bai said earlier, this mission may not be simple. Ma Qianro said very politely. Her thoughts coincided with Lu Qi's. When Bai Kaiyuan conveyed the mission, Ma Qianro noticed a subtle change in the expressions of the guards around her. This made her suspicious of the mission. I feel the same way, but what can we do? Since the mission is like this, all we can do is carry it out. Lu Qi said with a shrug. He didn't care. With my current strength, I should have no problem getting out unscathed. Ma Qianrou nodded. The two then began searching the battlefield. The city of Lost is surrounded by a forest. It is perfect for hiding. Therefore, the two of them were extra careful. However, it must be said that the scenery in the battlefield of all races is magnificent. Lu Qi was immediately captivated by the scenery upon entering. Because of the abundant vegetation here, the air is fresher than in human inhabited areas. Even the spiritual energy there is more concentrated than in the human realm. Because the vegetation here doesn't emit oxygen, but rather spiritual energy. No wonder the strong individuals stationed in the battlefield of myriad races are stronger than those in the human realm. Many powerful individuals who had been stuck at the 9th rank were able to break through by coming to the battlefield of myriad races for training. No wonder every race wants to be the master of the battlefield of all races. However, after a brief period of getting used to the environment, Lu Qi quickly focused his attention on this mission. They had now entered the forest. Forests are excellent hiding places, but they are also extremely dangerous. They must be extremely vigilant. He is now more than 20 kilometers away from Lost City. If any trouble arises, it would take at least 10 minutes for the surrounding powerful figures to arrive and provide support. 10 minutes is more than enough time for the Tiger Eagle clan's experts to kill them. Therefore, they can only be careful on their own. Senior Ma, did you hear that sound? Just then, Lu Qi grabbed Ma Qianrou's hand and whispered something. Sound? Ma Qianrou frowned slightly. Then listened carefully. She didn't hear anything, but Lu Qi's words made her somewhat uneasy. Lu Qi's expression grew increasingly serious. Because he could indeed sense some unusual sounds. Moreover, the deeper one goes into the forest, the clearer the sound becomes. He then walked up to a tree. Place your hand on the tree. Wood element activated. The lush, green trees began to tremble. But not a single leaf fell. This is Lu Qi using the wood element to perceive his surroundings. This forest is full of trees, making it the perfect place for wood element exploration. Lu Qi's elemental energy began to spread like a radar. His perception of wood element is extremely strong in the jungle. Almost every tree can become his eyes. A small holographic projection of a forest appeared in his mind. 3 tiger eagles spotted 300 meters ahead at the 12 o'clock position. Lu Qi said solemnly, looking towards the 12 o'clock position. Upon hearing this, Ma Qianrou's expression changed slightly. She looked at Lu Qi and said, "Didn't you awaken the fire attribute? Are you a dual attribute awakener? You've been hiding it well." When Lu Qi was at the Wu family, he clearly used fire attribute abilities. But now, he is displaying the power of wood. Lu Qi smiled faintly. Don't worry about these details. There are 3 tiger eagles ahead. Once we take care of them, we should be able to go back and report. Seeing that Lu Qi didn't respond to her, Ma Qianrou didn't say anything more. After all, in this dangerous world, it's normal to have a backup plan. Ma Qianrou did not doubt Lu Qi's judgment, and the two quickly headed to the location of the 3 tiger eagles. For a third-grade expert, 300 meters would take less than 10 seconds. But their movements were very slow. The two stopped when they were more than 200 meters away from Tiger Eagle. They cannot act rashly without ascertaining the enemy's strength. If they encounter an opponent stronger than themselves, therefore, taking action rashly would be very disadvantageous for them. The 3 tiger eagles marched in an orderly line, as if they were training. Lu Qi, can you use the wood element to investigate the strength of these 3 tiger eagles? Ma Qianrou asked in a low voice. Yes, but I can't guarantee they won't sense my energy fluctuations, because the distance is just too close. Lu Qi replied. They were now less than 50 meters away from where the 3 tiger eagles were gathering. If Lu Qi were to use his ability to investigate, it is highly likely that it will be discovered by the tiger eagle. It carries an extremely high risk of exposure. Lu Qi didn't care, but Ma Qianrou became worried. It seems we need to find other ways to investigate the strength of these 3 tiger eagles, Ma Qianrou said, frowning. Just then, the 3 tiger eagles seemed to realize something. They all turned to look in the direction where Lu Qi was hiding. Chapter 81 Punch Kills. Have we been discovered? Ma Qianrou asked nervously. The 3 tiger eagles all looked in their direction at the same time. This made her feel very uneasy for a while. Lucci also frowned. However, the two did not choose to flee immediately. Because 3 tiger eagles are currently staring in this direction. There is no uncertainty as to whether they have been discovered. If we try to escape now, the movement will be too obvious and could attract the attention of the tiger eagle. At that point, it will be completely discovered. Now all they can do is gamble. It was just a coincidence that Tiger Eagle was looking in their direction. Brother, there seem to be 2 flies in that direction. Let's go and take care of this. If we're discovered at this stage, it won't be good for us. Big brother, second brother, you two can rest. I'll take care of those 2 flies. I've been training for so long, I want to stretch my legs. The 3 tiger eagles were also whispering to each other. Their voices were very soft and did not carry. It seems they were afraid of alerting the enemy. However, even Lucci, whose strength had reached the 5th rank, could still discern some clues from the subtle fluctuations in his voice. Then, the last of the 3 tiger eagles slowly walked toward the 2 of them. Lucci's expression instantly turned serious. He knew he had been exposed. However, he still had no intention of running away. He wanted to see how much strength he had achieved after these few days of training. But looking at Ma Qianru beside him, Lucci fell into deep thought. He didn't want anyone to interfere when he was fighting Tiger Eagle. He couldn't perform well with Ma Qianru present. If Tiger Eagle finds a weakness, he will have to spare the effort to rescue Ma Qianru. This will greatly affect your performance. Then Lucci said to Ma Qianru, "They've spotted us. You go first. I'll hold them off." Ma Qianru was immediately surprised. However, seeing the tiger eagle approaching her step by step, Ma Qianru felt a little scared. Because she was gradually able to sense the terrifying aura emanating from the tiger eagle. This aura has definitely surpassed the 3rd rank. The tiger eagle in front of us is at least a 4th grade expert. Behind him were 2 equally powerful tiger eagles. Ma Qianru knew very well that she could never be a match for these 3 tiger eagles. Looking into Lucci's determined eyes, she said, "If we're going to leave, we'll leave together." Lucci said somewhat speechlessly, "Don't play the hero now. These 3 tiger eagles are only at the 4th rank. With my strength, dealing with them is no problem. Your presence here will only hinder my performance. If you really want to help me, leave here quickly and find someone to come back and help me. If you don't leave, you'll only become a burden to me, and we might not be able to leave at all." After saying that, he pushed Ma Qianru dozens of meters away. Lucci could also sense that the tiger eagle in front of him was around the 4th rank. However, it will absolutely not exceed the 4th rank. I can handle it easily. Upon hearing this, Ma Qianru's eyes widened in surprise. Lucci is right. At this point, survival is the most important thing. Lucci was able to shake a 5th rank official with the power of a 3rd rank official. Delaying for a while is absolutely fine. What she should do now is get away from here immediately and request support from Lost City. Wait for me. I will definitely bring back a strong person to save you. After saying this, Ma Qianru left without looking back. Upon seeing this, Lucci nodded. It seems she's not stupid after all. Being able to make clear-headed decisions in such situations. Otherwise, if a real battle were to break out, Lucci might not care about her life or death. Third brother, don't let that human get away. If they find out, we'll be in big trouble. Both of them must die. Just then, the 2 tiger eagles behind them suddenly roared. Upon hearing this, Lucci and Ma Qianru's expressions hardened. These tiger eagles seem to have seen through their plan. If Ma Qianru is allowed to leave, she will definitely bring back the strongmen of Lost City. Therefore, both Lucci and Ma Qianru must die. Ma Qianru's expression grew increasingly solemn. The speed underfoot also increased. She knew that there was absolutely no time to delay. We must leave here immediately and find support for Lucci. Then Ma Qianru's figure quickly disappeared into the forest. Don't worry, brother, they can't escape. We're a full 22 kilometers from Lost City, they can't get away. Once I've dealt with this suicidal beast, I'll go and bring that little girl back. Tiger Eagle, the third brother, said with a playful expression. He seemed very confident in his abilities. Because he discovered that this time, all the animals that appeared were human infants. They weren't the terrifyingly powerful figures from Lost City. In his eyes, human teenagers were nothing to fear. They are not yet able to cultivate the method of evolution of all races, and their combat ability is far inferior to that of the Tiger Eagle clan, which has its own unique characteristics. This was a one-sided massacre by the Tiger Eagle clan. But he was wrong. Just as Lu Qi watched Ma Qianru disappear into the forest, he slowly walked out of the hidden jungle. It appeared before the 3 tiger eagles. "Human cub, you have quite the nerve to dare to face us directly. However, this kind of hero saves the damsel in distress scenario only exists in fairy tales. That little girl can't escape. Once I kill you, she'll be next." Tiger Eagle, the third brother, laughed and said to Lu Qi. His mouth split open, revealing sharp teeth. "It's extremely frightening." However, a hint of amusement appeared in Lu Qi's eyes as he said, "It's hard to say who the prey is and who the hunter is. I think your 4th grade flesh and blood will definitely fetch a good price on the black market." Upon hearing this, the 3 tiger eagles' faces instantly darkened. "You're asking for it." They stared intently at Lu Qi. The 2 wings spread out behind it, as if to show off to Lu Qi. As the name suggests, the tiger eagle is a hybrid of a tiger and an eagle. It has the body of a tiger, but wings like those of a falcon. This is also the origin of his name. When they spread their wings, it means they are declaring war on the enemy. Lu Qi simply stared blankly and sneered. Before Tiger Eagle could react, he struck first. In an instant, Lu Qi arrived in front of Tiger Eagle third brother. The power of the shattering star fist circulates within his body. A force capable of shattering mountains coiled around his hand. He spent 10 days cultivating in the spiritual world, which included more than just practicing the dragon slaying technique. When buying a 6th grade dragon, Lu Qi would also use the shattering star fist to attack it. This also allowed Lu Qi's shattering star fist to improve extremely quickly. 10 days of training had enabled Lu Qi to master the upper volume of the shattering star fist. The star shattering fist can indeed damage dragons. However, this is only because it is the first volume. The technique is incomplete. Defeating a powerful dragon would be a bit of a stretch. However, the fact that even a mere fragment could shake a giant dragon speaks volumes about its power. Chapter 81: The Terrifying Human Cub. With the blessing of wind speed brass knuckle duster, the punch was thrown swiftly. It hit the tiger eagle in the abdomen. Boom! A loud bang was heard. Tiger Eagle number 3's abdomen was shattered. Lu Qi shattered half of the tiger eagle's massive body. The flesh and blood of the 4th rank were scattered. Upon seeing this, Lu Qi immediately took out his storage bottle and began collecting the tiger eagle's flesh and blood. These are all precious essence blood of the 4th rank. They can fetch a good price on the black market. Although he was not short of money, the flesh and blood of the tiger eagle were still very nourishing for him. It can be said that all races in the battlefield of all races are a great source of nourishment for humans. Lu Qi only ate a few top-grade blood-eyed rabbits at Zhou house. His cultivation level improved a little more. Now, Lu Qi is facing a 4th-rank tiger eagle, so naturally he won't let him go. It can be said that all races are the best tonic for humankind. Humans can gain immense power by devouring other races. They even learned the cultivation methods of all races. So Lu Qi collected so much essence blood, even if he didn't sell it. It's very nutritious to eat even if you're just eating it yourself. He watched as Lu Qi swiftly collected his own flesh and blood. To collect one's own essence blood right in front of oneself is an insult to a strong person. However, Tiger Eagle number 3 no longer had the arrogance he had shown earlier. His eyes were now filled with fear. The boy in front of me was like a devil. With just one punch, half of his body was shattered. Moreover, Tiger Eagle third brother could sense that Lu Qi had not used his full strength in this punch. This punch seemed to be just a probing attack. If Lu Qi had used his full strength, I might already be dead at his hands. Now all he wants is to get away from this devil as quickly as possible. He used his last strength to flap his wings. She wanted to go back to her older brothers. At that moment, the other 2 tiger eagles realized that something was wrong. They all expressed their intention to make a move. It should be noted that Tiger Eagle third brother possesses the strength of a mid-stage 4th rank cultivator. But in front of this human boy, they were completely powerless to fight back. With just one punch, half of his body was shattered. This level of strength is above the 4th rank. It's very likely that he has already reached the 5th rank. Therefore, they dared not be negligent. The 2 of them also rushed towards Lu Qi. They want to join forces to kill Lu Qi. But Lu Qi wasn't about to let the duck that was already in his mouth fly away. In Lu Qi's view, every part of the tiger eagle is a treasure. He quickly collected the scattered flesh and blood of the tiger eagle. He quickly stepped forward and finished off Tiger Eagle the third. Tiger Eagle, the third brother, had half of his body crippled. Movement is extremely inconvenient. Lucci could catch up with him easily. The other two tiger eagles wanted to provide support, but they were still a bit too far away. Lucci's fist was already raised. Tiger Eagle's third brother shouted, "No! You can't kill me! If you kill me, my Tiger Eagle clan will make your entire lost city pay with its life." But Lucci paid no heed to his words. Once the fist has landed, it cannot be taken back. Moreover, the battlefield is inherently a place where the strong prey on the weak. If Lucci doesn't kill them, the three tiger eagles will attack him too. Boom! Another star-shattering fist was unleashed. The other half of Tiger Eagle's third body could also explode at any moment. Blood and flesh splattered out once again. Lucci continued collecting the flesh and blood. This time, Tiger Eagle number 3 was the last one whose head fell to the ground. Even the dark black wings behind him were taken into Lucci's possession. However, Tiger Eagle number 3 was still alive at this time. He was in a state of semi-death. It allows you to see everything happening around you. However, he was unable to move, because his body has already been destroyed. At this moment, he felt only despair. Even under the impact of this despair, he could no longer feel pain. The loss of his life force had left him numb. All he could do in the end was quietly wait for his life force to completely dissipate. He subsequently died. Third brother. How dare you kill him? Human! I'll make you die. The two tiger eagles roared at Lucci. Then he desperately attacked Lucci. Lucci, however, calmly collected the flesh and blood of Tiger Eagle number 3. He was originally going to pick up the tiger eagle's head from the ground. After all, tiger eagle brain marrow is also a great tonic. However, the other two tiger eagles were too fast. They didn't give him any time at all, and were already in front of Lucci. Sharp claws reached out towards Lucci. It was as if they were about to tear him apart at any moment. Seeing this, Lucci sneered, "I was originally planning to deal with you later, but since you insist on throwing your lives away, then I'll grant your wish." The next moment, a glint of bloodlust appeared in Lucci's eyes. With the blessing of wind speed brass knuckle duster, his speed has also been greatly improved. He quickly threw a punch, confronting the tiger eagle's sharp claws. Boom! Boom! Two loud bangs followed. The two tiger eagles were actually driven back. Their claws began to crack. There was also some damage to the bones in my hand. However, the body did not break. Oh? A 5th rank tiger eagle? I should have used more force in that punch. Upon seeing this, Lucci raised an eyebrow and said. Lucci was somewhat surprised to sense that the two tiger eagles in front of him were around the 5th rank. The force he just used was about the same as when he dealt with Tiger Eagle, the third brother. That's why no real damage was caused to the two tiger eagles. It's important to understand that there's a significant difference between the 4th and 5th ranks. You're actually a 5th grade human powerhouse too. What kind of monster are you? You look so young. The two tiger eagles spoke with very solemn expressions. They knew they had probably bitten off more than they could chew this time. The young man before me is so young, yet he already possesses the strength of a 5th rank cultivator. The person behind him must have a very impressive background. I don't need to explain anything about the food. You'd better just obediently enter my storage ring. Lucci sneered. Then they took the initiative. With a single step, it charged towards the two tiger eagles. The pressure of a 5th rank official was then released. A terrifying aura swept through the forest. The two tiger eagles froze in place after sensing the oppressive aura. Because they could clearly sense a deathly threat emanating from Lucci. They were clearly also 5th rank experts. Tiger Eagle Boss is even a mid-stage 5th rank expert. But for some reason, they felt extremely insignificant in front of Lucci. It seemed as if they were facing not a human boy, but a terrifying beast. Second brother, I'll hold him off. You quickly call for reinforcements from the main force. Tiger Eagle, the leader, reacted immediately. He roared at Tiger Eagle, the second oldest. He then headed towards Lucci. He needed to buy time for Tiger Eagle's second brother. Tiger Eagle, the second in command, was instantly brought to his senses by his boss's shout. His expression was very serious. He then took out a signal flare and fired it into the sky. A beam of red light shot into the sky. Not long after, an uprising broke out in the forest. Chapter 82 Large-Scale Riot. Third Order Transcendent. Tiger Eagle number 2 finally breathed a sigh of relief after the signal flare was fired. Now all we need to do is wait for the surrounding tigers and eagles to come and provide support. But when he looked at Lu Qi again, in Lu Qi's hand, one could see the blood-soaked Tiger Eagle leader. At this moment, half of Tiger Eagle's body had been destroyed by Lu Qi. Lu Qi continuously collected the essence blood and flesh of the 5th rank. When Tiger Eagle II saw all this, his eyes were immediately filled with terror. At this moment, in his eyes, Lu Qi was like a demon from hell. They are constantly squeezing every last drop of value out of them. This boy is simply inhuman. He had never seen humans so ferocious. Second brother, run. Tiger Eagle, the leader, spoke to the second in command with his last ounce of strength. He originally intended to rely on his mid-stage 5th rank strength to contend with Lu Qi. But who would have thought that Lu Qi's aura was only at the early stage of the 5th rank? But their strength is terrifying. Without using elemental abilities. With just one punch, he suppressed Tiger Eagle, a mid-stage 5th rank expert. This left Tiger Eagle leader feeling utterly hopeless. He should have pretended not to know when he sensed their presence. I never imagined that entering would lead to a murder. At this moment, he already regretted provoking this jinx. However, even if Tiger Eagle pretended not to see it at the time, Lu Qi and the others would still take the initiative to attack Tiger Eagle because of the mission. Boss. Don't worry. I've already sent out the message, and our main force will be here to support us soon. We must avenge our third brother. Tiger Eagle, the second brother, roared angrily after seeing the miserable state of his leader. But he did not back down. Because he could sense that the riot behind him was becoming increasingly obvious. Lu Qi naturally sensed the unusual activity nearby. Clearly, there must be a powerful member of the Tiger Eagle clan nearby. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so brazen. Moreover, through his wood elemental perception, he could sense that the number of Tiger Eagle clan experts around him was enormous. Do you have an army nearby? Lu Qi asked, quite surprised. Such a large-scale riot could not have been accomplished by just a few tigers and eagles. Clearly, there must be a large number of Tiger Eagle clan experts nearby. Kid, you're smart. That's right. My Tiger Eagle clan has actually been laying out plans near Lost City for quite some time. We were originally preparing to launch an attack on Lost City, but we weren't sure when we would do so. Now that we've been exposed, today is the day my Tiger Eagle clan will wage war against Lost City. Your Lost City has long been surrounded by us. Boy, the forests surrounding Lost City are full of our Tiger Eagle clan's powerful warriors. They'll be here soon. I advise you to surrender now. I'll give you a quick death. Tiger Eagle, the second brother, said fiercely to Lu Qi. Then a wicked, sinister smile appeared on his lips. It was as if he were the ultimate victor. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's expression hardened. Unexpectedly, the Tiger Eagle clan had already laid out their plans around Lost City. However, his mission to annihilate the enemy became the fuse that ignited the Tiger Eagle clan's attack on Lost City. The Tiger Eagle clan is about to launch an attack on Lost City. This is no small matter. However, Lu Qi was not worried. Because of Tiger Eagle's second brother's signal flare, Lost City will also discover the anomaly in the forest. If you fire a signal flare, Lost City will definitely receive the message. We are more than 20 kilometers away from Lost City. It will take at least 10 minutes to launch a surprise attack on Lost City. I'm afraid this attack plan will fall through. Lu Qi said with a smile. It would take at least 10 minutes to attack Lost City from here. 10 minutes is more than enough time for Lost City to prepare its defenses. You seem to have misunderstood. Our plan was never a surprise attack. It was a crushing defeat. You don't actually think that the Lord of Lost City can defend the city with just his second-tier transcendent strength, do you? To tell you the truth, in order to ensure we can take Lost City, we've deployed a third-tier transcendent expert this time. It's probably too late for Lost City to seek help now. Tiger Eagle, the second oldest, said arrogantly. His eyes were filled with smugness. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's expression turned extremely ugly. The Tiger Eagle clan actually dispatched a third-tier extraordinary expert. Moreover, judging from the scale of the commotion around them, the number of Tiger Eagles is definitely not small. This time, the Tiger Eagle clan came prepared. He immediately used the communication radar to transmit the situation here to Lost City. If it's really as Tiger Eagle number 2 said. So now Lost City only has a little over 10 minutes to request help from the surrounding human powerhouses. The powerful members of the Tiger Eagle clan have likely already begun their actions. Human brat, I advise you to put down my elder brother now, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you half dead and watch the entire Lost City perish because of you. Tiger Eagle, the second brother, said viciously. At this moment, Tiger Eagle's leader was still in Lucci's hands, so he dared not make any rash moves. The only option is verbal threats. However, Lucci did not immediately release Tiger Eagle boss. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and asked the second Tiger Eagle, I'm very curious why your Tiger Eagle clan is attacking our human realm? Do you know that after you take Lost City, you will be facing the entire human realm beyond the teleportation array? You will be facing the strongest members of the entire human race. If the entire human race were to launch a counterattack against your Tiger Eagle clan, I believe your Tiger Eagle clan would be annihilated. So I'm curious, who gave you the courage to attack a human city? Lucci's question stunned Tiger Eagle's second brother. Yes. Although the human race is at a disadvantage in the battlefield of all races. But that's because all races are targeting the human race in every way. Even though the various races frequently targeted them, the human race still maintained a place on the battlefield. This already demonstrates the power of the human race. Humans still possess the strength to rival the dominant races. The Tiger Eagle clan could indeed easily conquer Lost City. But what happens after the conquest? There is a teleportation array for the human realm within the Lost City. Once the strongest beings in the human realm gather in the Wind and Mist province, enter Lost City via the teleportation array. Then the Tiger Eagle clan will be caught off guard. Moreover, the Tiger Eagle clan's boundary gate is located near Lost City. If a human powerhouse wanted to attack the Tiger Eagle clan's main camp, the Tiger Eagle clan is in grave danger of extermination. This war is so intense, it's extremely disadvantageous for the Tiger Eagle clan. Tiger Eagle II was immediately confused and looked troubled. Second brother, don't be fooled by his lies. This attack on Lost City by our clan was a decision made by the clan's higher-ups. The higher-ups received support from the Dragon clan, and this operation is being led by the youngest son of the Azure Dragon King, young Master Yushan. With a true dragon leading the way, other humans would absolutely not dare to act rashly. Just then, the dying Tiger Eagle leader suddenly shouted. Please urge me to update more. I know there aren't many people here, but if you urge me to update to 200 chapters, I'll update 10 chapters a day. No sooner said than done. Chapter 83 Slaying. Tiger Eagle, the second in command, felt a little more at ease after hearing that Jinlong was leading the team. It should be noted that the true Dragon clan is the dominant race in the battlefield of all races. Moreover, dragons are inherently domineering. On the battlefield, any race that encounters each other must take a detour. They were afraid of getting themselves into any trouble. Having a true dragon overseeing the Tiger Eagle clan certainly puts a lot of pressure on the human race. Is a real dragon leading the team? Upon hearing this, Lucci frowned deeply. He understood the meaning perfectly. The human race dared to wage war against the Tiger Eagle. However, they might not dare to wage war against the dragons. Because the human race currently has no emperor. However, the dragon race has an extremely powerful true dragon lord. If a direct war were to break out with the dragon race, the true dragon lord would have a reason to intervene. Humanity will inevitably be defeated. This time, however, the leader of the team was a descendant of one of the dragon kings of the true dragon clan. Isn't this just using the identity of the dragon race to suppress the human race? If the human race were to attack this young Master Yushan, the dragon race would definitely seize the opportunity to make trouble. This is absolutely outrageous. At this moment, Lucci's face was extremely ugly. As a human, I watched my race suffer blows everywhere on the battlefield of all races. A surge of anger rose within him. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. It turns out there was a real dragon leading the team. Then I'm relieved. Humans, your Lost City is finished this time. Release my elder brother now. Tiger Eagle, the second brother, laughed loudly as he spoke to Lucci. The dragon race is the dominant race in the battlefield of all races, and with the blessing of the dragon race, the Tiger Eagle clan also became increasingly confident. However, Lucci did not speak, but silently lifted Tiger Eagle boss above his head. Then apply force with your palm. Puff! Tiger Eagle's head exploded in Lu Qi's hand. Blood splattered and spilled onto the earth. Tiger Eagle, the leader, died at Lu Qi's hands. Tiger Eagle number 2 was deeply shocked when he saw this scene. He never expected that Lu Qi would not only not let his elder brother go, but would also be so ruthless. How dare you, human! Before Tiger Eagle the second could finish speaking, Lu Qi was already too preoccupied to collect the essence blood anymore. He tossed Tiger Eagle's corpse aside. In a flash, he appeared in front of Tiger Eagle's second brother. Tiger Eagle, the second brother, was startled by the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Qi. The terrifying, suffocating pressure emanating from Lu Qi clearly indicated his intention to kill him. Although both were at the 5th rank of cultivation, Lu Qi was able to easily crush Tiger Eagle, a mid-5th rank cultivator. It's like crushing an ant. Tiger Eagle, the second in command, was well aware of the gap between them. If it were a direct confrontation, he would definitely not be a match for Lu Qi. Therefore, he chose to retreat immediately. The next moment, he suddenly spread his wings, preparing to retreat. But Lu Qi didn't give him a chance at all. The moment the Tiger Eagle spread its wings, Lu Qi held him down firmly. The enormous wings were completely immobilized in Lu Qi's hands. Tiger Eagle, the second oldest, was greatly alarmed. A sense of foreboding washed over me. The next moment, Lu Qi exerted force with both hands simultaneously. The enormous black wings were torn off the Tiger Eagle's back by Lu Qi. Feathers were scattered, and blood was splattered everywhere. The wings in Lu Qi's hands were still stained with some of the Tiger Eagle's blood and flesh. The scene was extremely bloody. Tiger Eagle number 2 felt a sharp pain in his back. But he had no time to wail. He knew very well that if he didn't escape soon, his fate will be the same as his two brothers. Taking advantage of Lu Qi's grip on the wings, he retreated instantly. Although it cannot fly, but his speed was still very fast. In just the time it takes to breathe, they had already separated by nearly 100 meters. However, he still underestimated Lu Qi's strength. Lu Qi threw the wings on the ground like trash. Then, a pale green glow emanated from his body. Wind element activated. With the aid of the wind element, Lu Qi's speed became extremely fast. In just a moment, it caught up with Tiger Eagle, the second in command. Tiger Eagle's second brother was deeply shocked by what he saw, because he could sense the aura of the dragon race from the power that Lu Qi was using. Then, with a look of shock, he said, "This is a true dragon treasure." But he hadn't finished speaking. Lu Qi threw a punch. This punch landed directly on Tiger Eagle's second brother's head. The next moment, Tiger Eagle number 2's head exploded open. Then, the massive body crashed to the ground. The lives of the 3 Tiger Eagles thus came to an end. Lu Qi stared at the 3 Tiger Eagles on the ground with a sinister look in his eyes. Humans may indeed be no match for dragons now. But it's not up to the Tiger Eagle clan to use their power to bully others. And at that very moment, the commotion in the forest grew louder and louder. Lu Qi knew that the Tiger Eagle clan's main force must be approaching. However, he did not choose to return to Lost City. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. A true dragon? I'll make sure you can't enter the City of Lost Souls. Let's see how the dragons use this as an excuse to cause trouble. Then his figure disappeared into the forest. All of this was observed by Bai Kaiyuan in the sky. To single-handedly crush 3 rank 5 Tiger Eagles? It seems that Zhou Tuji underestimated Lu Qi's strength. How could someone who can crush a 5th grade expert be only a 3rd grade expert? Bai Kaiyuan smiled, then took out a specially made communicator from the Federation and said seriously, "Lu Qi's top secret information has been changed. Strength, early stage of 5th rank. Furthermore, he unleashed an ability I've never seen before. This power was extremely domineering, somewhat like the true dragon treasure technique. However, it wasn't the 5 elements technique cultivated by the dragon clan." He recounted everything he had just seen onto the communicator. Shortly after Bai Kaiyuan finished speaking, a soft female voice came from the other end of the communicator. "Received, Professor Bai. But what exactly is this ability you mentioned, similar to the true dragon treasure technique? Could you describe it in detail? This will help the assessment organization make an accurate judgment." They did not believe that Lu Qi was using the true dragon treasure technique of the wind element. In their understanding, the true dragon clan is most skilled in the art of the 5 elements. However, wind is not among the 5 elements. And according to legend, they control the element of wind. Perhaps only the true dragon progenitor from the ancient times could have done it. Even among the dragon race, the idea that the true dragon progenitor could master 8 elements is merely a legend. Not to mention the human race. Almost all races regard the true dragon ancestor who comprehended the 8 elements as a legend. After all, the true dragon clan is already so powerful simply because they have mastered the 5 elements. So, how powerful must the primordial dragon ancestor have been, having mastered 8 elements? All races dare not even imagine it. The Federal Assessment Agency also subjectively ruled out the possibility that Lu Qi had used the wind element true dragon treasure technique. P.S. Please urge me to update more. If I urge you to update more than 200 times, I'll update 10 chapters a day. No sooner said than done. Chapter 84 Lu Qi's backup plan is impossible to assess. I'm not entirely sure either. Lu Qi hasn't given us much information. But I think this might be his backup plan. Bai Kaiyuan thought for a moment and then answered. He did this so as not to expose himself. He deliberately distanced himself from Lu Qi. He could only barely make out Lu Qi's abilities. After a moment of silence, the person on the other end of the communicator replied, "Well, we can't make the most accurate assessment of the abilities he displayed for the time being. It seems that there are still many secrets about Lu Qi. However, based on the current brief assessment, Lu Qi's strength is at the 5th rank, but he possesses the combat power of a peak 5th rank, or even a 6th rank. He perfectly meets the requirements of the human emperor replacement plan. However, he still has a backup plan that hasn't been exposed, so we need you to continue your investigation." Bai Kaiyuan sighed and said, "Received. I will continue to follow up on the investigation, but the Tiger Eagle clan has already launched a large-scale operation. I hope the Federation can dispatch strong forces to support Lost City as soon as possible." He was flying high in the sky and could see clearly into the depths of the forest. They were densely packed with powerful members of the Tiger Eagle clan. They surrounded Lost City. Heading towards Lost City. At their current speed, they will reach the plains outside Lost City in less than 20 minutes. That is the first line of defense for Lost City. At that time, a major war will be inevitable. Don't worry about that. The Federation has already dispatched several top experts to Fenglan province via teleportation arrays. Once the Tiger Eagle clan dares to step into the defenses of Lost City, the human powerhouses will directly use Fenglan's teleportation array to reach Lost City. Now all you need to do is stick close to Lu Qi. On the other end of the communicator, he said with great confidence. There are also teleportation arrays inside the human realm. Transmission between provinces doesn't even take a minute. When Lu Qi relayed the information that the Tiger Eagle clan was besieging Lost City, the federal government has already taken countermeasures. Upon hearing this, Bai Kaiyuan finally felt much relieved, and then said, "It seems Lu Qi has gone to see that young Master Yushan. If nothing unexpected happens, given Lu Qi's personality, he's going to make a move against young Master Yushan. Should I stop him? Young Master Yushan is a descendant of the true dragon clan. If we let him take over the Lost City, then the human race will have no chance to regain control of Lost City." Therefore, Lu Qi immediately thought of intercepting and killing young Master Yushan in the battlefield of 10,000 races. Let young Master Yushan die on the battlefield of 10,000 races. So even if the dragons wanted to use this as an excuse, they would have no way to reason with them. Because the battlefield of all races is a place where the strong prey on the weak, death and injury are inevitable. This is universally acknowledged by all races. If wars are started arbitrarily because one's offspring died on the battlefield of all races, then all races will be thrown into chaos. Tiger Eagle dared to wage war against the human race only because he was bewitched by the dragon race. They were just used as pawns by the dragons. Upon hearing this, the person on the other end of the communicator fell silent. Then came another hushed exchange. 2 minutes later, the Federation's reply finally came through the communicator. According to the information obtained by the Federation, young Master Yushan's cultivation level is around the 6th rank, which is very suitable for testing Lu Qi's strength, so there is no need to stop Lu Qi's actions. However, you must ensure Lu Qi's safety. If Lu Qi fails to kill young Master Yushan, you will need to clean up the mess for him. Try not to leave any trace of humanity. Professor Bai, do you know what the Federation means? Aftermath work? Upon hearing this, Bai Kaiyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. I know what to do. After saying that, he turned off the communicator. She looked straight in the direction Lu Qi had left. It then vanished into the sky in an instant. The inner city of Lost City. A guard anxiously reported to Kunwo, Lord City Lord, the trainees who just completed the trial have sent back news. Our Lost City has been surrounded by the Tiger Eagle clan. Moreover, this time the Tiger Eagle clan has sent a third-tier transcendent expert. And, the leader is a descendant of a dragon king from the true dragon clan. Lord City Lord, we. The guard's faces instantly darkened upon receiving the news. The Tiger Eagle clan is besieging us. Third-tier extraordinary powerhouse. Prince Lon led the team. These three explosive pieces of news made the guards present tremble with fear. They instantly perked up. However, they quickly gripped their weapons tightly. It was as if they were about to fight to the death. Kunwo, however, said calmly, I already know about this. Don't worry, just focus on guarding the defenses. The Federation immediately relayed the message to Kunwo the moment Lucci sent it out. Therefore, he knew about the Tiger Eagle clan siege earlier than the guards. Furthermore, the Federation had already informed Kunwo of the solution. A large number of powerful cultivators at the human realm have now gathered behind the teleportation array in Lost City. If Tiger Eagle really dares to attack Lost City, once the teleportation array is activated, powerful beings from the human realm will flock to it. That will be the day the Tiger Eagle clan dies. Just then, a guard asked, what about the trainees who are still on missions outside the city? Upon hearing this, Kunwo frowned and said, except for Lucci, we can ignore him. Bring all the other students back to Lost City and ensure their safety. With Bai Kaiyuan watching over Lin Han, he should be fine. This mission was specifically designed for Lucci. Therefore, he has no control over it. Giving up on Lucci Lord City Lord, he is the young master of the Martial Pavilion. If we do this, we offend the Martial Pavilion. The guard still seemed a little uneasy. Lucci's identity within the Federation is completely confidential, and the plans targeting him are also top secret. Therefore, it is quite normal that these guards did not know the true purpose of this trial. Upon hearing this, Kunwo sighed and said, don't worry, Lost City will not abandon any of our human compatriots. However, Lucci is a special case. You don't need to worry about his safety, someone will protect him. Seeing this, the guards stopped talking. They simply withdrew silently. Fonlan Province, Black Market Martial Pavilion. Master Wu, news has come from the Martial Pavilion in Lost City. The Tiger Eagle clan has launched a major attack on Lost City. The young master is still undergoing trials there. Is there anything we should do? Yumanman looked at the information that had just been transmitted back from the battlefield and frowned as she spoke. Because large-scale racial wars like this are rare in the battlefield of all races. The Federation has already told me about this. They've instructed the head of the Lost City Martial Pavilion to keep an eye out and, if they find Lucci in danger, to do everything in their power to protect him. Lucci's life is the top priority. If Lost City cannot be defended, Lucci must be safely returned to the human realm. Master Wu took a deep drag on his cigar and sighed. Chapter 85 Straight to the heart of the army. Battlefield of myriad races, Tiger Eagle's base camp. Inside the enormous black tent, a robust Tiger Eagle roared, what happened? Why were signal flares fired all of a sudden? Have the humans discovered us? The speaker is the commander-in-chief of Tiger Eagle's operation this time. That is, the third-tier extraordinary expert from the Tiger Eagle clan. He was furious at that moment. A single signal flare disrupted his long-planned scheme. The Tiger Eagle clan had been planning their operation outside Lost City for a long time. In fact, the conditions for attacking Lost City were already in place. However, they never chose the right time. Because the Lost City is designed to be easy to defend and difficult to attack. They need to be fully prepared. But it was this one signal flare. This could very well expose them, alerting Lost City in advance. Therefore, he had given orders long ago that signal flares must not be used unless the plan is discovered. Even if it means death. Report. It sounds like it was sent by our patrol team around Lost City. And we have lost contact with this squad. Could it be that we've really been discovered? One of the Tiger Eagles said with a very solemn expression. Commander Tiger Eagle said with a gloomy face, what a bunch of useless trash. They can't even be discovered when they're on patrol. Young Master Yushan, what do you think we should do now? As he spoke, Commander Tiger Eagle looked at young Master Rain Mountain standing to the side. This is the young master of the True Dragon Clan, the youngest son of the Azure Dragon King. Young Master Yushan was sitting on the sofa specially made by Tiger Eagle, his expression very calm. What's even more surprising is that the dragon actually appeared in human form at this moment. Young Master Yushan spoke calmly. Now that we've been discovered, we should act quickly before they're ready. Send all troops out. Launch a blitzkrieg. We must end the battle before human reinforcements arrive. Upon hearing that war was about to break out, all the tigers and eagles inside the tent looked troubled. After all, the human race is not weak. If war really breaks out, then Tiger Eagle will be making an enemy of the human race. Recalling the history of their ancestors being used as experiments by humans, they couldn't help but tremble. One of the Tiger Eagles stammered, "Young Master Yushan, we haven't figured out the layout of Lost City yet. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to start a war now?" The other Tiger Eagles nodded in agreement. In fact, they did not want to start a war. However, the Dragon Clan kept putting pressure on them by making empty promises. This forced the Tiger Eagle clan to gather near Lost City. What are you afraid of? According to intelligence, the strongest combat force in Lost City is only a second-tier transcendent, while the commander is a third-tier one. Do you really think the commander is no match for humans? Upon hearing this, all the tigers and eagles present fell silent. This statement was clearly a mockery of the Tiger Eagle clan. If the Tiger Eagle clan didn't intervene, they would be at a disadvantage. Despite being suppressed by overwhelming power, they actually cowered and shrank back. Alright. Then let's do as young Master Yushan says. Let's end this battle before the humans have a chance to react. Pass down the order, instructing all Tiger Eagle clan experts to carry out the encirclement and annihilation operation. I will personally lead the team to annihilate Lost City. Commander Tiger Eagle said in a deep voice. He knew that the Dragon Clan was determined to have them attack the human clan this time. Since there's no way to avoid it, we'll just have to bite the bullet and face it. Seeing this, young Master Yushan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Then I'll wait for your good news at the base camp." He would never personally go to such a dangerous battlefield. Let the Tiger Eagle clan do the dirty and hard work. What he had to do was to take over the city after the Tiger Eagle clan conquered Lost City. At that time, as long as I sit in command, humans will not dare to touch me. If he were to go to the battlefield with these Tiger Eagles, humanity would have a reason to attack him. He didn't want to die on the battlefield like those foolish tigers and eagles. The tigers and eagles present immediately revealed their fierce expressions. But there was nothing we could do. They naturally knew that they were being used as pawns by the true Dragon Clan. But the true Dragon Clan is powerful in the battlefield of all races. They were powerless to do anything about it. Deep in the forest, a figure, like a green streak of light, moved among the trees. Lu Qi sped along at high speed. At this moment, a faint green light emanated from his eyes. He imbued his eyes with the power of the wood element. This will make his vision even more acute in the forest. Moreover, it accurately senses signs of biological activity in the surrounding environment. Through this vision, he could see that there were a large number of Tiger Eagle powerhouses directly in front of him. Moreover, these powerful Tiger Eagles are heading towards Lost City. After investigating the Lu Qi element, within a kilometer of the front, there were nearly 1,000 large Tiger Eagles. Lu Qi didn't know how many Tiger Eagles were a kilometer away. Because of his abilities, the maximum range he can currently explore is 1 kilometer. However, there are definitely many Tiger Eagles outside of one's own field of vision. Even knowing that they were facing such a massive Tiger Eagle legion, Lu Qi, however, showed no sign of backing down. However, he changed the course of his actions. They did not head directly towards the Tiger Eagle legion, even though he has many trump cards up his sleeve. But he knew that with his strength alone, facing thousands upon thousands of enemies, his only fate would be to die in battle. Until we have the strength to annihilate an entire legion. He wisely chose to avoid a direct confrontation with the Tiger Eagle's main force. Instead, they chose a safer approach and headed to the Tiger Eagle clan's rear base. Lu Qi was perfectly aware of this. The Dragon Clan actually used the Tiger Eagle clan as pawns. Therefore, young Master Yushan would definitely not be able to participate in the war. His plan was to strike at the heart of the matter and take down young Master Yushan directly. If the human city cannot be defended, he could also use young Master Yushan's life to negotiate with the Tiger Eagle clan. He was getting closer and closer to the main force of the Tiger Eagle clan. However, it relies on the exploration of the wood element. Lu Qi easily avoided the main force of the Tiger Eagle clan. When they encountered the Tiger Eagle clan, Lu Qi also sensed a terrifying aura within the main force. That aura had surpassed his comprehension. It is much stronger than by Kaiyuan, who is at the 9th rank. If he wasn't mistaken, the source of that aura was the main force attacking Lost City. A powerful Tiger Eagle clan expert at the 3rd level of the extraordinary realm. That aura was so powerful that it could kill Lu Qi with just a glance. Fortunately, when Lu Qi encountered that powerful figure, he immediately concealed his aura. Otherwise, if it is discovered, he might not even find young Master Yushan before he dies on the way. P.S. Please urge me to update more. If I break 200 chapters, I'll update 5 times a day. Chapter 86, Is the Dragon Prince an investment target? Lu Qi quickly bypassed the Tiger Eagle clan's army. They went directly to the Tiger Eagle clan's main camp behind the enemy lines. The Tiger Eagle clan's main camp is located in a basin behind the forest. Because it is located on a hillside, it is very easy to hide. No wonder it has never been detected by the human race's powerful members. The base camp was enormous. It can be seen that a large number of Tiger Eagle clan experts were dispatched this time. Lu Qi's expression hardened as he began to worry about his fellow humans in Lost City. What he can do now is to take down Prince Yushan of the Dragon Clan as soon as possible. Use young Master Yushan as a hostage to force the Tiger Eagle clan to withdraw their troops. In the basin, trees are scarce, so Lu Qi switched to using earth elements for reconnaissance. Earth is more suitable for reconnaissance in basins. Lu Qi would notice the slightest movement on the ground immediately. He soon discovered signs of biological activity in the heart of the camp. Moreover, this was the only sign of activity in the entire camp. Lu Qi can now be certain that the creature in the center of the camp is none other than the young Master Yushan he is looking for. After all, dragons are cunning and would never go to the battlefield themselves. He ordered the entire Tiger Eagle clan army to attack and die. Meanwhile, they were in their own camp, reaping the benefits without lifting a finger. However, it was precisely because of this that Lu Qi had the opportunity to make a move. If there are other tigers and eagles in the camp, it would be easier for them to be exposed. Without those obstacles, it will be much easier for me to win over young Master Yushan. After saying that, Lu Qi headed straight for the central tent in the camp. The camp was very quiet at the moment. It was almost impossible to hear any sound. Lu Qi quickly arrived at the huge tent in the center. He concealed his aura. The earth element is no longer used to perceive the fluctuations within. Because at this moment he was very close to the creature inside the tent. Even without using any elements, one can sense the activity inside the tent. I really don't know what my dad was thinking, sending me to this godforsaken place. They're just a small human race. Their human emperor is dead, why are they so terrified? Why don't we just annihilate them? I really don't understand what the higher-ups of the dragon race are thinking. All that could be heard from inside the tent were the constant, childish complaints. Without even guessing, Lu Qi knew that the speaker was none other than the Azure Dragon King's youngest son, young Master Yushan. However, they didn't rush to take action. Young Master Yushan is complaining about the Dragon Clan now, perhaps I can glean some useful information from it. Do you really not understand why the fate of the human race is so important? They could have easily and legitimately wiped out the human race, but instead they resort to all sorts of means to seize their fate. In my opinion, those dragons at the top are all senile. Even if the human race comes to claim the human emperor, no one can be born. What kind of destiny do they have left? They actually made me come to this remote place to oversee a human city. It must have been the idea of that flame dragon king who's at odds with my father. He dumped all the dirty and hard work on me. Inside the tent, young Master Yushan kept complaining. Lu Qi also gleaned some important information from it. First, the reason why the dragon race has never attacked the human race is because they want to seize the human race's fortune. Secondly, the dragon race is not harmonious internally either, with the Flame Dragon King constantly opposing the Azure Dragon King. Although not much information was obtained. However, both of these pieces of information are extremely important. Extremely important to the human race. Lu Qi waited outside the tent for a long time. However, inside the tent, young Master Yushan only complained about the evil deeds of the Flame Dragon King. No further information was revealed. Lu Qi also saw a glimmer of opportunity in this. It seems I can use the relationship between the Azure Dragon King and the Flame Dragon King to undermine the dragon race from within. Just as Lu Qi was pondering, heavy footsteps echoed from inside the tent. Young Master Yushan seemed to have grown tired of staying in the tent. I wanted to get some fresh air. Lu Qi was greatly alarmed. He had not yet found cover. But it was too late. The huge tent flap was pulled open. A young man dressed in blue stepped out. The boy looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, about the same age as Lu Qi. However, Lu Qi knew that the young Master Yushan in front of him was definitely more than he looked. Dragons live much longer than humans. Their natural maturation period is also later than that of humans. Young Master Yushan looks only 17 or 18 years old. But his actual age may be over 50. However, judging from the complaints just now, Yushan Gongzi's mental age is probably still that of a child. Bite. Investment opportunities detected. Investment target, young Master Yushan. Sustainable investment, the ultimate achievement, the future Azure Dragon King. Current cultivation level, peak of the 6th rank. Investment item, a pack of Wei-Long spicy strips. Investment details, young Master Yushan had always heard that the human race's Wei-Long spicy strips were the most delicious thing in the world. He had always wanted to try them, but hadn't yet. Investment returns, a map of an undiscovered ancient Dragon King's treasure site. Lu Qi was stunned when he saw the system notification that suddenly appeared. It turns out that young Master Yushan is also one of my investment targets. Moreover, the investment return was actually a map of ancient ruins. It is important to understand that this takes place in a vast battlefield of countless races. It contains many historical sites. Some of these relics were left behind by powerful figures in ancient times. There is a great opportunity within it. Some are also dangerous ruins. However, whenever a relic appears, a large number of powerful individuals will rush to compete for it. After all, every relic represents an opportunity. If we could obtain the inheritance within the ruins, perhaps one can ascend to heaven in broad daylight. In an instant, they became the dragon and phoenix among all races. Now, Lu Qi can exchange a pack of spicy strips for an undiscovered ancient relic. This is such a great deal. Just as Lu Qi was still immersed in his fantasy, young Master Yushan exclaimed in great surprise, "Human! What are you doing here?" He was quite surprised by Lu Qi's appearance. At this point, the Tiger Eagle clan should have already launched an attack on the human clan. To my surprise, a human appeared outside my tent. However, the surprise was only brief. After his initial shock, young Master Yushan immediately realized that Lu Qi must have been sent by the human race to assassinate him. Although he was the Dragon King's youngest son, he was not stupid. They were naturally aware of the situation under siege by the Tiger Eagle clan. Only by taking control from the rear can the current predicament of the human race be resolved. Without saying a word, young Master Yushan was about to attack Lu Qi. He then extended his sharp claws. It attacked Lu Qi. Lu Qi's reaction was also very quick. Retreat instantly. No sooner said than done. With a swift swing of its claws, the terrifying aura tore several nearby tents apart. If Lu Qi had been even a second slower, he would definitely have been injured by young Master Yushan's terrifying claws. Lu Qi swallowed hard. This is the strength of a peak 6th grade dragon. Chapter 87, Bribing a Real Dragon with a Pack of Spicy Strips? But young Master Yushan gave Lu Qi no chance to catch his breath. Soon another claw strike came toward Lu Qi. Lu Qi continued to dodge, but showed no intention of retaliating. This person is his investment target, and he doesn't want to cause any unpleasantness. Because this time the reward is a map of ancient ruins. Moreover, according to the system description, this is also a treasure trove of historical sites. This immediately rules out the possibility of it being a trap relic. There is a great opportunity inside. It would be troublesome if they didn't accept my investment then. Human, how dare you come to my headquarters to assassinate me? Why have you been hiding? Come and fight me head on. I want to see just how strong this young human is. Young Master Yushan stared at Lu Qi, letting out a low dragon roar. Lu Qi's repeated retreats only made him more courageous in battle. Then his long dragon body charged straight at Lu Qi. At that moment, Lu Qi finally raised his right hand. The storage ring on his hand lit up. The next moment, a packet of Wei-Long spicy strips appeared in Lu Qi's hand. This bag of spicy strips was specially prepared for him by Bai Kaiyuan. Unexpectedly, it came in handy at this time. Just as young Master Yushan was about to collide with Lu Qi, he smelled a fragrance he had never smelled before. Then he saw that Lu Qi was holding a bag of spicy strips that he had been dreaming of. He braked quickly. It stopped when it was only 1 meter away from Lu Qi. This is Wei Long spicy strips? Young Master Yushan carefully examined the spicy strip in Lu Qi's hand, and then took a serious sniff. He then swallowed hard. That alluring fragrance made it impossible for him to harm Lu Qi. The ferocity he had shown towards Lu Qi before is now completely gone. Seeing that young Master Yushan had stopped attacking, Lu Qi smiled and said, "Not bad. This is my human race's premium Wei Long spicy strips." After receiving an affirmative answer, young Master Yushan swallowed hard again and asked, "Is this for me? Then we'll see how you perform." Lu Qi said with a wicked smile. "Human. Are you threatening me? Do you know that I am the offspring of the Azure Dragon King of the True Dragon Clan?" Lu Qi ignored Yushan's explanation. He knew that young Master Yushan wouldn't dare to touch him now. Lu Qi simply tore the Wei Long spicy strips open. I took one out and began to savor it. The instant the packaging was torn open, a spicy aroma wafted over. Young Master Yushan didn't even have time to swallow the saliva in his mouth. It flowed out drop by drop. This smell is absolutely irresistible. This made him wish he could snatch the spicy strips from Lu Qi's hands right now and devour them. However, out of respect for the dragon race, he did not do anything. Seeing this, Lu Qi was secretly delighted. He never imagined that gutter oil from the human realm would be so tempting to the dragon race. "Human. Hand over this bag of spicy strips to me now, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll kill you and take your spicy snacks." Young Master Yushan stared intently at the spicy strips in Lu Qi's hand and said, "If you really want it, I can give it to you, and let me tell you, I have a lot of spicy strips here." Lu Qi said, taking out a large bag of spicy strips from his storage ring, and then continued. "But only if you listen to me. Otherwise, even if you can kill me, I'll burn all these spicy strips before I die." As Lu Qi spoke, flames ignited in his hand. When young Master Yushan saw the flame in Lu Qi's hand, he was immediately shocked. He then quickly took a few steps back and said, "Wait. Let's talk this out." They seemed afraid the spicy strips would be burned. He had never seen so many spicy strips in his entire life. "Alright, I've been wanting to have a good talk with you. Now, make the Tiger Eagle clan army retreat," Lu Qi said, holding up a bag of spicy strips. Young Master Yushan was immediately somewhat embarrassed. What, you can't do it?" Young Master Yushan said with great difficulty, "It was not me who gave the order to attack, but the Dragon Clan behind me. If I were to order a retreat, the Dragon Clan would definitely hold me accountable. I can't risk my life. And this involves my father. I can't betray my father. So I can't do that. Change your request." Although he desperately wanted the spicy strips in Lu Qi's hand, he knew that his life was more important than the spicy strips. Moreover, if he doesn't handle things here well, the Flame Dragon King will definitely use this as an excuse to criticize his father. Then I'll really be in trouble. So after weighing the pros and cons, he did not agree. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi frowned. Unexpectedly, this young Master Yushan has quite a broad perspective. They actually have more foresight than those old fogies from the Wu family in Fenglan province. As expected of a truly great race, their educational philosophies are completely different. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qi said, "Alright, I won't make things difficult for you. Just delay the Tiger Eagle clan's attack and give Lost City time to seek reinforcements. This shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Just hold off the Tiger Eagle army, and the Dragon Clan won't trace it back to you. If you agree, I'll give you a bag of spicy strips." Lu Qi had no idea what the current situation was like in Lost City. Unbeknownst to them, Lost City had actually laid an ambush long ago. They're just waiting for the Tiger Eagle clan to take the bait. So all he could do was try his best to create opportunities for Lost City. Every extra minute gained increases Lost City's chances of winning. "No problem. I promise you." Young Master Yushan did not hesitate. I readily agreed. He knew that the Tiger Eagles had no intention of attacking Lost City. It's easy to tell him if you want to delay for a while. "Great. Here's your reward." Lu Qi smiled and handed a bag of spicy strips to young Master Yushan. Upon seeing this, young Master Yushan immediately caught the spicy strips with both hands. It's like cherishing a precious baby. Hold the spicy strips in your hands. He then carefully tore open the packaging. I took out a spicy snack and savored it slowly. The moment the spicy snack entered his mouth, his dragon tail immediately perked up. Then, young Master Yushan excitedly dashed around in the sky. Lucci was speechless upon seeing this. I never expected him to be a prince of the Dragon Kingdom. They're so obsessed with junk food. Bite. Investment successful. The reward has been returned to your system storage. Just then, the system's voice sounded in Lucci's mind. He then saw an ancient parchment scroll appear in his system space. From this parchment scroll, Lucci could sense an ancient and mysterious aura. This sheepskin scroll is very likely to have been passed down from ancient times. Lucci was now eager to find the relics within the scroll. But we need to solve the predicament of Lost City first. Lucci looked at the rain-covered young master dancing in the sky and said, "Hey! I've already given you the stuff, so you should keep your promise. If you can hold off the Tiger Eagle clan's army, I can give you another bag of shrimp chips." Chapter 88 Technology and Ruthless Work. Shrimp chips, what are those? Upon hearing that there was more delicious food, young Master Yushan immediately came to Lucci's side and said. Lucci smiled slightly, "That's another kind of unparalleled delicacy in the human realm." As he spoke, he took out a bag of shrimp chips from his storage ring. Tear it open gently. A rich aroma of shrimp wafted through the air. Young Master Yushan, like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, said impatiently, "Is this shrimp crackers? Let me try some." Lucci smiled. It was just as he had expected. This young Master Yushan is a complete foodie. He then tossed the shrimp crackers in his hand away. It was caught precisely by young Master Yushan's mouth. Kaz. A crisp sound came from young Master Yushan's mouth. The two exquisite long eyes suddenly magnified. It was as if they had tasted some heavenly delicacy. Delicious. Give me the shrimp chips quickly. Young Master Yushan said anxiously. He originally thought that Weilong spicy strips were invincible, but he never expected that shrimp strips could be comparable to them. Lucci simply smiled calmly. He hadn't expected that young Master Yushan would be so easily fooled. It was just junk food from two different realms that had him completely bewitched. Little did they know, this was a technology and ruthless skill known to everyone in the human world. "I can give you the shrimp chips, but shouldn't you keep your promise to me first?" Lucci said, putting away the shrimp chips. Seeing that Lucci was about to put away the shrimp crackers, young Master Yushan quickly said, all right. I'll go do it right now." As he spoke, he prepared to fly towards Lost City. But it seems it's already too late. Just as young Master Yushan soared into the sky, he saw the direction of Lost City in the distance. It seemed that a great battle had already begun. Huh? Has the fight already started? Young Master Yushan asked in confusion. It had been less than 10 minutes since the Tiger Eagle clan army left. According to the army's marching speed, it should take at least 15 minutes to reach the first line of defense of Lost City. Could it be that Lost City struck first? Upon hearing this, Lucci immediately sensed something was wrong and flew high into the air, wanting to see the battle situation in Lost City. Once your cultivation reaches the 5th rank, you can fly and teleport. Therefore, Lucci also possessed the ability to fly. The area around Lost City was in complete chaos. The great battle seems to have begun. How could this be? The Tiger Eagle army only left a few minutes ago. Why are they already fighting so quickly? Lucci asked with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, young Master Yushan shrugged and said, "Human, this is not my fault. It is very likely that the strong men of your Lost City made the first move." Impossible. The strongest in our Lost City is only a second-tier transcendent. Without reinforcements, it's impossible for them to launch an attack on the Tiger Eagle army. Lucci said in a very heavy tone. Lost City is inherently easy to defend and difficult to attack. The human race wasn't foolish enough to attack the Tiger Eagle army knowing there was a huge gap in combat strength. But that's the truth. And it seems, your human race is about to win. Young Master Yushan looked at the battlefield and said, "Are we going to win?" Lucci was taken aback. This place is nearly 30 kilometers away from Lost City. With Lucci's cultivation at the early stage of the 5th rank, he couldn't achieve such far-sightedness. Therefore, he did not know the actual situation on the battlefield. It could only be vaguely seen that a fight seemed to have broken out near Lost City. But young Master Yushan is different. His own strength had already reached the peak of the 6th rank. Moreover, it also has the blessing of the dragon race. His five senses are much better than Lu Qi's. Therefore, you can clearly see everything on the battlefield. This is why he was able to calmly remain at headquarters. Even though he is at headquarters, he can still have a comprehensive view of the whole situation. Young Master Yushan shrugged helplessly and said, "Don't believe me? I'll take you to see it for yourself. At my speed, I can get to the battlefield in just 3 minutes. But let's make it clear first, after you see the results, you have to give me that bag of shrimp chips." Lu Qi readily agreed, "Okay. But how are you going to take me there?" He could only feel at ease when he saw that humanity was safe. But he was also curious about how young Master Yushan could possibly get him there. Then, young Master Yushan came to stand before Lu Qi. He coiled his body around, then patted his back with his dragon claw and said, "Come on up, but hold on tight, I'm very fast." Lu Qi was taken aback. Riding a dragon? He hadn't expected young Master Yushan to be so open-minded. However, now is not the time to think about that. Lu Qi sat directly on young Master Yushan's back. Young Master Yushan shuddered. Once he was sure Lu Qi wouldn't fall, his eyes instantly sharpened. The next moment, he transformed into a streak of light and rushed towards Lost City. Lu Qi was greatly alarmed. Young Master Yushan is incredibly fast. I almost lost my grip. In just a moment, they had already crossed several kilometers. At this time, Lu Qi was also able to see the situation on the battlefield more clearly. Seem. Just as young Master Yushan said. It seems that the human race is suppressing the tiger-eagle race. There are many powerful individuals whom Lu Qi has never seen before, who are slaughtering the tiger-eagle clan. Lu Qi sensed the aura of supreme power emanating from these experts. Clearly, these powerful individuals are all extraordinary beings above the 9th rank. Moreover, the tiger-eagle clan didn't even reach the first line of defense of Lost City. Clearly, this time the humans struck first. But Lu Qi still didn't understand. The strongest in the Lost City is only at the second level of the extraordinary realm. Where did these powerful individuals come from? Did the human realm already know that the tiger-eagle clan was going to attack Lost City? So they set up an ambush. Was the trial mission issued to the students this time merely a trigger to ignite this great war? After connecting everything together, Lu Qi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If that's really the case, then the scheming of the human realm is truly terrifying. How did so many powerful human beings suddenly appear? There are at least 3 of you at the 5th level of the transcendent realm. Could it be that you in the human realm already knew about our plan and set up an ambush in advance? Young Master Yushan saw that many powerful cultivators in the human realm were slaughtering the tiger-eagle army on the battlefield. I was utterly shocked. Lu Qi was equally shocked. The appearance of these powerful beings in the human realm was beyond his expectations. Fortunately, nothing bad has happened in Lost City now. Judging from the current situation, the human race is unilaterally crushing the tiger-eagle army. There's no need to go any further. If you enter the battlefield, you'll be in danger. Let's return to camp. Lu Qi handed the bag of shrimp chips to Yushan and said. He certainly didn't want his fellow humans to see him riding a dragon. Otherwise, they would think they were colluding with foreign tribes. Moreover, young Master Yushan is now a long-term investment target for me. I don't want this cash cow to die too soon. We are currently 10 kilometers away from the battlefield. Returning to camp now is the best option. Chapter 89: A True Dragon Raised Like a Dog? By Kaiyuan, a major battle has already begun at the front. How is Lu Qi doing? Have they already started fighting with young Master Yushan? Please report combat data in real time. Over the communicator, the federal agent asked Bai Kaiyuan. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Kaiyuan picked up the walkie-talkie at his waist and said, "Report. Lu Qi seems to have subdued young Master Yushan." Subdued? What do you mean? I saw him subdue young Master Yushan with a bag of spicy strips and a bag of shrimp chips, and now he is riding on young Master Yushan's back. And Bai Kaiyuan paused here. And what? Bai Kaiyuan said with great difficulty, "Furthermore, it seems that young Master Yushan is currently playing a game of throwing sticks with Lu Qi." Federal. Both sides fell silent. However, they knew that Bai Kaiyuan, given his status, wouldn't joke like that with them. And what Bai Kaiyuan said was indeed correct. At this moment, at the Tiger Eagle headquarters, Lu Qi tossed out a spicy snack. Immediately afterwards, young Master Yushan flew out. Catch it with your mouth. They then ate it with relish. It looked like the owner was playing a game of fetch with the puppy. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Bai Kaiwan would never have believed that it was all true. Moreover, young Master Yushan was completely willing. "Master, I want more." Young Master Yushan said to Lu Qi with expectant eyes after swallowing the spicy strip in his mouth. Lu Qi extended his right hand and said, "Shake hands." Upon seeing this, young Master Yushan obediently extended his left hand and placed it in Lu Qi's hand. Right hand. He then switched hands and placed them on Lu Qi's hands. Spin around. Upside down. Say it. Woof. Seeing this, Lu Qi tossed out a spicy snack with great satisfaction. Very good. Pluto. Go eat. It's like training a dog. Pluto was the new name that Lu Qi gave to young Master Yushan. Yushan Gongzi rushed towards the spicy strip immediately. After finishing his spicy snack, young Master Yushan quickly returned to Lu Qi's side. She licked her lips very obediently. It seems they are waiting for Lu Qi to release food again. He's just like a husky in the human world now. Moreover, after being trained by Lu Qi, young Master Yushan would become very obedient whenever he saw snacks. Alright, let's stop eating now. It's getting late, and the Tiger Eagle clan's army should be back soon. I have to go now. Lu Qi waved his hand and said. After returning to the camp, he originally planned to leave and go to find the location of the ruins in the system. If it weren't for the fact that young Master Yushan still had some use to him, he wouldn't have stayed. Master, are you leaving? Don't you want Pluto anymore? Young Master Yushan said with some disappointment. A hint of human emotion seemed to appear in his eyes. Lu Qi said irritably, "You'd better stay here obediently. Do you remember what I told you before?" As he spoke, he handed a bag of spicy strips to young Master Yushan. After taking the spicy strips, young Master Yushan's eyes lit up again as he said, "I'll remember that, and I will definitely do as you instruct." But can doing this really bring down the Flame Dragon King? Lu Qi patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I'm your master, I won't lie to you." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth turned up. If young Master Yushan is truly willing to work for me, that would mean that they had an inside agent within the Dragon Clan. This will make things much easier in the future on the battlefield of all races. Young Master Yushan nodded and said, "Alright, then have a safe journey, Master. Remember to contact me." Lu Qi gave a wicked smile and nodded. He then left the Tiger Eagle clan's camp without looking back. Young Master Yushan did not follow. Instead, they quietly waited in the camp for the Tiger Eagle clan army to return. Outside the Lost City. Kill. Those who invade human cities, no matter how far away, shall be punished. Damn it, leave me some Tiger Eagles. If you kill them all, what am I supposed to kill? Where is the commander of the Tiger Eagle clan this time? Isn't he a third-tier transcendent expert? Killing him would be a great achievement. Leave his head to me. The morale of the human race is high. However, the Tiger Eagle clan suffered repeated defeats due to the appearance of the strongest human. The Tiger Eagle clan army didn't even set foot on the first line of defense of Lost City. They were then forced to intercept and kill the impatient human powerhouses. The Tiger Eagle clan dispatched this time mostly consisting of experts of the 4th rank or above. And there are nearly 30,000 of them. Even in the entire battlefield of all races, this legion is considered extremely large. However, in the hands of these human madmen, they appeared extremely weak and helpless. What's going on? Wasn't it said that the strongest in Lost City was only at the 2nd level of the extraordinary realm? What's going on with these 5th-tier extraordinary experts? And there's more than one. Commander Tiger Eagle roared from the rear of the battlefield. At that time, he was not leading the team at the front. Otherwise, they would directly encounter 5th-tier extraordinary powerhouses from all races. He was destined to be instantly killed. Report. Could it be that they saw the signal flare and prepared in advance? Impossible. From the time the signal flare was fired to the arrival of our army, no more than 20 minutes had passed. Even if the human race had requested reinforcements from other cities immediately, it would have been impossible for them to arrive within 20 minutes. It seems the humans knew about our plan beforehand. It seems they were the ones who came prepared. There must have been a leak beforehand. Otherwise, things wouldn't be like this now. Commander, what should we do now? The high-ranking members of the Ultimate Tiger Eagles were fending off the fierce attacks of the human race on the battlefield. They discussed countermeasures. What else can we do? Retreat. If we continue fighting, and all the humans' extraordinary experts gather together, we will be wiped out. Commander Tiger Eagle roared. But if we retreat, what about the dragons? Mahdi, stop talking nonsense. I can't watch my compatriots continue to be slaughtered. Get out of here. Commander Tiger Eagle roared. His voice spread out. The news spread to every corner of the battlefield, so that every Tiger Eagle can hear it. Upon hearing the order to retreat, the group of Tiger Eagles' morale plummeted once again. They all began to retreat. The human race naturally heard the roar of the Tiger Eagle commander. Seeing the Tiger Eagle army retreat, the human warriors did not continue the pursuit. Lost City is inherently easy to defend and difficult to attack, which is why it has remained unconquered for so many years. It would be very disadvantageous to pursue them over long distances. Therefore, the powerful human race members all chose to stop while they were ahead. After inflicting pain on the Tiger Eagle clan this time, Lost City will likely be comforted for a while. Brothers, we've won. We have repelled the Tiger Eagle army. The human realm is mighty. The human race is mighty. Chapter 90 Zhou Shui's worries. Outside Lost City, a group of human powerhouses cheered as soon as they saw the Tiger Eagle army retreat. When they received the message from Lu Qi, they originally thought it would be a fierce battle. I didn't expect the Federation to have made preparations so early. They immediately mobilized powerful individuals from the human realm teleportation array to support Lost City. This allowed Lost City to easily secure victory. However, this victory still belongs to them. Lord of the City, we've won. It must be because you knew about the Tiger Eagle clan's plan in advance that the Federation provided such timely support. I am very sorry for the previous doubts. A guard approached Kunwo and said excitedly. He had been wondering why Kunwo was so fearless when he heard that the Tiger Eagle clan's army was coming. So it turns out he had prepared a backup plan all along. No wonder he is the city lord. He certainly has a long-term vision. No need for that. Actually, I only just learned about the Tiger Eagle clan's impending attack. It's all thanks to Lu Qi from the Wind and Cloud Martial Academy. It was because of him that the Federation immediately dispatched a large number of supreme experts to support Lost City. Kunwo smiled and shook his head. In fact, the reason why Lost City was able to be saved this time was entirely because the Federation valued Lu Qi. They were terrified that Lu Qi might perish in the Lost City. If it weren't for Lu Qi undergoing trials in the Lost City. Based on the Federation's previous support procedures, by the time the Strong arrive, Lost City might have already fallen. However, this also proves Lu Qi's importance within the Federation. Yes. We should thank that student. If he hadn't sent the message back in advance, our brothers on the outskirts of Lost City would have been in trouble. However, all the trainees for this trial have been urgently recalled, but it seems we haven't seen Lu Qi. He won't. The guards said with some concern. Kunwo smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, with Bai Kaiyuan with him, Lu Qi will be fine and should return to Lost City soon." The guards were relieved to hear that Lu Qi was alright. This time, it was thanks to Lu Qi that the Lost City was saved. Lu Qi is the biggest contributor to this victory. They certainly don't want such heroes to die on the battlefield. That's good. But we need to prepare a celebration banquet for Lu Qi in advance. He has made a great contribution this time. The guards all nodded. Kunwo made no attempt to stop them. Lost City hasn't been this lively in a long time. With the powerful human race still around, the victory celebration banquet is indeed a good opportunity to make friends with them. Inside the guards' dormitory in Lost City. Before the battle began, all the trainees were sent back here to rest. After all, their strength was weak, only at the 3rd rank. On the battlefield, they are not even as good as cannon fodder. Where's Lu Qi? Why isn't he here? Zhou Shui noticed Lu Qi's absence from the group immediately and asked. Huh? Yeah, why hasn't Junior Lu Qi come back? Could something have happened to him? Shut up. Don't say such discouraging things. Our retreat information was sent by junior brother Lu Qi. If something had happened to him, how would he have had the chance to send us the information? Inside the dormitory, the students were puzzled. They were still undergoing trials in the forest. They didn't take the message Lu Qi sent them seriously at first. However, they were soon guided back here by the powerful figures of Lost City. Only then did they learn of the massive invasion by the Tiger Eagle clan. Fortunately, thanks to Lu Qi's advance warning, they escaped unscathed. This made them extremely grateful to Lu Qi. In a sense, Lu Qi was their savior. Zhou Shuer looked at Ma Qianrou and asked, "Ma Qianrou, weren't you in a group with Lu Qi? Where is he?" The eyes of everyone else present also turned to Ma Qianrou. With a hint of guilt in her eyes, Ma Qianrou said, "When Lu Qi and I encountered the Tiger Eagle clan experts, he stayed behind to face 3 Tiger Eagle experts alone in order to cover me." The crowd immediately erupted in uproar. Facing 3 powerful Tiger Eagle warriors alone? Wouldn't that mean facing 3 experts of rank 4 or higher all by himself? Although junior brother Lu Qi is definitely capable of withstanding the attack of 3 Tiger Eagles, don't forget that the Tiger Eagles were exposed because they fired a signal flare. Yes. That signal flare was most likely fired by junior Lu Qi. If that's really the case, then junior brother Lu Qi has very likely already been buried under the Tiger Eagle army. A hint of sadness appeared in the eyes of all the trainees. However, none of them intended to blame Ma Qianrou. They all knew that, under these circumstances, Ma Qianrou was merely a third-grade awakener. Staying means certain death. Not only will they not help Lu Qi, they will also hold him back. Returning to report the news is the best option. However, Ma Qianrou felt extremely guilty. If it were me, but I didn't run back alone. If I were to fight alongside Lu Qi, maybe the ending won't be like this. But it was all too late. After their analysis, Zhou Shuer's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She participated in this trial so that she could fight alongside Lu Qi. But to his surprise, he didn't even have a chance to look at Lu Qi more than a few times. Then I heard this terrible news. Seeing his daughter so heartbroken, Zhou Tuji said with great distress, "Don't worry, Lu Qi will be fine. Haven't you noticed that Professor Bai is also missing?" Everyone was taken aback. I subconsciously glanced around. They discovered that Bai Kaiyuan was indeed nowhere to be seen. "Huh? Where's Professor Bai? I haven't seen him at all." Yes, Professor Bai wasn't there during the big battle either. Could he have gone to find Lu Qi? The crowd snapped out of their earlier dejection and turned to look at Zhou Tuji. "I'm looking for an answer." Zhou Shuer also waited expectantly for Zhou Tuji's answer. She desperately wanted to hear her father say it himself, Lu Qi was not dead. That's right. Professor Bai had already gone to find Lu Qi when the Tiger Eagle clan launched the signal flare. Professor Bai is a 9th rank expert, protecting Lu Qi would be a piece of cake for him. Zhou Tuji nodded and said. However, he did not reveal that Bai Kaiyuan had actually been following Lu Qi from the very beginning. Otherwise, the trainees will definitely become suspicious. Is it true? Is Professor Bai really protecting Lu Qi? Zhou Shuer asked excitedly after hearing this. Shuer, don't you believe your father? If you don't believe him, you can ask Qianrou. When she was rushing back to Lost City, she must have seen Bai Kaiyuan heading to the rescue. Zhou Tu patted Shuer on the shoulder and said. P.S. Thanks to a fun netizen for their continued support. He has been sending me free gifts almost every day. I am very grateful. Originally, I was at my wit's end with this book, but thanks to his continued support, I will try my best to continue writing it. Chapter 91. There's a mole. Upon hearing Zhou Tu's words, Ma Qianrou's eyes lit up immediately. Yes. I saw it. As soon as I was out of danger, I used the communication radar to send out a distress signal. I did see Professor Bai at that time. Ma Qianrou said excitedly. She completely forgot about it. She did see a figure streak across the sky, but she was too rushed to notice. Looking back now, that figure was very likely Bai Kaiyuan. It's normal that someone at the 9th rank is extremely fast and difficult to see clearly. Now that you mention it, I seem to remember. I was not far from Qianrou's team at the time, and I also saw Professor Bai's figure. Then that's it. With Professor Bai here, Lu Qi will definitely be alright. Yes, Professor Bai is a 9th rank expert. Those Tiger Eagles are no match for him at all. The students immediately became excited. After learning that Lu Qi was not dead, she felt much relieved. However, Zhou Shuer still said with some worry, but why haven't they come back yet? If Professor Bai had taken action, he should have been able to rescue Lu Qi very quickly. Although the speculations of others gave her great comfort. However, Zhou Shuer was still worried before she saw Lu Qi. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Tuji said, they might have other plans for not returning yet. Don't worry, they'll be fine. Well, I hope he can come back soon. Zhou Shuai sighed. She knew that no matter how anxious she was, Lu Qi couldn't suddenly appear in front of her. Now all we can do is pray that Lu Qi will come back soon. Principal Zhou, now that the Tiger Eagle army has retreated, what about our mission this time? Just then, a student asked Zhou Tuji a question. The group then realized that they had come with a mission. They came here not for sightseeing. Yes, Principal Zhou, what should we do next? The trial has only just begun. Zhou too was taken aback. He hadn't expected this, because the previous trial plans were all devised by Bai Kaiyuan. But Bai Kaiyuan was smiling, not in the city of lost souls. Zhou Tuji didn't know what to do next either. You all rest well for a few days and wait for my instructions. We've just gone through a major battle, and things are still chaotic outside. We'll have to wait for further arrangements. Zhou Tu replied perfunctorily. He doesn't know what to do now. Everyone nodded and then fell silent. Inside the Tiger Eagle clan's main camp. Report on the casualties in this battle. Commander Tiger Eagle said coldly. Report, this time, our Tiger Eagle clan mobilized a total of 32,000 warriors. After a fierce battle, only about 8,000 survived, and most of them were seriously injured and are receiving treatment. A Tiger Eagle soldier gave a hesitant report. This is hardly a glorious achievement. The Tiger Eagle army totaled over 30,000 men. Now there are only a little over 8,000 left. In just one day, the Tiger Eagle clan army lost more than 24,000 men. More than a third of the staff have been laid off. This is a disaster for the Tiger Eagle clan. At this moment, all the Tiger Eagle executives present remained silent. They knew they had fought a very difficult battle. They lost completely. What is going on? Why were the humans prepared before us? The Tiger Eagle commander glanced at the Tiger Eagle executives present and roared. Could it be that the signal flare made the human race prepare in advance? A Tiger Eagle soldier whispered. However, Commander Tiger Eagle directly refuted, impossible. Less than 20 minutes have passed since the signal flare was launched. With the efficiency of the human realm, it is impossible to assemble so many extraordinary experts in 20 minutes. Someone must have tipped us off beforehand. That's why the humans were able to prepare for the ambush so early. The reason why the human race ambushed our patrol team this time is very likely because they had already prepared countermeasures, so they used the patrol team as a trigger to start a major war. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately turned cold. They knew what Commander Tiger Eagle wanted to say. There is a high possibility that there is a traitor within the Tiger Eagle army. If it weren't for an inside informant, the human race wouldn't have been able to know in advance and prepare accordingly. This premature outbreak of war was actually part of the human race's plan. Tiger and Eagle were greatly alarmed, which put them on the defensive. This thought filled the Tiger Eagle clan's high-ranking members in the tent with dread. They had meticulously planned and schemed for so long, only to be outmaneuvered by the humans. There's a mole. There must be a mole. Our patrol team has always been very careful. I can tell you, we have never been discovered by any human powerhouses. There must be a traitor tipping us off. A senior executive of Tiger Eagle stood up and said. He replicated the patrol deployment within the Tiger Eagle army. This was to prevent the opportunity that Tiger Eagle had been planning for a long time from being exposed. Commander Tiger Eagle nodded and said, there is indeed suspicion of an insider, but we are all compatriots, so surely we wouldn't do something like harming our own people? His gaze then settled on young Master Yushan. He was the only one present who did not belong to the Tiger Eagle clan. Moreover, this great battle was also ordered by the Dragon clan. Therefore, he is the prime suspect. Other Tiger Eagle executives also focused their attention on young Master Yushan. Are you doubting me? Young Master Yushan asked, frowning. He naturally understood the meaning behind Commander Tiger Eagle's words. Commander Tiger Eagle said coldly, it's not that I doubt you, it's just that these are special times. His tone of voice now lacks the respect it once had. Because of this great battle, the Tiger Eagle clan lost more than 20,000 strong warriors. Moreover, these powerful individuals are all at least at the 4th rank. This loss is enormous for the entire Tiger Eagle territory. And all of this is because of the dragons. Therefore, he is no longer able to speak calmly to young Master Yushan. But what good would it do me to harm your Tiger Eagle clan? Don't forget, my mission this time is to oversee Lost City. However, you have indeed been betrayed this time. And you have indeed been betrayed by my Dragon clan. Young Master Yushan's face immediately darkened as he spoke. The group of tiger eagles asked, puzzled, what do you mean by that? Young Master Yushan didn't keep them in suspense and said directly, this time, a dragon did betray you, but it wasn't me, it was the Flame Dragon King. The Flame Dragon King? As you all know, I was forced to come here to oversee things because of the Flame Dragon King, but it wasn't until this great battle began that I realized the Flame Dragon King's intentions weren't simply to have me oversee things. They want me dead. Young Master Yushan said with a very gloomy expression. Chapter 92 Lu Chi's Plan, Frame the Flame Dragon King. Inside the tent, many Tiger Eagle experts were taken aback upon hearing this. You mean to say that this war that we Tiger Eagles started was actually a scheme by the Flame Dragon King to frame you? Commander Tiger Eagle narrowed his eyes slightly as he spoke. Although he had some doubts about this claim, upon closer examination, it wasn't impossible. After all, things aren't exactly peaceful within the Dragon Clan these days. The Dragon Kings are not united. Such framing has happened before. That's exactly right. Young Master Yushan said coldly. What evidence do you have? Just as you were waging war against the humans, a human came to the camp, and he brought with him evidence. As he spoke, young Master Yushan produced the fake evidence that Lu Chi had created. A letter of denunciation. It contained a piece of human-written, crooked script. The location of the Tiger Eagle clan's camp, as well as their general plans, were written down in the document. It was written terribly. However, since dragons don't know human writing, it's quite normal for their writing to be messy. How can you expect us to believe something based on just an ordinary letter? During this war, there were plenty of opportunities to forge letters. It was assumed that the Tiger Eagle leadership still harbored suspicions about young Master Yushan. The other Tiger Eagle clan experts shared the same sentiment. This letter seems completely unremarkable. It's possible that young Master Yushan wrote it himself during the Great Battle. It's not very credible. No. Just then, Commander Tiger Eagle stopped them and said coldly, this letter couldn't have been made by young Master Yushan on the spot, because it has the aura of a fire dragon. Young Master Yushan is the youngest son of the Azure Dragon King, and he cultivates the water element, so it's impossible for him to have this kind of aura. Besides, the fire dragon and the water dragon have always been at odds. It seems we really have been betrayed by the Flame Dragon King. The dragon's aura in the letter was very weak. Although the other Tiger Eagle experts present could not sense it. But how could the Tiger Eagle commander, a third-tier extraordinary being, not sense it? What? We were actually tricked by the Flame Dragon King? That despicable Flame Dragon King. He actually used our Tiger Eagle clan as a pawn to eliminate dissidents. Does he think we Tiger Eagle clan are easy to bully? The Dragon clan must give an explanation for this matter. Immediately, inside the tent, a group of tigers and eagles roared angrily. It was because the Flame Dragon King wanted to eliminate young Master Yushan that the Tiger Eagle clan lost more than 20,000 fierce generals. This isn't over yet. Upon seeing this, young Master Yushan was secretly delighted. This is exactly the result he wanted. When Lu Chi told him about the plan, he was initially worried. How could a single letter possibly fool a group of cunning and shrewd tigers and eagles? Unexpectedly, Lu Chi actually added the aura of a fire dragon to this letter. You should know that the Azure Dragon King is in charge of the true dragons of the water element. They are mortal enemies with the fire elemental dragon. So when Commander Tiger Eagle sensed the aura of the fire elemental dragon on the envelope, he immediately concluded that young Master Yushan was not lying. This was all a conspiracy by the Flame Dragon King. Can you trust me now? Young Master Yushan asked very seriously. Commander Tiger Eagle reverted to his previous respectful demeanor and said, we misunderstood you before, and I apologize to you here. Our Tiger Eagle clan will definitely get an explanation from the true Dragon Lord. We hope you will put in a good word for us then. Young Master Yushan nodded and said, of course. The Flame Dragon King wants to kill me, so naturally I will confront him. Don't worry, I will make the Flame Dragon King pay the price. Then, inside the tent, the group began discussing how to deal with the Flame Dragon King. Professor Bai, do you mean that after Lu Chi tamed young Master Yushan, he didn't return to Lost City, but instead went deep into the battlefield of 10,000 races? A gasp came through the federal communicator. Yes, after Lu Chi left the Tiger Eagle headquarters, he plunged into the depths of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Once I go deep inside, the signal of my communicator will be interfered with, so this may be the last time I report to you. Bai Kaiyuan said very seriously. He hadn't expected that Lu Qi would actually venture deep into the battlefield. It is important to know that the further away a city is from the human race, the more dangerous it becomes. The more dangerous it is, the more dangerous it becomes. Without the protection of human cities, all races are targeting humans at every turn. "What on earth is this kid thinking?" the federal official roared, then quickly calmed down and said, "You continue to follow him and must protect Lu Qi's safety." According to the assessment agency's predictions, Lu Qi is very likely to surpass all previous successors to the human emperor. Therefore, he absolutely cannot be allowed to suffer any mishap. By Kaiyuan, but the battlefield is unpredictable. Even extraordinary experts are like weeds. And once I go deep into the battlefield, my communicator will lose signal. I'm afraid. After thinking for a moment, the person on the other end of the communicator said, "Keep an eye on his movements. If his strength is too far from the human city, bring him back by force." Upon hearing this, Bai Kaiyuan nodded and then turned off the communicator. That's all we can do now. Once Lu Qi goes beyond the protection zone of the human city, he is about to face far more than just 4th or 5th rank alien races. In the battlefield of myriad races, even extraordinary level powerhouses are not few and far between. If he were to encounter those powerful individuals, even Bai Kaiyuan would be unable to cope. Therefore, the only option was to forcibly bring Lu Qi back before he went beyond the protection zone of the human city. This ruin is actually located near Lost City. It's like heaven is helping me. If I encounter any trouble, I can use the communication radar to send a distress signal to Lost City. Lu Qi looked at the scroll in the system space and said, "There is a precise coordinate point inside the scroll. And Lu Qi is right here, not far from this coordinate point." Lu Qi quickly arrived at the marked point on the scroll. This is a high mountain. Once you cross the mountain, you'll be outside the protected area of Lost City. Fortunately, the marker point is within the protected area. Lu Qi can now search with peace of mind. However you look at it, it's just an ordinary mountain. It doesn't look like an ancient ruin at all. Moreover, Lu Qi explored the high mountains for a long time but found no entrance. "Ha! Isn't the marker right here? Why can't we find the entrance?" Lu Qi was somewhat puzzled. He had been wandering in the deep mountains for a long time. The marker is right under my feet, but I just can't find the entrance. Could it be because the ruins have been there for so long that the trees have buried them? Then I'll burn this whole forest to ashes first. That should make it easier to find. As Lu Qi spoke, flames gradually ignited in his hand. If we burn down all these trees that block out the sky and expose the earth, we should be able to find the approximate location of the ruins. Anyway, this isn't a human realm, so setting fire to the mountain won't land you in jail for life. Just as Lu Qi was about to set the fire, he suddenly felt his feet sink into the ground. The next moment, he began to sink. Chapter 93: The Cenotaph of the Eternal Night Dragon? What happened? Lu Qi was just there. How did he suddenly disappear? Bai Kaiyuan stared in astonishment at the spot where Lu Qi had disappeared and exclaimed in surprise. He assured that he had been keeping an eye on Lu Qi the whole time. There was absolutely no distraction. But Lu Qi disappeared right under his nose? He clearly remembered that Lu Qi had intended to set the mountain on fire. But just as he was about to light it, he suddenly disappeared. This is all too bizarre. Even Bai Kaiyuan, a 9th rank expert, was unaware of what had happened. At the same time, Lu Qi felt as if his body was constantly falling. Thump! 3 seconds later, Lu Qi's body slammed heavily to the ground. Where am I? All I wanted to do was light a fire. What's going on? Lu Qi looked around. All he saw was darkness. To get a clear view of his surroundings, Lu Qi activated the fire element once again. In the dim light of the fire, Lu Qi could vaguely sense that the space here was very large. Just then, he suddenly saw 2 lights appear above his head. Then one by one, the lights came on. Illuminate this space. A huge palace appeared before Lu Qi's eyes. The palace was very magnificent, with very tall pillars surrounding it. Moreover, these pillars are all made of dark gold. This person is obviously not simple. Dark gold is a rare metal in the battlefield of all races. Almost all powerful weapons require dark gold plating. This also makes dark gold extremely precious. Everything here is made of dark gold. This surprised even Lu Qi. Such a grand undertaking is something that none of the myriad races at present can accomplish. Such magnificent ruins actually originated from the dragon race of the ancient times. This shows just how powerful the dragon race was back then. Only then did Lu Qi realize that the two streaks of fire were actually the eyes of a giant dragon head statue. When Lu Qi first saw the stone statue, he even thought it was a huge real dragon. Because this dragon is just too realistic. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Upon closer inspection, this enormous dragon head is also made of dark gold. As expected of the overlord of the ancient times. So domineering. Just how powerful were the dragons in the past? Lu Qi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. If this dark gold were in the hands of the current dragon race, it would surely be forged into a large number of weapons. The dragon race's strength will surely reach a new level by then. Fortunately, this site has not yet been discovered by the dragons. Otherwise, all races would be in danger. Could it be that the Dragon Clan wants to attack Lost City just for this ruin? Lu Qi frowned, a chill running down his spine. The dragons have never been interested in the small towns of the human race. Because small cities are scarce in resources, the resources gained from attacking them are not as high as the cost of their troops. Therefore, the Dragon Clan generally looks down on small towns. Moreover, the teleportation portal within the small town could potentially send even the strongest beings in the human realm here at any time. Therefore, attacking small cities is simply a thankless and arduous task. However, this time, for the first time ever, the Tiger Eagle clan was ordered to launch a large-scale invasion of Lost City. It's very likely that this is for this ruin located within the jurisdiction of Lost City. Upon realizing this, Lu Qi suddenly understood. Fortunately, the dragon's plan failed. Otherwise, if they take over Lost City and find this dragon ruin, it will be disastrous. At that time, among all races, perhaps no one will be able to oppose the Dragon Clan. This place feels so familiar. Just then, the voice of the Eternal Night Dragon rang in Lu Qi's mind once again. That's right, the Eternal Night Dragon was the Dragon King of the Primordial Era. How could I have forgotten about him? Upon hearing this, Lu Qi was overjoyed, and then said to the Eternal Night Dragon, "Eternal Night Dragon, do you know this place?" He was originally struggling with how to tackle such a huge site. The appearance of the Eternal Night Dragon is just right to guide Lu Qi. As a Dragon King from ancient times, he must have some knowledge of this relic. My memory is somewhat fragmented, but I still vaguely remember some things. Please check if the 4 characters Eternal Night, Eternal Prosperity are engraved on the 2 horns on the head of the giant dragon. Yang Yilong's tone became somewhat excited as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi immediately flew high into the air and arrived at the dragon's horn. Because countless years have passed. This place has long been covered in dust. Lu Qi waved his hand, scattering the accumulated dust. Ancient runes did indeed appear on the dragon's horns. The dragon's left horn is engraved with Eternal Night, and the right horn with Eternal Prosperity. That's it. This is the place. This is one of the cenotaphs that my followers built for me back then. I am very excited, Yang Yilong said. Lu Qi's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that not only did the Eternal Night Dragon know about this ruin, but it was actually built for him. What a coincidence! You actually have followers? And what's with the cenotaph? Lu Qi asked hurriedly. I am the ruler of all races in the ancient times. Isn't it normal for me to have followers? Although I am a dragon, my followers come from all races. I teach them the ways of all races, they regard me as their master, and they build cenotaphs for me. And this ruin is just one of my cenotaphs. Eternal Night Dragon said with great pride. Lu Qi couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought that such a magnificent palace was just one of the cenotaphs built for him by Yang Yilong's subordinates? So you mean you have multiple cenotaphs? Lu Qi asked, raising an eyebrow. Yang Yilong immediately sensed something was wrong. There are some, but it's been too long and there are too many. I've forgotten the locations of the other cenotaphs, and I only just remembered this one. He understood the meaning behind Lu Qi's words. This is clearly an attempt to rob one's own grave. How could he possibly let Lu Qi succeed? No problem, I'll give you time to think about it. Just tell me the exact location when you figure it out. However, I'm still a little curious. What kind of people are under your command? They actually used dark gold to build a palace for you? Are the other cenotaphs the same? Lu Qi asked, puzzled. Such a large amount of dark gold is an astronomical figure even now. Aside from a few dominant races and several major commercial races, this should be the case. No race is any good enough anymore. I have many races under my command, and each cenotaph has its own style, but these dark gold items should not have meant much to them at that time. After all, I am the lord of all races, and as members of my command, they naturally amass great wealth. Judging from the strength of my followers at the time, the treasure in this cenotaph must be extraordinary. There might be lord-level burial goods among them. Eternal Night Dragon said very seriously. Chapter 94 Lord-level burial goods. Lord-level burial goods? Lu Qi was taken aback upon hearing this, then said, although it sounds impressive, I still want to ask, what level is lord level? In the knowledge he had acquired, the 9th rank was already the pinnacle. After arriving at the battlefield of myriad races, they learned that there were also extraordinary beings above the 9th rank. But this was the first time he had ever heard of a lord-level being. He didn't know exactly which level of the many realms the lord level belonged to. I forgot to tell you, in general, the ranking system is as follows: above the 9th rank is the extraordinary, and the extraordinary is further divided into 9 levels. After the extraordinary, there are the enlightened realm, the spiritual enlightened realm, the sky-gazing realm, the Tao heaven realm, and the Lord realm. Each level has 10 stages. Reaching the Lord level grants one the power to rival the emperor of a race. That is, the strength of the rulers of all realms. Eternal Night Dragon explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi gasped in shock. It turns out that there are so many realms beyond the 9th rank. No wonder everyone says that in the battlefield of all races, even those at the 9th rank are just cannon fodder. It turns out that the 9th rank is just the beginning. According to you, the burial objects in this ruin are of lord-level quality. Wouldn't it be the most supreme treasures in the world? Thinking of this, Lu Qi's breathing became rapid. A lord-level weapon. Wouldn't that put him on the same level as emperors from all walks of life? If I were to obtain it, I would practically rise to the top in one fell swoop. Yes, the lord class is indeed the most advanced weapon in the world, but if you want to obtain it, it will probably be quite difficult. Yang Yilong smiled slightly and said, What do you mean? Lu Qi frowned. Yang Yilong explained, when my servants build the cenotaph, they will definitely set up a barrier around it to prevent anyone from spying on the treasure in the future. So it will probably not be so easy to seize the lord-level treasure inside. However, breaking the barrier around the ruins is relatively simple, but the lord-level treasure must be placed in the main tomb chamber, where the barrier should be unbreakable by anyone but me. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi frowned. According to Eternal Night Dragon, only Eternal Night Dragon can open the central tomb chamber. Although the Eternal Night Dragon resides within him, it is merely a soul entity. They have no control over reality. Therefore, the barrier of the main tomb chamber could not be opened. Only after rebuilding the physical body of the Eternal Night Dragon will there be a chance to seize the lord-level treasure within. In other words, if you want to obtain the lord-level treasure in the main tomb chamber, you must first rebuild your physical body? Yang Yilong smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, it seems to be the only way at the moment. Lu Qi sighed, somewhat disappointed, and said, This is really a headache. I thought I was going to get a lord-level treasure right now. You don't need to be so discouraged. In fact, even if you were given a lord-level treasure right now, you wouldn't be able to unleash its true power. Instead, you would be devoured by the spirit within the treasure. Moreover, according to your human language, a common man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Your strength is still weak. If you possess a treasure now, you will inevitably be coveted by other powerful individuals. Yang Yilong comforted him. Lu Qi nodded after hearing this. What Yang Yilong said makes sense. He was only a 5th rank cultivator, not even cannon fodder in the battlefield of 10,000 races. It is indeed inappropriate to possess such a treasure. However, Lu Qi paused and then asked, Since the rulers of each realm are at the lord level, what level are you, as the ruler of all races? I was fortunate enough to obtain an opportunity to break through to the lord level and reach the half-step god realm. Only then could I crush all races and become the lord of all races. When Lu Qi asked about this, Yang Yilong spoke with great pride and a hint of boasting. A half-step god? Could that be a level above lord? Yang Yilong nodded, That's right, but I've only just begun to understand the secrets of heaven. I perished because I was trying to break through to that realm. Lu Qi was shocked, not expecting that there was an even more powerful being above the Lord. However, thinking about his own mysterious system, that doesn't seem surprising. The system can easily train the rulers of all races from the ancient times. Its power must have surpassed that of a lord. Perhaps the existence above the Lord that the Eternal Night Dragon spoke of is the power of his own system. The realm of gods. That realm should be the end for all races. But now is not the time to think about that. The most urgent task at present is to enter the ruins and loot all the treasures that can be found. Eternal Night Dragon, since this is your cenotaph, as your master, you shouldn't mind if I take some things from here, right? What's yours is mine. Lu Qi smiled and said. Yang Dilong naturally understood Lu Qi's meaning and said helplessly, if you want something, just do it yourself. In my opinion, these are all external things. He knew that Lu Qi had malicious intentions towards these dark gold items. But as a soul, how could he possibly stop Lu Qi? Lu Qi then took out several more storage rings from his storage ring. They packed up and took away all the pillars made of dark gold outside the main hall. There are 12 dark gold pillars, each weighing tens of thousands of tons. If it were to be forged into equipment, a single pillar can be used to forge tens of thousands of pieces of equipment. They didn't even spare the huge dragon head on top. He then looked at the magnificent palace. The enormous palace was also made of rare materials. However, with his current abilities, he cannot take it away. I might as well stay here for now. Anyway, we now know the location of the ruins. Looking ahead, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? After packing up everything that could be taken outside the main hall, Lu Qi continued walking towards the palace. Although the main burial chamber inside the palace cannot be opened. However, opening the outer ear chambers is still quite simple. According to Lu Qi's observation, the entire tomb palace has a circular structure. The outermost barrier is the easiest to break. However, even the outermost barrier is within the realm of enlightenment. Fortunately, thanks to the passage of time, too much energy has been lost from the outer barrier. It had long been in a state of disrepair. Under the reluctant guidance of the Eternal Night Dragon, Lu Qi broke through the outermost barrier with ease. We entered the first floor of the main hall. This floor has many rooms. There are a total of 108 rooms. Lu Qi carefully pushed open a door. They were terrified that there might be some hidden traps or schemes to harm them. But after the door was opened, nothing happened. Don't worry, back then I had many powerful disciples who roamed the world. I wasn't afraid of anyone stealing my cenotaph, so there was no need for such petty tricks. Eternal Night Dragon reminded me. At that time, the Eternal Night Dragon was the most powerful force among all races. He had countless powerful subordinates. No one in the entire race dared to provoke him, let alone rob the tomb of the Eternal Night Dragon. Chapter 95. Take all the treasures away. So, apart from the barrier, there isn't a single trap in the entire ruins? Lu Qi asked tentatively. Trap is for the losers. With my authority, even countless years after my death, no one will dare to touch my things. Eternal Night Dragon said arrogantly. Ahem, I advise you not to speak too definitively. Didn't I already make a move? Lu Qi said with a light cough. Yang Dilong was stunned for a moment, and his voice choked with emotion. His own lifelong fame. But they had no way to deal with the boy in front of them. Lu Qi then walked straight into the room. The room was very spacious. There was no scene of treasures filling the room as he had imagined. In the very center of the room, it has a magnificent platform. There was a treasure placed on top. Lu Qi immediately became interested. Use a separate room to house one treasure. This treasure is definitely something special. He strode forward. On the platform was a martial arts manual. The manual was inscribed with the 3 large characters, Dragon Slaying Technique. Lu Qi was immediately disappointed. Unexpectedly, what was on the platform was not some supreme divine skill, but just a dragon slaying technique. Moreover, it's only a mental cultivation method, not the complete set of techniques. The Eternal Night Dragon had already taught him the entire set of dragon slaying techniques. He has no use for this manual. These guys really heeded my teachings, making dragon slaying their top priority and placing dragon slaying skills first. Upon seeing that the treasure in the first room was a dragon slaying technique, the Eternal Night Dragon said with great satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's eye twitched involuntarily. Clearly, it was the Eternal Night Dragon who instructed the placement of the dragon slaying technique as a treasure within the cenotaph. He wanted every powerful person who entered the cenotaph to learn the dragon slaying technique, so that even after his death, there would be a continuous stream of people targeting the dragon race. Unsuspecting newcomers would surely think that the dragon slaying technique was some extraordinary skill. Once you cultivate the mental technique, you will develop an inexplicable urge to kill the dragon race. Let's move on to the next room, Lucci said with some disappointment. Then, in the second room, another dragon slaying technique. This time it's an external skill, the dragon slaying technique. Yang Yilong felt very gratified. Lucci was speechless. The third room is predictable, it's still the dragon slaying technique. The dragon slaying techniques are divided into 3 volumes: mental techniques, external skills, and internal skills. Lucci never expected that the 3 volumes of cultivation techniques would occupy 3 rooms in the ruins. You don't have a 4th volume of your dragon slaying techniques, do you? Lucci arrived at the 4th room and spoke disdainfully to the eternal night dragon in his spiritual world. The 3 volumes of dragon slaying techniques could clearly be placed together. But he insisted on having his men split up. This diminished Lucci's anticipation for the ruins. Don't worry about that. There are only 3 volumes of dragon slaying techniques. The next room definitely won't contain any dragon slaying techniques. Eternal Night Dragon gave a guarantee. Lucci nodded after hearing this. They then entered the 4th room. Sure enough, the 4th room was different from the previous 3. The most precious treasure in the 4th room is a large sword. A golden dragon head was engraved on the broadsword. And thoughtfully, a description of the greatsword was written below it. Dragon Slaying Saber. Lin Han was speechless after seeing the name of the knife. Yes, as I instructed, the dragon slaying blade must be placed in the 4th room. Only by learning the dragon slaying technique and using the dragon slaying blade can the power of the dragon slaying technique be maximized. Because I was in a soul form before, I was unable to teach you the forging method of the dragon slayer blade. Fortunately, there is one in the ruins. With this dragon slayer blade, you will be much more helpful in slaying dragons in the future. Eternal Night Dragon said with great pride. Upon hearing this, Lucci's eye twitched. He could sense that the Eternal Night Dragon's resentment towards the dragon clan was indeed very deep. Everything I did was for the purpose of slaying the dragon. Fortunately, this dragon slaying sword was indeed useful to him. When I practiced dragon slaying techniques before, I always did it barehanded. Its power has been greatly reduced. With the Dragon Slayer Saber's blessing, slaying a 6th grade dragon shouldn't be so difficult. Lucci quickly accepted the dragon slaying saber. Proceed to the next room. The treasures in the next room were much more normal. They are 3 pills that allow one to transcend worldly desires. As the saying goes, it is extraordinary and unconventional. This pill is used to increase the chances of advancing from the 9th rank to the extraordinary. After taking it, there is a chance to directly enter the realm of the extraordinary. In the human realm, this elixir is extremely rare and hard to come by. This pill has no price. Because every time this pill appears, it sparks a fierce competition among numerous 9th rank experts. They competed for the elixir not with money, but with force. And there are actually 3 pills in this room that can drive the entire battlefield of myriad races crazy. Finally, I have a decent baby. Lucci happily accepted the essence transcending pill. Keep one for when you make a breakthrough. The other 3 might find investment opportunities and generate system rebates. Thinking of this, Lucci's mood immediately brightened. Humming a little tune, I walked into the 5th room. This room is different from the previous rooms. There is no platform in this room to display the treasures. Instead, it was covered with fragrant herbs. The entire room was a medicinal herb garden. The room contained many medicinal herbs. Holy crap! This blood spirit mushroom must be at least tens of millions of years old. Lucci looked at the spiritual herbs in the room and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The blood-red Ganoderma lucidum in front of him alone is of quality that has been around for millions of years. You should know that in the human realm, a blood spirit mushroom of 10,000 years quality can sell for a high price of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. A 100,000-year-old specimen can only be seen by chance at auctions. For millions of years, those have been the private treasures of the great families in the capital. Blood Ganoderma lucidum that is tens of millions of years old is simply a legendary existence. But this room seemed so ordinary. Because all the medicinal herbs in the room are at least tens of millions of years old. There are even divine-grade elixirs with a quality that has lasted for hundreds of millions of years. As expected of an ancient relic, even the weeds here have a spirit. Take them away. Take them away. Take them all away. It has gone through countless years. The room was already overgrown with weeds. To the surprise, even these weeds, after coexisting with these medicinal herbs for many years, and gradually, spirituality emerged. From ordinary weeds, it has evolved into a miraculous herb. It can also be used to refine elixirs. Lu Qi greedily moved the entire medicinal field into his storage ring. Lu Qi quickly emptied the entire room. Not a single leaf was left. He then headed towards the next room. After that, the items in the room were all quite ordinary. Each room contains a treasure. It includes cultivation techniques, equipment, relics, elixirs, and so on. The quality is very high. The lowest level is at least 9th grade. They were all taken into Lu Qi's possession. Chapter 96: The Trap That Harms the True Dragon. Lu Qi quickly stored all the treasures from the outermost 108 rooms into his storage ring. Although it was only collecting supplies from 108 rooms, the workload was enormous. Some of the treasures in the rooms cannot be moved. For example, in the 38th room, there is a stone tablet containing the enlightenment of a powerful cultivator at the Tongming realm. That stone tablet cannot be taken away. Lu Qi could only comprehend it on the spot. Once you begin to grasp the meaning, it takes at least 3 days to finish. Therefore, Lu Qi himself did not know how long he had been in the ruins. However, the insights he gleaned from those stone tablets were indeed useful to him. In just a few days, he felt that his cultivation had made great progress again. There are faint signs that he is about to break through to the mid-stage of the 5th rank. This is the result of the ancestors passing on their skills, as recorded on the stone tablet. Although he can't use some of those treasures now, they will be of great help to him in the future when his cultivation level improves. Especially the last few rooms. They even found the brightness pill and the spirit brightness pill. Both of these pills are essential for advancing in rank. With these 2 pills, it means that Lu Qi will have no obstacles in breaking through to the spiritual realm. Moreover, even some treasures that he doesn't really need can be used for investment. After thoroughly searching the outermost rooms, Lu Qi's gaze turned to the 2nd floor of the main hall. According to Yang Yilong, the 2nd floor should have 72 rooms. The most precious treasures among them are all extraordinary items. Unfortunately, given Lu Qi's current strength, the 2nd layer of the barrier cannot be opened yet. To unlock the 2nd level, one needs at least extraordinary strength. Although Lu Qi was somewhat disappointed, he looked at the several storage rings containing treasures he had looted. I felt a little better. I'll let you off this time. Once I break through to the extraordinary realm, I'll come back and take all the treasures. Lu Qi walked outside the main hall and said with a firm look in his eyes. He knew that the treasures he had obtained were only a drop in the ocean compared to what was in this great hall. The real treasures are the Lord-level equipment in the main hall. Now he needs to figure out a way to get out. He didn't even know how he got in. Not to mention how to get out. Master, you can leave as long as you activate the True Dragon Treasure technique. My followers have also set up restrictions outside the ruins. Only those who possess the True Dragon Treasure technique can enter my ruins. Just then, Eternal Night Dragon suddenly spoke. I see. But then does that mean anyone from the True Dragon clan can enter this ruin? Don't you hate dragons the most? Lu Qi asked, somewhat puzzled. Since we can enter this ruin by using the True Dragon Treasure technique, wouldn't that mean any real dragon could enter this place and obtain the treasures inside? Doesn't this conflict with the original will of the Eternal Night Dragon? You may not know this, but the outermost barrier is actually a trap. Anyone from the True Dragon clan who enters this ruin using the True Dragon Treasure technique will be annihilated by the power of the laws within the barrier. Those who have learned dragon slaying techniques will be unharmed, which is why you were not injured by the barrier when you entered this ruin. Eternal Night Dragon explained. Lu Qi was immediately shocked. That Night Dragon is indeed treacherous. Even after their fall, they still left behind so many contingency plans to deal with the True Dragon clan. He even cultivated his own dragon slaying skills. Otherwise, he might be a pile of ashes by now. Then how can you be sure that the True Dragon clan will definitely come to search for the ruins? Lu Qi asked again. That's easy. I've already prepared a backup plan, spreading the legend of a great treasure hidden in the ruins among all races. Actually, most of the ruins were cenotaphs that I had my subordinates build back then. As long as a member of the True Dragon clan enters, they will be directly obliterated by the barrier's rules. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many ruins on this battlefield when only so many powerful figures have ever emerged? In fact, most of these ruins are my backup plans. Of course, I wouldn't be so kind as to give away the treasures in the ruins to other races, so those who can't use dragon slaying techniques can't enter the ruins. I am very proud of myself, said Yangilong. Even though he has perished, all races are still under his control. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi couldn't help but gasp. That night dragon is indeed treacherous. It turns out that most of the ruins in the battlefield of 10,000 races were traps. Fortunately, I subdued the eternal night dragon. Otherwise, I might die in the ruins too. You're cunning, but I like it. I was originally thinking about how to find a 9th grade dragon's body repairing treasure to rebuild your physical body, but now I have a way. After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Qi suddenly grinned wickedly. Upon seeing Lu Qi's smile, Yangilong felt a chill run down his spine. In this world, perhaps only Lu Qi could move him. You don't intend to use this ruin to harm the dragons, do you? The eternal night dragon asked tentatively. Lu Qi said with a smile, isn't this exactly what you wanted to see? The true dragon clan has most likely already noticed this ruin, which is why they launched an attack on Lost City. I just need to give them a little push. Moreover, by then it might not be a 9th grade dragon body treasure anymore. I will use an even more powerful dragon body treasure to rebuild your physical body. Upon hearing this, the eternal night dragon revealed the same wicked smile as Lu Qi and said, you're so wicked. No wonder you can scare the dark elements. But I like it. Upon hearing that he could regain his physical body, the eternal night dragon was naturally overjoyed. Moreover, his previous statement that he needed a grade 9 dragon body treasure was actually the minimum requirement. If only I could use an even more powerful dragon to rebuild my physical body. This will be more beneficial for your future recovery. We've spent too much time in the ruins. Let's get out of here first. If we linger too long, the lost city might start to panic. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qi said. He then went to the spot where he originally entered the ruins. He unleashed the true dragon treasure technique once again. The next moment, the barrier around the ruins began to activate. Lu Qi was teleported out. Outside world. By Kaiyuan, are you sure Lu Qi disappeared in this location? A week has passed, and we haven't even seen a trace of Lu Qi. Could it be that you neglected your duties and lost track of Lu Qi, so you're saying this on purpose? An old man spoke coldly to Bai Kaiyuan. After Lu Qi disappeared, Bai Kaiyuan immediately reported the matter to the Federation. Because Lu Qi's identity is too special. He dared not be careless. The federal government also issued an emergency search order. They mobilized the extraordinary experts who were originally dispatched to Lost City to join the search. They even mobilized the entire city of Lost Paths to search the mountains and forests. But Lu Qi was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 97, Deploying 100 Extraordinary Powerhouses. Mr. Yang, everything I said is true, and you've seen my recorder footage, haven't you? Lu Qi did indeed disappear inexplicably in this area, and the recorder clearly documented it. Bai Kaiyuan quickly clarified. He lost all his dignity as a 9th rank official in front of this old man Yang. Because the person in front of him is a top figure in the Federation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he has absolute power within the Federation. If he hadn't been wearing a recorder while on missions, he would have been in deep trouble this time. Snort. So what if you have the dashcam on? If we can't find Lu Qi, I'll still hold you accountable. Furthermore, the Martial Pavilion is also paying close attention to this matter. Lu Qi is the young master of the Martial Pavilion, and if we cannot give them a satisfactory answer, you know the consequences. Old Young said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Bai Kaiyuan's hair stood on end. Lu Qi is now a rising star in both the federal government and the black market. Because of his disappearance, the black market is now putting pressure on the federal government. The Federation is almost suffocating. If Lu Qi still can't be found, Bai Kaiyuan will definitely be pushed to the front to take the blame. Bai Kaiyuan dared not delay and immediately resumed the search. Following a federal assessment, Lu Qi is the one with the best chance of being able to rival, or even surpass, the human emperor. If Lu Qi makes even the slightest mistake, it will be a loss for the human realm. The human realm may have to wait thousands or even tens of thousands of years because they missed Lu Qi. Everyone, keep searching. You must find Lu Qi. Live or dead. Old Young said coldly. The powerful figures below also dared not be negligent and began to search carefully. We dare not miss a single detail. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that those searching the area were all extraordinary or higher level experts among the human race. They spread their spiritual awareness. I explored it again and again. However, aside from the location where Lu Qi disappeared, his presence was felt elsewhere. There were no other abnormalities in the entire mountain forest. In other words, Lu Qi is very likely to be exactly as Bai Kaiyuan said. It suddenly disappeared from this location. However, many powerful human beings dug deep into the ground at this location. They dug a huge pit and even unearthed rare ores, but they still couldn't find Lu Qi. Ahem, everyone, what are you looking for? Just as everyone was searching diligently, a discordant voice rang out. The next moment, all the powerful figures felt Lu Qi's aura appear out of thin air. Nearly 100 extraordinary experts immediately locked their spiritual senses onto Lu Qi. This extraordinary pressure made Lu Qi tremble involuntarily. Fortunately, he had mastered the true dragon treasure technique, which was extremely powerful. Otherwise, the pressure from nearly 100 extraordinary experts would have been enough to crush Lu Qi, a 5th-rank cultivator, on the spot. Lu Qi. It's Lu Qi. Everyone, put away your oppressive aura. The oppressive aura you all unleash at the same time will kill him. Upon seeing Lu Qi appear, Old Yang immediately roared. Many of the extraordinary experts present also withdrew their oppressive aura. They were afraid of hurting Lu Qi. Fortunately, Lu Qi was protected by the domineering aura of a true dragon. That's why they were crushed by this oppressive force. Huff, huff, huff. What are you doing? I was just asking a question. I almost died. After the oppressive aura of the powerful figures dissipated, Lu Qi gasped for breath and said, "You little rascal, still grinning like that at a time like this. Do you have any idea how hard we've been looking for you?" Just then, Bai Kaiyuan appeared in front of Lu Qi and roared. For a week, they searched day and night. They even worried that Lu Qi had been killed. If it weren't for old Master Yang's order to see the person alive or dead, we would have been able to find them. They may have already given up. Lu Qi, however, seemed completely unaffected. Are you looking for me? I thought you were looking for dragon ruins. Lu Qi was taken aback and said. After he was teleported back, he saw that everyone was searching for something. I thought the humans already knew about the ruins. We are searching for ruins. After all, he was only a 5th-rank awakener. They don't deserve the federal government's enormous effort in searching for them. I never expected that they were looking for me. Of course we're looking for you. Do you know how worried the Federation was about your sudden disappearance? Bai Kaiyuan's tone was extremely urgent, but as if realizing something, he added. Wait. What ruins did you say? He spoke his last sentence very loudly, and even the powerful figures who hadn't heard Lu Qi before started to pay attention. Upon hearing the words ruins, Elder Yang instantly appeared before Lu Qi. He then shoved Bai Kaiyuan aside and said, "How dare you talk to Lu Qi like that? This time it was your fault for not taking good care of him. You're already being lenient by not making me apologize. Apologize to Lu Qi right now." Old Yang's roar startled Bai Kaiyuan. The domineering aura he had shown towards Lu Qi vanished instantly. She looked at Lu Qi with a very aggrieved expression and said, "I'm sorry, Lu Qi, I was too anxious just now." "Are you all right?" "Actually, you don't need to do this, Professor Bai. You don't need to apologize. I know you're doing this for my own good." Although Lu Qi was still somewhat confused, he was taken aback by Bai Kaiyuan's humble apology. He still understands human relationships and social dynamics. Bai Kaiyuan is a 9th-rank expert. If I don't give him a way out, he will inevitably receive special treatment in the future. Alright, since Lu Qi has forgiven you, then it's fine. But you still need to reflect on your actions. Every student in the Martial Academy is the future hope of the human realm. I don't want any more Martial Academy students to have such an accident during the trial. Old Master Yang spoke to Bai Kaiyuan with great authority. However, he did not directly state that the reason so many powerful figures were mobilized this time was because Lu Qi had been included in the human emperor replacement plan. Otherwise, if Lu Qi is unwilling, all their efforts will have been in vain. He needed to first establish a lofty image in Lu Qi's mind. Only in this way can Lu Qi be persuaded to willingly join the plan. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi was indeed moved. He hadn't expected that the Federation would mobilize so many powerful individuals to search for him. These powerful individuals are all terrifyingly strong, surpassing even the extraordinary. To seek a minor role of the 5th rank would be a waste of one's talents. However, Lu Qi was still very moved. I understand, and I will certainly follow Elder Yang's teachings. Bai Kaiyuan said, bowing deeply to Elder Yang. Then he stepped aside. At this moment, the other powerful figures also gathered around when they saw Lu Qi appear. Among them was Zhou Tuji. They all wanted to see who this student was that had prompted the Federation to go to such lengths. Upon seeing Lu Qi, he found him to be nothing special. However, with old Yang around, none of them dared to say anything more. Chapter 98, Spreading Information about the Relics. Thank you all for your hard work. Now that Lu Qi has been found, your mission is complete. You can claim the corresponding rewards in the human cities according to the missions issued by the Federation. Thank you all for your cooperation. Old Yang spoke kindly to the crowd that had gathered around him. Lu Qi immediately understood. These extraordinary experts have all received missions from the Federation, which is why they have gathered here. Otherwise, given his status, how could he have attracted hundreds of extraordinary individuals to come and search for him? However, this made Lu Qi feel more favorably toward the Federation. I never expected that the Federation would launch an extraordinary mission to find me. Keep in mind that the reward for launching an extraordinary mission must be at least extraordinary. Nearly 100 extraordinary individuals received the rewards, which involved an enormous amount of resources. But Mr. Yang didn't seem to care. These extraordinary experts quickly retreated. Now only a few people from Lost City remain. Thank you so much, Elder Yang, for going to such lengths to find me. Lu Qi was not someone who lacked discernment. He knew that at this moment, he had to express his gratitude to old Yang. No need for formalities. Searching for you is what the Federation should do, just as the Martial Academy's mission states. The Martial Academy will not abandon any student. The Martial Academy will protect every student. As long as you are still a student of the Martial Academy, and as long as you are not dead, our Federation will take full responsibility. Old Yang smiled kindly at Lu Qi and said. He was very satisfied with Lu Qi's performance. In fact, if Lu Qi's identity were not special, the Federation would not have gone to such great lengths to search for him. Every year, a considerable number of trainees go missing or die on the battlefield of all races. I've never seen them expend such enormous human and material resources to search for it. I'm glad you're all right, but please tell me where you've been these past few days, and what's this about the ruins you mentioned? You know, it's always better to be careful on the battlefield of all races. Old Yang smiled kindly at Lu Qi and said. In fact, he could roughly deduce that Lu Qi must have entered some kind of ruins these past few days. Moreover, only the ruins can explain why Lu Qi suddenly disappeared. The sudden activation of the ruins can indeed transport people to another dimension. I was just about to tell you this. I was right here that day, trying to practice my skills, but I was inexplicably teleported to a huge ruin. However, there is a powerful barrier around that ruin, so I cannot enter. I was trapped on the outskirts of that ruin for who knows how long, but thankfully I was eventually freed. Lu Qi recounted his experience of entering the ruins to Elder Yang. However, they did not mention how thoroughly they looted the ruins. After all, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. If the Federation knew that he was now covered in treasures, they would definitely make him vomit it all up. His honesty in revealing the existence of the ruins was precisely to spread the word that there were ruins there. The main purpose is to let the powerful members of the True Dragon Clan know. That's how we can lure them here to be killed. Of course, he knew that the Federation would definitely block any news about the ruins. However, there were so many people present just now, most of whom were extraordinary experts. They will definitely be very interested in the ruins. Relics represent great opportunities. They will inevitably turn back to search for the ruins. The dragon race will surely get some word of it. In addition, there's the connection with young Master Yushan. Killing dragons is not difficult. You mean you wanted to practice your skills, but ended up being teleported to the ruins? May I ask what kind of martial arts you practice? Of course, I know that the cultivation method is a secret of an awakened person. If you are unwilling to tell me, I will not force you. Old Yang frowned and continued to ask. Although he had already guessed that Lu Qi was most likely using the True Dragon Treasure technique. But I still asked the question even though I already knew the answer. The goal was to build Lu Qi's trust in the Federation. Since the Federation has gone to such great lengths for me, I have nothing to hide. What I cultivate is actually the True Dragon Treasure technique. However, I ask the Federation to keep this a secret. Lu Qi then revealed that he possessed the true dragon treasure technique. Although Master Wu had instructed that the true dragon treasure technique must not be revealed. But at this point, we can't worry about that anymore. It's actually the true dragon treasure technique. You're so young, yet you've already mastered it. That's really surprising. Since this ruin can only be entered using the true dragon treasure technique, doesn't that mean it was left behind by the dragon race? Old Yang raised an eyebrow and said, "In the battlefield of all races, the dragon race is synonymous with power. If it really is a relic of the dragon race, therefore, the most precious treasure among them must be related to the dragon race." Upon hearing this, Elder Yang and the other powerful figures around him immediately brightened up. Especially by Kaiyuan and Zhou Tuji. After hearing that Lu Qi had entered the Dragon Clan ruins, their eyes widened in disbelief. I never expected this kid to have such a lucky break. You can easily enter the ruins while practicing your skills outside. Lu Qi, could you demonstrate again how you entered that ruin? Old Yang then spoke to Lu Qi. After all, there were still many doubts in Lu Qi's words. He needs to confirm it. Lu Qi nodded and said, "No problem." Then, he once again used the true dragon treasure technique. A ball of flame condensed in his palm into the shape of a dragon's head. Then Lu Qi disappeared into the mountains and forests once again. Elder Yang immediately began to use his divine sense to search. But they gained nothing. Lu Qi seemed to have vanished from the world. Old Yang, this. Bai Kaiyuan was greatly surprised upon seeing this. It seems he was telling the truth. Lu Qi should have already been teleported to the ruined space. Lu Qi is truly a man of great fortune. He actually stumbled upon a Dragon Clan ruin by sheer chance. If it weren't for the fact that he also cultivates the 5 elements technique, I would have thought he was the emperor of the human race. Perhaps even the human emperor didn't have such good luck. Old Yang said with great pleasure. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, he quickly changed the subject, saying, "The Dragon Clan's instigation of Tiger Eagle's attack on Lost City this time is very likely for this ruin. The dragons will definitely not let this go. It seems we must strengthen the defenses of Lost City." Upon hearing this, the powerful figures from Mita City present frowned. It seems the Tiger Eagle army was just an appetizer. The dragons will definitely launch another attack on Lost City in the future. Soon, Lu Qi reappeared in front of everyone out of thin air. At this point, everyone believed him. "Lu Qi, you've done a great service this time. If we can obtain the treasures inside, the strength of the human race will definitely reach a new level. I'll apply to the federal government for a commendation for you in a moment. However, this matter is of utmost importance. You must not tell anyone. Otherwise, it would be a breach of federal law regarding the disclosure of secrets, and you know the consequences. Currently, all the human race's experts who are proficient in the true dragon treasure technique are stationed on the front lines of the battlefield, and they simply cannot get away from the continuous wars. Therefore, we cannot develop this ruin in the short term, but we must protect it and never let the dragons gain any advantage." Old Yang said very seriously. Lu Qi and everyone present nodded in agreement. Chapter 99 Flame Dragon King. Old Yang, are you saying that a Dragon Clan ruin has appeared within the territory of Lost City? A gasp came through the federal communicator. Elder Yang said very seriously, "Yes, and this ruin was discovered by Lu Qi. Only those who have comprehended the true dragon treasure technique can enter." I understand. The Federation will follow up on this matter. However, the experts who have mastered the true dragon treasure technique are all on the front lines and cannot leave. Exploring the ruins may not be so quick. What we fear most at this time is that the dragons will take advantage of the situation and invade. A very deep male voice came from the communicator. I also have a concern. If Lu Qi's cultivation level weren't too weak, preventing him from breaking the barrier in the ruins, I would have wanted him to enter the ruins directly and bring out the treasures inside. Now that the Dragon Clan has already attacked Lost City, they certainly won't let it go. Old Yang said. Speaking of Lu Qi, although he still has a backup plan that hasn't been revealed, I've already arranged for him to be included in the Human Emperor's successor plan, and I've put him in the first priority. The man in the communicator paused before speaking. Old Yang said with some surprise, "The first sequence? Wasn't that originally reserved for Meng Buhua? If so, the Meng family might have objections." Among the successors to the Human Emperor, there is also a ranking system. The higher the ranking in the sequence, the greater the resource allocation. Those in the first tier will naturally receive the best resources from the Federation. The Federation will grant him all his requests. This is the result of the federal assessment. If the Meng family is not satisfied, let them take the position back themselves. Is the Federation really going to sell off the future of humanity for the sake of a mere dreamer? A furious roar came from the other end of the communicator. Startled, Old Yang immediately shut his mouth and dared not say another word. He knew he had said the wrong thing. It was originally reserved for the Meng family because Meng Buhua possessed the assessment strength of the first tier. But now Lu Qi's assessment has completely surpassed his. Meng Buhua naturally has to step aside. The successor to the human emperor is the future of humanity. We must never let personal feelings ruin important matters. Alright, that's enough for now. One last thing, Lu Qi's reward absolutely cannot be taken lightly. He will receive the highest level of reward from the Federation. And if he has any needs, we will do everything we can to meet them. I have an appointment with the commander of the Martial Pavilion, so I'll have to talk to you later. After saying that, the man on the other end of the communicator hung up the phone. After hanging up the call, Old Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Within the territory of the True Dragon Clan, Tiger Eagle King, carrying young Master Yushan, disregarded the guards' attempts to stop them and rushed into the Dragon God Palace. Flame Dragon King! You have some nerve. How dare you betray my Tiger Eagle clan? Tiger Eagle King pointed at Flame Dragon King's nose and cursed loudly in front of many high-ranking dragons. But the Flame Dragon King looked completely bewildered. I don't know what's going on. Tiger Eagle King, what are you saying? I don't understand. I asked the Flame Dragon King in confusion. You're still pretending to be innocent. You made my Tiger Eagle clan send a large army to attack Lost City, and then secretly passed this message on to the strongmen of Lost City. This caught us completely off guard. Our Tiger Eagle clan army has suffered a loss of 20,000. And all of this is because you want to use war to get rid of young Master Yushan. But why should my Tiger Eagle clan have to pay the price for the grudges among your Dragon clan? Tiger Eagle King roared in uncontrollable rage. The Tiger Eagle clan suffered a tremendous loss this time. They lost 20,000 powerful warriors in one fell swoop. Although their strength is only between the 4th and 9th ranks. But they shouldn't have been sacrificed in the first place. It was all because of the Flame Dragon King's selfish desires that they were sacrificed. This is what truly enraged Tiger Eagle King. He did not want the grudges of the Dragon Clan to involve his own people. They even allowed their own people to shed their blood on the battlefield. Tiger Eagle King, what did you say? The Flame Dragon King wants to use war to get rid of my son? When the Azure Dragon King heard that this matter was related to his son, he stepped forward to question him. Tiger Eagle King immediately led young Master Yushan into the Dragon God Palace. The people present were still confused about what was going on. Isn't young Master Yushan right here? Just ask him yourself. He has evidence. Tiger Eagle King said, looking at young Master Yushan. At this moment, young Master Yushan walked up to the crowd. He took out the letter Lu Qi had given him and said, "This is the letter that the Flame Dragon King sent to the human powerhouses. It still carries the aura of a fire dragon. His goal was to use the humans to kill me when the Tiger Eagle clan went to war with the humans. Luckily, I was smart and didn't go to the front lines, otherwise you might not be seeing me now." Young Master Yushan said angrily. He then handed the letter to his father. After receiving the letter, the Azure Dragon King carefully sensed the aura emanating from it, then said in a very grim tone, "It is indeed the aura of a fire dragon." Flame Dragon King, how do you intend to explain this? Many high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan present also began to sense the aura emanating from the letter. Without exception, everyone recognized the aura emanating from the letter as belonging to the fire dragon lineage. This caused the high-ranking dragons present to start discussing the Flame Dragon King. It's normal for there to be conflicts within the dragon race. But they use such insidious methods even against their own people. It is something that all dragons despise. Upon seeing this, the Flame Dragon King roared, "Impossible. Although I have a grudge against you, I have absolutely no reason to resort to such despicable means. Besides, what would I gain by harming a child?" But the people present didn't care how the Flame Dragon King cried out for justice. The facts are right here. Everyone in the dragon realm knows that only the subordinates of the Flame Dragon King possess fire dragons. The Flame Dragon King and the Azure Dragon King are at odds. We have both the evidence and the motive. No matter how much the Flame Dragon King tries to argue, it's useless. The many high-ranking dragons present instinctively blamed the Flame Dragon King for all of this. Flame Dragon King, the evidence is irrefutable, what else do you have to say? It turns out that the ruins you mentioned before were all lies. Your main goal is to harm my child, isn't it? Because I have already designated Yushan as the successor of my Azure Dragon lineage. The Azure Dragon King wouldn't listen to the Flame Dragon King's explanation. An overwhelming rage surged within him instantly. The high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan present all felt a terrifying pressure. They all took a half-step back. Half-step Lord. Azure Dragon King. You've actually reached the half-step Lord level. The high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan present were taken aback upon feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the Azure Dragon King. Even the true Dragon Lord on the throne couldn't help but glance at the Azure Dragon King a couple more times. Then, the Azure Dragon King, enveloped in powerful baleful energy, attacked the Flame Dragon King. Those Flame Dragon Kings must be there on the spot. Upon seeing this, the Flame Dragon King immediately roared, "Stop! There's something wrong with this letter. Lord Dragon, save me!" He sensed the threat of death emanating from the Azure Dragon King. Chapter 100 The Flame Dragon King, unable to defend himself. Just as the Azure Dragon King was about to attack the Flame Dragon King, the true Dragon Lord on the throne suddenly spoke up, "Azure Dragon, wait. There are still some doubts about this matter." The words of the true Dragon Lord were like a decree. With just a calm remark, he extinguished the terrifying aura emanating from the Azure Dragon King. The Azure Dragon King was also taken aback, but due to the majesty of the true Dragon Lord, he had no choice but to stop. After all, this person is now in charge of the Dragon Clan. If he didn't stop, he would offend the person in front of him. Even if you are in the right, you will still be punished. The Azure Dragon King is clear about the importance of this matter. However, he would not let it go so easily. He cupped his hands to the Dragon Lord and said, "Your Majesty, the Flame Dragon King used despicable means to treat his own kind, attempting to destroy the successor I appointed. He must give me an explanation for this. Don't worry, I will find out exactly what happened. If it's truly the Flame Dragon King's fault, I will make him pay the price." The Dragon Lord then looked at the Flame Dragon King with a sinister gaze and said, "Flame Dragon King, please explain what this letter is all about. And what's with the Fire Dragon aura on it? Furthermore, why send the Azure Dragon King's youngest son to oversee Lost City? Is there a special purpose behind it? Finally, that ruin you mentioned, is it a hoax? Explain these 3 questions clearly, or you may not be able to leave the Dragon God Palace today." The Dragon Lord directly raised 3 key questions. But what he was most concerned about was the last question about the ruins. The order to send troops to Lost City this time was personally given by the Dragon Lord. It was because the Flame Dragon King told him that he had seen in ancient books that there was an ancient dragon ruin in the location of Lost City. That's why he targeted a small city called Lost City. The first 2 questions don't really matter, but if the Flame Dragon King dares to use the Dragon Clan ruins to lure me, that's a capital offense. Even without the Azure Dragon King making a move, he would kill him himself. I really didn't send the letter to the human race. This matter has nothing to do with me. As for the Fire Dragon aura on the letter, I really don't know what it is. But I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. I will use this aura to compare with all the Fire Dragons. Once I find out which Fire Dragon did it, I will definitely send it to the Dragon God Court for trial, and I am willing to accept the punishment. As for why we sent Yushan to guard Lost City, it was simply to remove young Master Yushan from the Azure Dragon King's side. This way, he would not be able to obtain the resources of the Water Dragon lineage, and his progress would slow down, giving our Fire Dragon lineage a greater chance. As for the ruins, they are indeed real. And I have received intelligence that the human race may already know about the ruins and has begun searching for them. I also have photos from our scouts at the scene. The photos show that the human race has dispatched nearly 100 extraordinary experts to search the ruins. The Flame Dragon King quickly explained. He then showed everyone the intelligence reports sent back by his scouts. The intelligence map shows 100 extraordinary experts searching for Lu Qi. Upon seeing the images sent by the Flame Dragon King, the high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan present couldn't help but frown. Especially the Dragon Lord, who launched such a massive war for this very ruin. But now that the human race has begun searching for this relic, this made him somewhat anxious. Humph. None of your reasons hold water. Lord Dragon, I think the Flame Dragon King is up to no good. Let's just execute him. The Azure Dragon King said coldly. Despite saying so much, the Flame Dragon King failed to produce any conclusive evidence to prove his innocence. Many high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan also felt that the Flame Dragon King's reasons were somewhat untenable. Young Master Yushan did indeed produce a letter that carried the aura of a fire dragon. Even if this wasn't done by the Flame Dragon King, it must have been done by one of his fire dragons. This is a done deal. Flame Dragon King, the route you described is indeed untenable, and the ruins you spoke of are nothing but legends, therefore. The Dragon Lord hesitated for a moment after saying this. Just as he hesitated, the Flame Dragon King immediately said, I am willing to personally lead a team to Lost City to find the ruins and make amends for the mistakes I have made. Furthermore, if the ruins are found later, I will give 30% of the profits obtained from the ruins to the Azure Dragon King as compensation. How about this? As an ancient dragon that has existed for thousands of years, he has a very good eye for things. Seeing that the Dragon Lord suddenly stopped speaking, he immediately chimed in. He knew that this was an opportunity given to him by the Dragon Lord. However, the cost is quite high, requiring the company to give up 30% of its profits. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Lord nodded with satisfaction and said, I originally intended to execute you on the spot, but given what you said, I have nothing more to say. It remains to be seen whether the Azure Dragon King can accept it. Then both the Dragon Lord and the Flame Dragon King looked at the Azure Dragon King. The Azure Dragon King knew that this was the Dragon Lord putting pressure on him. He didn't actually want to execute the Flame Dragon King. After all, the Flame Dragon King possesses information about the ruins. It's still somewhat useful. I have no objection, but I want 40% of the profits. And we must find out which fire dragon delivered the message and hand it over to me for disposal. Otherwise, this matter is not over today. The Azure Dragon King said coldly. This time, he almost lost his successor. How could he possibly let the Flame Dragon King fool him so easily? 40%, this. The Flame Dragon King said with some difficulty. What? Can't you do it? The Azure Dragon King once again unleashed his half-step Lord's aura, speaking fiercely to the Flame Dragon King. The Flame Dragon King was so frightened by this aura that he waved his hands repeatedly and said, I dare not. I dare not. 40%. 40% it is. I'm willing. He didn't know that the Azure Dragon King was a half-step lord before, which is why he dared to challenge the Azure Dragon King. But now that he has experienced the power of the Azure Dragon King, he realizes that he has always been a clown in front of the Azure Dragon King. He was willing to send Yushan to oversee Lost City only because he wanted to give the successor some experience. And as long as they remain stationed in Lost City, if any ruins are discovered later. Yushan was also able to inform the Azure Dragon King immediately. In reality, the Flame Dragon King was always being led by the nose by the Azure Dragon King. Seeing that the Flame Dragon King agreed, the Azure Dragon King snorted coldly and led young Master Yushan back to their original positions. He wanted to kill the Flame Dragon King right now. However, we must also consider the overall situation. Moreover, the prospect of receiving 40% of the profits from the Fire Dragon lineage is indeed very attractive. Wait. Your Dragon Clan deals with the undead, but what about my Tiger Eagle Clan? Did our Tiger Eagle Clan's powerful warriors die in vain? You dragons don't need an explanation, but give me one. Just when all the dragons thought the matter was over, Tiger Eagle King shouted once again. Chapter 101 Return to the Lost City. Only then did the group of Dragon Clan powerhouses refocus their attention on Tiger Eagle King. Tiger Eagle King, our Dragon Clan has indeed wronged you in this matter. We can waive the Tiger Eagle Clan's tribute to the Dragon Clan for the next 10 years as compensation. What do you say? On the throne, the Dragon Lord smiled slightly and spoke. The Tiger Eagle Clan is a subordinate race of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, he didn't take the Tiger Eagle Clan seriously at all. They simply exempted him from paying tribute for 10 years and sent him on his way. No. Ask yourselves honestly, this time our Tiger Eagle Clan suffered the greatest losses. We lost a full 20,000 elite warriors. These are all living beings. Are we just going to settle this with 10 years of tribute? Tiger Eagle King was very dissatisfied with this result. Then what do you want? The Dragon Lord's expression changed instantly when he saw that the Tiger Eagle King was actually talking back to him. As the Emperor of the Dragon race, he was instantly displeased when faced with the defiance of his subordinates. I want 10% of the fire dragon lineage's profits from the ruins. This whole affair was instigated by the fire dragon lineage, so my request isn't unreasonable, is it? Tiger Eagle King knew that the Dragon Lord was angry, so he immediately turned his attention to Flame Dragon King once again. After hearing this, the Dragon Lord calmed down slightly and said, Flame Dragon King, what do you think of this matter? In the end, the Dragon Lord handed over the power of speech to the Flame Dragon King. Anyway, it's not my own interests that are being lost. Furthermore, he always felt that the Flame Dragon King was too violent, and it wouldn't be bad to suppress him appropriately. The Flame Dragon King and the Dragon Lord exchanged a glance, then the Dragon King said, Tiger Eagle Emperor, don't push your luck. You've only lost a few soldiers, yet you want even a tenth of my power. You're far too greedy. I cannot grant you this request. He was indeed afraid of the Azure Dragon King, but he didn't take a mere Tiger Eagle King seriously. I am a noble dragon. How could they be oppressed by a subordinate race underground? Tiger Eagle King was somewhat troubled upon hearing this, but at that moment, he noticed that Azure Dragon King was giving him a meaningful look. The two then entered a telepathic communication mode. After a moment of silence in the hall, Tiger Eagle King finally spoke to Flame Dragon King. You can refuse, but you'd better think it through. Although my Tiger Eagle clan is no match for the Dragon clan, if I were to use the full strength of my clan to deal with your Fire Dragon lineage, I'd like to see how you would live in peace afterward. The Flame Dragon King was taken aback. He hadn't expected Tiger Eagle King to be so tough this time. A bitter feeling involuntarily arose. If the Tiger Eagle King really intends to use the full strength of his clan to deal with the Fire Dragon clan, I really can't possibly be a match for the entire Tiger Eagle clan. He originally wanted to use the Dragon clan to put pressure on Tiger Eagle King. But after seeing the Azure Dragon King behind the Tiger Eagle King, suddenly, I understood. Tiger Eagle King dares to be so bold, it must be because he has the Azure Dragon King backing him up. Otherwise, he should have backed down when I used my dragon status to pressure him. If I really don't give Tiger Eagle King even 10% of the profits this time, then it's really possible that Tiger Eagle King might attack his own Fire Dragon lineage. And the Azure Dragon King might even get involved. Therefore, we absolutely cannot act rashly in this matter. The Flame Dragon King gritted his teeth and said, You're ruthless. Fine. I agree to give you 10% of the profits, but I have one condition: if there are any further plans to take action against Lost City, I need your Tiger Eagle clan to continue to cooperate with me. No problem, as long as certain people don't do anything underhanded. However, in future operations, my Tiger Eagle clan soldiers will retreat immediately if they discover any danger, and we will absolutely not be used as pawns by you again. Tiger Eagle King said with a hint of sarcasm. The Flame Dragon King's expression instantly turned ugly. But he didn't say much more. Lost City. Inside the guards' barracks, several students surrounded Lu Qi. Lu Qi, where have you been these past few days? Do you know how worried we've been about you these past few days? We thought you had died on the battlefield. You have no idea how much Zhou Shuer has been crying these past few days. It's a good thing you came back, otherwise she would have gone to fight the Tiger Eagle clan to the death. Yes, Shuer has been worried about you these past few days. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi looked at Zhou Shuer standing to the side. Unlike the other trainees, she didn't surround Lu Qi. Instead, she stood alone, watching Lu Qi. Zhou Tu's face was extremely gloomy at this moment. He blamed Lu Qi for all the distress his daughter had been feeling these past few days. He now wished he could drag Lu Qi out and beat him up, to stand up for his daughter. However, due to Lu Qi's current special status, there was nothing I could do. Moreover, he also sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Lu Qi. This gave him the illusion that he couldn't beat Lu Qi. Seeing this, Lu Qi smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, everyone, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern these past few days, Senior Shuer. When he said the second half of his sentence, he deliberately waved to Zhou Shuer. She blew a kiss. Upon seeing this, Zhou Shuer's cheeks instantly turned red. Then she lowered her head and became shy. The crowd started to cheer. Just then, the dormitory door was pushed open. Bai Kaiyuan walked in and looked at Lu Qi anxiously, saying, Lu Qi, old Yang wants you to come over. The students were stunned. Lu Qi had just returned when he was called away again. But before they could react, Bai Kaiyuan grabbed Lu Qi and disappeared into the dormitory. Inside the highest conference room of Lost City, Elder Yang and City Lord Kunwu were already waiting for Lu Qi's arrival. Not long after, Bai Kaiyuan led Lu Qi through the door and entered. Old Yang, Lu Qi has arrived. Lu Qi, we meet again. Come sit next to me. Old Yang personally got up and pulled Lu Qi to his side. Then, he personally pulled out a chair for Lu Qi and invited him to sit down. If other members of the Federation were present, they would have been shocked by this scene. This old man, Yang, is a behemoth who holds absolute power within the Federation. But now he's actually bowing and scraping before a teenager. Even Kunwo, who was standing to the side, sighed that Lu Qi was really lucky. After Lu Qi took his seat, Bai Kaiyuan left the meeting room without hesitation. He knew he was not qualified to attend a meeting of that caliber. There are only 3 people in the conference room now: Elder Yang, Kunwo, and Lu Qi. Old Yang, what brings you here? Lu Qi asked with some curiosity. He had already confessed everything he was supposed to. Don't be nervous. We've invited you here today because we have something important to discuss with you. Old Yang chuckled, then gave Kunwo a wink. Kunwo immediately understood. The button in my hand was pressed. The screen in the conference room suddenly lit up. The remote video conference has started. Chapter 102: The Pinnacle of Human Rights. This must be Lu Qi, right? On the screen, a solemn old man looked at Lu Qi and said, Yes, Chief of Staff, this is Lu Qi. Old Yang introduced the elderly man on the screen with great respect, and then said to Lu Qi, This is the Chief of Staff of the Federation, Kunlun, and one of the highest-ranking officials in the Federation. Greetings, Commander-in-Chief. Lu Qi greeted him respectfully. He didn't know what the Chief of Staff's position was in the Federation. However, it sounds like he should be on the same level as the Chief of the Warrior Pavilion. But the person in front of me is actually called Kunlun? The Lord of Lost City is called Kunwu. There seems to be some connection between the two. The old man said with great appreciation, Very good. You look very energetic, truly a distinguished junior of our human realm. You flatter me. May I ask what brings you here? Lu Qi asked curiously. The fact that the person who wanted to see him was the Minister of the Federation meant that this matter was definitely not simple. That makes me even more curious. There is indeed a very important matter I need to discuss with you, but we need to wait for one more person, Kunlun said calmly. Who are you waiting for? Lu Qi was somewhat surprised. The person on the screen is the Federal Chief Executive. There are actually people who want him to wait? The next moment, the screen flashed, and a familiar figure appeared on the screen. It was none other than Master Wu of the Fenglan Martial Pavilion. However, beside Master Wu, there was also a very handsome man. However, Lu Qi could sense that the man had a more composed demeanor. General Wu Zhantian, you're back. Don't keep our successor waiting. Kunlun forced a smile onto his serious face and said. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi was immediately taken aback. This person is actually the current commander of the Martial Pavilion. With the Federal Minister and the Generalissimo of the Martial Pavilion, this meeting can be said to have brought together the highest level of human rights. A single, casual remark from them can alter the very fabric of human life. Lu Qi was now even more curious. Why were they looking for him? As you know, the black market is underground, so the signal is a bit weak, hence the connection delay. But luckily, I still made it. The man chuckled, then looked at Lu Qi and said. Lu Qi, right? I've heard so much about you. Xiao Wu often mentions you. He rarely cares about someone so much. You're really remarkable. Upon hearing the nickname Little Wu, Master Wu's eye twitched involuntarily. However, he didn't say much more. Greetings, Commander-in-Chief. Lu Qi replied. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Kunlun said, We've all been waiting for so long, so let's not waste any more time. The reason I called you here is to ask you if you'd like to join the Federation's Human Emperor Replacement Program. To become one of the successors to the Human Emperor. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi was somewhat puzzled. The successor to the Human Emperor? He had never heard of this plan before. After all, this plan belongs to the highest level of the federal government. Only those within the federal government know the basics. I forgot to mention that because the position of Human Emperor has been vacant for too long, if the human race continues to lack an emperor, it will be extremely detrimental to the human race's situation in the battlefield of all races. Therefore, the Federation launched the Human Emperor Replacement Plan. The purpose of this plan is to ensure that, in the period when there is no human emperor, there are still strong individuals who can rival the human emperor, so as to maintain the stability of the human realm. Once selected as the successor to the human emperor, one will receive preferential treatment from the entire Federation's resources. Of course, the successor must also prioritize protecting the human realm. We have very strict requirements for the replacements. They must be the most outstanding geniuses in the human realm. We are currently searching for 9 replacement candidates within the human realm. If you are willing to join, you will become the 10th replacement for the human emperor. Kunlun introduced Lu Qi. After hearing this, Lu Qi roughly understood the details of the plan. However, he did not answer directly. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Joining this program and receiving preferential treatment in federal resources is certainly beneficial. However, Lu Qi already knew that the next emperor would be Huang Futian. Then the federal government's plan is completely unnecessary. The entire Federation's resources were channeled toward the 10 human emperor replacements. There will definitely be people who are unhappy. At that time, it will probably cause a disturbance in the human realm. However, he couldn't directly state that Huang Futian was the next human emperor. Otherwise, the federal government will definitely become suspicious. Lu Qi, I know what you're worried about. You're already a candidate for the position of chief commander of the Martial Pavilion. You're afraid that things won't go well with the Martial Pavilion, right? Kunlun smiled and said, assuming Lu Qi's hesitation was due to the Martial Pavilion, and then continued. You don't need to worry about this. I already spoke with Wu Zhantian before the meeting. He wants you to join the plan to merge the black market with the Federation. Lu Qi was taken aback upon hearing this. To infiltrate the Federation's most secret plans in order to achieve a merger between the two sides? Wouldn't that make me just a tool in an arranged marriage? Lu Qi looked at Master Wu and Wu Zhantian on the screen. They wanted to get an answer from Wu Zhantian. Wu Zhantian nodded and said, yes, that is indeed my idea, but don't think we're using you. I've gone to great lengths to ensure you get the greatest benefit. Kunlun, tell me about the Zero Sequence project that the Federation set up for Lu Qi. Wu Zhantian once again handed the power of speech to Kunlun. When Rui mentioned the Zeroth sequence, both Kunwu and Elder Yang frowned. Because in their minds, the highest level of the Human Emperor Replacement Project should be the first sequence. The Zeroth sequence is clearly added temporarily. Kunlun nodded upon hearing this and said, the Federation originally intended to place you in the first tier, granting you the highest level of treatment, but after discussions with Wu Zhantian, the Federation decided to create a separate zero tier just for you. In the original plan, all the replacements for the Human Emperor had to obey the Federation and hand over all their backup plans, but as long as you become the Zero Sequence, your status will be above the entire Federation. Even higher in status than me. You can consider yourself the Supreme Administrator of the Federation, or even the true Emperor. But until you control the black market, it's just a title. You must become the head of the black market before you turn 30. This means you will have reached the pinnacle of power between the Federation and the black market. At that time, you will be in charge of facilitating the merger of the two forces and establishing a new human realm federation. And you will be the first leader of the new federation. Of everyone present, only Wu Zhantian, who already knew about the plan, remained relatively calm. The others looked on with a hint of surprise. With the support of both sides, Lu Qi will gradually ascend to the pinnacle of human power. Chapter 103: The Federation's Backup Plan. Both the black market and the Federation are the largest powers in the human realm. The two complement each other, but they are both independent entities. This is also a problem that has plagued the federal government for a long time. If the power of the black market could be incorporated into the Federation, the Federation's power would definitely reach a new level. Therefore, the Federation discussed this matter with the black market's commander before the meeting. They want to take this opportunity to merge with the black market. This way, we can not only win over Lu Qi, but also absorb the black market. The black market thought the same way, so after discussions between the two sides, they see Lu Qi as the most crucial piece in the merger. Both sides decided to hand over the highest powers of the federal government and the black market to Lu Qi. Let Lu Qi become the rightful pinnacle of power in the human realm. Only in this way can the merger of the federal government and the black market be achieved. Once the two major powers merge, those small gangs and factions in the human realm will no longer pose any threat to the new federation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi was stunned for a moment and said, does that mean I will dominate the entire human realm? Become a dictator? Kunlun said, yes. Now, with just one word from you, you will become the dictator of the human realm. On the screen, Wu Zhantian also nodded to Lu Qi. Okay. I agree. After hesitating for a moment, Lucci finally agreed. If I just agree, I can enjoy the highest level of treatment from the federal government. Why not? Moreover, he does need to rely on the Federation's power to lure the powerful members of the True Dragon Clan to Lost City, to rebuild the physical body of the Eternal Night Dragon. So I readily agreed. As for taking responsibility for the human realm, the next human emperor, Huang Fu Tian, is already growing up. It is believed that he will soon succeed to the throne of the human emperor. When the human emperor succeeds to the throne, the task of taking responsibility for the human realm will naturally fall into Huang Fu Tian's hands. Ha ha ha. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Kunlun laughed loudly upon seeing this. Then he looked at Old Yang. Old Yang was also very sensible. He took out a black wooden box from his storage ring and handed it to Lucci, saying, "Since you have agreed to join the plan, you are now a member of the Federation. Inside this box is an identity ring. Your Zeroth sequence is recorded inside. From now on, you can use this ring to issue orders to the Federation." Lucci took the wooden box, opened it, and took a look. Sure enough, there was a ring inside, engraved with the number 0, representing Lucci's Zeroth rank and his absolute power within the Federation. Lucci smiled wryly and said, "So you were already prepared all along?" Old Yang smiled faintly and said, "If you don't agree, we won't have taken this ring out." Lucci took a deep breath and then put the black ring on his finger. Seeing this, Kunlun on the screen laughed even more heartily. Lucci put on the ring, which meant that he had officially joined the Federation. From now on, he is a member of the Federation. Kunlun laughed happily, "Ha. Since that's the case, I've said everything I needed to say. I still have many documents from Lucci to process, so I'll take my leave now." He then left the video conference under everyone's watchful eyes. Because this plan was conceived suddenly. Therefore, many documents still need to be improved. This is a lot of work. However, although Kunlun has been taken offline, Wu Zhantian is still online. "General Wu, is there anything else?" Old Yang asked with some doubt. According to the procedure, the meeting should have ended here. "I'm leaving after I finish speaking." Wu Zhantian smiled and then said to Lucci, "I heard you've also signed up for this year's chief executive election. If you can win the chief executive position this time, you'll rise to the top in one step. You'll directly gain the highest power in the black market and the Federation. However, I must warn you that among your competitors this time is a very formidable opponent, Meng Buhua from the Meng family. According to the intelligence I've received, his strength is at least around the 9th rank, and his abilities are somewhat unique. You'd better be careful." Upon hearing this, Elder Yang was taken aback and said, "Meng Buhua, is he also from the Martial Pavilion?" If he remembered correctly, Meng Buhua should have also joined the Human Emperor Replacement Project. But unexpectedly, Meng Buhua was also a member of the Martial Pavilion. However, according to the rules of the Federation, members of the Martial Pavilion should not participate in the Federation's plans. After all, they are two different factions, and they need to keep their distance. Wu Zhantian simply shook his head and said, "He is not a member of the Martial Pavilion. He was temporarily asked by Kunlun to enter the Martial Pavilion General Manager election. This is also a test from the Federation for you. Only if you can defeat Meng Buhua will you have a chance to reach the pinnacle of power. Otherwise, the Federation could support Meng Buhua to take your place at any time. That's the pressure the Federation is putting on you." Upon hearing Wu Zhantian's explanation, Lucci immediately frowned. He knew the federal government wasn't that kind. It turns out they had already prepared a backup plan. On the surface, it means making oneself the highest level in both factions. However, they arranged for Meng Buhua to enter the Martial Pavilion and participate in the election for the chief commander. Once Meng Buhua becomes the current commander of the Martial Pavilion, this could also facilitate the merger of the black market and the federal government. However, the leader of the new federation at that time will be Meng Buhua, the leader of the federation. Meng Buhua is most likely just a puppet of the federation. Once you become the leader of the new federation, the real power will still be held by those few old monsters behind the federation. I see. It seems they said they wanted me to become the commander-in-chief before I turn 30, but they actually have other plans. They pretended to have me facilitate the merger between the two sides, but actually they wanted Meng Buhua to seize the position of the Martial Pavilion chief. That's a really clever trick of using a corpse to bring someone back to life. But don't worry, I won't lose. I'm determined to be the commander-in-chief this time." Lucci sneered. The faces of Elder Yang and Kunwo present also instantly darkened. They naturally understood what Wu Zhantian meant. But none of them said it as directly as Lu Qi. Because they are all federal citizens, they still have to work for the federal government. Seeing Lu Qi's ambition, Wu Zhantian said with satisfaction, "I'm betting the entire Martial Pavilion on you. I hope you can win the position of Chief Commander this time." After saying that, Wu Zhantian also left the video conference. Then, the entire conference room fell silent. After a moment of silence, Elder Yang said to Lu Qi, "The Federation's arrangement for Meng Buhua to participate in the election may just be to put some pressure on you. Don't overthink it." Kunwo immediately chimed in, "Yes, pressure is what drives us." They all didn't want Lu Qi to be hostile towards the Federation. After all, with Lu Qi's potential, his future achievements are limitless. They didn't want to provoke Lu Qi. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi simply said, "You two don't need to say anything more. I understand the Federation's intentions, but I also have some news to tell you. Our spies within the Dragon Clan have sent word that the dragons are aware of the ruins, and the Flame Dragon King is personally leading a team towards Lost City. You should try to gather more powerful humans to Lost City, otherwise that ruin might not be able to be defended." Chapter 104, Offering the Relics to the Dragon Clan? What did you say? Upon hearing this, Old Yang's pupils widened, and he exclaimed in surprise. Kunwo, standing to the side, had the same expression. It's not surprising that the dragons knew about the ruins. However, it's rather frightening that the Flame Dragon King is personally leading the team. You should know that the Flame Dragon King is one of the 5 great dragon kings of the True Dragon Clan. The Dragon King who rules over the Fire Dragon lineage. The 5 Dragon Kings are second only to the True Dragon Lord in strength. The Flame Dragon King's strength is at least at the Dao Heaven realm. If the Flame Dragon King were truly leading the team, given the current human realm's ability to mobilize power, it would be no match for the dragon race. Because all races are targeting the human race. Therefore, major cities in the human realm are constantly at war. Many of the most powerful human beings reside in the war-torn cities. There's no way to escape. Kunwo frowned and said, "Is the information accurate? If the Dragon Clan really launches a large-scale invasion, we simply cannot mobilize enough powerful warriors to support them." Lu Qi said very seriously, "The source of the information is absolutely reliable, so you don't need to worry about that. However, the Flame Dragon King probably won't take action personally. Tiger Eagle will mainly lead the charge, but he will be there to put pressure on the human realm." These messages were all passed on to him by young Master Yushan. Absolutely true. However, upon learning this news, Lu Qi was not alarmed. On the contrary, he was somewhat pleased. Because that's exactly what he wanted to see. The more and stronger the dragons that come, the more powerful the body artifact used to rebuild the body of the Eternal Night Dragon will be. The more advantageous it is for him. Elder Yang hurriedly said, "Then what should we do now? If the Dragon Clan obtains those treasures in the ruins, their strength will definitely increase to a higher level. At that time, even the myriad races may not be a match for the Dragon Clan." Kunwo frowned and said, "In my opinion, we should ask other cities for help and try to get those powerful figures to come over. That way, we might be able to save the ruins." Elder Yang, great powers can't be invited just like that. Their mission is to guard key human cities. If they leave, those important human cities will definitely fall. Then the human race will be in even greater danger. Moreover, given the dragon race's speed, it might already be too late for us to mobilize powerful figures from other cities. Kunwo said grimly, "But what can we do now? If we don't stop the dragons, our human race will suffer too. They might even target Lost City. Then the people of Lost City will be the ones to suffer." The two had a heated discussion, but they couldn't come up with a solution. Humanity is truly outnumbered and outmatched by all other races. Even the most capable are overwhelmed. Lu Qi, however, smiled nonchalantly and said, "Why should we stop them? Since we can't beat them, we might as well just give the ruins to them." Elder Yang, do you know what you're saying? Abandoning the ruins would be a catastrophe for the human race. The dragon race has been looking for an opportunity to punish the human race, but due to the fate of the human race, they have been helpless. But if the dragon race gains even greater strength, the first to suffer will undoubtedly be the human race. Kunwo, yes, we absolutely cannot let the dragons get our hands on this ruin, otherwise they will definitely seize this opportunity to become the ruler of all races. Lu Qi said unhurriedly, "The Flame Dragon King is personally leading the team. They are determined to obtain this ruin. If we try to stop them, it will only cause unnecessary casualties. Why not use this ruin to establish diplomatic relations with the Dragon Clan? I can guarantee that the dragons don't know the exact location of this ruin yet, but I do. If I can use these specific coordinates to exchange with the dragons, not only can I avoid a war, but I might even alleviate the war-torn pressure on several major human cities. He had already learned this from young Master Yushan. The dragons do not actually know the exact location of the ruins. Finding the location of the ruins within the jurisdiction of Lost City will take a lot of time. If the human race wants to stop the dragon race from seizing the ruins, this time is enough for the powerful human race to arrive. Old Yang frowned and said, the dragon race has always been at odds with our human race. Why do you think that the dragon race will treat our human race well after obtaining the ruins? Lu Qi shrugged and said, didn't I tell you? I have an inside man within the Dragon Clan, and this inside man holds a very high position. As long as he puts a few good words for us in the Dragon Clan, even if the Dragon Clan is hostile to the human race, they will ease their suppression of the human race. Young Master Yushan is the successor to the Azure Dragon King. He is one of the 5 future Dragon Kings. They also have a certain degree of influence among the dragons. Although he is not yet able to directly communicate with the higher-ups of the Dragon Clan. However, one could persuade the Azure Dragon King to protect the human race. The Azure Dragon King is a Dragon King at the level of a half-step lord. The strongest among the 5 Dragon Kings. As long as he steps in, it will definitely work. Moreover, Lu Qi's goal this time is not to establish diplomatic relations with the Dragon Clan. Instead, they intend to use this ruin to harm the Flame Dragon King. When Elder Yang and Kunwo heard this, they were also taken aback. They knew that the informant Lu Qi mentioned was very likely young Master Yushan. Based on the information previously sent back by Kaiyuan, young Master Yushan obeyed Lu Qi's orders very well. According to the information they obtained, young Master Yushan was the Azure Dragon King's most beloved son. If young Master Yushan were to step in, it's possible that the establishment of diplomatic relations between the human and dragon races could actually be achieved. Old Jane's brows relaxed slightly as he asked, so, how confident are you about this matter? This matter concerns the safety of the entire Lost City, and even the entire human realm. It cannot be taken lightly. If Lu Qi had no confidence at all, he would never have let Lu Qi take such a risk. Once the dragon race becomes stronger, the human race will have no chance to turn the tide. Lu Qi smiled confidently and said, I'm as confident as the maximum score is. After all, his real purpose this time was not to establish diplomatic relations with the dragon race. Instead, it's about rebuilding the physical body of the eternal night dragon. Seeing Lu Qi's confidence, Old Yang gritted his teeth and said, fine. Since you're facing certain death either way, I'll let you go all out. He spent a long time preparing himself mentally. But upon closer reflection, if we were to summon powerful human warriors, let alone whether they could make it in time, those cities guarded by powerful figures will surely be breached because of their departure. Those cities are all strategic locations for the human race. If they are breached, they will directly threaten the human realm behind them. So now, all we can do is let Lu Qi take a gamble. Perhaps he really can improve relations between humans and dragons. Kunwo said with some concern, Elder Yang, shouldn't we consult my father about this? Wouldn't it be a bit rash to act so hastily? Elder Yang, if we ask for instructions now, by the time the Federation issues the order, the Dragon Clan may have already arrived in Lost City. Besides, isn't Lu Qi the highest authority in the Federation now? He's our superior. Kunwo paused after hearing this. Yes, Lu Qi is now a member of the Federation, and he is even the Zeroth rank in the Federation. Lu Qi's current status within the Federation is higher than theirs. In this conference room now, Lu Qi has absolute authority. Chapter 105. The Dragon Army was terrified? What you said makes sense. It seems we can only take it one step at a time now, Kunwo said with a hint of helplessness. Seeing that neither of them had any objections, Lu Qi stood up and said, since neither of you has any objections, then this matter is decided. Based on my estimation, the dragons should be arriving soon. Now I need you to help me prepare a few things to welcome them. The two were taken aback. Welcoming the Dragon Clan? Although they had some doubts, they still did as Lu Qi instructed. Reporting, sir, we are only 70 kilometers away from the jurisdiction of Lost City. It is estimated that it will take another 2 hours. Among the dragon army, a fire dragon reported to the Flame Dragon King. Meanwhile, the Flame Dragon King was leisurely reclining on his throne, enjoying the scenery. Beneath the throne, 18 giant dragons carried it and flew towards Lost City. None of these 18 dragons are pure-blooded true dragons. In the eyes of the true dragon race, they are nothing but bastards. I was born to do hard labor. If it weren't for the dragon race needing slaves, these mixed blood dragons would have been thrown into the battlefield of all races to fend for themselves long ago. The Flame Dragon King didn't turn his head, but simply said, "What's the situation in Lost City? Have the humans noticed anything?" According to reports from our scouts, Lost City hasn't made any move, nor has it requested support from the surrounding powerful cities. It seems they are unaware of our dragon race's impending arrival. It looks like we can catch the human race off guard this time. Upon hearing that there was no movement at all in Lost City, the Flame Dragon King smiled. What he feared most was that the human race would take countermeasures in advance. If the human race resists, they are destined to fail this time. However, if the human race is completely unaware of this, they can indeed catch the human race off guard. However, young Master Yushan, who was standing to the side, was somewhat worried. He had clearly already passed the message to Lu Qi. Why didn't Lu Qi react at all? He was terrified that the Flame Dragon King would harm Lu Qi. In that case, I won't be able to eat way long spicy strips anymore. The Flame Dragon King noticed the worry in young Master Yushan's eyes and asked with a slight narrowing of his eyes, "Nephew Yushan, why are you frowning?" Yushan was taken aback by the question, but he reacted quickly and immediately replied, "I'm worried that the traitor within our dragon clan might tip off the humans. Uncle Flame Dragon, as you know, I almost died at the hands of that fire dragon traitor. So we have to be careful." He emphasized the word fire dragon when he spoke of it. This is a mockery of the Flame Dragon King, implying that there is a traitor within his fire dragon lineage. Upon hearing this, the Flame Dragon King's face instantly darkened. He originally intended to use this as an excuse to question young Master Yushan. Unexpectedly, I was instead mocked by young Master Yushan. Hee, don't worry, my dear nephew. I will definitely find that traitor, and I will definitely give you justice. After saying this, the Flame Dragon King realized he was in the wrong and continued to admire the scenery. The dragon army quickly approached Lost City. The army was overwhelming, its might blotting out the sky. The sky was filled with countless giant dragons. It almost completely blocked out the light. "Your Majesty, we are now within the jurisdiction of Lost City. It seems the human race is completely unprepared. It seems we can breach the human city without lifting a finger this time." Several fire dragons looked at the edge of Lost City, which showed no signs of being on guard, and said excitedly. However, the Flame Dragon King became somewhat uneasy upon seeing the tranquility within the Lost City. "Something's wrong. Everyone, stop moving." With a command from the Flame Dragon King, the dragon army instantly halted its advance. They stopped at the edge of the Lost City's jurisdiction. A powerful dragon asked, puzzled, "Your Majesty, the city of Lost Paths is right before us. Why stop at this moment?" The Flame Dragon King glanced coldly at the fire dragon and said, "Our dragon race is aggressive and has a large army pressing in. Even if the human race is slow to get information, they must have noticed. It's impossible that they were completely unprepared and allowed us to enter the territory of Lost City. There must be something fishy going on." Upon hearing this, the group of fire dragons couldn't help but frown. What the Flame Dragon King said does make some sense. The human race has a very powerful information network. Even if this was a temporary operation. However, the human race should have noticed the distance from the Dragon Clan territory to Lost City. Lost City could never be as quiet as it is now. Could it be that they knew they couldn't be our match, so they chose to abandon Lost City? Young Master Yushan asked. The Flame Dragon King coldly said, "Impossible. Every city of the human race is a passage connecting to the human realm. Once a human city is captured, it will directly threaten the safety of the human realm. Therefore, every powerful human warrior swore to defend the city and protect the human realm to the death. There was absolutely no possibility of abandoning the city. He knew that humanity would never abandon what they were protecting. Then there's only one possibility. There's a trap in Lost City." At this moment, the Flame Dragon King's army was engaged in a psychological struggle outside Lost City. I don't know if we should enter the territory of Lost City. They were terrified of being ambushed by the human race. And in the city of Lost Souls, Lu Qi and the others had already spotted the Flame Dragon King's army. Seeing that the dragon army was about to enter the territory of Lost City, they were almost ready to put up their banners. However, the dragon army stopped at the crucial moment. This left Lu Qi somewhat at a loss. Lord Lu Qi, what exactly does this dragon clan mean? Why haven't they entered the lost city yet? Elder Yang asked, puzzled. Because Lu Qi's rank in the Federation is now higher than his. Therefore, he now also has to address Lu Qi as Sir. In order to cooperate with Lu Qi's plan, they held a special welcoming ceremony. The dragons were already at their doorstep, but they wouldn't step inside. This also prevented their prepared welcoming ceremony from taking place. Lu Qi was also puzzled as to why the dragon clan hadn't entered yet, so he said calmly, "Wait a little longer." Such an abrupt visit might make them a little embarrassed. Upon hearing this, old Jiang and the people around him twitched at the corners of their eyes. The sky was filled with countless dragon figures. They're clearly here to fight. How could I possibly be embarrassed? However, since Lu Qi told them to wait, they had no choice but to wait obediently. At the same time, in the sky, the Flame Dragon King's army dared not make any rash moves at this moment. Because they had been on the outskirts of Lost City for so long, the humans didn't react at all. Clearly, something fishy is going on. Under normal circumstances, once the human race discovers an invasion by an external enemy, they will definitely come to drive them away as soon as possible. But this time, the human race didn't react at all. At this moment, the dragons were relieved that they had not directly entered the territory of Lost City. Otherwise, we would fall into the trap set by the human race. Chapter 106, Welcoming the Dragon Army. But we can't keep dragging this on like this, can we? Said young Master Yushan. An elderly fire dragon nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty, the human race has never come out, and we have never come in either." If the human race didn't have reinforcements to begin with, and this stalemate continued, their reinforcements should have arrived by now. While the human race's delay in coming out is indeed problematic, continuing to drag it out will be even more disadvantageous for the dragon race. The Flame Dragon King frowned and said, "But if we go in and fall into the human race's trap, my dragon race may be wiped out. I cannot risk the lives of the fire dragon lineage." It's not that he's overly cautious. The problem is that the current fire dragon lineage can no longer afford to be damaged. They must give 50% of their profits from the ruins to the Azure Dragon King and the Tiger Eagle clan. The resources left for the fire dragon lineage were already scarce. If the fire dragon lineage suffered heavy losses due to the treacherous schemes of the human race, that would be a huge disgrace for him, the Flame Dragon King. Upon seeing this, young Master Yushan burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I have seen a military tactic among the human race called the Empty City Stratagem, which is very similar to the current situation." But Sima Yi, who ultimately led the attack, was frightened away by the city's elderly, weak, and disabled inhabitants. His mockery made the Flame Dragon King's face even uglier. However, unable to vent his anger, he could only suppress it and say, "Uncle is getting old and is indeed a bit afraid of death, unlike you, a young man, who is fearless. Why don't you go and try it for your uncle? Anyway, you're not afraid. If there's truly a problem with this lost city, I'll lead a large army in to rescue you immediately." Upon hearing this, young Master Yushan's eye twitched. The Flame Dragon King himself dared not enter, and instead shifted the blame onto himself. He was, of course, also afraid that the humans might be lying in ambush. However, after struggling with his inner thoughts, he laughed and said, "Alright, I want to see what tricks the human race is up to. If I die at the hands of humans, please remember, I was murdered by treacherous individuals within the dragon race." Young Master Yushan spoke the second half of his sentence particularly loudly. It's as if he's telling everyone that if he dies, it must be because of the dragons. The most controversial lineage is naturally the Fire Dragon lineage. Prior to this, the Fire Dragon lineage had sent letters in advance to inform the human Tiger Eagle clan and young Master Yushan of their movements. Now, the Flame Dragon King wants young Master Yushan to be the vanguard, entering the Lost City to assess the situation. In the eyes of the other dragons, isn't this framing young Master Yushan? He wanted to make young Master Yushan a scapegoat for the Fire Dragon army. If young Master Yushan is really dead, then King Yanlong will become the prime suspect in framing the Dragon Clan. Upon hearing this, the Flame Dragon King was immediately taken aback. I never expected young Master Yushan to pull this stunt on me. Now, it doesn't matter whether young Master Yushan can survive within the Lost City. I will also become the most suspected dragon in the Fire Dragon lineage. Lu Qi, who was in the jungle, also heard young Master Yushan's roar. I couldn't help but marvel. That was a brilliant move. They actually nailed the Flame Dragon King to the pillar of shame. Then I will naturally add fuel to the fire for the Flame Dragon King. Young Master Yushan slowly walked into the territory of Lost City. He believed that even if the humans did indeed have an ambush, Lu Qi would not allow them to harm him. Because they're brothers. This time, he entrusted his life to Lu Qi. Elder Yang and Kunwo, among others, all turned to look at Lu Qi and asked, Lord Lu Qi, they've only sent young Master Yushan. Should we welcome him, or wait until the main force arrives? Lu Qi waved to the crowd and said, no need to wait. Once young Master Yushan enters the territory of Lost City, we will go out to welcome him. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. As Yushan Gongzi drew ever closer to the territory under the jurisdiction of Lost City, it became clear that he was getting closer and closer. He was getting increasingly nervous. Behind him, the other dragons were the same. They all wanted to see what tricks the humans were up to. It was clear that young Master Yushan's body had already crossed the jurisdiction of Lost City. The next moment, a red light suddenly appeared in the mountains and forests. Then, a group of powerful human warriors appeared before the dragons. The dragon army was shocked. There was indeed an ambush. They were immediately terrified and retreated in large numbers. Upon seeing this scene, young Master Yushan was so frightened that he closed his eyes. He thought he was going to die at the hands of the human army. Although he holds a noble status among the dragons. However, he was only at the 6th rank in terms of strength. Even if he were to encounter the strongest human, he would still be no match for them. But after a long time, I couldn't feel any pain at all. Instead, a loud banging of gongs and drums rang in my ears. Welcome! Welcome! A warm welcome! Big brother, welcome! Welcome to my place! Big brother, welcome! Welcome to my place! Upon hearing this discordant sound, young Master Yushan slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood a group of extraordinary human beings, who were actually raising large banners and beating drums and gongs at the dragon army. A very warm welcome ceremony was held. It doesn't look like a war is about to break out. Young Master Yushan also spotted Lu Qi's voice in the crowd. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that his older brother would never hurt him. He was at a loss as he looked at the scene. Looking at the welcoming ceremony held by a group of powerful humans, the Flame Dragon King was even more bewildered and asked, what is going on? He initially thought it was an ambush by the humans. But now it seems that these human powerhouses have no hostility towards them at all. Reporting to your majesty, it seems they are welcoming us. The Flame Dragon King coldly said, nonsense, do you think I wouldn't see it? But why are they doing this? Could it be that they know they're no match for us and are scared? Indeed, with our dragon army pressing in, even the dominant races in the battlefield of 10,000 races might not be our match. How could a fallen human possibly withstand us? It seems that this time, we can defeat the human race without lifting a finger. The dragons relaxed instantly after seeing that the humans showed no hostility. But the Flame Dragon King remained frowning. Because he knew very well that humans were extremely cunning. And in order to protect their cities, the human race is willing to sacrifice everything. It's impossible to welcome an invading army like we do now. There must be something fishy going on. Although the human race now appears harmless, the Flame Dragon King still did not allow the army to advance. Instead, they quietly watched the human race's performance. Young Master Yushan has now entered the jurisdiction of Lost City. If the human race really does something, young Master Yushan will be the first to suffer. Chapter 107 Lu Qi's Threat. Welcome to our Lost City, everyone. Please don't be nervous. We mean you no harm. On behalf of the human race, we extend our warmest welcome to you. Lu Qi stepped forward, smiled slightly at young Master Yushan, and then addressed the dragon army. Then he waved. Several extraordinary human warriors also flew forward. They were holding flower wreaths. Give this to young Master Yushan. Then someone brought over a comfortable soft chair for young Master Yushan to rest. While enjoying such thoughtful service, young Master Yushan was also surprised. He thought Lu Qi would ambush the dragon army. Unexpectedly, he actually held a welcoming ceremony. Upon seeing this, the Flame Dragon King's expression hardened, and he said, humans, what tricks are you playing? Let me tell you, no matter what methods you have, they are all useless in front of our dragon army. I advise you not to make futile struggles. Lu Qi smiled calmly, you must be the Flame Dragon King? I've heard of your great name for a long time. As you can see, we actually knew you were coming with a large army, but we had no intention of starting a war. After all, we have just finished a major battle with the Tiger Eagle clan, and we are still in the process of post-war adjustment. We do not want to see any more of our compatriots killed or wounded. You certainly don't want to waste your energy on us, do you? After all, if we were to retaliate, the combined power of all the humans present self-destructing would be devastating for your dragon army. Upon hearing this, the Flame Dragon King's expression grew even more gloomy. Lu Qi is absolutely right. Although they outnumbered the human race in terms of strength. But the most ruthless thing about humans is that they don't care about their lives and are not afraid of death. There have been instances where powerful human warriors collectively self-destructed to defend their cities. In that battle, the attacking side was about to capture the human city. In the end, however, he was forced back by the self-destruction of a powerful human. The leader of the team was even crippled by a powerful human. It has not recovered yet. After that battle, all races witnessed once again just how insane the human race could be. To save the city, they were even willing to lead the entire city in a suicide bombing. This also made them hesitant to be too aggressive when entering human cities. Now Lu Qi is threatening the Dragon Clan with self-destruction. This also made the Flame Dragon King very wary. If they really did collectively self-destruct, the losses to the dragon race will be incalculable. The Flame Dragon King coldly replied, "Then what do you want? Lu Qi, didn't I say we're here to welcome you? We don't want to see any casualties. We know why you've come, you just want that dragon ruin in the Lost City's jurisdiction, right? We had already located the dragon ruins before you arrived. We can grant you access to our territory, and we might even offer you the ruins with both hands. But you must ensure the safety of our human race." Upon hearing this, the Flame Dragon King immediately frowned. They hadn't expected that the humans already knew about the ruins. What was even more unexpected was that after they learned about the ruins, they not only did not resist, but instead offered to hand them over. Isn't this practically giving it away for free? When did humans become so kind? The Flame Dragon King immediately became alert. Now that you already know about the ruins, are you still going to hand them over to us? Aren't you afraid that once we get the ruins, we'll wipe your human race out of the battlefield of all races? Upon hearing this, Lu Qi chuckled and said, "Therefore, we cannot give you this relic for free. We need your dragon race to sign a contract with our human race, promising not to attack our human cities or harm anyone within the jurisdiction of our human cities. Only then will we hand over the ruins to your dragon race." Despite saying that, Lu Qi had already made his plans. As long as the dragon race and the human race sign a contract. Therefore, due to the laws of heaven and earth, the dragon race cannot break the rules. This will ensure that the human race will not be threatened by the dragon race in the future. Even after the Flame Dragon King led his team into the ruins, they all perished. Even if the dragons punish us, the human race will not be harmed. The Flame Dragon King remained highly wary and said, "Would you humans be so kind?" Lu Qi shrugged and said, "I've already said that our human race doesn't want to see any more of our compatriots killed or wounded. If you don't believe me, then forget it. But if you insist on waging war against our lost city, even if we can't win, we will definitely lead all the city's strongest warriors in a self-destruction. We will destroy the foundation of the dragon army." Upon hearing this, the Flame Dragon King's expression immediately turned ugly. However, upon closer reflection, what Lu Qi said does seem to make some sense. Humanity has been ravaged by constant warfare and is barely clinging to life. Strong individuals have always fallen, but the new era has been unable to fill the gaps in time. Under these circumstances, the defeat of the human race was only a matter of time. Therefore, what the human race needs most right now is a little breathing space. They need time to allow the strong of the new era to develop. In this situation, summation is the best option. The Flame Dragon King thought for a moment and said, "All right. My dragon race has always advocated peace. Since your human race is willing to hand over the ruins, our dragon race is naturally willing. I can also enter into a contract with you on behalf of the dragons, but I need to consult with the Dragon Lord first." Lu Qi, "All right. We'll give you time. To show our sincerity, you may station yourselves at the border of the Lost City's jurisdiction. But you are not allowed to enter the Lost City itself. Also, I'm taking young Master Yushan with me, in case you cause any trouble." Flame Dragon King, we can agree to your conditions, so why do you still want to take away my nephew Yushan? My nephew, young Master Yushan, holds a very special position among the Dragon Clan. Because of that letter. This put the Fire Dragon lineage in the spotlight. the Azure Dragon King is now staring intently at him. If young Master Yushan were to encounter trouble in the human realm again, the Azure Dragon King would definitely seize the opportunity to launch an attack on the Fire Dragon lineage. So what kind of trouble will Yanlong Wang Yushan Gongzi cause now? Lu Qi, ha, Flame Dragon King, stop pretending to be a big shot. When you fire dragons tipped us off before, wasn't it all to get rid of young Master Yushan? Isn't it what you wanted to see that I'm taking the Umbrella Prince away now? If your army dares to cause trouble in the territory under the jurisdiction of Lost City, I guarantee I will kill young Master Yushan for you. Lu Qi said this, and then left with the group of humans and young Master Yushan. The Flame Dragon King was left watching the departing figures, his anger unable to be vented. Lu Qi's words just now brought up that traitor in the Fire Dragon lineage once again. And it was precisely because of Lu Qi's words that it was confirmed that there were indeed people in the Fire Dragon lineage who had contacted the human race. That letter wasn't a forgery. For a moment, the other powerful dragons under the Dragon King's throne and the Dragon Army began to discuss among themselves. The Flame Dragon King's face was extremely ugly at this moment. It was because of that traitor that the Flame Dragon King was in such a passive position. Chapter 108 Peace Pact. Lu Qi's words were not only a mockery of the Fire Dragon lineage, implying that there was a traitor within it. And this is putting pressure on the Flame Dragon King. If the dragons are unwilling to sign the contract, then a great war will inevitably break out between the dragon race and the human race. At that time, the human race will kill young Master Yushan immediately. Now, in the eyes of the Flame Dragon King, young Master Yushan absolutely cannot die. Once young Master Yushan dies, all the blame will fall on me. The Flame Dragon King will be the culprit who killed young Master Yushan. Even if I find the ruins by then, the Azure Dragon King will definitely not let him off the hook. If so, then in the eyes of the Flame Dragon King now, preserving young Master Yushan's life is of utmost importance. All personnel, listen up. Set up camp within the territory of Lost City. However, you must absolutely not approach Lost City. Nor are you allowed to engage in conflict with the humans within its jurisdiction. Otherwise, you will be subject to military law. The Flame Dragon King gave an order to the dragons. He certainly didn't want to be hunted down by the Azure Dragon King because of these dragons. Yes. Upon hearing this, the dragons obediently echoed their agreement. However, I still felt somewhat aggrieved. Their army is several times stronger than that of Lost City. If we wanted to take over Lost City, it would be a piece of cake. But there's nothing they can do. Because once war breaks out, young Master Yushan will surely die. The Azure Dragon King will definitely implicate them then. The Azure Dragon King is a powerful figure at the level of a half-step lord. They didn't want to provoke either of them. The camp was set up quickly. Inside the main tent of the Dragon Clan, the Flame Dragon King used the Dragon race's special communication equipment to begin contacting the Dragon Lord. Inside was a huge purple crystal. The image of the Dragon God Palace was projected. At this moment, several Dragon Kings were present in the main hall. The Dragon Lord, seated in the main seat, looked at the Flame Dragon King within the crystal and said, "Flame Dragon King, what happened? Why did you contact us suddenly? Did you encounter some trouble in Lost City?" The Flame Dragon King shook his head and then recounted what had happened in Lost City. Upon hearing that young Master Yushan had been kidnapped, the Azure Dragon King angrily exclaimed, "What did you say? My son has actually been taken hostage? Flame Dragon King, I knew you wouldn't let this go. They actually plotted to frame my son once." Upon learning that young Master Yushan had been pushed forward by the Flame Dragon King to test the human race, the Azure Dragon King became even more furious. He blamed the arrest of young Master Yushan on the Flame Dragon King. Several Dragon Kings in the Dragon God Palace were pointing and whispering about the Flame Dragon King. After all, the Fire Dragon lineage had a precedent of trying to frame young Master Yushan. Now that Prince Yushan has been captured by King Yanlong, they are even more certain that King Yanlong wants to get rid of Prince Yushan. The Flame Dragon King's expression was also extremely unpleasant. It was indeed because of him that young Master Yushan was captured by Lu Qi. If any dragon had been randomly selected to investigate back then, the outcome would have been different. However, he was also surprised that this young Master Yushan was indeed brave. He actually dared to enter human territory alone. King Yanlong quickly explained, "Brother Qinglong, please calm down. Although nephew Yushan was taken away by the humans, he is currently safe." Before he left, he was enjoying the preferential treatment of the humans. As long as we do not start a war with the humans, he should be safe. The Azure Dragon King, however, was not buying it and said, "Are you saying that once a fight breaks out, my son will surely die? I'm telling you, if my son dies, I'll make your entire fire dragon lineage pay with their lives." Upon hearing this, the Flame Dragon King dared not say anything more. He knew that no matter what he said now, the Azure Dragon King would still dislike him. He could only look at the Dragon Lord beside him. They wanted the Dragon Lord to seek justice for them. The Dragon Lord paid no attention to their argument and simply said, "You're saying that the human race has already discovered that ruin? And even has the precise coordinates?" The Flame Dragon King nodded hurriedly and said, "Yes, they said that as long as we guarantee that we will not attack the human race and sign a contract, they will tell us the location of the ruins and will not interfere with our entry." After thinking for a moment, the Dragon Lord said, "If there really are ruins, signing a peace treaty with them is not out of the question. After all, the ruins are our primary goal. As long as we obtain the treasure of the dragon ancestor within the ruins, our dragon race will surely become the sole overlord among all races. Perhaps our dragon race will even produce a ruler of all races." As the Dragon Lord spoke, a smile appeared on his lips. The ruler of all races is a dream for every race. Everyone wants to be the master of this battlefield. The Dragon Lord was no exception. Upon hearing this, the Flame Dragon King breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then I will go to the human race to sign a peace treaty." He was initially worried. If the Dragon Lord is unwilling to sign a peace treaty with the human race, therefore, the dragon race and the human race are bound to go to war. Once war breaks out, young Master Yushan will surely die. When the time comes, the Azure Dragon King will definitely not let him off the hook. Now that the Dragon Lord has agreed to sign the contract, then there will be no need for war. If young Master Yushan is safe, then I am safe too. Just as the Flame Dragon King was about to end the call, the Dragon Lord called out to him again, "Wait a minute. It's best to be careful about this. You can make a pact with humans, but only if you are inside the ruins. If the humans deceive you with false information, our dragon race will lose the opportunity to launch an attack on humans." Upon hearing this, the Flame Dragon King quickly nodded and said, "I will follow the Dragon Master's instructions. I will confirm the authenticity of the ruins before signing a contract with the human race." The Dragon Lord nodded and said, "Very good, go and do it." After saying that, the Flame Dragon King ended the call. Inside the Dragon God's palace, several Dragon Kings frowned and said to the Dragon Lord, "Your Majesty, do we really have to sign a peace treaty with the human race? Once the contract is signed, we will be bound by the laws and unable to attack humans." The Dragon Lord simply smiled and said, "The human race is now at its last gasp. They are frequently targeted on the battlefield, and the human emperor is slow to emerge. The human race is on the verge of collapse. What do we have to fear about such a race?" The Wood Dragon King stepped forward and said, "But the human race is growing too fast. If we give them some time, once they recover their strength, they will become a huge threat." All the Dragon Kings nodded in agreement. The greatest strengths of the human race are their learning ability and their rapid recovery speed. Otherwise, how could it have happened under such circumstances where all races were targeting them? How can it remain undefeated on the battlefield of all races? The various races and the human race have been locked in a stalemate for thousands of years. That's how most of the human race's fortune was consumed. It was clear that the human race was already at its last gasp. If the human race is given a chance to catch its breath at this time, it will pose a huge threat to all races. Chapter 109: The Fire Dragon King's Peace Talks. The Dragon Lord, however, said with some dissatisfaction, "Humans are indeed powerful, but are they as powerful as the Lord of all races? If we can really obtain the relics of the true dragon ancestor this time, I will have a chance to break through to the realm of Lord of all races. Become the new master of the battlefield of all races. At that time, I will be above the laws of nature. What then will the pact I have made with humanity now amount to?" Upon hearing this, all the Dragon Kings fell silent. The Dragon Lord is absolutely right. If he truly had the chance to become the ruler of all races, then he will trample the laws of the battlefield of all races under his feet. First, we should sign a peace treaty with the human race. When the time comes, we can just destroy the old and build the new, right? If the dragon race were to go to war with the human race now, it would surely suffer heavy losses. This is not what the Dragon Lord wants to see. Upon hearing this, the Wood Dragon King sighed and said, "The Dragon Lord is far-sighted, we have been short-sighted." The Dragon Lord did not answer, but smiled slightly, then waved his hand, signaling everyone to step back. Lost City Main District. Go eat, Pluto. Zhou Shuai tossed a spicy snack at young Master Yushan. Just like walking a dog. Young Master Yushan twisted his body and immediately caught up with the spicy strip, biting it into his mouth. Then, to everyone's astonishment, it obediently returned to Zhou Shuai's side. No one present expected that the mighty dragon race would be so humble. Humiliating yourself for a spicy snack. Even though Elder Yang and the others had already learned about this from Bai Kaiyuan. But when I saw it with my own eyes, I still found it somewhat unbelievable. After all, this is the dominant race in the battlefield of all races, the dragon race. Now it seems like he's a dog. And all of this is thanks to Lu Qi. Seeing young Master Yushan return to her side, Zhou Shuai took out a whole bag of spicy strips and said, "Good boy. You did a great job. This bag of spicy strips is a reward for you. Eat slowly and don't choke." "Thank you, madam." Upon seeing this, young Master Yushan quickly took the whole bag of spicy strips and started eating them by himself. Zhou Shuai was taken aback upon hearing this and asked, "Mistress? Then who is your master?" "Lu Qi is my master." Young Master Yushan pointed at Lu Qi and said. The next moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Qi. Seeing this, Lu Qi flicked Yushan Gongzi on the forehead and said, Hey, don't talk nonsense. She's not some kind of mistress." Young Master Yushan cried out in protest, "Oh dear, but master, I can smell hormones on her." "That's the smell of love." "The smell of hormones?" Lu Qi was stunned upon hearing this. Dragons do indeed have an incredibly strong sense of smell, they can even detect hormones. Then, he looked at Zhou Shuai standing to the side. At that moment, Zhou Shuai was also staring at her. She noticed that Lu Qi was looking at her. She immediately blushed and lowered her head. The crowd then joined in the commotion. They already knew that Zhou Shuai had feelings for Lu Qi. Just then, while eating spicy snacks, young Master Yushan said, "It's not just her, there's another person here who's also radiating hormones towards Master." Upon hearing this, all eyes in the room once again focused on Yushan Gongzi. Zhou Shuai's face instantly darkened as she said, "Is someone else also emitting hormones towards Lu Qi? Who is it?" Unexpectedly, among the people present was his love rival. She wanted to see who dared to compete with her. Even Lu Qi's eyes showed some confusion. He knew beforehand that Zhou Shuai might have feelings for him. But unexpectedly, there were others among them who also had this special feeling. However, among the 10 people who entered the battlefield of 10,000 races this time for the trial, there were only 3 women. Besides Zhou Shuai, there was only Ma Qianrou and one other student with a relatively low profile. Could it be Senior Ma? Lu Qi thought to himself. The next moment, young Master Yushan's gaze indeed turned towards Ma Qianrou's direction. Everyone's attention was drawn to Ma Qianrou. Upon seeing this, Ma Qianrou immediately waved her hand and said, "Don't look at me, I didn't mean that." Zhou Shuai glared at Ma Qianrou with a fierce look on her face. It's like looking at a love rival. The scene was quite awkward at one point. Zhou Tuji, in particular, was especially embarrassed to see his daughter vying for the affections of another woman. The other students watched the two of them as if they were watching a spectacle. No one spoke again. After a long while, Elder Yang seemed to remember something and said calmly, "By the way, the matter of young Master Yushan's friendship with our human race must not be spread. You all need to sign a confidentiality agreement later. Our relationship with the dragons depends entirely on him." Old Yang's reminder brought everyone back to their senses. Everyone present nodded in agreement. This is a very important matter. Young Master Yushan is now of great strategic significance to the human race. Everyone then signed their names on the confidentiality agreement. Seeing this, Old Yang nodded in satisfaction. Just then, a guard rushed up to the group and said, reporting to Elder Yang, "The Flame Dragon King is requesting an audience outside Lost City. It seems he wants to negotiate." Old Yang frowned and said, "The Flame Dragon King? Peace talks? Has he come to his senses?" Lu Qi laughed and said, "Let's go, why don't we go and see for ourselves?" Old Yang and the others nodded. Then he followed Lu Qi out of the Lost City. However, none of the students left. Instead, they were protected by Zhou Tuji. Zhou Shuai originally wanted to go with Lu Qi as well. However, Zhou Tuji stopped him. The group quickly left the Lost City. Outside Lost City, the Flame Dragon King was surrounded by many of Lost City's guards. They worried that the Flame Dragon King would be detrimental to Lost City. After all, this person is a powerful expert at the Dao Heaven realm. If he were to make a move, no one present could stop him. Seeing this, Elder Yang immediately said, "Scatter, all of you. If he really wanted to attack Lost City, you would all be dead already." The fact that only the Flame Dragon King came this time demonstrates his sincerity. Upon hearing this, the soldiers dispersed. Lucci stepped forward slowly and said, "You are a man of your word. You said you wouldn't enter the Lost City and you didn't. It seems we do have something to talk about." The Flame Dragon King chuckled and said, "What we dragons despise most is that kind of underhanded tactic. That kind of tactic is also what I despise the most. Lucci, that would be best. Tell me your decision." The Flame Dragon King said calmly, "We promise that as long as the ruins are real, we will sign a peace treaty with the human race, and we will also guarantee to withdraw all the dragon race's troops that are attacking the human race. But remember, we have one condition: this ruin must be genuine. If it's even slightly fake, we'll slaughter you all on the spot." Although his tone was calm, it was laced with a threatening undertone. Chapter 110: Re-entering the ruins. Although they desperately need this relic, they still hold the power of life and death over Lost City. Lucci smiled calmly and said, "All right. We can take you to the ruins first, but only one person can enter at a time. And after confirming the authenticity of the ruins, we must immediately sign a contract, otherwise we will self-destruct on the spot." Upon hearing this, the Flame Dragon King frowned and said, "As long as the ruins are real, there will be no problem signing a contract. But what say do you, a mere child, have here?" He originally thought that old Yan was the person in charge here. But from the very beginning, it was this boy in front of me who was talking to me. But old Yang remained silent. This made him somewhat dissatisfied. What right does a callow youth have to negotiate with me? Upon hearing this, Elder Yang said, "To be honest, this is the current person in charge of Lost City, and his words represent the words of our Human Realm Federation, so you can discuss things directly with him." The Flame Dragon King looked Lucci over again and said, "This kid is the person in charge of your Lost City, but he only looks like he's at the 5th rank. Could he be a scapegoat that your human realm has put forward?" Lucci shrugged and said, "You don't need to know my identity. Just know that I advised you to connect with me. If you trust me now, I'll take you to the ruins to see the contract, but I can only take you." Although the Flame Dragon King still had some doubts, he was impressed to see that even the powerful Elder Yang and Kunwa treated a young boy with such respect. Finally, he said, "All right, let's go see the ruins now, but remember this. If you dare to lie to me, I will kill you without mercy. Even if my nephew Yushan is in your hands, I won't show any mercy." However, Lucci did not respond, but instead walked towards the ruins on his own. The Flame Dragon King followed. Soon, the group arrived at the place where Lucci had disappeared. The area is now full of potholes. After observing this scene, the Flame Dragon King concluded that the human race must have discovered something here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to excavate. These potholes were actually left behind by those powerful figures when they were searching for Lucci. Lucci stopped at the coordinates. There is a very deep hole here. And the group was in the center of this large hole. Upon seeing this, the Flame Dragon King asked, "Where are the ruins? There's nothing here but pits. You're not playing a trick on me, are you?" Lucci simply smiled and said, "Since it is the ruins of your dragon clan, how could it be so simple as to be exposed to the outside?" The Flame Dragon King asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Lucci laughed and said, "This ruin can only be entered by using the True Dragon Treasure Technique." Upon hearing this, the Flame Dragon King coldly said, "True Dragon Treasure Technique? Are you kidding me? If this ruin can only be entered by using the True Dragon Treasure Technique, how did you find this place? As far as I know, none of you present know my dragon clan's True Dragon Treasure Technique. Those who secretly learned it are now stationed in other cities." He knew the background of the people in front of him very well. Although Elder Yang was powerful, he had not yet comprehended the True Dragon Treasure Technique. As for Kunwo and Lucci, that's even more impossible. Therefore, he now has serious doubts about the authenticity of this site. Lucci simply smiled faintly and said, "Since we will become allies in the future, I won't hide it from you. In fact, I have also comprehended your dragon clan's True Dragon Treasure Technique, and I was the one who found this ruin." As Lucci spoke, he waved his hand and unleashed the True Dragon Treasure Technique of the wood element. He gathered leaves from the surrounding forest into his hand. It formed the head of a giant dragon. Upon seeing this, the Flame Dragon King was greatly alarmed. Then he stared intently at the boy in front of him. This boy looks like he's only in his teens or 20s. He had actually already mastered the true dragon treasure technique of the True Dragon clan. It should be noted that even pure-blooded true dragons are still babbling at this age, because dragons reach adulthood later than humans. Conversely, dragons have a much longer lifespan than humans. Even a true dragon that never cultivates can live to be over 300 years old. If humans cannot cultivate, they can only live to be 80 or 90 years old at most. At this moment, the Flame Dragon King exuded a faint hostility towards Lu Qi. After all, he had mastered the true dragon treasure technique at such a young age. Their future prospects are limitless. This kind of talent cannot be kept. However, Lu Qi didn't seem to care and said calmly, "I know you are very hostile towards me now, but let's talk about the ruins first. If you believe me, then do as I say, use the true dragon technique, and enter the ruins. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do." As he spoke, Lu Qi directly used the true dragon treasure technique to enter the ruins ahead of schedule. The Flame Dragon King was stunned as he watched Lu Qi disappear from the spot. However, he eventually used the fire element true dragon treasure technique to follow after them. He was, after all, a powerful expert at the Dao Heaven realm. How could they possibly fear a mere 5th-rank human? The instant the true dragon treasure technique was unleashed, he was drawn into another dimension by a powerful suction force. He felt a sensation of his body sinking. He then felt as if a force of rules was squeezing his body. The body of the Dao Tian realm cultivator was utterly powerless to resist this force. He felt like he was about to be crushed by this force. Below the ruins, Lu Qi saw this scene and immediately smiled. Meanwhile, the Eternal Night Dragon in his spiritual world hurriedly said, "Master, just control the barrier and give him a little hardship. The Flame Dragon King cannot die now. If he dies, we will no longer be able to lure more dragons to their deaths. I was still hoping the dragons would rebuild my physical body." This ruin was built by the followers of the Night Dragon, so the Night Dragon naturally had a way to control the outer barrier of the ruin. Upon learning that the Dragon Clan was about to send troops to Lost City, Lu Qi sought out the Eternal Night Dragon for this method. This way, we can stab the dragons in the back at a crucial moment. Of course, this is to prevent the mistake from being exposed. Lu Qi then put the dark gold and other treasures he had obtained from the ruins back into the ruins as bait. Furthermore, the order of the treasures within the ruins was changed. The dragon slaying skills in the first few rooms have been replaced. This is the only way to convince the dragons that there are truly treasures in this ruin. However, Lu Qi would not allow the dragons to take the treasure out. Lu Qi thought to himself, "I know what I'm doing. I won't let him die. I just want to give him a warning so he knows there's a dangerous barrier in this ruin." Lu Qi then controlled the barrier, reducing the oppressive feeling emanating from the Flame Dragon King. This allowed the Flame Dragon King to land alive. Chapter 111, Signing a Peace Pact. A permanent alliance. Cough cough. This ruin is indeed extraordinary. There's even a defensive barrier on the outer perimeter. The Flame Dragon King coughed up a mouthful of blood as he spoke. Lu Qi had just struck very hard, almost flattening the Flame Dragon King's body. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Lu Qi asked, feigning concern as he ran to the Flame Dragon King and helped him up. However, the Flame Dragon King looked at Lu Qi warily and said, "Even I almost lost half my life when I entered this outer barrier, so why are you completely unharmed?" Lu Qi chuckled and said, "When I first entered, I was also seriously injured by this barrier. However, I found that this ruin was just a probing attack and did not intend to kill the entrance. As long as you take proper precautions, you'll be fine." As he spoke, Lu Qi revealed the defensive equipment he was wearing. And these pieces of equipment did indeed show signs of deformation and damage. Only then did the Flame Dragon King believe Lu Qi's words. If it is indeed a probing attack, then the attack intensity will vary depending on the target. Lu Qi was weak, so the attacks he received were not strong. As the Flame Dragon King is a powerful expert at the Dao Heaven realm, he will naturally suffer greater attacks. Moreover, because the Flame Dragon King himself is extremely powerful, he does not have the habit of wearing armor. Naturally, the injuries would be more severe. The Flame Dragon King nodded and said, "I see. It seems that if we need to enter the ruins to move treasures in the future, we'll have to make sure our dragon subordinates wear protective gear." Lu Qi continued with a smile, "Now that I've brought you into the ruins, can we begin signing the contract?" The Flame Dragon King clapped his hands and said, "No rush, let me take a look at this ruin first." As he spoke, the Flame Dragon King began to examine the enormous ruins before him. 12 tall, dark gold pillars stood in front of the enormous palace. and the huge dragon head on top made of dark gold. He was certain that this must be the legendary relic of the dragon race from the ancient times. Such a large amount of dark gold. Even the Flame Dragon King was taken aback. If these dark gold items were brought back to the Dragon Clan, half of all the equipment in the Dragon Clan could be refurbished. Especially the huge dragon head on top. One dragon head might be worth more than all the dark gold reserves of the Dragon Clan right now. And this is only the facade of the palace. The palaces behind were even more magnificent. It is also made of dark gold. There must be many treasures inside. Upon witnessing this scene, the Flame Dragon King's mouth watered. These are the treasures left to the dragon ancestors in the ancient times. As expected, our ancestors knew how to love us. If we obtain these treasures, the Dragon Clan will surely become the strongest race in the battlefield of all races. It's not impossible for the Lord of the True Dragons to become the ruler of all races. He is now eager to enter the ruins and seize those treasures. But Lu Qi stopped him, saying, "Well, do you believe me now? Can we sign the contract?" After regaining his composure from his excitement, the Flame Dragon King said, "You're quite bold to interrupt my good mood at this time. You only have the strength of a 5th-rank cultivator. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you right now and forcibly seize the treasure?" His smile grew increasingly sinister. "If I kill Lu Qi now and take these treasures for myself, the human race will be unable to do anything to me." However, Lu Qi smiled calmly and said, "Of course you can kill me, but I guarantee that your dragon race will never be able to obtain the treasure within. You can try if you don't believe me." Lu Qi knew that there was a significant gap in strength between the two. However, if the Flame Dragon King really intends to attack me, Lu Qi will also use the power of the laws within the ruins barrier to crush the Flame Dragon King immediately. At worst, we'll all perish together. Moreover, Lu Qi believed that as long as young Master Yushan remained in his hands, the Flame Dragon King dared not rashly attack himself. King Yanlong laughed loudly, "You've got guts. I bet I won't dare to make a move because of my nephew Yushan." "All right. Seeing how sincere you are, let's start signing the contract now. The sooner we finish signing, the sooner I can bring the dragons in." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi smiled with satisfaction. He then gestured in the air with his hands. He activated the laws of the battlefield of myriad races at this moment. A contract written with the power of laws appeared before the Flame Dragon King. They also appeared before the Dragon Lord at the same time. Because he was going to sign a contract with the entire dragon race. Therefore, the Dragon Lord will surely see it. However, since the human race lacks a human emperor, only Lu Qi's agreement is required. The Flame Dragon King quickly flipped through the contents of the contract. The general requirement is that the dragon race must not persecute the human race in any way in the future. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan and the Human Clan are permanently allied, and neither shall harm the Human Clan in the slightest. When the Flame Dragon King saw the contract, he was stunned. Because this contract was somewhat difficult for him. Humans and dragons have been at war for years. It's too difficult to ask them to coexist peacefully without any conditions. Just as the Flame Dragon King hesitated, 2 large characters slowly appeared on the contract. Ao Tian. Upon seeing this, the Flame Dragon King was immediately taken aback. This is the name of the current Dragon Lord. This contract was signed with the dragon race. Therefore, the Dragon Lord also has the right to sign this contract after seeing it. He did not hesitate like the Flame Dragon King. He signed his name directly. The contract takes effect in the next moment. It transformed into a law of heaven and earth. At this moment, this contract appeared before the eyes of every human and dragon. The human race and the dragon race have now ceased hostilities. Permanent alliance. Under the influence of the laws of heaven and earth. Many powerful dragon warriors who were still attacking human cities subconsciously stopped what they were doing. The powerful human warriors stationed at this strategic location were even more astonished and asked, "What's going on with this contract? We've actually formed an alliance with the dragon race?" They were engaged in a very fierce battle and were at a disadvantage. They are about to collapse. However, because of the appearance of this contract, the powerful members of the dragon race actually stopped fighting. This is a real lifesaver. Report. News from the Human Realm headquarters. Lord Lu Qi, the Zero Sequence of the Human Realm, has signed a peace treaty with the Dragon Clan. From now on, humans and dragons shall live in peace. Orders from the Federation have been received in cities across the human realm. The Zero Sequence? When did such a person appear in the human realm? Well, it's fine as long as it can make the dragon clan retreat. The group of human experts were all stunned when they heard the news. He never expected that the human race would actually form an alliance with the dragon race. Moreover, according to information from the Federation, the location of this alliance is actually in Lost City? Isn't that a small human town? Why would the dragons form an alliance with humans there? Although everyone was puzzled. Fortunately, thanks to the alliance between humans and dragons, this has greatly reduced their stress. Among the allied forces of all races, the powerful dragons retreated one after another. This enabled the human race to advance rapidly. They directly repelled the allied forces of all races. The human warriors held the last line of defense for the city. In the human city, people were puzzled as to why the human race would form an alliance with the dragon race. But they still cheered enthusiastically for the victory in this battle. Without the dragon race, the pressure on the human race in the battlefield of all races is greatly reduced. Chapter 112: Lu Qi's Backup Plan. The headquarters of the allied forces of all races. What on earth is going on? Why did the dragon clan suddenly retreat? Why would the dragon race suddenly form an alliance with the human race? The powerful member of the Feather Clan roared and questioned. They have clearly suppressed the human race. Despite years of attacks, the human race is about to be driven to its last line of defense. But at this very moment, the dragon race actually formed an alliance with the human race? This caught all races off guard. They had been locked in a standoff with the human race for years, and victory was clearly within their grasp. Commander, what do we do now? Without the support of the dragons, it will be very difficult for us to attack human cities. A powerful member of the Feather Clan walked in and spoke. Upon hearing this, the powerful members of the Feathered Clan immediately turned grim. Withdraw. Even the Dragon Clan isn't fighting, so what are we supposed to do? Are we just waiting for us and the human clan to be mutually weakened, so the Dragon Clan can pick up the scraps? Within the ruins. After the contract was signed, the way the Flame Dragon King looked at Lu Qi also changed a lot because of the power of the law. He no longer harbored hostility towards Lu Qi. Lu Qi smiled and said, "Thank you, Dragon King. I wish us a pleasant cooperation in the future." As he spoke, Lu Qi extended his right hand, wanting to shake hands with the Flame Dragon King. Upon seeing this, the Flame Dragon King transformed into human form and shook hands with Lu Qi. Lu Qi was taken aback and said, "You can actually transform into human form?" The Flame Dragon King laughed and said, "Humans can learn the precious techniques of my dragon race, so what's wrong with me transforming into human form? Now that we're allies, I'll tell you the truth, the human form is actually the ultimate form of all things in evolution. Almost all dominant races possess the ability to transform into human form. The winged race and the demon race are examples of this. They are essentially half-humanoid beings. They just don't want to admit that human form is better than their original form, so they've always refused to transform into human form. To reach a higher level of enlightenment, one must take human form. Because human form is the original component of the destiny of heaven and earth. This is also why my dragon race wants to enter the human realm and seize its destiny. Because of the contract, the Flame Dragon King finds Lu Qi increasingly pleasing to the eye. Therefore, he also told Lu Qi many secrets that he couldn't tell before. These are related to some ancient secrets. Lu Qi nodded and said, "I see. Now that the contract has been signed, there's nothing more for me to do here, so I'll take my leave." With that, Lu Qi prepared to leave the ruins. He planned to fully activate the ruins' offensive capabilities before leaving. In this way, when the Flame Dragon King leaves, he will be killed directly by the power of the laws within the ruins. The Flame Dragon King is a powerful expert at the Tao Heaven realm. If we could obtain his treasure, this would be even more advantageous for the Eternal Night Dragon. But at this moment, the Flame Dragon King said, "I'll go out with you. This ruin is so big, I'm too lazy to move it all by myself. Let's go out and call some of my dragon subordinates to come in and carry it." He then prepared to use the true dragon treasure technique to leave this place. Lu Qi was stunned when he saw this. He originally intended to kill the Flame Dragon King directly after signing the contract. Thus, due to the contract, the dragons were helpless against themselves. However, if the Flame Dragon King wanted to go out with him, he wouldn't be able to make a move. But Lu Qi didn't have time to stop him. The Flame Dragon King had already used the true dragon treasure technique to leave the ruins. Lu Qi had no choice but to open the barrier and leave. Beyond the ruins, Everyone already knew that the contract had been signed. My heart was filled with ecstasy. Without the pressure from the dragons, the major cities of the human race can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Humanity has been suppressed far too much by all other races for a long time. They gave them almost no chance to catch their breath. It will take a lot of time for the human race to cultivate new powerful individuals. However, the myriad races pressed forward relentlessly, causing the human race's defenses to be breached time and again. Fortunately, now that the dragons have retreated, other races will certainly not dare to act rashly. In this way, the human race will have time to cultivate a new generation. Even if the human emperor is not eliminated, the human race can still catch its breath. Thinking of this, everyone was even more delighted. Just then, the Flame Dragon King emerged from the ruins. However, it is in human form. This made the group of powerful humans smile. They all knew that any dominant race among all races could transform into human form. Since the Flame Dragon King appeared in human form, it means that he has become like a human. However, Lu Qi had not yet appeared, which made everyone somewhat worried. They were afraid that something might have happened to Lu Qi in the ruins. Lu Qi followed closely behind and appeared before the crowd. This finally put everyone at ease. "Thank you, Lord Flame Dragon King. From now on, we are allies," Old Yang said with a hearty laugh after seeing the Flame Dragon King. The Flame Dragon King shook hands with him in a very friendly manner. However, they did not communicate much. Unexpectedly, the Flame Dragon King now has something more important to do. He must move all the treasures out of the ruins as soon as possible. Especially those dark gold ones. Such a large amount of dark gold, if used to forge equipment. The entire dragon race could be completely renovated by him. Afterwards, the Flame Dragon King bid farewell to everyone and headed to the Dragon Clan camp. After watching the Flame Dragon King leave, everyone turned to Lu Qi and asked, "Lord Lu Qi, are we really just going to hand over the ruins to the Dragon Clan like this?" They were still somewhat unwilling to accept it. This is a relic from the ancient times of the dragon race. The treasures inside must be countless. Perhaps the resources within could elevate the Human Realm Federation's strength to a new level. They felt it was a bit of a waste to give it to the dragons like that. But Lu Qi shrugged and said with a wicked smile, "The dragons can't take these resources with them." Old Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Do you have another plan?" The others also looked at Lu Qi. Since Lu Qi entered the battlefield of myriad races, every step he has taken has been incredible. Knowing full well that the Tiger Eagle army was behind him, he still went to the Tiger Eagle clan's camp without hesitation. Just when everyone thought he was going to kidnap young Master Yushan, he actually managed to win over young Master Yushan with just a bag of spicy strips. Then, by sheer chance, they stumbled upon this dragon ruin. It can be said that Lu Qi is full of incredible things. Every step he took was unexpected by everyone, including the Federation. So if he were to say now that he has a backup plan, no one would be surprised. They might even unconditionally trust Lu Qi. Unexpectedly, the luck surrounding him was incredibly strong. Unless you lack the basic qualifications to become a human emperor. Everyone thought he was the new emperor. They believed that only after becoming emperor did the human emperor receive the fortune of the human realm. That's why I have such good luck. Lu Qi simply smiled and said, "You'll find out when the time comes." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards Lost City. Next, all that's left is to wait for the dragon army to enter the ruins one by one and die. Chapter 113. The army enters the ruins, and Lu Qi smiles. Inside the dragon camp. Everyone, get into the ruins and take everything you can. Don't leave anything behind. Take even a single blade of grass with you. This ruin is from the ancient times. Even a blade of grass, after being weathered by countless years, will become incredibly spiritual, and could even be called a medicinal herb. Anyway, take everything you can from the ruins. Demolish the palaces in the ruins and take them with you. Leave nothing behind. Oh, and remember to equip your armor before entering the ruins. The outermost barrier of the ruins will launch a probing attack on anyone who enters. The attack intensity varies. It might even kill you. But as long as you're equipped with armor, you'll be fine. The Flame Dragon King gave orders to his subordinates. One after another, giant dragons are ready to set sail. Clad in magnificent armor, they awaited the Flame Dragon King's command. I've activated the True Dragon Treasure technique and am now searching for treasure within the ruins. And in the Lost City not far away. Lu Qi saw all of this clearly. Elder Yang and the other powerful figures from Lost City stood beside him, watching the dragons about to take action. I'm still somewhat unwilling to accept it. They were the ones who discovered this site first. If the human race had the capability to develop it, then the dragon race wouldn't have a chance. Unfortunately, all the humans who knew the true dragon technique were on the front lines of the battlefield. There simply wasn't enough time to get here. This also caused the human race to miss out on such a massive ruin. Master, why won't you let me enter the ruins too? If I were to go in, I might be able to bring out some treasure for you. Young Master Yushan asked, somewhat puzzled. This time, the Flame Dragon King brought not only powerful members of the Fire Dragon lineage. Many dragons of other elements also arrived. They were all thinking of making some money off the ruins. Although most of the resources they plunder are handed over to the dragons. However, they can still keep some small items. And the dragons won't investigate thoroughly. Because it's unnecessary. These things are all used on the dragons themselves. It doesn't matter whether we investigate or not. As long as most of the supplies are handed over, it will be fine. Young Master Yushan also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to enter the ruins and gain some benefits. Also, bring out some treasures for Lu Qi. But Lu Qi stopped him. Lu Qi smiled and said to young Master Yushan, it's not that I don't want you to enter, but there is a very dangerous barrier inside the ruins. If you go in, you might be in mortal danger, so it's better to wait outside. He didn't say it explicitly, after all, young Master Yushan was also a member of the Dragon Clan. Although he had a grudge against the Fire Dragon Clan, they were still birds of a feather. You can't exactly say, I tampered with the ruins, so everyone who enters will die, can you? Lu Qi's decision to intervene and save him was already more than enough. Young Master Yushan, however, said quite naively, but didn't you say that as long as I wear the armor, everything will be fine? Lu Qi shook his head and said, you're still too naive. Just know that I'm doing this for your own good. That barrier is no simple thing. Seeing Lu Qi's earnest words, young Master Yushan said nothing more. He chose to believe Lu Qi unconditionally. On the Dragon Army side, Eternal Night Dragon saw that all the Dragon Clan's powerful warriors were almost ready. He flew into the sky and gave orders to the Dragon Army below, I have already said everything I wanted to say. Remember, everything in the ruins is a treasure. Take everything you can. Now, all of you, unleash the true dragon technique and enter the ruins. With a command from the Flame Dragon King, the powerful dragons below let out impatient growls. They then unleashed their own unique dragon treasure techniques. The true dragon treasure techniques of the 5 elements appeared one after another. At the same time, all the dragons present vanished into the forest. Upon seeing this, Lu Qi revealed a satisfied smile. The weakest of the powerful warriors brought by the Dragon Clan this time has the cultivation level of the Transcendent Realm. There are also many in the realms of clarity and spiritual enlightenment. If they all died in the ruins, such a powerful and abundant true dragon body treasure will surely be able to create an extremely powerful physical body for the Eternal Night Dragon. However, what surprised Lu Qi was, surprisingly, the Flame Dragon King did not enter the ruins. Instead, they set up a tent outside the ruins and waited. It seems they have no intention of entering the ruins. Ha! Why doesn't the Flame Dragon King enter the ruins? Doesn't he want to gain some benefit from them? Lu Qi asked young Master Yushan with a puzzled look. Young Master Yushan shrugged and said, he is the Dragon King. He holds a high position in the dragon race. Why would they be interested in the trinkets in the ruins? As the Dragon King, he would receive far more than he could from the ruins. Of course we won't waste our energy going into the ruins to fight for it. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi was immediately taken aback. How could he not have expected this? He originally wanted to use the ruins to eliminate the Flame Dragon King as well. The Flame Dragon King is a powerful expert at the Dao Heaven realm. Using his treasured artifact to create a physical body for the Eternal Night Dragon is an excellent choice. But now it seems that this plan is unlikely to be realized. However, having other powerful dragons as forging material should be enough. Old Yang said with some heartache, it's better not to go in, so we don't have to see his face showing off to us with this treasure. Upon hearing this, the other powerful figures in Lost City could only sigh deeply. If they were a little stronger, if one of them knew the true dragon treasure technique. It's not worth handing over such a powerful relic to someone else. Now, they can only watch helplessly as the dragons empty the ruins, and they are filled with resentment. They dared not speak out against their anger. At this moment, the Flame Dragon King also noticed the crowd observing from the shadows. He stretched and gave a disdainful smile. He is currently unable to attack the human race. But making some sarcastic remarks is still acceptable. If we can anger a few to death, that would be a victory. Seeing this, everyone fell silent. They simply waited quietly, all wanting to see the direction of the ruins. I want to see what the dragons will take out of the ruins. Only Lu Qi knew that the entire dragon race had probably perished in the ruins. They couldn't possibly have taken anything from the ruins. Not even a single hair. Everyone waited quietly. I don't know how much time has passed. The Flame Dragon King said somewhat impatiently, Huh? That's strange. It's been so long, why hasn't it come out yet? Even if there are many treasures inside, it shouldn't have taken this long, right? Old Jiang glanced at the time and said, 5 hours have passed since the dragons entered the ruins. Why is there no movement at all? They didn't start fighting in the ruins because they didn't agree to split the loot, did they? Everyone was very puzzled. Even if there are many treasures in the ruins. But wouldn't it be best to come out and give a report? But 5 hours have already passed. There wasn't a single splash, which was really strange. And just then, something finally happened. A powerful dragon warrior, covered in wounds and barely alive, returned to the scene. Chapter 114. The Dragon Clan was completely wiped out? Lu Qi was stunned when he saw this. I never expected that a dragon could return here. According to his plan, all these dragons should have died in the ruins. However, this giant dragon is on its last breath and barely clings to life. It must have been by sheer luck that he was able to teleport back out at the very last moment before he was about to die, using the true dragon treasure technique. But look at him now. I guess he won't live much longer. Everyone was taken aback by what they saw. I don't know what the situation is now. The Flame Dragon King quickly arrived in front of the giant dragon and hurriedly asked, What happened? How did you get so badly injured? Didn't I tell you? You absolutely mustn't argue over the spoils in the ruins. He subconsciously assumed that the dragons had suffered such severe injuries because of a dispute over the spoils within the ruins. That's why no one has come up yet. But the dragon, panting heavily, said, No. We didn't fight, it's the barrier of the ruins. When we entered the ruins, the outermost barrier launched a fierce attack on us. Most of the dragons were killed by the power of the laws within the barrier before they even landed. I was lucky enough to use the bodies of other dragons to mitigate the attack, which gave me the opportunity to use the true dragon treasure technique to teleport out. But I was also deeply hurt. I don't have much time left. I came out this time just to tell you, whatever you do, don't enter the ruins. After the dragon finished speaking, it exhaled its last breath. He then died in front of the Flame Dragon King. The Flame Dragon King was greatly alarmed upon hearing this. The barrier within the ruins actually killed all the dragons. This was something he absolutely did not expect. Not far away, Lu Qi saw this and knew it was time to close the net. He quickly pretended to be anxious and said to old Yang behind him, Quick! Something seems to have happened. Go and see what's going on. The crowd then snapped out of their astonishment. They quickly headed towards the Flame Dragon King. They soon arrived in front of the Flame Dragon King. Young Master Yushan asked anxiously, Uncle Yanlong, what happened? Could it be that our dragon clan is fighting over the spoils in the ruins? As a member of the Dragon Clan, young Master Yushan naturally cares a lot about matters concerning the Dragon Clan. But the Flame Dragon King did not answer. Instead, he looked coldly at Lu Qi. His face instantly darkened as he said, What exactly is going on? Give me an explanation. He blamed everything on Lu Qi. After all, he was perfectly fine the last time he entered the ruins with Lu Qi. Why was his entire army wiped out as soon as they entered the ruins? This time, he sent the entire dragon army into the ruins. A full 5,000 dragon soldiers. Moreover, in order to ensure that we can take over Lost City. This time, all the elite soldiers and generals of the Dragon Clan have been dispatched. Even the weakest one is a powerful expert at the Enlightenment realm. If they all died in the ruins. The Dragon Clan suffered a direct loss of 5,000 elite soldiers this time. This has almost damaged the very foundation of the dragon race. This was attributed to the dragon race's xenophobic nature. Any dragon that is not a pure-blooded true dragon will be kicked out of the true dragon clan unless it is willing to stay as a servant and live a life of ignominy. This also makes the number of true dragons extremely small. 5,000 elite soldiers might be just a small squad for other races, but for the true dragon race, it's already a large force. Moreover, these are 5,000 experts at or above the Tongming realm. It's easy to imagine how great a loss this was for the dragon race. After hearing the roar of the Flame Dragon King, everyone looked at Lu Qi. From the very beginning, Lu Qi appeared to be completely fearless. It is indeed very suspicious. However, since most of those present were human, none of them spoke directly. They were simply waiting for Lu Qi's reply. Lu Qi, however, feigned ignorance and said, "What's there to explain? You don't think I did all this, do you?" The Flame Dragon King said coldly, "Isn't that right? I was perfectly fine when I entered the ruins with you, so why did they all die tragically inside? You must give me an explanation. Otherwise, even if the power of the rules protects humanity now, I will still kill you." Lu Qi, still looking bewildered, said, "Lord Flame Dragon King, we were both seriously injured when we entered together, okay? One piece of my armor was completely destroyed. You also bled in the ruins, you haven't forgotten, have you? Even you almost died in the ruins, so why would you suspect that I tampered with them? Besides, I'm just a minor character of the 5th rank. Do you think I have the ability to kill powerful beings like you who are beyond the extraordinary realm?" Lu Qi repeatedly protested his innocence. He put on the act of being a victim. This startled even the Flame Dragon King. Upon closer reflection, Lu Qi was indeed right. When they first entered the ruins, they also suffered a very severe blow. Lu Qi's armor was destroyed. The Flame Dragon King was also struck by the power of the barrier's rules, causing him to vomit blood. There is no doubt about that. Moreover, Lu Qi was merely a minor figure of the 5th rank. However, they lacked the ability and means to kill a transcendent realm expert. Because before reaching the extraordinary level, all ranks are mere ants. Even with extraordinary skills or techniques, without sufficient strength, the damage is like scraping a scalp, utterly ineffective. This forced the Flame Dragon King into deep thought. Lu Qi doesn't seem to have the ability to harm the dragon army. But he still angrily questioned, how come my army was subjected to such severe punishment by the rules when entering the ruins? This time, the dragons were completely wiped out. Only one dragon that entered the ruins came out alive. And that dragon has just stopped breathing. This matter needs to be explained. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qi said, "Could it be that your protective gear isn't strong enough to withstand the attacks of the ruins laws?" Upon hearing this, the Flame Dragon King was immediately taken aback. Then he looked at the dragon's armor. This statement does have some credibility. However, by the time the dragon emerged, its armor had already been shattered by the power of the rules. Hard fragments of the armor even pierced into the flesh. It's impossible to tell what level of armor he's wearing. Upon seeing this, Lu Qi exclaimed, "TSK, TSK, TSK. Even the armor has been destroyed. It seems that your army was careless. Without proper armor, you've ended up like this. We were also attacked by the rules at that time, and my armor was destroyed, but he could still clearly see the shape. His armor was already shattered, clearly indicating that he had underestimated the power of the ruins rules." Upon hearing this, the people around nodded in agreement. Even the Flame Dragon King was speechless. Because what Lu Qi said made sense. Chapter 115, Scamming a Heaven-Gazing Treasure. Impossible. Before entering the ruins, I specifically instructed them to wear the most powerful armor. Even if a few dragons disobey my orders, it's impossible for all of them to do so. After thinking for a moment, the Flame Dragon King said in a deep voice. He had given a special explanation before entering the ruins. It's impossible for all dragons to make this mistake. Although Lu Qi's statement is highly credible. But such a low probability event shouldn't happen at all. We don't know about that. Why don't you go in and explore for yourself? Anyway, the power of the barrier's laws can't hurt you. Lu Qi said with a shrug. He wanted to use this opportunity to let the Flame Dragon King enter the ruins. That way, there's still a chance to trap and kill him. Although the Flame Dragon King did not die in the first wave. But it's not too late to kill him now. However, upon hearing this, the Flame Dragon King's eyes lit up and he said, "No. You go down and scout ahead. Wear the same armor you had before." Lu Qi was taken aback and asked, "Why am I the one going in?" The Flame Dragon King snorted coldly and said, "Because besides the armor issue, there's another possibility. The ruins attack system has been activated. It was because of our previous entry that the ruins reactivated their attack mode. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi swallowed hard. He hadn't expected the Flame Dragon King to be so clever, but he couldn't guess it. Actually, it was Lu Qi who activated the attack mode. Lu Qi said irritably, so according to your logic, if the attack mode is activated, wouldn't I die inside just the same way? The Flame Dragon King sneered and said, it's different. If it's a probing attack, the power of the attack will change according to the strength of the intruder. My strength is so great that I no longer have any armor to protect me, but you are different. You are only a 5th rank, but as long as you wear 9th rank armor, you can withstand the barrier's attack. If the attack mode is indeed activated, you can use the armor's defensive capabilities to teleport out immediately using the True Dragon Treasure technique. Of course, I won't let you go down there for nothing. You can freely choose armor from my dragon armory. This time we've brought equipment that's all at least at the Transcendent Realm level. It'll definitely protect you. Knowing there was danger below, the Flame Dragon King naturally wouldn't go down himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi was speechless. It seems impossible for the Flame Dragon King to enter the ruins again. This guy is way too cautious. There is absolutely no chance. Since that's the case, I'll have to go in alone. Let's use the corpses of those dragons to create a physical body for the Night Dragon first. Lu Qi then sighed and said, alright, since you've put it that way, I'll go down and take a look. Bring out all your Dragon Clan's equipment above the Celestial Mirror level and let me see it. He put his hands on his hips, pretending to be in a very difficult position. Since the Flame Dragon King had promised him that he could choose from all the Dragon Clan's equipment, he was now free to do so. I naturally want the best for myself. This time, there were quite a few experts at the Sky-Gazing Realm among the Dragon Army. He believed that acquiring a set of Celestial Telescope equipment would not be difficult. Upon hearing this, the Flame Dragon King choked up and said, what did you say? You're just a 5th rank ant, yet you want the equipment of the Sky-Gazing Mirror? How dare you do that? Below the Dao Heaven Realm, the Sky-Gazing Mirror is considered a top-tier battle in the battlefield of myriad races. The equipment of the Sky-Gazing Mirror is extremely rare in the battlefield of all races. Lu Qi surprisingly made an outrageous demand right from the start, wanting the protective gear for the Sky-Gazing Mirror. Lu Qi, however, said with great dissatisfaction, didn't you say I could choose any equipment I wanted? I'm already being lenient by only asking for equipment from the Sky-Gazing Mirror, otherwise, I would have directly asked for equipment from the Dao Heaven Mirror. Don't forget, I went down there to scout ahead for you this time. What's wrong with making a small request? If you don't want to give it, that's fine, then I won't go down. If you can't ascertain what's going on below, how will you explain this to the Dragon Lord? Upon hearing this, the Flame Dragon King was greatly alarmed. Lu Qi was right, such a massive army was completely wiped out in his hands. If he couldn't come up with a reasonable excuse, he really wouldn't be able to explain himself to the Dragon Lord. If the Dragon King sees the opportunity to cause trouble, I will only have one way out, death. Now that he dared not go down to explore, he could only rely on Lu Qi. Thinking about it this way, the equipment of the Sky-Gazing Mirror doesn't seem so unacceptable. The Flame Dragon King gritted his teeth and said, fine. I allow you to freely choose a set of protective gear from my Dragon Clan's treasury using the Sky-Gazing Mirror. If you come back alive, this set of equipment will be your reward. If you die down there, this set of equipment will be your burial goods. Without hesitation, he took Lu Qi and soared into the sky. They took Lu Qi directly to the treasure vault of the Dragon Clan camp. There is a lot of equipment here. Even the worst equipment is at least at the Clarity Realm. Lu Qi's eyes lit up when he saw so much advanced equipment. However, most of the equipment had already been taken by the Dragon Army. However, about 100 sets of equipment remain here. The Flame Dragon King said urgently, you choose. There aren't many Sky-Gazing Mirror equipment left. After you've made your choice, enter the ruins as soon as possible and investigate what's going on for me. Lu Qi nodded and said with a smile, then thank you very much, Lord Flame Dragon King. Then they began searching among the treasures in the Sky-Gazing Mirror. Once the equipment reaches the Sky-Gazing Mirror level, it not only becomes incredibly powerful defensively. It also has certain characteristics. It provides a powerful boost to the wearer. Soon, he found the most suitable set of equipment from the limited number of Sky-Gazing Mirrors. After changing into their new gear, the Flame Dragon King immediately took Lu Qi back to the entrance of the ruins. At this moment, all the humans are anxiously waiting here. They were terrified that Lu Qi would be taken away and harmed by the Flame Dragon King. Seeing Lu Qi return, they breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing Lu Qi put on a set of protective gear with the Sky-Gazing Mirror, A hint of envy appeared in their eyes. This is a complete set of equipment for observing the heavens. This set of equipment is quite rare on the entire battlefield. Unexpectedly, Lu Qi, who is only at the 5th rank of cultivation, is already wearing such powerful equipment. It truly makes everyone envious. You can enter the ruins now. Your equipment should be able to protect you. I'll wait for you to come up. The Flame Dragon King said to Lu Qi. A hint of worry appeared in the eyes of the others as well. Lu Qi simply nodded slightly. For some reason, his gaze was so strange. Did they all think they wouldn't be able to get up? But this entire ruin was a trap he had set himself. However, since they could fool him, they could certainly fool the Flame Dragon King as well. Subsequently, Lu Qi directly used the True Dragon Treasure technique to enter the ruins. Chapter 116 Rebuilding the Physical Body. A feeling of falling washed over me. The Lu Qi ruins appeared in another space. This space is surrounded by a massive law-based barrier. At this moment, Lu Qi could clearly see that the barrier was covered with the blood of the dragon race. On the ground, a large number of dragon corpses were scattered everywhere. This place is practically a hell for dragons. However, Lu Qi remained completely calm in the face of this barrier. Because he was the one who started all of this. After seeing this, he was even somewhat satisfied with his masterpiece. He then landed gently, looking at the corpses of more than 5,000 powerful dragons on the ground. He then released his spiritual consciousness. He wanted to check whether any dragons were still alive among these corpses. Because he is about to use the blood of these dragons to resurrect the Night Dragon. This matter must absolutely not be discovered by any dragon. Otherwise, even if humans are bound by a contract, the dragons will still attack them without hesitation. However, after some examination, he determined that these dragons should have all died from the power of the barrier's laws. Not a single dragon survived. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this barrier was set up by a Lord-level powerhouse in the ancient times. It would be quite simple to annihilate these dragons below the Lord level. Eternal Night Dragon, this flesh and blood should be enough to rebuild your physical body. Lu Qi called out to the Eternal Night Dragon in his spiritual world. At this moment, beneath his feet lay the flesh and blood of more than 5,000 elite dragon warriors. The Eternal Night Dragon said seriously, "Enough, Master. Using the flesh and blood of these dragons to rebuild our bodies, we should have the strength of the sky-gazing realm. However, there is still a gap between him and the Dao Heaven realm. If I could also bring down the Flame Dragon King, I should be able to recover to the Dao Heaven realm. However, the sky-gazing realm strength is sufficient. Given some time, I should be able to recover to the Lord realm." Lu Qi asked doubtfully, "Only the sky-gazing realm? There are over 5,000 powerful dragons here. Surely they can help you recover to the Dao Heaven realm?" Although he failed to lure the Flame Dragon King down, the 5,000 powerful dragons here were no pushovers either. Even the weakest among them possessed the strength of the Enlightenment realm. There are also hundreds of people who possess the sky-gazing mirror. Such a powerful lineup still couldn't restore the Eternal Night Dragon to the Dao Heaven realm. This made Lu Qi feel somewhat regretful. Yang Yilong sighed and said, "There is a limit to the strength of rebuilding the physical body. Even if there are 5,000 Dragon Clan experts here, all of whom are at the sky-gazing realm, I can only recover to the peak of the sky-gazing realm and cannot advance to the Dao Heaven realm. Because there is no trace of Dao Heaven realm aura here, the reconstructed body cannot possibly be of Dao Heaven realm level. But if there were a Lord-level dragon corpse here, I could use that wisp of Lord-level aura to instantly revert to being a Lord-level powerhouse." Once Yang Yilong explained it this way, Lu Qi understood. The quality of a physical body depends not on quantity, but on strength. Although Lu Qi still felt it was a bit of a pity, the sky-gazing realm was enough. He paused for a moment and then said, "Alright, let's begin rebuilding your physical body now. What should I do?" Yang Yilong said very seriously, "The method of rebuilding the physical body is extremely complicated. If you trust me, you can temporarily entrust your body to me, and I will perform the spell. You can also learn how to rebuild your physical body from this." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi did not hesitate and immediately relinquished control of his body. The Eternal Night Dragon has already signed a master-servant contract with him. He is now his most loyal servant. He believed that the Eternal Night Dragon would not betray him. Moreover, if the Eternal Night Dragon really had any intention of harming him, Lu Qi would have noticed it immediately. And using the power of the contract, he annihilated the last remaining soul of the Night Dragon. So he wasn't worried at all. Yang Yilong was also very honest. After taking control of Lu Qi's body, he began to rebuild his own physical body. Then, the Eternal Night Dragon controlled Lu Qi's body and flew high into the air. Then, a terrifying black aura emanated from his body, and he uttered a whisper. Filthy flesh and blood. I command you as the Lord of the Eternal Night. Come into my arms. Become a part of my body. Share all the riches and glory with me in the future. I will wash away your lowliness as dragons. I will lead you to glory. At this moment, Lu Qi was emanating black energy from his entire body, amidst the terrifying whispers outside. It was as if a messenger from hell was speaking. Upon hearing the whispers, the corpses trembled involuntarily. Their entire bodies made creaking and cracking sounds. Then, one by one, the broken bodies seemed to come alive and slowly stood up. Kneel and worship in the direction of the Eternal Night Dragon. Some dragons with broken limbs could only crawl on the ground. But they were all worshipping the Eternal Night Dragon. It was as if they were kneeling before their master. In his mental world, Lu Qi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat after witnessing this scene. He realized that the Night Dragon was actually using dark elements to control these corpses. But the scene was truly terrifying. The next moment, the Eternal Night Dragon continued to utter a terrifying whisper. Very well. Now, please offer up your most precious essence and blood as a sacrifice for my arrival. After saying that, all the dragons present urged their bodies to move. To let one's own flesh and blood scatter into the air. The crimson blood, like a sea of blood, engulfed this place. The entire space reeked of a nauseating, bloody stench. And not long after, a large amount of blood was released into the air. The blood began to pool together. The blood, which was originally flowing like a tidal wave, rapidly condensed. Transformed into essence blood of different colors. Each color of blood essence corresponds to a dragon of a different element. Semen and blood are different from ordinary blood. Only blood that has been purified, concentrated, and compressed to the extreme can be called essence blood. Every drop of essence blood is extremely precious. Even a single drop of blood essence can represent a lineage. In the black market of the human realm, a single drop of purified high-grade essence blood of all races can fetch hundreds of thousands or even millions of high-grade spirit stones. This shows how precious essence and blood are. And right now, in front of Lu Qi, there are countless dragon blood essences. This left him deeply shocked. The essence blood in front of him at this moment was more than the entire Federation's reserves. The next moment, all of this essence blood flew in one direction. They converged in the sky to form the shape of a dragon. Lu Qi knew that this must be the prototype of the Eternal Night Dragon's physical body. Then the Eternal Night Dragon whispered once more, "Continue to offer up your precious bones as well." The next moment, tiny specks of starlight emanated from the corpses. The bones were pieced together one by one. It formed the body of a giant dragon. The bones fused together with the flesh that had already formed. A brand new dragon body appeared before Lu Qi. Chapter 117, Entering the Tao in One Step. Lu Qi was utterly shocked when he witnessed this scene in his spiritual world. I never expected the Eternal Night Dragon to have such methods. The physical body of the Eternal Night Dragon has been completed, but the ritual is not yet over. The Eternal Night Dragon continued to whisper, "Finally. Offer your life force to me. I will lead you to witness a brand new battlefield for all races. Together with me, you will stand at the pinnacle of the battlefield once more. Become the master of this battlefield of myriad races." As he spoke, the giant dragon's corpse below instantly shattered. Transformed into a tiny bit of life force. Converging towards that body. After the life force surged into the body of the Eternal Night Dragon. Even Lu Qi felt that the body had become full of life. Although the soul of the Eternal Night Dragon has not yet taken over that body. But the long dragon body had already begun to sway on its own. Enough. The remaining life force should come to me. With a command from Yang Yilong. The life force that hadn't yet surged in all changed direction and headed towards Lu Qi's body. Lu Qi asked in surprise, "Eternal Night Dragon, what are you doing?" At that very moment, the voice of the Eternal Night Dragon resounded in the spiritual world. "Master, this life force is enough to revive me. The remaining life force is what I offer to you. Dragons possess incredibly strong vitality, and they can help you increase your cultivation level. You can also gain a deeper understanding of the true dragon treasure technique by absorbing the life force of these dragons. Rest assured, these vital energies will only bring you benefits, not harm." Lu Qi sighed and said, you don't actually need to give it to me. If you can become stronger quickly, that will be the greatest help to me. These points of light represent both life force and the power of these dragon spirits. If all this power were absorbed by the eternal night dragon, it might be able to reach the Tao Heaven realm even faster. But if I give myself words, I will also become stronger. However, it is far less intimidating than the Tao Heaven realm. Yang Yilong chuckled and said, in my previous life, I was a half-step god. My understanding of cultivation in all realms was profound and far-reaching. All I need to do is infuse my past life's insights into my physical body, and I can enter the Tao in one step. Returning to the Tao Heaven realm is a piece of cake for me. Breaking through to the Lord realm will be a breeze. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi raised an eyebrow and said, entering the Tao in one step? Really? Yang Yilong laughed loudly. You don't know this, but after your cultivation reaches the spiritual enlightenment realm, it's not as simple as just sitting in meditation and cultivating. Only by comprehending that level of the Tao can one continue to make progress. If one cannot attain enlightenment, one will be trapped in a bottleneck for life and unable to break through. As for me, all I need is a physical body to instantly attain enlightenment and enter the Tao. Do you believe that as long as I enter this body, I can directly break through from the heavenly insight realm to the Tao Heaven realm? Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's eyes lit up, and he said anxiously, I see. Then hurry up. If the eternal night dragon could truly attain enlightenment in one step, this will give me an extra backup plan, a Tao Heaven realm expert, or even a Lord realm expert. At that time, even if several overlord level races attack the human realm, we will not have to be afraid. I'll take care of it right away. After saying that, Yang Yilong's soul flew directly out of Lu Qi's body. They flew toward that brand new body. The soul merges with this body. The body gradually began to emit a black aura. Then, the dragon's scales gradually turned black. Roar! A deafening roar came from the distance. The earth shook violently. The entire ruins are trembling. This signifies the resurrection of a king from ancient times. And before the eternal night dragon, Lu Qi regained control of his body. Looking at the eternal night dragon's new physical body, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. The eternal night dragon stretched its limbs and then said to Lu Qi, Master, didn't you want to see me enter the Tao in one step? I'll show you right now. As he spoke, the eternal night dragon hovered above the main hall of the ruins. It let out another low roar like an ancient dragon. The next moment, countless black wisps of energy surged towards the eternal night dragon from all directions. Enveloped the eternal night dragon within it. This black mist is the purest form of dark energy from underground. It is the rage of wronged souls buried throughout endless years. If this dark element were to spread outwards, it would be enough to annihilate a city. Fortunately, the black aura did not dissipate within the ruins. Soon enough, all the black energy was absorbed into the body of the eternal night dragon. Then, a terrifying power, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell, began to surge from the eternal night dragon's body. The main hall of the ruins began to tremble. The eternal night dragon raised its head high. A beam of black and gold light shot out from his mouth. Fortunately, this place is underground. Otherwise, this beam of light would surely have shot straight into the sky. Lu Qi was deeply shocked by what he saw. The Tao Heaven realm has been achieved. The Tao Heaven realm has been achieved. I have already taken a step into the Tao. Master, did you see it clearly? The eternal night dragon roared excitedly. Countless years have passed. He has finally entered the path once again. Once again, I have come to understand the principles I once knew. At this moment, Lu Qi also watched all of this for a long time, seemingly having gained some insights. Moreover, he could sense that he had gained even more insights from this enlightenment. He seems to have made even greater progress on the path he once walked. Strange, why do I feel like something has been added to my great Tao? This feeling is like ascension? The newly initiated Yang Yilong was immediately stunned. He felt that his understanding of the great Tao was even more profound than in his previous life. Could it be because of that mysterious power? Yang Yilong thought to himself, then looked in Lu Qi's direction. Recalling the scene of being suppressed by Lu Qi's system before. It seems that at that moment, something new appeared in his power. It seems like the system imposed on me. It was this very power that made him even more enlightened about his own path. At this moment, he looked at Lu Qi with great respect. Although it is unknown where the power within Lu Qi's body comes from. But he knew that power was a terrifying existence that he could not touch. Before that power, I am nothing but an ant. They're not even as good as ants. At that moment, Lu Qi was also staring at the eternal night dragon. This was the first time he had ever seen a powerful expert break through to the Tao Heaven realm. So this is how magnificent it is. Is this what it means to enter the path? Is this the Tao Heaven realm? At this moment, Lu Qi was still recalling everything that had just happened. That image was as if it were etched into Lu Qi's mind. It made him unable to forget it. However, he suddenly became curious. What exactly is the Tao of the eternal night dragon? It has such terrifying destructive power. Before Lu Qi could ask any questions, Yang Yilong spoke first, saying, "Master, you just witnessed me entering the Tao. You should have gained some insights by now." Lu Qi was taken aback upon hearing this. He then nodded. After he saw the eternal night dragon enter the Tao, he did indeed feel as if he was about to attain enlightenment. Then you should meditate as soon as possible and let the aura I just emitted and everything I just experienced unfold in your mind. With the life force I just gave you, your strength will surely increase by leaps and bounds. Chapter 118 The Dragon's Roar That Made the Dragon King Bleed. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi was immediately taken aback. However, the pause lasted for less than half a second. He immediately sat down cross-legged. He began meditating to attain enlightenment. We dare not be negligent in the slightest. Because he knew that this must be an opportunity given to him by the eternal night dragon. As long as you grasp it, even if you are not yet at the sky-gazing realm and cannot enter the Tao, you can still succeed. But it will definitely be helpful for entering the path later. Perhaps, I will be blessed by this stroke of luck today. This will ensure that when you enter the path of enlightenment in the future, you will have no obstacles. Therefore, he must take this seriously. He immediately sat cross-legged in the ruins. Even though there were countless dragon corpses below him, he couldn't care less about that at the moment. In Lu Qi's mind, the scene from just now was constantly playing out. Then, they mobilized the life force of those dragons and began to absorb it. Before long, I entered a deep meditation. At that moment, the eternal night dragon also arrived in front of Lu Qi. Seeing Lu Qi enter into deep meditation, he nodded with great satisfaction. Now it's up to Lu Qi to figure it out himself. If he can glean something from his recent enlightenment, it will definitely help Lu Qi's cultivation. At least Lu Qi won't face any major bottlenecks before reaching the sky-gazing realm. This was also a stroke of good fortune bestowed upon Lu Qi by the eternal night dragon. I am grateful for the power within Lu Qi's body that has allowed me to advance further on my path to enlightenment. However, he didn't stay idle either. He whispered once more to the dragon skeletons, "Give up your last strength and offer it to our common master. Your strength and my strength are both for helping my lord to reach the highest peak." As he spoke, the dragon skeletons below Lu Qi suddenly began to tremble. All the bones exploded at that moment. It turned into dust. Within the dust, tiny sparks of light appeared. This is the most important treasure of these dragons. Dragon Ball. It is also the core of these dragons. A high-grade Dragon Ball can fetch 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones in the human realm's black market. At this moment, however, there are more than 5,000 Dragon Balls of the transcendent realm or above here. These Dragon Balls are all incredibly beautiful. It radiated a glow. However, these Dragon Balls were not taken away by the eternal night dragon. Because he disdained these Dragon Balls. In the eyes of the eternal night dragon, all dragons are filthy. If it weren't for the fact that I needed the body of a true dragon to restore my strength, he would never take so much true dragon blood and bones. Because in his eyes, these true dragon's treasures were not clean. Needless to say, Dragon Ball is another story. The Dragon Ball is the core of a dragon. It is only formed when the dragon race becomes powerful enough. The eternal night dragon naturally wants to produce its own dragon pearls, rather than using those dirty dragon pearls. Moreover, in his view, these Dragon Balls are not worthy of his use. Because they were all too weak. His Dragon Balls must be the most powerful and terrifying dark Dragon Balls in the world. These Dragon Balls representing the 5 elements were simply not worthy of his attention. That's why he didn't absorb those Dragon Balls. However, these Dragon Balls can actually help Lu Qi now. More than 5,000 Dragon Balls converged on Lu Qi all at once. Lu Qi was surrounded. They began transmitting power to Lu Qi. Within Lu Qi's body, the 9 elemental laws sensed the power of the Dragon Ball. They all started operating. They know that now is the best time to absorb power and improve. outside the ruins. Old Yang said with some concern, "Lu Qi has been inside for so long, why hasn't he come out yet? Could something have happened inside?" Kanwa, "Yes, if it's safe, they should have come out after scouting. It's been almost an hour, and there's still no movement. Could something really have happened?" The human race was very worried. Because Lu Qi is currently ranked 0th in the human realm. They hold a transcendent position within the human realm. Moreover, he had just signed a peace treaty with the dragons. It prevented the destruction of the human city. He was regarded as a hero of the human race. If they were to die in the ruins like this, how would they explain it to the human race? At this moment, the Flame Dragon King also had a solemn expression. However, he did not say anything. In his view, Lu Qi hadn't come out yet after so long. It is highly likely that he was murdered underground. If Lu Qi didn't come up, then it's highly likely that the attack mode of the ruins barrier has been activated. Moreover, this barrier easily killed experts below the Dao Heaven realm. This resulted in the complete annihilation of the dragon army. If the Dragon Lord finds out about this, I will definitely be severely punished. Thinking of this, the Flame Dragon King's face grew even more grim. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely gloomy. The powerful human warriors and the Flame Dragon King fell silent. But they all tacitly knew that more than an hour had passed, and Lu Qi might not be coming back. Now they are all thinking about how to go back and explain things to the higher-ups. Just as they were preparing to leave, the earth suddenly began to shake violently. The strong tremors caused many of the surrounding trees to collapse. Roar! At that moment, everyone seemed to hear a dragon's roar. The dragon's roar wasn't loud, but it shook everyone's hearts and minds. This caused a mental shock to everyone. It took a long time to recover. Meanwhile, the Flame Dragon King was also affected by this dragon roar. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Because this is a low murmur from the eternal night dragon. It causes some harm to the dragon race. Dragon blood was spilled in the mountains and forests. The Flame Dragon King actually felt a strong urge to kneel down. However, several powerful human warriors were still present at this moment. For the sake of their own dignity, he suppressed his shock and did not kneel down. But his legs had already gone limp. He could barely stand. He didn't know why he reacted this way upon hearing the dragon's roar. But he knew that the owner of that dragon's roar must be an extremely terrifying being. Even the Lord in front of me wouldn't be so scared that my legs would go weak. All I can say is that the master of the dragon's roar is a terrifying being that he cannot face. It is even much stronger than the Dragon Lord. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for a single dragon roar to cause such great damage to oneself. Upon seeing this, Old Yang was stunned and said, "How could there suddenly be a dragon's roar coming from underground? What on earth is going on?" Upon seeing the Flame Dragon King cough up blood, Kanwa was greatly alarmed and exclaimed, "Flame Dragon King, what's wrong with you?" Since the two were human, they did not bleed directly like the Flame Dragon King. However, upon seeing the Flame Dragon King's pale face, they immediately sensed something was wrong. The Flame Dragon King gasped for breath and said, "It was this dragon's roar that shook my soul. I felt a roar from hell. That's why I felt this way. That dragon's roar is definitely not simple." Chapter 119 Lu Qi's Other Side. Old Yang frowned and said, "Just a dragon's roar can injure you so badly. Could it be that the owner of this dragon's roar is on the same level as the Dragon Lord?" Kanwa thought for a moment and said, "But the Dragon Lord is stationed in the Dragon Realm, so he shouldn't be here. He certainly wouldn't use a dragon's roar to injure the Flame Dragon King. Who could be the owner of this dragon's roar?" The two began to speculate. Because this dragon's roar was simply too eerie. Just then, the Flame Dragon King said with a gloomy expression, "It can't be the Dragon Lord. Then there's only one possibility. This dragon's roar comes from that ruin. Or rather, from the primordial era." He knew that even the Dragon Lord did not have such power to injure him with a single low growl. Upon closer inspection, however, this place is close to the ruins. Then there's only one possibility. This low murmur comes from that dragon ruin. Upon closer reflection, if a powerful being from the ancient times were to make a move, they could indeed harm him with just a roar. After all, the strength of the powerful beings in the ancient times is still far from that of the present. Because in that era, the spiritual energy in the battlefield of all races was still very abundant. The concentration of spiritual energy they absorbed was much higher than it is now. This made them even stronger. That period saw the birth of numerous powerful figures, including the progenitor of the true dragon, the first emperor of the human race, angels of the winged race, and Satan of the demon race. Each of them, if they appeared in this era, would be a force to be reckoned with, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. It is even said that in that era, a ruler of all races appeared. He had no ethnic background, yet he slaughtered his way through all races. He became the most powerful ruler of all races. However, in the records of the Dragon Clan, that ruler of all races is merely a legend. The Dragon Clan's historical records contain few accounts of that ruler of all races. But if it were truly possible to become the ruler of all races in that era, the Flame Dragon King dared not even imagine how terrifying that powerful figure must be. That's not something he should be thinking about right now. Now all he wants to know is what exactly caused that dragon's roar. Upon hearing this, Elder Yang was taken aback and said, "The dragon's roar from the primordial era? Doesn't that mean it's from the same era as the first emperor of the human race? Wait. Do you mean that the powerful figure from the primordial era in the ruins has been resurrected?" The Flame Dragon King said with a very gloomy face, "Resurrection is unlikely. The ancient times are too far removed from the present. It wouldn't be so easy for them to be resurrected. However, I suspect that our intrusion disturbed that person's rest. That dragon's roar was very likely caused by Lu Qi. It seems he must be dead down there. I underestimated this ruin." Upon hearing that Lu Qi was most likely dead, Old Yan was immediately saddened. After all, Lu Qi had just made a great contribution, and now that he was dead, he really had a hard time explaining himself. After a long pause, Kunwo finally said quietly, "So what should we do now?" "Flame Dragon King, let's see if there are any other movements. If the dragon's roar disappears, I will go down there myself to see what happened underground. That's all we can do for now." Before he knew what had happened below, the Flame Dragon King was unable to explain to the Dragon Lord. If the Dragon Lord knew that the 5,000 elite troops he led had not died at the hands of the human race, it would be disastrous. Instead, the entire army was wiped out in their own Dragon Clan's ruins. The Dragon Lord will definitely skin the Flame Dragon King alive. After all, those are 5,000 elite troops. Even the Dragon Lord would feel heartache at dying so mysteriously in the ruins. The Flame Dragon King will naturally become his target. Therefore, we absolutely must not tell the Dragon Lord about this now. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. We had no choice but to continue waiting. He doesn't know the true dragon treasure technique, and he can't enter the ruins. Therefore, the only option is to send the Flame Dragon King in to investigate. Within the ruins, Lu Qi remains seated cross-legged. It seems that he is realizing it. Meanwhile, the Eternal Night Dragon could clearly sense that Lu Qi's aura was surging at a visible speed. He rose from the early stage of the 5th rank all the way to the late stage of the 6th rank. And it hasn't stopped yet. This is the effect of the energy of these dragons. If Lu Qi could refine all of these dragon energies, it can not only enhance his strength, but also further his understanding of the 5 elements. Although it only contains the 5 elements. But that's enough for this era. This era is not like the ancient times. A host of heroes stood together. Great talents from all ethnic groups have emerged frequently. Various elements vie for supremacy. Therefore, in this era, mastering one of the 5 elements is enough to dominate the battlefield among all races. I don't know how much time has passed. All that could be heard was a low growl from Lu Qi's mouth. "Filthy things, don't even think about polluting my essence." Then, a terrifying black aura emanated from Lu Qi's body, so powerful that even the Eternal Night Dragon trembled in fear. A terrifying black aura enveloped the entire ruins. This caused even the powerful barriers within the ruins to tremble. The next moment, the dragon balls that had been surrounding him shattered. It turned to dust beside Lu Qi. At this moment, Lu Qi's strength has already reached the mid-stage of the 9th rank. As the dragon ball shattered, the Eternal Night Dragon could see that some tiny dragon scales appeared on Lu Qi's body. However, it was quickly dispelled by the black mist. Yang Yilong knew that it must be the power within Lu Qi that had begun to activate. That power that would make even the dark elements tremble. That power seemed to be very resistant to the power of the dragon race. In his eyes, the power of these dragons seemed utterly filthy. The next moment, the black aura rushed towards the Eternal Night Dragon. Enveloped the Eternal Night Dragon within it. Upon seeing this, Yang Yilong was immediately alarmed. Just as he was about to escape, he discovered that he was unable to move in front of this black aura. He recalled the fear he felt when he was controlled by the system within Lucci's body. That feeling of despair and helplessness instantly flashed through his mind. Although he had regained his physical body, he was still so helpless in the face of this black aura. Although Lucci's current strength is only at the 9th rank. However, the power within his body had actually surpassed the rules. He was so frightened that he was at a loss for what to do, and hurriedly said respectfully, "Master, I am your servant." After shouting, Lucci's body trembled slightly. The black mist also slowed down its movements. When Yanggilong looked at Lucci again, Lucci's eyes had become dark and empty. Lucci slowly spoke, "Remember, I don't need to use these dirty powers to improve my strength. My power is the purest. It needs no external support. I'll let it go this time, but this is a one-time exception. I don't want it to happen again." Having said that, Lucci waved his hand. "Remove the black aura from the Eternal Night Dragon." Only then was the Eternal Night Dragon able to catch his breath. Chapter 120 Absorbing Power. Breaking through to the 9th rank. Even after the restrictions on Yanggilong's movements were lifted, he dared not make any rash moves. Because he knew that what was controlling Lucci now was another side of Lucci. At this moment, he could only grovel respectfully before Lucci. "We dare not slack off in the slightest." Lucci then began to use the black energy to dissipate the dragon aura emanating from his body. However, the power he had already absorbed was preserved. He then patted himself and said somewhat narcissistically, "The human body cannot be defiled by anything external." After admiring his own body for a while, the black aura dissipated. Lucci's body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Yanggilong knew that Lucci's other personality must have retreated. Only then did he dare to stand up. He didn't know why Lucci had two personalities. "I don't know why the other personality is so powerful. However, it does not occupy this body. If they were willing to take over this body, their growth rate would only be faster than it is now." However, he knew that Lucci was usually the easiest person to get along with. He only dared to speak in front of the peaceful Lucci. Upon seeing Lucci fall to the ground, Yanggilong immediately stepped forward to help him up. "What's wrong? My head hurts so much," Lucci said, rubbing his temples. He only remembered that he was absorbing and comprehending the power of the dragon race. "Suddenly, my consciousness became blurred. He did not fall into a coma. But I can't remember anything clearly." "Master, how are you feeling now?" Yanggilong asked hurriedly upon seeing this. However, after his previous experience, he dared not joke around with Lucci like before. Because of that black aura, he always felt that there was some distance between him and Lucci. "How is it?" "Apart from a slight headache, I feel fine, but I think my strength has increased quite a bit." As he spoke, Lucci stood up and stretched his limbs. His body trembled. Crack! Crack! A series of cracking sounds came from the bones. Afterwards, Lucci felt much more relaxed. At this moment, his strength has reached the peak of the 9th rank. He's just one step away from the extraordinary realm. After sensing his own power, Lucci exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? You've only broken through to the 9th rank? I thought such powerful strength would at least reach the extraordinary level." Yanggilong simply sighed. It seems that Lucci really knew nothing about what had just happened. If he hadn't dispersed those powers could at least raise his strength to the transcendent realm, or even the spiritual realm. However, Yanggilong dared not say anything more at this moment. He was afraid that Lucci's other personality would hear him and come out to eliminate him. Although his strength was only at the 9th rank, that black aura seemed to be outside the conventional range of strength classification. That black aura was beyond the understanding of the Eternal Night Dragon. Although it's only upgraded to the 9th rank, it's enough. Lucci nodded, then looked at Yanggilong and asked, "Didn't you say you could reach the Lord Realm in one step? Why are you still only at the Tao Heaven Realm? Hurry up and become a Lord. That would give me more confidence." Upon hearing this, Yanggilong smiled faintly and said, "I can indeed enter the Lord Realm in one step now, but due to this renewed comprehension of the Tao, I feel that I have gained some new insights into the Great Tao. These insights might very well help me when I try to break through to the God Realm in the future. Therefore, I need to integrate and master these insights first. There's no rush to break through to the Lord Realm." In his view, one can break through to the Lord Realm at any time. However, this level of understanding will not be refined if it is not mastered. It would be a huge loss. Moreover, even without his own trump card, doesn't Lu Qi still have that personality? That was Lu Qi's true trump card. That personality is one that even terrifies itself. With him around, Lu Qi will be fine. Lu Qi nodded and said, I see. It seems this has actually benefited you. After thinking for a moment, Yang Yilong said to Lu Qi, Master, I won't go out with you this time. I may have to go into seclusion here. When I finally understand, that will be the time I break through to the Lord Realm again. Then, I will come to find you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi was taken aback and asked, Aren't you coming up with me? Yang Yilong, if I were to return to the battlefield of all races at the Dao Heaven Realm, the Dragon Clan would definitely hunt me down once they find out I'm still alive. My current strength is no match for the Dragon Lord, so I must endure this. Don't worry, I won't keep you waiting too long. At most 6 months, I'll have fully grasped these new insights, and then it will be time for us to reign supreme. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qi nodded and said, Alright, I'll go up first. After this, I'll probably have to return to the human realm. I hope that the next time I come to the battlefield of all races, I will see you there to greet me. Yang Yilong smiled and said, Definitely. Seeing that Lu Qi was about to leave, Yang Yilong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Qi is now truly becoming his shadow. If we don't leave soon, he's going to go crazy. Just as Lu Qi was preparing to use the true dragon treasure technique to leave. Then he suddenly turned around and said, Before you leave, could you hit me? Yang Yilong was stunned for a moment, then immediately knelt down and said, Master, what are you saying? Even if you gave me 10 lives, I would never dare to disrespect you. He thought Lu Qi was going to make an example of him, so he was terrified. When Lu Qi saw this, he was stunned and said, Is it necessary to do this just to let you hit me once? I've been inside the ruins for a while now, and they must all think I'm dead. If I come out now, unharmed, how am I supposed to explain it to them? Moreover, the Flame Dragon King gave me a set of sky-gazing mirror armor this time. If I go out unharmed, they will definitely become suspicious, so I need your help. As Lu Qi spoke, he revealed his armor. Upon hearing this, Yang Yilong finally understood Lu Qi's meaning. Lu Qi wanted to leave some scars on him. This way, we can fool the Flame Dragon King. Yang Yilong breathed a sigh of relief and said, I see, you really scared me to death. No problem, I'll use the power of the Dao Heaven Realm to shatter your armor. And I'll even leave you with some minor injuries, so you'll have a reason to leave. As he spoke, Yang Yilong raised his right hand. He was just waiting for Lu Qi's command when the power of his right hand, at the Dao Heaven Realm level, would strike Lu Qi. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi shouted, I never said I wanted to shatter the armor. Can you make the armor look like it's broken, but still have its original power? After all, this is the armor of the sky-gazing mirror. I can't bear to part with it. Chapter 121 Lu Qi returns, everyone is shocked. Upon hearing this, Yang Yilong's eye twitched. Lu Qi actually wanted to keep his sky-gazing mirror equipment? But thinking about it, it makes sense. The sky-gazing mirror was indeed a treasure in Lu Qi's eyes. But in the eyes of the Eternal Night Dragon, it was just a piece of trash. He can then crush it. However, he still spoke to Lu Qi with great respect. You mean, you want the armor to become tattered and worn, but you also want to retain its original defensive capabilities? Upon hearing this, Lu Qi nodded and said, Yes, that's exactly what I meant. This shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Upon hearing this, Yang Yilong's eye twitched. This is a huge problem. If it were up to him to destroy a piece of equipment from the sky-gazing mirror, that would be easy. However, Lu Qi's request put him in a difficult position. The goal is to make a piece of equipment look extremely worn out without compromising its defensive capabilities. This is extremely difficult. The control of force must be extremely precise. Yang Yilong took a deep breath and said, I can give it a try. He then told Lu Qi to stand still. The night dragon raised its claws high. A terrifying power was concentrated within the dragon's claw. The next moment, the dragon's claw descended right in the middle of Lu Qi's abdomen. The powerful impact propelled Lu Qi hundreds of meters before he could barely regain his footing. When Lu Qi looked at his armor again, there are already multiple scratches on the armor. There are both light and dark shades. The armor already looked tattered and worn out. However, the armor's original defensive properties remain intact. This is exactly the effect Lu Qi wanted. Well done. That's it, Lu Qi said with great satisfaction. Yang Yilong was sweating profusely, having managed to control his strength to achieve this effect. It's even more difficult than letting him crush a piece of equipment called the sky-gazing mirror. Fortunately, he lived up to expectations and completed the mission. Yang Dilong still said with some concern, "Master, the armor issue has been resolved, but what about your injuries? I'm afraid that if I were to take action, I might hurt you." Although he could control his strength to destroy the armor. However, Lu Qi is currently only at the 9th rank. The gap in strength is too large. Even the Eternal Night Dragon didn't know how to use its power against a 9th rank opponent. After all, in his mind, a 9th rank official could be crushed with just one finger. Lu Qi smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to worry about that. I can handle the injury myself." As he spoke, Lu Qi casually scooped up a handful of blood from the dragon corpses on the ground and smeared it on his body. Before long, his entire body was covered in dragon blood. It looks extremely terrifying. After doing all this, Lu Qi finally showed a satisfied smile. Then he turned to look at the Eternal Night Dragon and said, "That's enough, I should go now. I hope that when we meet again, I will see you become a lord, standing above all races." Yang Dilong nodded solemnly and said, "Yes. Next time, I will greet you with the strength of an absolute powerhouse." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi smiled calmly. He then packed up the treasures he had previously returned to the ruins and took them away again. After tidying up, he used the true dragon treasure technique to leave the ruins. Beyond the ruins. Everyone is still waiting here. They didn't know how long they had been waiting there. Originally, the Flame Dragon King planned to enter the ruins after the commotion below subsided. But just as he was about to enter the ruins, he felt another tremor from underground. Although there was no dragon's roar this time. However, this also startled the Flame Dragon King. They dared not easily enter the ruins. Old Jiang looked at the Flame Dragon King and asked, "It seems like something's going to happen down there every now and then. Could something have gone wrong?" "Flame Dragon King, what should we do now?" The Flame Dragon King said with a very solemn expression, "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? I still want to go in and take a look. Let's wait." After exchanging glances, the group fell silent once again. At that moment, the tremors became increasingly violent. The next moment, Lu Qi's figure appeared in front of everyone. "Cough, cough. Come and help me," Lu Qi said, pretending to be very weak when he saw that everyone was still waiting there. After all, he was covered in blood. The armor was also tattered and torn. It's not good to be too energetic in front of others. Everyone was shocked to see Lu Qi suddenly appear. They had all assumed that Lu Qi had died in the ruins. When Yanlong Wang saw Lu Qi, he was also taken aback. However, he then fell silent. Because he saw that Lu Qi's armor was now tattered and worn. This made him feel uneasy. What kind of terrifying thing could be hidden in the ruins to have damaged the armor of the sky-gazing mirror like this? This caused Yang Yanlongdu to break out in a cold sweat. "I'm so glad it wasn't me who went down. Otherwise, the one lying on the ground right now could very well be yourself." "Wrong. I'm not even sure I'll make it back alive." King Yanlong couldn't help but think that Lu Qi was really lucky. How could someone so badly injured still survive? After the initial shock, everyone was overjoyed. Seeing that Lu Qi was still safe and sound, Elder Yang and the others finally felt relieved. They thought Lu Qi had left them forever. The group of people came to Lu Qi and helped him up. Lu Qi smiled faintly and said, "It really is a narrow escape from death. It's so good to see you all. I thought I was going to die in that terrifying ruin." Seeing Lu Qi covered in blood, Old Yang said with some heartache, "Lord Lu Qi, how are you feeling now? What happened down there? Why did you end up like this?" Kanwu also said anxiously, "Yes, Lord Lu Qi, we thought you. Never mind, it's good that you came up alive. Do you know how worried we were during the time you disappeared? What exactly happened next?" Even the Flame Dragon King came to Lu Qi anxiously, wanting to ask, "What exactly happened down there? How did you get into this state? And what about my men?" In response to the three people's questions, Lu Qi did not answer immediately. Instead, he pretended to be very weak and gasped for breath. It was as if they wanted to say something. But he couldn't utter a single word. He then roused his body and spat out a mouthful of stagnant blood. Upon seeing this, everyone said to Lu Qi, "Don't rush to speak. You're too badly injured. You should return to Lost City and rest before we talk." After spitting out the blood clots, Lu Qi finally pretended to be struggling and said, "No need, I feel much better after spitting out the blood clots." Let me tell you about what happened inside the ruins first, otherwise I'm afraid I won't want to talk about it again. Chapter 122. Was he scared? Upon hearing this, the Flame Dragon King nodded and said, "Yes, let him finish speaking first. If I enter Lost City now, it will definitely cause some commotion. Although we have signed a pact, it will still take some time for humans and dragons to coexist. Ultimately, it's because he himself was unwilling to enter the Lost City, although they signed a contract. However, the Flame Dragon King still harbors some resentment towards humans." Old Yang, however, looked at Lu Qi, wanting to ask for his opinion. "Let's just talk about it here, there's not much to say anyway." Lu Qi smiled slightly, then said calmly, "When I entered the ruins, I was first attacked by the barrier surrounding the ruins. Fortunately, my armor blocked most of the damage, and then I fell to the ground. I saw a monster sucking the life force from the dragons. And the monster noticed me. It attacked me. With just one strike, I was severely injured. After I was severely injured, I fell into a coma. The monster probably thought I was already dead, so it didn't finish me off and threw me into the dragon's corpse. While I continued absorbing the dragon's power, I awoke from my coma and used my last strength to activate the true dragon technique, which allowed me to return here alive." Upon hearing Lu Qi's explanation, everyone, including the Flame Dragon King, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. There was a monster in the ruins. And it's even absorbing the power of the dragons. Before Lu Qi revealed all this, they had considered countless possibilities. It's possible that the ruins' defense mode has been activated. It is possible that the soul of a powerful being from ancient times has been awakened. But I never considered the possibility that there might be a monster inside the ruins. But Lu Qi had no reason to deceive them. Moreover, he himself is now seriously injured. Therefore, no one doubted his words at all. After hearing Lu Qi's words, the Flame Dragon King fell into deep thought. There's a monster inside the dragon ruins? But he and Lu Qi didn't notice anything when they entered. Then there is only one possibility: the monster was revived after entering the ruins on its own. The single blow destroyed Lu Qi's sky-gazing mirror armor and severely injured him. It is clear that this monster is extremely powerful. Equipment capable of destroying the sky-gazing mirror in one strike. Their strength is at least at the Dao Heaven realm. It's even possible to reach the Lord realm. After all, even the Flame Dragon King himself couldn't destroy the sky-gazing mirror's equipment with a single blow. The Flame Dragon King said very seriously, "I must report this matter to the Dragon Lord immediately. What you encountered was very likely the guardian of the ruins. Our intrusion awakened him. You're incredibly lucky to have survived a powerful figure from the ancient times." Having said that, the Flame Dragon King leaped into the air without turning his head. They quickly flew towards the Dragon Realm. He did not choose to communicate remotely with the Dragon Lord, because he knew that such an important matter had to be discussed in person when he returned. Moreover, the entire dragon army he brought this time was wiped out in the ruins. He also had to go back and give the Dragon Lord an explanation. Fortunately, young Master Yushan stayed in the human city. We did not enter the ruins, so they survived. This relieved the Flame Dragon King. If even young Master Lian Yushan dies in the ruins, even if the Dragon Lord doesn't pursue his own responsibility, the Azure Dragon King won't let him off the hook either. After the Flame Dragon King left, the group took the seemingly seriously injured Lu Qi back to Lost City. At this moment, atop the city walls of Lost City, many powerful human warriors are waiting here. They had also sensed the commotion coming from the direction of the ruins. Therefore, I am extremely worried. If Principal Zhou and Bai Kaiyuan hadn't forbidden them from leaving the city, the ruins must have been completely surrounded by people. When they saw Lu Qi being carried back by Old Yang, covered in blood, the students of Fenglan Martial Arts Academy were immediately horrified. Especially Zhou Shuier. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Master! What on earth is going on?" Young Master Yushan roared upon seeing this. He ignored everyone's attempts to stop him. He jumped directly off the 100-meter-high city wall and arrived in front of Lu Qi. Seeing Lu Qi lying on the verge of death, his eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. Seeing this, the other trainees were also very excited and wanted to rush down the city walls. However, Zhou Tuji stopped him. "Don't worry, I'm fine, I won't die, I just got a little injured." Lu Qi pretended to be very weak and said. Seeing Lu Qi's weak and listless appearance, everyone became even more anxious. "Open the city gates quickly. Let Lord Lu Qi in." Bai Kaiyuan immediately ordered the city guards to open the city gates. The stunned guards snapped out of their daze and opened the city gate. Old Yang and Kunwa then led Lu Qi into the city. Inside the medical room of Lost City, a doctor who looked a little old, with only a few strands of hair left on his head, came out. Outside the medical room, a large crowd had gathered. "Dr. Hua Wu, how is Lu Qi's condition?" Old Yang asked the doctor anxiously. This doctor is one of the most famous doctors in the world. Upon learning of Lu Qi's serious injury, the Human Realm Federation immediately dispatched physician Hua Wu to Lost City. Treatment for Lu Qi. After all, Lu Qi had just signed a peace treaty with the Dragon Clan. This allowed the human race to catch their breath amidst the battlefield of all races. He can be considered a hero of the human race. If such a hero loses his life before his glory has lasted long, this could very well dampen the rise of the human realm. That's why the Human Realm Federation urgently dispatched Hua Wu to Lost City to treat Lu Qi. TSK. Hua Wu clicked his tongue lightly. He didn't look too well. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. If a doctor makes this sound, it means the patient's condition is already very serious. "Dr. Hua Wu, how is Lu Qi?" everyone asked anxiously. Dr. Hua Wu, still looking troubled, said, "Would you believe me if I said Lu Qi was perfectly fine, just a little frightened?" After these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent for a few seconds. Shocked? "Dr. Hua Wu, you're not joking, are you? Lu Qi is covered in blood and looks so weak, how could he have just been frightened?" Old Yang said in disbelief. Dr. Hua Wu also looked troubled, scratched his head and said, "But that's the truth, after my comprehensive examination. Lord Lu Qi's blood is actually all dragon blood. The amount of blood he actually lost is probably less than 200 milliliters. Based on my speculation, the armor absorbed most of the damage. His greatest wound was to his soul, and that's something I can't heal." Chapter 124 Return to the Human Realm. This time, 5,000 elite dragons were dispatched. The levels range from the Enlightenment realm to the Skygazing realm. They are all elite forces, the backbone of the dragon race. The loss of 5,000 elite dragons is a devastating blow to the dragon race. The Earth Dragon King said in a deep voice, "Lord Dragon, if there really is an ancient tomb guardian in the ruins, then perhaps only you can contend with it. Sending more people to the ruins would be suicide. It's not that we're unwilling to help, but we fear that even if the 5 of us Dragon Kings went, we would still face certain death." Upon hearing this, the Dragon Lord said in a gloomy tone, "Do I really have to take action myself?" The Dragon Lord's tone was very heavy. It was clear that he didn't want to make a move either. Firstly, because the Dragon Lord, as the ruler of the Dragon Realm, needs to oversee the Dragon Clan. Secondly, because he didn't know the true strength of the Tomb Guardian in the ruins. If he is also a Lord-level powerhouse. The powerful beings from the ancient times are definitely not something the current Dragon Lord can handle. What if the Dragon Lord encounters an accident in the ruins? The dragon race is bound to be thrown into chaos. The various races were already very dissatisfied with the peace treaty signed between the dragon race and the human race. If something were to happen to the Dragon Lord at this time, all races will seize the opportunity to attack the Dragon Clan. This is extremely disadvantageous for the dragon race. The Golden Dragon King stepped forward and said, "Lord Dragon, please calm down. In my opinion, you should not rush into the ruins, because we do not yet know the strength of the Tomb Guardian inside. It would be extremely dangerous for you to enter rashly. This matter requires careful consideration. The Dragon Clan has already lost 5,000 elite soldiers. We cannot afford any more mistakes." The Golden Dragon King revealed the Dragon Lord's thoughts. This can be seen as giving the Dragon Lord a way out. The Dragon Lord's brows relaxed slightly. All the Dragon Kings nodded in agreement with the Golden Dragon King's statement. The Dragon Lord softened his tone and asked, "Who among you thinks this matter should be handled?" The Azure Dragon King said, "Why don't we put this matter aside for now? We have lost 5,000 elite troops and are now severely weakened. We need some time to recuperate. Perhaps soon the Guardians of the Ruins will go into hibernation again. At that time, it wouldn't be a bad idea for us to sneak in and plunder resources. Another possibility is that the Tombkeeper has fully awakened. In that case, he will definitely emerge from the ruins. After all, the powerful beings of the ancient times were all ambitious, and they must have wanted to see what the world would be like after endless years. Once he comes out, we can take the opportunity to enter the ruins. And it will be safer that way." Upon hearing the Azure Dragon King's suggestion, The high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan present all nodded in agreement. I agree. This is probably the safest approach right now. Even the Dragon Lord nodded and said, alright. Let's do it your way. The matter of the ruins will be put on hold for now. The entire Dragon Realm should focus on cultivating the new era and enhancing the fortune of our Dragon Realm. Yes. The high-ranking members of the Dragon race and the Dragon God Hall spoke in unison. Human Realm. In front of the teleportation array in Fonlan Province. The place is now packed with people. Everyone was dressed appropriately and appeared very solemn and respectful. Standing before the enormous circular portal, waiting for it to open. The next moment, the giant ring began to rotate. The portal between the human realm and the battlefield of all races has been opened. Lu Qi, sitting in a wheelchair, was pushed out of the teleportation portal by Elder Yang. Lu Qi originally wanted to get down and walk by himself. After all, I wasn't actually hurt. But old Yang absolutely refused. Using the excuse that Lu Qi was still injured, they forced Lu Qi to return to the human realm in a wheelchair. Moreover, he had to personally push Lu Qi out of the teleportation portal. Lu Qi had no choice but to agree. Upon seeing Lu Qi, thunderous applause erupted instantly. Look! That's Lu Qi, the hero who signed the peace treaty with the Dragon Clan this time. It was because of this contract that the situation on the battlefield of all races changed. It caused all races to temporarily retreat. He saved many powerful human warriors from sacrifice. He is a hero of our human race. Let's take a picture to commemorate this. Media outlets from various television stations crowded forward to take photos. Everyone wanted to record the scene of the hero's return. Under the spotlight, Mr. Yang wore a proud smile. Only then did Lu Qi understand why old Yang insisted on having him sit in a wheelchair and pushing him out. So it turns out they were trying to ride on my coattails. So many media outlets are here right now. I will definitely top the headlines tomorrow. The title will most likely be Hero's Return. A peace pact signed with the Dragon Clan, changing the landscape of the battlefield. Saving thousands of human warriors. Then, we'll post those photos out there. Mr. Yang will naturally be exposed along with the photos. He will surely be regarded as a hero by the people at that time. However, Lu Qi ignored it. Because he did not value the benefits involved. Behind him were Principal Zhou, Bai Kaiyuan, and others. Several students from Fonlan Martial Academy who had previously entered the battlefield of 10,000 races for trials also emerged from the teleportation portal. The original plan was to conduct the trial for a month. However, due to special circumstances, they forcibly ended the trial in less than 2 weeks. Actually, it's not impossible for them to stay if they want to. However, there is nothing left to try within the Lost City area now. The Dragon Clan has withdrawn its troops, and even young Master Yushan was recalled by the Dragon Clan before they returned. At this time, the Tiger Eagle Clan dared not provoke the human race. Other races need to renegotiate their future plans due to the alliance between the dragons and humans. The battlefield of all races has ushered in one of the few periods of peace in over 1,000 years. And all of this is because of Lu Qi's peace treaty. This is one of the most important reasons why he is revered as a hero by the human world. Lu Qi, welcome back to the human realm. A man dressed in a Zhongshan suit approached Lu Qi and spoke with great respect. Lu Qi recognized the man at a glance. It was in the conference room of Lost City that Kunlun was having a video conference with him. The highest level of the Human Realm Federation. He's also the man who put himself in the Zeroth Order. Commander Kunlun, hello. Lu Qi smiled slightly and shook hands with Kunlun. Upon hearing this, Kunlun laughed and said, No. I'm not some kind of superior, have you forgotten? You're already the Zeroth rank in the Federation. Your status is far more distinguished than mine. Lu Qi, isn't that all thanks to you? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Upon hearing this, Kunlun's smile deepened. You sure know how to talk, kid. Let's go back to the Martial Academy first. You're still injured and need to rest. Lu Qi nodded as well. He really wasn't used to the camera flash. Chapter 125 High-Level Meeting, Undercurrents. Soon everyone returned to the Martial Arts Academy. At the main gate of the Martial Arts Academy, a group of people were also there to greet them. Most of them had actually met Lu Qi before. Because of the night Lu Qi brought down the Wu family. Most of the trainees were present. They just hadn't expected it. Lu Qi had only recently brought down the Wu family. They actually signed a peace treaty with the overlord-level dragon race right in the middle of the battlefield of all races. It directly changed the landscape of the battlefield among all races. This allowed humanity to catch its breath. Furthermore, Lu Qi himself was awarded the title of human hero by the Federation. Lu Qi was originally the young master of the martial pavilion, and now he is a hero of the human realm. This made everyone feel that Lu Qi was someone they couldn't possibly reach. When they greeted him at the entrance, all the students could only watch Lu Qi, who was sitting in a wheelchair, from afar. No one dared to approach. Lu Qi's original 3 roommates were among them. They stood in the crowd, staring intently at Lu Qi. But they didn't even have the courage to say hello. Because Lu Qi is standing at such a high position now. Even the highest-ranking officials in the federal government were pushing his wheelchair. This made these students from ordinary backgrounds feel like they were unapproachable. When Lu Qi saw that everyone was in this state, he smiled and waved to them. He didn't want his own affairs to cause his former friends to drift apart from him. However, the welcoming ceremony ended quickly. Lu Qi was immediately taken to the conference room of Fenglan Martial Arts Academy. At this moment, the conference room was filled with the highest-ranking leaders of the Federation. Even Zhou Tuji, the principal of Fenglan, could only stand humbly to the side. Here, his position should be the lowest. If he hadn't also participated in this trial and wasn't the principal of Fenglan Martial Academy, he probably isn't even qualified to attend a meeting of that level. Even Lu Qi's position was something he could never reach. Alright, everyone, please take your seats. Let's have a quick meeting and not take up Lord Lu Qi's rest time. Xiao Zhou, find a seat. It looks bad standing like this. Kunlun addressed the high-ranking officials present. He then glanced at Zhou Tuji behind him and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tu could only nod humbly. Then I found a corner seat and sat down. Lu Qi, however, sat in the most conspicuous position in the conference room. This conference table is an oval-shaped long table. Lu Qi and Kunlun both sat in the main seats. The two of them now held the highest authority in this conference room. After everyone was seated, Kunlun said with a smile, "This meeting is mainly to celebrate Lord Lu Qi's victory, and also to introduce Lord Lu Qi to the current high-level structure of the human realm. Everyone should be familiar with Lu Qi. He's currently in the Zeroth rank established by the human realm, the pinnacle of power within the human realm. Even I have to show him respect when I meet him." Kunlun's short sentence instantly made everyone present serious. The meeting room was very quiet. They all knew what Kunlun meant. This is a show of force to the high-ranking officials present. Lu Qi's sudden promotion to the Zeroth rank in the Federation has caused great dissatisfaction among many Federation officials. After all, they've spent half their lives climbing the social ladder. It has barely reached this stage. One boy, simply because he had a little talent, was directly assigned to the Zeroth sequence. This has caused great dissatisfaction among many people. They originally planned to force Lu Qi to leave once he returned to the human realm. After all, there were many people who had opinions about Lu Qi before. If they join forces, they can definitely force Lu Qi out of the federal structure. But who could have imagined it? Lu Qi made a major move in the battlefield of all races that directly changed the landscape of the battlefield. This made him an instant hero in the human realm. This silenced many of his former critics. Before Lu Qi had any achievements to his name. If they wanted to drive Lu Qi away, it would be a piece of cake. But things are different now. Lu Qi is now a hero of the human realm. If he were to receive any unfair treatment within the Federation, the human realm will also undergo a huge change in the Federation's perception of it. So now they can only speak to Lu Qi in a polite and courteous manner. Even the Kunlun people now address Lu Qi as Lord Lu Qi. What Kunlun just said was also a warning to everyone present. We must never be rude to Lu Qi. Otherwise, it's not certain who will be kicked off the field. This is Lu Qi's current status in the Federation. Nobody dared to move. Although many people are still very dissatisfied with him. Especially the high-ranking members of several prominent families in the capital. They were all vying for the first order position in the Human Emperor replacement plan. But who would have thought that the Federation would actually add a Zeroth sequence directly to the first sequence? The major entertainment venues in the capital were completely dumbfounded. Moreover, this Zeroth sequence is predetermined. Even the major families had no chance to compete for it. This is also the reason why the major families are dissatisfied with Lu Qi. But his achievements speak for themselves. Even if the top leaders of the major families were here, they couldn't do anything to Lu Qi. Seeing that no one spoke, Kunlun continued, "Since no one is speaking, I will continue. Next, I will introduce everyone present to Lord Lu Qi. They are all at the highest levels of the Federation, wielding enormous power. Some are also high-ranking members of powerful families in the capital, who also work for the Federation. Just look at them to get familiar, you'll encounter them one by one in the future." Then Kunlun introduced Lu Qi to him. Lu Qi already knew some of the information about the Federation's high-ranking officials. On the contrary, it was the major families in the capital that caught Lu Qi's attention. Lu Qi discovered that the federal high-ranking officials were quite friendly towards him. However, the high-ranking members of those aristocratic families treated him coldly. He seemed quite dissatisfied with Lu Qi. After Kunlun gave a brief introduction. Apart from the federal high-ranking officials, everyone present was present. None of the high-ranking members of the powerful families in the capital spoke. It seemed as if they were using silence to exclude Lu Qi. Seeing that the senior members of the aristocratic families remained silent, Lu Qi coldly said, "I have gotten to know almost everyone here. Before I came here, I had already heard that some of you have a lot of opinions about me, is that right? I know you are very dissatisfied with me taking this position, and you think I am unworthy of it. You think I was parachuted into this position in the Zeroth order. That's right. You're absolutely right. But there's nothing you can do about me. If any of you here have a problem with me, you're welcome to come and cause me trouble anytime. I will destroy you all just like I destroyed the Wu family." The people present were already in a very depressed mood. Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, the anger in his heart instantly flared up. They hadn't expected Lu Qi to be so arrogant. They are only being so restrained out of respect for Kunlun. Unexpectedly, Lu Qi pointed his finger at them and started cursing. It's important to know that everyone present was a seasoned veteran who had been navigating the upper echelons of the Federation for many years. When have they ever suffered such humiliation? Chapter 126, 9th rank strength revealed. Intimidating a group of high-ranking officials. What did you say? Do you know who we are? How dare you talk to us like that? Upon hearing Lu Qi's angry outburst, a high-ranking member of a prominent family stood up and shouted, unable to bear it any longer. Kunlun was also greatly alarmed. He hadn't expected that Lu Qi would do this in front of so many high-ranking officials. It occurs directly. They showed absolutely no respect for the capital city. He was about to stand up and smooth things over for Lu Qi. Lu Qi spoke first. He gave the man a cold look and said, "What? You're not convinced? I remember you, the Su family of the capital, right? Very well. You actually dared to be the first to stick your neck out. Your courage is commendable. Look around you, not a single person dares to stand up. They're all watching to see if I really dare to touch you. But all I can say is, just wait, once I get to the capital, the first thing I'll do is wipe out your whole family." Kunlun was stunned once again. He hadn't expected Lu Qi to be so brave, actually saying he wanted to wipe out the Su family. It should be noted that although the Su family is not the most powerful family in the capital, however, it's not something you can just kill by killing it. Even the Federation couldn't do it. Lu Qi actually dared to make such a bold statement. This certainly startled the federal lawmakers present. The high-ranking member of the Su family was furious upon hearing of Lu Qi's arrogance. He said angrily, "You brat, you're really something. You dare to talk to me like that and even say you're going to kill me. I think you're courting death. So what if you have the Martial Pavilion backing you up? Don't forget, the Martial Pavilion behind you is the Martial Pavilion of Fenglan, not the Martial Pavilion of the Imperial Capital. In the capital, the power behind you is nothing but a fart. You don't think that just because you're the young master of the Martial Pavilion, you can deal with my Su family, do you? Believe it or not, I can kill you right now, and not even the Martial Pavilion of Fenglan would dare utter a single word." After the Su family's senior member finished speaking, an overwhelming rage erupted from his body. Cover the entire conference room. A terrifying killing intent rushed straight towards Lu Qi. Everyone present was shocked. None of them expected that this member of the Su family would be so violent, actually wanting to kill Lu Qi on the spot. However, the high-ranking members of those powerful families in the capital were secretly delighted upon seeing this. They actually wanted to take direct action against Lu Qi. However, due to Lu Qi's current status and standing in the hearts of the people, therefore, most of them chose to endure it. The Su family, on the contrary, actually took action directly. This saved the major families a lot of trouble. It should be noted that Su Bin, a high-ranking member of the Su family, is a powerful expert at the late stage of the 9th rank. As far as they know, Lu Qi was nothing more than a 5th rank ant. A 9th rank cultivator can suppress a 5th rank cultivator with just a single breath. Moreover, even if Su Bin doesn't make a move here, the various powerful families will secretly send assassins to deal with Lu Qi. However, if Su Bin were to take action, things would be a bit easier. No need to hire assassins anymore. But the people in the Federation don't think that way. Lu Qi was pushed up by them. If they die like this, they won't be able to explain it. Moreover, Lu Qi's name was written on the peace treaty signed with the Dragon Clan. If Lu Qi dies, it means the signatory has died. If the dragons decide to break the contract at that time, no one who signed it came forward to refuse. Humans will be in a very passive position. But Su Bin was no pushover either. The oppressive aura of a late-stage 9th rank cultivator was released directly towards Lu Qi. Extremely fast. Kunlun and the other high-ranking federal officials wanted to intervene, but it was too late. Lu Qi, in his wheelchair, simply smiled calmly. It seems they didn't take this matter to heart at all. He stretched and yawned. A terrifying deterrent force erupted. It instantly dissipated the oncoming pressure. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. That's the pressure from a late-stage 9th rank expert. How could they be so easily defeated by Lu Qi? Isn't Lu Qi only a 5th rank expert? Even Su Bin himself was shocked by this scene. Although he never intended to kill Lu Qi. However, the fact that a single breath broke the oppressive aura still startled him. After all, even though he had concealed his aura, it shouldn't be so easily defeated by a mere 5th rank ant. How could this be? I am a 9th rank expert. How could I be stopped by a 5th rank expert like you? Su Bin said in shock. Lu Qi coldly replied, "You don't really think you can hurt me, do you? And you don't think being a 9th rank official is that powerful, do you? Who among us isn't a 9th rank official? Of course, that includes me." After saying that, Lu Qi released the terrifying pressure emanating from his body. The aura of a 9th rank official instantly filled the entire conference room. After feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Lu Qi, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Because that was genuine 9th rank pressure. Moreover, it was the pressure of a peak 9th grade expert. Lu Qi's strength is actually a level higher than Su Bin's. This aura cannot be faked. Zhou Tuji, standing to the side, stopped breathing upon feeling this oppressive aura. Before entering the battlefield of myriad races, Lu Qi's cultivation level was clearly only at the 5th rank. At that time, Lu Qi was in the cultivation room, breaking through his cultivation level. He saw it with his own eyes. He was certain that Lu Qi at that time was only at the 5th rank, without any concealment. But the aura of a peak 9th grade expert on Lu Qi's body is now unmistakably real. This greatly alarmed Zhou Tu. In less than 2 weeks, he was promoted from the 5th rank to the 9th rank. Is that possible? If the Federation has an 18-year-old 5th grade genius, does it also have an 18-year-old 9th grade genius? Absolutely not. 18-year-old 5th rank prodigies are already extremely rare. Not to mention, an 18-year-old who is already a 9th rank official. This has never happened before, not even in the entire history of the Federation. Su Bin gasped in shock. He's actually starting to believe what Lu Qi said before. I couldn't help but feel a little scared for the Su family. Those high-ranking members of the powerful families who originally wanted to give Lu Qi a hard time suddenly dared not breathe. They never imagined that Lu Qi would be so terrifying. Among those present, the representative of the Meng family had a very strange expression after learning about Lu Qi's strength. When Lu Qi saw the expressions on everyone's faces, he simply smiled coldly. He then controlled the pressure, applying it to everyone present. Apart from Kunlun and several experts above the 9th rank, the terrifying pressure made the representatives of the aristocratic families present unable to raise their heads. Most of the representatives of aristocratic families possess strength around the 9th rank. Lu Qi, on the other hand, possessed the strength of a peak 9th rank cultivator. Lu Qi's strength is at the very peak of the 9th rank. Naturally, it has an advantage that overwhelms everyone else. In an instant, the atmosphere in the conference room became incredibly tense. Lord Lu Qi, a little punishment will suffice. The Su family has been disrespectful to you, and I will represent the Federation to punish them. Just then, Kunlun stepped in to smooth things over. Chapter 123. The armor was destroyed, but it was just a superficial wound? You mean Lu Qi is actually perfectly fine? Old Yang asked, still somewhat incredulous. Lu Qi had looked so weak before. But now he's telling himself that Lu Qi is actually suffering from heartbreak? Hua Wu shook his head and said, "It's not like nothing's wrong. Didn't we lose 200 milliliters of blood?" Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes twitched. They had been crying their hearts out, thinking Lu Qi was seriously injured. It's just that he lost 200 milliliters of blood. 200 milliliters, that's less than the amount of blood a normal college student would donate. For a powerful awakened being like Lu Qi, it's just a tickle. Are you sure there are no other problems? Should we check it again? Zhou Shuer asked with some concern. She was afraid of missing some important details. Hua Wu shook his head and said, "I've checked it carefully 3 times. From the outside to the inside, I checked it thoroughly. Lord Lu Qi is in excellent health, even more robust than I am." You're worrying too much. After hearing Hua Wu's confident words, Zhou Tuji looked at Shuer and said, "Shuer, you don't need to worry. Dr. Hua Wu is the most famous doctor in the Human Realm Federation. He can save a person even if they're barely alive. Don't you believe him?" Zhou Shuer nodded and said, "All right, thank you very much, Dr. Hua Wu." After learning that Lu Qi was all right, the weight that had been hanging over everyone's hearts was lifted at that moment. Hua Wu waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter. Lord Lu Qi is a hero of the human realm. If it weren't for his signing of a peace treaty with the Dragon Clan, countless people would die in the human realm. It would be my honor to see him even once. Although Lu Qi is physically fine, he still cannot be stimulated recently. It would be best to send him back to the human realm so he can get some rest." Old Yang, that's the same idea from the Federation. Once Lu Qi has recovered a bit, they will send him back to the human realm to recuperate. Hua Wu nodded after hearing this. He then left the medical room. Everyone looked through the window and saw that Lu Qi was resting. So there was no disturbance. They all left. Dragon Realm. Inside the Dragon God Palace, the Dragon Lord sat solemnly on his throne. Below them are the 5 Dragon Kings and several high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire hall was extremely gloomy. All the high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan looked extremely grim. In the middle of the main hall, the Flame Dragon King prostrates himself in worship here. Even breathing felt incredibly suffocating. The Dragon Lord said coldly, "You mean to say that there was an ancient guardian in the ruins? He killed all 5,000 of our dragon army?" The Flame Dragon King swallowed hard before saying, "Yes, yes." The Dragon Lord's eyes narrowed, "You're talking nonsense. How could creatures from the primordial era possibly survive to this day? Those old monsters were annihilated in that great war. You are lying." After saying that, the Dragon Lord unleashed a terrifying aura. It enveloped the entire Dragon God Palace. Under the terrifying pressure, everyone suddenly felt extremely powerless. Even the Dragon King standing nearby broke out in a cold sweat. The Flame Dragon King was directly affected by this oppressive force and almost fainted. Just then, the Azure Dragon King looked at the Flame Dragon King and said coldly, "You said that 5,000 elite dragon warriors died in the ruins. And what about my son, Yushan? Why didn't he return with you? Did he die too?" As the Azure Dragon King spoke, he unleashed a terrifying aura and attacked the Flame Dragon King. It seemed as if they were about to kill the Flame Dragon King at any moment. Upon hearing this, the Flame Dragon King's heart raced and he exclaimed, "No! Nephew Yushan is still alive. I just rushed back in such a hurry that I left him behind in Lost City. Yes. 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 Nephew Yushan is currently in the human city, and he can testify to that. He can prove I'm not lying. My Lord Dragon, I truly did not deceive you. It is all true." He kowtowed as he spoke. He seemed very sincere. After learning that young Master Yushan was still alive, the Azure Dragon King's anger subsided somewhat. He then snorted coldly and retreated to his original position. Just then, the Earth Dragon King said, "Lord Dragon, I think what the Flame Dragon King said might not be false. As far as I know, in the ancient times, there was an ancient method that could freeze a person in the form of a living dead, sealing them in an ice coffin, waiting for them to be revived in the future. It's very likely that the Flame Dragon King encountered such a tomb guardian. Moreover, according to the Flame Dragon King, this ruin is extremely magnificent and huge, so it is impossible for us to enter and loot it. It's perfectly normal to have a gravedigger. Upon hearing this, even the Dragon Lord frowned. The Earth Dragon King's words do make some sense. How could powerful beings from the ancient times possibly allow outsiders to plunder their treasures at will? It's understandable that there would be a giant beast guarding the tomb. The Golden Dragon King also said gravely, if it really is a tomb guardian from the ancient times, then this matter is going to be troublesome. According to the Flame Dragon King, the tomb guardian could easily destroy a piece of the sky-gazing mirror's protective gear, so his strength was at least at the Tao Heaven realm, or even the Lord realm. Furthermore, the spiritual energy in the ancient times was extremely abundant, far surpassing what we have now. We might not be a match for that tomb guardian. Perhaps only the Dragon Lord himself can subdue the ruins. Those present listened to the words of the Golden Dragon King. It suddenly became noisy. The Golden Dragon King is right. It can destroy the protective gear of the sky-gazing mirror in one strike. There are probably fewer than 10 people present who could do that, although most of them were experts at the Tao Heaven realm. However, destroying the sky-gazing mirror's equipment with a single blow is still very difficult. If they launch a series of attacks, there is some hope. After all, once the equipment reaches the sky-gazing mirror level, it is already considered the most top-tier equipment in the battlefield of all races. Above that are the Tao Heaven realm and Lord level equipment. Equipment of the Tao Heaven realm level is extremely rare. Many powerful individuals who have reached the Tao Heaven realm are unable to possess a single piece of Tao Heaven realm equipment of their own. Needless to say, the equipment for lords is even more advanced. Only the lords of a few dominant races have it. In the entire battlefield of all races, there are probably fewer than 10 pieces of equipment at the Lord level. It is precisely because of the scarcity of equipment in the Tao Heaven realm and Lord realm that the sky-gazing mirror equipment has become the top-tier equipment on the battlefield. Even the Dragon Lord was lost in thought at this moment. After a moment, he said coldly, even if there really are powerful guardian beasts in the ruins, how will my dragon clan explain the loss of 5,000 elite soldiers? Was their sacrifice in vain? Chapter 127 The Real Reason for the Decline of the Human Race. Chief Kunlun, some people won't learn their lesson unless they're beaten up. Lu Qi sneered. Then his figure suddenly flashed. He appeared in front of Su Bin in an instant. Weren't you being very arrogant just now? Go on, then. Su Bin looked at Lu Qi in front of him and his heart trembled. At this moment, he had no intention of resisting at all. All he wants now is to escape. However, his body was bound by Lu Qi's terrifying pressure. They were completely unable to move. Lord Lu Qi, what are you doing? Kunlun exclaimed in shock upon seeing this. He was afraid that Lu Qi would make a move against Su Bin. It's important to know that behind Su Bin is the Su family of the capital. They are one of the most powerful families in the capital. It can be said that each of the aristocratic family representatives present today has a super aristocratic family backing them up. If Lu Qi only had some verbal disputes with these aristocratic families, the federal government can handle it. However, if Lu Qi were to take action against these powerful families, even with the federal government, it would be a very difficult situation. Lu Qi did not answer Kunlun, but only gave a cold smile. He then raised his fist. Terrifying fire elemental energy coiled around Lu Qi's fist. The scorching flames formed the shape of a dragon's head. Su Bin was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, the representatives of the other prominent families also retreated upon witnessing this scene. They could, of course, see that Lu Qi had used the True Dragon Treasure technique. The True Dragon Treasure technique is widely recognized as one of the most powerful and domineering techniques in the battlefield of all races. This is one of the reasons why the Dragon Clan was able to become the overlord of the battlefield of all races. Even they had to give way to the True Dragon Treasure technique. Upon seeing the giant fire dragon in Lu Qi's hand, Su Bin could no longer suppress his fear. He knelt down with a thud and shouted to Lu Qi, Lord Lu Qi, spare my life. I have offended you greatly before, please have mercy and forgive my rudeness. Everyone was shocked to see this. Unexpectedly, Su Bin, who had just been so assertive, turned around. At this moment, they actually gave in. He knelt down in front of Lu Qi. He kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Upon seeing this, Lu Qi chuckled and said, weren't you very arrogant before? Why are you acting like a dog now? Come on, bark like a dog, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, I'll kill you today. Upon hearing this, Su Bin was immediately in a dilemma. Representatives from all the major families and high-ranking officials of the Federation are here at this moment. And he also represents the Su family. If I were to bark like a dog in front of Lu Qi, that would be a disgrace to the Su family. But looking at the terrifying dragon head on Lu Qi's fist, Su Bin eventually gave in. He groveled at Lu Qi's feet, pleading in a humble voice, "Woof. Please spare me, I had no choice." Seeing this, Lu Qi put away the fire element in his hand and said, "Let me tell you, arrogance requires capital. You think you can give me a hard time? You are not qualified. Neither are the powerful families behind you. I know you're still not convinced, but that's okay. Once I get to the capital, I'll clean up the bad habits and evil practices in the human realm. Go back and tell the powerful families behind you that once I arrive in the capital, the entire political landscape will be reshaped." Upon hearing this, the faces of the representatives from the prominent families present grew increasingly grim. They originally wanted to give Lu Qi a hard time. Unexpectedly, he was frightened by Lu Qi instead. But even though they were obsequious at the moment, they each harbored their own ulterior motives. Seeing this, Kunlun's expression did not improve, instead, it became even more gloomy. It seems that Su Bin has given in. But because of this incident, Lu Qi and the Su family became sworn enemies. He made the Su family lose face. Once Lu Qi enters the capital, the Su family will definitely target him in every way. Before Lu Qi truly became the leader of the new federation, everything is an illusion. Kunlun said to Lu Qi in a very serious tone, "Lord Lu Qi, isn't what you're doing a bit disrespectful to the major families? Although the major families didn't give you a friendly look. But they didn't do anything to you, did they? Was it really necessary for you to do this?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qi said calmly, "Do you really think that the major families haven't done anything? They monopolized most of the resources in the human realm and formed small cliques within the Human Realm Martial Arts Academy, squeezing out the living space of ordinary students. This results in many awakened individuals in the human realm not being assigned to their rightful places, causing some originally talented students to be buried among the crowd. It can be said that the current scarcity of powerful individuals in the human race is entirely due to their deaths. Does this mean we haven't done anything?" The small province of Fonlan was occupied by the three major families. Many resources were also intercepted by the three major families. The three powerful families monopolized most of the resources, yet they produced a bunch of trash. Isn't this a waste of human resources? Even a single province like Fonlan is like this. What about provinces with even more similar resources? That would be terrible. How many outstanding individuals who should have stood out from the crowd have been buried in obscurity due to a lack of resources? They could have become the backbone of humanity's fight against all other races. However, due to the oppression of so-called aristocratic families, he fell into the mortal world. This is the reason why no new era of powerful figures has ever emerged in the human realm. This is the reason why the human race has been suffering repeated defeats in the battlefield of all races. As long as the number of strong individuals in the new era of humanity does not fill the vacancies. Without this, the human race could never truly rise to prominence on the battlefield of all races. Even though Lu Qi signed a peace treaty with the Dragon Clan. However, after making slight adjustments, other races will still launch attacks against humans. The lack of strong individuals in the new era of humanity is a dead end. Upon hearing this, Kunlun fell into deep thought. Lu Qi is right. The lack of strong individuals in the new era of humanity has always been a major problem for the human race. Although many people attribute the human race's inability to rise to power to the lack of an emperor. However, since other races launched their attacks on humans, no emperor has made a move. The battlefield has always been dominated by combat forces below the level of emperor. Because the emperor of each race needs to be stationed in his own race's territory, to prevent foreign enemies from launching a feint attack in one direction while attacking in another. So unless a battle of royal level breaks out, otherwise, the emperors of each race would not easily take action. Therefore, the lack of an emperor for the human race has never been the reason for the human race's disadvantage in the battlefield of all races. The real reason is that there are not enough strong individuals in the new era of the human race. It is completely impossible to make up for the number of human warriors who died on the front lines. That's the key point. Even the representatives of the major families were taken aback by Lu Qi's words. A flicker of emotion appeared in his eyes. Lu Qi's words hit the nail on the head. This left Kunlun momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing that no one spoke, Lucci said coldly, "Let's end the meeting here. I've gotten to know most of the people I need to know, and we'll have many more opportunities to meet in the future. The Martial Arts Academy competition will begin in less than 2 weeks, and we will meet again then. I hope that when I go to the capital, the major families will have made changes. Don't wait until I become the Grand Commander of the Martial Pavilion and truly hold power before starting to make changes by then. It won't be so simple." He then walked out of the conference room without looking back. Chapter 128: The Whereabouts of the Shattering Star Fist. After leaving the meeting room, Lucci originally planned to return to his dormitory. After all, he hadn't seen those 3 sworn brothers for many days. I wonder if his brothers miss him. However, at this time, they should still be in class. But they had only taken a few steps. A figure blocked Lucci's path. Homu bowed respectfully to Lucci and said, "Young Master Lucci, it's been a long time." "Homu, what are you doing here? Does Master Wu want to see me?" Lucci was somewhat surprised to see that the person who stopped him was Homu. You should know that he is a leader in the black market. Unless there is a special mission, they will not leave the black market easily. Homu scratched his head and said, No, I came to see you because there's news about the cultivation technique bounty you issued in the Wind Pavilion. Chairman, you asked me to inform you." Upon hearing this, Lucci raised an eyebrow. After his strength reached the 9th rank, the upper scroll of the Shattering Star Fist has also reached its perfect state. Even without using his superpowers, he is now. The power of a single punch is enough to shatter a mountain. The force he exerted was so great that even he himself was unaware of the extent to which it reached. If you want to continue to improve, you will need the last 2 volumes of the Shattering Star Fist. So when Lucci learned that there was news about Wengu, he immediately became excited. However, Lucci still said with some doubt, "It's such a small matter, couldn't you just notify me via communicator? There's no need for you to come all the way here in person, is there?" Homu gave an awkward smile. "I just wanted to meet you, but you're a big celebrity now. We'll have fewer opportunities to meet in the future." Lucci said helplessly, "So what if I'm a celebrity? Can't celebrities have friends? Besides, you're my mentor. If I need anything, I'll still come to you. Why are you worried about this?" Homu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He wanted Lucci to say those words. The point is to establish the friendship between him and Lucci. If Lucci really does rise to prominence in the future, you can also benefit from it. Since Lucci became the young master of the Martial Pavilion, he was directly promoted to the group leader of the guides. Those who initially disliked him were now filled with envy. Even those customers who had been robbed before came to him for help. Homu, however, did not become obsessed with it, because he knew that all of this was given to him by Lucci. "I hope you'll remember me in the future." "Alright, I've said everything I needed to say. If you have anything else to do, please go ahead and do your thing. I need to go back to the black market to continue my work." After Homu finished speaking, he bowed to Lucci once again and then prepared to leave. Lucci followed and said, "I just finished a meeting and I don't have anything to do right now, let's go straight to the black market. This is the time when classes start, and there should be no one in the dormitory. Even if I go back, I'll only be able to lie alone in my dorm room. Why don't we go to the black market first?" Homu was overjoyed upon hearing this. Given Lucci's current identity and status, if only I could walk alongside Lucci in the black market. Those people in the black market will definitely look at me differently. Soon, the two arrived at the black market. Because Lucci's identity is too special. Therefore, Homu led Lucci through a special passage. They bypassed the sight of outsiders and went directly into the black market. Lucci only found out today. It turns out that the black market also has a passage within the Martial Arts Academy. And it's quite obvious. These are the phone booths that can be seen everywhere in the Martial Arts Academy. No wonder so many reporters from outside the Martial Academy were stopped, while Homu could easily enter the academy. It turns out they used connections. However, Lucci was still quite surprised. Isn't the Martial Academy a federation organization? Why are the phone booths in the Martial Arts Academy connected to the black market? When did the black market infiltrate the Martial Academy? Lucci asked with some surprise. The Martial Arts Academy is a project of the Federation. Even martial arts academies have access to the black market. This suggests that the black market may have infiltrated the federal government's top echelons. Homu smiled slightly and said, we don't have the ability to infiltrate. This passage was built at the request of the Federation. It's important to understand that the Martial Academy is the place that cultivates a new era for humanity, so it is of paramount importance to the Federation. In the human realm, besides the two major powers of the Federation and the black market, there are also some reactionary organizations that frequently cause trouble. The Martial Academy is their primary target. If they were to capture it, it would be a catastrophic blow to the emerging new era. Therefore, the Federation requires each martial arts academy to establish a connection with the underground black market, so that if a disaster were to strike, the academy's students could escape death through this connection. Upon hearing this, Lucci nodded. I see. I didn't expect the federal government to have considered things so comprehensively. The Federation's external forces are absolutely no match for the black market martial pavilion. If the Martial Arts Academy really suffers some devastating blow, the black market is definitely the best protection. Even reactionary organizations would avoid the black market, because the desperate criminals in the black market can be even more terrifying than them if they get ruthless. Inside the Wind Pavilion. Today, Mushi and Katie are on duty again. The two women were entertaining guests in the Wenge Hall. When Homu led Lucci into the Wind Pavilion, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. They saw Homu first and then noticed Lucci. Because in Homu's heart, he was the team leader who guided the way. His status and position are incomparable to those of the previous bottom-ranked player. The clients who can be personally guided by him now are not ordinary people. Therefore, no one dared to be negligent. But when everyone saw that the person who came was Lucci, then he froze for a moment. Young Master Lucci, you've arrived? Katie said dreamily. The other reception staff also came to Lucci's side. But no one dared to get too close. Since Lucci became the young master of the Fonlan black market, they no longer dared to offend him as they had before. Katie, who originally wanted to play poker with Lucci, didn't dare to even consider it. Yes, I heard about the Shattering Star Fist, so I came to check it out, Lucci said with a faint smile. Katie was taken aback, then quickly said, yes, there is indeed news about the Star-Shattering Fist you offered a bounty for. I will contact Chairman Yu right away to discuss it with you in detail. As she spoke, Katie used the internal communication equipment to directly contact Chairman Yu, who was in the senior office. Not long after, about 4 or 5 minutes, Chairman Yu hurriedly stepped out of the elevator. Young Master Lucci, your presence is an honor. I am so sorry for not welcoming you sooner. Chairman Yu greeted Lucci warmly. Her attitude at this moment was completely different from when she first met Lucci. At that time, Lucci was just an unknown and inexperienced young man. And now, he is not only the young master of the black market. And he was the human hero who changed the landscape of the battlefield among all races. They are naturally not comparable. Chapter 129 Add Money. Chairman Yu, it's been a long time, Lucci said very politely. Actually, I had already received the notification when you entered the black market, but I thought you were here to see the Martial Pavilion, so I didn't come out to greet you. My apologies, Chairman Yu said with a smile. Lucci, it's all right. It was my fault for not giving prior notice. I was the one who was abrupt. Chairman Yu quickly said, don't say that. From now on, the entire black market will be yours. There's no way you're being presumptuous. Lucci smiled and said, let's skip the formalities and talk about the cultivation technique first. Chairman Yu said, yes, please move to the VIP section for further discussion. As he spoke, Chairman Yu made a gesture of invitation. Lucci nodded and walked towards the elevator. Katie wanted to follow, but Mushi stopped her. They knew that, given Lucci's current status, he was no longer someone they could receive. Even Homu could only wait in the hall. Lucci was directly connected to Chairman Yu at this moment. The two quickly arrived at the top floor of Wenge, in Chairman Yu's office. Unlike the agarwood in Master Wu's office, in Chairman Yu's office, there was only a faint fragrance of flowers. On his desk, there was also a jasmine plant. The office is very simple and elegant overall. However, a messy sofa bed stood out somewhat from the tidy office. On the sofa bed, some of Chairman Yu's personal clothing were scattered haphazardly. Black stockings, semi-transparent black lace, and revealing pubic hair. As a mature working woman, Chairperson Yu has already met the required standards. And it's perfectly qualified. Lucci hadn't paid much attention to it at first. It was just a fleeting glance. I was instantly drawn to it. As expected, experience matters. Lu Qi resisted Katie's temptation, but was moved by Chairman Yu. That's ruthless. Then Lu Qi looked at Chairman Yu's face, which was in its early 30s but still retained the charm of a young woman. He couldn't help but swallow hard. At this moment, he should be the one who understands Prime Minister Chow the most. Chairman Yu also noticed Lu Qi's gaze, and quickly tidied up the sofa bed, explaining. I'm usually quite busy, so I usually just sleep in my office. Also, all the staff at Wenji are women, so I'm usually quite relaxed. You're the first woman of the opposite sex to enter my office. Lu Qi smiled awkwardly and said, I didn't see anything. Let's talk about the shattering starfist first. After Chairman Yu finished tidying up, he quickly adjusted himself and said, we sent people back to the secret realm where the fragments of the shattering starfist were found before, and sure enough, we found traces of the shattering starfist there again. However, due to insufficient manpower and strength, we lost several 6th rank experts during the process of going deeper. Based on my estimation, the danger level of that secret realm is at least around the 8th to 9th rank. We may need to make personnel adjustments to proceed further. Of course, the price for upgrading to an 8th or 9th grade expert will be different from before, which is why I wanted to discuss with you whether we should continue the search. After hearing this, Lu Qi roughly understood what Chairman Yu meant. The commission he offered, 100 million, was only enough to hire a powerhouse of around the 6th rank. Now that a 9th rank expert is needed, more money is required. This is not a problem for Lu Qi. He still has over 9 billion spirit stones. Anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem. However, Lu Qi was curious about what kind of secret realm the shattering starfist was located in. After a moment of silence, he said, of course we'll continue. Money is no problem, just name your price. Upon hearing this, Chairman Yu nodded and said, if you wish to continue, I will make the arrangements. However, given your current status, I can simply transfer the money from the Martial Pavilion's treasury. After all, it will be your money in the future. She knew that the entire Martial Pavilion now belonged to Lu Qi. Even the Federation is almost under Lu Qi's control. So she took money directly from the Martial Pavilion's treasury, and Master Wu didn't say anything. But Lu Qi shook his head and said, no. This is my private matter, so don't bother the Martial Pavilion. I'll give you cash directly, I can afford it. Every spirit stone in the Martial Pavilion's treasury is used to build human cities in the battlefield of 10,000 races. If hundreds of millions of spirit stones are directly mobilized, it will also affect the future plans of the Martial Pavilion. Therefore, Lu Qi did not intend to use the Martial Pavilion's treasury. After all, he still had over 9 billion in cash. This is a small amount of money that I can afford. Upon hearing this, Chairman Yu was taken aback and said, if we really want to invite a 9th grade expert to help this time, it will cost at least 500 million spirit stones to build a team. Are you sure you have that much cash flow? Lu Qi simply shrugged and then waved his hand dismissively. A bag of spirit stones appeared in front of Chairman Yu, who said, there should be 500 million here. Please count it. Chairman Yu was immediately taken aback. Then he picked up the bag and began to count the items. There were indeed 500 million spirit stones in the bag. To be precise, it should be 506 million spirit stones. And it's all in cash. Young Master Lu Qi, you didn't rob a bank, did you? No. Even a bank wouldn't have this much cash flow. Chairman Yu swallowed hard as he looked at the large sum of money. Lu Qi smiled and said, you don't need to worry about where this money came from. Just use it to build a team. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. Furthermore, I will also provide additional compensation to those brothers who died in battle, giving each of them 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Please count the number of people, and I'll give you the money in a bit. Seeing Lu Qi's generosity, Chairman Yu was taken aback. It's one thing to not care about tens of millions, but it's another to not care about hundreds of millions. Even the Martial Pavilion wouldn't dare to spend hundreds of millions of spirit stones so easily, would they? Now that I think about it, I probably shouldn't have tidied up the sofa bed. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Chairman Yu said, swallowing hard. Lu Qi nodded and then asked, by the way, what's this secret realm you mentioned? Is the entire Shattering Starfist scroll inside it? While posting recruitment tasks on his computer, Chairman Yu said, secret realms are small worlds connected to the human realm. There are many such secret realms in the human realm. The secret realm where the Shattering Starfist is stored is extremely dangerous. Since its discovery, our black market has lost countless powerful warriors. Upon hearing this, Lucci suddenly became interested and asked, "Could you take me with you on this mission?" Chairman Yu's hands, which were working, stopped abruptly. He paused and said, "What did you say? You also want to enter that dangerous secret realm?" Lucci nodded, "Yes, I'm the patron, so I should be able to come in too, right?" Chairman Yu, "It's not that I don't want you to enter, it's just that secret realm is fraught with danger. Even a 6th rank cultivator who entered died a gruesome death. Your status is so noble, perhaps." She was unaware that Lucci's cultivation had actually broken through to the peak of the 9th rank. Chapter 130 Register to enter the secret realm. Lucci naturally understood Chairman Yu's meaning and said with a faint smile, "Are you looking down on my weak abilities?" Chairman Yu said somewhat awkwardly, No, I didn't mean that. It's just that the secret realm is really too dangerous. You'll be in charge of the black market from now on. If something happens to you in there, I won't be able to explain it." If other clients made such a reckless request, she certainly wouldn't stop them. However, Lucci's current identity is too special. He is not only the young master of the black market, but also the zeroth rank of the Federation. They are heroes of the human realm. If something were to happen to Lucci, she, as a mere chairperson, could not possibly bear the responsibility. Moreover, as far as she knew, Lucci's strength was around the 5th rank. It's indeed not strong for that secret realm. After all, even a 6th grade awakened one would perish in that secret realm. Lucci goes without saying. That's why she tried so hard to prevent Lucci from entering the secret realm. Lucci smiled faintly and said, "Does that mean that once I reach the 9th rank and have the strength to protect myself, I can go with them?" Chairman Yu nodded subconsciously and said, "Yes, if you were a 9th rank expert now, I would absolutely not stop you." In her eyes, Lucci was an 18-year-old boy. At his age, reaching the 5th rank in cultivation is already quite remarkable. In the entire human realm, they can be considered extremely rare. But reaching the 9th rank is absolutely impossible. Because in the entire history of the Federation, no one has ever reached the 9th rank at the age of 18. This is simply a fantasy. That's why Chairman Yu subconsciously felt that Lucci couldn't possibly be a 9th rank expert. Upon hearing this, Lucci's smile grew even wider. "Good. You said it yourself." Lucci then released his aura directly. The sheer power of it caused Chairman Yu to pause in surprise and take a half step back. Nine ranks? Chairman Yu swallowed hard and said in disbelief. Although he didn't want to believe it, the power emanating from Lucci was indeed the aura of a 9th grade expert. This aura of authority emanating from a 9th rank official cannot be faked. Although she didn't want to believe it, Lucci was indeed a 9th rank expert. In her memory, when he first met Lucci, he was only at the mid-stage of the 2nd rank. It was around that time that Lucci offered a reward for the Shattering Star Fist to Wengu. And it had been less than half a month since their first meeting. Lucci had actually leaped from the mid-stage of the 2nd rank to the 9th rank. And he's only 18 years old. An 18-year-old 9th rank official. This has probably never happened before in the entire history of the Federation. It's important to understand that most people don't experience bottlenecks in their lives. It would take at least 20 years to advance from the 2nd rank to the 9th rank. This is without encountering any bottlenecks. If you encounter a bottleneck, they may never reach the 9th rank in their entire lives. For the elite families in the capital, the ranks range from 2nd to 9th grade. It will take at least 7 or 8 years, and being able to reach the 9th rank before the age of 30 is already considered a prodigy. Those powerful families exploited the preferential treatment of resources. At around 25 or 26 years old, one might be able to accumulate enough resources to create a 9th rank expert. However, it is absolutely impossible to reach the 9th rank by the age of 18. Because the body of an awakened being needs to develop. Generally, they are fully developed between the ages of 16 and 18 and begin to engage in cultivation practices. Some talented individuals begin cultivating at the age of 14 or 15. However, it is absolutely impossible to reach the 9th rank in just 3 or 4 years. This is also why the Federation has never had an 18-year-old born into the 9th rank. Because they cannot skip the developmental period and start cultivating directly. This is not only detrimental to cultivation, but also harmful to the body. If you force yourself to cultivate before your body is fully developed, you will stop improving once you reach a certain level. No matter how many rare and precious materials are used, it will be to no avail. In severe cases, it can even backfire. He became a useless person. Therefore, almost no one dares to cultivate before their body is fully developed. Lu Qi's ability to reach the 9th rank at the age of 18 is nothing short of a miracle. Seeing that Chairman Yu was still in a daze, Lu Qi smiled again and said, "Well? Can I enter the ruins now?" Chairman Yu then came to his senses and said after a moment, "Young master, your strength has indeed reached the standard, but I still have to remind you that that secret realm is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want to go?" She had said herself that as long as Lu Qi was a 9th rank expert, she would allow him to enter the secret realm. So now she can't back out. He had no choice but to continue persuading Lu Qi. She didn't want anything to happen to Lu Qi while she was in charge. Lu Qi simply shrugged and said, "It's all right, just go ahead and make the arrangements." Chairman Yu saw that Lu Qi insisted on going with him, so he had no choice but to accept it. He could only sigh and say, "Okay, I understand. I will arrange for you to be in the team. But let me make it clear beforehand that if any danger arises, we will send you out of the secret realm immediately. We cannot allow you to be in danger." Lu Qi said calmly, "We'll see when the time comes. Maybe you'll need my help then." Upon hearing this, Chairman Yu's eye twitched. I think Lu Qi is being a bit too arrogant. That the 9th rank of the relic sect could enter is a conservative estimate. Even at the 9th rank, one is not absolutely safe. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll let you know once I've reassembled the team. It won't take too long, at most 5 days. Lu Qi nodded and said, "Okay, I'll wait for your news." Chairman Yu nodded, then said with a slight blush on his cheeks, "Okay, you must be thirsty after talking for so long. Sit on the sofa and I'll pour you some water." Lu Qi shook his head and said, "No need to trouble yourself. I still need to go to the martial pavilion, so I'll take my leave now." After saying that, Lu Qi did not linger and walked straight out of Chairman Yu's office. Chairman Yu originally tried to persuade him to stay, but seeing Lu Qi's decisiveness, he didn't dare to speak up. Lu Qi returned to the main hall of Wengu. Homu was still waiting here. If it were in the past. While waiting, he will definitely go to find other clients. But things are different now. Lu Qi's identity speaks for itself. Even though Lu Qi played a game of poker with Chairman Yu up there, he will stay here. However, I didn't expect Lu Qi to come down so quickly. "Young master, is it over so quickly?" Homu asked in confusion. He knew very well that Chairman Yu's office was never open to men. Even Master Wu was not allowed to enter. This time, she invited Lu Qi into her office. Everyone in the one pavilion was talking about it. They thought Chairman Yu had found someone worthy of their trust. I didn't expect Lu Qi to come out of the office so quickly. This left many people quite disappointed.